These are a pair of stunningly beautiful twin sisters, and any normal man would fall at their feet. However, when faced with their affection, you are terrified to the point of losing your senses. This is because you have bound yourself to a system that returns fortunes 100-fold, allowing you to know the plot direction of the destined child, and even gain rewards by breaking the plot. And your fiancé is precisely the destined daughter whose cultivation has been completely wasted. If you accept the sister's affection, it will trigger her hatred, ultimately making you the first target of her revenge once she regains her cultivation. Thinking of this, you feel an overwhelming sense of panic. There is no way you can back out of this marriage. Immediately, you rush to the ancient fairy palace where your fiancé, Gu Mingyue, is located. At this moment, in the fairy phoenix imperial palace, your fiancé is wearing a bright red phoenix robe, sitting on the imperial throne, coldly looking down at the various ministers of the fairy court. Below the hall, another young woman in a golden robe, with red lips slightly pursed, looks provocatively at Gu Mingyue and says, "Sister, your cultivation is wasted. Why not pass the throne to me so you can rest well?" The ministers, upon hearing this, quickly echoed, "We urge the Empress to prioritize the state and pass the throne to Gu Yuetang." Gu Mingyue lightly raises her beautiful eyes, looking at the ministers kneeling below, her expression cold and devoid of any waves. In fact, she does not care about this imperial throne because she is a reborn person. In her previous life, she was betrayed by you. After being reborn, her cultivation was sealed. Now, she is taking this opportunity to annul the engagement with you and focus on her cultivation. In just 3 years, she will be able to restore her cultivation and reclaim everything. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the hall, and a figure in white descended from the sky, walking straight into the hall. "Welcome, young Master Yi Quan." The two divine attendants outside the hall trembled, and upon seeing you, the court officials' eyes shook, and they began to speculate. Meanwhile, Gu Yuetang smiled and approached you, saying, "Brother Yi Quan, you are here to annul the engagement, right?" Hearing this, you frowned and slapped Gu Yuetang across the face, saying, "Always acting out of line. Who is your brother? Who else said I came to annul the engagement?" Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue, who was originally lounging, immediately sat up straight, her red phoenix robe accentuating her curves even more. At the same time, her face was filled with surprise, and her gaze was fixed tightly on your eyes, as if trying to find some flaw in you. Confident in her understanding of you, she wondered how a ruthless and profit-driven man could possibly marry her, a useless person. Meanwhile, you activated your heavy pupils, and as your gaze fell on Gu Mingyue, you suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of your feet. You suddenly took a sharp breath, originally thinking that Gu Mingyue was simply going for a straightforward annulment, but it turned out to be a full-on revenge story where the female lead tears apart the scumbag. At this moment, you finally understood why Gu Mingyue, after having her cultivation wasted, not only did not hide this secret but made it widely known throughout Tianxin Daozhou. She most likely wanted to use this as a reason to annul her engagement with you, thus hiding in the shadows to restore her cultivation. But looking at the unusual glimmer in Gu Mingyue's eyes at this moment, a bold plan suddenly emerged in your heart. You walked up to the white-haired old minister at the forefront, grabbed his hair, and lifted him up, then questioned, "What did you just say?" This scene caused the eyes of the court officials to tremble, their expressions filled with anger, yet they dared not move. "The Yi family's young man is arrogant and disrespectful. I am Wei Silai, the old prime minister of the 2 dynasties of the immortal phoenix." Slap! Before this old prime minister could finish his words, you slapped him, causing blood to spill from his mouth. You frowned slightly, cold light flashing in your double pupil, and declared, "With Gu Mingyue's cultivation wasted and unable to be of great use, the throne must be passed to her sister Gu Yuetang." Wei Silai clenched his teeth, his old face filled with rage. With a crack, as his words fell, you suddenly exerted force with your palm, directly crushing the head of this old prime minister from 2 dynasties into pieces. At this moment, the entire great hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even Gu Mingyue stood up abruptly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of coldness, thinking, "He hasn't changed, still as cruel and bloodthirsty, utterly inhumane." Your tone was indifferent as you suddenly fixed your gaze on Gu Yuetang and said, "My fiancée, Yi Quan, even if she becomes immortal, no one is allowed to bully her. In the future, anyone who dares to harm Gu Mingyue, regardless of whether they are the immortal lord or the holy lord, or any gods and demons from the heavens, I will slay them." In an instant, Gu Yuetang's face turned completely pale, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed down from her pair of snow-white thighs beneath her long skirt. Then you pushed your palm horizontally, and a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, directly shattering Gu Yuetang's physical body. Gu Mingyue looked at the scene before her, her beautiful eyes trembling, revealing a hint of confusion, thinking, "When did he ever protect me like this in the last life? Could it be that my rebirth has changed the cause and effect of this world?" No, He is best at disguise, he must be plotting something. Gu Mingyue's gaze gradually calmed down, her expression cold as she said, Young Master Yi Quan, the play is over, can you tell me your purpose for coming? Upon hearing this, you furrowed your brows slightly, speaking with confusion. I heard that you injured your meridians while cultivating, so I went to find the pill saint for an 8th grade creation pill. As you finished speaking, you took out a jade bottle from your Qianquan ring and directly tossed it to Gu Mingyue. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled slightly as she took the jade bottle and slowly opened it. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance of elixir filled the entire great hall, and the faces of the celestial phoenix ministers showed a hint of shock. An 8th grade creation pill. This one pill is enough to match the foundation of an ordinary divine dynasty. Yet now the young master Yi Quan casually gifted it to the Empress Mingyue. At this moment, a familiar prompt sounded in your mind. Congratulations, host, for gifting the destined daughter an 8th grade pill, breaking the villain's setting, and activating the 10,000-fold return reward. You have received one Supreme Foundation Establishment pill. Instantly, the slight pain on your face completely disappeared. This 10,000-fold return system is simply a divine tool for acquiring resources. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue looked at the 8th grade creation pill in her hand, her expression growing more confused. This pill saint has a peculiar temperament, and being invincible in alchemy, one must satisfy some of his special quirks when asking him for pills. In this life, I have yet to have any interaction with Yi Quan, let alone any feelings. Is he putting in this much effort just because he is tempted by his own body? Besides that, Gu Mingyue couldn't think of any other reason at all. At this moment, you looked gentle, raised your head to look at Gu Mingyue, and said, I still have many spiritual materials and precious medicines. Why don't we find a quiet place? And today I will help you recover. Gu Mingyue's eyes slightly narrowed, and she couldn't help but sneer in her heart, thinking, is he finally going to show his true colors? As the two of you walked out of the main hall and arrived at a library, you once again took out a pile of spiritual medicines from your Qianquan ring and pushed them in front of Gu Mingyue, saying, these spiritual medicines might be useful for your injuries. With young Master Yi being so concerned about me, how should I repay you? Gu Mingyue raised her eyebrows, and a charming smile appeared on her face. You were taken aback, not because of Gu Mingyue's sudden allure, but because the system prompt you were expecting did not appear. Why didn't the system trigger the reward return this time? Explanation of the tenfold reward return trigger mechanism. A destined person can only trigger the reward return once within 7 days. You feel a wave of helplessness in your heart as you look at the pile of rare materials on the ground, secretly regretting. Looking up, you see Gu Mingyue staring at you with a face full of killing intent. Yi Quan, you are shameless. Gu Mingyue gritted her silver teeth, thinking that this scoundrel really wants to do that. Mingyue, are you overthinking it? You look at Gu Mingyue with a half-smile, sizing her up from head to toe. Gu Mingyue's eyes were cold, and she bit her teeth hard, but her ears were a bit hot. You should take good care of your injuries first, and I'll come to see you again after a while. If anyone troubles you again, you can come to the Yi family to find me. After leaving this sentence, you turned and left. Gu Mingyue frowned slightly, sitting dejectedly in front of the desk, feeling lost. Is this still the profit-driven, selfish big devil Yi Quan that she knew? With her rebirth, some trajectories have clearly changed, but she still cannot eliminate the identity of the forbidden devil. She needs to hurry up and cultivate to restore her supreme cultivation level as soon as possible to deal with some uncertainties in the future. At the same time, you have returned to the Yi family. Although this time you paid with an 8th grade elixir and several spiritual herbs, you exchanged it for a supreme immortal pill, which is simply too cost-effective. Now, you are only one step away from the divine will realm, and perhaps you can use this pill to attempt to take that step before the competition for the position of the divine son. Young master, you are back. Just as Yi Xiao entered the main hall, he was stopped by the Grand Elder Yi Langtian. Young master, the clan leader is waiting for you at the ancestral hall. Ancestral hall? Yi Lord suddenly had a bad feeling in the bottom of his heart. Grand Elder, what happened? Among the commoners of my Yi clan, a talented young man who has awakened the supreme bone has appeared, and the clan master has brought him into the ancestral shrine, saying that he will go over there as soon as you return. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he directly turned around and swept madly towards the ancestral shrine. My good lord, you're afraid I'll live a second longer. Chapter 4 Stupid Odudodo, Hate Me. Ancestral Shrine of the Yi family. Lord Yi pushed open the door of the hall with a clang and saw Yi Zhantian standing in front of the ancestral shrine, with no one beside him. At this moment, Yi Lord's body went numb and his tone trembled as he asked, Grandpa, where is the supreme bone? Oh, Lordy, you know all about it? Yi Zhantian turned around and nodded towards Yi Lord. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Grandpa has already helped you to find out clearly. Yi Fan, the concubine of the Yi family's main lineage. His parents have died since he was young, He just awakened the Supreme Bone a few days ago. Now he has already been sealed by me to seal his divine sense and locked up in the back hall. Lord Sun, as long as you can incorporate the Supreme Bone into your body and combine it with your heavy pupils, no one in the Yi family will be your opponent again in the Battle of the Divine Suns in January. Yi Fan, parents dead, digging up bones. At those words, Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere, and his taut heartstrings relaxed. Right last name, right first name, right orphan, not digging yet. I refuse. Yi Zhantian's face froze and frowned at Yi Lord's. Lord Sun, do you know what a Supreme Bone means? It means that you will become the most demonic heavenly pride in the 3000 Tao state. Invincible in the same realm. Young Supreme, the heavy pupil is already on the road to invincibility. So why borrow another person's bones? Yi Lord's looked solemn and forced. The Supreme Bone was certainly precious, but when he thought of the 10,000 times return reward he would get after he refused, Yi Lord was instantly a little excited yet. Drops. Congratulations to the host for breaking the villain's setting and rejecting the Supreme Bone, earning a 10,000-fold return reward, the innate Tao Bone. Please ask the host whether to bind the Son of Destiny, Yi Fan. Sure enough, a hint of cunning flashed in Yi Lord's eyes and he secretly sighed that brother unity was powerful. The innate Taoist bone. He had heard his grandfather say that the Supreme was only the pinnacle of the great Tao in the 3000 Tao states, and above the Supreme, there was the Emperor realm, the Immortal realm, the Tao realm, and so on. The reason why the Yi family was called the Everlasting family was because there had once been a great emperor powerhouse in the clan, a true emperor-blooded clan, and the innate Tao bone had completely transcended the realm of living beings and was truly the bone of the great Tao. Bind. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the second son of heavenly destiny, gaining 1% of heavenly destiny value, 2 out of 100. Lords, you, Grandpa, you don't have to say anything, I know what to do. Give me the Qiankuan ring. Yi Lord waved his hand and directly snatched Yi Zhantian's Qiankuan ring and hurriedly walked towards the back hall. Destiny's child, Yi Fan, Golden Finger, Supreme Bone, Hidden Golden Finger, Chaos God Body, Template, Bone Digging Awakening Flow, Identity, Concubine Disciple of the Yi family's main lineage, Heir to the innate true spirit. Plot direction, the son of the heavenly destiny is tapped into the Supreme Bone, awakening the chaotic body, escaping from the Yi family, mistakenly entering a mysterious mountain village, obtaining the transmission of the true spirit, and invincible contemporary times. In the middle of the back hall, Yi Lord looked at the black-clothed teenager lying on the bed, his eyes slightly contemplative. Although he had refused to dig up the bone to get an innate Tao bone rewarded by the system, Yi Fan had been sealed by Yi Zhantian's divine sense and imprisoned here, and had more than likely guessed his fate. At a time like this, even if Lord Yi let him go, it would be impossible to gain his trust again, and a chaotic god body. In the future for Yi Lords or a good fighter, how can a villain not have any minions following him? What if all of these followers were men of destiny? Jia, brother unity, as long as I send out the creation, no matter when I send it out, will the heavenly ordained return the reward as long as they open it every 7 days? Yi Lords pondered for a moment and made a decision. Unlike Gu Mingyue, Yi Fan didn't have any emotional basis for Lord Yi, only hatred. Therefore, if he wanted to gain the submission of this heavenly ordained man, he could not just send warmth. At this time, the Yi Lords already have a bold plan in mind. As long as the smooth implementation, not only can a steady stream of wool gripping Yi Fan, one day in the future will also be able to tell him to follow his heart and soul. Drops. In theory. In that case, from Yi Zhantian's Qiankuan ring, Yi Lord selected a divine treasure art called 8 Demon Body Refining Skill, a 7th grade foundation building Dan, a top grade Daoist weapon 9 Dragon Heavenly Cauldron, a spiritual ginseng pill, as well as many divine talismans and treasures, and sealed them in different Qiankuan pouches, and differentiated the timing of opening them by realm. According to Lord Ye's speculation, Yi Fan's awakening of the chaotic god body would inevitably result in a rapid climb in his cultivation. Even if he couldn't personally gift Yi Fan with the creation, as long as Yi Fan opened the Qiankuan ring every once in a while and enjoyed the spiritual treasures and spiritual materials in it, it would bring endless rebates to Lord Yi. Spiritual treasures, treasure weapons, spirit weapons, Tao weapons, holy weapons, supreme weapons, emperor weapons, immortal weapons, techniques, martial arts, esoteric techniques, magic techniques, divine powers, supreme techniques, imperial techniques, and immortal scriptures, spiritual herbs, precious herbs, spiritual herbs, great herbs, immortal herbs, immortality herbs. Drops. Recognition from the system that you're a real ing dog. Stinky brother, hold back, I'm going to start. Yi Lord walked to Yi Fan's body and suddenly probed out a palm, which was accurately inserted into his chest. As a wisp of spirit pattern mixed with a hint of demonic intent drooped down, The one golden bone in Yifan's chest instantly turned black and was completely covered up, its breath completely gone. Zhou Tian diffraction. This treasured art was a supreme law rewarded by the system, capable of perfectly concealing any aura. In this way, Yifan would think that he had been gouged out of his supreme bone by Lord Yi, and it wouldn't affect the direction of his next plot, and he would only be of use to Lord Yi if he went through trials and tribulations, grew fast in hatred, and his divine body became a great success. As for the wisp of 10,000 transformations demonic intent, it was convenient for Yi Lords to be able to detect where his breath was at any time, so as not to be sneak attacked and karma off. Moreover, this strand of demonic intent would also be an opportunity for Lord Yi to tame Yifan. My stupido doubtfire. Hate me. Hiss. Pain. Gradually, Yifan's face showed a touch of confusion, a kind of pain of being torn apart, and his body felt like something had been inserted into it raw. However, it was good that this kind of tearing came from in front of him and not behind him, otherwise Yifan would have thought that the clan lord had some special fetish, only to see his eyes slowly open. Looking at the gentle-looking youth in front of him with blood-stained hands, his eyes suddenly condensed. My supreme bone. Yifan looked down at his shattered chest, his face pale. It's gone. At this moment, he couldn't feel any fluctuations of the supreme bone at all, and his heart instantly guessed what was going on. Ye Lords, you dug up my supreme bone? You. Snap. Before Yifan could explode, he saw Lord Yi directly slap him in the face. Incompetent rage is the most useless manifestation. I'll take your supreme bone. In here are some pills and techniques. It's considered some compensation from me to you. You can go now. Yi Lord casually threw the Qianquan ring on the ground, his expression always cold. Of course, you can also choose not to, but then you might lose more than just the supreme bone. Yi Lord shook his head and laughed, clouded over as he turned around and marched towards the outside of the hall, not paying the slightest attention to the killing intent and resentment in Yifan's eyes. Why don't you kill me? Because I'm good. Without looking back, Yi Lord walked out of the hall and disappeared. Puff. Upon hearing this, Yifan's palms clenched and a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly. In the eyes of Yi Lord, the first sequence of the Yi family, there was no difference at all between him, a commoner, and a mole cricket. This feeling of being ignored and played with recklessly made Yifan feel as if there was a fire burning unceasingly in his heart. Buzz. Right at this moment, his face suddenly froze, and a trace of horror and incredulity gradually filled his eyes. He could feel a strand of divine and ancient chaotic aura slowly reviving at the place where his supreme bone had been dug up. It's... Yifan's throat rolled, and after a moment of hesitation he suddenly bent down and picked up the Qianquan ring on the ground. Forcibly enduring the pain in his chest, he fled frantically towards the outside of the Yi family land. Otherwise, once the Yi Lord's grandchildren discovered the secret in him again, they would again do whatever they could to take away the chance that belonged to him. Yi Lords, you wait for me. Sooner or later I will plow through your chest in front of the entire sacred state, expose your ugly face, and take back everything that belongs to me. Chapter 510 Taboos. The so-called world of great controversy. Lords, you just let him go? Before the ancestral shrine, Yi Zhantian looked at the figure that gradually disappeared into the mountains and forests, with a hint of concern hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Although Lord Yi had dug up Yifan's supreme bone, he still felt that he should cut off the roots and kill Yifan. Grandpa, I have my own arrangements for this matter. You must not interfere. By the way, lend me the key to the Yi family's treasury. Yi Lord smiled brightly and extended a palm towards Yi Zhantian. It is said that you depend on your parents at home, and when you go out, of course, you depend on your parents' money. Now that Yi Lord had bound the 10,000 times return system, he naturally had to carry more spiritual treasures of creation on his body, just in case. Good. Yi Zhantian sighed lightly, although he didn't understand what Lord Yi was doing. He was immensely supportive of any decision that Lord Yi made. If Yifan really dared to retaliate against Lord Yi, Yi Zhantian would personally slap him to death. SSSH. Hit the little one coming out of the old one with an internal flavor. Time passes. When Yi Lord returned to his chambers and looked at a Qianquan ring filled with divine treasures and spiritual materials in his hand, a flash of contemplation flashed under his eyes. There was less than a month left before the God's Sun battle, and in total, he could wool-gather Gu Mingyue 4 times in this month. As a villain, Lord Yi was well aware of the ferocity he was about to face. Therefore, he intended to fish for some cards that could save his life on Gu Mingyue. Before that, Yi Lord still had 7 days to use for cultivation, just enough time to fuse that one innate Dao bone. System, fuse the innate Dao bones. As he let out a deep cry, the aura of the great Dao surged around him. At this moment, he didn't even have the intention of covering up this innate Dao bone, allowing the innate Dao rhythm to rise up and gradually envelop the entire Yi family. Rumble. Only an ear-splitting thunderclap could be heard, which rumbled through the entire heaven and earth. Clouds and clouds, avenues of harmony. An ancient great emperor in true immortal shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the Yi clan's land. with a runic pattern on its body that was 10,000 feet tall. Under the dumbfounded gaze of all the strongest members of the Yi family, that one Emperor's shadow and immortal shadow even knelt down towards the Yi family in unison. The great Emperor bows his head and the immortals chant. This scene immediately startled the entire 3,000 Dao state. Countless ancient figures emerged from the earthen tombs, looking up in the direction of the central sacred state. Such an astonishing vision was something that even these immortal sect immortal lords, the holy lords of the immortal great religion, had only seen in their lives, and their hearts were filled with curiosity and alarm. In the Tianxian Dao state, Gu Mingyue, dressed in a large red phoenix garment, stood before the imperial palace, her eyes looking indifferently in the direction of the sacred state. Counting the time, in his last life, Yi Lord had dug up the supreme bone of a clan brother before the Divine Sun War, and only then did he make a great show of power in the war and managed to sit on the Divine Sun seat. Not only that, the first thing he did when he became the Divine Sun was to abolish a bunch of Yi family sequences, causing the Yi family's 9 veins to completely fall apart and appear to be separated. Yi Lords, it seems like you still haven't changed at all. Gu Mingyue looked down at the 8th grade creation pill in her hand, and coldness rose under her eyes, but just the moment she turned around, her beautiful eyes slightly stared. In front of her, a young girl in green clothes with a petite but extremely plump figure was looking at her with a smile. Mingyue has something on her mind? Is it because of that Yi Lord? I have heard that this young Lord Changsheng is very philandering, so Mingyue should not be deceived by him. Oh, Gu Mingyue walked straight down the city wall towards the imperial palace. Humph, it seems that we have to find an opportunity to test this Yi Lord, so that Mingyue can see his true colors. The green-clothed girl pondered for a moment, and a hint of cunning suddenly flashed through the green-colored pupils of her eyes. The great Brahma Buddha state, a mountaintop treasure temple. An old monk with snow-white eyebrows that hung down on the ground suddenly put down the wooden fish in his hands and looked up at the disciple in front of him. Amitabha Buddha, Lian Shang, your heart is in turmoil. Master, the female monk named Lian Shang's pretty face was slightly red, and her snow-white robe was glistening with Buddha's light, along with a small pink head, all of which was flushed with a faint reddish color. That's just it. Whether it's a calamity or a destiny depends on your destiny. You and go down the mountain. In the desolate heaven ancient prefecture, a woman wearing a golden phoenix garment with a slender figure stood on top of a mountain with her arms crossed. Her features were stunningly beautiful, her temperament graceful, a ripe flirtation that went deep into her bones. So old ancestors' prophecy is true. As she murmured a word, there seemed to be 9 white tails gently swaying behind her, and her charming appearance was heavenly. In the center of the holy state, an old blind man dressed in cloth and holding a bamboo stick walked down the street and suddenly frowned. Immortal signs have descended, and the scourge of doom has arisen. This should be the first of the 10 taboo, the white-clothed scourge of the world, and the world of great strife has thus begun. He shook his head and staggered with his steps, saying some strange words as he headed in the direction where the immortal trace had appeared. At the same time, the entire Yi family had long since fallen into a boil. The elders of the 9 veins walked out of the great hall one after another and gathered before the ancestral shrine. Even with their strength, under the cover of such a dense innate Tao opportunity, they were unable to truly investigate its source. At this moment, the entire Yi family land seemed like a chaotic place, with heavenly opportunities diffusing and immortal contracts everywhere. Who is it? Not in the ancestral shrine. Is it possible that it is the awakening of one's own bloodline? Yi Zhantian was the only one with a calm demeanor and some hidden confusion within. This kind of visionary might could be far too powerful than the supreme bone. At this moment, even he was unable to determine if this vision was triggered by Lord Yi or not. Buzz. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting buzzing suddenly came from the Yi family's ancestral land, only to see an old figure stride in, his body dry and thin, like a ghostly evil. However, as he took a step, a shocking chi and blood suddenly boiled outside his body, and his dried-out body even gradually swelled up, transforming into a 10-foot-strong man who descended from the sky. Rumble! An unspeakable holy intent roared down to cover the ground, directly crushing that 9 veins clan elder to the ground. Even Yi Zhantian's pale-eye pupils flashed with a flash of intense scorn. Saints! He also didn't expect that this vision of the Yi family had actually awakened a sleeping sage ancestor. Yi family master Yi Zhantian, pay respects to elder ancestor Foshan. As Yi Zhantian bowed, a flash of intense horror flashed across the eyes of the 9 veins clan elder. Yi Futian, the 9th ancestor of the Yi clan, the primordial hegemonic body. It was said that back then, this hegemonic body ancestor had hammered and killed true dragons with his physical combat strength, hardened himself against supreme beings, and shattered a side of the ancient world. There is actually a true dragon in this life of my Yi family? It's just that I don't know who this Qilin's son actually is. Yi Futian sighed tersely. Qi and blood erupted from his mountain-like strong body, resonating with the heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Yi Chongyang, the clan elder of the hegemonic body lineage, hemmed and hawed. the divine sun battle was imminent, and the saint ancestor of the hegemonic body lineage had actually come out. In this way, their lineage's chances of winning were undoubtedly a few points greater. Do you know who drew the vision? Yi Futian frowned lightly and looked at Yi Chongyang, who was smiling dementedly beside him, and asked in a deep voice, "Back to old ancestor." "I don't know." Snap. With a crisp slap sound, Yi Futian directly waved his hand and smacked Yi Chongyang in the face, sending him flying out alive. "I don't know what you're smiling, dear?" It took 7 whole days for the immortal and emperor shadows in the sky above the Yi family to recede one after another, and at this moment, Lord Ye's eyes also opened wide, looking down at the innate Dao bone on his chest that was emitting a 7-colored haze, and there was a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he could feel that an unspeakably terrifying power was being diffused in this bone of the great Dao. If he expected correctly, this should be the innate Dao bone's innate divine ability, a truly forbidden power. Drop. Warm reminder, the 7 days have come and gone. Gu Mingyue's return reward times have been updated. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he looked at a golden shining treasure armor in his hand, and a bright smile appeared on his face all of a sudden. The villain, of course, is the one whose life is most important. Chapter 6 Empress Bathing. So much water here. Tianxian Dao State. Immortal Phoenix Imperial Palace. Yi Lord's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the Imperial Palace, gesturing towards the 2 immortal dynasty guards to silence them. As he performed the perpetual diffusion technique to conceal his aura, he took a step into the Imperial Palace. Only at this moment, the Imperial Palace was steaming with spiritual mist, immortal light shone, and the sound of gusts of water flowing ceaselessly came from the Emperor's palace, attracting people's reverie. Wow, that's a lot of water. Yi Lord's face froze, and a trace of dawning realization flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Looking at the spiritual rhythms in the hall at this moment, Gu Mingyue is most likely bathing at this moment, washing the marrow and bones? Isn't that a coincidence? Lord Yi walked into the main hall and walked around a screen. His eyes suddenly condensed. At this moment, he saw that behind that screen, a snow-white back that could be described as perfect was leaning against the white jade spirit pool, raising his jade arm from time to time and spilling down a piece of watery liquid spirit brew. That head of thick ink long hair was coiled on the top of the head, reflecting the jade neck more and more slender. Delicate white like the first snow-like beautiful back was wet by the spiritual liquid, slightly reddish, emitting a warm and glistening white radiance. She raised her arm lazily, and the spirit liquid cut across her towering, slender collarbone, dripping down to ripple in the pool. Even Lord Yi, at this moment, could not bear to interrupt, quietly standing in the hall, admiring this world-renowned beauty. Higher, yes, sit higher. Phew, until, Gu Mingyue slowly sat up straight, her waist stretched, and that pair of erect and rounded snow whites gradually surfaced, bobbing up and down, with an amazing silhouette, which instantly caused Lord Ye's breath to choke. Gu Mingyue's face froze, and she turned her head openly to look at the white-clothed figure standing in the hall, her eyes suddenly condensing. Yi Lord! As an exclamation came, Gu Mingyue was just about to get up, but then she seemed to think of something, and a smoky haze immediately rose on her pretty face. When did you come? Been here a while. Yi Lord sked and marveled, sizing up Gu Mingyue squarely. I saw that Mingyue was in the middle of cleansing her medulla oblongata, so I didn't disturb your cultivation. You, shameless. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, but did not dare to move, hiding herself in the water, only revealing a head, and actually had a few playful and cute intentions. Lord Yi, you can't bear to disturb my cultivation? Oh, right. Yi Lord suddenly thought of something and took out a golden silk soft armor from the Qiankuan ring and placed it on the bank of the spirit pond. This holy weapon soft armor has amazing defense. You have lost all your cultivation. Put it on in a while. Gu Mingyue's pretty face froze as she looked incredulously at Lord Yi. When did he become so considerate? Was this still the big, selfish devil Yi Lord she remembered who was bent on becoming an immortal? Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the daughter of Heaven's destiny with the sacred weapon armor and activating the 10,000x return reward, the Supreme Star Dharma Robe, Supreme Artifact. Mingyue you cultivate at ease. I'll come back to see you after a while. Before Gu Mingyue could react from her surprise, Yi Lord had already turned around and marched towards the outside of the hall. Oh, since Mingyue likes bathing so much, my Yi family does have a good place. When you are free to come to the Yi family, I will personally take you there. Stinky Bauer, you remember, if Seamus can't get in, let Ling Bao take you in. Lord Yi believed that under his persistent and high-frequency output, sooner or later, Gu Mingyue's Dao heart would be shaken. Yi Lord. It was only until Yi Lord's aura completely disappeared that Gu Mingyue pulled off a plain white long veil from the nearby hanger and wrapped it around her body, walking out of the spirit pool. At this moment, she looked down at the golden silk armor in her hands, and became more and more confused inside. A holy weapon was already considered a supreme creation. However, Lord Yi gave it to her casually and did not make any excessive demands. What was he trying to do? What? Buzz. At the same time, as Yi Lord left the immortal Phoenix Imperial Palace, a wisp of star spirit patterns suddenly lit up outside his body, ancient and mysterious, gradually transforming into a clean white vestment. With this supreme Dharma robe, Yi Lord was confident that even if a cave ruin or Dao beheading realm powerhouse wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be an easy task. No, we can't take it lightly, we need to work on other things. Yi Lord pondered for a moment and looked at a book of swimming Jiao body technique in his hand, revealing a touch of sinister smile. Buzz. Right at this moment, in the mountains and forests in front of him, a petite figure suddenly swept out and scurried directly into the arms of Lord Yi. In an instant, Yi Lords felt a mass of amazing softness hit his chest, rising and falling up and down. Big brother save me. Behind it, a demonic ape that was several feet huge stepped forward, smilingly pouncing towards Lord Yi. Lord Yi frowned lightly, and spiritual radiance erupted from his heavy pupils, only to see his palm probing out. He directly struck down several talisman seals, smashing them on top of the demonic ape's head. In an instant, the face of this soul sea demon beast was completely dumbfounded and unhip. Are you that much of a dog? I'm just a small demon in the sea of souls, playing around with this young girl. Why did you drop 7 talismans? And its huge head, but also in the Yi Lord's rune seal under the blast shattered. Blood and bone slag splattered open, shot aground. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. How can I repay you? The green-clothed girl's red lips pursed lightly, a pair of green-colored eye pupils were vaguely mesmerized, even her breathing became a bit rapid. Big brother, do you want it? The Leaf Lord's eyebrows flicked up and he slowly nodded. Want? What do you want? The green-clothed girl bit her lips with silver teeth, slightly drooping her eyes, delicate to the extreme. Oh, it's going to show. I want the mountains and rivers to be eternal, the people to be happy, and all the readers to live long and prosper. As Lord Ye's words fell, the green-clothed girl's face slightly stared, although she was somewhat unable to understand what Lord Yi was saying. It seemed to be a bit different from what she had imagined. So big brother, do you want to take a well-behaved and obedient pure-blood mount? It's very pure. Don't want to. Lord Yi shook his head with a solemn expression. You won't take a beautiful mount like me, so what do you want to take? At those words, the green-clothed girl looked indignant and puffed. I want to collect the boundaries of the Dao state, the homeland of the human race, which has been invaded by the dark race. At this moment, although Yi Lord's tone was calm and solemn, he did not have the slightest intention of pushing the young girl away. At the end, he suddenly reached out and patted the green-clothed girl's small head, saying in a serious tone, although you're not a big person, your thoughts are quite nasty. This time, the green-clothed girl finally couldn't hold back her heart's indignation and directly broke away from Yi Lord's embrace and fled as if she had disappeared at the end of the ancient forest. Testing me? The Yi Lord snorted coldly before he took a step towards the Yi family grounds. Are you kidding? I, Lord Yi, am naturally devoted and can withstand any test. I swear, I will always love 18-year-olds with snowy white skin and hot bodies. Meanwhile, in the immortal Phoenix Palace, as Gu Mingyue listened to the green-clothed girl's words, a light and gentle smile suddenly blossomed on her fair and absolutely beautiful pretty face. Akatsuki, you're still laughing. The green-clothed girl clenched her silver teeth, obviously not expecting Yi Lords to be so proper. It was simply outrageous. He's a heavy pupil. Do you really think you can hide your cultivation and demonic body in front of him? Gu Mingyue shook her head, her eyes languid. In any case, she could still feel that this life's Yi Lord was a bit different from the last. She wasn't sure if the difference was feigned or real. Buzz. Time passes. 2 days later, thunderclouds once again gathered over the Yi clan's land, and the Dao lines undulated. One could only see a great Dao Dharma decree manifesting, dropping billions of divine patterns. It's heavenly Dao visions. The Yi family has appeared in heavenly Dao visions again? Throughout the entire sacred state, there were bursts of shock and clamor. All the immortal lords and immortal sect masters looked at the direction of the Yi family's land, and their faces had long since lost much of their ripples, as if they had already gotten used to it. Buzz. At this time, in the Yi Lord's bedchamber, only to see his sea of Dan, a white jade spirit Dan buzzing and rotating. Derivation of mountains, rivers and mountains, chaotic and vast. Taishan Chukio Dan. Finally, after Lord Yi had successfully fused the supreme immortal pill, his realm successfully stepped out of the 9th level of the Sea of Souls and broke through to the Divine Wheel level. The Danhai transforms into a divine wheel, and heaven and earth become one turbid and clear. What surprised Lord Yi even more was that under the nurturing of the Taishang Foundation building Dan, his Danhai divine will took on a golden color, misty and hazy. In it, strands of chaotic chi rose and churned, boundless and vast. This is the Chaos God Wheel. Chapter 7 Battle of the Sons of God. Fiancé arrives. Chaos God Wheel. As the name suggests, this divine will could nurture chaotic chi in the Dan Si, pushing the chaotic Dan Si with endless spiritual power. Under the same realm, the spiritual power contained in the chaotic divine will would be 10, or even 100 times that of an ordinary heaven's pride. Since that's the case, let's make the 3000 Tao states even more shocking. Lord Yi grinned and clenched his hands violently, and the chaotic divine wheel in his Dan Si immediately rotated and hummed, devouring all the spiritual energy from that one Taishang Foundation establishment. Dan. Rumble, miles of heaven and earth, divine thunder rushed, mountains, rivers, immortal queens, true dragons, and great phoenixes alternately rise and fall, and then reproduce the Qianquan. And Lord Ye's realm also climbed steeply at that moment. Divine Wheel 1, Divine Wheel of 2, Divine Wheel Triple, Divine Wheel 4, the 7th level of the Divine Wheel. It wasn't until his realm broke through to the 7th level of the Divine Wheel that he gradually stabilized. Even so, the one Taishang Foundation building Dan and Yi Lord's Danhai was still not completely devoured, and was only fused with 1/10 of its spiritual rhythm. But it was time for him to go out because the 7 days were up. GGG, Mama, I'm coming. Oh, drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the goddess of divine faith's shadow stance and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the Tai Ching swimming dragon steps, supreme law. As usual, Yi Lord went straight to the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty, and after delivering the creation, he didn't even have half a sentence of nonsense, and directly returned to the Yi family land, and once again closed the door to cultivate, leaving Gu Mingyue standing in the great hall with a dumbfounded look on her face, and her Tao heart in turmoil. She hated it when Yi Lords insulted her, whipped her, and hurt her like they did in her last life. That way when her Nirvana seal broke, she would be able to crush him to death without hesitation. On the contrary, the current Yi Lord treated her in every possible way, not leaving her, and it was hard to see the shadow of that devil. For the next half a month, Yi Lord always traveled to the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty on time on the 7th day and gifted Gu Mingyue with various spiritual treasures and magic weapons, and he had likewise gleaned even more terrifying opportunities in this Supreme Empress, Star Dharma Robe, Tai Ching Traveling Dragon Steps, Void Divine Symbol. With these life-preserving cards, Yi Lords were considered to have slightly stabilized themselves on the path of villainy. At the very least, it's not like you're going out to mix up a copy and act like a pussy, only to have your leader blown up by the divine fate and finish spreading the flowers. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Son of Heaven's destiny with the 8 demon body refining technique, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the divine demon immortal scripture, supreme law. Right at this moment, by Yi Lord's ears, a system beep suddenly came, and in the sea of his soul, a 10,000-foot divine magic phantom immediately surfaced, surging with the purest waves of power. Divine demon immortal scripture. Yi Lord's eyes trembled, and a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Now it seemed that his cheaper brother, Yi Fan, should have already entered the mysterious mountain village and started practicing hard for his next revenge, and Yi Lord only needed to wait patiently until he completely recovered his cultivation and appeared in front of Yi Lord. Then he could make a move to teach him a good lesson. A little brother's just for beating, isn't he? As Lord Yi closed his eyes and concentrated, integrating this divine magic phase into his blood, bone, and flesh, he immediately felt a terrifyingly huge force that filled every part of his body. According to this supreme law, there are a total of 40 trillion cells in the human body, and the divine demon immortality scripture could condense a divine demon particle in every cell. The power contained in a single god-devil particle reached a terrifying 10,000 pounds of force. Once this scripture was completed, Lord Yi would be equivalent to having 40 trillion divine powers, truly breaking all paths with force. Buzz. For the next 3 days, Lord Yi was always cultivating the divine demon immortal scripture in his bedchamber. With the help of the spiritual power in the Taishang Foundation building pill, the god and demon particles in his body soon reached the number of 1,000, which was equivalent to possessing a gigantic strength of 10 million pounds. Such power was enough to rival the peak of the Mahayana realm, and was simply not something that the current generation could contend with. Dang! Right at this moment, the sound of a bell suddenly came from the sky above the Yi clan's land. The sun was shining and the divine waves were undulating. In an instant, the entire Yi family was completely in a state of boiling. The elders and clansmen of the 9 veins walked out of the divine palace's great queens and converged towards the Yi clan's divine hall. Today, it was the battle for the Yi family's divine son, and all 9 sequence heirs would have the chance to compete for the divine son position. And once someone took the seat, they would become the next successor to the Yi family's clan head, receiving the full support of the Yi family's 9 veins. Although, the Yi family encouraged the 9 vein sequence to fight so as to select one of the strongest heirs. However, the Yi family's divine son is the true subject of all people's expectations and carries the honor and disgrace of the Yi family. has it started? Lord Yi slowly got up, stretching his muscles and bones, and marched towards the outside of the hall. If he remembered correctly, after obtaining the position of the Divine Sun, he would not only be able to travel to the Divine Sun's cave to cultivate, he would also pass on the ancient soul suppressor stone, the Yi family's greatest treasure. At this time, he was already somewhat looking forward to what a terrifying chance this treasure would be after it was returned 10,000 times over. Meanwhile, the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty. Only Gu Mingyue was seen sitting in front of the bookcase, holding an ancient scroll in her hand, but her eyes were looking in the direction of the outside of the hall from time to time. This January, she had completely grasped the pattern of Yi Lord's movements. Every 7 days, this fellow would descend on the imperial palace and give her some spiritual materials for creation. After completely refining that 1/8 grade creation dan, Gu Mingyue was surprised to find that the seal on her nirvana seal had actually gradually loosened, and as a result, her cultivation had returned to the divine will realm. According to reason, today was already the 7th day, and it was the case that the Yi Lords were late in appearing. Where did he go? Could it be because Gu Mingyue hadn't given him any response over the past January and he had given up? Gu Mingyue put down the scroll in her hands, a faint hint of resentment hidden in her beautiful eyes. Mingyue, you didn't go to the Yi family? Right at this moment, a euphonious and ethereal female voice suddenly came from outside the great hall, only to see that green-clothed girl step forward and look at Gu Mingyue with a surprised face. As the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty's protector god beast, the green kite looked young, but in reality, it had already been long-lived. The Yi family? Why would I want to go to the Yi family? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly and her tone was indifferent. Today is the battle of the Yi family's divine son. As the fiancé of Lord Yi, shouldn't you care about him? Qing Kite raised an eyebrow towards Gu Mingyue and said in derisive words, Battle of the Sons of God? At those words, Gu Mingyue's pretty face froze, and the trace of indignation that was originally in her heart gradually dissipated. Oh, I see. What does the Battle of the Divine Sons have to do with me? I can't wait for him to be killed by the other Yi family sequences. Oh, so what are you? Qing Kite looked at Gu Mingyue who was walking towards the outside of the hall, her large eyes filled with confusion. The central sacred state seems to have had a secret realm appear recently, so I'll go and see if I can get some chances. As the words fell, Gu Mingyue's jade feet lightly clicked, her phoenix clothes vibrated, and she stepped into a white jade spirit carriage, heading in the direction of the Yi family. Chapter 8. Today I'm going to beat you all to death. Come together, Yi family shrine. As a terrifying aura descended, a vast spiritual energy rose up and the wind and clouds shook. The Yi family's 9 veins, the 9 great clan elders, all of their realms were above the Dao-zapping realm. Even the heritage of any of the Yi family's lineages was no weaker than that of a party of immortal sect ancient clans. Nay, ever since the Yi family's previous clan head, that is, Yi Lord's father, had traveled to the heavens, the Yi family's 9 veins had never been able to select a 9 veins co-lord. This Divine Sun ceremony, if someone could take the position of Divine Sun, it would definitely revitalize the Yi family's eternal life. Buzz. Right at this moment, a starlight suddenly flourished in the Yi family's land, and a star rose up to shine in the heavens. Among them, a young man wearing a silver-white battle armor with a cold and resolute face stepped forward, his feet treading on the starry river, his radiance shining. Yi Xingqian, the 9th sequence of the Yi clan, carried the astral Dao body. Star, it looks like your cultivation has improved again. Before Yi Xingqian's figure landed on the ground, he heard another gentle and humble laughter coming from the distant hall. Another elegant young man dressed in gray and holding a feather fan shook his head and smiled with a generous demeanor. Outside of his body, there was a hidden strand of golden aura floating and sinking, diffusing mountains, rivers, the sun and the moon, mysterious and unfathomable. The 8th sequence of the Yi family, Yi Ru, was born with a vast and righteous aura, and all evils are invincible. Chirp, one after another. 2 more Yi family sequences appeared in the divine hall, causing the atmosphere of this heaven and earth to completely boil over. One of them, with the head of the great phoenix Dharma, and a clear and beautiful face, was the 7th sequence of the Yi family, Yi Qinghuang, the ancient phoenix bloodline. The other was a youth with a somber expression and a slim figure, with one arm emanating a searingly brilliant holy radiance. The 6th sequence of the Yi family, Yi Hao, born with holy bones. Each of these people had a great reputation in the Holy Land, above the immortal sex holy sons and the great sex heirs. However, in the Yi family, they could only be ranked after the 6th sequence. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden tremor of Dao sound. Only a divine lotus of the great Dao blossomed, gushing out an infinite divine radiance. Yi lords, dressed in white and as gentle as jade, stepped forward from the depths of the Yi family land. At this moment, heaven and earth lost their voices, and all was silent. Everyone looked at the white-clothed, bundled hair, immortal-faced youngster, and there was a strong look of scorn and admiration in the bottom of their eyes. The first sequence of the Yi family. Yi Lords. As the most demonic pride of the Yi family, Yi Lord set foot on the immortal path at the age of 3, gathered in the spirit palace at the age of 10, and at the age of 18, he was already a supreme demon at the 9th level of the Soul Sea. His realm might not be the highest in the Yi clan sequence, but his talent and cultivation speed had caused a group of Yi clan elders and ancestors to gasp in amazement. Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty, Empress Gu has arrived. At the same time, a low drinking voice came from outside the Yi family as well. The bell shook, and the sky and the earth were devoid of light. The eyes of the crowd of Yi clan members were slightly austere as they looked up, their eyes suddenly condensing. At this moment, they saw that a red-clothed, peerless figure fell down and appeared in the crowd's line of sight. That fair and cold immortal face was as astonishing as a heavenly one. Green conch hair bun, phoenix eyes deep, agar nose upright. With natural grace and dignity, Gu Mingyue stood in the void, her sleeves fluttering. Her temperament was out of the ordinary and transcendent, and she carried a few palpitating imperial etiquettes, absolutely worldly and independent. At this moment, her expression was calm, but her heart was flooded with endless waves. The mountain and river hall in front of her, every blade of grass and tree, was more than familiar to her. In her last life, she looked up to Yi Lords and loved them to the bone marrow, and would come to Ye's house from time to time. Grandpa Yi Zhantian treated her extremely well, sending her some spiritual treasures and divine materials from time to time without fail. However, the immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty was located in the Tianqian Dao state, and there was still a gap between its heritage and that of the everlasting Yi family. From the beginning to the end, Lord Yi had been extremely indifferent to her. The more this happened, the more Gu Mingyue cultivated hard, wanting to gain his approval. This kind of humility, instead of satisfying Lord Yi, became more and more disgusting. It wasn't until the last moment of her life that Gu Mingyue finally realized that this Yi family divine son had only been using her since the beginning, exhausting her talent and the immortal dynasty's heritage. She stood on top of the holy state step by step. In the end, on the wedding night, Lord Yi even performed a devilish feat, devouring all of her flesh and soul, and achieving the peak of the immortal way. Akatsuki, what brings you here? Just as Gu Mingyue drifted off, Yi Lord's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, his tone soft and gentle, also like the first time she saw him. For a moment, Gu Mingyue's heart actually developed a trace of warmth. Akatsuki, what an intimate title, a recognition she had once dreamed of. Just as quickly, she broke out in a cold sweat at the thought, her face gradually freezing. I was passing by the Yi family and came over to see Grandpa Yi. Before Gu Mingyue's words fell, she saw Lord Yi suddenly stretch out a palm and gently hold her jade hand. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's body stiffened, a smoky haze rising on her pretty face. In her past life and in her present life, she had never had skin-to-skin contact with any man, especially Yi Lords, who always maintained an insurmountable distance from her. But today, the Yi family's God's Son battle, the 9 veins of clan elders, and the clansmen were all here, but Yi Lord took the initiative to reach out and hold her palm. At this moment, Gu Mingyue actually had an extremely surreal feeling. Staring at Yi Lord's pair of deep, dark, heavy pupils, the heart of the Tao gently trembled. All eyes are on you, and you're holding your hand. This was the respect and recognition she could not hope for in her last life, and it was also the deepest wound in her heart. Is it hard to believe that he's discovered a secret about me? Gu Mingyue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Before she could fully figure out the purpose of the Yi Lords, she absolutely could not easily trust this Yi family divine son anymore. Otherwise, it was likely that she would end up even more miserable than in her last life. Akatsuki, I'm so happy you came. Yi Lord's expression was gentle, and he didn't seem to notice Gu Mingyue's abnormality as he walked with her towards the divine hall and came before a group of Yi family elders and elders, just like a pair of divine couple, envying the others. Oh, Empress Bright Moon. Yi Zhantian nodded and smiled lightly. At this moment, he finally understood why Lord Yi refused to withdraw from the marriage. With Gu Mingyue's beauty, she deserves to be the #1 beauty in the 3000 Dao state. Unfortunately, now she has lost all her cultivation. Otherwise she and Lord Yi are indeed a match made in heaven. Clan Master Yi, clan elders. Gu Mingyue's immortal face was clear and cold, and without a trace, she drew back the palm that was being held by Lord Yi and bowed slightly. Since young Lord Yi Lord has arrived, then the divine son battle has begun. In the Yi family's second lineage, clan elder Yi Qingshan stepped forward and said in a low tone, Young Master Yi Lord, you should understand the rules of the divine son contest. Aha! Yi Lord nodded gently, not seeing too many waves on his face. The 9 veins of the Yi family, the 9 sequences. If one wanted to become the Yi family's divine son, one had to either defeat the other 8 sequentialists or gain their submission and support. In that case, young Lord Yi Lord, please. As Yi Qingshan retreated to the side, he ceded the entire Grand Hall Square to Lord Yi. At that instant, the sights of the entire Yi family unanimously fell on this Yi family's first sequence. As for Yi Lord's eyes, they also swept over Yi Xingchen, Yi Ru and the others one by one, and a mild and brilliant smile suddenly raised on his clear and handsome face. It's really uninteresting to fight one by one, so you guys go on together. Chapter 9 3 Wastes and Annealing. The fifth sequence of the Yi family descends. What? Hearing what the Yi Lord said, whether it was the Yi family's 9 veins of clan elders or these contemporary sequences of Yi Xingchen, a look of shock surfaced on their faces. Together? Is Yi Lord's crazy? Although he was the first sequence of the Yi family, he was also tainted by the light of the main lineage heir, the clan master's first son. For Yi Lord's talent, no one in the Yi family questioned it, but who was weak when they were called the Yi family sequence? Gu Mingyue was the only one who looked indifferent and seemed to have expected it. She was the only person here who knew the details of Yi Lord. Not only had this fellow awakened his heavy pupils, he had also secretly dug up the supreme bone of a concubine of the Yi family before the God's Sun War. If Gu Mingyue was right, the vision of the Yi family that day was induced by the fusion of the supreme bone by Lord Yi. Heavy pupil and supreme bone. These two supreme talents were enough for Yi Lord to push across the contemporary era and be invincible. Lords, what do you mean? Yi Zhantian's throat rolled, and there was the same palpitation in his eyes. Yi family divine son. It can only be me. It only deserves to be me. You guys only deserve to look at my back from afar. Yi Lord's tone was calm, and his white clothes were awe-inspiring, showing his dominance. Men have 3 hobbies. First, put on a show. Second, pretty pussy. Thirdly, play it up in front of the pretty pussy. What's more, if he wanted to be recognized by the Yi family's 9 veins, he had to use the most direct and domineering way to crush the other 8 sequence people. After all, loyalty in this world is earned by fighting. Arrogant. Yi Xingchen, Yi Ru, and the others looked at each other and directly stepped in front of Lord Yi. In the next instant, spirit patterns surrounded both of them, and their breath gradually boiled. However, just as they were urging their spiritual energy and brewing their bottom cards, they saw Lord Ye's hands clenched tightly and directly slammed down horizontally. Rumble. Terrifying waves of power, like shocking waves, crashed down. A star that had just surfaced above Yi Xingchen's head was even instantly blown up, and the entire person directly fell to the ground, his bones shattering all over his body. At the same time, Yi Ru's face changed drastically, and he was just about to take a step forward, but he saw that the divine patterns in the eyes of the Yi Lords were intertwined, like 2 rounds of the 9 heavens divine maelstrom, rotating and buzzing. In the next instant, the entire void where Yi Ru was completely distorted. Time stood still, and all paths faded, and the figure of Yi Lords, even like a ghost, under the feet of the swimming dragon appeared at first. A step across the void, appeared above the head of Yi Ru. Gollum. At this moment, Yi Ru's head went numb, his lips trembled, and he said softly, "Divine Son, don't hit your face." Puff. Lord Yi stepped down and directly stepped on Yi Ru's face, kicking him out a distance of 100 feet, and after struggling for a few moments, there was not a single movement again. Yi Lord. Right at this moment, Yi Hao, however, found a moment and appeared behind Lord Yi, and on his one golden arm, there was even a holy pattern, just like a golden arm, sacred and volatile, imprinted on top of Lord Ye's back. Clang! Before the ruthlessness on Yi Hao's face could dissipate, it solidified bit by bit. At this moment, he saw that on the white clothes outside of Yi Lord's body, a wisp of dense starlight suddenly flooded. As for his holy bone might, it had even vanished in an instant, failing to cause any injuries to Lord Yi at all. Is this what you're relying on? A holy bone? Yi Lord slowly turned around, holding that one holy bone arm of Yi Hao as he said with a calm expression. At that instant, a flash of real fear flashed through Yi Hao's eyes. At this moment, he had a feeling that as long as Yi Lords exerted a little bit of force, they would be able to crush his holy bones and completely waste him. Divine Son, I was wrong. Click. Just as Yi Hao's words fell, he heard a crisp bone-breaking sound quietly ringing out, and one of his arms that was draped in holy radiance was directly crushed alive by Lord Yi. Ah! The wailing sound of pain immediately resounded throughout the Yi family land, shocking the hearts of the people. I like your attitude, but you have to pay for your mistakes. Yi Lord casually threw Yi Hao aside, as if he was throwing a piece of trash. His eyes, however, gradually fell on Yi Qinghuang, instantly causing this Yi family's proud daughter's body to tremble and her legs to tense up, as if she was trying to restrain something. Under the attention of all, Yi Qinghuang suddenly took a deep breath and respectfully knelt down towards Lord Yi. Divine Son, I am of the ancient phoenix bloodline, and can transform into the true form of a phoenix, so if Divine Son is willing to do so, he can ride me. Heaven and earth are silent. At this moment, all the faces of all the Yi family elders and clansmen were filled with a dense shock. In just one moment, the 4 major sequences, 3 wasted and 1 kneeling, Yi Lord's ruthlessness and strength. Instead of causing these Yi family elders to feel resentment, they were incomparably excited. The Yi family's divine son. This identity is destined to attract countless cynicism, challenges, and hatred. Nowadays, the Yi family has long been hidden for a long time. The 9 veins are separated, and there are many forces in the sacred state Earth that are not willing to see the Yi family have a divine son come out again. Without this ruthlessness, the path of the Son of God would have been perilous. Didn't you cast the supreme bone? In the crowd, Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, and the look in her eyes toward Lord Yi became more and more scornful. She suddenly realized that the Yi lords in this life not only had a deeper mind, but they were also stronger. However, the only thing that hasn't changed is this ruthless and cruel nature of his heart. Heck, nature can't change. Ha 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 ha, bullby. Right at this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the depths of the Yi family, only to see a tall and burly figure descend from the sky, smashing down in front of the grand hall like a meteor. Rumble. In an instant, the lapis lazuli square in front of the grand hall was crushed by raw footsteps. In the endless smoke and dust, a dark-skinned, mountain-like figure stepped forward, and on a square and majestic face was a touch of arrogant and overbearing smile. Ye lords, I'll fight you. The Leaf Lord raised his eyebrows lightly and slowly nodded. The 5th sequence of the Yi family, Yi Tsong, the Tsong Tian hegemony body heir. It was said that Yi Tsong's physical body battle power was second only to the Yi family's 2nd sequence. It was only his overly reckless personality that placed him in the 5th sequence. Ye lords, I know that your heavy pupils are very strong and you have many spiritual treasures, but today I will only compete with you in terms of physical strength. Yi Tsong grinned, holding his bladder, not caring in the slightest about the helplessness in the eyes of the surrounding group of clan elders. Otherwise, even if you win me, I won't recognize your divine son status. Good. What surprised the crowd of clan elders present was that at this moment, Yi lords even nodded and agreed to Yi Tsong's unreasonable request. Although Yi Tsong's brain was not very good and he was a scoundrel, his Tsong Tian hegemony body was the recognized pinnacle of power in the 3,000 Dao states. Moreover, this guy had long since stepped into the divine will realm, a full 10 years earlier than Lord Yi. It was difficult for Lord Yi to crush him with his physical strength. Ha 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 ha, painful. Ye lords, if you win today, I'll be your dog. Don't you talk? Just fight. Before the grand hall, Yi Chongyang, the Yi family's 5-vein clan elder, slapped his forehead and growled in despair. Rumble. At those words, Yi Tsong snorted coldly and clenched his hands violently. At the top of its head, a side of the dome of the sky crashed down, in which there seemed to be an ancient battle shadow stepping into the heavens, overriding the 10 earths. Chapter 10 Breaking the hegemonic body divine form. Sage ancestor bowed down. Ye lords, I'm pretty hungover too. Yi Tsong grinned as a layer of golden scales suddenly covered above his head. On its forehead, 2 golden dragon horns snaked out, and purple chi and blood boiled loudly, and his 2 claws were transformed into the shape of a white tiger with infinite sharpness. This scene immediately drew a gasp of shock from the surroundings. As for Yi Chongyang's old face, he also revealed a touch of smugness and glanced at the distant sky without any trace. The celestial hegemony body, the 9 divine forms. Although Yi Tsong's brain was not good, his dominating body talent was unique in the ages. Now, at just the divine will realm, he had diffused the 2 great divine forms of Dragon Head and Tiger Claw, so his future was promising. One punch to finish you off. As Yi Tsong's words fell, a purple blood aura erupted from his one huge fist print, with an extraordinary dominating power. Song Tian hegemony body, hegemony fist. In the next instant, Yi Tsong's fist covered the pressure, just like 100,000 mountains falling from the sky. Before this punch even landed, the entire white jade square was crushed with countless cracks that were shocking to the eyes. Bully fist? Yi Lord tilted his head, looking at the Yi Tsong that fell from the sky, and did not see a single ripple in the bottom of his eyes. This Yi Kangmang is a little reckless, but not stupid. The first shot is the dominant body dominant fist. The bottom card is out. Of course, with Lord Ye's strength, he could easily dodge this attack by performing the Tai Ching swimming dragon steps. But in this battle, he wasn't fighting to win, but to deter the Yi family's 9 veins. Buzz. With that thought, that arm of Yi Lord's was similarly lit up with a glow. Inside its body, 1,000 god-devil particles chirped in unison, shaking and blurring the void. In the eyes of the crowd of Yi clan elders and young clansmen who were shocked, he similarly probed out with a fist and met Yi Tsong with a furious slam. Rumble. Heaven and earth quake. At this moment, the crowd saw that the void behind Yi Lords actually cracked open a bizarre rift. In it, there seemed to be a divine magic phase standing at 10,000 feet, from which a palm draped with billions of runic patterns protruded. Clang! The moment the 2 men's fist seals collided, that piece of heaven and earth was breaking apart, and the dominance on Yi Tsong's face froze almost instantly, his lips trembling with the desire to speak. Who won? Up and down the Yi family, everyone's eyes converged on the two interlaced figures in the void, but as a crisp sound of breaking bones came, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed drastically, and Yi Tsong's figure even smashed down from the sky, crashing in front of a group of Yi family elders. At this point, his one probing arm had long been twisted and broken, bloody and bony. At this moment, the entire Yi family once again fell into dead silence, defeated. But Song Tian hegemony body, the strongest physical body of the Yi family, was actually shattered by Yi Lord's arm with a single punch? How can? Yi Tsong looked bewildered and slowly got up, looking at the arm that was hanging to the side and gently swallowed. Let me hear you learn a couple barks first. In the square in the distance, Yi Lord's white clothes brimmed and he stood with his arms crossed. In his eyes was an indifference that looked out of the sky and the earth. At those words, Yi Tsong's teeth clenched and hissed angrily. I haven't lost yet. Enough. Just as he took a step and was about to run and swipe towards Lord Yi, a deep cry suddenly came from the sky, only to see a pale and burly figure stepping forward and appearing in front of the crowd. Greetings to Elder Voltron. The eyes of the crowd trembled as they bowed down towards Yi Futian. As for this Yi family primordial hegemonic body, he coldly glanced at Yi Tsong. Still don't think it's humiliating enough. As the words fell, he stepped straight in front of Lord Yi and respectfully bowed down. Yi family 9 ancestors, Yi Futian, pay homage to the divine sun. It's the entire Yi family, sensationally shaken. All the people of the Yi family, from the clan elders down to the contemporary youths, all had a strong look of shock and incredulity on their faces. The saints bowed down. Even if Yi Lord's talent was strong and he managed to sit on the throne of the divine sun, how could he be worthy of a saint's bowing down? From today onwards, Yi Lord is the divine son of my Yi family, the lord of the 9 veins. My Yi family will pour in all the resources to help the divine sun to step on top of the great Tao, and if there are those who go against the grain, they will be put to death in 10 clans. Get rid of the genealogy, and cut off the cycle of reincarnation. As Yi Futian's words fell, in the Yi clan's ground, a pin could be heard. Everyone looked at that one young divine son with white clothes and a gentle temperament. Their hearts and minds shook with heartfelt awe. Even Gu Mingyue. At this moment, there was a faint trace of complexity in her eyes when she looked at Lord Yi. It was 18 years old and spirited. Moreover, this is not only my intention, but also that of the other ancestors. What? Upon hearing this, a group of Yi family elders became more and more solemn, bowing down towards Yi Lord. Greetings to the Son of God. The Yi family's ancestors revived. From this moment onwards, the Yi family no longer had 9 veins. There was only one family, Divine Sun. Tomorrow I will open the Yi family's ancestral land, and you will lead the Yi family sequence. Break through the sacred path, bear the thunder punishment, and have the ancestral chi penetrate your body. Yi Futian's voice was like a bell, shaking the heavens, only to see his palm lightly waving. An ancient stone seal rose up from the direction of the ancestral shrine, blossoming with 10,000 feet of soul light, soul calming stone. A burst of shocking clamor resounded through the heavens and earth. The eyes of all the Yi family members trembled, and their bloodlines boiled. This soul stone, is the Yi family's ancestral property? Was once left by that great emperor ancestor of the Yi family, known as one of the top 10 divine treasures of the 3000 Tao state. It is said that this stone is a 9 heavenly immortal stone split down by Pangu when he opened up the sky and earth, and it can suppress all evil souls and demons, and all ghosts will not be invaded. At the same time, it was also the status symbol of the Yi family's divine son, and had always been enshrined in the ancestral shrine during the 10,000 years, enjoying the incense of the 9 veins. Today, Lord Yi has overpowered the present generation and become the 11th divine son of the Yi family, so he should be protected by the soul stone, and my path will be invincible. Buzz. With Yi Futian's palm lightly waving, that one soul stone suddenly fell from the sky like a 7-colored meteor, crashing into Lord Ye's hand. Greetings to the Son of God. In the Yi family land, thousands of clansmen were all bowing and kneeling at this time, facing one person in total. Thank you, elder ancestor. Yi Lord lowered his head and played with the soul stone in his hand, a hint of a sly smile hidden in the bottom of his eyes, only to see him suddenly look up at Gu Mingyue and walk straight towards her. Now that Mingyue has lost all her cultivation, this soul suppressor stone will be borrowed for your defense for the time being. As the words fell, Yi Lord directly handed that one Yi family inheritance item into Gu Mingyue's hands. What? At those words, not only did Gu Mingyue freeze in place, even Yi Futian and the 9 Veins clan elder, all of them widened their eyes and swallowed hard. As for Yi Qinghuang and the rest of the Yi family's proud daughters, their small lips were even slightly open, gradually wetting their eyes. That was the soul suppressor stone, the topmost divine object of creation in the 3000 Tao state. Now, divine son Yi Lord had even given it to Empress Brightmoon in public, just to protect her peacefully? Yi Lords. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled, and for a moment, she was in a trance. This soul stone, even in his previous life, was the most powerful card of Lord Yi, helping him suppress countless young supreme beings. Could it be that he was deliberately testing himself? Then Akatsuki will be obliged. Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly as she reached out and took the soul suppressor stone, her eyes indifferently observing the look on Yi Lord's face. However, from the beginning to the end, this Yi family divine son did not show even a hint of surprise or indignation, which instantly caused Gu Mingyue to be completely at a loss. Forget it, this gift is too expensive. Divine son Yi Lord should take it back. In my eyes, no creation in this world is as valuable as Mingyue's life. Lord Yi shook his head and said with a sincere expression. After all, Gu Mingyue could only live so that he could have a steady stream of gleanings. Hiccup. At this moment, in the Yi family land, there were hiccups and dogs barking. Hiss. It's like you're suddenly full? Everyone disperse. Yi Futian and Yi Zhantian exchanged glances and hurriedly waved their hands to disperse the crowd in the square. The atmosphere has been set here, so I don't need to tell you what to do next and how to do it. Do I? Young man, bloodthirsty. This must not be. A day and a night. Chapter 11. It's a long night. What else is there to do but you? Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny's Yi family inheritance item, soul-suppressing stone, imperial artifact, and obtaining 10,000 times the return reward, the ancestral symbol of the beginning of the world, immortal artifact, the ancestral symbol of the great beginning. It can melt the 9 great imperial symbols, metamorphose into the first chaotic ancient treasure of the opening of heaven and earth, and suppress all divine souls entering the host's soul sea regardless of their realm. The return of the 9 talismans to one will unveil the host's predestined karma with the manifestation demon body and open up the great world of the heavens. Hearing the system beep in his ears, Yi Lord's eyes were slightly condensed with hidden depth. An immortal weapon. Throughout the 3,000 Tao states and countless epochs, he had never heard of an immortal artifact descending. Moreover, this ancestral symbol of the beginning of the earth could actually metamorphose into a chaotic ancient treasure and be involved with the predestined karma of the 10,000 transformation demon body? The great world of the heavens. At this moment, Lord Yi suddenly realized that his fusion system and awakening of the 10,000 transformations demon body didn't seem to be a coincidence. It was more like a mission that concerned the future of the 3,000 Tao state and the Yi family. It felt as if, invisibly, there was a big black hand that was controlling his destiny. Divine Son Yi Lord. This soul suppressor stone. Gu Mingyue frowned. Until this moment, she still couldn't understand why Lord Yi would give his life-preserving base card to himself. If it was said that before, this Yi family divine son had sent her spiritual treasures of creation with ulterior motives, craving for her body. But the value of this soul suppressor stone could hardly be measured in terms of creation. It's the equivalent of an extra life. Just feel free to refine it. Didn't I say? I lent it to you and will return it to me when your cultivation has recovered. Lord Yi waved his hand. His face had regained its calmness. Waiting for my cultivation to recover? Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled lightly, and she sighed softly in her heart. Ye lords, if you knew what the first thing I was going to do after my cultivation was restored, would you regret giving me these divine artifacts of creation now? Ye Lord Godson, it's getting late. I should go back too. Ye Lord shook his head and suddenly reached out to hold Gu Mingyue's jade hand. Mingyue, it's getting late today. Why don't we leave tomorrow? Tomorrow? At those words, Gu Mingyue's body stiffened, especially the trace of depth in Ye Lord's eyes, which made the trace of guilt that had just arisen in the bottom of her heart disappear. Let go of me. At this moment, Gu Mingyue's entire being suddenly became cold to the core, gradually understanding the sinister intentions of Lord Yi. Now that she had lost all her cultivation, she was no threat in the eyes of Lord Yi. He could give himself the soul-subduing stone, so naturally he could easily take it back. Buzz. With this in mind, Gu Mingyue didn't hesitate at all. A spiritual radiance appeared around her body, runic patterns coalesced, and she angrily stamped down towards Lord Yi. Mingyue, you've recovered your cultivation? Ye Lords exclaimed in shock, but there was not a single ripple in the bottom of his eyes. From the first moment he saw Gu Mingyue, he had detected a change in this immortal phoenix Empress aura. Not only that, under the might of his heavy pupils, he also saw Gu Mingyue's heaven-defying qualifications, the innate Taoist fetus, accompanied by the 9 heavenly Xian mare body. Among them, the innate Tao fetus was already the most powerful talent in the 3000 Tao states, nurturing the innate Qi. As for the 9 heavens Xian mare body, if Lord Yi didn't remember correctly, this should be the topmost dual cultivation physique in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. As long as Lord Yi could help Gu Mingyue awaken her innate Tao fetus, he would be able to help her awaken her Xian mare's body, and in the future, he would be able to open up another simple and happy way of cultivation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Change position? It seems like you're hiding a lot of things from me. Akatsuki. Ye Lord gave Gu Mingyue a look of deep meaning. In the next instant, The same spirit pattern undulated outside his body, and the light in his heavy pupils flourished. An even more vast and terrifying divine will pressure drooped down, directly imprisoning that piece of emptiness. Your realm. Gu Mingyue's eyes rounded, and before she could continue to struggle, she was picked up by Yi Lord and swept towards the depths of the clanland. Yi Lords, what are you doing? Let go of me. At this moment, Gu Mingyue really panicked. Originally she thought that with her current realm of divine will first level, even if she was not Yi Lord's opponent, self-preservation was enough, but she really didn't expect that Yi Lord's cultivation level would break through so quickly. In her last life, Gu Mingyue had often looked forward to breaking that layer of diaphragm with Lord Yi and truly becoming one. But now, she had long been disappointed in Lord Yi and only had hatred left, so how could she allow her flesh to be defiled by him? What for? Yi Lord's expression was clear and cold, as if he had resumed the indifference of his last life. The long night is long. What else can I do? Yi Lord, you're shameless. Let go of me. Gu Mingyue's silver teeth clenched, but the more she struggled, the harder Yi Lord's arm got instead. Yi Lords, you're hurting me. What's this pain? I'll make you hurt more later. Hearing the quarrel between the two, the Yi family divine hall, Yi Futian and a group of other Yi family elders had a look of playfulness on their faces. Young man, so full of blood. I'm afraid that early tomorrow morning, it won't just be sunlight that shoots on Gu Mingyue's face. Buzz. Until Yi Lord's figure descended from the sky and landed on a sealed place at the back of the Yi family's mountain, directly stepping in. This place was like an out-of-this-world Pure Land, an exclusive cultivation cave for the Yi clan's godchildren. The spiritual haze rose, and the chaotic air flowed and opened, as if heaven and earth had begun to open, and the sun and the moon were reproduced together. The horrifying Taoist rhythms diffused into an auspicious phase of the bells and whistles. Great Tao treasure medicines, 10,000-year ginseng and Ganoderma are all over the place, and there are even some rare immortal flowers in the outside world, blooming with 9 different colors. And in the center of the cave, there was an immortal pool, in which flowed all the ancient precious blood, the 9 heavenly Xian liquid. In an instant, Gu Mingyue felt that her entire body's bloodline was boiling, and even the Nirvana seal showed signs of loosening. It's my Yi clan's ancient immortal pool, a secret cultivation realm unique to the Yi clan's godchildren. Yi Lord looked deeply at Gu Mingyue. Under his eyes was a faint hint of disappointment. Yi Lord, you. At this moment, Gu Mingyue only felt her heart and soul tremble, and suddenly something dawned on her. So, when you asked me to leave the Yi family tomorrow, you actually wanted to bring me here to heal my wounds, or what? Yi Lord sighed lightly. Gu Mingyue, just how shameless and unpleasant am I in your eyes? Gu Mingyue's jade hands were clenched tightly, and for the first time, a hint of nervousness arose in her heart, especially the loss in Yi Lord's eyes actually made her feel a trace of guilt. Yi Lord, this time it's me who misunderstood you. This time? Gu Mingyue, you seem to have misunderstood me more than once or twice as well. Yi Lord suddenly leaned down and looked at the fair and absolutely beautiful face in front of him. How do you plan to compensate me? Yi Lord, don't go too far. Since I am such a shameless person in your eyes, simply today I will be shameless for once. The words fell. Yi Lord made a gesture to kiss down. Immediately scared Gu Mingyue's body twisted. Ripples chaotic trembling. Pretty face hidden red haze rising. You say it, how to compensate, as long as it's not too much words. Oh, then call out to your husband? Dropping. For the first time, the daughter of heaven's destiny has surrendered to the host, rewarding the host with the ability to view a corner of her destiny. Chapter 12 Gu Mingyue's Fateful Corner. Ancestral ground trials opened. Yi Lords, what are you doing? Red candles and tents, soft and fragrant rooms. Gu Mingyue wore a phoenix crown on her head, lightly powdered her head, and was incredibly beautiful. At this moment, her face was horrified as she watched as Lord Yi inserted a palm into her danhai and dug out her innate Dao fetus alive. In an instant, the room was filled with demonic qi, like a party of ancient demonic domains, eroding towards every hole in Gu Mingyue's body. Yi Lords, you wanted my innate Dao child. You could have actually told me. Why did you do this to me? The mist in Gu Mingyue's eyes rose, miserable and desperate. In just a flash, the body of this immortal phoenix empress, a supreme powerhouse, was corrupted into ashes. Yi Lords, don't go too far. With Gu Mingyue's deep cry, the predestined scene in front of Lord Ye's eyes suddenly dissipated into thin air, and he finally understood why. No matter how hard he tried, he failed to reduce Gu Mingyue's wariness and resistance towards him. On the wedding night, live digging of the Taoist fetus. It's not. The most crucial thing was that the Yi Lords of his previous life had similarly cultivated the Devil's Dao technique. Now that he wanted to change Gu Mingyue's perception, he couldn't just cover up the 10,000 transformation demon body and the heaven-swallowing demon technique, but he had to think of a way to make Gu Mingyue accept the secret. Excessive? It seems Akatsuki doesn't realize how much you've hurt me. The damage I've done to you? Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth. Seeing that Yi Lord was about to force a kiss, she immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, can you put me down now?" Puff. Yi Lord shook his head and directly stepped into the immortal pool with Gu Mingyue in his arms. Buzz. A wisp of the aura of the great Tao poured out, and the mist rose, enveloping the two figures. In an instant, the clothes on Gu Mingyue's body were drenched in immortal liquid, clinging tightly to her body and outlining a stunning silhouette. The waves towered. The sharp corners were red. The Tao rhythm in this immortal pool is large, and the spirit waves are white. It should help with your injuries. Meditate and fuse. Yi Lord looked down at the vaguely white and tender greatness of Gu Mingyue's chest and said in a serious manner, "Yi Lord." Gu Mingyue looked indignant and struggled out of Lord Ye's arms, looking about to completely explode. "I'm going to cultivate, so please don't disturb me, ma'am." As the words fell, Lord Yi directly sat down, his blood veins emitting an ear-splitting roar. Behind him, a divine devil silhouette boomed and condensed, crazily devouring the Tao origin of this place, and the god devil particles in his body were rapidly climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,000 particles, a full 30 million pounds of divine power. With such physical strength, not to mention contemporary people, even if a peak Mahayana powerhouse accidentally took a hit, they would be instantly blown away. Oof. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath, barely suppressing the indignation in her heart, and similarly walked to the bank of the immortal pool and sat down. System, primordial ancestral symbol, fusion. At the same time, in Yi Lord's soul sea, a golden divine talisman manifested out of thin air, like a round of ancient divine sun, blossoming with burning light. At this moment, it was like his entire soul sea was filled with this golden light, divine and solid. Time passes. When Lord Ye's eyes opened, a golden light burst out from a pair of double pupils, decimating heaven and earth, and the light of his eyes also gradually fell on the delicate silhouette in front of him. At this time, Gu Mingyue was sitting upright. Her body shape was even more concave and convex. A pair of white and slender jade legs were completely exposed outside the dress, delicate and flawless, just like white jade emitting a glittering glow. Green silk stained in the forehead, neck. There is a kind of indescribable charming enchanting. Waist less than a grip. The upper and lower two reflected more and more round. Vaguely, Yi Lords could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her body, refreshing the heart. 9 heavenly Xian mare body. Lord Yi muttered a word, and the Tao bone in front of his chest suddenly erupted with a bright immortal radiance, enveloping the entire immortal pond. This innate Tao bone of his was near similar to Gu Mingyue's innate Tao fetus. Now, Lord Yi only needed to use the Tao rhythm immortal opportunity in the immortal pool here as well as the innate power in the Tao bone to completely stimulate Gu Mingyue's innate Tao fetus, accompanied by the 9 heavenly Xian mare. This would leave his scent on Gu Mingyue. In the future, no matter where this heavenly fate's daughter went, it would be hard to escape Yi Lord's senses. As a reborn person, Gu Mingyue must have known about the many secret realms of creation in the 3,000 Tao states and even the time of the emergence of these secret realms, those dangerous places. How could Yi Lord let his little petite wife go alone? Jia. On the second day, it was just getting light. The entire Yi family land then resounded with the sound of bells and immortal haze. Yi Lord walked out of the immortal pool, glanced at Gu Mingyue who was still sitting with her eyes closed in it, and directly left the cave, heading towards the ancestral shrine. It was only when his breath completely disappeared and Gu Mingyue's eyelashes fluttered that she slowly opened her eyes. An innate Tao birth. How is it possible? Gu Mingyue frowned lightly, looking down at the golden Tao tire in her danhai with confusion in her eyes. According to her growth trajectory in her previous life, this innate Tao fetus was awakened only after she stepped into the heavenly chance realm and sensed the laws of the great Tao. Why was it that in this life, she had awakened the innate Tao fetus at the divine will realm? Although this immortal pond in front of her was terrifying, restoring her realm to the 3rd level of the divine will in just one night, it was not enough to support the conception of the innate Tao fetus. Could it be that her rebirth had really changed the laws of the great Tao in this realm? If this is the case, well, the character of the Yi Lords and the trajectory of their lives. No way. Gu Mingyue's pretty face was solemn as she forcibly suppressed the distracting thoughts in her heart. She's already died once. Isn't that enough of a lesson? Buzz. With this in mind, Gu Mingyue immediately got up and traveled towards the outside of the cave, quietly leaving the Yi family. If she remembered correctly, at this point in time, that one in ruins divine tomb should be about to come out. In her previous life, she was also in this divine tomb and met a teenager from a small lineage. Although this teenager was ordinary looking, he was extremely talented and was a saint body heavenly pride. On this trip, he even seized a supreme chance in the divine tomb, and has been among the top of the holy state ever since. As long as Gu Mingyue could intercept his chance, he might be able to unseal the nirvana seal faster. At that time, Yi Lords, I will definitely dig out your heart with my own hands to see if it is black or red. Buzz. Meanwhile, before the ancestral shrine, Lord Yi frowned lightly and turned his head to look in the direction of his son's cave. Gu Mingyue was in such a hurry to leave, preferring to give up the spiritual liquid Tao rhythm in the immortal pool, so it was obvious that she had more important things to do. Robbing your fiancé's chance shouldn't be called robbing, right? Since everyone is here, let's get ready to start. As Yi Futian's words fell, in the void above his head, 3 ancient figures could be vaguely seen standing silently. In the next instant, the 3 of them struck out at the same time, striking down 10,000 talismanic patterns, tearing that piece of heaven and earth apart. The golden mist began to rise, only to see a golden avenue falling from the sky, the sound of the Tao roaring, as if it was the same path to sealing the immortals on earth in the time of the ancient world, penetrating the heavens and the earth. Holy road! The eyes of the crowd of Yi family sequence shook, and there was a hidden battle intent boiling in the bottom of their eyes, and their eyes, at that moment, also landed on Lord Yi, as if they were waiting for an order from this divine son of the Yi family. Among them, a young man wearing black clothes with a handsome appearance had a strong battle intent surging in his eyes. Ancestral chi penetrates the body, and Qianquan is yet to be determined. He wanted to crush Lord Yi with his own hands at the top of this holy path, before the 9 veins, and reclaim the position of God's son. Chapter 13 Crazy Batch of Contrasting Yi Linglong. I prove the name of the heavy pupil. You all know the rules. Although the ancestral chi through the body is a supreme chance, able to change one's life against the heavens, but since the beginning of time only one person from my Yi family has stepped onto the top of the sacred path and survived the eternal life thunder punishment. Yi Futian looked deeply at Yi Lord. The person he was talking about was none other than Yi Lord's father. Once the Yi family's well-deserved one heavenly pride, that's why all things must not be forced. Yes, old ancestor. Upon hearing this, the 9 great sequences, including the Yi Lords, the battle intent in their eyes not only didn't have a hint of reduction, but instead became more and more intense. Let's get started then. As Yi Futian's words fell, in the 9 sequences, a green-shirted teenager immediately stepped out, his sword aura roaring under his feet like an out-of-body treasure blade, and he directly stepped towards the holy road. The void, time, and even the pressure of the ancestral realm and the sacred path failed to stop him. In just one moment, he actually climbed up 100 stone steps with ease. It's Yi Xian, the 4th sequence of the Yi family. Yi Xian, Xian Tian sword body, contemporary sword immortal. His sword Dao talent had attracted the appreciation of the holy land of sword cultivation, the Long Yuan sword master, but was decisively rejected by Yi Xian. In Yi Xian's words, he wanted to walk a sword path that was different from the world. Go! Yi Tsang and the others glanced at each other, bowed slightly towards Lord Yi, and headed straight for the holy road. All of a sudden, there were only 3 figures left underneath this golden sacred road. In addition to Lord Yi, there was a man and a woman. The woman was named Yi Linglong, a white dress out of the dust to the extreme. Her face was gentle, with a kind of innate coolness. Her eyes were bright, like 2 magnificent amber-colored jewels, sparkling with a moving light. The green silk spills down and hangs to the waist, revealing the dust and transcendence. Compared to these, Yi Linglong's most fascinating thing was nothing more than the pair of long and straight jade legs, hidden under the white clothes, voluptuous and fat, contrasting with the slender waist, even longer than the lives of some heavenly fate people. The 9 orifices of the heart. This 3rd sequence of the Yi clan, possessing a heart of 9 orifices, was gifted with the ability to understand any technique and divine power when viewed. The remaining person was a youth with a resolute face and a thin figure. On his body, he was wearing a black embroidered cloud tunic. His hair was casually draped behind his head. His body was not considered to be burly, but on the contrary, he gave off an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. The 2nd sequence of the Yi family, Yi Chen. Before Lord Yi had even come into existence, Yi Chen was also seen as the future leader of the Yi family, a truly invincible figure. His desolate ancient sacred body was cursed by the heavenly Tao and sealed for generations due to its powerful battle power. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had risen all the way up by virtue of his tenacious will, battling heaven's pride and defeating the Son of God. An old ancestor of the Yi clan had once asserted that Yi Chen would become the most powerful heavenly pride of the Yi clan in all of eternity without a single one as long as he could break the 5 heavenly shackles. Now, this 2nd sequence of the Yi clan had broken 4 shackles and was close to the 5th shackle that the old ancestor had spoken of. On that day, if it wasn't for Yi Futian's sudden descent and designation of Lord Yi as the Yi clan's divine son, in fact, nearly half of the Yi clan's 9 veins of clan elders would have believed that Yi Chen's battle prowess was the strongest amongst the current generation. After all, it was difficult to truly limit the might of the desolate ancient sacred body with the heavy pupil talent that Yi Lords had awakened. As for Yi Chen's realm, he had reached the astonishing 9th level of the divine wheel. The young supreme, Yi Lords, I'll wait for you at the end of the sacred road. As the words fell, Yi Chen's figure was suddenly like a juvenile true dragon, stepping into the holy path and charging across. Yi Chen is still hanging. The group of Yi family elders sighed tersely and carefully glanced at Yi Futian. Earlier, old ancestor Lin Xian observed the heavens at night and divined a fortune with the earthly Hao Ran. Yi Futian looked calm as he watched the golden figure step towards the peak of the sacred path and muttered, "My Yi family will have a double dragon in this life." Ha! At those words, the eyes of the group of clan elders were slightly austere and seemed to be dazed. Everlasting true dragons, born emperors. If the Yi family really had a double dragon come out, wouldn't that be the birth of two great emperor realms? It's just. Yi Futian sighed lightly, a hint of sadness hidden in the pale pupils of his eyes. Old ancestor Lin Xian still counts. My Yi family's twin dragons are invincible to the world when they are united, and when they are divided, they will exterminate the clan and slaughter the family. What? Godson Yi Lord, are you still not ready to ascend the sacred path? Before the holy road, Yi Linglong's red lips lightly opened, her eyes slyly looking at Yi Lord's. Sister Linglong, let's not be so polite. Yi Lord smiled helplessly. Yi Linglong's lineage was the most special of the Yi family's 9 lineages. They have always adhered to the purity of the Yi bloodline and homogamous marriages. According to the words of Yi Qingshan, the elder of the second Vane clan, the probability of the birth of a returned ancestor bloodline was the highest for a marriage of the same clan. Therefore, in every generation of the Yi family's second lineage, there would almost always be a person with an outstanding heavenly beauty as well as a group of retarded people. And Yi Linglong has had her eye on Lord Yi since she was a little girl, stalking him and molesting him in every way. Little brother Yi Lord, quickly let sister take a look. Have you grown up? In an instant, the bland elegance on Yi Linglong's face completely dissipated, and in her pair of amber-eye pupils was an undisguised greed. You're now a divine son of the Yi family, but my sister is loyal to you. If you don't believe me, you can check me out. Saying that, Yi Linglong even hugged Yi Lord's arm with both hands, spitting orchids around his ears and gently rubbing them. Sister Linglong, as you know, I'm engaged. Yi Lord sighed lightly. Who would have thought that Yi Linglong, the third sequence of the hallowed Yi family, who was elegant and cold on the outside, and was regarded as a dream goddess by countless saints and godchildren of the holy state, would be such a contrast behind the scenes. What's wrong with being engaged? Aren't you still married? Besides, even if you are married, can't you still find a few concubines? Sister will have a lot of potential. Let's have an in-depth exchange when we have time. Sister Linglong, let's ascend the sacred road. As the words fell, Yi Lord rubbed his forehead and didn't even give Yi Linglong a chance to continue opening her mouth as she directly walked towards the holy road. Humph. Little Lord Yi, can you hide from the first day but not the 15th? Sooner or later, my sister will push you and bite you hard. Yi Linglong gave a flirtatious smile, straightened her hair, and resumed her usual coolness. Buzz. As the two of them stepped onto the holy road one after the other, an appalling pressure immediately dropped down, as if 100,000 mountains were falling at the same time. In Lord Ye's eyes, such a pressure was really not worth mentioning, and with a swimming dragon running under his feet, he directly crossed over Yi Ru and the others, heading straight to the top of the mountain. This kind of speed immediately drew a shock, until a tall battle puppet in silver armor appeared in front of Yi Lord's before his footsteps came to a standstill. Before the battle puppets, Yi Xian, Yi Tsong, and the others all looked grave, and were slow to make a move. At this moment, they were able to sense that the realm of this war puppet was at the peak of the divine wheel. In the entire Yi family's contemporary era, except for Yi Chun who had already crossed this place, I am afraid that no one would be able to battle this puppet. Divine Son Yi Lord, why don't a bunch of us Yi clan celestials join forces and break this road-guarding battle puppet? Yi Xian held a bronze ancient sword in his hand, sword chi surrounding him, and turned his head to look at Yi Lord Dao. Upon hearing this, Lord Yi shook his head and said with an indifferent expression, what kind of heavenly pride are you guys? At this moment, his eyes, crossing over the crowd, landed on the black clothes at the end of the holy road. Of the Yi family's 9 veins, the only one who was qualified to fight with Lord Yi was Yi Chen. This time, he's going to prove the name of the heavy pupil. Chapter 14. A ray of light calms the Mahayana. Heavy pupils are truly invincible. Yi Lord, Yi Xian's teeth were clenched tightly, and the palm of his hand holding the sword kept trembling. With his sword Dao talent, no one in the entire sacred state had ever dared to underestimate him so much. I don't count as a pride? I, Yi Xian, the 4th sequence of the Yi family, the contemporary sword immortal, am actually not considered a heavenly pride in the eyes of Lord Yi? Buzz. Right at this moment, Lord Yi made a move, only to see his fist slam down. 3,000 divine and demonic particles roared and shook. A shocking wave of power directly shattered the void into pieces. The body of that one silver-armored battle puppet was even instantly exploded, and was actually shattered by Yi Lord's punch. Heaven and earth are silent. All of the Yi family sequence eyes looked at the white-clothed figure that was gradually walking away in horror, and there was a strong flash of shock and incredulity in the bottom of their eyes. I'm not considered a heavenly pride. Even Yi Xian, at this moment, couldn't help but gulp and mutter. With his divine will 3rd level realm, coupled with the Xian heavenly sword body, decapitating a divine will 5th level was no big deal. However, facing such a peak divine will battle puppet, he simply did not have any room to fight back, and with just one punch, Yi Lord called all the Yi family sequences present to recognize the gap between them. I'll give you time to catch up until you're out of sight. Yi Tsong, how does your physical strength compare to that of a divine son? Yi Linglong suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Tsong. In the pupils of her eyes was a touch of fascination and adoration. Originally, she had thought that Yi Lord's most powerful was the heavy pupil talent. Nowadays, it seems that the flesh of this Yi family's divine son is also bonkers hard. Such strength of flesh, in one day, shall not be 3 days. Ah, me, Yi Tsong coldly snorted, looking disdainful and domineering. Just when the crowd thought that this Tsong Tian hegemony body was going to pretend to be more than he was, they saw him suddenly tilt his head back to look at Lord Ye's back and said in a low tone, "What do I count as? I'm not even as good as a dangling hair of the divine son." Ha! At those words, not only Yi Linglong, the faces of the 7 major sequences present simultaneously froze, revealing a bitter smile. Was this still the reckless Yi Tsong who defied heaven and earth in their impression? If Yi Linglong remembered correctly, Yi Tsong had had a battle with Yi Chen back then. As a result, Yi Chen smashed 18 of his ribs and froze without exchanging a word from Yi Tsong to soften and beg for forgiveness. Now this hegemonic body successor had taken the initiative to compare himself to a dangling hair of Yi Lord Godson? Hiss, rumble. Right at this moment, a sudden roar came from the top of the sacred Tao. Only a gold-armored war puppet was seen treading from the sky, holding a golden war halberd that was several feet in length. It stood horizontally on the holy road, like a golden mountain on one side. A halberd was drawn out, and it even directly drew Yi Chen's figure out of a distance of 100 feet. Mahayana war puppet. Yi Chen's eyes were slightly austere as he looked up towards the 9 white jade bushels at the end of the sacred path, a hint of excitement hidden in the bottom of his eyes. These 9 bushels represent the ancestral Qi inheritance of the 9 Yi clan ancestors. It was said that there had been a Yi family's heavenly pride who had used ancestral Qi to penetrate his body, and his sacred bone had metamorphosed into a supreme divine bone, invincible in the world. If Yi Chen wanted to truly crush Lord Yi and reclaim the position of the Yi clan's divine son, the only way to do so was to break the 5th shackle of the desolate ancient sacred body. This Mahayana war puppet in front of him had unrivaled battle power and was flawless. Even though Yi Chen had tried several methods, he was still unable to cross this place. Tada! Just as he was pondering inwardly, a low footstep suddenly came from behind him. Yi Chen's eyes trembled lightly as he slowly turned his head, his eyes suddenly condensing. At this moment, he saw that the familiar white-clothed figure stepped forward and walked straight past him towards the Mahayana war puppet. This scene once again drew an outcry from the surrounding heaven and earth. All the Yi clan elders and sequences had a touch of shock and nervousness in their eyes, especially Yi Futian. His brows were lightly furrowed, a hint of depth hidden on his pale face. This Mahayana war puppet was not simply to test the strength of the 9 Veins heirs. The Yi family's divine son certainly had a high status, but if he wanted to truly lead the Yi family to the peak of the holy state and even the 3,000 Dao states, he would not be able to do so without the support and embrace of the other 8 Veins. And this Mahayana puppet was simply not something that the current generation could fight against, requiring the 9 lineage heirs to work together with one mind. But looking at Yi Lord's actions at this moment, it seemed that he had no intention of joining forces with Yi Chen at all. Buzz! As a roar resounded, it was seen that the Mahayana war puppet once again swung out a halberd and swept towards Lord Yi. The ghastly golden radiance suppressed the void with layers of waves, as if it had punched through the domain. The force contained in this halberd had almost reached the terrifying level of 20 million pounds. Even the crowd of Tianji elders had a dense palpitation under their eyes. Right at this moment, a wisp of divine and terrifying light patterns suddenly surfaced in Lord Ye's heavy pupils. The golden light was radiant and divine. In an instant, that piece of emptiness was completely fixed, and with just one palm extended, he actually held that golden halberd in his hand. Click! In an instant, the holy path beneath his feet was collapsing, cracks running through it. On the contrary, at this time, the Yi Lords did not move at all. Their white clothes shook, and actually really blocked this Mahayana attack by virtue of a ray of eye light. Yi Lord Godson. At this moment, the entire Yi family was dead silent. Countless Yi family proud girls' bodies trembled, unconsciously opening their mouths, lips, all of which had crystals flowing from them. Buzz! Before the crowd could react, they saw light patterns flowing in the pupils of Lord Ye's eyes once again, like 2 rounds of epical vortexes. Heavy pupils, eternal banishment. 10,000 feet of golden radiance poured from the sky, vast and majestic, containing the most ancient and terrifying power of time. And the void where the Mahayana puppet was located instantly rippled with a circle of bizarre ripples, as if a spacetime channel had opened up. In the next instant, its figure unexpectedly and bizarrely disappeared directly in front of everyone's eyes, without a sound. Gollum! Heaven and earth are silent. Amidst the awe and shock of the crowd, that white-clothed figure finally took a step out and stood at the top of the sacred path, white clothes brimming with clouds. At this moment, ye lords, like a beam of light, deeply inserted into the deepest part of the Yi clan people's mind and body. Who says the heavy pupil is inferior to the holy body? Gradually, the eyes of the crowd fell on the peak of the sacred road, above the black and white juvenile figures, their eyes gradually fervent. Yi family twin dragons, desolate ancient sacred body battle heavy pupils. This battle was not only a battle for the divine son to prove his name, but also concerned the Yi family's pattern for the next 100,000 years. Chapter 15 A man's karma is added to my body. How can? Yi Chen's brows tightened as he looked at the war puppet on the ground that had long since lost a single ripple of spiritual might, and his palms gradually tightened. At this moment, his Tao heart was similarly shocked by Lord Yi. With the might of his saint body, he was not yet able to resist that one Mahayana war puppet, but Lord Yi used only a single eye light to completely confine it and tear it apart? I'll give you a chance. Ancestral chi through the body. Yi lords looked indifferent and said in a calm tone, "What?" At those words, Yi Chen's eyes trembled. Never having been treated with such contempt, it was just that with his current strength, it was indeed difficult to defeat Lord Yi, and the only way to do so was to unlock the fifth sacred body shackle. Yi Chen took a deep breath and stepped straight up to the top of the mountain, heading towards one of the white jade bushes. Rumble! A terrifying thunderclap suddenly came from the end of the sky dome, only to see a golden thunder splitting down from the sky, like a divine waterfall pouring down, instantly enveloping Yi Chen's body. In the next instant, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the skin on Yi Chen's body actually crumbled into many cracks. Between the spattering of blood, Yi Chen's miserable screams immediately spread throughout the entire Yi family land. This scene once again caused the crowd of Yi family sequences to look away, with a look of bitter palpitations on their faces. As the second sequence of the Yi family, Yi Chen's desolate ancient sacred body was a truly forbidden body, shackled by the heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, under this holy path lightning punishment, he only lasted for 3 breaths of time before his flesh was nearly blown to pieces. Can't even Yi Chen's desolate ancient saint body work? Before the ancestral shrine, a group of Yi family elders sighed lightly, and there was a look of loss under their eyes. I don't believe it. As a furious shout came, 9 golden shackles suddenly surfaced around Yi Chen's body. The great Tao roared, and at this moment, the entire sky above the Yi family seemed to be resounding with the sound of the Tao, shaking the Sunghai Sea. Click! In the crowd's shocked eyes, 4 of those 9 shackles actually shattered with a bang, and Yi Chen's aura, even more so, suddenly climbed, vaguely showing signs of breaking through the Mahayana. What was even more terrifying was that on his skin all over his body, an ancient and reckless divine pattern began to emerge. Mountains and rivers, ancient queens and divine palaces, like an epical scroll unfolding on Yi Chen. At this moment, the aura of the entire heaven and earth was converging towards his body, colliding with that piece of sacred path thunder punishment. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he looked up at the terrifying robber cloud, pondering, if Yi Chen was unable to withstand this thunder punishment quenching, I'm afraid that none of the remaining Yi family sequence would be able to bear it down even more. Puff! As a muffled grunt came from Yi Chen, the desolate ancient phantasm above his head shattered, and was about to be annihilated by the thunderbolt. No! One could only see his eyes widen angrily, golden lines bursting out, and underneath his eyes was a flash of true fear and despair. The desolate ancient phantasm had shattered, and he no longer had the power to resist this thunderbolt. Buzz! Right at this moment, in the void above Yi Chen's head, a slender palm suddenly poked out, tearing through the layers of thunder, and gripping his shoulder, yanking him out of that white jade bushel. At that instant, the thundercloud divine punishment in this place came to a bizarre standstill. Yi Chen's throat rolled as he turned his head to look at the white-robed, upright figure behind him, and in the bottom of his eyes was a deep and complex color. Thanks a lot. Well, Yi Lord looked indifferent and suddenly took a step towards the first white jade bushel. Yi Lord's divine son. Yi Chen clenched his teeth and sighed softly. This divine punishment not only quenches the physical body, but also erodes the divine soul. Upon hearing this, Lord Yi nodded gently and did not say anything more as he directly stood on top of the first futon. In the next instant, in the eyes of the crowd of Yi clan powerhouses and sequence shockers, he actually took a step towards the second bushel once again, and then, the third bushel, the fourth bushel, until, an immortal radiance lit up on all 9 white jade bushels, and the aura of the entire holy road suddenly became incomparably violent. Rumble! between the heavens and the earth, thunder clouds gathered, and golden thunder coiled in the void, like an ancient divine dragon that was brewing a world-destroying calamity and punishment. What is Lord Yi doing? He triggered the 9 ancestral chi inheritances and the 9 thunderbolt divine punishments at the same time. Crazy. Yi Lord is crazy. Even Yi Chen, at this moment, had a flash of intense horror in the pupils of his eyes. With his desolate ancient saint body, it was still difficult to resist even a single lightning punishment, and Yi Lord was actually invoking the 9 tribulation punishment body at the same time at this moment? Not bad for a man I've got my eye on. Yi Linglong was the only one with a clear face and red lips lifted up, revealing a touch of crazy stubborn and charming arc. Rumble. As the first golden divine thunderbolt fell down, the entire Saint Tao collapsed and shattered. Immediately after that, a divine thunder was like a divine dragon from the ancient times, piercing through the void and falling towards Yi Lord's head. 9 great thunder punishments. 9 heavenly robberies. In an instant, the surrounding ancient forests and mountains, and the pavilions and temples were shattered alive and turned into pieces. As for Lord Ye's figure, it was instantly annihilated by this volatile thunder punishment and disappeared into the sky dome. Lordy. Yi Lord, Yi Zhantian and the others' faces changed drastically, and just as they were about to take a step forward, their eyes suddenly condensed, as if they had seen something unbelievable. At this moment, they saw that in that golden sea of thunder, a ray of clear radiance suddenly rose, great Tao divine sounds rose and fell, and in an instant, thousands of visions covered the sky, the great phoenix and the true dragon and the auspiciousness of the first appearance. Billions of miles of mountains and rivers in the Yi clan's land suddenly had purple chi coming from the east, and innate Tao rhythms rose and fell. Among them, a white-robed and upright figure stepped out, standing under the thousands of thunder punishments, his body covered with a leisurely Taoist rhythm, the Dharma phase of heaven and earth. On its chest, a wisp of innate Tao light vaguely blossomed, suppressing the Shenhuang Wanshu. All causes and effects, add them all to my body, all of them shatter for me. Only a low drinking voice was heard resounding through the sky, and that wisp of innate clear radiance surged leisurely, just like the light of the heavens, tearing that thundercloud apart alive. It is. At this moment, the entire Yi family was once again in a frenzy, and Yi Futian and Yi Zhantian even looked at each other, with what seemed to be a dawning realization in the bottom of their eyes, filled with endless surprise and shock. With the body of a mortal, he shouldered the 9 ancestral calamities. Buzz. Deep within the Yi family's land, a strand of vast true chi suddenly rose up, sealing the heavens and covering up all phenomena. This aura, it's the 8 ancestors. Heaven and earth are silent. Everyone looked at the white-clothed figure that stood above the celestial dome, looking at his white clothes that were as awe-inspiring as an immortal, and there was a touch of heartfelt awe and devotion on their faces. The innate Taoist bone. It turned out that the demonic variant of the Yi family that had awakened a supreme talent earlier was actually none other than the Yi Lord Godson. Buzz. At the same time, on the 9 white jade bushes, there were suddenly immortal patterns and ancestral chi revived. Yi family sequence. Follow me. Ancestral chi through the body. Yi Lord looked indifferent as his figure descended from the sky and landed on top of the most central futon. At those words, whether it was Yi Chen or Yi Xian and the others, their complexion was aghast, and their mouths gradually opened wide, as if they had eaten a large amount of gene. Especially Yi Linglong was even more excited. Her whole body trembled. A touch of redness rose on her white and absolutely beautiful pretty face. Her eyes were mesmerized, like a crazy batch. At this moment, the Leaf Lord was in her head, the old sufferer, son of God. In the next instant, all of them did not dare to have a single moment of hesitation at all, and they all stepped out and sat on top of the futon, letting that strand of arcane ancestral chi run through their fleshly bodies, cleansing their marrow and bones, and casting their divine aptitude again. Chapter 16 Yi Family's Divine Son, coming out today. Yi Family, a great age is coming. Yi Futian and the others looked excited, looking at the 9 sequences sitting in unison at the end of the holy road. Their palms clenched their cages. At this moment, the last trace of unwillingness in the hearts of the Yi family's 9 veins, all the clan elders and powerhouses, completely dissipated. Ancestral chi through the body, through heavenly chances. Now, with his own strength and mortal body, Lord Yi had resisted the 9 divine punishments, opened the 9 inheritances, and led the 9 vein sequence to ask for the pinnacle of the sacred path together. Such a divine son, who would not love it? Why would the Yi family worry about not prospering? Pass the order down. Yi family land, within 30,000 miles, living beings retreat. Yi Zhantian took a deep breath and turned his head openly to look at the other 8 clan elders. Prepare a decree of the heavenly Tao and notify the 3,000 Tao states that my Yi family's divine son is coming out today. Rumble, heaven and earth quake. The terrifying Tao sound was like a bell ringing, and the divine might was terrifying. Deep within the Yi family grounds, a golden legal decree rose up, reflecting the heavens above and the Songhai below. the entire 3000 Dao prefecture suddenly set off a shocking clamor. Countless immortal sect ancient races, old ancestors and holy ancestors all crawled out from the great halls in dirt, looking up at the legal decree that covered the entire sacred state, with a touch of genuine scorn in their eye pupils. Yi family imperial decree. In the center of the sacred state, a young man wearing a golden emperor's robe stood in front of a heavenly divine city with his hands in the air, overlooking the entire land of the sacred state. The pupils of his eyes, a pure golden color, were like two rounds of suns, and the divine patterns flowed between opening and closing, and the Dharma was heavenly. Behind him, there stood an old man with black clothes and black hair and a pale face, coughing lightly from time to time. Elder Lu, I remember the last time the Yi family's imperial decree appeared was 30,000 years ago, right? The gold-robed youth shook his head and smiled. On a fair and handsome face was a faint trace of profoundness. His looks were extremely beautiful, with sword brows and divine eyes, red lips and white teeth, and a natural languid temperament. Yi Ching-song. The black-robed old man slowly nodded his head and only said a name, but in the pale pupils of his eyes was a touch of palpitations that could not be concealed. The Yi family's imperial decree, symbolized by the Son of God. After a lapse of 30,000 years, the everlasting Yi family actually had another divine son of the 9 veins in common. At this moment, he still clearly remembered that the white-clothed, peerless figure that had almost killed all of the heavenly pride of the 9 states. Gollum, Elder Lu, send someone with a generous gift to the Yi family to congratulate them. The gold-robed youth stretched his waist, and unlike the shock and nervousness of all the sect forces in the 3000 Dao prefecture, at this moment, his face still had a cloudy look on it as he turned around and headed towards the center of the divine city. Oh, and by the way, tell the God Emperor to come back here sometime, just to say, I have something to ask. Yes. The black-robed old man bowed and watched as that one golden-robed teenager walked into the divine palace and disappeared. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before stepping directly in the direction of the Yi family. Time passes. After 7 days had passed, there was suddenly a starlight at the end of the holy path that roared. One could only see the 9 divine stars rising slowly into the air, suspended in the sky, blossoming with a biting and brilliant silver-white divine radiance. As for Yi Xingqian's aura, it also climbed steeply at this moment, and even directly crossed the threshold of the Sea of Souls, stepping into the divine wheel realm. It's done. I've done it. The star god wheel. Ha 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 ha. Rumble. Immediately after that, Yi Ru and Yi Qinghuang similarly had Dharma phases standing on top of their heads, and their spirit patterns swam around as they all stepped into the divine wheel realm. This realm was already the division between heavenly pride and demons in the 3000 Dao state. Among the current generation, all those who were able to step into the divine will realm were all immortal sect heirs and ancient clan young masters. Gradually, the Yi family sequences awakened one after another from the ancestral qi through the body, especially Yi Linglong, Yi Xian, whose realm had reached the 9th level of the divine wheel, the young supreme. What's more, their holy bodies and bloodlines were even purer and more refined by this ancestral qi, with some minor accomplishments. Click. Right at this moment, the heavenly Dao shackle outside of Yi Chen's body suddenly emitted a bizarre shattering sound. In the next instant, a vast divine radiance swept across the heavens, and a heavenly Dharma phase stood at the end of the heavens and earth, 10,000 feet huge, as if it could easily tear apart the ages. Desolate God statue. The crowd of Yi family elders cried out in shock, their expressions shaken. With their realms, they all had a sense of trepidation in front of this desolate God statue. It was hard to imagine how powerful Yi Chen would be once he had broken the 9 shackles of the desolate ancient saint body, worthy of being a true dragon of the Yi family. Yi Futian sighed tersely, his heart filled with hope. Now that the 9 major sequences of the Yi family were simultaneously ancestral qi penetrating the body, the talent metamorphosis was unique in the ages. Such a miracle was both a symbol of the Yi family's fortune and an opportunity to break the eternal life family and become the master of the 3000 Dao states. He's not a true dragon of the Yi family. Right at this moment, a low and gentle voice suddenly came from the ancestral shrine, only to see a thin old man dressed in white with snow-white hair step out, hale and hearty, elegant and easygoing. There wasn't a trace of holy might on his body, favoring a sense of vastness and endlessness that was not to be glimpsed. Greetings to the 8 ancestors. In an instant, all the strongest members of the Yi clan present bowed and drank with a solemn expression. Yi Linxian, the 8th ancestor of the Yi family, the first of the Hao Ran lineage. It is said that this Linxian old ancestor did not cultivate before the age of 1000 years, read all day long, in the mountains of books and the sea of learning to realize the great Tao, and from then on, step by step, became one of the Yi family 9 ancestors. What Yi Linxian is best at is geomancy and divination, and deducing the changes in the heavens. Yi Chen is not a true dragon of the Yi family? At those words, Yi Futian and the others' eyes trembled as they looked at each other. In the entire Yi family, other than Lord Yi, it was Yi Chen who had the strongest talent and the highest realm. If he's not the true dragon of the Yi family, who is? The other true dragon of the Yi clan is not among the Yi clan. Yi Linxian sighed lightly, tilting his head to look at the 9 young upright bodies at the peak of the holy road, with a hidden melancholy in the bottom of his eyes. Nodded yes? A group of Yi family elders murmured, and suddenly, as if they had thought of something, their eyes suddenly condensed. Is it hard to be in that vein? Old ancestor, clan master. Right at this moment, a Yi clan elder suddenly swept in from the distant sky dome. Outside the clan lands, there are many elders from immortal sect and ancient clans who have come to pay their respects. If you can't get out of the Yi family grounds within 10 breaths, you'll be killed without pardon. Yi Linxian's expression was bland and his voice shook the 8 directions. At that instant, a killing momentum boiled up and swept over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Who would have thought that this elegant-looking Yi family's 8th ancestor would have such a murderous heart? Rumble. Just at the moment Yi Linxian's words fell, Yi Chen's figure also slowly rose, standing side by side with the other 7 Yi clan sequences, looking in awe at the white-robed figure that was still receiving the ancestral qi through its body. At this moment, they saw that in Lord Ye's chest, a white jade Dao bone was emitting a glowing radiance, like an ancient world was being projected. Hiss. Yi Tsung frowned lightly and suddenly poked his head out, rubbing his eyes vigorously and staring at the Yi Lord's chest with a dumbfounded expression. Why is the divine bone of the divine sun bubbling with ebony light? Chapter 17 Yi family's 10th vein, the legendary hidden vein. Dang! Just at the moment Yi Tsung's words fell, he felt a divine force pressing down from the sky. Before he could react, his entire body was whacked to the ground raw, baring his teeth in pain. Yi Chen's expression was cold, and he coldly glanced at the few remaining Yi family sequences. In the future, if anyone dares to disrespect the divine sun, I, Yi Chen, will be the first to say no. For Yi Chen, not only did the Yi Lord save his life, but they also crushed him with their absolute talent and battle prowess. Of course, what truly made Yi Chen know was Lord Ye's great righteousness. This Yi clan's divine son, with his own strength, opened the 9 inheritances and led the 9 sequences to receive the ancestral qi inheritance together. Such breadth of mind and boldness caused Yi Chen to identify with Lord Ye's divine son status from the bottom of his heart. Buzz. As a buzzing sound resounded, Lord Ye's eyes suddenly opened, and spiritual radiance burst out. In an instant, the void in front of him was strangely distorted, and above Lord Ye's sternum, an ebony divine pattern rose up, transforming into a chaotic god devil, with his feet on the sky and his back on the Xiandi. At this moment, the entire Yi clan's great Dao divine rhythm was boiling and the Dao sounds were roaring. The sternum breeds gods and devils. This is innate qi. Yi Linxian and the others' eyes trembled as they turned their heads openly to look beyond the Yi clan's grounds. 10 breaths have arrived. In the next instant, his figure abruptly disappeared from his original spot and appeared 10,000 miles away. Yi Zhu, only to see that the 2 immortal sect ancestors looked horrified and flopped on their knees, looking panicked, and Yi Linxian didn't even have half a word of nonsense. His palm probed out. His palm looked like it was holding the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, shattering the flesh and souls of the 2 quasi-saintly powerhouses, the innate Taoist bone. No wonder, with his divine mechanical arithmetic he had not even seen who had caused the heaven and earth anomaly a few days ago. It turned out that what Lord Yi had awakened wasn't any immortal bone or emperor bone at all, but a true innate Dao bone. Such a talent could no longer be described as terrifying, but was truly unique in the ages. These immortal lords and saint lords in front of them, some of them were there to climb up to the Yi family, but others were there to spy on the Yi family's divine son. To Yi Linxian, they didn't make any difference, just kill them all. Rumble. At the end of the holy road, Yi Lord slowly got up and looked at the 8 Yi family sequences in front of him. Not a single ripple was visible on his face. Greetings to the Son of God. Yi Chen's heart and soul trembled. It was difficult to resist even a ray of the Yi Lord's eyes, and he bowed in unison with the other 7 major sequences, paying homage towards the Yi Lord. Drops. Congratulations to the host for breaking the plot setting and obtaining the Yi family's 8 sequences of sincere submission, rewarding the manifestation demon body's 2nd transformation and awakening the manifestation demon domain. That's okay? Yi Lord's face froze as he looked at the system interface in front of him, obviously a little surprised. Host, Lord Yi. Realm, 7th level of the Divine Wheel. Identity, Divine Son of the Yi family. Fabrics, Star Dharma Robe, Supreme Artifact. Ancestral Symbol of the Great Beginning, Immortal Artifact. Feats, Zhou Tian Diffraction, Immortal Scripture. Tai Ching Yu Longbu, Supreme Law. God and Demon Immortality Scripture Awakening 5.000 God and Demon Particles, Supreme Law. Talent Aptitude, Heavy Pupil, Reversing Time and Space. Innate Dao Bone, Heavenly Robbing Light. Wanhua Demon Body, first turn Wanhua Soul Seal, second turn Wanhua Demon Domain. Obviously, the benefits of this ancestral qi through the body were equally great for Lord Yi. The reason why he shared the creation to the other sequences of the Yi family was naturally to gather people's hearts and gain their recognition and submission. As a divine son of the Yi family, only if the contemporary unification of the Yi family was strong would they be able to deal with the next great catastrophe of heaven and earth, the great world on earth. And all Yi lords had to do was to always be better than all of them, and there would be no need to worry about them betraying. Divine son, I have an unfavorable request. Yi Chen took a deep breath and suddenly raised his head to look at Lord Yi, a touch of wariness surging in the bottom of his eyes. I want to take a look at the gap with the divine son. Although Yi Chen knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for Lord Yi, however, he still longed to fight with Lord Yi, not for status or honor, but only to prove the Tao. Oh, Yi Lord nodded gently, his expression always calm. Make your move, godson. I want you to exert your full power. Yi Chen bowed, and the heavenly Tao shackles descended with a bang. The entire heavens and earth were suddenly illuminated into a brilliant, boiling golden light. Click, click, click. As the sound of the 5 shackles shattering came, Yi Chen's entire aura began to climb, with his head in the Dharma phase and his feet in the divine radiance. In the next instant, he probed out with a fist, and golden light ran through the miles, condensing into an ancient Dharma seal, desolate ancient sacred seal, one seal to subdue heaven and earth. Rumble. In an instant, the entire holy path shattered completely, and a terrifying pressure of the 9th level of the divine will boiled over, sending Yi Xian, Yi Linglong, and the others flying out alive. It was horrible. After completely breaking the 5th heavenly Tao shackle, Yi Chen's desolate ancient sacred body had already stepped into the small completion realm, a truly invincible posture. Exercise your full power? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised and he helplessly shook his head, only to see his palms clench violently. The 3,000 god-devil particles hummed and revived, and the god-devil shadow above his head descended into the heavens and earth, confronting that one desolate holy statue from afar. In the next instant, the two attacks blatantly collided, while the expression on Yi Chen's face almost instantly froze. Click. In an instant, that ancient sacred seal shattered completely, turning into a sky full of golden light that spilled out in a splendid manner. As for Yi Chen's figure, he even directly fell down from the end of the holy road and fell to the ground and fainted. The entire heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. It was only in response to this that a group of Yi family powerhouses had already become accustomed to it, not to mention the desolate ancient sacred body. Right now, even if Yi Lords knocked out his grandfather, Yi Zhantian, with one punch, the Yi family's crowd wouldn't find it strange. Only Yi Tsong, with a solemn expression, sked and marveled. Hey, the desolate ancient sacred body is indeed powerful. I never thought of this trick of falling down and sleeping. Godson Yi Lord, I have some cultivation matters that I would like to ask you for advice. I wonder if Godson has time tonight. Linglong would like to sandwich the welcome then. Yi Linglong's red lips pursed. Her pretty face was pure, but her eyes were an undisguised flirtatiousness, like a pool of spring water with amazing waves. Lords, right at this moment, the two Yi family ancestors, Yi Linxian and Yi Futian, came from the void and landed in front of the Yi Lords. Both of their pale eyes had a glint of admiration in them. Lord Sun, this is my Yi family's 8th ancestor Yi Linxian, the originator of the Haoran lineage, and this is 9th ancestor Yi Futian, the originator of the hegemonic body lineage. Yi Zhantian made a wink towards Yi Lords, straightened his back, and introduced in a deep voice, greetings to the two elder ancestors. Yi Lord bowed, his expression humble and gentle as jade. This scene, moreover, caused the two Yi family ancestors to gently nod their heads and look at Lord Yi with an increasingly satisfied look. There's no need to be polite, Lord Child. There's one thing I think I'd better remind you of. Yi Lintian sighed lightly, his eyes gradually solemnizing down. Actually, my Yi family is not 9 veins, but 10 veins. Chapter 18 Familiar Routine. Black Silk Sexy Big Sister in the Ring? In addition to the 9 veins of my Yi clan, there is actually a site of hidden veins, which are inherited from the first blood of the patriarch of my Yi clan. Yi Linxian nodded gently and looked deeply at Lord Yi. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord instantly understood the deeper meaning of Yi Lintian's words. This party's hidden lineage has always been passed down single-handedly and doesn't have too many clansmen. And back then, your father fought with the heirs of this lineage for the position of godson and severely injured them, thus causing them to harbor a grudge and leave the Yi clan. A few days ago I watched the sky at night. See, my Yi family has a black and a gold 2 real dragons present. 2 dragons if the merger. Then my Yi parents flourish. 2 dragons compete, is bound to be the clan broken. As Yi Linxian's words fell, a flash of surprise immediately flashed across the faces of the surrounding Yi family sequence, apparently also hearing the words of hidden veins for the first time. The true dragon of the Yi family? In an instant, a teenage figure appeared in Yi Lord's mind. Ye Fan. Although this Yi family's teenager was not in the place of sequence, however, He was the only person of the Yi family's heavenly destiny, naturally one of the true dragons. As for that black dragon, if Lord Yi expected it well, it should represent evil and destruction, naturally referring to himself. However, listening to Yi Linxian, he was afraid that he thought that the true dragon was hiding in the hidden vein of the Yi family. Lord's son, I will send someone to find the person with the hidden vein. I hope you. Don't worry, old ancestor. I know what to do. When we find the hidden vein trail, please let old ancestor know. I will personally go find them. Yi Lord's expression was gentle, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the distant dome of the sky, his heavy pupils changing. At this moment, he could see that not far away from the Yi clan's land, there seemed to be a ray of golden radiance rising up, creating thousands of things, and Gu Mingyue's scent happened to be in that direction. Really? The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly as he bowed slightly towards the group of Yi clan's old and powerful ancestors. Ancestors, I'm going to leave the Yi clan for a period of time. As the words fell, he turned straight around and swept towards where Gu Mingyue was. Previously, he had guessed that Gu Mingyue must have other plans for leaving the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty at this time. As a reborn person, she knew the secret realms of the 3000 Dao states like the back of her hand, and would definitely try to rob the creation therein. And what Lord Yi had to do was to follow Gu Mingyue's footsteps closely and find where these secret realms were. Then, as long as he gifted these secret realm creations to Gu Mingyue, not only would he be able to rip off this female emperor's petite wife, but he would also be able to receive unexpected surprises. As for the Yi family's hidden vein, according to the plot, what happened to this vein also seemed to fit the setting of the heavenly fate. As to whether they could return to the Yi family, it depended on their value. Buzz. Meanwhile, the northwest of the holy state, only Gu Mingyue, dressed in a large red phoenix suit, stood at the top of a barren mountain, looking out at a mountain with a bright golden light in the distance. In her previous life, this was where she had met the teenager called Lin Chen and had witnessed him break through from the 7th level of the Soul Sea to the 5th level of the Divine Will realm overnight. Although Gu Mingyue did not know what kind of chance he had obtained. However, this time, she would definitely keep an eye on Lin Chen and rob the creation of this place. The commotion here quickly attracted many nearby clans. One could only see a figure descending from the sky and landing under the ancient mountain, all with a touch of intense greed under their eyes. Above the void, a golden sedan carriage was quietly suspended, with curtains hanging down, reflecting a delicate and peerless figure in it. A single figure alone revealed unparalleled dignity. Around the golden carriage, there were also several guards in golden armor following, with a majestic and sullen breath. Even further away, a white-haired old man stood with his arms folded, his expression indifferent as he coldly looked down at the crowd of clan prides below. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be really good at finding the place where my Yin-Ru ancient sect's founding ancestor fell. Among them, a blonde-haired youth grinned, and the golden armor outside his body was brilliant and radiant like the sun. Beside him, there stood a young man dressed in grey cloth with an ordinary appearance, the very same Lin Chen that Gu Mingyue had said had seized the creation of this place. Sir Lin Chen, can we head to the Yin Ruins ancient tomb now? Behind the curtain, a cool and melodious voice came out, instantly causing Lin Chen's eyes to flinch as he slightly shook his head. Saintus Ruemeng, wait on it. It's not the best time to open the ancient tomb yet. Lin Chen, if we wait any longer I'm afraid that all the clan heirs from the entire sacred state will be attracted. The blonde-haired youth frowned lightly with a brash expression. His name was Ji Wuwa, the cousin of Yin Market Holy Maiden Ji Rumeng, and he similarly occupied the status of a true disciple in the Yin Market ancient sect. If Lord Hostolus has a way to break the restrictions outside the ancient tomb, then it would be good to go. Lin Chen turned an ancient stone ring on his finger and said in an indifferent tone, "You." At those words, Ji Wuwa's teeth clenched, but was stopped by a look from Ji Rumeng. Then listen to Mr. Lin Chen and wait for a while. To Ji Rumeng, a person from the Sea of Souls was like an ant, but Lin Chen had already proved that he did have a way to find the ancestral tomb. At a time like this, Ji Rumeng was not willing to turn her back on him for fear of missing out on the ancestors' inheritance in the tomb. Little dust, when you enter the Yin Ruins ancient tomb later on, don't rush to the main hall first. First help me to find that Yin Yang divine marrow, and when my cultivation recovers a little bit, I will be able to help you to seize that heavenly divine treasure in it. Right at this moment, a soft and gentle female voice suddenly came from Lin Chen's soul sea. Lin Chen, on the other hand, nodded silently, a hint of cunning hidden in the bottom of his eyes. The reason why he had informed Ji Rumeng of the secret of this place was to utilize her to approach this ancient tomb site. Otherwise, with Lin Chen's status, I'm afraid that if he had just touched the prohibitions of this place, he would have been casually obliterated by the Yin-Ru ancient sect's powerhouses. As more and more of the clan's heavenly pride gathered here, Ji Wuxiong's face became more and more gloomy. At this moment, he actually saw several great sect heirs and immortal sect saints in the crowd, all of which were famous celestial pride in the land of the sacred state. Behind them, more or less, stood a number of Tao protectors. Although the In Ruins ancient sect was a supreme great sect in the sacred state, comparable to the Eternal Life family. However, with the strength of Ji Rumung and Ji Wuhue, they might not be able to suppress all of the heavenly prides in this place. Before this trip, the Ji Rumung siblings hadn't really believed that a Soul Sea youth would be able to find the In Ruins ancestors' place of fall at all. Therefore, they only brought along 4 In Ruins divine servants as well as a Tao cutter realm elder. But who would have thought that this pussy Lin Shen would actually open the ancestors' posthumous tomb by mistake? Sister, should we send a message to the sect to send more elders? Ji Wuxiong's eyes were heavy as he asked in a deep voice. The seals in this ancient tomb, the higher the realm, the stronger the suppression. So it's better for Sir Ji not to waste his efforts. Lin Chen looked indifferent and shook his head slightly. Mr. Lin Chen, can I ask you a question? Ji Rumung suddenly sighed softly, a hint of confusion hidden in her tone. Why are you helping my In Market ancient sect so much? At the beginning of next month, the Tao sect's Tao Sun discourse will be held, and the Tao sect's secret realm will be opened. So I would like to ask Holy Maiden Ji to gift me a Tao discourse order. Lin Chen scratched his head and revealed a naive and sincere smile. But, just you? A person from the Sea of Souls actually wants to discuss the Tao with Daozi? Ji Wuxiong snorted, but the moment his words fell, his face abruptly condensed, and he openly lowered his head to look at the place underneath him. Only there, a great black marketplace leisurely emerged with divine light. A 7-colored immortal haze rose and rose, and the sound of the Tao rose and fell between heaven and earth, shaking the Tsanhai, In Ruins ancient tomb, out of the world. Chapter 19 Gu Mingyue being bullied. Is it because my husband's name is not good? It's the scent of the ancestors. In the golden carriage, Ji Rumung exclaimed in shock, a hint of shock hidden in her pupils. At this moment, she saw that in the depths of that barren mountain suddenly cracked open a black slit. The rock walls on both sides bulged out, and in the slit it looked like there was a white watery liquid gurgling, which was very mysterious. Pieces of haze rose up, Tao sounds roared, and a black ancient hall was reflected at the end of the great abyss, attracting countless astonished clamors. Many powerful auras converged towards this place and landed under the ancient mountain, their eyes greedily looking towards the large black abyss. Sister, if we don't go in, I'm afraid the forces of the entire sacred state will be attracted. Ji Wuxiong's eyes were greedy, and under this divine radiance bathing him, he felt like his blood was boiling all over. If they were able to find the remains of their ancestors on this trip and obtain their ancestors' inheritance, their cultivation talents would all be taken to another level and they would become the true top of the current generation. Sir Lin Chen. Ji Rumung looked towards Lin Chen, as if asking for his opinion. This scene, moreover, caused an indescribable complacency in Lin Chen's heart, gradually experiencing the taste of power. There's no rush. At this time, the sealing power in the ancient tomb is the most terrifying. If we rashly break in, we will only be reduced to a stepping stone for others. Lin Chen looked indifferent and shook his head slightly. Good. This trip to the ancestors' legacy tomb is all up to Gungzi. The words fell. In the golden carriage curtain, suddenly stretched out a white slim jade hand, luxuriant as jade, soft as boneless. This palm alone caused Lin Chen's eyes to flinch and his heart to involuntarily ripple. He was originally a young man from a wild village in the mountains, and had never seen the prosperity of the holy state, and the people around him were all small city prides. As for Yin Hui Holy Maiden Ji Rumung, she was a famous supreme proud woman in the Holy Land, with a divine posture and immortal face, and countless suitors. Her fiancé, it was said, was a young supreme, holy body heavenly pride, with a background strength that was top of the contemporary era. This order of discourse will be gifted to your excellency. With a flick of Ji Rumung's driving finger, a white jade ancient order immediately pierced through the void and appeared in front of Lin Chen. Sis, didn't you say that you were going to take me to the Daozi discourse this time? Ji Wuxiong's expression choked, and his eyes grew more and more indignant as he looked at Lin Chen. Can you compare yourself to Mr. Lin Chen? If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, we can travel together when we discuss the Tao. Ji Rumung's voice was gentle, and she actually took the initiative to put down her identity to befriend Lin Chen. As far as she knew, the ancestor had fallen because he had fought with a world-defying demon for a heavenly treasure. If she could successfully obtain this treasure, she would be able to show off her power in the next Tao sect's secret realm. Compared to the In Ruins ancient tomb in front of him, the Tao sect's secret realm was one of the biggest secret realms in the central sacred state. It was said that in it, there were not only the remains of many ancient beings, but also countless heavenly materials and treasures, and the inheritance of the great Tao. Good. At those words, Lin Chen's expression was calm, but inwardly, he was already flooded with monstrous waves. The In Ruins sacred maiden was invited. Such a privilege could not be enjoyed even by the young masters of unusual ancient clan families. As for the creation in this ancient tomb, he had long had plans with Yuji, the remnant of the great demon in his ring. At that time, all he needed to do was a little trick. and not only would he be able to obtain the opportunity, but perhaps he would also be able to obtain the heart of this saintess of dreams, killing two birds with one stone. As for that fiancé of Ji Rumung, oh, as long as it's brought, it's not considered given. Rumble. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting buzzing sound suddenly came from the great abyss. Just see a dense water stains from the abyss splashed out, diffracted into a spiritual treasure divine material, toward the world around the four scattered splash. At that instant, the faces of the people here became completely stagnant, and their pupils all revealed a touch of intense greed. Rob! As a furious shout came, a spiritual radiance boiled outside of all the heavenly pride's bodies, running towards that piece of spiritual treasure opportunity. Sis! And Ji Wuxian's eyes were attracted to one of the golden papers, gently swallowing his saliva. Go on. This time, Ji Rumung did not stop, and watched as Ji Wuxi stepped out, his body shining with golden light, like a god of war. This cousin of hers, although his personality was domineering, his talent was not weak, and his cultivation had long since stepped into the divine will first realm. Just as Ji Wuxian made his move to collect that page of gold and silk, he saw a white palm suddenly poking out from the side. Ji Wuxian's face froze, and a flash of anger immediately erupted from his eyes. He raised his head openly to look at the ground in front of him, but he saw a red-clothed figure danced and arrived, just like a shock, and held the page of golden silk in his hands. It was a woman with a tall figure, delicate snow-white skin, and a glittering radiance all over her body. Even at this time, her face was covered by a haze, but just a side profile was still stunningly beautiful, eclipsing heaven and earth. Even compared to Ji Rumung, a beauty in the top 10 of the holy state, the red-clothed woman in front of her had a much more dusty and transcendent temperament, with a kind of imperial might that was rarely found in ordinary women. Ji Wuxian's throat rolled, the indignation in his eyes suddenly solidified, revealing a gentle smile. This girl, this page of gold and silk was the first thing I saw. Of course, if the girl likes it, I can also give it to you, just as making friends with the girl. Roll. The red-robed woman's voice was clear and cold. She didn't even look at Ji Wuxian one more time and turned around to leave. Seek death. This scene instantly caused Ji Wuxian to look resentful and angrily shouted, "Do you know who I am? I am Ji Wuxian, a true disciple of the Yin ancient sect. This is the tomb of my Yin ancestor. If you rob my sect of the opportunity, aren't you afraid that I will exterminate your entire clan?" At those words, a flash of palpitations flashed across the faces of the surrounding group of ancient clans and great sectaires, who were obviously also wary of the four words Yin Ruin's ancient sect. I'll give you two choices, either hand over the golden palm and apologize to me, or, buzz. This time, not waiting for Ji Wuwan's words to fall, he saw that red-robed woman's jade hand lightly waving, her sleeves fluttering, directly striking down a ray of immortal light, toward him to cover and press down. You. Ji Wuxian's eyes shook, and he only felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. He had never dreamed that in the land of his Yin Ruin's ancient sect, someone would actually dare to lay such a murder on him. Rumble. In the next instant, a golden light suddenly erupted outside Ji Wuxian's body, and the spiritual patterns on his battle armor swam like a round of sun, shining in the heavens. Puff. However, just at the moment when that ray of immortal radiance fell, the body of this true disciple of the Yin Ruin's ancient sect suddenly trembled for a split second, and with blood splattering from his mouth, the entire person directly flew backwards, smashing down in the mountains and forests. The entire heaven and earth was suddenly plunged into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the red-clothed, delicate silhouette, and there was a flash of horror and incredulity in their eyes. Damn it, you dare to hurt me. Report your name if you have the ability. Ji Wuxian struggled to get up. All of his bones seemed to be shattered, and his face had an amazingly fierce aura. Buzz. The woman in red still didn't say anything, and her jade hand probed out, wanting to kill Ji Wuwan on the spot. Stop. Right at this moment, a clear and cold drinking voice suddenly came from the void. Immediately afterward, a wave of chopping Dao pressure descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the figure of the red-clothed woman. Who are you that you dare to strike out at the true successor of my sect? Ji Ruming's voice was indifferent and condescending, and she was incredibly resentful of this red-robed woman's strength. Why don't you tell her who you are? Ma'am, my husband is still a little famous in this sacred state. Before that red-clothed woman could open her mouth, she heard an even colder voice coming from the end of the sky dome, instantly attracting the eyes of all the heavenly prides in this place. Chapter 20. A leaf presses down on 10,000 ages. A single command subdues the 9 states. Ji Ruming's eyebrows knitted lightly as she looked up, her eyes suddenly condensing. At this moment, she saw that at the end of the sky dome, a white-clothed figure stepped forward, with bundled hair and immortal face, and a gentle temperament. In an instant, Ji Ruming's heart involuntarily gave birth to a palpitation of unknown trepidation. It's the Yi family's divine son. Ye Lord, heaven and earth are silent. Immediately afterward, a shocking clamor boomed out, shaking the miles. Everyone, whether it was an immortal sect heir or a great sect elder, at this moment, there was a strong flash of shock and palpitations in their eyes. Not long ago, the Yi family's imperial decree appeared in the world, formally announcing that Lord Yi had ascended to the position of divine son. Such a status was enough to rival the emperor court's young emperor in supremacy. Daring to take a shot at my fiancé, you're really brave. Yi Lord's figure descended from the sky and landed beside Gu Mingyue, coldly glancing at Ji Wuxiong. At those words, Ji Wuxiong's body trembled, suddenly feeling as if he was a bit dead yet. Are there any injuries? Under the public's attention, Yi Lord cupped Gu Mingyue's flawless face with both hands, and under his eyes was a faint touch of worry and reproach. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Gu Mingyue's eyes lightly trembled, and she actually lowered her head somewhat sheepishly, no longer as cold and strong as she was just now. This scene immediately drew an uproar from the surrounding crowd, their eyes showing envy. Fiancé? Your immortal phoenix Empress Gu Mingyue? Ji Ruming's eyes suddenly condensed as she stepped out of the golden carriage and appeared in front of the crowd. Only at this moment, she was dressed in a golden robe, her expression solemn, and on that thin and absolutely beautiful immortal face, there was a faint trace of bitterness. Her figure was extremely slim, and her chest ripples could not be held, but they were extremely firm. Exquisite features, delicate waist, long and slender jade legs hidden under the gold robe, a kind of weak and tender, choo-choo moving, so that people cannot wait to pick her up by the waist, against the wall, rubbing hard. In an instant, the crowd of clan celestials present were mesmerized by this in ruins holy maiden into an accountant, counting accounts. So it's divine son Yi Lord. It seems to be a misunderstanding, even with Ji Ruming's status. She didn't dare to have a hint of disobedience in front of Lord Yi at this time and bowed slightly. This scene, moreover, caused Lin Chen's heart to set off endless waves, and there was a hint of cynicism and scorn in his eyes when he looked at Lord Yi. In his eyes, Ji Rumon was already a true supreme demon of the 3000 Dao state. Regardless of their identity or strength, they all called out to be intimidated and did not dare to blaspheme. But the supreme goddess in his eyes was as humble and formal as a maidservant in front of this Lord Yi. So that's what power really means. If, on the other hand, he could take this opportunity to put on a show, would he be able to impress Ji Rumon? Although Lin Chen's realm was only at the 5th level of the Soul Sea, he was hiding an undercurrent that was enough to shock the 3000 Dao states. Dusty, this Yi Lord, don't mess with him. Right at this moment, the voice of Yuji suddenly resounded from Lin Chen's Soul Sea with a faint trace of scorn. Oh, Lin Chen frowned lightly. Didn't senior say back then that with you around, no one in this sacred state would dare to be my enemy? AI. The everlasting Yi family has stood for 10,000 years and has a staggering heritage. Even in my time, it was a taboo existence. The phantom sighed and spoke in a low tone. Wouldn't the king and his vassals rather have seeds? Lin Chen snorted coldly. He had managed to climb the tree of Ji Rumon with great difficulty, so how could he give up so easily? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. He, Lin Chen, was to step on the corpses of these everlasting divine sons and great sect saints to reach the peak of heaven and earth. This is his Tao and his Taoist insistence. Anyway, listen to me. We just need to get the creation of this place and leave in a hurry. This time, not only did Yuji not praise him for his toughness of the Tao and his fearlessness, but instead, he was somewhat helpless. In the end, a heavenly pride like Lin Chen, who had come out from a small place, still had less vision and experience. He had never seen a true dragon at all. So how could he know how terrifying it was? Misunderstanding? What's a dead man's misunderstanding? Hearing what Ji Rumung said, Yi Lord nodded gently, but not a single ripple was visible on his face. In the next instant, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, he suddenly probed out a palm and slammed it down towards Ji Wuxiong. Rumble! Terrifying waves of power shattered the void in an instant. Behind the Yi Lord, a divine magic phase suddenly condensed, and the terrifying pressure of the 7th level of the divine will covered down, crushing Ji Wuwang firmly on the ground. Ting and pissing, which still has the unruly appearance of the party just now. Sis, help me, Yi Lord Godson, stop it. Seeing this scene, the white-haired old man behind Ji Ruming suddenly stepped forward and appeared above Yi Lord's head. Godson Yi Lord, I am the 3rd elder of the Yin Ruins ancient sect, Ji Bangyin, please Godson, for the sake of the old man, spare Ji Wuxi. As the words fell, a Dao-zapping realm pressure fell from the sky on Ji Bangyin, causing the faces of all the great sect's powerhouses present to suddenly change. Face? You have what hangs face. Yi Lord snorted. The Dao bone in front of his chest was brilliant. The meaning of the great Dao spread out, and he even ignored Ji Bangyin's threat, and his fist seal rumbled and covered down. Puff! In an instant, Ji Wuxiong's face was completely twisted. trembling with desire. Only a sound of bones breaking came. The head of this ancient sect's true successor was actually directly shattered by Yi Lord's punch, lying straight on the ground. Gollum! This scene immediately caused the eyes of the surrounding crowd to suddenly condense, chilling into the marrow. Yi family's little child, you are unbridled. Ji Bangin's old face froze and his body bonked hard with anger, only to see his palm probing out, like a subduing millstone. He derived the great ruin divine trace and covered down towards Lord Yi. Terrifying Tao might poured down, like 100,000 mountains falling at the same time, crushing the void into pieces. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth was completely dark. Just the moment his words fell, his eyes suddenly froze. In the next instant, he turned his head openly to look above the dome of the sky, and in the bottom of his eyes was a flash of true horror and despair. Whoosh! Only a ray of light tore through the curtain of clouds and fell down from the hole at the end of heaven and earth. And Ji Bangyin's one probing palm was actually directly cut off by this ray of light. Drops of blood containing Tao rhythms spilled down, crushing all the mountains and ancient mountains below into pieces. Ji Bangyin's Taoist heart trembled, and just as he was about to resist, his body trembled abruptly, only to see that ray of light directly pierce through his brow, splattering layers of bone slag and blood behind his head, shocking to the eyes, and his figure even fell from the sky, his vitality gone. It's heaven and earth are silent. Everyone looked up at that one golden radiance suspended in the sky dome, and their eyes suddenly froze. It was a golden ancient order that hummed and floated. On it, the word Yi was glittering with light and power, flowing with a trace of the true holy meaning of the great Tao. A leaf presses down on all the ages, in order to subdue the holy state. At this moment, shocking clamor resounded throughout the entire sacred state's thousands of immortal sect ancient clans, and Tao sounds trembled. Chapter 21 The advantage is mine. The faithful son's little scheme. Yi Lord Godson. Ji Ruming's delicate body trembled lightly, but she didn't dare to move a muscle. A Yi clan order, shot down from a distance of 10,000 miles, actually suppressed a Tao beheading realm powerhouse. The realm of this person wielding the order had at least reached the Saint Realm level. This matter was indeed the Yin-Hui ancient sect's fault in the first place. An elder Ji Bangyin, who relied on the power of his realm and wanted to teach the Yi family's godchildren a lesson, did not deserve to die. But the Yi family's dominance was still somewhat beyond Ji Ruming's expectations. The holy maiden wants to dance too? Yi Lord stood in front of Gu Mingyue, protecting her firmly behind him, and looked up at Ji Rumong and said. At this moment, his eyes unconsciously landed on Lin Chen, who was beside Ji Rumong, and his eyes slightly condensed. Destiny's child, Lin Duan, golden finger, ancient demon soul in the ring, burning heavenly sacred body, template, scrappy rising stream, identity, young master of the Lin family of Flaming City, plot direction, with the memory of an ancient demon soul. Lin Duan will find a divine material of heaven and earth, the yin-yang divine essence, in the yin ruin tomb for it, to help it recover its cultivation, so as to suppress an ancient strong remnant soul in the tomb, and to obtain the ancient divine weapon, the ancient sword of killing immortals, hidden relationship, faithful youth, future faithful couple. Looking at the system interface in front of him, although Yi Lord's face was calm, his heart set off endless waves. Finally, on the first day of leaving the Yi family, he actually encountered such a classic template of heavenly destiny, when that sentence 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the young poor had called countless people blood boiling. That is also the Yi Lords cannot return to the youth but boil to boil, it's time to kill. Heavenly destiny, the young plum, heavenly destiny, the Taoist couple, is almost considered the standard for these types of fire-playing teenagers. If Lord Ye's expectations were good, that heavenly destiny Qingmei of his must still have a great background. Suddenly, a bold idea came to Yi Lord's mind. If he could replace Lin Chen and obtain the chance that originally belonged to him and become the protagonist of this episode, would he be able to obtain these heavenly destined love affairs of his? Stinky sister, open the door. It's my brother? System, if I successfully kill a heaven's destiny, what reward will I get? Yi Lord's eyes were deep, and he asked in a deep voice. Drops, 1% heavenly fate casting value for successfully binding a heavenly fate person. 5% heavenly fate casting value for successfully killing a heavenly fate person. For every 10% of heavenly destiny casting value, a heavenly Tao treasure chest will be awarded, with a chance to extract ancient spirit beasts, heavenly Tao treasures, and forbidden feats. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and his eyes grew more and more fond of Lin Chen as he looked at him. It's time to kill and tie. I want all the heavenly fate values, heavenly beauty and heavenly treasures. At the same time, looking at the white-robed, upright figure with an immortal face of indifference in front of her, Gu Mingyue's eyes similarly flashed with a trace of trance. She also didn't expect that Ye Lords would be willing to provoke a party of immortal great sects for her sake, and even behead a great sect's true preacher and a great sect's elder. In his previous life, this Ye family's divine son had rarely bothered to actively make enemies in order to stand at the top of the sacred state. In the eyes of the many immortal sects and holy religions, and even mortals, he was the gentle and righteous Ye family divine son with a heart for the living. Only Gu Mingyue knew how dirty the things he did behind his back really were. Why, if it was said that before, Ye Lord gifted her with spiritual material treasures to trick her into favoring him with another purpose, then at this time, why was he willing to make an enemy of the Yin Ruin's ancient sect for himself? Divine Son Ye Lord, if there is nothing else, Ru Mang will retire first. Ji Rumung took a deep breath, barely suppressing her heart-shocked anger, and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. Right at this moment, Ye Lords but suddenly opened his mouth, instantly causing Ji Rumung's body to tense up and a flash of indignation in her eyes. Ye Lord Godson, you've killed the man, and your anger is out. What more do you want? The Een Market ancient sect bullied my fiancé, and you, the Een Market holy maiden, just walked away? Ye Lord shook his head, although his face was gentle. The words he said called for chills to rise in the bottom of one's heart. What? Is the divine son planning to kill me along with him? Ji Rumung clenched her silver teeth and coldly hummed. Although the everlasting Li family had a deep heritage, the Een Market ancient sect would likewise not let anyone bully them. As the Een Hui holy maiden, Ji Rumung represented the face and bottom line of this side of the immortal great sect. If today, Lord Yi really dared to subdue her, it would be a provocation to the Een Ruin's ancient sect, and would inevitably set off a truly monumental battle. It's not impossible. Ye Lord nodded gently. His feet stepped out and walked directly towards Ji Rumung. In an instant, a touch of biting coldness arose in Ji Rumung's heart. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Ye Lords had actually dared to take a shot at her, without the slightest concern for the Een Hui ancient sect. Beside him, Lin Chen's palms were clenched tightly, a similarly tense look under his eyes. Although he didn't fear the Ye Lords, the one behind the Ye Lords who was the protector of the Tao was something he simply couldn't mess with nowadays. It was at this moment that he truly understood the deeper meaning of Yu Ji's words, and became more and more eager for power. But if he Lord Jin killed Ji Rumung, it would disrupt all his plans. Elder, are we really going to stand by and watch? Dusty, I know you're not willing to do this, but you have to understand that the current Yu is no different from a mole cricket in front of the Ye Lord Godchild. At those words, Lin Chen's face froze and he frowned slightly. Even though what Yue Ji said was true, it still made him feel a tinge of discomfort. Ye Lords, what exactly do you want? The big deal is that I will compensate you with some more spiritual treasures, so that's always fine. Ji Ruming's throat rolled, and in the end, she didn't dare to gamble on Lord Ye's ruthlessness. Spiritual treasure? Ye Lord looked disdainful and pointed at Gu Mingyue behind him. I'll give you two choices, either kneel down and apologize to my fiancé, or die. You're just bossy. Ji Rumung looked indignant, and had the dilemma of riding a tiger. Just at this moment, Lin Chen, who was beside her, took a step out and stood in front of Ji Rumung. Ye Lord raised his eyebrows lightly, but there was not a single ripple in the bottom of his eyes. A man of destiny. How can you call yourself a man of destiny if you don't act like a man of destiny? Ye Lord Godson. Lin Chen bowed slightly. A look of humility was on his face. I can take the divine son to this ancient tomb to find the creation, but I also ask the divine son to be magnanimous and let the Ji sacred maiden go. Upon hearing this, Ye Lord's expression became more and more playful, and his heart instantly made a guess. According to the temperament of the son of heaven's destiny, this Lin Chen must be holding back some bad water and wanting to set him up. Ye Lords, forget it. Before Lord Yi could open his mouth, Gu Mingyue suddenly walked up to him and shook her head slightly. Lin Chen seemed weak and without any background, but only she knew about his cards and future achievements. If Gu Mingyue hadn't remembered correctly, Lin Chen would later be rewarded by a proud daughter comparable to the heir of the Eternal Life family, and he would leap into the central sacred prefecture's most sought-after heavenly pride. Once Ye Lords provoked him today, it was bound to lead to endless calamities. Why would I think for Ye Lords? Gu Mingyue's face froze, and she actually became annoyed with herself. This time it's just to return the favor of him standing up for me. Ye Lord nodded and gave Ji Rumung a cold look. Since Mingyu said to let it go, then I'll spare you for once. But, Ji Rumung, the next time, you might not be so lucky. You, lead the way. As the words fell, Ye Lord waved his hand towards Lin Chen and said with a cold and arrogant expression, Lin Chen, you're going to betray me? Ji Rumung looked indignant and transmitted her voice towards Lin Chen's divine soul. Don't worry, holy maiden. I'll find a way to trap Lord Yi later. You go collect the creation. Lin Chen, you better help me get my ancestors' relics or I won't let you go. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not say much and walked directly in front of Lord Yi. you're a ing asshole. I didn't see you being so cocky in front of Lord Yi just now. Ji Ramung, ye lords, wait for me, see how I'll toy with you divine sons and daughters this time. Humph, it couldn't be more normal for a divine son or something to die in the middle of a secret realm, could it? Moreover, the great abyss here is sealed with terror, and even the Yin Ruin's ancestor was trapped to death in the beginning. Even if the Yi lords had Dao protectors following behind them, it was simply impossible for them to easily set foot. The advantage is in me. Chapter 22 is self-direction okay? Gu Mingyue and Lord Yi fight with their wits. Buzz. There was a sudden humming sound in the heavens and earth, only to see a milky white spiritual radiance splashing in watery mist once again in that one big black abyss. A golden ancient door emerged, its light flowing in a mysterious and extraordinary manner. Show up. Go. This time, Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly led Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue, Ji Rumong and the others to step into the spirit gate. The remaining group of immortal sect heirs and ancient clan young lords glanced at each other and lifted their feet to follow. As the crowd stepped into the great abyss, they immediately felt a terrifying sealing force fall down, firmly suppressing their realms under the divine wheel. Even some of the elders of the great sects were shocked at this moment, realizing that the spiritual energy and blood veins in their bodies had gradually solidified. This way, Lin Chen traveled all the way forward, passing through many forbidden divine patterns, as if he had long been familiar with this place. At this moment, the crowd saw that this great abyss was dotted with many relic halls. The huge lapis lazuli divine pillar collapsed and shattered, with broken walls, like an ancient immortal palace that had thus fallen into disrepair. What was even more terrifying was that on that broken stone pillar, there were many ancient and complex totem runes carved, and even though endless years had passed, they still flowed with amazing waves. Among them, some of the clan Celestial Pride were slightly inattentive, and their flesh and souls were shattered by this force. Senior, what exactly is this place? Lin Chen's eyes lightly trembled, and his body tensed. With his eyesight, how had he ever seen such a terrifying miracle? And in addition to shock, there was also a faint hint of greed in the bottom of his eyes. This is the old site of the Yin Ruin's ancient sect, which was broken and sealed by a great demon in the beginning. The Yuji's voice was indifferent, as if she was extremely familiar with this place. The old Yin Ruins? Demon? Lin Chen's heart trembled and he gently swallowed. According to the plan, he would lure Ji Rumong and the others to that inheritance divine hall, imprison them with the help of the sealing prohibitions therein, and then take the opportunity to go find the Yin Yang divine essence to help Yuji recover her strength. But now, the sudden appearance of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue had disrupted his plans. Lin Chen had to think of a way to erase the scourge that was Lord Yi before he could continue to raid Ji Rumong and capture the Yin Ruin Holy Maiden, so that he could also make a difference in the next Dao sect's secret realm. Don't worry, as long as I can obtain the Yin Yang divine essence, no one will be my opponent in this great abyss seal. Yuji sighed softly. Compared to Yi lords and these divine sons of the everlasting clan, there was still a considerable gap between Lin Chen's heart. Senior, then can we leave Lord Yi here completely? For some reason, from the first moment Lin Chen saw the Yi lords, he was incomparably tired of this Yi clan's divine son, like a predestined instinct. Yuji was silent for a moment, then suddenly said in a serious tone, Shao Dust, I can understand your feelings, although you have nothing right now, as long as you follow what I said. Sooner or later you will become the top of the contemporary era. Yi Lord Godson has a powerful background. It's not something you can mess with. It's best if you don't be hostile to him anymore, or else. At those words, Lin Chen's face froze and his eyes became more and more gloomy. Senior has misunderstood. I am not cynical about Lord Yi. But, alright, I don't want to hear such words anymore. Later on, you do as I say and we'll leave this place when we get our chance. This time, the Yuji did not give Lin Chen the chance to open his mouth and rebuked in a cold voice. Not to mention that she is only a remnant soul now. Even in her full strength, she would not dare to mess with the everlasting Yi family. Ignorant people have no fear. Poof. Lin Chen snorted coldly, suddenly feeling as if ever since Lord Yi had appeared, both Yuji and Ji Ruming's attitudes towards him had changed. Damn it! Mingyue left before without saying goodbye. Could it be that she wanted to monopolize the creation of this place? Behind Lin Chen, Yi Lord looked at Gu Mingyue with a smirk. At those words, Gu Mingyue's eyes lightly trembled, and she actually felt a little guilty of being a thief. Hey, it's too sad. I would have turned my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch. Yi Lord sighed and said with disappointed eyes, What you want? Could it be that my husband would still snatch it from you? In response, Gu Mingyue paid no attention, her expression always indifferent. There was always an invisible barrier between her and Lord Yi. For a great demon, it was impossible for Gu Mingyue to put aside all her concerns and once again plunge herself into doom. Buzz. Right at this moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the great abyss in front of them. One could only see a large black hall, quietly perched in the darkness, with runic patterns flowing and demonic intent shocking the heavens, like a great ancient demon, giving off endless oppression, arrived. Lin Chen let out a cry of shock. Even though he had known about the chances of this place for a long time, he still felt a faint sense of fear before this ancient hall. Ji Rumong and the other's eyes stared slightly, similarly stunned by the imposing ancient hall. At this moment, they were able to feel that there seemed to be an extremely volatile vitality might surging in the hall. Could it be that the ancestors are still alive? In an instant, Ji Ruming's heart was completely surging, and her eyes glanced at Lord Yi grimly. Rumble. Just as the crowd was pondering inwardly, a sudden roar came from the void above their heads, only to see a palm print burning with black flames pressing down from the sky, encompassing Yi Lord and the others. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and his heart instantly made a guess. Just now, he had already checked the direction of Lin Duan's recent plot. This Heaven's Destiny person would first help the remnants of the great demon in the ring to recover their strength before coming to this place to collect the creation. Perhaps by the way, he might even stage a classic hero-saving beauty scene, completely capturing Ji Ruming's heart. As for the fiancé or whatever, if you just beat him to death, wouldn't it be a series of undead? This demonic light palm print in front of him was most likely the old grandfather in Lin Chen's ring. Not good, as Lin Chen exclaimed. He suddenly turned his head to look at Ji Rumong, and his divine soul transmitted, Holy Maiden Ji, I'll draw away this temple protector demon, so you go into the temple first. As the words fell, he didn't even hesitate for a second, and flames similarly boiled around him, covering the sky. In an instant, Ji Ruming's face paled somewhat, deeply shocked by the flaming aura. The only ones who remained calm were Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue, who seemed to have known about Lin Chen's undercurrent for a long time. Rumble. The moment the two attacks collided, Lin Chen's figure instantly fell from the sky, blood spurting from his mouth. Sage Ji, go! Only hearing him let out a deep cry, his figure abruptly fled towards the depths of the great abyss. Ji Rumong, on the other hand, flashed a faint trace of surprise in her eyes as she ran towards the grand hall. Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue exchanged glances, and there were depths in both their eyes. Gu Mingyue, in particular, had her eyebrows knitted lightly, like she was in deep thought. According to the plot of the previous life, the chance here would eventually fall into Lin Chen's hands. This great hall in front of him clearly contained an astonishing creation, and it was likely where the Yin Ruin's ancestor inheritance was located, and it was more or less strange for Lin Chen to take the initiative to draw away the demons here at this time. Mingyue, you guard this place. I'll go and fetch the creation for you. Yi Lord suddenly smiled, and his entire body directly disappeared in place. Gu Mingyue's face froze and did not act rashly. In his last life, Ji Rumong had ended up dying in an ancient tomb, and it looked like it should have been Lin Chen who had deliberately counted on her and made her a scapegoat. As long as Gu Mingyue kept an eye on Ji Rumong, she wasn't afraid that Lin Chen wouldn't come back. Yi Lords are self-righteous, most likely to be a basket case. Gu Mingyue's red lips lifted up as she took a step towards the large black hall. At this moment, she actually felt a hint of amusement in her battle of wits with Lord Yi. The moment she thought of how furious Lord Yi would look later, Gu Mingyue felt an inexplicable happiness in her heart, happier than getting a creation. Chapter 23 Black Silk Thighs? Your senpai is beautiful. She's mine now. The depths of the ancient tomb. Lin Chen's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of a large, dilapidated hall. Behind him, an incomparably tall and delicate figure slowly manifested. Black hair hanging down her hips, her face blurred. A pair of long and straight legs were surrounded by strands of ebony demonic patterns, as if she was wearing a layer of black silk. Very mysterious. Didn't they come after us? The specter murmured a word, turning her head to look into the darkness behind her, a hint of contemplation hidden in her eyes. With her divine soul perception, it was simply impossible for anyone in the contemporary era to conceal their aura in front of her. Obviously, even with the mentality of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue, they still failed to resist the temptation of creation and allowed Lin Chen to lure away the demons and enter the hall to seize the treasure. Elder, it looks like they took the bait. Lin Chen smiled bashfully, his taut heartstrings gradually relaxing. According to what Yuji said, not only was there an extremely powerful prohibition in that hall, but the inheritance in it was not something that the current generation could get their hands on at all. Even the original Yin Ruin's ancestor was backfired by this chance and died. Although Yi Lord had a terrifying background and was invincible in the contemporary era, how could he possibly be compared to the Yin Ruin's ancestor? As long as they stepped into the Great Hall, they would be completely imprisoned. As for Lin Chen, he only needed to obtain the Yin-Yang divine essence from this place and help Yuji recover her cultivation. Then he would be able to crush the three great celestial prides and seize the final inheritance. Wonderful. Aha. The Yuji nodded gently and raised her head to look at a dilapidated ancient hall in the distance, her eyes suddenly condensing. Senpai? What's wrong? There is a demonic intent in the hall. It should be that demonic giant that was slain by the In Ruin's ancestor. Yuji frowned tightly and gradually made a decision under her eyes. Shao Dust. I'll think of a way to lure away this demonic soul. You go into the hall and look for the Yin Yang Divine Essence. Senior, this is too dangerous. Why don't you go? Yuji coldly glanced at Lin Chen, her brows lightly furrowed. Before, she would have found the concerns warm and detailed, but for some reason, after seeing with her own eyes that Yi Lords had forcefully subdued Jie Bangin and sheltered Gu Mingyue, she suddenly resented this kind of meaningless lip service. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and scratched his head as he watched the Yuji walk into the main hall. Soon, a shocking roar came from the hall as demonic intent swept through. The figure of the Yuji, on the other hand, ran and swept out, fleeing towards the entrance of the Great Abyss. Behind it, a figure whose entire body was covered in demonic mist came in hot pursuit, emitting a burst of angry roars. Dusty, I can't hold on for too long, and the commotion here will soon attract other immortal sect powerhouses. That spirit marrow was on the jade platform in the center of the main hall. You have to be quick. As Yuji's voice came from Lin Chen's soul sea, a trace of gravity flashed across the latter's face as he lifted his feet and swept toward the large hall in front of him. Meanwhile, in the middle of the great hall, Yi Lord stood in front of a white jade spirit platform in the center of the hall, the corners of his mouth raising a hint of playfulness. With his circumstantial diffraction technique, not to mention a remnant soul of the Yuji, even a supreme powerhouse would have a hard time discovering his whereabouts. He only saw that he reached out and picked up a golden treasure box on the spirit platform, took out a piece of black and white jade chalcedony therein, which kept changing its divine shape, and left a soul consciousness mark in the treasure box, and put it back in place again. At this moment, there was a faint wisp of evil in the eyes of Lord Yi. Nowadays, there were still two plot threads hidden in Lin Chen's body, the Heaven's Destiny Qingmei as well as the Heaven's Destiny Fiancé, which had yet to exhaust all their light and heat. Moreover, for the woman with long black silk legs behind Lin Chen, Yi Lord was equally interested. On her, Yi Lords could feel an aura of an ancient demon. If it's well trained, it might make a good mount. Something to do, nothing to ride kind of thing. Linden, your predecessor was beautiful. Now she's mine. Buzz. With this thought, Yi Lord waved his hand and struck down a magic pattern, sealing the entire hall, leaving only an entrance, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Soon, Lin Chen's figure hurriedly burst into the hall, heading straight for the white jade spirit platform. Upon seeing that one treasure box placed on the spirit platform, his entire body surged with fervor, although at this time, he did not see the yin-yang divine essence in the treasure box, but the mere hint of yin-yang Dao rhythm remaining on the jade platform caused his realm, which had not been broken through for a long time, to show a hint of loosening. The thing of creation. According to what Yuji had said, it was with this divine essence that the In Ruin's ancestor had broken the true God realm and stepped into the Saint realm level in the first place, and as long as she incorporated this divine essence into her body, she would at least be able to recover the true God realm. At that time, Lin Chen no longer had to be afraid of those so-called sect saints and immortal sect heirs. Phew! Lin Chen took a deep breath, and as soon as he held the golden treasure box in his hands, he carefully opened it. Buzz! In the next instant, his face abruptly froze, and he boldly covered the treasure box and looked up to the surroundings of the great hall. And then, open up, hop on, open up, close STH. At the same time, Lin Chen was constantly changing his posture, as if he was confirming something. How can? It wasn't until a sudden gust of sharp wind-breaking sound came from outside the hall that Lin Chen's face froze bit by bit. Looking down at the empty treasure box, his entire body went numb. No, not a hair. This also meant that his next plan of trying to head to the central ancient hall, suppressing Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue, subduing Ji Rumong, and seizing the inheritance was completely shattered. How did this happen? At this moment, there was not only confusion in his heart, but also a strong strand of uneasiness and horror. If there was no yin-yang divine essence here at all, why would Yuji trick herself into entering the hall to retrieve the treasure? Just at this moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from outside the hall. Lin Chen's face turned white as he fled frantically towards the entrance. But the moment his figure stepped out of the ancient hall, his entire person once again froze in place, his mouth gradually opening wide. At this moment, Lin Chen saw that an ebony demonic shadow stood before the great hall, and with a single smash of his fist, he had actually smashed the flesh of two ancient clan heirs into pieces. Farther away, some corpses with broken heads lay on the ground, blood and bone residue splattered away, like the scene of purgatory. How did this demon come back so soon? Lin Chen's eyes suddenly condensed, as if he had thought of something, and he carefully concealed his breath, sneaking away towards the side. Right at this moment, the ebony demonic shadow suddenly turned around and looked towards him. In an instant, chills rose up all over Lin Chen's body, and under the gaze of that pair of dark and deep demonic eyes, his urination spiked. He didn't have a single moment of hesitation at all. The blazing flames around his body floated, diffusing into a pair of flaming divine feathers as he fled madly towards the void, under the dumbfounded gaze of all the immortal sex heirs and the young masters of the ancient clans in this place. That one ebony demonic shadow gently nodded as if it had received some sort of instruction, and the demonic aura around it became more and more volatile. Kill without mercy. Chapter 24. Lin Duan's uneasiness seemed to be ruffled by a big hand. That teenager just now was Lin Duan, Ji Ruming's follower. He actually colluded with an evil demon. No, this evil demon is his servant? No wonder we were blocked from entering the hall. So it turns out that we're helping Lin Chen seize the creation. Rumble. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and before they could react from the shock, they saw a ray of dark light dropping down from the sky, just like a great realm of the devil's domain, wanting to imprison them in it. Escape. In just one moment, there were dozens of young celestial pride here who were enveloped by this demonic intent and had their flesh decayed. A spirit light figure cut through the sky, fleeing frantically towards the entrance place, and in the place below them, a bizarre demonic domain covered the heavens and earth, devouring all the heavenly pride and corpses in it without a sound. Roar! A long time later, an angry demonic roar came from that side of the dilapidated ancient hall. One could only see that great demonic soul shadow stepping out of the great hall once again, his body filled with demonic aura. Furious to the extreme. What happened? Hearing this demonic chant, all around the great abyss, the faces of a group of clan celestials changed drastically, and a strong uneasiness gradually arose in their hearts. Buzz. At the same time, Lin Chen's figure appeared before the central ancient hall, which was the place where he and Yu Ji had agreed. At this moment, the face of this son of heaven's destiny was clearly a bit gloomy. Where did the yin and yang essence go? Why did that great demonic remnant soul stand in the way of the temple, slaughtering the clan's heavenly pride and sparing himself? With Yuji's divine soul perception, if she had already known that there was no divine marrow in the temple, why did she allow herself to risk going forward to seize it? Dusty. As a gentle and soft female voice came, the figure of Yuji descended from the sky. In her eyes, there was clearly some color of anticipation, and her red lips lifted slightly. Got it? Lin Chen scratched his head, revealing a look of embarrassment, and handed that one treasure box to Yuji. However, just at the moment when Yuji opened the treasure box, the whole person suddenly froze in place, and a hint of biting coldness suddenly flashed under her eyes. Dusty. Although the yin-yang divine essence is very precious, it's difficult for the soul sea realm to completely refine it, whereas if it's refined by me, Elder, when I got this treasure box, it was just empty inside. Lin Chen sighed softly. He could understand how Yuji felt, but he really hadn't seen the yin-yang divine essence. What? Yuji frowned lightly, her thoughts turning in 100 directions as she recollected the entire process. Someone snatched the yin-yang divine essence one step ahead of you? No. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. At the very least, he had not seen anyone break into the ancient hall. No way. Yuji's silver teeth clenched, and in her eyes as she looked at Lin Chen, there was a touch of undisguised disappointment. Just now, when she stepped into the ancient hall and lured away the remnants of the great demon's soul, she truly felt the aura of the yin-yang divine essence. But at this moment, Lin Chen told her that he hadn't seen this divine essence. The phantom didn't believe that anyone could mask their scent from her eyes. The only explanation was, Lin Chen had obtained the divine essence and was unwilling to hand it over to himself. Elder, that great demon remnant spirit was behaving strangely, and it helped me stop all the clan celestials. At this moment, a trace of confusion suddenly arose in the bottom of Yuiji's heart. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Lin Chen. Quite the contrary. Nowadays her destiny was already intertwined and fused with this teenager. If the Yuji wanted to remake her flesh and regain her peak strength, she could only rely on Lin Chen and grow with him. But what Lin Chen said at this moment was just too unbelievable. Elder, I think we might have been set up. Lin Chen's palms were clenched tightly, and there was an unspeakable uneasiness within his heart. It was as if there was a large, invisible hand that was wantonly fiddling with his destiny. Just at this moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from the darkness in the distance, and Yuji's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air, returning to Lin Chen's stone ring. Senior, the chance of the Yin Ruin's ancestors. Let's go. With your strength, it's impossible to refine that demonic treasure, and I can't either. And if I offend Divine Son Yi Lord again because of this, it's Lord Yi again. Lin Chen looked indignant, always feeling that the attitude of the Yuji towards this Divine Son was too humble. In his eyes, the Yuji was not only his senior, but also his master, and even had some inexplicable affection. The two of them have experienced countless dangers and tribulations, and have grown up between life and death, just like the closest companions, never leaving each other. Now with Lord Ye's strong presence, it seemed to have caused a slight change in Yuji's attitude towards him. Dusty, don't be too sad. As long as you can enter the Tao Sovereign Mystic Realm, No one in the sacred prefecture's contemporary era will be your match anymore. Yuji took a deep breath, barely suppressing the indignation in her heart, and softly consoled. What could she do? People were chosen. I know. Lin Chen nodded gently. Nowadays, if he wanted to grow faster, he still needed to rely on Yuji's experience. At a time like this, he must not tear his face off with this great demonic remnant. Dusty, hurry up. I feel that great demonic aura coming this way. At those words, Lin Chen took a deep look at the distant hall and turned around to swipe towards the entrance of the great abyss. Buzz. It was only when the two men's aura completely disappeared that Yi Lord's figure stepped out of the darkness, playing with the yin-yang divine essence in his hand, a hint of playfulness hidden in the corners of his mouth. This time he had robbed the divine marrow, not only to grip Gu Mingyu as wool, but also to plant a thorn in the hearts of Lin Chen and Yu Ji. From then on, the dog master and disciple could never trust each other as much as they did before. When the time was ripe, Yi Lords only had to take out enough chips to make the Yuji return to her heart and the forest dust return to the west. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. How can you compare to being born rich? Just, at this moment, Yi Lord still didn't step into the central ancient hall, but instead chased after him towards Lin Chen. Buzz. Along the way, Lin Chen naturally encountered many ancient sects celestial pride, and the moment they saw Lin Duan, they instantly cast their divine treasure arts and fled frantically. This scene, moreover, caused the uneasiness in Lin Chen's heart to intensify. How did this happen? Lin Chen looked indignant, but there was no way to explain, so he could only cover his breath and leave this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. So it was, after half a day, the entrance to the great abyss suddenly tumbled with a faint wave of demonic lines, sealing the entire abyss within, only to see that outside of Yi Lord's body, the demonic intent was monstrous as he retraced his steps towards the darkness. Now that he wanted to make true to Lin Chen's name as an evil demon and pull all the hate for him, the easiest way was to slaughter these clan heirs in the abyss. Not good. That evil demon has sealed the great abyss. In the distant void, a group of young celestial pride ran and swept, trying to escape from this place. I told you that Lin Chen wouldn't let us go. We crashed through his secret of colluding with evil demons. He's trying to drive us to extinction. Damned Lin Chen. Strike together. Buzz. Among them, a stout blue-clothed youth suddenly surfaced in his hands, a silver-glowing divine treasure that suppressed down towards Lord Yi. And Lord Yi didn't even have half a sentence of nonsense. A fist smashed out. The magic pattern was vast, like a mountain and sea surging and roaring. Rumble. In an instant, the spiritual treasure that the blue-clothed youth had offered up was shattered by Yi Lord's punch, and the silver light flared out, shattering along with his physical body. Fight him. In an instant, light erupted from this place and spirit patterns flowed, shattering the void easily. Under the seal in the abyss, all of the people's realms were suppressed at the divine will level, so how could they possibly be Yi Lord's opponents? Put. As a bizarre shattering sound came from him, Lord Yi stepped on the cloud dome, and each fist mark that fell could easily smash a heavenly pride, thus devouring and refining all of their blood chi and divine souls. Run away. Above the void, Lord Yi looked at the several figures that fled back into the depths of the great abyss, and there was not a single ripple on his face. At this moment, they didn't even realize that there would be another truly great demon waiting for them there. Hundreds of sectaires entering the Yin Ruins ancient tomb and being buried in it as many times as possible would definitely shock the entire central sacred state. Lin Chen's identity as an evil demon was also destined to resound through the heavens and earth, with a black pot to carry to death. At this time of crisis, when the son of heaven's destiny is the enemy of the world, isn't it time for some heaven's destiny Qingmei with a powerful background to shine? Brother is not the devil. Yi Lord's big bad guy. Another wave of small climax it. Sister, listen to me. Your brother may not be the same as your brother, but brother Yi Lord will definitely love you forever. Jia. Compared to these, what Yi Lord cared more about was Gu Mingyue. After he had personally seen the predestined corner of the Supreme Empress, he had already understood the true concerns in her heart. Lord Yi wanted to break her Tao concerns, not by just hiding the secret of the demonic body, but by making her accept the secret. Right now, it's a good opportunity. Chapter 25 An ancient sword that has beheaded immortals. Buzz. Just as Lord Ye's figure appeared in the central hall, he immediately felt a shocking demonic intent coming over him. Obviously, an ancient demon that could deter the ancient demon behind Lin Chen must not be a chance, but a crisis. This kind of demonic intent might mean endless danger for ordinary heavenly pride, but for Yi Lord who had cultivated the heaven-swallowing demon technique and awakened the 10,000 transformation demon body, there was not even a hint of threat. As Yi Lord kept going deeper and deeper, he could see many broken forbidden spell formations in the hall, which should have all been broken by Gu Mingyue and Ji Rumeng, and with almost no obstacles encountered, Lord Yi arrived at the end of the hall. One could only see an ancient bronze gate standing here, on which runic patterns were carved. revealing an astonishing demonic intent and sealing power, like an ancient gateway connecting to an unknown epical world. As Lord Yi probed his hand out, he immediately felt a vast and terrifying pressure crashing down, wanting to crush him to the ground. Poof! Yi Lord snorted coldly, and the bone of the great Tao in front of his chest blossomed with seven-colored light, resisting all of this sealing power. His figure, on the other hand, swept into the bronze ancient door and completely disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue and Ji Rumeng were sitting quietly in the hall, their faces both incomparably pale. In the entire hall, the demonic aura was astonishing, and many white bones and pieces of divine treasures were sprinkled on the ground. Terrifying array pattern inscribed on the walls of the hall, blooming out a wisp of dense and brilliant light. The hall in the demonic intense seal confinement. Even so, with the strength of Gu Mingyue and Ji Rumeng, it was still difficult to block this demonic intent down, and with the dark light in their eyes, they were gradually eroded by the demonic intent. How did this happen? Ji Rumeng clenched her silver teeth, her body's spiritual light surged, and a golden pearl hovered silently at the top of her head, shedding 10,000 fathoms of radiance. Originally, she thought that as long as she could find the remains of her ancestor, she would be able to obtain the inheritance of the creation of this place, but she never dreamed that the remains of her ancestor were seen. But instead of chance, it was a monstrous demonic intent. Beside him, Gu Mingyue looked indifferent, with a hint of confusion hidden under her eyes. She looked up at a long-dried corpse above the great hall, her eyebrows knitting gently. At that moment, she saw that in the center of the corpse's brow, an ancient and ordinary stone sword had penetrated its head and nailed it to the seat, and the demonic intent in the hall originated from this ancient sword. Empress Gu, it seems that if you want to leave this place, you have to find a way to seal this demonic intent. Ji Rumeng pondered for a moment and turned her head to Gu Mingyue. Now she no longer had the luxury of hoping for any ancestor's inheritance, but only hoped to get out of this place alive. At this moment, she suddenly missed Lin Chen a little. I wondered if he had a way to solve the predicament in front of her if he were here. Oh, upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyebrows lightly raised as she slowly nodded her head. Granted, with the soul suppressor stone that Lord Yi had previously gifted her, these demonic intentions could not pose a threat to her in a short period of time. However, the sealing power in the hall was suppressing her cultivation and divine soul in the same way. In time, Gu Mingyue would inevitably be tainted by the demonic intent, affecting her Dao heart and Dao foundation. Does Sage Ji have any good ideas? It is rumored in Myin Ruin's ancient sect that my ancestor once obtained an evil sword called the Killing Immortal, which beheaded a true immortal and was tainted with a trace of immortal Dao karma. Ji Rumeng sighed lightly. Although she didn't understand why her ancestor was decapitated by his own sword, she thought that the stone sword with a shocking demonic intent should be this legendary immortal killing evil sword. And then what? Gu Mingyue's eyes were slightly austere as her mind became more and more confused. If the greatest creation in this hall was this ancient sword that had beheaded a true immortal, then how had Lin Chen stepped from the 5th level of the Sea of Souls to the 3rd level of the Divine Will Realm in one night in his last life? Or are there other chances hidden in this ancient tomb? Could it be that Lin Chen had indeed left this place on purpose to trap Ji Rumeng and himself? In that case, what happened to the great demon that was blocking the crowd? How did Lin Chen control her and cooperate in this drama? Suddenly, Gu Mingyue's heart actually developed a faint trace of uneasiness. Originally, she had thought that Ji Lord's going after Lin Chen would come to nothing. Now it seemed that this bastard had long since seen through Lin Chen's purpose and plan? Damn it! Before we left, the sect master gave me a divine talisman containing a wisp of the ancestor's soul. If we can use this to awaken the ancestor's will, we may be able to suppress this sword. Ji Rumeng took out an ancient symbol of golden light from her Qianquan ring, and her expression gradually became grave. This divine talisman was considered her last card, and once she failed, she would truly be at the end of her rope. Empress Gu, I'll be troubling you. Good. Gu Mingyue did not refuse and slowly stood up, with a hint of innate qi flowing around her body. In its circumference of about 10 feet of land, all the devilish intent surging and retreating, like a black vortex, dazzling with amazing waves, only to see her take the spirit talisman in Ji Rumeng's hand and take one step towards the Yin Hui ancestor. In Ji Rumeng's expectant and nervous eyes, Gu Mingyue directly waved her hand and struck that one ancient talisman down on top of the corpse of the Yin Hui ancestor. In the next instant, an even more astonishing demonic intent swept through, directly knocking Gu Mingyue out, and the tightly closed eyes of that corpse also opened up at that moment, revealing endless eerie and demonic intent. Rumble! Terrifying waves of demonic intent swept through the entire hall in an instant, shattering all the sealing divine patterns. At this moment, whether it was Gu Mingyue or Ji Rumeng, underneath their eyes was a flash of true palpitations and despair. Buzz! Right at this moment, an eerie buzzing sound suddenly came from the void behind Gu Mingyue, only to see a white-robed figure stride in, surrounded by a radiant immortal radiance and Taoist rhythm, directly reaching out to take Gu Mingyue into his arms, allowing Ji Rumeng, who was on the side, to be knocked away by the demonic intent and smashed down on the ground, with a wisp of blood stains flowing from the corner of her mouth. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled in shock as she turned her head to look at the handsome face behind her that was close at hand, and her eyes suddenly froze. Lord Yi, Chapter 26. The hero saves the beauty. This damn romance scene. Rumble. In the hall, a horrible demonic intent swept away, just like a purgatory in underworld, wanting to devour all the living beings that intruded. Go. With a grip on Gu Mingyue's shoulders, Yi Lord threw her hard towards the outside of the hall. His figure, on the other hand, met the corpse-wrecked demonic shadow that was running and sweeping towards him, his white clothes fluttering without complaint. At this moment, it was as if his body was glowing, illuminating a corner of Gu Mingyue's gloomy Dao heart. Yi Lord. Before Gu Mingyue's figure landed on the ground, he saw a great boundary of demonic intent crashing down, enveloping the figures of Lord Yi and that one demonic corpse and disappearing without a trace. The entire hall, at once, fell into dead silence. Even Ji Ruming's face was a pale color, and the pupils of her eyes were filled with despair. If today, Lord Yi died in the ancient tomb of her In Ruin's ancestor, I'm afraid that the entire In Ruin's ancient sect would pay a terrible price for it. Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue's red lips trembled, a flash of bewilderment in her eyes. The reason why she had returned from rebirth was to personally crush Lord Yi to death in order to resolve the hatred in her heart. However, when she looked at the great realm of demonic intent in front of her, and remembered the scene of Lord Yi's defiance just now, there was actually a tingling feeling in the bottom of her heart. How come? This guy was actually willing to give his life for her? That demonic corpse just now was a derivation of the corpse of the In Ruin's ancestor, cursed by the immortal Dao Karma in the immortal slaying ancient sword, and there was absolutely no way it could be faked. Even if Yi Lords had many means, it was impossible to retreat from his presence in one piece. Empress Gu, let's leave this place first. Ji Ruming walked over to Gu Mingyue and sighed lightly. No. At those words, Gu Mingyue, however, shook her head and stood still. At this time, her heart was incomparably conflicted. Obviously what she wanted was for Lord Yi to die a horrible death, but after actually seeing him in a desperate situation, she was unwilling to do so. I just don't want him to die at the hands of someone else. I want to kill him myself. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath and clenched her jade hands. Yi Lord, you must come out alive. Buzz. At the same time, the manifestation demon region, Lord Yi stood in the void. The panic on his face had long since calmed down. At this moment, he could feel that the demonic intent on this corpse all originated from the ancient stone sword in his brow. Although this kind of demonic intent could not be compared to his 10,000 transformations demonic intent, it was mixed with an extremely terrifying force of cause and effect. And this, perhaps, was the opportunity for Lord Yi to truly open Gu Mingyue's mind and body. With this thought, Yi Lord no longer hesitated, and the Dao bone in front of his chest exploded. Only a wisp of seven-colored divine radiance rose up, enveloping the In Ruin's ancestor's body and suppressing the demonic intent. Roar! In an instant, a devilish aura surged over the corpse of this saintly ancestor, and the soul light in his eyes erupted, and he even gradually regained a wisp of sanity. Junior, are you? Ancestor In Ruin's brows tightened as he looked around and surveyed the surrounding demonic domain, his eyes growing more and more alarmed. Shu, Senior, don't talk. I'll help you suppress the demonic intent in your body first. Yi Lord's expression was solemn, and the immortal radiance around his body flickered in a transcendent manner. Good. The In Ruin's ancestor pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. He understood that once this wisp of his sanity died out, he would be completely controlled by the immortal slaying evil sword, and be reduced to a walking corpse that would not enter the wheel. Senior, open your divine soul and don't resist me. As Lord Ye's words fell, Ancestor In Ruin's eyes were slightly austere and he did not refuse. Aha! In the next instant, soul light boiled in the pupils of both of their eyes, while the corners of Ancestor In Rui's mouth suddenly raised in a hidden sinister arc, and this wisp of his residual soul, even without warning, tore through the void and disappeared into the Yi Lord's soul sea. Kid, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Why don't you just give me this physical body? Oh, in this regard, Lord Yi did not have the slightest surprise. His figure gradually manifested itself from the soul sea, and he looked at the pale soul shadow in front of him with an indifferent expression. In fact, whether it was his soul consciousness intruding into the In Ruin's ancestor's soul sea or the saintly old ancestor seizing him, the outcome would not change in any way. As early as the moment that Lord Yi had awakened him with his innate Dao bone, the fate of this In Ruin's ancestor had already been doomed. With Yi Lord's strength, there was no way he could be a match for this demonic corpse. If he wanted to solve the trouble in front of him, the best way was to solve the remnant soul in this demonic corpse. Brat, didn't your family elders tell you not to open up your soul sea casually, and that too in front of a hungry ancient remnant soul? The In Ruin's ancestor shook his head and smiled, a faint sneer under his eyes. when he fought with that Saint Realm Great Demon for the immortal killing ancient sword. Although he barely managed to kill it, he similarly injured his Tao foundation, and was ultimately backfired by the immortal blood karma in the immortal killing, and his body died in the Tao. Now, Lord Yi had awakened his soul, causing the Yin Ruin's ancestor to see a glimmer of hope for life. So how could he be willing to sleep in this damp and dark underground tomb? This immortal path, this is how it should be, with all beings competing to cross it. Where are the emotions and friendships, and the inheritance of the forefathers? All beings cultivate for the sake of immortality. Oh, then has Senior ever wondered why I let you enter my soul? See? The Yi Lord smiled brightly, immediately causing the Yin Ruin's ancestor's heart and mind to tremble with an inexplicable uneasiness. At this moment, he didn't hesitate at all and directly probed out his palm, suppressing it down towards Lord Yi. It's late. Yi Lord's eyes were deep. An array of golden light suddenly hung down from the top of his head as the ancestral symbol of the great beginning manifested out of thin air, enveloping the entire sea of souls. In an instant, the Yin Ruin's ancestor's body went cold. His footsteps stalled, and he gulped softly. Even with his realm, he felt an unspeakable fear under this divine radiance, and his divine soul was firmly suppressed. Kid, you want to refine my divine soul? What's the difference between this kind of behavior and an evil demon? At this moment, Ancestor Yin Ruin finally understood that this teenager had deliberately lured him into the Sea of Souls in order to hunt him down. How dare he? What did the ancestor say? How could the late generation be an evil demon? But rather this corpse of the ancestor. I think there should be a lot of people interested in the sacred state's righteous path. Yi Lord smiled gently. Controlling the Taichu ancestral symbol blasted the cover pressure, just like an ancient god's son, annihilating all the soul consciousness aura. I'll fight you. The Yin Ruin's ancestor's teeth were clenched and his face was grimly resentful. Around it, a wisp of soul lines spread out, blocking towards the ancestral symbol of the great beginning. Just in front of this supreme immortal artifact, these soul patterns only lasted for a few moments before they were completely annihilated, and along with the Yin Ruin's ancestor's soul body, they were crushed into pieces. Buzz. A vast wave of divine soul quietly filled the entire Sea of Souls, and Lord Yi immediately sat down and completely refined this sage residual soul. In just a moment, Yi Lord's divine soul aura began to climb, breaking through towards the Mahayana realm. God's will sevenfold. The divine will is eightfold. God's will 9. Mahayana 1. Rumble. The entire Sea of Souls immediately set off shocking waves. However, under the suppression of the ancestral symbol of the great beginning, these waves quickly returned to calm. As for Lord Ye's eyes, they also opened steeply at this moment, and the light of his eyes was like a sword, tearing through the ages. Mahayana Divine Soul. Chapter 27. Surprisingly somewhat touched by the source of Yi Lord's demonic intention, after refining the remnants of the Yin Ruin's ancestor's soul, Lord Yi slowly got up and looked at the corpse in front of him that had long since lost its vitality, and his eyes gradually became heavy. Even with his demonic body and Dao bones, he had an unspeakable palpitation before this immortal slaying ancient sword. Fairy. Nowadays this kind of realm that existed in ancient secret texts had long since disappeared in the 3000 Dao state. If this sword had really beheaded a true immortal, then how terrifying should the realm of the person who beheaded the immortal be? Yi Lord slowly probed out his palm and gripped it on top of the hilt of this stone sword. In the next instant, a strand of bizarre dark gold bloodlines suddenly burst out from the sword body, entangling the entire arm of Lord Yi, eroding towards his body as if it was a living thing, and his skin all over his body had the same demonic lines floating, and the devouring immortal demon technique roared into action, enveloping the immortal killing ancient sword along with the corpse of that one saint. Buzz. Terrifying demonic intent swept away. At this time, Yi Lord was like an ancient demon god, with a dark light that contained true world-destroying power. According to the system's description, this demonic skill was the first demonic divine ability to open up the heavens and the earth. The manifestation demon body is the ancestor of all demons and the source of darkness. Any demonic intent or demonic type would be suppressed and subjugated in front of this demonic body. This stone sword in front of me had once beheaded a true immortal, involving a strand of immortal karma. However, anyone who wanted to control this sword would be backfired by this karmic force and eventually fall into the puppet of this sword. However, for Yi Lords, this demonic intent, instead of being a slight threat, fit in with his demonic body and was even more powerful. Buzz. Time passes. In the middle of the great hall, Gu Mingyue looked nervously at the churning demonic intent Dharma realm in front of her. Even with her strength, she felt incomparably small in front of this demonic intent, with no way to peer into it. Just then, a ray of clear light suddenly lit up in the layers of demonic intent. Only a dark figure was seen descending from the sky and smashing directly onto the ground. In an instant, a faint palpitation flashed across Gu Mingyue's eyes. Further away, Ji Rumong exclaimed, her taut heartstrings suddenly relaxing. She saw that the falling figure was not Lord Yi. but the remains of her ancestor. Buzz. With the appearance of this corpse, the demonic intent that had originally permeated the hall suddenly receded like a tidal wave, revealing one of the figures in white clothes that stood tall with an immortal face that was ice cold. Ye Lord! Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled, and her eyes suddenly froze. At this moment, the Ye Lord, his expression was cold, holding that ancient stone sword in his hand, and the entire person's breath actually seemed to have become incomparably sinister. Puff! As a sound of sobbing blood came from him, Lord Ye's body trembled steeply and directly fell from the sky. Ye Lord! Gu Mingyue took a step out, as if it was an instinct, and directly swept Lord Yi into her arms. How are you feeling? It's soft. Ye Lord's entire face was rooted into Gu Mingyue's arms and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he could smell the wisp of fragrance emanating from Gu Mingyue's body and felt the amazing softness of her chest, revealing a look of enjoyment. Gu Mingyue's silver teeth clenched, but looking at the pallor of Ye Lord's face and the blood-stained white clothes, she finally did not dare to push him away, and sighed softly in her heart. For some reason, at this moment, there was suddenly an unspeakable uneasiness in the bottom of her heart, and she always felt that Ye Lord's injuries were even more serious than they appeared on the surface. A saintly corpse demon, an evil sword cursed by an immortal, especially just now, the Ye Lord's eyes dazzling that wisp of cold, emotionless, actually made her see a few points of the last life of the Ye Lord's god. Gu Mingyue's mind trembled as a possibility suddenly occurred to her. Could it be that the demonic intent of Lord Yi came from this? He had only been corrupted by the demonic intent in the temple and fell into the demonic path step by step in order to save himself? Gu Mingyue wasn't sure if the Yi Lord of her last life had appeared in the Yin Ruins tomb, and she had never thought that Lord Yi would be corrupted by demonic intent, not to mention caring about his injuries and abnormalities. This was negligence on her part as a fiancé. In this life, the biggest concern in Gu Mingyue's mind was the secret of Lord Ye's demonic body. Nowadays, it seems as if he did not intentionally cultivate the devil's power, but was forced to do so? Suddenly, Gu Mingyue's eyes actually flashed with a faint trace of remorse. If she hadn't left the Yi clan and secretly come to snatch Lin Chen's creation, she wouldn't have put herself in danger. Yi Lords wouldn't have been trapped by the corpse demon in the demon realm in order to save her. If he really fell into the devil's path because of this and became a great devil who was the enemy of the world, what choice should Gu Mingyue make? The everlasting Yi family has many means. There must be a way to resolve the demonic intent on Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath, helped Yi Lord up and marched towards the outside of the hall. I'll send you back to the Yi family. Akatsuki. Wait. Yi Lord struggled to get up, his face incomparably pale, only to see him take out a black and white divine marrow from his Chinkuan ring and hand it over to Gu Mingyue. Here, this is the greatest chance of this place. Buzz. At that instant, a force of yin and yang flowed away, and the visions rose to life. The faces of Gu Mingyue and Ji Rumeng, on the other hand, almost simultaneously froze, their red lips slightly open, a face of shock and palpitations. The yin-yang divine essence. Gu Mingyue muttered a word, her entire body froze in place, her eyes gradually turning a little red. She had suspected before that there were likely other creations hidden in this Yin ruin tomb, and Lin Chen took the opportunity to leave in order to shake off the crowd and use the corpse demonic intent of this place to trap them. Now, it seemed that her guess was right, but in the end, Lin Chen was not able to get what he wanted, and was instead robbed of his creation by Lord Yi. I suspect that the demon that struck out at us before was one of Lin Chen's people. Yi Lord's indifferent words immediately caused Ji Ruming's heart and mind to tremble, and chills spread throughout her body. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the divine essence of Yin and Yang to the daughter of heaven's destiny, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the Yin Yang turning wheel bead, containing the origin of Yin and Yang, which can be used to comprehend the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Ye Lords, you've been injured too. This Tao divine essence. Gu Mingyue sighed softly, feeling that if she continued like this, she was going to fall into the arms of this Yi family's divine son again. I said I'll get you whatever you want. Next time don't leave without saying goodbye. Go, leave this place first. Yi Lord shook his head and held Gu Mingyue's palm as he walked towards the outside of the hall. Behind the two of them, Ji Rumeng sighed lightly, and in her eyes as she looked at Gu Mingyue, there was a faint tinge of envy. As the three of them walked out of the hall, they saw countless celestial pride sprawled in the abyss along the way, with broken limbs and remains spilling out all over the ground. Among them, there was no lack of ancient clan heirs and immortal sect saints who died extremely tragic deaths. There were even numerous gnawing marks on some of the bones, which was beyond creepy. Look, it's Ji Rumeng, Yi Lord Godson. Godson, get away from Ji Rumeng, she's an evil demon. Just as the three of them appeared at the entrance of the great abyss, the only 5 remaining ancient clan heirs suddenly let out a cry of alarm and shouted frantically towards Yi Lords. Devil? Who are you calling a demon? Ji Ruming's face froze, and the trace of uneasiness in the bottom of her heart intensified. Chapter 28 Holy Maiden. You don't want the Inhui ancient sect to be destroyed because of this, do you? What the hell is going on? Lord Yi frowned lightly and looked up at the seal of demonic intent that loomed above the great abyss. When he was refining the immortal-killing ancient sword just now, he had felt a faint wave of soul consciousness gradually annihilate. If he expected correctly, this divine soul wave should be that of the great demon that guarded the yin-yang divine essence before. He was beheaded by the immortal-killing ancient sword and was reduced to a sword puppet of this sword, being controlled by a strand of soul consciousness, and thus had not truly fallen. As Lord Yi refined this sword, the strand of imprisoned soul consciousness was shattered, and the remaining vitality of the great demon was naturally gone. Lin Chen, it's that grey-clothed youth who followed Ji Rumeng. He colluded with the demons and killed everyone who entered the ancient tomb. Yes, I saw them go to the temple to seize the treasure with my own eyes, and a demon stopped all the heavenly pride for him and killed them all. I saw it too. That demon even bowed to him. The 5 clan young lords looked indignant, and there was a thick trace of resentment in the bottom of their eyes. It was horrible. During these 2 days, they had been hiding in the abyss and were in fear of their lives, which was simply more painful than death. Oh, at those words, Yi Lord slowly turned his head to look at Ji Rumeng, his eyes gradually turning cold. Holy Maiden Ji, as you know, my Yi clan and the evil demons are irreconcilable. Gollum. Ji Rumeng's throat rolled as she put her fingers together and pointed to the heavens. Divine Son Yi Lord, I swear, I have no collusion with Lin Chen. He was the one who took the initiative to approach the Yin Ruin ancient sect, saying that he could help me find my ancestors' posthumous tomb, and that I was also being used by him. Oh, Yi Lord nodded gently, his face hidden some difficult colors. Even if I'm willing to believe you, but those dead sects' celestial pride. Empress Gu, please be sure to help me prove that I was also pitted by Lin Chen and nearly died at the hands of that one corpse demon. At this moment, Ji Rumeng really panicked, her pretty face turning white. She understood that once the events in the ancient tomb spread out, the Inhui ancient sect would fall into the spotlight. Those clans with dead heirs and saints would definitely not be willing to rest. Humph, Divine Son mustn't trust her. I think the Yin Ruin's ancient sect is just having ulterior motives, intentionally pitting and killing a bunch of clan heirs around them to consolidate their position as hegemon. Yeah, this matter definitely can't be let go so easily. Noisy. Just as the crowd of clan celestials were clamoring, they saw Lord Yi suddenly chopping down a sword, and the sword aura roared. In an instant, the faces of those 5 clan heirs whose cultivation had reached the first level of the divine will instantly froze, their brows pierced through, and they directly fell from the sky, their vitality pursed. This scene, even more so, caused Ji Rumeng's delicate body to tremble, and a pair of straight and slender jade legs gradually tightened. Go! With an indifferent expression, Yi Lord once again chopped down with his sword, shattering the seal above the great abyss alive, and left this place with Gu Mingyue, Yi Lord Godson. Ji Rumeng clenched her silver teeth and forced herself to endure the palpitations in her heart as she chased after him towards Lord Yi. Please, Divine Son Lord Yi must certify my name. Why should I testify for you? Are you related to me? Yi Lord sneered, not paying any attention to the pleading in Ji Rumeng's eyes, and headed towards the Yi family's direction with Gu Mingyue. If he remembered correctly, the fiancé of this Yin Ruin sacred maiden was a young supreme, saint body heavenly pride. As for Lord Ye's manifestation demon body, it just so happened that it needed to devour 5 saint body bloodlines in order to complete the 3rd turn. If Ji Rumeng wasn't a little cutie, she would have realized that the only one who could save her and the Inhui ancient sect right now was Lord Yi, Yi Lord Godson. On the banks of the great abyss, Ji Rumeng clenched her jade hands and suddenly, as if she had made some sort of determination, chased after the 2 Yi Lords. Yi Lords, if you intend to help her, why are you hanging on to her like this? In the Yi family land, Gu Mingyue's brows knitted lightly as she glanced at Lord Yi with some suspicion. In her last life, she hadn't heard that Lin Chen had colluded with the evil demons, and she always felt that there were many variables in this trip to the Inhui tomb, and because of this, a trace of hope inexplicably grew within her. Asking for a favor should at least be a gesture of asking for a favor. I'm not willing to give everything to anyone. Yi Lord suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Mingyue. This unintentional deep affection, but also caused Gu Mingyue's pretty face to freeze, and a smoky haze gradually rose on her face. Yi Lords, your injuries. I guess I'll be in seclusion for a while, so I won't go to the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty to see you for these few days. With a helpless smile, Yi Lord reached out and wrapped a strand of messy hair from Gu Mingyue's forehead behind her ear. This kind of gentle action, even more so, caused Gu Mingyue's heart and mind to tremble, and she was at a loss for words. Well, you take care then. Gu Mingyue gave a light and although her complexion was clear and cold, her gait was already flustered. At this moment, her Dao heart was in slight disarray. Come on out. It wasn't until Gu Mingyue's aura disappeared that Yi Lord's face turned cold bit by bit as his figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the Divine Son's great hall. Behind him, Ji Rumung glanced at the surrounding heaven and earth with a nervous expression before appearing and bowing slightly towards Lord Yi. Divine Son. This was the first time she had come to the everlasting Yi family, and she was immediately shocked by the sight of the place. Terrifying immortal aura filled the air, and the palace was magnificent, like an ancient heavenly divine scene. Farther away, the sun, moon, and stars flowed, and a strand of the great Tao divine trace could be vaguely seen outlining, emitting a vast and surging hum. It was like a separate universe, with a flood of great roads and magnificent laws. Is that one? It seems to be Inhui Holy Maiden Ji Rumung. Nyobi the Divine Son has only just gotten engaged, and he dares to bring the Inhui Holy Maiden back to his clan? How do I remember Ji Rumung having a fiancé? Holy Maiden, you don't want your fiancé to lose his life either. Hiss, there's a picture. In the Yi family land, Yi Tsun, Yi Ru and the others looked at the golden-robed silhouette that stood behind the Yi Lord, and there was a strong admiration under their eyes. As a famous and proud daughter of the holy state, Ji Rumung was stunningly beautiful with delicate features, and that soft and pitiful temperament on her body attracted countless suitors. But at this moment, this supreme proud daughter in the eyes of the world was like a maidservant in front of Lord Yi, with a humble posture that could be given at any time. Say, what's following me? Lord Yi walked into the shrine and sat down before the long case, grabbing a wine pot and taking a light sip. Son of God. Ji Rumung took a deep breath and her face gradually became solemn. Originally, with her status, there was no need to be so humble in front of Lord Yi. However, after witnessing the cold-blooded killing of the Son of God with her own eyes, Ji Rumung actually had an instinctive fear of him within her heart. I want to make a deal with you. Oh, a deal? Yi Lord gave Ji Rumung an interested look. You're not trying to tell me that I'm writing off the account of killing Ji Wuwa and Ji Bangin, but I need to help you clear your name, right? Ji Rumung's face suffocated, her silver teeth lightly biting her red lips. Divine Son Yi Lord, you've also killed many heavenly pride. Upon hearing this, Lord Yi shook his head and smiled, suddenly standing up and walking over to Ji Rumung. In the next instant, he directly probed out a palm, gripping Ji Rumung's snow-white and slender neck, and carried her entire body above mid-air. Not to mention Ji Wuhui and these people. Even if I killed you, what would happen? You, looking at the handsome and indifferent face in front of her, Ji Rumung's red lips trembled, and fog gradually rose in her eyes. Ye Lord Godchild, how on earth can you help me? I only help my own, and you are not, unless you are a handmaiden to me. Chapter 29. Hear the Master? The secret of the pixie's heart. What? Hearing what Lord Yi said, Ji Rumung's entire body froze in place, and Lord Yi casually tossed her aside, as if he was tossing a livestock, without any mercy. This scene once again caused Ji Rumung's proud heart to be ruthlessly trampled on. She was the holy maiden of Yin Ruins, the topmost proud girl in the holy state. No matter her background, talent or even looks, she was enough to be ranked among the top 10 in the holy state. Yet she was humiliated by Lord Yi in such a way. On the contrary, nowadays, Ji Rumung as well as the fate of the Inhui ancient sect were all held in the hands of the Yi Lords, and they didn't dare to have a single struggle at all. Godson Yi Lord, can you please change your terms? Yin Market ancient sect, can pay any price. Ji Rumung took a deep breath, forcibly holding back the resentment in her heart, and asked in a deep voice, my patience is very limited, so until I change my mind, either get out or do as I say. Lord Yi sat back down before the long case, picked up the wine pot, and drank to himself. He wasn't worried at all that Ji Rumung would refuse. From the moment she stepped into the Yi clan's grounds, it would be impossible for her to leave peacefully. Good, I promise you, but Divine Son Yi Lord should know that I have a fiancé. Ji Rumung pondered for a moment, her silver teeth clenched as she glared hatefully at Yi Lord Dao. Holy Maiden Ji is overthinking it. With your status, you're not qualified to be on my bed. Yi Lord smiled indifferently and suddenly looked up at Ji Rumung. Open up your soul, see. Am I that bad? Ji Rumung stomped her foot in anger, then suddenly reacted. Her eyes suddenly condensed. Open the soul, see? Yi Lord Godson, don't. That's not up to you. Yi Lord's expression was gentle, and the divine soul burst out from the pupils of his eyes, transforming into a dark and ancient seal that fell towards Ji Rumung's soul sea. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with divine patterns and weather. Ji Rumung's body, moreover, was firmly suppressed by this pressure. Her hair was disheveled and she couldn't move. Why? I've obviously promised you. Ji Rumung looked aggrieved, tears dripping down her face. At this moment, she had a premonition that once she dared to struggle even a little bit, she would instantly be crushed by this soul force into the soul sea and die. I don't trust you. Yi Lord shook his head, taking control of that one soul mark and ruthlessly inserting it into Ji Rumung. Buzz. Vast amounts of soul power poured in angrily, almost stuffing Ji Rumung. Stop. Stop. There's too much. Lord Yi, it's going to break. As a terrified and helpless gasp came from Ji Rumung, her body directly went limp on the ground, her snow-white skin all over her body. All of them rose up with a faint reddish color, drenched in fragrant sweat, tantalizing to the extreme, panting heavily. "Come over here, give me a whack on the shoulder and tell me how you and Lin Chen met." Yi Lord's tone was indifferent, and a strand of soul consciousness quietly passed away in the soul sea. From this moment on, this In Ruins holy maiden would be his most loyal slave. Just one thought from Lord Yi could make her want to live and die. "Yes, godson, what did you call me?" Yi Lord's eyebrows were lightly raised, and the soul lines at the bottom of his eyes were dazzling, and Ji Ruming's delicate body trembled steeply, as if she had flipped some kind of switch. Her legs gradually tightened. "Master." Only seeing her silver teeth clenching, she slowly walked behind Lord Yi and gently kneaded his shoulders. Though her movements were slightly awkward, there was no longer a hint of resistance in her eyes. "So, he helped you open the In Ruins ancient tomb in exchange for a Dao discourse order to get a qualification to enter the Dao sect's secret realm?" The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly, and his heart instantly made a guess. The chosen one, who has nothing better to do every day, likes to make copies and recognize his brothers. The reason why Lord Yi had taken Ji Rumung as a slave was not just to frame Lin Chen. There was a more important purpose, that Eucharistic fiancé of hers. In the next Daozi discourse, Lord Yi only needed to slightly arrange his means to collectively harvest Lin Chen and Ji Ruming's fiancés. With any luck, that little green plum of Lin Duan's would probably deliver as well. The premise was that she had to know that Lin Chen was in danger. "Yes, master." Ji Ruming's red lips pursed lightly as she carefully glanced at Lord Yi. "What is master's next plan?" "You go back to the In Ruins ancient sect and make the identity of Lin Chen's evil demon public, and then I will prove to the world what you said is the Yi family's divine son." Yi Lord's fingers gently knocked on the table, and a hint of contemplation gradually flashed under his eyes. Lin Dust was making every effort to enter the Dao sect's secret realm. It must be that there was his exclusive creation hidden within it. At times like this, the only thing he could count on was the remnants of the great demon in his ring. Just previously, in the In Ruins tomb, Yi Lord had robbed the Yin Yang divine essence in advance, which had already planted a sharp thorn of distrust in these two people's hearts. Next, Yi Lords only needed to tweak it a little, and it would make the two of them ache and look alike. "Yes, master." Ji Rumung nodded gently and bowed towards Lord Yi, turning around to leave the place. "That fiancé of yours, he'll be going to Tendo City as well, right?" Right at this moment, Lord Ye's voice suddenly came from behind her, instantly causing Ji Ruming's heart and mind to tremble as she let out a light "Don't worry, master. We don't have feelings. I won't let him touch me. Go on." Lord Yi waved his hand and watched as Ji Rumung walked out of the great hall and disappeared at the end of heaven and earth. Soon, what happened in the In Ruins ancient tomb spread throughout the entire sacred state at an astonishing speed. Evil demon Lin Chen slaughtered countless clan heirs, and presumptuously designed to trap and kill the In Ruins sacred maiden and the Yi clan's divine son. Although in the end, the two of them managed to escape with their lives, the Yi Lord Godchild still suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and this news was corroborated by a group of Yi family elders, completely shocking the 3000 Dao state. Who would have thought that the Yi family's divine son would suffer such a great calamity just after he was born? In an instant, Lin Chen's name as well as his portrait were posted everywhere. Even some of the ancient immortal clans even sent their elders and heirs around to look for traces of Lin Chen, just so that they could take this opportunity to get rid of this evil demon and curry favor with the Yi Lord divine son. Damn! In the middle of the ancient city, Lin Chen looked at the notice portraits posted in the city. His palms clenched tightly and his pupils were filled with indignation. "Dusty, don't worry about it. With my disguise technique, no one will recognize you." Yu Ji's voice came from his soul sea, instantly calming Lin Chen's mind a little. "Senior, is there really a heaven and earth spirit flame hidden in the Dao sect's secret realm?" "Of course, I was the one who personally sealed it in the secret realm in the first place. And not only is there a spirit fire, but there are also many divine materials and treasures, enough to support your breakthrough to the Dao Zeroing realm." Alright, don't draw anymore. Senior, don't worry. As long as my divine skill comes to fruition, I will definitely help you refine a perfect shaping pill to help you recover your physical body and return to your peak. Lin Chen waved his hand, a hint of impatience hidden in his tone. Before the opening of the In Ruins tomb, Yuji was also blowing awesome with him like this. What is infallible? What is invincible in the world? And the result? Just a single Yi Lord scared Yuji so much that she fled and nearly peed. Hey! Upon hearing this, Yuji sighed lightly. It always felt like ever since the In Ruins tomb, there had been an extra layer of separation between her and Lin Chen. Now this feeding of pies to each other was causing both of them an inexplicable nausea. Inexplicably, a handsome and gentle face actually surfaced in front of Yuji's eyes. If, back then, she had met the Yi Lord Godson, the latter would definitely not have coveted a yin-yang divine essence, right? and the secret buried deep in the heart of the Phantom Lady may not be insurmountable. When she thought of the massacre she had witnessed back then, Yuji was still shaken and chilled to the bone. 3,000 Tao states. Is there still hope? Chapter 30 Package for nothing. The three forbidden will appear together on the wall of the Tao. Granny Orchid, hurry up. The border of the holy state. Only to see a young girl wearing an ice blue long dress with snow white hair stepping forward. A trace of worry hidden on a fair and absolutely beautiful face. She was extremely slim, budding and only just showing off. The features were exquisite, as flawless as a carving, with an extremely dusty and honorable divinity. That pair of ice blue eye pupils was more like the most ethereal divine spring in the 9 heavens, clear and pure, untainted by dust. At this time, her jade feet were bare, and a red rope was tied around her neck as she landed between a mountain forest. In an instant, a layer of frost crystallized on the grass and earth beneath her feet. Princess Luoshi. No, the old slave just can't walk anymore. In the distant sky dome, a gray-haired old woman shook her head and gasped for air. Granny, if it's too late, it'll be too late. Princess, our Luotian clan has long been hidden from the world. If you come out this time without the clan master's knowledge, if those old things find out, if you know, it's not the first time they've punished me anyway. Luoshi looked indifferent. A brilliant and resolute face was reflected in her mind. My brother is in trouble. There's no way I'm going to sit back and do nothing. Buzz. As her words fell, the entire mountain forest actually fell strangely silent. The terrifying coldness froze heaven and earth, and everything dried up. At this time, Luoshi's body seems to be glowing. Jade feet are warm and delicate, and the ice blue pupils of her eyes reflect a side of the ancient snow country. Creamy white snow began to drift, reflecting Luoshi's figure more and more sacred. AI, Princess, in fact, you've already finished repaying your favor. If you hadn't begged me to make a move in the first place, how could he have escaped the Blood Soul Palace's pursuit? Granny Orchid sighed softly as she wanted to speak. Granny, I'll say it again. This favor isn't paid back until the Blood Soul Hall is extinguished. And, you'd better not let your brother know about this, or else. Luoshi coldly glanced at Granny Orchid, and with a light tap of her jade foot, she stepped towards the center of the holy state. There were less than 10 days to go before the biggest event in the sacred state, the Tao Sect Discourse. Even if Niinai won't show up, that bad guy Kamiko who falsely accused Niinai will definitely show up. Nowadays, she was no longer the little girl who used to follow her brother around all day. She was the princess of the Luotian clan, the future lord of the Northern Plains ice state of the 10 great Tao states. Whoever dared to harm her brother in the slightest, she would not let go easily. Meanwhile, the everlasting Leaf family. Ye Lord sat in the great hall of the divine sun, looking at a precious pearl of 2 colors, yin and yang, in his hand, with a hint of depth hidden under his eyes. In the past few days, he had successively obtained another immortal pill gifted by the system, as well as a supreme law called the Void Great Hand Seal. It was obvious that nowadays, Yi Fan was also practicing desperately in the mysterious mountain village, always ready to take revenge on him. Master, just at this moment, a low and gentle voice suddenly came from outside the great hall. Only Ji Ruming's figure came from outside the hall and bowed towards Lord Yi. Everything done? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, putting down the tea in his hand. Ji Ruming, on the other hand, obediently walked over to him and knelt down, nodding her head gently. Don't worry, Master, it's all been prepared according to your instructions. The Lin family of Fireflame City, have you found out? Checked it out. About 10 years ago, the Lin family was overthrown by the Blood Soul Palace. Lin Chen was fortunately saved by a mysterious powerhouse, and his whereabouts are unknown since then. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere. The Blood Soul Hall, as a top power in the 10 great Tao states of the underworld heavenly state, had unfathomable depths. And since this mysterious strong man was able to save Lin Chen from the Blood Soul Hall, his strength was evident. If Lord Ye's expectations were correct, this mysterious powerhouse was most likely the protector of that little green plum of Lin Duan's. As for why she didn't bring Lin Chen back to the clan, it was mostly because she couldn't see Lin Chen's identity. About the news of the 9 great imperial talismans, it has also been spread out as you commanded, and I, the Een Market Ancient Sect, will also send people to find the whereabouts of the Emperor's talisman. Ji Ruming's red lips pursed lightly and her smile was light. She didn't really understand why the Yi Lord Godchild would spread the news of the 9 great imperial talismans. According to the Divine Sun, these 9 Emperor symbols were symbols of the Earth's Qi, and whoever could fuse the Emperor symbols would become the protagonist of this chaotic world. If someone could collect all 9 Emperor symbols, a new era would begin. But as one of the Godson's slaves, all Ji Ruming had to do was to obey and do her job. Well done. I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time. You come and guard my path. As the words fell, Lord Yi directly threw that one immortal dand that he had gleaned from Yi Fan into his mouth. and offered up the yin-yang turning wheel bead to hover above his head. Rumble. In an instant, the entire divine hall was enveloped by a rich immortal rhythm, with the divine sounds of the great Tao rising and falling, and Ji Ruming's face froze almost instantly. At this moment, she felt that the spiritual energy in her body was like a river surging, nearly overflowing out of her body along her thighs. It's going to fall apart. Even with Ji Ruming's status, she had never seen such a terrifying wave of aura. A single strand nearly filled her flesh. At this moment, she suddenly realized that even being one of Lord Ye's maidservants was a heavenly opportunity for them, the holy maiden of the great sect and the goddess of the immortal sect, to be a slave of the Son of God and to eat only dandies without suffering. Though nowadays she was not very comfortable with this identity, and would not yet know a lot about the situation to please the godson, and in the future she would only be able to learn in dry school. Buzz. In just a moment, Yi Lord's realm began to climb, and his body was surrounded by 10,000 runic patterns in boiling haze. God's wheel sevenfold. The divine wheel is eightfold. The ninth level of the divine wheel. Master. Ji Ruming's delicate body trembled, once again shocked by Lord Ye's terrifying talent. But before she could react from her shock, she saw the treasure bead on top of Yi Lord's head shatter with a loud bang. Among them, the two chi of yin and yang were poured down from his heavenly spirit, washing his flesh, tempering his muscles and bones, and finally converging at the place of his danhai. Buzz. In an instant, there was a haze floating above the Yi family, and the divine sound was heard for miles, and in Yi Lord's Dan Si, the chaos divine will slowly manifested, fusing and intertwining with the yin and yang chi, diffusing into a scene of two yin and two yang. Vaguely, Ji Ruming actually saw the stars, sun and moon, rivers and mountains in it. Chaos gives birth to yin and yin and yang transform the universe. This is the power of creation. Outside the Yi family land, an old man in cloth with white eyes held a bamboo stick and looked up to the sky above, a hint of shock hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Immediately, he lightly twisted his fingers, and a hint of an eerie smile actually surfaced on his aged face. Tao Ancestor God Wall. Reincarnation intertwined. The three great taboos appearing in the same heaven and earth. White-clothed scourge of the world. The ancient emperor and one more is the one from the 9 heavens. Chapter 31 Most dislike people who pretend to be a bully. Yun Tian ancient sect is very hanging. Hiss. Ji Rumon winced as her entire body froze directly in place. At this moment, she could clearly feel that the power nurtured in Yi Lord's divine will was several times more vast than ordinary spiritual power, and had completely transcended the realm of spiritual power, more like a great Tao sense. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, this kind of power was already in the Tao category. Just, the power of the Tao was the threshold for stepping into the realm of heavenly mechanism. Yi Lords were only at the divine wheel level. How could they possibly comprehend this kind of great Tao law? Just how heaven-defying had his talent reached, actually crossing the Mahayana realm and sensing the Tao. Moreover, the Tao power that Lord Yi perceived was not the ordinary 5 elemental Tao rules, but the top chaos and yin-yang Tao rules among the 3,000 Tao rules. These two powers both contain the power of creation, and with one thought of heaven and earth, they create thousands of things. Hiss. In an instant, Ji Ruming's entire body went limp, her throat rolling as she looked at the white-clothed figure in front of her with adoration and fascination in her eyes. This vision. In the Yi family land, Yi Tsang and the others stood before the grand hall, looking out at the vision above their heads, a faint trace of bitterness in the bottom of their eyes. Ever since the Divine Sun War, Yi Chen and Yi Linglong had already resealed themselves, preparing to break the 6th heavenly Tao shackle. Yi Xian, on the other hand, left the Yi clan and traveled to the 3,000 Tao state to practice and sense his true meaning of the sword Tao. Only Yi Tsang and the others, now that they had gone through the ancestral chi penetration and talent metamorphosis, were in need of some hardy battles. The Taoist sect discusses the Tao, and the secret realm opens. This was a rare opportunity to practice for any holy state's contemporary pride, and that secret realm of the Tao sect was known as one of the oldest secret realms in the sacred state, and it was rumored that a giant of the ancient times had fallen in it. It was because of his fall that the Tao sect was created to be brilliant and the 100 races in the secret realm flourished. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant sky dome. One could only see a white-clothed figure striding along, his clothes fluttering and awe-inspiring like an immortal. At its feet, a golden divine path extended and spread out, covering the sky and spreading all the way to the feet of the crowd. And behind Yi Lords, also followed a gold-robed woman, immortal face cold, delicate skin, slender and soft body, like a maidservant half a step behind Yi Lords. Greetings to the Son of God. Yi Tsang and the others' eyes trembled as they bowed down deeply towards Lord Yi. Yi Tsang, follow me to the heavenly Tao ancient city. As Yi Lord's words fell, Yi Tsang immediately grinned, revealing a smug smile towards Yi Ru and the others. Yes, Divine Son. Lord Yi took a step out and traveled towards the outside of the clan land. When the Taoist ancestor ascended to the 9 heavenly immortal realms, he used his life's enlightenment to cast a great Tao divine wall in the Taoist sect, which was able to peek into the past lives and present lives. Ever since Ye Lord fused the ancestral symbol of the great beginning, he had always felt that this fleshly body of his had an unusual origin. Who the hell is he? What is the predestined involvement with that one manifestation beginning devil who opened up the heavens and the earth? Perhaps that piece of the great Tao divine wall would give him some answers. In an instant, a golden glow rose from the Yi family's land. One could only see a golden sedan carriage slowly taking off into the air, racing towards the heavenly Tao ancient city. Ye Lord reclined in the sedan carriage, resting on top of Ji Rumeng's snow-white and warm thighs with a lazy look. Ji Rumeng, on the other hand, cupped the spirit fruits in her hands, peeling them off one by one and handing them into his mouth. Nowadays, Ji Rumeng, which still had half of the pride and honor of the once-in Hui holy maiden, was completely in the posture of a servant girl. Time passes. As the Tao sect discourse was about to begin, many holy sons of clans and heirs of great religions descended one after another in the heavenly Tao ancient city. Many young supreme beings, who were rare to see on weekdays, gathered in the ancient city, waiting for the Tao sect's Daozi to come down to the mountain to discuss the Tao. It is said that this Taoist son was born with divine pupils and is the reincarnation of a mighty man, who has been enlightened by heaven and earth and has seen his true self in the cycle of reincarnation, and his position in the sacred state was in no way weaker than the young emperor of the imperial court. The everlasting divine son, what gives you the right to throw us out? Ancient city of the heavenly Tao. In front of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, a young girl dressed in green looked indignant, and in her big, dark, soulful eyes, there was a hidden hint of aggression. Behind him, another brown-robed youth kept winking at her. His face was a color of embarrassment as he kept turning his head to look at the surrounding crowd. The young girl was dressed in green. Her face was pure. Although she was not as graceful and noble as Gu Mingyue and the others, she had a few more points of spirituality and innocence. At this moment, she stood in front of the Wanbao pavilion, looking at the group of black-clothed slaves that stopped in front of her, with a feeling of helplessness and humility. Humph. Our Cloud Sky Ancient Sect's young lord is selecting spiritual treasures at the 10,000 treasures pavilion, and idlers are exempt from entering. Among them, a man with a scar on his face let out a cold laugh, without the slightest intention of putting the two green-clothed girls in their eyes. Although Cloud Sky Ancient City was not a top power in the holy state, it was barely a second-rate clan. What's more, the Cloud Sky Ancient Sect was backed by the Great Sun Sacred Sect, and it was considered to be renowned around this heavenly Tao ancient city. On what grounds? Yu Qingji clenched her silver teeth and turned her head to look at the youth behind her. Senior brotherly burn, didn't you say that the heavenly Tao city is a holy place of cultivation, and that the Tao sect is even more concerned about treating everyone equally? Senior sister, stop it, let's go. Li Burn let out a bitter smile and sighed helplessly in his heart. As a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, he was considered a little famous in their part of the mountains. But, where is this? This was the Heavenly Tao city, the most prestigious ancient city in the sacred state. Even a dog in the city could be from a sacred immortal sect, an immortal great sect. It was simply not something they could provoke. What's more, what is Manpower Pavilion? The 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce behind the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was the largest merchant house in the 3,000 Dao Prefecture, treasuring tens of thousands of spiritual treasures and divine materials. With a few pounds in Li Burn's hand, not to mention the spiritual treasures and divine materials in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, I'm afraid that he can't even afford to buy a talisman. Oh, Yu Qingji's face froze, especially with the mockery and contempt on the faces of the people around her, which caused an unspeakable meanness in her heart. Originally, in her eyes, elder brother was her biggest backer, omnipotent, but looking at the gloom on Li Burn's face, the remaining dignity in Yu Qingji's heart was completely trampled. Humph, two bumpkins, actually want to enter the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion as well? Nor do they take a piss and look at themselves. The scarred man snorted, not hiding the sneer in his eyes. Just at the moment his words fell, he heard a gentle and calm voice suddenly come from the crowd. Cloud Sky Ancient Sect, is it hanging? Chapter 32. You're a songstress, right? As the saying goes, people are stronger than situations. Cloud Sky Ancient Sect? Never heard of it. As a rough and playful laugh came from the side, it instantly attracted the eyes of the surrounding crowd. Who? Which ungrateful one dares to insult my Cloud Sky Ancient Sect? Buzz. Before the scarred man could react, he saw a golden light shining fist seal blasted and covered, directly smashing down on top of his chest. In an instant, the entire body of this slave, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Soul Sea, directly exploded, his flesh and bones shattering all over the place. Hiss! Heaven and earth are silent. Immediately afterward, bursts of sounds of cold air being sucked in came from the entire ancient city. Everyone looked at the tall figure that stepped out with a single step. and there was a strong shock in their eyes. The ancient city of Tendo, the iron law of two men. First, during the Daozi's discourse, no protector of the Tao may enter the city, except for contemporary celestials and cultivators in the city. Secondly, fighting is strictly prohibited in the ancient city, not to mention random killing. Anyone, regardless of clan origin, once they violated these two iron laws, they would be expelled from the ancient city if they were light, or they would be directly killed by the city's law enforcement elders. Who is this youth who dares to kill in public? Buzz. At the same time, an ear-splitting buzz suddenly came from the center of the ancient city, only to see an old man dressed in white with snow-white hair stride in. His aura had actually reached the level of the Tao Chopper. Senior. Before the treasure pavilion, Yu Qingji's eyes trembled as she looked at the shattered remains of flesh on the ground, only to feel a chill rising from the soles of her feet, with no way to contain it at all. I told you not to cause trouble. This is great. My heavenly sword sect is afraid that I'm going to be in big trouble. Li Burn's teeth were clenched tightly as he made a wink towards Yu Qingji and turned around to leave the place, not to mention the fact that they couldn't afford to mess with the Cloud Sky Ancient Sect. Once the Tao enforcement elders in the heavenly Tao city arrived, I'm afraid that none of them would want to leave alive today. Stand still. Right at this moment, a low and angry cold voice suddenly came from the treasure pavilion, only to see a body obese, small eyes like beans of youth, embracing a woman dressed in a demonic step out. It is the young master of the Cloud Sky Ancient Sect, Yun He. At this moment, his chin was slightly raised as he looked Yu Qingji and the two of them up and down, and then rested his eyes on the tall and burly youth in the distance. Were you the ones who killed my house slave? Not us. Senior. Before Li Burn's words fell, he saw Yu Qingji suddenly step forward and stand in front of Yunhe. At this time, although her face had a somewhat nervous look, she did not flinch. Yu Qingji understood that the reason why the gentleman had struck out just now was because he was not used to seeing this group of evil slaves bullying the two of her senior siblings. Master said that a sword cultivator must walk right and stand straight at all times. If she walks away today, she is bound to feel guilty for the rest of her life. In the crowd, the corner of Yi Lord's mouth raised a light and gentle smile, and there was a hint of depth hidden in his eyes as he looked at Yu Qingji. Daughter of the Mandate of Heaven, Yu Qingji, Golden Finger, innate sword bone, not yet awakened. Identity, little sister of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Plot direction, suffering from cold eyes in the Heavenly Tao City, with low self-esteem and paranoia, due to accidentally killing the young master of the ancient Legacy clan in the secret realm of the Tao clan. He is pursued by the strongest members of the Legacy clan, awakening the innate sword bone and triggering the predestined plot. May I ask the host if he's bound? Not her. Yi Lord's brows were lightly furrowed, and there was a hint of disappointment hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Originally, he had thought that the young girl in front of him who was endowed with chi might be Lin Chen's little green plum who had never shown her face, but looking at the direction of her plot, it was obvious that she was unrelated to Lin Chen. However, for Lord Yi, how could he bear to let go of this kind of heavenly destiny that was sent to his door, let alone a sword immortal template? A matter of convenience. Bound. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the third heavenly fate, gaining 3% of heavenly fate value. Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you kill my servant in Heavenly Tao City? Yunhe sneered and lifted his feet towards Yu Qingji. As a subordinate force of the Great Sun Sacred Sect, Yunhe couldn't be said to be powerful, but he was also little known in this Heavenly Tao City. Junior sister, what are you doing? Do you really want to push my Heavenly Sword Sect to destruction? Li Burn's teeth clenched, forcibly holding back the resentment in his heart. He fiercely glared at Yu Qingji. Young Lord Yunhe, misunderstanding. Snap. But the moment his words fell, he saw Yunhe directly raise a fat hand and viciously smack him in the face. Even so, Li Burn still didn't dare to show a trace of anger. Nodding his head and accompanying him with a smile, young lord, rest his anger. Rest in peace? Yunhe looked Yu Qingji up and down. A sinister smile gradually appeared on his fat face. It's not impossible, but we have to change a place to rest properly. Buzz. Right at this moment, a sword chant suddenly came from the distant void. Yi Lords flexed his fingers and a strand of sword chi pierced through the void, directly chopping at the place beneath Yunhe. After a short period of silence, an agonizing and desperate hissing sound abruptly resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Yunhe's body was even curling down little by little, blood spattering underneath his body, shocking to the eyes. At this moment, the sun's light seemed to have suddenly dimmed a bit, leaving only red, orange, yellow, green, with only blue and purple missing. Is it out now? As a low and gentle voice came out, a white-clothed figure stepped out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Wow, what a handsome gentleman. This is too handsome. I also want to be bloodied by the male. The eyes of the crowd of Clan Pride girls trembled, and their mouths, lips gradually opened. Stop. Above the sky dome, a sudden sound of breaking wind resounded. Immediately afterward, An angry and old voice boomed out, shocking the hearts of the people. Only a white-haired old man was seen descending from the sky, followed by many Dao sect guards in silver and white battle armor. It's the enforcement elder of Heavenly Dao City, Lu Shan. Lu, Elder Lu, you must do right by me. Cut the chicken. Oh, cut the chicken. Yunhee cried and wailed in pain, crawling all the way towards Lu Shan, dragging out a crimson and piercing blood trail underneath his body, frightening Yu Qingji's face ashen as she kept backing away. The Heavenly Sword sect that she was a part of was nothing more than an inconspicuous small sect around the Heavenly Dao City, and it didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the Daozi discourse. This time, she had followed Li Burn to come here, originally for the sake of growing her knowledge, but she didn't expect to actually encounter such a calamity. Now, in front of LV Shan, a Dao-zapping realm powerhouse, her Dao heart was trembling. Snap! Before Yunhee could climb up to Lu Shan, he saw Yi Song kick out once again, directly knocking him over on the ground. You're a songstress, aren't you? Here you are singing me a ballad, and cutting chickens to cut chickens. Unbridled, Lu Shan shouted angrily, his old face becoming more and more gloomy. It was the first time he had seen that someone dared to be so reckless in the Heavenly Dao City. However, in the moment that the white-clothed youth raised his eyes, his face abruptly froze, his eyes rounded as if he had seen something unbelievable. And then, this Heavenly Dao City law enforcement elder walked straight to Yunhee. Elder Lu, please do it for me. You count as a songstress. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Lu Shan stomped out and directly stomped Yunhee's head into smithereens. A thick bloody scent filled the air, while Lord Yi took a straight step, walking past Lu Shan and heading towards the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. Do you want to go in and hang out? Yi Lord suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Yu Qingji, who was frozen beside him, and a gentle and shallow smile appeared on a handsome and peerless face. In an instant, Yu Qingji felt her body tense up, her heartbeat accelerated, and even the tips of her ears rose up in a blush. My lord, may I go in? Of course, Tendo City is a place where everyone is equal. With a gentle expression, Yi Lord and Yu Qingji walked together towards the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. Greetings to Divine Son Yi Lord. Behind the two, Lu Shan's throat rolled as he glanced down at the corpse of Yunhee on the ground and gently swallowed. At that moment, the entire Heaven's Path city suddenly fell into dead silence. What did Elder Lu Shan call out to him? Chapter 33 Or a Sword Immortal Reincarnated. I met my fiancé by chance when I was flirting with a girl. He's the Yi Lord Godson? Looking at the bowing and worshipping LV Shan with a restrained expression, the faces of the surrounding clans of Celestial Pride immediately surfaced with a look of shock and horror. Yi Lord Godson, this Yunhee actually dares to act like a pussy in front of the Divine Son. He deserves to die. At this moment, the confusion in the hearts of the crowd suddenly dissipated. At this moment, they finally understood why this white-clothed male was able to blatantly break the iron laws of the rules of Heavenly Dao City, causing the Dao sect's elders to bend their heads in respect. It turned out that he was the number one demon in the 3000 Dao state nowadays, the only divine son of the everlasting Yi family, Lord Yi. Phew, it was not until Yi Lord and Yu Qingji walked into the Wanbao pavilion that Lu Shan slowly got up, his taut heartstrings relaxing. Expel all the people from the Cloud Mountain Ancient sect from Heavenly Dao City. Yes, Elder Lu. Forget it, the Cloud Mountain Ancient sect broke the rules of Heavenly Dao City and bullied young girls. It's a great crime. Kill them all. Don't, Elder Lu, spare your life. Rumble. The entire Heaven's Path city immediately set off an endless clamor, only to see a single Dao sect divine servant striking out, hacking down the Yun Tian Ancient sect's crowd of disciples and slaves, spilling blood and severed limbs all over the place, which was shocking to the eyes. The surrounding crowd of clansmen who were watching the fun also left the place to avoid being affected. See, this rule thing is always for the higher-ups. Only a young girl with snow-white hair and a slim figure stood at the end of the street, with a hint of confusion hidden in the pupils of her ice-blue eyes. Although this Yi Lord is a bit overbearing, he doesn't look like a person who doesn't know what's right. It seems like we have to find an opportunity to test him alone. Just a murmur and she turned and disappeared at the end of the street. In the distant restaurant, Lin Chen's brows were lightly furrowed as he stood in front of the window on the second floor looking at the bustling crowd in front of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, his eyes slightly condensing. Just now, he saw a white-haired figure flash by in a trance, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. An illusion. It had been 10 years since Lin Shi left Fireflame City and the Lin family was destroyed. During these 10 years, he and Yu Ji had been practicing in the sacred state, searching for ancient treasure sites buried all over the place, looking forward to the day when they could ascend to the peak of the sacred state. During that time, he had also poked around to find out the whereabouts of his sister Lin Shi, but he had never been able to find any news about her. Dusty, what's wrong with you? Yu Ji's voice came from Lin Chen's soul sea, carrying a faint trace of concern. She was afraid that this teenager from the small mountain village would do something irrational again after seeing Yi Lords. It's okay. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. And in the end, he didn't tell Yu Ji all the secrets of his heart like he did before. Little dust, the Yi Lord Godson has arrived. You must not be impulsive and absolutely must not provoke him again. Yi Lord Godson, since you're so afraid of him, why don't we just leave the heavenly Dao ancient city right now? Lin Chen snorted coldly, a hint of resentment hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Although he didn't know that everything in the Yin Ruins ancient sect was calculated by Lord Yi, but in the underworld he was incomparably disgusted by Yi Lords, a kind of hostility that came from the bottom of his heart. Dusty you, the sylph sighed softly, her tone unable to hide her disappointment. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took a deep breath and barely suppressed the disgust in his heart. Don't worry, senior, I know what to do. With the Daozi discourse, the 10,000 treasures pavilion is bound to take out some of the treasures of the pavilion, and I have a feeling that the last fragment of the key to open that inheritance is in the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Yu Ji's voice was grave. The opening of the Dao sect's secret realm was imminent, and if she wanted to help Lin Chen obtain the second heaven and earth spirit flame, she had to find this key. Every time the Daozi discusses the Dao, the 10,000 treasures pavilion will take the opportunity to auction off many spiritual treasures of creation. Hopefully, this time, everything would go a little smoother and not come to nothing like the Yin Ruins tomb. Aha! Lin Chen nodded gently, looking down at the 3 black iron fragments in his hand, and sighed lightly in his heart. For some reason, from the moment he saw Lord Yi, there was an unspeakable uneasiness in the bottom of his heart, feeling that this immortal path seemed to be full of trouble again yet. Meanwhile, in the court of 10,000 treasures, Yu Qingji looked at the wide array of spiritual treasures and divine materials in front of her, and her large, clear, soulful eyes were filled with shock. In particular, one of the yellowed ancient books instantly attracted Yu Qingji's attention. Heaven-breaking sword technique. Does the girl have her eye on this sword Dao divine principle? Now that the 10,000 treasures pavilion is in the midst of the Dao festival, all commodities are discounted by 80%. A treasure pavilion maidservant stood behind Yu Qingji with a smile and softly introduced herself. Avatar. At those words, Yu Qingji's eyes lightly trembled, and a look of difficulty immediately appeared on her face. No wonder she felt a sword intent if anything at the first sight of this sword skill. As it turned out, this was actually a sword Dao divine principle, a supreme technique second only to the supreme law. Junior sister, it's getting late. I think we'd better go back to the heavenly sword sect, or else master teacher is afraid that he'll be in a hurry. Behind him, Li Burn's face was pale as he cautiously glanced at the white-robed figure in the distance. With his status, he only felt incomparably oppressed in front of this Yi family's divine son, like a mole cricket spying on a true dragon. This feeling of smallness and humility made him so uncomfortable that he couldn't wait to escape back to the sect now. Li Burn had been cultivating swords with Yu Qingji since they were young, childhood sweethearts, and had long since viewed this little senior sister as a forbidden rib. Now Yi Lord's sudden appearance had caused him to feel a great crisis. This sister, how many spirit stones does this sword skill cost? Yu Qingji did not pay any attention to Li Burn and turned her head to the red-clothed maidservant beside her, asking in a low voice, 8,888,000 spirit stones. What? At those words, not only Yu Qingji's face froze, even Li Burn's eyes flashed with a touch of absurd shock. 8 million spirit stones. This is more expensive than his life. And even the entire heavenly sword sect's reserves combined are not enough for a fraction of this sword skill. Hearing the commotion here, Yi Lord picked up a jade box in his hand and lifted his foot towards the two. Like it? At this time, on his face, there was still a gentle smile. Gentle and elegant, a far cry from the cold, arrogant and domineering appearance of the party. It's too expensive, my lord. I can't afford it. Yu Qingji let out a bitter smile. Her expression was frank and sincere, but it was hard to hide the inferiority complex in her eyes. She understood that she just happened to meet Lord Yi today. Otherwise, with her status, it would be very difficult for her to have anything to do with this Yi family's divine son in her lifetime. No harm done. I'll give it to you, my lord. Yu Qingji's pretty face froze and she shook her head in a panic. This is too expensive. Qingji can't have it. Although she came from a poor background, she had been reading sage scrolls since she was a child, and knew the truth of not accepting pay without merit. I believe that all encounters in this world are destiny, and when you become a great sword immortal in the future, perhaps I will still need you to shelter me. Yi Lord casually threw the red-clothed maidservant a Qiankuan bag filled with spirit stones, put the jade box into the Qiankuan ring, and lifted his foot to walk towards the outside of the treasure pavilion. I hope that the next time I meet you, you'll already be a famous sword Dao demon in the sacred state. Yi Lord Godson. Yu Qingji held the sword trick in her hand, and a touch of hope and persistence gradually surfaced in her dark, clear eyes. Many thanks to the divine son. The current her didn't even have the qualifications to stand beside the divine son. However, Lord Ye's words gave her great encouragement and gave her a firmer pursuit of the sword path. Great sword immortal. compared to those brothers and sisters who mocked her all day long for being cowardly and weak. At this moment, Lord Yi was like a beam of light that was deeply inserted into the deepest recesses of her Tao heart. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny's heaven-breaking sword technique, Divine Power, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the Endless Sword Technique, Supreme Law. Divine Sun Yi Lords, you really are rich and powerful. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from the second floor of the treasure pavilion. One could only see a phoenix-clad silhouette striding out, followed by an enchanting-looking ink-robed beauty. Chapter 34 delivered in waves. Doesn't this smell much better than chicken legs? In an instant, the mildness Sun Yi Lord's face solidified bit by bit as he turned his head to look at the two figures walking side by side. Akatsuki? Why are you here? I'm here. Bothering you? Gu Mingyue's expression was clear and cold, her eyes glancing indifferently at Yu Qingji. You call me ma'am when no one's around, and now you call me Mingyue? Oh. Before Yi Lords could continue to open their mouths, she walked straight through the middle of the two men and traveled towards the outside of the treasure pavilion. Lord Yi shook his head, and instead of a trace of annoyance on his face, he carried a faint touch of playfulness. Gu Mingyue is jealous? In the past, although she had been incredibly cold to Lord Yi, she had always been generous and well-mannered, but just now she looked at Yu Qingji's eyes, obviously with a hint of threatening meaning, and at this time also disregarded the face of Lord Yi, straight away left the Wanbao pavilion. This is not jealous of what? Godson, did that sister misunderstand something? Yu Qingji held the heaven-breaking sword technique in her hand, and the same look of panic was on her clear face. With her status, not to mention being seen by Lord Yi, she didn't even have the qualifications to be a maidservant. However, she was still unwilling to see Yi Lord Divine Sun being misunderstood because of her, and immediately returned the sword skill in her hand to Yi Lord. It's okay. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, looking up at the ink-robed beauty. Compared to contemporary women like Gu Mingyue and Yu Qingji, this beautiful woman in front of her had a much more prevalent style. Her figure was incomparably plump. Her face was gorgeous. Her chest ripples kept trembling as she stepped, and between the twisting of her waist, it was a ripe flirtation. Chopping the Dao realm. As the largest chamber of commerce in the sacred state, the financial power of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures was said to be enough to match that of the 10,000 clans in the entire sacred state, and it was a well-deserved no. One financial clan, with its power spreading across the 3,000 Dao states. As for the Su family behind the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, even though they were not an everlasting family and had never appeared above the Emperor realm, even the imperial court simply didn't dare to mess with them easily. The Su family did not have much to build on in the cultivation path, but the strong people they had collected under their command were enough to rival any great sect, immortal sect or eternal life ancient clan. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Heaven's Path City Pavilion Master, Yanran Lu, pays her respects to Divine Sun Yi Lord. Well, Yi Lord nodded gently. His complexion had long since returned to its usual indifference. When did she arrive? Mingyue? Back to Divine Sun. Empress Gu has already arrived an hour ago. Lu Yanran glanced at Yu Qingji with ulterior motives and beckoned towards the maidservant beside her. Take this girl to pick out a Saint-grade ancient sword. Consider it a meeting gift from me to her. Although she had some friendship with Gu Mingyue, Yi Lord, as the divine son of the everlasting Yi family, was naturally more worthy of her climbing. A Saint-grade ancient sword might not be anything to Lord Yi, but for such a young girl from a small clan, it was a heavenly creation. No, thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. Yu Qingji looked at Yi Lord in panic and helplessness, her jade hands nervously rubbing the corners of her clothes. Sacred artifact ancient sword. This was a treasure that even her master and ancestor had never touched. Go ahead. Since it's from Pavilion Master Lu, don't take it for nothing. Yi Lord guffawed. Pavilion Master Lu, what did Mingyue buy from you? Bought some heavenly materials and some spirit pills that clear the heart and calm the soul, and restrain demonic intent. Yi Lord's eyes lightly trembled as he slowly nodded, turning straight towards Gu Mingyue to catch up. Please trouble Pavilion Master Lu to entertain these two friends of mine for me. Obviously, his previous performance in the Yin Ruins tomb had aroused Gu Mingyue's suspicion. Nowadays, this immortal Phoenix Empress most likely thought that Lord Yi had been corrupted by the demonic intent in the immortal slaying ancient sword in order to save her, and only then would she secretly look for treasures to restrain the demonic intent for him. In this way, it was undoubtedly a big step closer to Yi Lord's breaking her Dao heart barrier. Greetings, Divine Son. Yanran Lu bowed, always with a humble and gentle smile on her face. Both of you take a look. What else do you need? Today it's all on Lu Mao's account. No need. Thanks to Pavilion Master Lu. Yu Qingji looked bitter. Since she was a child, she had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. At this moment, certain shackles in her heart suddenly shattered with a deeper longing and yearning. What's that saying? A mole cricket peering into the sky is the cruelest thing in the world. They will gradually become dominated by desires that will either crush the heart of the Tao or submit to power. Miss you take this Biyun sword, or else you're not giving Lu Mao face. Senior sister, the Yi Lord Godchild wouldn't have taken a fancy to you, would he? In front of the 10,000 treasures pavilion, Li Burn's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the spirit swords and sword skills in Yuqingji's hands and laughed coldly. What is senior brother talking about? How could the divine son look at an ordinary woman like me? Yuqingji's red lips pursed lightly, but under her eyes was a faint trace of loss. It's best if you understand. Godson Yi Lord's fiancée is the famous immortal phoenix Empress Gu Mingyue, the first beauty of the 3000 Dao state. Even those who want to be his handmaiden are the proud heirs of the supreme immortal sect, and you're at most a plaything in his eyes. Li Burn looked solemn and sighed in a serious tone. Senior brother, please don't put your dirty thoughts on the divine son. Yuqingji's brows knitted lightly as she coldly glanced at Li Burn. It was true that she didn't deserve Lord Yi, but she would definitely try to show him. I'm also doing this for your own good. You better break off some thoughts you shouldn't have. Let's go. It looks like we won't be able to go back to the clan tonight. Later on I'll go and hunt a few pheasants. Let's roast your favorite chicken legs for you. Li Burn's heart was indignant, but his face looked concerned. Just as the two of them were about to leave the heavenly Dao city, they saw that tall, burly figure standing quietly outside the Wanbao pavilion, as if he was deliberately waiting for them. Miss Yu, this is the Dao sect divine order. The divine son said that if you're interested, you can head to the Dao sect in 3 days and enter the Dao sect secret realm for training. Yi Tsung handed a golden order in his hand to Yuqingji and directly turned around to leave. What? The Dao sect divine order? This is the most honorable status symbol of the Dao sect, and there are less than 10 of them in the entire sacred state. At this moment, even with Li Burn's heart, he was a little envious of Yuqingji. With this divine order, Yuqingji would not only be able to freely enter and exit the Dao sect and listen to the Dao ancestors' sermons, but she could even enter the Dao sect's secret realm for trials. Such an opportunity was a chance through the heavens for any clan pride in the 3000 Dao state. Yi Lord Godson. Yuqingji's jade hand lightly covered her lips, her eyes slightly reddened. When had she, a disciple from a small mountainous sect, ever seen such a rare creation? Suddenly, she felt as if the chicken legs that senior brother Li Burn had roasted for her earlier didn't even smell good anymore. Compared to the sword skill and ancient sword in her hands, this elevation in status and position was the thing that truly made Yuqingji irresistible. An ancient order casually gifted to her by the Yi Lord Godson had sent her from a woman of a small sect who was not even qualified to set foot in the Daozi discourse directly to the ranks of the most powerful forces in the sacred state as an honored guest. She didn't even dare to imagine how nervous and excited she would be inside the day she stepped onto the Dao sect. At this moment, Yuqingji was suddenly a little confused as to why Divine Sun Yi Lord would be so caring towards her, even if he attracted the suspicion of his fiancée, Empress Gu, junior sister. Li Burn looked at Yuqingji in front of him, whose eyes were dull and whose face was rising in smoke, and suddenly felt his scalp itching. Junior sister, with your realm if you rashly step into the Dao sovereign mysterious realm, I'm afraid, elder brother, I want to try. Chapter 35 Showdown. Sincerity is the surefire way to raid an empress. Akatsuki, let me explain. In the heavenly Dao city, Yi Lord followed behind Gu Mingyue, a hint of bitterness hidden under his eyes. Akatsuki? Beside him, Gu Mingyue's eyebrows frowned lightly, and her eyes became more and more indifferent and cold. The reason why she went to the 10,000 treasures pavilion was actually not to look for spiritual materials and treasures to break the nirvana seal, but rather, she wanted to look for some pills and divine materials that could suppress the demonic intent and purify the Dao heart for Lord Yi. That day, Lord Yi was heavily injured by the In Ruin's ancestor, and was likely corrupted by demonic intent. In this regard, Gu Mingyue always felt guilty in her heart. Now that her Taoist heart was somewhat confused, she had some shallow expectations for the Yi Lords of this life. But today, seeing that he even went so far as to break the iron laws of Heaven's Path City for a woman he first met, killing a young lord of an ancient clan in public, and throwing 10 million spirit stones to curry favor with him, Gu Mingyue suddenly felt that her previous touching was really a bit cheap. Let me explain. Yi Lord let out a bitter smile and suddenly took Gu Mingyue's jade hand and dragged it to his body. Okay, I'll let you explain. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath and looked at Yi Lord with a cold expression. At this time, no matter what Yi Lord said, she had made up her mind not to believe it anymore. She looks a lot like my mother when she was young. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's face was completely frozen, her red lips slightly opened, wanting to speak. Regarding Yi Lord's life, she naturally couldn't understand it better. It was said that his mother was not from the sacred state, not even from the righteous way. When Yi Lord's father pushed across the heavens and earth, his white clothes were overwhelming and attracted the favor of countless clans' proud daughters. But in the end, This Yi family's strongest true dragon chose a devil's way woman as his wife, and he didn't hesitate to make an enemy of hundreds of millions of clans in the sacred state. And after this devilish woman gave birth to Lord Yi, she left without a trace and never returned to the Yi family. Yi Lord's father, also since then traveled the world, disappeared from the eyes of the world. Therefore, Yi Lord grew up with his grandfather, Yi Zhantian, on the surface of the scenery, but never felt the love of parents. Lord Yi, if I really wanted to find a concubine, would I choose a small clan woman with no background and ordinary looks? Yi Lord shook his head, his complexion gradually cold. Gu Mingyue, am I that bad in your eyes? Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled, especially the hint of loss in the bottom of Yi Lord's eyes, which caused the guilt in her heart to intensify. Yeah, he was the divine son of the Yi family, a common respecter of the 9 veins, with an immortal face and divine appearance. With Lord Ye's status, if he wanted a concubine, all the immortal clans and ancient clans in the sacred state would be lining up to send their proud daughters to him. So, it was you who misunderstood him? I just heard Pavilion Master Lu say that you chose some spirit material treasures that suppress demonic intent. What? Is Mingyue wary of something? Yi Lord suddenly laughed. Even his voice became a little cold. Who doesn't know how to make a fuss? Taking this opportunity, Lord Yi could slightly tease out the news about his demonic body, since Gu Mingyue had known about this secret for a long time, but never leaked it out. It proved that she wanted to expose the Yi Lords with her own hands and avenge her last life. At such a time, even if Yi Lord showed his cards, there would be no risk of exposure. Instead, it would gradually give Gu Mingyue an illusion. Lord Yi even dared to admit the secret of his demonic body. What else was there to hide? The next thing that Lord Yi wanted to do was to make Lin Chen completely take the blame for being an evil demon. With Gu Mingyue's heart and her reincarnation status, it was impossible for her not to see some clues. At this time, Yi Lord took the initiative to admit, but will make her put down her heart mustache, will not be repulsed by the layout of Yi Lord after. Most of all, Gu Mingyue was in love with hate, and had a near-bone deep affection for Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue's pretty face was slightly austere as she turned to glance at the surrounding crowd, her jade hands gradually clenching. She knew Yi Lords too well, and knew that the calmer this Yi family's divine son was, the more dangerous he was. Nowadays, the only thing she was unsure of was where exactly Yi Lord's demonic intent originated from. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Mingyue spoke indifferently. Her body under the big red robe gradually tightened, always on guard against Yi Lord's striking. This guy, as always, would rather kill than let go. Even if she was his fiancée, she would not hesitate to strike once she touched his immortal hegemony. In particular, the faint wisp of killing intent on Lord Ye's body caused her heart and soul to tremble, and her eyes grew cold. It's come to this. Is Mingyue still planning to hide it? My heavy pupils are able to see a corner of the future. Before I was corrupted by the demonic intent and the immortal slaying ancient sword, I had seen me on my wedding night. Yi Lord. Gu Mingyue let out a cry of shock, never dreaming that Lord Yi would actually take the initiative to admit that he had been corrupted by demonic intent. Although I have suppressed this demonic intent now, if one day in the future, I am really corrupted by it and do something to harm you. Lord Yi sighed softly, his eyes becoming more and more grave. You must remember to kill me. Don't show any mercy. What? Before Gu Mingyue could open her mouth, she saw that Lord Yi suddenly reached out and swept her into his arms, his hands gradually exerting force. It was such a move that allowed Gu Mingyue to truly feel the uncertainty and helplessness within him. The divine son of the Yi family, the unrivaled and absolute demon, actually revealed such a weak side in front of her. This was a kind of trust, and it was even more the mutual dependence that Gu Mingyue had once incomparably longed for. Lord Yi, I heard Pavilion Master Lu say earlier that there are 9 great emperor talismans in this world, the roots that support the heavenly chi of the 3000 Tao states, and that they have an innate restraining effect on demonic intent, and that they might be able to suppress the immortal karma in the immortal slaying ancient sword. This time, Gu Mingyue did not struggle, but quietly lay down in Yi Lord's arms and murmured softly. Granted, it was impossible for her to forgive the Yi Lords all of a sudden and forget about her last life, but all in all, at this moment, after Lord Yi spilled his heart out, that barrier within her heart was finally slightly shattered. Let's say, with my innate Taoist bones, I can suppress this demonic intent for the time being. I just don't know if this demonic intent will still revive as my cultivation improves. With a spontaneous smile, Lord Yi took out a jade box from his Qinquan ring and handed it to Gu Mingyue. In fact, the news of the 9 great imperial talismans was something he had deliberately revealed earlier. This kind of ancient divine artifact, how can he find it with him as a villain? Of course, he must have a heavenly destiny to do it on his behalf. According to the system, as long as he could gather all 9 great imperial talismans, he would be able to cause the Taichu ancestral talisman to metamorphose into the only chaotic ancient treasure of the 3000 Tao states. At that time, Not only would he be able to push across the heavens and earth with this talisman, he would also be able to start a true great world of the heavens. Lord Yi had a vague premonition that between the manifestation demon body and the ancestral symbol of the beginning of the earth, there must be a real secret of heaven and earth, and it was very likely that it was involved with the immortal and demon cataclysm at that time. What is it? Gu Mingyue's face froze. Some surprise was evident in her eyes. She slowly opened the jade box, but she saw a white jade spirit hairpin placed in it. The precious chi was dense, revealing an ethereal meaning. I saw it when Fong went to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, so I bought it in passing. I think it matches your temperament. Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue's eyes were slightly reddened. Compared to the many spiritual treasures given to her by Lord Yi before, this one jade hairpin appeared to be very ordinary. But a personal item like a jade hairpin is something that only the closest people would give to each other. At this moment, Gu Mingyue's heart was actually somewhat inexplicably moved, and there was a hint of mist rising in her eyes. In her previous life and in this life, what she longed for was never some divine sun Taoist or the peak of the holy state, but the true heart of Lord Yi. Of course, the small trace of resentment towards Yu Qingji had also vanished at this moment. Mingyu, I don't expect you to accept me instantly, but can you give me more trust in the future? You're my wife. If even you don't trust me, then who else in this world would be willing to trust me? Seeing that the time was almost ripe, a flash of anticipation appeared on Yi Lord's face. Oh, upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue did not resist as she did before, but instead gently nodded her head. Chapter 36 Mingyue, you are responsible for looking like a flower. I am responsible for flower arrangement. I heard that Ji Ruming had been in the middle of the Yi family before. Gu Mingyue put away the jade hairpin and looked up at Lord Yi with a hint of depth hidden in her eyes. According to the plot of the previous life, at this time, Ji Ruming had already died in the Yinru tomb. Yi Lord shouldn't have any involvement with her at all. I took her in as a servant girl to prove for her that Lin Chen slaughtered the heavenly prides of the various sects in the ancient tomb. Yi Lord nodded gently, and as he held Gu Mingyue's jade hand, he took that one white jade spirit hairpin out of the box and gently inserted it between her hair strands. Handmaiden? Such a gentle gesture, even more so, caused Gu Mingyue's eyes to ripple and a ripple to spread within her heart. Even though she wasn't sure whether Yi Lords were sincere or not, she still felt warm and a faint joy at the moment. This was the kind of affection that the Yi Lords of her last life had never given her. I always feel that Lin Chen isn't simple. Ji Ruming told me that he asked for a Dao Discourse order and will probably show up at the heavenly Dao ancient city. Leaving this scourge behind, I'm afraid that there will be big trouble in the future. Yi Lord sighed lightly, his expression gradually becoming grave. Are you trying to use Ji Ruming to lure out Lin Chen? Gu Mingyue nodded gently and instantly guessed the intentions of Lord Yi. Right now, I'm afraid that Lin Chen hates me to death and will definitely find a way to deal with me. So I plan to. Yi Lord approached Gu Mingyue's ear and whispered a few words, instantly causing the latter's eyes to condense slightly, seemingly in a daze. Such a character is only in line with the Yi Lord in her heart. Cold-blooded killing, cruel and profound. Yi Lord, Lin Chen isn't simple. You'd better be careful. Actually, Gu Mingyue didn't care about Yi Lord's tactics. Back then, she had also brutally killed many contemporary heavenly prides for the sake of this fiancé, and was no soft-hearted person. But in his last life, Lin Chen had gone against the odds all the way, killing countless young supreme beings and eventually ascending to the pinnacle of the sacred state. So his heart could be imagined. Don't worry, don't you understand my husband's methods? Yi Lord smiled brightly, cloudy in light, with the calmness and confidence of a strategist. Such a radiant look, even more so, caused Gu Mingyue to be in a trance. She always felt that at this time, there seemed to be some deep meaning in Yi Lord's words. Godson. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly walked on the street in the distance, and it was none other than Yi Tsong. Seeing the visitor, Gu Mingyue scrambled to break away from Yi Lord's embrace, a trace of surprise suddenly flashing across her face. If she remembered correctly, the first person that Yi Lord killed after ascending to the position of Godson in the previous life was this hegemony body heir. Yi Tsong's overbearing nature, who does not serve anyone, was Yi Lord's publicly broken head, hanging in front of the temple, used to deter the Yi family 9 veins. However, looking at the attitude of this Yi family hegemonic body sequence towards Yi Lord at this moment, it was incomparably respectful and simply unbelievable. Could it be that her rebirth had really changed the fate of all people and affected the order of the heavenly Tao? Everything done? Yi Lord frowned lightly and coldly glanced at Yi Tsong. Divine Son, it's all done, so I won't bother Divine Son and the Empress to make out. Yi Tsang scratched his head and turned around to scurry towards the center of the city. Bull! What kind of Empress or holy maiden would not throw themselves in front of the Son of God? Not to mention, if Yi Tsong was a female, under the light shining from Yi Lords, the kinship would have to deteriorate. Yi Lords, the Daozi discourse is a gathering of heavenly pride. You'd better restrain yourself. Gu Mingyue's face, once again, returned to its usual coolness, her clothes fluttered, and she was absolutely unique. That Dao son of the Dao sect, in his previous life, had similarly obtained heavenly chances in the ancient secret realm, related to reincarnation. Moreover, he always seemed to have a hint of thoughts about Gu Mingyue. Mother, are you concerned about me? Ye Lord guffawed and looked at Gu Mingyue with affectionate eyes. I'm really liking you more and more. Why don't you take charge of looking beautiful in the future? Mingyue? Oh, Gu Mingyue's face froze, and she was a bit overwhelmed by Lord Ye's sudden deep affection. I'm in charge of flower arrangements. Just as she was rippling inside, she heard Lord Yi laugh playfully again. You, shameless. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, a smoky haze rising on her pretty face as she directly turned around and fled the place. On the other hand, Lord Yi stretched his muscles and walked towards the city. Today's Gu Mingyue was clearly not as resistant to him as she was before. As long as Yi Lords continued to work hard, sooner or later, they would be able to make this female emperor of the immortal dynasty completely open her body, her heart. As for Yu Qingji, this sword immortal template of the divine fate is rigid in her emotions but humble in her bones, likely a contrast. Keep it in mind for later. Remember, brother, we have to do it without a woman in our hearts, not without a woman around us. Buzz. Right at this moment, a ray of terrifying coldness suddenly came from the city in the distance. In an instant, a layer of silver-white frosty splendor hung on the streets and pavilions of the entire ancient city, and the mist floated beautifully. Such a shocking coldness immediately caused Lord Ye's eyes to flick up, and the corner of his mouth lifted up with a touch of playfulness. His figure, likewise, disappeared into thin air, heading straight for the Heaven's Path building in the center of the city. There, it was the place where the Daozi discussed the Dao and the Heaven's Pride banquet was held. Get out of the way. In front of the Heavenly Dao building, a young girl wearing an ice blue dress with snow-white hair knit her eyebrows lightly. It was Luo Shi, the princess of the Luo Shin clan. Her looks were already absolutely beautiful, and her white hair and blue pupils were even more indescribably ethereal and divine, innately honorable, calling for a deeper understanding of her. At this time, she had bare jade feet, and the coldness around her body rose, like a snow woman from mythology, untainted by dust. Girl, Mr. Lei doesn't mean anything else. He just simply wants to make you a friend. In front of him, a young man wearing silver-white battle armor with a majestic face shook his head and laughed. The commotion here quickly attracted countless heavenly pride from the surrounding area. Everyone's eyes suddenly condensed as they looked at that tall silver-armored battle shadow. Heavenly Thunder Saint Sun. Thunder Invincible. In the crowd, Lin Chen frowned lightly and looked up in front of the Heaven's Path building. What he hated the most was this kind of clan Saint's son who loved to be in the limelight, relying on his powerful background to be unscrupulous. But just as his eyes landed on that one blue-clothed, delicate silhouette, his face suddenly froze. Shirori. At this moment, his body was trembling and his blood was boiling, so he wanted to run towards the Heavenly Dao building. Dusty, what's wrong with you? Elder, that young girl is my sister. Lin Chen looked excited. He had fantasized about meeting Lin Shi countless times, but he never thought that he would be in such a wretched situation. Shirori, it's big. Sister? That's the missing Lin Shi you were talking about before? Little dust, don't be impulsive. Divine Sun Yi Lord is also in the city. Once your identity is exposed, it would be a disaster for your sister as well. The UG sighed lightly, instantly causing Lin Chen's footsteps to stop abruptly in place. Yes, Lord Yi was also in the city, and once he recognized Shirer, it was likely that both his life and his sister would be lost. It should be the first time for a girl to come to Heavenly Dao City, right? You can't enter the Heavenly Dao building without a Dao discourse order. Lei Wuxia was stout, a rigid and majestic face with a bright smile. On each side of its cheeks, there was a silver-white thunder pattern, like two fangs, giving a great shock. His realm had reached the 6th level of the divine wheel, and although he was not a young supreme, the lightning method he cultivated was fierce and overbearing, and his battle power was terrifying. It was said that Lei Wufei had fused an ancient divine thunder in his body, and once he offered it up it would have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. At this moment, when he looked at the woman in front of him with a petite and thin figure and white hair and snowy skin, the bottom of his eyes was a touch of undisguised astonishment. His favorite is this kind of petite and young beauty, fragrant and hot, preferably with a double ponytail, riding my beloved little motorcycle there, never clogged. The girl can inquire about what level I, Lei Wufei, am at in Heavenly Dao City, and if you want to enter the Heavenly Dao building, I can take you in. No need. Luo Shi frowned lightly and felt a wave of nausea. My mother-in-law had said that when a man offered her nothing, he was craving her body. At those words, a trace of gloom immediately flashed in Lei Wuhu's eyes, but in front of the crowd he maintained a sense of gravitas and reason. Otherwise he would have appeared to have a sharp tongue. Girl, did you not understand what I said? I said I can take you into the Heavenly Dao building. Can't you understand human language? Luo Shi's expression was clear and cold, immediately causing the temperature of the entire heaven and earth to completely chill down. Ha! At the end of the street, a blind old man holding a bamboo pole sat in front of the tea store, a trace of surprise clearly flashing across his pale and thin face. The guardian lineage? No wonder. Only to see him suddenly pull out an ancient scroll from his bosom, and with his finger as a pen, he carefully wrote down a name. Chapter 37 Calling Sister Before Bower? Ye Lord God's Son, Light of the Righteous Path, Unbridled, Lei Wuxia shouted angrily. His body was covered in silver light, and thunder patterns swam around. Looking at the holy state, who would dare to talk to him like this? In addition to the Ye Lord God's Son, Dao Sect Dao Sun, and Great Sun Saint Sun, doing the math like that, there are still quite a few people who dare to talk to him like that. But it should never be this young girl in front of her who couldn't even enter the heavenly Dao building. Lei Wuhu, you dare. In the crowd, Lin Shen's face had long since grimaced down as he looked at the figure with a radiant silver light. Shao Dust, don't be impulsive. With your cultivation at the Soul Sea realm, even if you make a move, you won't be able to help Lin Shi. Instead, you will harm her. At those words, Lin Shen's palms clenched tightly, and eventually, in a fit of anger and rage, he gradually calmed down. At this moment, he always felt that Yuji's words were filled with contempt for him. It's back. That feeling of being belittled and mocked seems to have returned in its entirety. If, on that day, Lin Shen had been able to obtain the creation in the Yin Ruins ancient tomb, why would he have been reduced to this place? Watching his sister being humiliated and bullied? Now that he was carrying a demonic name, showing up rashly would only lead to endless trouble. Sure, don't worry. As long as I can obtain the heaven and earth spirit flame in the Dao Sect's secret realm, I will definitely personally help you wring Lei Wow enemy's head. Put. In the crowd, a snort suddenly came from the crowd, only to see a purple-skirted silhouette striding, her waist twisting, demonic to the extreme. Her clothes were extremely hot. Her purple skirt was flush, revealing a pair of long and round jade legs, the pair of white and rounded waves, more than half of the skirt collar exposed outside, with her steps between the up and down swaying, calling out, the holy maiden of the Tian Mei sect, Hu Mei. Seeing the visitor, Lei Wuxia frowned lightly, and instead of a hint of greed in his eyes, there was a flash of scorn. On the contrary, the surrounding group of clan prides had a flush on their faces and drooled, as if they had been poisoned by a compulsion. Saintess who was radiant. I wonder how many more young celestials became Saintess's skirts last night. Lei Wuxia snorted. No one in the entire sacred state knew that Hu Mei was born with a charming bone and practiced the strongest charming technique of the Tian Mei sect, the 100 Flowers Chao Yuan technique. But any man who was charmed by her would eventually be swallowed dry of his essence and fall into her favored slavery. Last night, one person was due to arrive, one person actually arrived, and one person just arrived. Hu Mei hid her mouth and laughed lightly. A pair of charming eyes light flowed and gradually landed on Luo Shi. Her fragrant tongue lightly licked her lips. What a pretty little girl. Lei Wuhu, you have a good eye. Hu Mei, you dare to rob the person I have my eye on? Lei Wuxia's face sank as he coldly glanced at Luo Shi. If you don't come over, if you fall into her hands, I'm afraid that even your bones will be sucked dry. When the words fell, he smoothly wanted to go and hold Luo Shi's jade hand. Off. Luo Shi's pretty face was cold, and a cold light immediately surrounded her palm, directly slapping Lei Wuhu's palm away. I don't know how to die. Even though Lei Wuxia was able to endure it, he still exploded under Luo Shi's repeated refusals. His hallowed heavenly thunder Saint Sun, the top heavenly pride of the current generation, was actually humiliated by the repeated refusals of a woman from a small clan who couldn't even enter the heavenly Dao building. If this matter were to spread out, how would he still be able to brag about drinking with that bunch of holy sons and godchildren in the future? Rumble. With this thought, Lei Wuxia's palm probed out, and with thunder light spurting out around his body, he wanted to forcibly capture Luo Shi. Didn't I remember that the iron law of Heaven's Path City is that no strikes are allowed in the city? Right at this moment, a gentle and calm voice suddenly came from a distant street. In an instant, the indignation in Lei Wuhu's eyes quietly died down and he turned his head towards the crowd. Who, even with his status, he simply didn't dare to really violate the Dao Sect's iron laws. Otherwise, it would be a small matter for him to be expelled from the heavenly Dao city, but missing out on the opportunity to enter the Dao Sect's secret realm would be more than worth it. Ye lords? And at the sight of the young man dressed in white with a gentle expression, Lei Wuxia's body suddenly shook, and his body was filled with lightning light. Ye Lord Godson. Beside him, Hu Mei even exclaimed in shock, her eyes mesmerized, as the divine son of the everlasting Yi family, the number one family in the sacred state. Aside from the one from the imperial court, there was almost no one in the contemporary era of the sacred state who could match the Yi lords. What's more, This divine son's immortal face and dusty temperament were truly coveted. Ye Lord, only Luo Shi. Her eyes lightly trembled, and there was a hidden wariness in the bottom of her eyes. She had left the Luoshan clan this time and traveled thousands of miles to come to the sacred state just to settle the score with Lord Yi. Luo Shi simply didn't believe that Lin Chen would be an evil demon, slaughtering dozens of clan heirs. However, the scene of Yi Lord strongly killing the young master of the Cloud Sky sect and helping a weak woman slightly caused Luo Shi's impression of him to change a little. Now that I've watched him show up strong and stand up for himself, that change of heart seems even greater yet. Perhaps there was some kind of misunderstanding between him and brother Linden? This Yi family divine son was immortal-faced and divine, honorable and elegant, and didn't look like a person of 10 evils by any stretch of the imagination. How should one be punished according to the crime of striking in Tendo City privately? Yi Lord looked up at the 2 Dao sect disciples in front of the Heavenly Dao building and said in an indifferent tone, according to the crime, a minor offense is expulsion from Heavenly Dao City, and a major offense is killing on the spot. The 2 Dao sect disciples' throats rolled, not daring to slack off at all. At the foot of the Dao sect, in the Heavenly Dao City, Lei Wao enemy took a woman by force on the street. Is there any king's law left? Is there any justice? Ye Lords looked solemn and righteous, instantly causing the surrounding crowd to be shaken and worshipful. Son of God, the light of righteousness. Previously, Lord Ye's strong castration of Yunhe had already made him famous in the Heavenly Dao City. Now Yunhe is on fire and cremated. At this moment, Lord Yi once again showed the style of the Son of God, defying the power and sheltering the weak. Simply a model for our generation. I suggest that the Heaven's Path City law enforcement elders take action immediately and strike down Lei Wuhu. As Lord Ye's drink fell, the entire Heaven's Path City fell into dead silence. And that's shot down? Uing. Lei Wuxia gently swallowed and cursed angrily in his heart. He didn't dare to mess with Lord Yi, but he didn't want to die either. You're noble. You're great. You kill me and it's justice? He, divine son Yi Lord. Misunderstanding. I just want to help her enter the Heavenly Dao building. Yeah, I think it's you who wants to enter, right? Little sister, don't be afraid. With brother Yi Lord here, this can't hurt you. Right at this moment, Yi Lord suddenly reached out and rubbed Luo Shi's small face. In an instant, a scarlet-colored smoky haze rose on the face of this Luoshan clan princess. Her hands twisted in front of her body, obviously somewhat at a loss. Such an intimate gesture even caused Lin Chen's face to twist. More so than killing him. First a friend, then a sister. And finally all little babies? Chapter 38. I'll just quietly watch you pretend. Gu Ming Yue's death stare. Oh, Tian Dao City stipulates that you can't kill people, but it doesn't seem to stipulate that you can't kill people, right? Yi Lords looked majestic as he walked straight towards Lei Wuhu. This scene even caused Lin Chen's teeth to clench and his back teeth to break. All the good pussies have let the Yi Lords finish pretending. Would Lin Shi, his simple and slow-witted good sister, be grateful to Yi Lord for this? After all, even an ancient demonic soul like Yuji had changed his attitude towards him because of Lord Ye's appearance. Elder, it should be fine if I remind Shirer by divine soul transmission, right? Lin Chen took a deep breath. He had already lost a lot of things. He must not lose this sister again. It's best not to mention that it's your realm, whether or not the divine soul transmissions will be heard by the powerful Dao Lords here. Can you guarantee that Lin Shi won't reveal any cracks when he hears your voice? Yuji sighed softly and looked at Lord Yi with scorn in her eyes. She always had the feeling that this Yi family divine son's methods were much more terrifying than they appeared on the surface. Once Lin Chen exposed his identity, he would only end up dead. Am I going to stand by and watch Shirer be swindled and bullied? Lin Chen looked hideous and hissed wordlessly. With divine son Yi Lord here, there shouldn't be anyone who dares to bully Lin Shi anymore. Yi Lords, you just know Yi Lords. Just as Lin Chen was raging with impotent rage within his heart, he saw that in front of the Heaven's Path building. Lord Yi suddenly let out a soft eep and turned his head towards him. In an instant, the murderous energy in Lin Chen's body gave out, and he didn't even dare to meet Yi Lord's eyes as he silently walked into the crowd. He recognized me? That can't be right. Lin Chen's heart and mind trembled, simply unable to understand why he was still noticed by the Yi Lords even though he had already changed his face to conceal his aura. Seniors? Even. At this time, even Yuji was so frightened that she curled up in her soul ring, not daring to breathe more. She had a premonition that Lin Chen seemed to have really fallen into a shocking conspiracy. Yi Lord, don't bully people too much. Lei Wuxia's face was already hard to see. His hands clenched as he tried to restrain the anger in his heart. He is not a little cutie. He is not a cutie. But the Yi Lords are able to override the Yi family's 9 veins to sit in the position of God's son, and their strength can be imagined. Although the vast majority of the people present had not seen this Yi family's divine son, but just the 4 words Yi family's divine son alone were a great deterrent. I've seen you have fun when you bully people. Yi Lords looked indifferent. His palms poked out, His palms were covered in runic patterns, like a large seal of emptiness, pushing horizontally towards the front. The entire Heaven's Path city, once again, heard a burst of shocking clamor. Everyone looked at the two figures facing each other, and there was a strong color of shock and anticipation under their eyes. Thunder Invincible. Just from the name alone, one could tell how hung up this heavenly thunder saint's son was. His name was Invincible, and since his emergence he had used supreme lightning techniques to traverse the sacred state with few rivals, and was seen as a contemporary heavenly pride who would sooner or later achieve young supremacy. And the name of Lord Yi had recently spread throughout the entire 3000 Da state. On that day, when the Yi family's divine son was born, there were 10,000 miles of visions in the sky above the Yi family, covering the sky and shocking the entire sacred state. After that, Ji Bangyin, the third elder of the Yin Ruins ancient sect, struck out at him, and was killed on the spot by a Yi clan order that was 10,000 miles away. What was even more frightening was that the Yin Ruins ancient sect actually swallowed its breath and didn't even dare to let out a single fart. The 3000 Taoist state seemed to have returned overnight to the era 10,000 years ago that was dominated by a white coat. Now, before the Daozi discourse had even begun, these two invincible heavenly prides had actually erupted into conflict. This was a true visual feast for any sacred state pride. Who do you think is stronger, Yi Lord Godson or Lei Wuhu? The crowd of celestial pride looked at the golden palm print above their heads, and there was a look of shock and excitement under their eyes. 50-50. You think so highly of Lei Wufei? 5 breaths, Lei Invincible died 5 times. Ye lords, you bully people too much. Lei Wuxia shouted angrily and similarly poked out a palm. Terrifying thunder runes dazzled away like a thunder dragon's claw, and every scale on it looked like a derivation of the true meaning of thunder, grinding out the heavens. This violent power instantly shattered the void and was overbearing. The moment the two attacks collided, all the surrounding heavenly pride's faces changed abruptly, and they were actually knocked out by a wisp of residual power scattered from them. The earth ruptured and the ancient building Divine Hall collapsed and crumbled, as if 2 meteorites were colliding. Puff! In the next instant, Lei Wuhu's figure flew backwards in the eyes of the shocked crowd, blood spattering from his mouth, and his outer battle armor exploding. Even Luo Shi's icy blue pupils revealed a hint of horror. Yi Lord's strength was far too powerful than she had imagined. Ye lords, I'll fight you. Right at this moment, a brilliant light of thunder suddenly erupted outside of Lei Wufei's body, and on his skin all over his body. Circles of ancient tyrannical silver-colored lightning patterns actually surfaced, and his entire body exuded a heaven-destroying power. This kind of thunder divine power was precisely that one ancient divine thunder he had fused, the 9 heavenly dragon thunder. Vaguely, in the void above Lei Wuhu's head, a silver dragon shadow coiled down, encompassing his body. At this moment, Lei Wufei was like an ancient thunder god. Even the pupils of his eyes changed to a silver-white color as his divinity revived. Elder Lu, are we not going to make a move? On the heavenly Dao building, a few Dao sect disciples gently gulped as they looked at the thunder sea divine might below. Once today, the Yi Lord Godson was seriously injured in heavenly Dao city. I'm afraid that the entire Dao sect would pay the price. Do you know what will happen to you if you disturb the Godson from pretending? Dao sect elder Lu Shan looked solemn and said in a serious manner, a Lei Invincible, not to mention threatening the Yi Lord Godson. I'm afraid that it's not even as good as a dangling hair of the Godson. Roar! As a melodious and ancient dragon's roar resounded, above Lei Wufei's head, the 100-foot thunder dragon soared up, spreading its teeth and claws, and slammed angrily towards the Yi Lords. Heaven and earth lost their colors. Where the thunder dragon ran, strands of silver-white thunder burst out, tearing the sky and the earth. Everyone's faces instantly paled as they watched as Yi Lord's figure was enveloped by that one thunder dragon divine shadow, completely disappearing from sight. Only a phoenix-clothed, peerless figure stood in place with an indifferent expression, unperturbed. Yeah lords, I won't say a word. I'll just quietly watch you play the fool. You'd better figure out for me ahead of time who this white-haired girl looks like again. Chapter 39. Please be a human being. Ye Lord's explosive acting skills. Is this your leverage? An ancient robbery thunder? An ice-cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from the endless thunder divine radiance. Only a white-clothed figure could be seen slowly taking off into the air, tearing through miles of thunder curtains. In the next instant, Ye Lord's palm clenched violently, and behind him, a divine magic phase even condensed with a bang, 100 feet tall, like it contained the most ancient divine and demonic origin. In the shocked eyes of the surrounding crowd, Lord Yi directly slammed his fist down, and the 3,000 god and demon particles roared and trembled as they covered and pressed down towards the head of that thunder dragon. Dang! As an ear-splitting heavenly sound resounded, the sinuous body of that thunder god dragon abruptly straightened, stiffened, and exploded. A thunder dharma pattern fell from the sky like a brilliant rain of light, beautifully illuminating the sky. However, Ye Lord's fist seal did not show the slightest sign of stagnation, and continued to descend towards Lei Wuhu. In just a flash, this heavenly thunder saint's son's body completely collapsed. Fresh blood mixed with bone residue splattered in all directions, and his entire body fell limp to the ground, looking despairingly at that one fist mark getting closer and closer, appearing above his head. No, don't! Lei Wuxie's lips trembled, and tears suddenly streaked down from his eyes as he let out a gust of desperate wailing. Divine Son Ye Lord, please, hey! In the distant sky, a sigh suddenly came from the sky, only to see a stout old man with gnarled hair stepping forward, one step spanning the mountains and seas, appearing in front of Lei Wuhui. Ye Lord Godson, Ye Lord's eyebrows were lightly raised, but not a trace of surprise was visible in the bottom of his eyes. As the Holy Son of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, it was impossible for Lei Wuhu to come to the Dao sect to ask for help without a Dao protector following behind him. The aura of the old man in front of him was at least at the Void God realm, and a trace of thunder waves were similarly flowing around him, so he should be a powerhouse from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land. Godson, forgive me, old man Lei Wujie, is the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land's supreme elder, and has a few friendships with Elder Yi Lang Tian of the Yi family. Please Godson's men stay. I, Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, am willing to pay any price in exchange for Lei Wujie's dog life. As the words fell, this Holy Land Taishang directly bowed down towards Lord Yi. This scene once again drew an outcry from the surroundings. Who would have thought that a Void God Realm powerhouse, the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land's supreme elder, and a true giant of the sacred state would actually perform such a great salute to a contemporary youth? Oh, Ye Lord made a difficult face. In fact, whether Lei Wuhu died or not, it didn't have any effect on him. The reason why he struck out was to get close to that white-haired girl. Someone like Lei Wuhu, who had no chi, was not the slightest threat at all. But if Lord Yi could take the opportunity to extort a sum from the Heavenly Thunder Holy Land, wouldn't that be more money for wool gathering? Hiss. At this moment, this immortal path seems to form a closed loop. Piss. Divine Son. A small token of appreciation. No honor. Lei Wujia quietly removed the Qian Kuan ring from his finger and handed it over to Lord Yi. Cough cough. What is Elder Lei doing? Could it be that I'm teaching Lei Wao enemy a lesson for this bit of your heart? Yi Lord sighed lightly, slightly sensed the spiritual treasure creation in the Qian Kuan ring, and directly pocketed it. I'm doing all of this in order to rectify the Order of Heaven's Path City and help Lei Wuhui correct his vices. Otherwise he'll die at the hands of someone else sooner or later. Godson da. Lei Wujia's old face trembled as he swallowed hard. Shameless. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. And today, if he hadn't shown up in time, at this moment, Lei Wuxi was afraid that he would have become a puddle. On the contrary, with Lei Wujia's Void God Realm cultivation, he didn't dare to show even a hint of contempt at this moment. He was afraid that the slightest retort would result in him being shot hard on the spot by one of the Yi family's old ancestors, just like Ji Bangyin. Invincible, why don't you come over here and kneel down to thank the Divine Son? Lei Wujia took a deep breath and gripped Lei Wuxia's hair and directly carried him over. If Lei Wuhui hadn't messed with the Yi Lords, why would he, a Void God powerhouse, have to suffer this humiliation? Kneeling to thank you? Lei Wuxia's lips trembled and a face rose red. Obviously, it was Yi Lord who nearly killed him, but as a result, the Supreme Elder not only lost a Qian Kuan ring full of creation, but also had to be grateful to Yi Lord? Snap! Lei Wujia viciously slapped Lei Wu enemy on the head, jerking him down in front of Yi Lord. What's with the nonsense? Many thanks to the Divine Son for not killing me. Invincible honors today's teachings. Well, be a person later. Yi Lord nodded gently and turned his head to look at Luoshi. You come with me. Luoshi's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring, and she actually saw a hint of unobjectionable majesty in Lord Ye's eyes. A single ray of eye light caused Luoshi's petite body to tense up, and her Dao heart couldn't stop buzzing. She glanced down at the cold ice divine symbol in her palm, and as if she had made some sort of determination, she chased after him towards the Yi Lord Godson. Behind the two of them, Mayor looked delicate and said in a soft tone, Is Divine Son free in the evening? Can Mayor go to your place? If there's someone to sit, if there's no one, just do it? Roll. Yi Lord gave a cold shout and disappeared from sight with Luoshi. Yi Lord. The crowd dispersed one after another, but Lin Chen was the only one whose palms were clenched tightly, looking at the two figures walking side by side, hissing madly in his heart. Nay, just like what Yuji said, with his strength nowadays let alone dealing with Lord Yi, I'm afraid that any random follower behind this Yi clan's Divine Son could easily crush him. Senior Yuji, if I fuse the second heaven and earth spirit flame, can I really beat Lord Yi? Well, with your burning heaven saint body, as long as you fuse the second heaven and earth spirit flame, you'll be able to step into the peak divine will realm. The specter hesitated for a moment and spoke in a low tone. She wasn't sure if Lin Chen could beat Lord Yi, The strength displayed by this Yi clan's divine son just now had completely transcended the contemporary realm. Even Yuji vaguely felt that since the beginning, Lord Yi had not exerted his true bottom card. But what could she do? At this moment, if she told Lin Chen what was in her heart, I'm afraid that Lin Chen's Dao heart would really collapse. At the same time, the figures of Lord Yi and Luo Shi appeared in a splendid bedchamber on the top floor of the heavenly Dao building. At this moment, he looked at the young girl behind him, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on his face. Destiny's daughter, Luo Shi. Golden Finger, Cold Ice Sacred Body. Template, reincarnation of the ancient Ice Lord. Identity, princess of the Luo clan. Childhood friend of Lin Chen, the son of Heaven's destiny. Plot direction, Luo Shi because of the Luo clan change, forced to exile in the Fire Inflammation City, was adopted by Lin Chuan's father, Lin War. 10 years ago Luo Shi awakened Cold Ice Holy Body by the Luo clan powerhouse to attract back to the clan the Blood Soul Temple for the search for the most precious soul ring, out to overthrow the Lin family. Luo Shi secretly sent to save the Lin Chuan, but because of the fear of the Blood Soul Temple, always dare not to explain the truth to the Lin Chuan. May I ask the host if he's bound? Bound. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the fourth heavenly fate, gaining 4% of heavenly fate value. What are you laughing at? Luo Shi frowned lightly, always feeling that there was an inexplicable deep meaning in the eyes of Lord Yi as he looked at her. You're Shirori, aren't you? A touch of sadness suddenly appeared on Yi Lord's face. In fact, from the moment he felt that coldness, his heart had already made a guess. Lin Dust plays with fire, his sister plays with ice. If Lord Yi played them both, wouldn't it be ice and fire? Double the pleasure? Sis, open the door. It's my brother. Sister Shiror, I've finally found you. Chapter 40 Snubbed Crippled. It's Bean's white-haired lowly. You. Luo Shi's pupils tightened, not daring to have a single moment of hesitation at all. The ice talisman in her hand struck into the void, dropping thousands of spirit patterns. In an instant, the entire hall was covered in cold ice, like an icy cage that blocked off heaven and earth. As for Luo Shi's breath, it was at this moment that it suddenly climbed, and the divine radiance in the icy blue pupils of her eyes burst out, as if she had burned her predestined karma, and her divinity was revived. When she had left the Luo clan, she had anticipated that one day she would cross paths with Lord Yi. Therefore, Luo Shi secretly brought out this ancient divine talisman, the Cold Ice Ancient Talisman, from the Luo clan's treasury. According to her father, this ice talisman was enough to imprison a person who had cut down the Tao, and it was more than enough to deal with Lord Yi. Originally, Luo Shi had wanted to follow Yi Lord and get some news about Lin Chen's brother from him, but she really didn't expect that this Yi family divine son would recognize her identity. However, because of this, the doubts in Luo Shi's heart became even more intense. She couldn't figure out how Lord Yi knew her identity and recognized her. When Luo Shi left the Lin family, she was only a child of 6 or 7 years old. Now 10 years later, she has changed drastically, both in looks and figure. Luo Shi even suspected that even if brother Lin Chen saw her, he might not be able to recognize her at a glance. Say, why did you falsely accuse brother Lin Chen of being a demon? And, how did you recognize me? Luo Shi stood in the void, her hair fluttering as she coldly stared at Yi Lord Dao. At this time, under her pair of naked jade feet, there were hidden strands of ice lines wandering, like a throne of ice and snow, reflecting her figure more and more transcendent and honorable. In this frigid prison, she wasn't worried that Yi Lord would pull any tricks. Framed? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised and he helplessly shook his head. Just because it's cute doesn't mean it's not dangerous. You have to take your time with the conditioning. At this time, there is a hint of sorrow and bitterness in the pupils of Yi Lord's eyes, like there is something unspeakable. Sister Shiror, you'd better leave Tendo City quickly. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi frowned lightly and a hint of coldness flashed under her eyes. How dare you talk tough even at the end of your life? I see that you just don't see the coffin without shedding tears. As Luo Shi's words fell, an ice crystal divine spear gradually and slowly condensed in her hand, with runic patterns lingering around it, and slammed angrily towards Lord Yi. The terrifying coldness directly tore through the void, shattering everything in ice. Under this cold force, even the hair and skin of Lord Yi's hair gradually formed a layer of crystalline frost mist. Luo Shi's template was originally one of the strongest cards in the pre-rising stream Celestial Destiny, and in such an icy Dharma realm, her battle power was not in the least bit weaker than any peak divine will young supreme being. Lin Chen is dead. Just as the ice gun in Luo Shi's hand appeared about 10 feet away from Lord Yi's brow, it came to a steep halt. What did you say? She stared blankly at Yi Lord's, her red lips trembling, the pupils of her eyes gradually rounding. Hey! Yi Lord sighed lightly and reached out to hold that ice god pistol, feeling the surging coldness within it, his eyes slightly austere. The grade of this gun was at least in the category of saint weapon, and it was still an absolute saint weapon, worthy of being the Luo clan. This kind of heritage was not the least bit weaker than the topmost ancient clans in the sacred state anymore. Originally, I didn't want to tell you. The moment I saw you at the Heavenly Tao building just now, I felt an inexplicable affinity. I guess this must be Brother Lin Chen's sheltering of you in the underworld. Ye Lords looked bitter, and his tone gradually became a little lower. Ye Lords, don't you dare lie to me. Say, what exactly happened? Luo Shi forced herself to hold back the uneasiness in her heart and stared at Lord Yi with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to see some cracks in his eyes. Unfortunately, at this time, Ye Lord's eyes were sad, without any panic, not like an act. Actually, I've only known Brother Lin Chen for a short while, but we hit it off, and his death, I'm responsible for it. Ye Lord reached out and took out a ball of black and white spiritual marrow from his Qianquan ring, the very same yin-yang divine marrow that he had robbed from Lin Chen back then. From the moment he saw the direction of Lin Chen's plot, he had anticipated the appearance of this little green plum. Therefore, when Lord Yi gifted the yin-yang divine essence to Gu Mingyue, he left a portion of it in advance for today. The more Luo Shi listened, the more confused she became. But there was some inexplicable sadness within her, as if she was infected by Lord Ye's emotions. This divine essence was handed over to me by Brother Lin Chen at the risk of his life. Who would have thought that it would end up becoming his relic? Ye Lord's palms were clenched tightly, looking down at the yin and yang divine marrow in his hands that kept changing its divine form, and his heart was already secretly looking forward to what kind of divine object of creation would be exchanged from Luo Shi's hands later on. I heard Brother Lin Chen say that after the destruction of the Lin family, he was rescued by a mysterious powerhouse and inadvertently picked up a ring under the cliff behind the Lin family. A ring? Luo Shi would believe it, and the wariness in her eyes gradually dissipated a bit. If Lord Yi was not friends with Lin Chen's brother, there was no way he could have known about the Lin family's change of heart in the first place, much less her identity. Well, in that ring, there is an ancient demon soul. What? At those words, Luo Shi's heart suddenly speculated, and her eyes trembled fiercely. In the beginning, Brother Lin Chen and this demonic soul got along quite well, but then as this demonic soul's strength increased, her ambitions grew bigger and bigger, and this yin-yang divine essence is what she forced Brother Lin Chen to seek out, in order to regain his strength. Brother Lin Chen saw her plot a long time ago and intentionally gave me this divine essence. Unfortunately, even though he was careful, that demonic soul still saw the signs. You mean, brother was taken over by that demonic spirit? Luo Shi's petite body trembled, her eyes instantly reddened, and she nearly fell to the ground. Before your brother died, he told me that there were two things in his heart that he couldn't let go of, one of which was the hatred of the slaughter of the Lin family, and the other was you. So, you deliberately framed your brother as a demon. At this moment, Luo Shi vaguely guessed something, and the look she gave to Lord Yi no longer had much resistance in it. Firstly, since Brother Lin Chen has placed such trust in me, I naturally can't let him down, and with your brother-sister bond, you will definitely come to me for revenge after hearing about this. Secondly, Brother Lin Chen was able to give me such a divine item as the yin-yang divine essence. How could I, Lord Yi, be an ungrateful person? Even though that ancient demon soul was extremely terrifying, slaughtering all of the heaven's pride powerhouses who had entered the Yin ruins ancient tomb, I will definitely avenge Brother Lin Chen, and send him to his death with my own hands. When the words fell, Yi Lord suddenly held Luo Shi's jade hand, which was cold and soft as if it was boneless, and placed that yin and yang divine essence in her palm. Yi Lord Godson, Luo Shi's throat rolled and tears kept slipping from her eyes. At this moment, she could feel that this divine essence contained a strand of true yin and yang origin, through and through. In fact, even if Lord Yi had it in his pocket, Luo Shi could not have known about it at all. But he chose to return this divine essence to Luo Shi. His character was predictable. At the very least, even with Luo Shi's heart, she might not be able to resist such a temptation. It turned out that she had been misunderstanding Yi Lord all along, and that this Yi family's divine son had even entered the game with his body, without fear of danger, just so that he could find himself and avenge his brother's death. Drops. The daughter of heaven's destiny's moral heart is shaken, and she has become grateful to the villain. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking the plot setting, and obtaining the reward, Ice Spirit Divine Lance, Supreme Artifact. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the divine essence of Yin and Yang to the daughter of heaven's destiny, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, Eternal Ice Crystals, containing the laws of cold ice. Hearing the system beep coming from his ears, a hint of sinister evil immediately flashed under Yi Lord's eyes. It was obvious that at this point Luo Shi had already believed his words. You think it's over? Stinky sister. Next I'll tell you why there are 18 levels of hell. Chapter 41 White Moonlight and Vermilion Sand Mole. Gu Mingyue is actually jealous? Phew. Luo Shi took a deep breath and made a deep bow towards Yi Lord. Godson Yi Lord, thank you for being able to give me my brother's relics. At this time, although she couldn't find any flaws in Yi Lord's, she was still a little confused inside. Who exactly was the ancient demon in Yi Lord's mouth? And had Brother Lin Chen been taken over by it or not? The best way to clear up these confusions was to find Lin Chen, or that demon, and personally seal the deal. In the future, don't call me Divine Son, call me brother. Even though Brother Lin Chen has sacrificed, you remember that you are not alone. Yi Lord looked solemn and reached out to wipe the tears off Luosher's face. First brother, then sister, and finally all little babies. The destiny of the people but all fall into the hands of the Leaf Lord. There are only two kinds of end. Either he would be reduced to a treasure-seeking rat, looking around for creation like Lin Duan, and when he ran out of light and heat, he would become the Yi Lord's demonic body sustenance. Either that, or, like Luosher, he would become a welfare gear for him to brush up on his creation. I know that with your bond with Brother Lin Chen, it must be hard to accept this, but I don't want you to risk doing anything. I'll lure her out and let you see her ferocity with your own eyes. What? At those words, Luosher froze in place, and the last trace of wariness that she had in her heart for Lord Yi completely dissipated. If he was lying to himself, how could he dare to let himself see Lin Chen? Yi Lord, brother, do you need me to do anything? You don't have to do anything. Just stay obediently in the Heavenly Dao building. Otherwise, if you have another incident in the future, how will I explain to Brother Lin Chen? Yi Lord shook his head, then suddenly thought of something. Later on, you should refine this divine essence first, so as not to have a long night. That's okay. Luosher pondered a little, and ultimately did not refuse. Such a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, once it was detected by someone, it would inevitably attract endless calamities. If Lord Yi was using her to lure out Lin Chen, he definitely wouldn't let her refine this marrow. Well, it's getting late, so get some early rest. As the words fell, a ray of soul light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Yi Lords, and the Taichu ancestral symbol manifested out of thin air, and actually tore a crack in the cold ice law boundary in front of him, and his figure stepped into it and disappeared in front of Luosher. This scene, moreover, caused Luosher's heart and soul to tremble, and she became more and more in awe of Lord Yi. It turned out that the strength of the Yi Lord Godchild was actually so terrifying that even the cold ice divine symbol was unable to imprison him. Doesn't this mean that it wasn't difficult at all for Lord Yi to kill her just now? Brother Lin Chen. Luosher looked at the yin-yang divine essence in her hand, and once again, mist rose in her eyes. She also didn't expect that Lin Chen had actually been controlled by a demonic soul during these 10 years. If she had known this, she should have asked the Grand Elder to bring Lin Chen back to the clan in the first place, even if she had put her life on the line. Don't worry, if what Brother Yi Lord said is true, I will definitely avenge your death and personally smash your head and obliterate that demonic soul. Achoo! Meanwhile, in the Heaven's Path building, Lin Chen sat in a pavilion, suddenly sputtering, his eyes vaguely gloomy. Ever since he met Luosher, he had never been able to have peace within himself. He had already witnessed Yi Lord's methods with his own eyes. This Yi clan's divine son was ruthless and extremely good at pretending. Shurer falling into his hands. I'm afraid that it's going to be very bad. But what could he do? You can't win the fight. You can't pretend. So do you have to choose to forgive her? No, I'm going to find Shirori. Lin Chen got up with an open heart and was about to walk towards the outside of the house. Dusty, where are you going? Right at this moment, a ripple suddenly rippled in the void in front of him. Only the figure of the Yuji descended from the sky and coldly glanced at Lin Chen. Elder, I can't watch Shiror be trampled by Lord Yi. Dusty, why are you so resistant to the Yi Lord Godson? Yuji sighed lightly, having an instinctive fear of Yi Lord. Don't worry, just now I saw Godson Yi Lord leave the Heavenly Dao building and did not share a room with your sister. What? Lord Yi is gone? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's taut heartstrings relaxed, only to have a strand of excitement flash up in his eyes upon turning his thoughts. Then won't I be able to go and look for Shiror? What if it's a trap? Before Lin Chen could take a step, he heard the Yuji suddenly open her mouth again. In an instant, a coldness rose from the soles of Lin Chen's feet, nearly lifting his heavenly aperture. What elder means is, what if Lord Yi knows Lin Shi's identity and deliberately lures you to show yourself? It's... Lin Chen sat dejectedly on top of the bed and sighed lightly. Akatsuki, are you in there? Over here. Yi Lord left Luosher and came directly to the bedchamber where Gu Mingyue was. As his fiancée, Gu Mingyue's residence was likewise a separate hall. At this moment, Yi Lord was not the least bit worried that Luosher would leave quietly, and even more so, he was not afraid that Lin Chen would secretly meet with Luosher. When Yi Lord took the yin-yang divine marrow, he left the treasure box containing the marrow in place and arranged a strand of soul sense marker in it. No matter where Lin Chen went, he could clearly sense the aura of this heaven's destiny person. Clunk! As the door to the hall opened, Gu Mingyue looked at Yi Lord with a confused expression, a pair of phoenix eyes with hidden coldness. What are you doing here so late? Can't I come and see you? Yi Lord walked straight into the hall, not paying any attention to the indignation in Gu Mingyue's eyes. What are you doing here with me if you're not going to be close to your white-haired sister? Gu Mingyue's complexion was clear and cold, and in one day, Lord Yi had actually taken the initiative to shelter two young and beautiful women. Yu Qingji looked like Yi Lord's mother, a reason she could still barely accept. Then today, what about the white-haired girl who was looked upon by Lei Wuxi? Who does she look like? Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Ha, push. Lord Yi frowned lightly, a look of confusion on his face as he looked around for something. Don't worry, I'm not going to be like some people, hiding a woman in a golden house with no shame. Gu Mingyue spoke indifferently and walked in the direction of the back hall. Oh, I thought it was someone who had spilled their vinegar and was sour, but it turned out to be you, Akatsuki. Yi Lord guffawed, instantly causing Gu Mingyue to clench her silver teeth and forcefully feign indifference. Since Akatsuki doesn't like me being here, I'll just go back to her. Saying that, Yi Lord got up and wanted to leave. Don't you dare, Gu Mingyue lightly bellowed, but turned around to see that Lord Yi was looking at her with a smile on his face, with no intention of leaving at all. In an instant, a smoky haze rose on her face, and she grew more and more ashamed. Aren't you curious as to why I saved that white-haired girl? Yi Lord took Gu Mingyue's jade hand in his and dragged her into his arms. Ha, she doesn't look like one of your white moonshines, does she? Gu Mingyue did not struggle, nor did she look at Lord Yi, turning her head to look away. Do you know what a white moonlight is? What? The white moonlight is the one who wants to but doesn't, and the opposite of it is called the $1,000,000 mole, which refers to the one who can never enough. Yi Lord suddenly lowered his head and came to Gu Mingyue's ear. I don't know if Mingyue wants to be my white moonlight, or a vermilion sand mole? Chapter 42 Gu Mingyue's first kiss, the so-called day-to-day love? Yi Lord, Gu Mingyue's face froze, only to feel a hot breath blowing into her ears. Her body trembled, and even her neck flushed a rosy color. In the next instant, there were suddenly spirit lines rushing all over her body, and her horrible innate aura began to boil, so she wanted to strike out towards Lord Yi. No kidding. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he slowly stood up and retreated a few feet away before Gu Mingyue completely erupted. Mother, your cultivation has recovered quite quickly. At this moment, he could feel that Gu Mingyue's aura had unexpectedly recovered to the 7th level of the Divine Will realm. Moreover, in addition to this stream of innate Tao rhythms, there was actually a subtle aura of yin and yang. The 9 heavenly mare? Tease me? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, always feeling as if Yi Lord still had a lot of things to hide from her. That white-haired young girl is Lin Chen's younger sister, the princess of the Luo Shin clan. Yi Lord guffawed, walked to the table before himself, picked up the wine on top and took a light sip. Seeing this scene, Gu Mingyue's pretty face became even more smoky. Wanting to speak, this wine marquis, she just used it. Suddenly, Gu Mingyue looked as if she had thought of something. Her eyes suddenly condensed. Lin Chen's sister? I had previously sent the Yi family elders to inquire about Lin Chen's past. He had a sister who disappeared 10 years ago, and this time when Lin Chen was in trouble, she came all the way from the northern plains just to seek revenge on me. Yi Lord's complexion gradually became cold and hostile. For a moment, Gu Mingyue drifted into a trance and saw the cold, killing, strategizing man of her last life. So you killed her? Upon hearing this, Yi Lord's face froze, revealing a touch of helplessness. In your mother's eyes, am I such a cold-hearted, cruel and murderous person? How is this different from an evil demon? Gu Mingyue snorted coldly and said in her heart, aren't you? What are you going to do? Use that white-haired girl to lure Lin Chen onto the bait? Like I said, all you have to do is look good and leave the rest to me. Yi Lord obediently held Gu Mingyue's jade hand and dragged her into his arms. The long night is long. Why don't we do something we love to do? Ma'am? Yi Lords, don't go too far. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, a hint of indignation hidden under her eyes. She clearly hadn't forgiven Yi Lord for his evil deeds in his last life, but she realized that she didn't seem to resist him so much anymore. Speaking of excesses, it seems as if my lady has misunderstood me twice in this one day. Shouldn't I be given some compensation? Yi Lord lowered his head, looking at the white and absolutely beautiful face in his arms, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Husband. Under the gaze of this pair of deep and gentle eyes of Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue only felt her heart beating hard, never having been more nervous. That's not enough punishment. Yi Lords, you, this time, before Gu Mingyue could struggle, she saw Lord Yi suddenly lower his head and kiss her on the lips. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's entire body stiffened, especially the tingling warm sensation coming from her lips made her Dao heart stop trembling. In her previous life, she had never had any skin-to-skin contact with any man. Even the Yi Lord in his previous life had never touched her. Until, Yi Lord slowly got up, and only then did Gu Mingyue react from her shock. Yi Lord. At this time, her face had long since turned red, her jade hands clenched, and she fled towards the back hall with a look of shame and indignation. On the other hand, Lord Yi smiled faintly and sipped his own wine, recalling the sweet fragrance of Gu Mingyue's lips just now. Although, nowadays, this Supreme Empress had yet to fully accept him. It looked like she had already dropped most of her defenses. It's said that love is born after a long time. Soon. How? Now Gu Mingyue's 9 heavenly Xian mare body had awakened. It's something that's never been the difference between 0 and 1,000,000 times. Just do it and be done with it. Buzz. Yi Lord took out that one eternal ice crystal from the Qianquan ring, and after a little contemplation, he directly devoured it and integrated it into his body. At this moment, he suddenly realized that every time this system returned rewards, it seemed to change with the template of the heaven's destined daughter. All of them were also yin-yang divine essence, and the one returned by Gu Mingyue was a yin-yang turning wheel bead, containing the innate yin-yang origin, Luo Shi. On the other hand, was this eternal ice crystal and could only comprehend the power of the Tao. Of course, this was not to say that the power of the Tao was not precious. Quite the contrary, the power of the Tao was the threshold for stepping into the realm of heavenly mechanism. But compared to Gu Mingyue, there was a gap in Luo Shi's reward return. It wasn't hard to see that Gu Mingyue's heavenly fate attribute was even more terrifying than this future Ice Lord. At that instant, the entire hall set off a terrifying coldness, and the void earth knitted out layers of icy blue frost, just like an icy divine palace. Beautiful. Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly as she quietly poked her head out of the back hall and carefully glanced at Yi Lord, and at the sight of the frost spirit patterns draped around his body, his eyes suddenly condensed. This guy actually dared to cultivate under her eyes. Wasn't he afraid of her sneak attack? Ye lords, let you be complacent for a while longer. Time passes. At the dawn of the second day, a shocking clamor came from the entire Heaven's Path city. Today, it was the day when the Tao Sect's Daozi Discourse and the Heaven's Pride Banquet began, and the Heavenly Tao building has long been carefully arranged, placed many long cases spirit table, which is full of mountain delicacies and seafood, precious fruits and divine materials. The most central place, a party of white jade platform stands quietly, the treasure glittering. It is today's Daozi's discussion platform. At this time, the Heavenly Tao building had long been filled with many of the sacred state's younger generation's heavenly pride demons. Among them, there were heirs of the immortal great sect, saints of the immortal sect, and heirs of the ancient clan, all of them with majestic chi and blood and high spirits. As one of the most impressive events in the sacred state, during the Tao discourse, not only could they spar with their peers and listen to the Daozi's sermon, but they could also participate in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's auction extravaganza and see some of the objects of creation that were rare to see on a normal day. Afterward, the people even had the opportunity to climb the Tao mountain, knock on the Tao bell, and personally go to that divine wall of the great Tao left by the Taoist ancestor in the beginning, to observe the heart and understand the Tao, and to peep into the predestined destiny. Eventually, the Tao sect would open up that one ancient mystery realm for all disciples to go and practice. Rumor has it that it was because of the chance he received in this secret realm that the Tao ancestor became enlightened and claimed the title of Tao ancestor. It is said that this place was once a heavenly place in the ancient times, leaving the remains of many mighty people inheritance, surviving a number of ancient relics. If someone could find an inheritance blessing in it, they would have a chance to break the shackles of heaven and earth like the Tao ancestor and achieve uniqueness for all ages. Rumble. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly came from outside the Heaven's Path building. Only a ray of radiant divine radiance tore through the cloud dome and landed outside the Tao building. Among them, a burly young man wearing a golden robe with long golden hair came striding in, and the red-colored blazing sun totem at his brow glowed, shaking that Sun Haiming. This is Great Sun Saint Sun Xian Kuan, a young supreme? In the Heaven's Path building, a black-clothed figure sitting in the corner buried his head, carefully concealing his breath. Even the young supreme beings have come. Even if there is a creation present in the secret realm on this trip, it's unlikely to fall into my hands, and there's even a 10% chance that I'll die at the hands of the legacy race. What's the difference between a 10% chance and looking for death? Hiss. This Tao sect secret realm is not going. I'd better go back to the sect to plant medicine. Withdraw. Chapter 43. Something's not right. My fiancée seems to have become a slave girl. The Tendo building was filled with people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were converging on Xiang Kuan, not caring in the slightest about the black-clothed figure that had quietly left. As the topmost power in the sacred state, the Great Sun Sacred Sect claimed to have 100,000 clan attachments under its command. Saint Sun Xiang Kuan was even a true sacred body heavenly pride, his cultivation reaching the terrifying 9th level of the divine wheel, a young supreme. Looking at the 3,000 Tao states, other than those ancient freaks who had sensed the heavenly chances and hid behind the great world, the descendants of great emperors, and the ancient relics of the barren past, it would be hard for anyone in the current generation to be his opponent. When the Great Sun Sacred Sect teamed up with the Market Ancient Sect and contracted a marriage for the Holy Sun Xian Kuan as well as the Market Holy Maiden Ji Rumung, it had even caused the reputation of this young supreme being to reach its peak. Of the many holy sons and heirs present today, none of them can be compared to Xian Kuan. Only the moment he stepped into the Heavenly Tao building, the entire immortal building fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at the golden holy radiance that surrounded Xian Kuan's body, only feeling that their blood was stagnant and their souls wanted to shatter. He's Ji Ruming's fiancé? In the middle of the immortal building, Lin Chen held a tea light and gently took a sip. Even he, in front of this great sun saint's son, had a feeling of being ashamed of himself, being deeply shocked by the sun power that erupted from Xian Kuan's body. It was horrible. As the same saint body heavily pried, Lin Chen's realm was a full 9 levels lower than Xian Kuan's, and this was the gap between the mountain village boy and the sacred sect's heir. Even though your fortune is against the heavens, how can the power of a single person be compared to a clan that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and how can you beat the peak of 3 generations, the clan of 10,000 generations? Dusty, don't be discouraged, you'll be like him sooner or later. Yuji's voice came from Lin Chen's soul sea, instantly causing a trace of hope to regenerate in Lin Chen's bleak eyes. Aha! Lin Chen drank the tea in his cup, his face gradually calming down. Ever since he arrived at Heavenly Tao City, he had never seen Ji Rumung. For this Ruin's holy maiden, he likewise did not have any good feelings. That day, if it wasn't for the sudden arrival of Lord Yi, Lin Chen had the confidence to play Ji Rumung in the palm of his hand. Thinking of this, the indignation in Lin Chen's heart only slightly abated. So what if it's the holy sect's holy son? So what if it's a young supreme? Your fiancé I also licked. Brother Xiang, long time no see. Right at this moment, several more figures walked outside the Heavenly Tao building, all followed by followers behind them. One of them, with a handsome face and a green shirt embroidered and painted with mountains and rivers, was glittering. So it's the Cloud Void Saint's son. Xiang Kuan raised his eyes and glanced at the green-shirted man, nodded gently, and walked straight to the table in the very center of the Heavenly Tao building and sat down. Seeing this scene, Cloud Void Saint's son He Luyun smiled helplessly and did not get annoyed as he walked towards another seat. His realm, likewise, was at the top of the contemporary era, at the 7th level of the divine wheel, and the Cloud Void sacred law was even cultivated to the 9th layer, with an outstanding heavenly appearance. However, compared to Xiang Kuan, such talent was still slightly inferior. What's more, Xiang Kuan is not alone nowadays. His fiancé Ji Rumung is likewise a top contemporary. With these two demons joining forces, who in the sacred state would be able to defeat them? One after another, several more young celestial pride descended to this place, causing a burst of shock and clamor. Among them, the appearance of the young master of the ancient king family, Wang Changcheng, and the heir to the heavenly beauty sect, Hu Meier, attracted a lot of attention and discussion. With these heavenly prides here, the heirloom disciples of the unusual ancient race immortal sect looked much dimmer. Look, it's the Yi Lord Godson. Just at this moment, an alarming clamor suddenly came from the crowd. As for Xiang Kuan, Wang Changqing and the others, their eyes immediately looked towards the outside of the building, and there was a faint trace of gravity in the bottom of their eyes. In these few days, the rumors about Lord Yi in Heaven's Path City were rampant. Not only did he openly break the iron laws of the Dao clan, killing Yin He and Lei Wufei one after another, but he also captured the hearts of many of the clan's proud women with an image of integrity and righteousness. After all, who could not love a divine son of the eternal life family with a supreme background, immortal face and divine posture, and integrity and power? And Lin Chen's eyes even flickered with a touch of bone-deep killing intent, and the palm of his hand holding the tea gradually tightened. The reason he came to the Daozi discourse was not to listen to the Daozi sermon. Rather, it was for the auction extravaganza of the 10,000 treasures pavilion to see if he could find the last fragment of the secret realm and open that one ancient treasure that sealed the spirit flame in creation. At this moment, as the Yi Lords descended, a faint trace of fear actually suddenly arose in the bottom of Lin Chen's heart, as if he had a shadow. Outside the Heaven's Path building, two figures walked side by side. The young man among them was as white as snow, with a long leaning figure and a light and gentle smile on his handsome immortal face. Beside him, Gu Mingyue was dressed in a large red phoenix coat. Her phoenix eyes were clear and cold, and her imperial grace was graceful. On that fair and absolutely beautiful face, not too many waves were visible, delicate and flawless, just like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had mistakenly entered the mortal world. Stunning to the extreme, these two stood together and immediately drew a gasp from the crowd. A divine couple is nothing more than that. And behind Lord Yi, there were also 3 figures trailing behind him. Among them, Yi Tsong was similarly renowned, with his Tsong Tian hegemony body and power to break through all paths. However, Just as the crowd's gaze landed on another golden-robed and delicate figure, their eyes suddenly condensed. Is that Ji Rumong? In an instant, the entire immortal building was completely plunged into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously looking toward Great Sun Saint Sun Xiang-kun. As his fiancée, Ji Rumong was like a maidservant at this moment, following behind Lord Yi with a humble look. Originally Ji Rumong's looks and temperament is slightly weak. Now standing behind the Leaf Lord is even more pitiful and helpless, like at any time can be wantonly toyed with. The cold pride on Xiang-kun's face froze almost instantly, only to see him slowly get up, looking at Lord Yi with a hidden hint of killing intent in his eyes. Kesame, what are you doing? Xiang-kun. Ji Rumong's pretty face was pale, and the corners of her mouth lifted up a touch of bitterness. On the contrary, at this time, she didn't dare to act rashly at all, and carefully glanced at Yi Lords, like an obedient little asking for her master's opinion. This scene, moreover, caused Xiang-kun's palms to clench tightly, his head of blonde hair fluttering in the wind as his holy might rose. Under the attention of the public, his fiancée was actually pleasing another man, which made Xiang Hao instantly feel a great shame and felt his scalp itch. Of course, those who felt their scalps itching at this time were not only Xiang Hao, but also Lin Chen. His eyes similarly fell on Luoshi, who had white hair, behind Lord Yi. What made Lin Chen feel even angrier was that instead of a trace of trepidation on Luoshi's face, she was red-faced and radiant, and occasionally, in her eyes when she looked at Yi Lords, there were a few moments of adoration. In a short moment, the only two saint body celestials in the heavenly Dao building had their Dao hearts shattered. Ji Rumong, come here. Xiang-kun took a deep breath. His face had become completely hideous. He came to the banquet in a hurry, originally to meet Ji Rumong. What kind of Taoist sun discourse did he, the great sun holy body, the young supreme being, need to listen to other people's sermons? But he never dreamed that his fiancée was seen. But it seemed wrong. Xiang-kun, stop fooling around. Ji Rumong's red lips pursed lightly, surprisingly rebuking Xiang-kun in public. Rumble. At this moment, the suppressed anger in Xiang-kun's heart finally exploded completely. Yi Lord, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will make you pay even if I die. Outside the Heaven's Path building, that one mysterious black-clothed youth immediately winced when he heard Xiang-kun's angry shout. Listen to this, you're so cruel. You're just going to come up here and take your life first. The outside world is too scary. Since I've bought all the spirit seeds, I'd better continue to go back to the sect to plant medicines, and when my cultivation steps into the supreme realm, I'll come out again to spar with these contemporary heavenly prides. At that thought, Han Changsheng no longer dared to hesitate and jogged all the way out of Heaven's Path City. At this point, he probably didn't realize that it was this one outing that the gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 44 Invincible Hegemonic Body. I've met Brother Xiang at first sight? Oh, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he looked towards the round of blazing sun totem on Xiang-kun's brow, a hint of bitterness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. The reason why he had taken Ji Rumong as a slave in the first place was to create a conflict with this sacred body heavenly pride. Yi Lord's manifestation demon body needed to devour the 5 saint body origins to break through to the third turn. Xiang-kun, listen, with that name, can he stand having his fiancée taken? You think it's over? As a fellow enemy of Yi Lord, now Lin Chen had long been a bird of prey after seeing Yi Lord's terrifying battle power. According to the nature of the man of heaven's destiny, he would definitely find some like-minded brothers for himself to share the risk of dealing with Lord Yi. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Big deal. I'll take care of your fiancé for you when your brother dies. When Lin Chen took the initiative to approach Xiang-kun, this good show would truly begin. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Yi Lord suddenly turned around, grabbed Ji Rumong's shoulders, and pushed her forward. Rumong, you come and explain to him. This scene immediately caused Xiang-kun's eyes to tremble lightly. More so than killing him, his fiancée, who he hadn't even bothered to touch, was actually swept up by Lord Yi. Xiang-kun, I'm now the slave girl of Divine Sun Yi Lord. Ji Rumong's pretty face was bitter as she looked deeply at Xiang-kun. What? At those words, a shocking clamor once again rose in the entire Heaven's Path building. All of the clan celestials looked at that white-clothed, peerless figure, and there was a dense shock in the bottom of their eyes. Looking at the entire sacred state, who had the guts to actually dare to take Yin Ruimeng, the holy maiden of Yin Ruimeng, as a slave? Yi Lord. Xiang-kun took a deep breath, and a golden light suddenly boiled under his eyes. In the next instant, he directly stepped towards Yi Lords and ran. At the same time, above his arm, a golden holy radiance began to bloom, as bright as the sun. As he slammed his fist out, the void was incinerated with layers of waves. Vaguely, there seemed to be a golden divine will rotating and humming above Xiang-kun's head, mirroring the seal on his brow and emitting a horrifying holy intent pressure. That's the great sun's sacred sex inherited holy relic, the great scorching sun divine wheel. A burst of shocking clamor boomed out, filled with a strong sense of horror and incredulity. Xiang Kuan, with you dare to make a move against my clan's divine son. Yi Tsang grinned and similarly stepped out to meet Xiang Kuan towards him. On its heavenly soul cover, chi and blood spurted out, gradually transforming into two sinuous dragon horns, only to see Yi Tsang probing out with a fist. The white tiger divine claw tore through the heavens and earth, and the skin around his body was actually covered with layers of golden scales. The 9 divine forms of the hegemonic body, the dragon head, the white tiger claw, and the unicorn armor. After going through the ancestral chi infusion, Yi Tsang's realm had not only stepped into the 6th level of the divine wheel, but he had also successfully cultivated the 3rd great hegemonic body divine form, and his physical body's battle power was unrivaled. Even if his realm was not as good as Xiang Kuan, in terms of chi and blood power alone, he was not afraid of any contemporary at all, except for Lord Yi. Rumble. The moment the two fist seals collided, the entire heavenly Tao building was immediately lit up with many divine splendor of legal patterns, spreading over the sky and suppressing all of this might, and the earth underneath Yi Tsang and Xiang Kuan's feet instantly crumbled into a terrifying crack. The horrifying waves of power even caused the hearts and minds of the surrounding clans to tremble and their scalps to go numb. Even top demons like Wang Changqing and He Luyan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, feeling that if this punch landed on them, they would be directly blown up on the spot. With all the people watching, Yi Tsang and Xiang Kuan each took a few steps backward, and there was a flash of intense surprise under their eyes, especially Xiang Kuan. The anger that was originally burning in his heart was mostly extinguished by Yi Tsang's punch. It was well known that Yi Tsang was only the 5th sequence of the Yi family. The Yi family had at least 4 other contemporary heavenly prides that were even more dangling and stronger in battle than him. Among them, the Yi clan's divine son, Yi Lord, was the one who suppressed the 9 veins and subdued the other 8 sequences before sitting on the divine son's seat. It was unimaginable. How terrifying should Yi Lord's battle power be? Xiang Kuan, you can do it. Being able to block a punch from Raoul, you are proud enough. Yi Tsang grinned, and the battle intent in his eyes became more and more surging. Just as he took a step and walked towards Xiang Kuan once again, he saw Ji Ruming suddenly kneel in front of Yi Lord, her eyes slightly red. Divine son, please give the slave girl a bit of face and spare Xiang Kuan for once. Seeing this scene, Xiang Kuan's face froze and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he had a premonition that Ji Ruming still loved him. She was forced to break by Lord Yi. If today, Xiang Kuan continues to be an enemy of Lord Yi, I'm afraid that Ji Ruming will be the one to suffer in the end. I'll let you plead for Xiang Kuan. Hiss, there's a picture? Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord's expression was indifferent as he slowly nodded. Since Ruming said so, Yi Tsang, come back. As the words fell, he took a straight step towards the corner, not caring in the slightest about Xiang Kuan's increasingly gloomy face. Ji Ruming, on the other hand, got up, shook her head towards Xiang Kuan without any trace, and quickly chased after him towards Yi Lord. Kisame. Xiang Kuan's palms were clenched, and the killing intent in his eyes was hard to truly suppress. But what could he do? A divine will 6th level Yi Tsang could completely block his great son's sacred body, and Yi Lord's strength would only be more terrifying than Yi Tsang's. No matter how strong the great son's sacred sect was, it was still somewhat insignificant in front of the everlasting Yi family. But when the Dao sect's secret realm opens, he must save Ji Ruming even if he has to put his bloodline roots on the line. It looks like Ji Ruming is also under the control of Lord Yi. At the corner, Lin Chen frowned lightly and coldly looked in Xiang Kuan's direction, a hint of contemplation hidden in the bottom of his eyes. The hatred of taking a wife is not shared. Perhaps he could think of a way to utilize this hatred and join forces with Xiang Kuan to deal with Yi Lord. Otherwise, with his strength alone, even if he was able to obtain the spirit flame and the Dao sect's secret realm, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue, and Yi Tsang. I know brother Xiang at first sight. You, off. Just as Lin Chen was secretly pondering, he heard a cold shout suddenly come from in front of him. Lin Chen frowned lightly and looked up only to see that Lord Yi and the others had actually appeared in front of him. In an instant, a biting chill arose in the bottom of this heaven's mandate person's heart, and his entire body went numb. Before he could react from his panic, he saw Yi Tsang kick down, directly sending him flying. Godson, please. Yi Tsang bowed slightly, licking a black face, and stood behind Lord Yi with a formal expression. On the other hand, Lord Yi was sitting side by side with Gu Mingyue and did not pay any attention to the Lin Chen who had fallen to the ground. Q. Lin Chen wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to show a trace of indignation as he walked towards the neighboring table. Ye lords, later on, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion will hold an auction in the Heavens Path building. Gu Mingyue's complexion was clear and cold as she looked deeply at Lord Yi. This fellow deliberately staged this drama with Ji Ruming to stir up hatred with Xiang Kuan. I'm afraid that the purpose is not Xiang Kuan, but that Lin Chen who was hiding in the dark. But what slightly puzzled Gu Mingyue was, when had Ji Rumeng been so well behaved and docile by Lord Yi? Oh, an auction? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and the smile on his face became more and more playful. Treasure bought in reverse, villa by the sea? I'll buy whatever celestial destiny buys. I have more spirit stones than celestial destiny. I'm asking you if you're mad. Chapter 45. It's worse than eating. Watching my sister become someone else's little darling. Brother Yi Lord, why are you robbing people's fiancé? Don't you have one yourself? Luo Shi rested her cheeks and looked at Lord Yi, a hint of confusion hidden in the pupils of her eyes. Upon hearing this, the corner of Gu Mingyue's mouth suddenly lifted into a shallow arc, her eyes looking playfully at Yi Lord. Well. Yi Lord smiled helplessly, coughed lightly twice. His face suddenly became incomparably grave. Adults matters, children don't talk too much. Miss Luo Shi, I'm voluntarily following the divine son. Behind him, Ji Rumeng pursed her red lips slightly and explained for Lord Yi. The fact that she was humiliated by Lord Yi just now was actually meant to be a show for Xiang Kuan. Ever since Yi Lord planted a soul mark in her soul sea, he had always taken care of her, never forcing Ji Rumeng to do anything. Even that day, when Yi Lord fused the yin-yang turning wheel bead, it even caused Ji Rumeng to guard the path from the side, and was fortunate enough to feel the nourishment of the yin-yang origin. Nowadays, her realm, likewise, had made a breakthrough, enough to be worth 10 years of hard cultivation. In the beginning, Ji Rumeng was indeed extremely resistant to such an identity as a soul slave, but as she got along with Lord Yi, she gradually understood that even if it was just a slave of the god's son, it was still an honored status that ordinary people could never even touch. At those words, a trace of doubt suddenly flashed in Luo Shi's eyes, and her heart gradually made a guess. Can it be that Yi Lords have any special fetishes? Wife. At the same time, hearing Luo Shi's name for Lord Yi, Lin Chen, who was on the side, had his back teeth clenched. Brother Yaliang? In just one day, his childhood friend had actually become the good sister of Lord Yi? Gentlemen. Right at this moment, a delicate figure suddenly walked in the heavenly Dao building, and it was the same Yanran Lu Pavilion Master Lu that Yi Lords had met in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion before. She was seen in a dark green tight long dress, outlining her figure with incomparable delicacy, and between the twisting of her waist was a kind of wind-burned flirtation incomparable to contemporary women. Like a ripe peach, you can't help but want to take a couple bites. The originally noisy treasure pavilion was plunged into silence. The eyes of the crowd of contemporary celestials slightly condensed, and even their breathing became rapid. Sound of giggling. This kind of mature woman flavor is very different from the Meigong that Humeyer cultivates, and every knit of her brows is temptation. Behind them, there were also several coolly dressed pink-clothed young girls, wearing thin gauze, revealing large swaths of astonishing snowy whiteness. At this time, in their hands, they were all carrying a wooden plate, covered with red silk, and they could vaguely feel the amazing waves of spiritual rhythm. While Daozi has yet to show up, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, will take out a few pieces of treasure from the bottom of the box to auction off. Wishing you all the best of luck in the next Dao Sect's secret realm. As the words fell, Lu Yanyan's jade hand lightly tapped, and a maidservant immediately walked out behind her. The first one, a saint-grade divine treasure, the cold ice divine crown, with a starting price of 1 spirit stone. What? A spirit stone? As Yanran Lu's words fell, a shocking clamor came from the entire Heaven's Path building. A holy weapon divine treasure with a starting price of 1 spirit stone? At this moment, even the heirs of some of the smaller clans were a bit foolish. Lin Chen was the only one whose eyes were slightly condensed as he looked towards the last precious disc. Over the years, he had followed Yuji and unearthed the tombs and burials of many powerful people, searching for many spirit stones and treasures. At this moment, he could feel that in the hands of one of the treasure pavilion maidservants, there was a trace of fluctuation that he was extremely familiar with. The destiny is mine. 10,000 spirit stones. As a timid and soft female voice came, the entire Heaven's Path building fell silent once again. Everyone looked at that one blue-clothed, white-haired young girl with a touch of undisguised mockery under their eyes. This naive batch of young girls wouldn't really think that they could pick up the pieces in the hands of the Wanbao Gu, right? If she hadn't been sitting beside the Yi Lord Godson, the crowd would have been afraid that they would have already started to mock her. Shirori likes the ice crown? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, looking at Luo Shi with some surprise. There's a wisp of cold ice breath in this divine crown that fits quite well with my holy body. A smoky haze rose on Luo Shi's pretty face. This time she secretly left the Luotian clan and didn't carry too many spirit stones of creation with her, so naturally she had a few points less. At this moment, looking at the ridicule in the eyes of the crowd, Luo Shi felt so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a stone crack to drill into. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord did not say much and suddenly raised 2 fingers, pointing at the people in the building. In an instant, The faces of the people present were completely dumbfounded, their eyes rounded as if they had seen something unbelievable. But, only in response to this, Lin Chen was unimpressed. What else would this Ye Lord do besides pretending? Does he really think that by virtue of his identity he can deter all the heavenly pride from competing with him for the treasure? Yuji sighed softly and said in a low tone, Xiao Duan. This gesture means in the auction house that the Ye Lord Divine Sun has lit the heavenly lantern. Light the lantern? What kind of lantern? It's that he'll call whatever price anyone else offers. Yuji's tone was helpless, feeling more and more that Lin Chen's eyesight and experience were too lacking. In front of an eternal life divine sun like Lord Yi, he was like a dirt dog, humiliated to the extreme. What? Then won't I just shout out the number and PWN him a bit? Lin Chen's face froze, naturally sensing the disappointment and helplessness in Yuji's tone. His heart grew more and more indignant. I advise you that it's best not to do this. Disrupting the order of the auction. You'll most likely not be able to walk out of the Heavenly Dao building. Yuji spoke indifferently and said no more. 10 million spirit stones. At the same time, Xiang Kuan's eyes similarly flashed with a gloomy color as he drank in a deep voice. Today, Ye Lord had made him lose face. So how could he miss the opportunity to pit Ye Lord? 20 million spirit stones. Ye Lord's indifferent expression instantly caused Luoshi and Xiang Kuan's faces to freeze at the same time. 20 million spirit stones. Such a price had completely exceeded the value of a holy weapon. Especially Luoshi. A faint trace of touching flashed through the ice-blue pupils of her eyes. Although she was the princess of the Luoshin clan, the only one who really cared about her like this since she was a child was Lin Chen. Now Ye Lord's sudden action caused a sudden ripple in her calm heart. Brothers, remember, those places you can't get into, let the money take you in. Saint Sun Xiang Kuan, are you still following? Lu Yanran's red lips pursed lightly as she looked at Xiang Kuan with a playful expression. Oof. Xiang Kuan snorted coldly, but his heart was secretly happy. He casually raised the price and pitched Ye Lord's 10 million spirit stones. That's the price of pretending. Gu Mingyue was the only one who seemed to have a hint of deep meaning in the bottom of her eyes, and her eyes casually looked at the surrounding crowd. With her understanding of Lord Yi, this guy suddenly being so generous could never be without a reason. After knowing Luoshi's identity, she guessed that the unlucky bastard Lin Chen must be nearby. Brother Ye Lord, thank you. Luoshi's eyes trembled as she took the cold ice divine crown from Lord Ye's hands, a hint of worship and gratitude hidden in her eyes. 20 million spirit stones. This was a figure she didn't even dare to think about. But at this moment, Ye Lord casually threw it out because of her words. You remember that from now on I am your own brother, and there is no need for politeness between us. Ye Lord reached out and rubbed Luoshi's little head with a doting face. Asterisk 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 Q. Behind the two of them, Lin Chen's palms were clenched, and a mouthful of blood nearly spewed out, which he carefully swallowed down again. Since he was a child, he had treated Shirer in every way, sheltering her with his life, and had not even received a single word of thanks from her. As a result, it only took one night for this pussy, Ye Lords, to become a kissing brother? It's worse than eating. This next treasure is interesting. Lu Yanyan smiled sweetly and lifted the wooden plate in front of her, revealing a section of white bones, just like divine jade made, crystal clear. Buzz. In an instant, immortal radiance burst forth from the entire Heaven's Path building, and light shone brightly. A strand of innate Tao energy gushed out from the jade bone, instantly attracting all the gazes in the building. It's something innate? Chapter 46. Knowing a husband is not like a wife. Is Mingyue being petulant? This divine bone was obtained by an elder of my 10,000 treasures pavilion in an ancient battlefield, and it contains a wisp of innate breath. As Yanran Lu's words fell, a shocking clamor rose around them. Everyone's eyes that looked at that piece of divine bone flashed with a touch of fire and greed. Starting price, 1 spirit stone, 100,000 spirit stones, 1 million spirit stones, 5 million spirit stones. Gu Mingyue's sudden opening of her mouth instantly caused the noisy ancient building to fall into silence. At this moment, it wasn't just this immortal Phoenix Empress that they were concerned about, but also her fiancé, Ye Lord Divine Sun. Although this creation is good, you have to have the life to enjoy it. 10 million spirit stones. Right at this moment, a hint of sinister evil flashed in Xiang Kuan's eyes once again as he drank in a deep voice. Just now, Lord Yi was able to throw 20 million spirit stones to pretend for that white-haired girl. Now that his fiancé had taken a fancy to this divine bone, how could Lord Yi let it fall into someone else's hands? $20 million. Ye Lord's face was expressionless as he took a light sip of the wine in his cup. $30 million. Xiang Kuan secretly said sure enough and shouted out a frightening figure without any haste. 30 million spirit stones. Such a number was already worth the reserves of a party of ancient immortal clans, equivalent to the value of 3 sacred artifacts. Although this divine bone in front of him contained a trace of the aura of the great Tao, it was only a trace, and was not of much use. Xiang Kuan, this pussy, bad obviously want to pit Ye Lord Godson a sum. Just when Xiang Kuan was secretly happy, he was late in hearing Yi Lord's bid. In an instant, Xiang Kuan's face paled, and cold sweat gradually oozed from the top of his head. It shouldn't. With Yi Lord's temperament, how could he miss this great opportunity to act like a pussy? 30 million spirit stones. Even with the Great Sun's sacred sex reserves, it simply couldn't come up with such a quantity of spirit stones in a short period of time. In a short moment, Xiang Kuan cordially greeted all 18 generations up and down the Yi clan. If no one bids, then this jade bone will belong to sage son Xiang Kuan. Lu Yanyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, nodding gently towards Xiang Kuan. Saint's son, please come to the back hall to pay for the spirit stones. Xiang Kuan's throat rolled as he dragged his heavy steps towards the back hall. He has a chicken spirit stone, but disrupting the order of the auction. The consequences are equally not something he can afford. Lord Yi, it seems you don't love me very much either? Gu Mingyue's red lips lightly opened and pretended to look at Yi Lord Dao in a sly manner. With her understanding of Lord Yi, this guy mostly wanted to whore himself out for nothing. Since the divine bone was in Xiang Kuan's hands, as long as Yi Lords killed him, they could get the divine bone and save 30 million spirit stones. Why not? What is Mama talking about? A husband and wife must of course be thrifty in their lives, and save and spend as they should. Yi Lords look gentle. Take the opportunity to take Gu Mingyue into his arms. Moreover, for my husband is most annoyed with people who pretend to be a bully. Spend $30 million to buy a broken bone. This is not it? Put. Even with Gu Mingyue's heart, she couldn't help but snort out a laugh at this point. Ye Lords, this is intended to live and breathe. Xiang Kuan scolded in front of Uing. At those words, Xiang Kuan's body trembled in the distance, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gentlemen, next will be the last treasure of this auction. Lu Yanyan's face gradually became solemn as she personally unveiled the last piece of red silk. Underneath it, a piece of black-colored debris was quietly placed in the wooden plate, without any waves, like a piece of iron that was no more ordinary. The eyes of the crowd of celestial pride trembled, and there was some confusion in the bottom of their eyes. Lin Chen was the only one whose body gradually tightened, and even his face flushed with a blush. It's a piece of iron. Exactly what it's for, I actually don't know. In my Wanbao pavilion, as Yanran Lu's words fell, a burst of snickers came from the Heaven's Path building. However, this iron piece came from the Dao Sect's secret realm, and one of the elders in my 10,000 treasures pavilion once sensed a wisp of supreme aura in this iron piece. What? At those words, the faces of the crowd of celestial pride instantly froze, their eyes steeply rounded. Supreme breath? Those 4 words alone made their blood boil. Phew! Lin Chen took a deep breath and his palms gradually tightened. Nowadays, in his hands, counting the various pills and spiritual materials, he had a value of 10 million spirit stones. No matter how divine this iron piece was, it could not possibly be worth the value of a holy weapon. Lin Chen was confident that he would be able to successfully auction this item, open the secret ancient collection, fuse the spiritual flame of heaven and earth, stand at the pinnacle of the contemporary era, recapture Shurer, and ride the Yuji. Thinking about it, Lin Chen felt his body harden. 30 million spirit stones. Just as Lin Chen was pondering inwardly and hesitating, he heard a gentle and calm voice suddenly come from in front of him. In an instant, Lin Chen's just burning battle spirit was completely extinguished. His lips gradually opened wide, and under his eyes was a flash of true bewilderment and resentment. Ye Lord! Only a low, angry hiss could be seen as he clenched his teeth. Can you understand that? That feeling of being halfway through pretending and suddenly getting stuck. At this moment, Lin Chen became more and more certain that there was an unspeakable bond between him and Lord Yi that would not end in death. This ray of killing intent immediately caused a flash of surprise to appear on the faces of Lord Yi and the others, who turned their heads to look at Lin Chen. Gollum! Lin Chen's body trembled, and even his eyes became clear. What did you just call me? Yi Lord's brows were lightly furrowed, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Chen. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, this kind of iron shard fragment was specially prepared for the Heaven's destined son. Lin Chen's throat rolled and he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Congratulations, divine son, for obtaining this fragment. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the key to a supreme ancient treasure. Upon hearing this, a flash of curiosity appeared on Yi Lord's face, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sneer. At this moment, this forced Lin Chen to intentionally say the purpose of the iron piece was mostly to arouse the hostility of the crowd towards Lord Yi. Supreme ancient collection. Such a temptation is not something that anyone can withstand. How do you know that this iron fragment is the key to the ancient hide? Is it hard to believe that you have other pieces on you? In an instant, Lin Chen felt the eyes of the people around him looking at him gradually become fiery. With his status, it seems like he's more like the soft one to be rubbed in anyone's face. I didn't. I'm a divine origin master. So you think those divine origin masters of the 10,000 treasures pavilion are all trash, unable to even recognize the key to a supreme ancient treasure? When Yi Lord nodded gently, he saw that Lin Shan's face was getting paler and paler. At this moment, he suddenly realized that in the eyes of a power like the 10,000 treasures pavilion, a divine origin master like him, who had no background and outstanding talent, was likely to be even more rare than this fragment. Once Lin Shan fell into their hands, what was the difference between that and entering the park? Gollum, Michiko arrives. Right at this moment, a low drinking voice suddenly came from outside the Heaven's Path building. The Leaf Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, slowly turning his head to look. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly froze, as if he had seen something incredible. Heck, this template is kind of hot. Chapter 47 Master's Mission? The Daozi who was Ed Ra for 100 years. The entire Heaven's Path building was suddenly plunged into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were unanimously looking towards the grey-robed figure that was striding towards them. It was a young man, with a long leaning figure and a handsome face somewhat sickly pale with a faint hint of coldness. His eyes, in particular, took on an eerie, morose white color. There was a circle of purple spiritual patterns flowing in it, mysterious and extraordinary, as if it could easily see through the wheel of the great Tao. Tao Sect Tao Sun, Ling Tian. There are many rumors in the world about this Daozi. It was said that he was the reincarnation of a mighty one, who realized reincarnation and saw through the Red Dust Avenue and the epical cause and effect outside of time. As he stepped forward, the crowd of celestial pride in the building immediately rose to their feet and stood at attention, their eyes showing worship as they made way for a straight path. Ling Tian, on the other hand, walked straight to the central jade platform and sat down on the ground, his gaze gradually falling on Yi Lord and the others who were the only ones sitting in the building. In the next instant, his eyes similarly flinched, his purple spirit pattern rotated and hummed, and there was a faint hint of depth in his eyes as he looked at Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue. Lord Yi, this Taoist son has an understanding of the power of reincarnation and is able to see predestined karma and the future. Gu Mingyue glanced at Lord Yi with an ulterior motive, as if she was trying to see through his heart. In this life, Lord Ye's attitude towards her had changed drastically. If everything he did was faked, it would be hard to hide it from this Daozi's eyes. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he slowly nodded. Then we must have a few more drinks with Daozi later, so that he can help us see how many sons and daughters we will have in the future. Pust. If this Daozi was really so powerful, he shouldn't have appeared in front of Lord Yi and fallen prey. Destiny's Child, Ling Tian, Golden Finger, Tower of Reincarnation, Sealing the Wheel of Time, The Gods and Demons of the Heavens, Template, Reincarnation Stream Divine Destiny, Identity, Daozi of the Tao Sect. The plot goes, Ling Tian mistakenly enters an ancient forbidden land, is imprisoned for 100 years by Linglong Immortal Lord, takes the essence to cultivate, obtains the supreme treasure Reincarnation Pagoda, and agrees to Linglong Immortal Lord's 3 conditions, searches for the Reincarnation Emperor talisman lost in the sacred state, awakens the memory of his last life, returns to the forbidden land to save Linglong, and walks on to the pinnacle of his life. Looking at the system template in front of him, Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere, and his heart was suddenly confused. This stencil set, to which he was no stranger, had recently exploded in popularity, but if he remembered correctly, Immortal Lord Linglong should be the master of the desolate heaven ancient state among the 10 great Tao states, the master of the Taishian Immortal Sect, a true giant on earth. Just, since the beginning, Lord Yi hadn't heard about this Immortal Lord's disappearance. Could it be that someone in the Taishian Immortal Sect had taken her place and fooled the entire desolate sky ancient prefecture? Interesting. In an instant, demonic intent flickered in the bottom of Yi Lord's eyes, and his eyes grew more and more playful as he looked at Ling Tian. A Heaven's Destiny person like him would never appear in the Heaven's Path city rashly. If Ling Tian traveled to the Tao Sect's secret realm, it would also mean that there were likely to be opportunities related to him in it. The Reincarnation Talisman? If we get this Reincarnation Emperor talisman and return to the Forbidden Land, Immortal Lord Linglong will definitely be quite surprised, right? For Lord Yi, this imprisoned Linglong Immortal Lord was the real chance. Madam, you don't want to be trapped in the Forbidden Land all the time, do you? A secret world and 2 great destinies. As long as Yi Lord successfully harvested Lin Chen and Ling Tian, the Heaven's Destiny casting value would reach 14% and receive a chance to draw the Heaven's Path treasure chest. At those words, Gu Mingyue's face froze, and a smoky haze immediately rose on her pretty face. In her previous life, she had similarly met this Tao Sect Tao Sun in the heavenly Tao City and had a connection with him. In the end, Ling Tian obtained a heavenly chance in the Tao Sect's secret realm and his strength increased greatly, after which he mysteriously disappeared. Until Gu Mingyue was killed by Lord Yi himself, she had never seen Ling Tian again. This time, Gu Mingyue had come to the Tao Sect in large part to snatch this Tao Sun's chance. Everyone, Today I have come to talk to you about the Tao, to seal the heart of the Tao. With a gentle look on his face, Taoist Prince Ling Tian nodded gently towards Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue, and turned to look at the people in the building. Before Ling Tian's words fell, he saw Lord Yi directly spray a mouthful of liquor, which happened to spray Lin Chen's face. In an instant, the fire-playing teenager's mind was completely broken. He found it so hard to escape the targeting of the Yi lords no matter what he did. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian frowned lightly, a hint of gloominess hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Yi Lord Godson, am I wrong? Daozi's Tao is unstable. His own Tao. Do we still need to testify to others? Yi Lord's expression was indifferent, and a simple sentence caused Ling Tian's eyes to quake and his Tao heart to tremble lightly. At those words, the corners of Gu Mingyue's mouth similarly lifted in a shallow arc. She also didn't expect that Lord Yi had used only one sentence to bring this argument to a close. The godson taught me a lesson. Ling Tian took a deep breath and bowed towards Lord Yi. This scene once again drew a chorus of astonished voices from the surroundings, and it seemed that this Tao Sun discourse had already ended before it even began. Spread the word. Ling Tian Daozi. Quickly, as night fell, the many heavenly prides in the heavenly Tao building crisscrossed their cups and complimented each other, and Lord Yi was even surrounded by a crowd of young proud women, overwhelmed. In contrast, Xiang Kuan, the great Sun Saint's son, had always had an iron expression on his face ever since he returned to his seat, as if he had suffered a great deal of aggravation. When he got up and left, a hint of contemplation subtly flashed in Lin Chen's eyes and he quietly followed him. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Lord's mouth suddenly lifted up a smile and made a wink towards Ji Rumeng. In an instant, this Hui holy maiden's delicate body trembled steeply, as if she had received some sort of order, and turned around and disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Ji Rumeng finally understood exactly why Lord Yi had taken her as a slave in the first place. The master's mission, Empress Bright Moon. Right at this moment, Ling Tian's figure however appeared in front of Gu Mingyue, a hint of a gentle smile on his handsome face. Do we know each other well? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly as she looked up at Lord Yi and said in an icy tone. Although she hated Yi lords, she was unwilling to use any man to cause the latter's misunderstanding. I have a few words that I hope the Empress can seriously consider. Spiritual patterns flowed in Ling Tian's eyes, and from the first moment he saw Gu Mingyue, he had detected the strong aura of reincarnation in her. This aura fit him extremely well, and if utilized properly he might be able to find the reincarnation emperor symbol faster. A single sentence from Lord Yi just now had caused him to lose face. In this Yi family divine son, he seemed to perceive an extremely terrifying aura, like a true demonic intent. If he could take the opportunity to remind Gu Mingyue, he might be able to help her escape this calamity and even be grateful to him. Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, slowly putting down the cup in her hand, raising her eyes to Ling Tian. Scram! I saw that the Empress had a rough future destiny and would likely be used by evil demons, which is why I wanted to kindly remind her. Being used by evil demons. That's better than being reduced to a cauldron, right? Before Ling Tian's words fell, he heard a sudden icy voice from behind him. In an instant, the entire Heaven's Path building fell completely silent. Everyone looked at the two figures facing each other, and there was a strong wave of shock and palpitations under their eyes. Gu Mingyue was the only one. Her red lips lifted up a trace of arc, and under her eyes there was actually a flow of flavor. Charming and attractive. Is Yi Lord jealous? Chapter 48. The so-called husband sings with his wife. Mingyue, you have learned a bad lesson. Speaking of predestined futures, I can actually see some of them with my heavy pupils. Daozi's essence is in short supply, so I'm afraid he's going to run out of essence. Yi Lord's expression was cold, and the killing opportunity in his eyes was not concealed. Ling Tian's eyes trembled, and under the double pupil gaze of Lord Yi's one, he actually really had the feeling of standing naked in the snow. It's hard to believe that he really saw it. Those dark 100 years. At first he was hard, then it was all pills. Daozi Fang said he was being used by an evil demon? Who is the evil demon? Me? Yi Lord's indifferent words immediately caused the atmosphere of the entire hall to become completely suppressed. With Lord Ye's current position, who in the 3,000 Dao states would dare to be his enemy? Moreover, the everlasting Yi family is the head of the righteous path, and their ancestors had suppressed dark unrest. Today, Ling Tian Daozi falsely accuses the divine son of being an evil demon, which is considered treasonous. I only saw some scenes of the Empress's destiny, and did not mean to slander the divine son. Ling Tian's teeth were clenched, forcing back the anger in his heart as he said in a deep voice. He did see the corner of Gu Mingyue's destiny, but he did not see exactly who the one who killed her was. At this level and background of Yi lords, it was actually meaningless whether he was a devil or not, as long as the Yi family said he wasn't. No one in the entire 3000 Dao state would dare to say he was a devil. You mean, you're just teasing my fiancé? Yi Lord's eyes were cold, and in the next instant, he directly slammed his fist down, and the 3,000 divine and demonic particles exploded. The terrifying divine power almost pierced through the void, and there were hidden extraterrestrial stars exploding. Ling Tian's eyes trembled, and he was similarly shocked by the divine power contained in Lord Ye's fistprints. At this moment, he didn't even dare to have a moment's hesitation, and a bizarre slit suddenly cracked open at the center of his brow. Among them, a ray of golden light burst out and collided with Ye Lord's fist intent. Dang! With an ear-splitting heavenly sound vibrating through the air, a golden ancient tower was seen manifesting out of thin air, dropping 10,000 feet of runic patterns. Ling Tian's body, on the other hand, quietly trembled as a trail of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Ye Lord's eyebrows were lightly raised, and in his eyes as he looked at this golden ancient tower was a faint trace of depth. The Tower of Reincarnation. As Linglong Immortal Lord's original item, this pagoda's grade reached the terrifying supreme artifact category. If it was an unusual supreme artifact, naturally, Ye Lord would not be so surprised. From the previous system panel, Ye Lords already knew that this ancient tower could not only seal time and reincarnation, but there were also many gods and demons sealed in it. Godson Ye Lord, I have no intention of offending. If you push me any further. Ling Tian's palms were clenched tightly, and his heart had long since set off shocking waves. Just now, Lord Yi had only casually landed a punch, but he had actually forced him to sacrifice his biggest card. Forcing you? What's wrong? Ye Lord's expression was gentle, and with a single step, he wanted to swipe towards Ling Tian. At this moment, he was not really trying to suppress Ling Tian, but rather to put some pressure on him so that he could be more diligent in the next Dao sect secret realm. Husband. Right at this moment, Gu Mingyue suddenly opened her mouth and stopped Lord Yi. She was also worried that if Lord Yi did beat Ling Tian to death, how else could he take her to find the opportunity? Ye Lord frowned lightly in feigned confusion as he looked at Gu Mingyue. What's wrong, Mama? Forget it. Gu Mingyue shook her head slightly, her complexion gradually turning cold. Daoist Ling Tian, I appreciate your kindness, but I believe that Lord Yi will never do anything to harm me. Right, husband? At this time, in the bottom of her eyes, there was a hidden hint of anticipation, and her eyes burned as she looked at Ye Lords. Although she knew full well that what the Ye Lord said might not be the truth, she wanted to hear it. This scene immediately caused a flash of envy to appear on the faces of the surrounding clan's pride. Husband and wife. But that's it. No matter how others falsely accuse you, my heart remains the same in death. Even if one day, I fall into a demon and slaughter all the people, I will definitely not let Gu Mingyue down in this life. If I violate this oath, call me. Lord Yi took a deep breath and his eyes came down with the same solemnity. Before his words fell, he saw Gu Mingyue extend a palm and gently cover his mouth. Don't be ridiculous, you'll never become a demon. Those who falsely accuse you are the ones. Suddenly, the faces of the surrounding clans of celestial pride became completely stagnant. Sentimentally, they didn't come to listen to the Daozi discussing the Dao today at all. They came to see Divine Sun Ye Lord and Empress Mingyue show their love? Ling Tian let out a cold snort and marched straight towards the outside of the building. At this time, he was already secretly calculating how to wash away today's shame when the secret realm opened, making this pair of dogs worse than death. The Tower of Reincarnation. According to what Linglong had said, as long as he could find the Reincarnation Emperor symbol, he would be able to open the seals in this divine tower and take control of the gods and devils sealed within. At that time, not to mention the two contemporaries in the district, even a saintly powerhouse couldn't possibly threaten him. 100 years. Do you know what I've been doing for 100 years? I open my eyes and get ed. All the time. Whoops. Until Ling Tian's breath disappeared. Gu Mingyue and Lord Yi looked at each other and smiled. Why didn't mother let me take a shot at killing him? Could it be that she was moved to compassion? You're jealous? Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly, and her face was a rare flirtatious color. In her last life, she had never seen Ye Lords get angry for her, and was always in a posture of indifference. It was inexplicably cute to see him with an annoyed face at first glance. Or what? Am I supposed to watch you being courted by others and do nothing about it? Ye Lord frowned lightly and suddenly walked to Gu Mingyue's body, making a gesture to kiss, as if he wanted to prove something. Lord Yi, in an instant, a trace of panic flashed through Gu Mingyue's eyes, obviously not really ready to be in close contact with Lord Yi. There is an ancient reincarnation collection in the Dao Sect's secret realm that only Ling Tian can open. Oh, how did my lady know about this? It's really sad. It seems that my lady has hidden many things from me. Ye Lord sighed softly, but it seems that Nyangzi has learned to be bad, knowing how to use others. You, Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth and glared hatefully at Ye Lords, thinking, isn't this all learned from you? Meanwhile, upstairs in Tendo, he only saw Xiang Kuan walking into the middle of the bedchamber with a gloomy expression, a hint of indignation hidden under his eyes. Just now, he was brought into the back hall by Yen Ranlu, forcing him to write a note of indebtedness and handing over all the spirit stones of creation in the Qiankuan ring. If it wasn't for Xiang Kuan's repeated pleas and assurances that he would return to the sect after the Dao sect's secret realm to gather the 30 million spirit stones, I'm afraid that even that one great scorching sun divine will would have to be taken away by Yenran Lu. Damned ye lords! When the secret realm opens, I will definitely break you into pieces. Sage Sun Xiang Kuan, are you in there? Just at this moment, a low voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Xiang Kuan frowned lightly and pushed open the door of the hall, only to see Lin Chen standing sneakily outside the hall, looking at the place behind him from time to time. Who are you? Saint Sun Xiang Kuan. I have something important to discuss. It's about Lord Yi. Lin Chen took a deep breath and did not dare to really pick out his identity. For Xiang Kuan, he naturally couldn't trust him completely, but he was just a pawn. Come in. Xiang Kuan's eyes were slightly austere, and as soon as he heard that it was about Lord Yi, he immediately nodded and walked into the hall with Lin Chen. Say, what is it that you want from me, anyway? Saint Sun Xiang Kuan. Yi Lord forced Saintess Ru Meng into slavery. It's really a heinous crime. If Saint Sun is willing, I can join hands with Saint Sun to deal with him together. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and a shocking murderous intent flickered under his eyes. With you, a man of the Sea of Souls? Xiang Kuan snorted, clearly not placing Lin Chen in his eyes. Such a soul see heavenly pride. He could casually slap a dozen of them to death. The Holy Sun doesn't believe me? Lin Chen did not get annoyed, and a wisp of fire pattern gradually surrounded his body. Terrifying scorching heat filled the entire hall in an instant. Even Xiang Kuan, when he felt this flame breath, he couldn't help but feel his heart and soul trembling, and his internal organs felt like they were burning. Chapter 49. It's time for Quinquin to drink his medicine and stand behind the curtain to dominate everything. How is it? Am I qualified to join forces with the Holy Sun? A touch of arrogance appeared on Lin Chen's face as he asked in a cold voice. If today, he successfully obtained the last black iron fragment, he naturally wouldn't be so desperate as to risk exposing his identity by joining forces with Xiang Kuan. However, if Lin Chen wanted to open the Spirit Flame Ancient Collection in the secret realm, he had to retrieve the fragment from Lord Yi. Xiang Kuan was the only contemporary heavenly pride who hated Lord Yi with a passion and was expected to join forces with him. Why do you want to deal with Lord Yi? Xiang Kuan frowned lightly, a hint of wariness hidden under his eyes. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the light haze on his face receded, revealing an ordinary and resolute face. What? You're that evil demon? In an instant, spirit patterns rose around Xiang Kuan's body, in a posture as if he was facing an enemy. During this period of time, rumors about Lin Chen were rampant. According to the news that came out of the Yin ancient sect, not only did Lin Chen massacre all the clan prides that entered the ancient tomb, he also nearly engineered the pitfalls of Lord Yi and Ji Rumeng. Xiang Kuan really didn't expect that this evil demon would be so bold as to dare to show up in the Heavenly Dao building. If I were truly an evil demon, how would I dare show myself to meet with the Holy Sun? Lin Chen sighed, and under his eyes was a flash of undisguised indignation. At this time, he was already certain that what happened in the Yin Ruins tomb at the beginning must have nothing to do with Lord Yi. Even those clan celestial pride were most likely slaughtered by this Yi clan's divine son and deliberately planted themselves. Xiang Kuan frowned, his heart instantly guessed. So, all of this is Yi Lord deliberately framing you? Not bad. I suspect that Holy Maiden Ji was also forced by him. Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't worried that Xiang Kuan would expose his identity. After all, once he did that, he would have to take a charge of colluding with evil demons. With this great son Saint Sun's current conflict with Lord Yi, I'm afraid that Lord Yi would use this as a reason to put him to death in the first place. Not bad. Today, when Ru Meng knelt down for me and begged for forgiveness, she was obviously forced to do so as well. Xiang Kuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at Lin Chen and said, Brother Lin Chen, what do you want to do? When the secret realm opens, we can lay a trap in advance, and I'll introduce Lord Yi into it and team up to kill him. Lin Chen's eyes were gloomy. With Xiang Kuan's realm of the 9th level of the Divine Wheel, along with the power of his spirit flame, it was hard to believe that he still couldn't kill a Yi Lord, but Gu Mingyue, Yi Tsong and the others. Don't worry, I naturally have a way to deal with them. Although the Yuji had yet to regain her strength now, it was more than enough to stop Gu Mingyue and the others. When he was in the secret realm, he would no longer need to worry about the identity of the Yi Lords. Brother Lin Duan, since we all hate Lord Yi to the bone, let's get rid of this together. Xiang Kuan clenched his teeth and said with a fierce expression. He didn't believe that Lin Chen dared to swindle himself. After all, the latter's situation was much more perilous than his nowadays. Xiang Kuan was only green and lost the clan's heritage, but at least he was still alive. But Lin Chen had now been labeled as an evil demon by the Yi Lords and was truly an enemy of the world. Xiang Kuan, right at this moment, a gentle female voice once again came from outside the Great Hall. Hearing the voice, Xiang Kuan's face immediately revealed a flash of surprise. Rameng. In front of him, Lin Chen's eyes were slightly condensed, and his face was once again covered by a haze as he gestured towards Xiang Kuan to silence him. Saint Son Xiang Kuan, it's best not to let Holy Maiden Ji know about our plans. Xiang Kuan frowned lightly and slowly nodded. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ji Rumeng, it was really because he had too many concerns about Yi Lords. Once this Yi family divine son knew that he was secretly colluding with Lin Chen, I was afraid that the entire Great Sun Sacred Sect would be implicated as a result. Clunk. As the door of the hall opened, Ji Rumeng's figure stepped forward. Her golden robe was loose and her pretty face was shy, which immediately caused Xiang Kuan's eyes to condense slightly. Counting the accounts. Kisame. Xiang Kuan opened his hands wide and was about to embrace Ji Rumeng in his arms, but she dodged lightly. There are others. Oh. A hint of gloom flashed in Xiang Kuan's eyes as he turned around and walked into the hall, revealing a gentle smile. Rumeng, why are you here? Lord Yi is downstairs for a social gathering. I took the time to come up to see you. How are you? Not hurt? Ji Rumeng's face revealed a tinge of concern, her eyes suspiciously looking at Lin Chen. He's a little brother of mine named Godai. Xiang Kuan smiled nervously, mesmerized by Ji Rumeng's few words. Forgive me, dog licker. At this time, he was more and more certain that Ji Rumeng must have some unspeakable suffering. She must love herself, or she wouldn't have come to her chambers in the middle of the night. Rumeng, what's going on? What exactly did Lord Yi do to you? Xiang Kuan, don't ask. You mustn't make an enemy of Lord Yi. He's too powerful. Ji Rumeng sighed softly, a touch of palpitating color flickering under her eyes. The more so, Xiang Kuan instead completely dropped his guard. You guys see, she's worried about me. Hey, Rumeng, you have suffered. Don't worry, when the Dao Sect's secret realm opens, I will definitely save you. Xiang Kuan's throat rolled, especially with Ji Rumeng's pathetic appearance. It gave him an indescribable fire. Ahem, brother Godai. I don't seem to have any wine here. Why don't you go and find some wine, and you and I will have a good chat between the two brothers? Oh, good. Lin Chen instantly understood and turned around to march towards the outside of the hall. It was only when his breath disappeared that a hint of playfulness flashed in Ji Rumeng's eyes, and she took out a wine jug from her Qin Kuan ring. Xiang Kuan, I have some wine here. I'll have a drink with you. At this time, in the bottom of her heart, she was becoming more and more scornful of Lord Yi. This son of God's control of human nature had reached an unimaginable level. Even Lin Chen's arrival here and Xiang Kuan's greed for his own beauty had all been calculated. Kisame. Xiang Kuan's eyes were slightly condensed. Late at night, after drinking, messy, hiss, suddenly some chicks are moving it. Xiang Kuan, I'm sorry for making you suffer tonight. Ji Rumeng filled up 2 wine glasses and looked at Xiang Kuan with bitter eyes. At this moment, Xiang Kuan didn't even have a hint of hesitation as he took the glass of wine handed to him by Ji Rumeng and drank it all in one go. Rumeng, what are you talking about? I'm your fiancé. I'm the one who made you suffer. As his words fell, his face froze bit by bit. He saw that the smile on Ji Rumeng's face had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a touch of indifference and disgust. In an instant, a biting chill arose in Xiang Kuan's heart, and he felt that his blood veins and spiritual energy were collapsing all over his body. Kuan, it's time to drink your medicine. Chapter 50 Undead Series? My husband died a horrible death. Ji Rumeng, what have you done to me? Xiang Kuan waved his hand and broke the wine cup handed by Ji Rumeng. His body staggered and nearly fell to the ground. It's nothing, it's just that I put some spirit sealing sand in Brother Xiang's wine. Outside the great hall, a gentle laughter suddenly came, only to see a white-clothed figure push the door and appear in front of Xiang Kuan. Seeing the visitor, the last shred of hope in Xiang Kuan's heart completely dissipated. Master. Ji Rumeng's red lips pursed lightly, and there was a hint of anticipation hidden in her eyes, like a cat that had caught a rat and was waiting for her master's compliments and caresses again. At this moment, Xiang Kuan's entire body was numb. It was the numbness of a spicy next door. He finally realized that from the moment he stepped into the Heaven's Path building, he had fallen into the trap of the pair of dogs, Yi Lord and Ji Rumeng. Whether it was Yi Tsung's shocking punch or Ji Rumeng kneeling down in public, it was all to make him drop his guard and believe that Ji Rumeng was forced by Lord Yi. Why isn't Sage Sun Xiang Kuan smiling anymore? Is he not a fan of smiling? Yi Lord shook his head and lifted his feet towards Xiang Kuan. In the next instant, his palm violently probed out and directly gripped the neck of this great sun Saint Sun. With Xiang Kuan's divine will 9 realm, coupled with the power of the sacred body, even if Yi Lords were able to subdue him, they would never be able to do so silently. But now, he drank the poison wine laced with spirit sealer, and in a short period of time, he lost all of his cultivation, and there was no more room for struggle. You expect me, a villain, to go squarely into a one-on-one fight with someone and then be countered by the chosen one against the wind? Decent villains, both drugged. Xiang Kuan's death is just the beginning of this chess game. Lord Yi did need to devour the 5 great saint body origins to awaken the third turn of the 10,000 transformation demon body. But compared to this great saint sun, heavenly fate people like Lin Chen and Luo Shi were the true targets of Lord Yi. Yi Lord, you're insidious. Have the guts to fight me fairly. Xiang Kuan's teeth were clenched and his face had long since grimaced down. Sinister? I've never found insidiousness to be something to be ashamed of. Lord Yi shook his head and smiled. This immortal path has never been about becoming a king or losing. Who among those who hold the heavens is not under the feet of 10,000 corpses and piles of blood and bones? You really dared to kill me? Feeling the sudden terrifying might coming from Lord Ye's palm, Xiang Kuan's eyes finally revealed a touch of fear and pleading. Don't worry, soon I'll send your little brother down to be with you. Yi Lord guffawed. His palm's demonic lines swirled around, eroding towards Xiang Kuan's body. At this moment, his face was incredibly gentle, as if he was talking about something trivial. However, the devilish intent in his eyes was like a great abyss of 10,000 years, dark and deep, calling out to people who did not dare to look directly at it. Demon, you. In an instant, Xiang Kuan's face turned completely pale, and the chill went to his bones. It's you. All of this is you leading from behind the scenes. Lin Chen, me, all in your calculations? Even if Xiang Kuan was no longer stupid, at this moment, he finally understood what was going on and only felt his scalp tingle with desire. It turned out that Ji Lord was the evil demon who was the enemy of the world. The reason why he wanted to kill himself was most likely to frame Lin Chen, causing the latter to take the blame for him. In this way, even if the Great Sun Sacred Sect traced it later, it would not be able to find out Yi Lord's head at all. It was horrible. It's hard not to die with this kind of mind trick, ringing in all directions. Buzz. Right at this moment, a terrifying buzzing suddenly came from Xiang Kuan's soul sea. One could only see a ray of golden light rising up like a brilliant divine sun, erupting with a vast golden light. The Great Scorching Sun God Wheel. As a legacy item of the Great Sun Sacred Sect, this divine will contain true flaming divine might. Now that Xiang Kuan is in danger, he has attracted this treasure to protect his master on its own. Yi Lord's eyebrows were lightly raised, his face without any waves, as a ray of soul light lit up in the center of his brow. The ancestral symbol of the great beginning manifested out of thin air, directly enveloping this divine will and yanking it into the sea of souls. Puff. At this moment, the last trace of luster in Xiang Kuan's eyes completely dissipated. Why, Ji Rameng, am I not good to you? Why did you team up with Yi Lord to harm me? At this moment, Xiang Kuan's voice became incomparably weak, his body's flesh and blood dried up, and his holy might collapsed. You? Ji Rumeng's red lips lifted up, her eyes were mesmerized, and she shook her head slightly. You're also worthy of being compared to the divine sun? Puff. Buzz. As a ray of darkness enveloped Xiang Kuan's body, the physical body of this great sun Saint Sun turned into ashes in an instant. There was only a head left, dead, revealing endless resentment and horror. What's next? You know? Yi Lord reached out, picked up Xiang Kuan's Qian Kuan ring from the ground and said in a calm tone, there was also a divine bone worth 30 million spirit stones in here, so of course it couldn't go to waste. Don't worry, master. Ji Rumeng bowed slightly, her jade hand waved lightly, and there were actually dreamy spirit patterns swimming in the hall, restoring it as before. Aha! Upon seeing this scene, Yi Lord nodded and his figure disappeared into thin air. Next, he only needed to wait for Lin Chen to take the bait, and this night's good show would be considered to have truly kicked off. And after Lord Yi left, Ji Rumeng gathered her hair and walked towards the outside of the hall. Time passes. At this time, the feast in the Heaven's Path building was gradually nearing its end. After Ling Tiandaozi left, the main protagonist of this banquet was left with only Lord Yi. Godson Yi Lord, when the Dao sect's secret realm opens, I still hope that Godson will take care of it. A group of ancient clan heirs were red-faced and raised their cups to worship and drink. On the other hand, Lord Yi nodded and smiled lightly, always looking humble and gentle. Where have you been? Until his figure returned to Gu Mingyue's side, a faint hint of cunning suddenly flickered in the latter's eyes. It seems that nothing can be hidden from Akatsuki. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, taking out that one ancient divine bone from the Qiankuan ring, quietly handing it over to Gu Mingyue. Going to fetch the bone for your mother. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled in shock as she hurriedly put that one divine bone into her ring, her heart beating hard. Yi Lord, you're crazy. At this point, she had already guessed that Xiang Kuan was more than likely sacrificed, but she really couldn't understand how Yi Lord had silently killed a young supreme in just a few moments. It was hard to believe that this guy's strength was already capable of slaughtering a Mahayana. What are you afraid of? Didn't your mother say that she would face all setbacks and sufferings with me? Can it be that you are lying to me? Yi Lord's eyebrows were lightly raised as he stared at Gu Mingyue with a playful expression. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth. suddenly feeling that Lord Yi was becoming more and more unscrupulous after confessing the secret of his demonic body. Right at this moment, a hiss of panic and despair suddenly came from the Heaven's Path building. Did you kill Xiang Kuan? My husband, you died a horrible death. Chapter 51. What the hell? Suspecting you're an evil demon? Tian Dao building. Xiang Kuan's chamber. Ji Rumong looked mournful. The wine pots shattered at her feet, and she looked coldly at Lin Chen. Holy Maiden Ji, it wasn't me. In front of him, Lin Chen looked bewildered, glancing at the one Kuan had placed on the table, and his face turned green. Just now, he excused himself to go out and look for wine, but in fact, it was to give Xiang Kuan and Ji Rumong some time to have an in-depth exchange. But when half an hour passed and he re-entered Xiang Kuan's bedchamber, he saw the most frightening scene in his life. Xiang Kuan's head was placed on the table, his eyes glaring angrily in death. At Yu Ji's urging, Lin Chen turned around to leave, but he happened to bump into Ji Rumong, who was returning with a wine pot. Not you? Not you, what are you running for? Ji Rumong clenched her silver teeth and stopped in front of Lin Chen without budging. Holy Maiden Ji, I still have things to do, please get out of the way. Lin Chen looked flustered, especially since the alarming sound of Ji Rumong's voice just now was bound to attract the crowd of clan prides downstairs. But this was the Heaven's Path building. He simply didn't dare to rashly borrow the power of the UG. And naturally, he wasn't a match for Ji Rumong. If you want to leave, it's not that easy. You can't go anywhere until the matter is cleared up. Buzz. Before Ji Rumong's words fell, he saw a pair of flaming divine feathers suddenly extend out behind Lin Chen, and his figure even tore through the void, fleeing frantically towards the outside of the Heavenly Dao building. Buzz. Right at this moment, a strand of sword intent suddenly chopped down from the distant building, stopping Lin Chen's footsteps in their tracks. On the other hand, the figures of Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue, Luo Shi, and a group of clan heirs took a step and appeared before the bedchamber. Xiang Kuan. At the sight of Xiang Kuan's head in the hall, the eyes of the crowd all flickered with a flash of intense palpitations and incredulity. The holy son of the Great Sun Sacred Sect, a young supreme being, was actually slaughtered silently? They could understand if Ji Rumong appeared here. After all, this Inhui Holy Maiden was Xiang Kuan's fiancée in the true sense of the word. Now that she had become the slave girl of Lord Yi, it was justifiable for her to take the time to come and see her fiancé. But who was this cloth-clad teenager with a panicked face that didn't look like a good thing? Lord Yi. Lin Chen's figure landed on the ground, and a trace of palpitations clearly flickered under his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly had a premonition that everything that happened today was most likely unrelated to this Yi clan divine son. Kisame? What's going on? Lord Yi frowned lightly, a similarly confused look on his face. Godson, please, Godson, you must decide for me. Ji Rumong cried. Pear Blossom with rain. The already delicate face is more and more pitiful and helpless. The undead? Hiss. At this moment, there seemed to be an additional aura on Ji Rumong. As she narrated the story, the faces of the surrounding group of celestial pride became more and more shocked, and they looked at Lin Chen with a wary look in their eyes. They also didn't expect that this teenager, who looked like he was only at the Soul Sea realm, could actually kill Xiang Kuan. This guy, isn't he the divine origin master from before? It's him. Did you kill Xiang Kuan? Ye Lord walked to Xiang Kuan's head before his eyes quietly flinched. No, Xiang Kuan wasn't decapitated, but rather, he was swallowed out of the sacred body bloodline. What? At those words, the eyes of the crowd trembled, and a strong chill arose in the bottom of their hearts. Swallow the flesh? This kind of tactic must be the work of an evil devil. Could it be that there are evil devils mixed in the Heaven's Path building? Only Gu Mingyue, with her red lips pursed lightly, quietly watched Yi Lord's acting. She suddenly realized that she seemed to be less resistant to the secret of Yi Lord's demonic body after he actively admitted to being corrupted by demonic intent. Even watching him frame Lin Chen in a serious manner, Gu Mingyue actually felt a little amused. From the very beginning, what she cared about wasn't Lord Ye's demonic body, but his heart. This immortal path has never been about the weak and the strong, immortal or demon. It is all about success and failure. It wasn't me. How could I, a person from the Sea of Souls, kill Sage Sun Xiang Kuan? Lin Chen's complexion was gloomy as he forced himself to endure the palpitations in his heart and attempted to defend. Besides, I have no grievances or enmity with the saint son of Xiang Kuan, so why should I kill him? If I remember correctly, Xiang Kuan had previously cast the Great Sun Sacred Sect's inherited item, the Great Scorching Sun Divine Wheel, and now this sacred treasure has also gone missing. Ye Lord pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at the ancient black ring on Lin Chen's finger. If you want to clear your name, open the Qiankuan ring and let everyone take a look. At those words, Lin Chen's face suddenly paled, and his lips gradually opened wide. Xiang Kuan indeed wasn't the one who killed him, and he didn't have the Great Scorching Sun God Wheel in his Qiankuan ring, but in his Qiankuan ring, he was hiding an ancient demon soul. Suddenly, As if he had realized something, Lin Chen raised his head openly to look at the Yi Lords. Did this guy really recognize his identity? How can? The only person in the entire Heaven's Path city who knew his identity was Yuji. Yeah, open the Qianquan ring and let us take a look. Look, he's sweating. The crowd of Clan Celestial Pride hissed angrily and watched as Lin Chen stretched out his palm, but hesitated to open the Qianquan ring. There's no way out. Lin Chen sighed lightly, his face calming down instead. At this time, if he wanted to escape from the Heavenly Dao building, the only thing he could count on was Yuji. AI. Dusty, I've told you not to antagonize the Yi Lord Godson, but you just don't listen. Yuji sighed softly. By this time, she also probably guessed that everything today was probably led by Lord Yi behind the scenes. And then what? This game of chess was seamless, and whether Lin Chen fought to open the Qianquan ring or not, he would be sitting on the name of an evil demon. Even if Lin Chen and Yuji told the truth of the matter, how many people would believe it? From the beginning to the end, Lord Yi stood outside the chess game, like a spectator, leaving no cracks at all. With such a tactic, even the Yuji felt incomparably alarmed and chilled to the bone. Senior, we'd better think of a way to leave this place first. At a time like this, Lord Yi probably won't care if you die or live. Lin Chen's expression was cold, and there was a hint of resentment hidden in the bottom of his eyes. You, without further words, the Yuji said in an icy tone, open up your soul sea and let me control your physical body. Aha! Lin Chen nodded gently. This method had been tried countless times before by him and Yuji. Whenever he encountered a fierce danger, Yuji could always take control of his physical body and explode into a battle power that far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Other than that, there was no way back for Lin Chen. Buzz. In just a moment, his eyes tumbled with a shocking demonic intent. Only a wisp of dark flame flowed away, like the meditative flames that burned from the hell, gloomy and evil. You're Lin Chen. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost baked, Ji Rumming suddenly let out a cry of alarm, which instantly caused the entire Heavenly Dao building to completely fall into dead silence. What? Evil demon Lin Chen. Chapter 52 Digging a foot in the wall to my face. Why don't seniors abandon their darkness and follow me? Buzz. As Lin Chen took a step, a pair of black feathered wings once again appeared behind him, covering the sky. As for his figure, he directly tore through the void and fled frantically towards the outside of the Heavenly Dao building. Lin Chen. It's him. This evil demon is simply lawless, actually daring to slaughter the saint son of Xiang Kun in the Heavenly Dao city. The crowd of Clan Celestial shouted out in shock, but they were slow to act rashly. At this moment, Lin Chen's aura was volatile and sinister, at least comparable to a peak Mahayana. With their strength, they couldn't even defeat Xiang Kun, so how could they stop this evil demon? Lin Chen. Luosher's eyes trembled and froze as she watched the ebony figure sweep past her head and disappear into the distant darkness. Vaguely, she could see that the haze on Lin Chen's face was dissipating, revealing a face that had appeared in her dreams countless times before. The hint of coldness in his eyes was incomparably unfamiliar, revealing a hint of ancient vicissitudes. It turns out that what Brother Yi Lord said was true. Lin Chen was really taken over by a demon. Lin Chen, where to escape? As Lord Yi gave a deep shout, his figure similarly stepped out and chased after him towards Lin Chen. At this time, he did not conceal his breath, as if he was deliberately attracting anyone's attention. Godson Yi Lord, be careful, son of God. Seeing this scene, a trace of surprise immediately flashed across the faces of a group of clansmen, obviously not expecting that the Yi Lord Godchild would be so courageous as to dare to go after this Mahayana demon all by himself. This kind of character once again caused a heartfelt awe to arise in the hearts of the crowd. Some people are cynical with their mouths, but Yi Lord Godchild was physically setting an example. Ah, Brother Yi Lord, let me help you. Luosher took a deep breath, her heart gradually making up its mind, and followed closely after Lord Yi. Go! We can't let the Godson face the peril alone. Divine Son, we'll help you cut down the demons. After a long time, when the crowd rushed out of the Heaven's Path building, where was the silhouette of Yuji and Lord Yi? From the beginning to the end, Gu Mingyue did not show a trace of worry and quietly watched as Yi Lord's figure disappeared into the darkness. Knowing what she knew about this fiancé, how could she possibly put herself in danger? Although that demon's aura was powerful, it was only at the Mahayana level. I'm afraid that the spiritual treasures and divine symbols that Yi Lords controlled in their hands alone could easily crush him to death. Yi Lords, which one is the real you? Gu Mingyue sighed lightly, looked deeply at Ji Rumung, and turned to leave the place. Today's Yi Lord seemed to have completely dropped their disguise in front of her. Even his occasional deep feelings were even more confusing to Gu Mingyue, and she was unable to resist. However, today, after seeing with her own eyes the means by which Lord Yi had counted Xiang Kun and Lin Chen, Gu Mingyue still instinctively felt fear. At this moment, it was as if she had seen the sinister and cold Yi clan's divine son from her last life, dominating everything behind the scenes and playing with the living, never changing. Meanwhile, outside of Heaven's Path City. Only Ye Lord's figure was seen descending from the sky and landing on top of a barren mountain. Come out? At this time his face has long been cold, standing with his hands under the moonlight, white clothes and cold, untainted dust. Buzz. In front of him, the silhouette of Lin Chen stepped out, with a pair of pure black pupils in which demonic intent flowed, full of wariness. Since Lord Yi had found her hiding place, he naturally had a way to force her to show herself. The only thing that puzzled Yu Ji a little was why this Yi clan's divine son dared to come alone. If he really wanted to suppress Lin Chen or himself, why didn't he lead the strongest members of the Dao sect or the strongest members of the Yi clan to descend? Route to the heart of the Yu Ji. At this time is also a little elusive. Naturally do not dare to act rashly. Ye Lord Godson. The Yu Ji bowed slightly in an extremely respectful manner. This scene, moreover, caused Lin Chen's soul sense to be incomparably indignant, but it was unable to do anything about it. At this time, this physical body of his was still under the control of the Yu Ji. Although he could see everything that was happening in the outside world, he was simply unable to break free from the sea of souls and regain control of his physical body. If I'm not mistaken, Senior should be that high person behind Lin Chen. Yi Lord nodded gently, his face not the slightest bit surprised. In front of the body of Lord Yi, what kind of high person am I, but a lonely soul in the world, with some grievances in my heart that are hard to be pacified, and wanting to fight for my destiny again. Yu Ji sighed lightly, as if she had touched some unpleasant memories, and there was actually some sadness in her expression. Oh, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he slowly nodded. Then has Senior considered changing someone to follow? If my guess is right, Senior should be breaking his divine soul every time he shows up. I'm afraid that he's really powerless in the long run. At those words, not only did the Yu Ji's face froze, even Lin Chen in her soul see, his mouth gradually opened wide. What's Lord Yi doing? Digging? It's not even pretending anymore. It's just starting to show off in front of him? Now Luosher has been lured by Lord Yi and recognizes the thief as his brother. If Yu Ji was poached again, Lin Chen would truly be left with nothing. Ahem, divine son Yi Lord. Even though I have control over Lin Chen's physical body, he is still able to hear our conversation. Yu Ji smiled helplessly, her eyes growing more and more confused. In theory, with Yi Lord's status, he shouldn't care to provoke her relationship with Lin Chen, right? Is it hard to believe that he saw where he was coming from? So what if you hear it? If Senior follows Lin Chen, the last thing that will happen to you is that he will exhaust your soul and fall completely. But if Senior follows me, I guarantee that I will help Senior remake your flesh within half a year, and let you return to your peak in a year. Yi Lord's expression was bland, and he didn't place Lin Chen in his eyes at all. As for what Senior said about the resentment in his heart, I think, my everlasting Leaf family should have the ability to help Senior smooth out all his enemies, right? The Yu Ji's eyes trembled, and for a moment, her heart did hesitate. The reason why she had survived until now was because she knew a shocking secret of the 3000 Dao state. This secret had not only caused the death of all of her clan members, but even she, the most powerful demon of the 9 Spectres clan in all of history, had nearly lost her soul and was unable to enter the wheel of reincarnation. But Yu Ji understood that with her current status, once she revealed this secret, not only would no one believe her, she would even be killed on the spot. The everlasting Yi family, with its deep roots, was indeed the best choice for her. On the contrary, Lin Chen, this teenager was unable to match the Yi Lord Godchild regardless of his eyesight and experience, not to mention counting on him to avenge Yu Ji's death. I'm afraid it would take 100 or 80 years just to remake his flesh. Yi Lord, you're shameless, Lin Chen hissed in despair, but he suddenly realized that every word that Yi Lord said was the truth. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly panicked, and even his tone became humble. Senior, do you still remember when I picked you up? Both of us were heavily injured, but I still gave you the only third-grade elixir I had on me. If I die, your Dao heart will always be flawed, right? Chapter 53 The Mysterious Origin of Yuji, the demon lord who disappeared overnight. Phew, Yu Ji took a deep breath and her face regained its calmness. Although she was from the demon clan, she was not an evil demon. On the contrary, back then, the 9 Spectres clan had been the true master of the savage wilderness great state, the head of all demons. If it wasn't for Lin Chen, the current Yu Ji would have been afraid that her soul would have been scattered. If she betrayed Lin Chen at this time and switched to Lord Ye's banner, even if she remodeled her physical body, her Dao heart would always be flawed. I appreciate the Divine Son's kindness, but Lin Chen has saved my life, so I won't betray him. The Yu Ji shook her head. At this moment, she could hear Lin Chen's incompetent roar, and in her heart, she became more and more disappointed in this heir. His emotions could easily be taken by the Yi Lords and he would lose his mind, making it difficult for him to become a great man. On the contrary, Yi Lords, regardless of the heart and means, or background talent, are unique in the ancient times, the true lord of the posture. So, Ye Lord nodded gently, although there was some loss in his eyes, but the eyes that looked at Yuji became more and more appreciative, and under this burning eyes of Ye Lord's, Yuji only felt her heart and soul trembling, her hands rubbing the corners of her clothes helplessly, and she actually had an unspeakable shyness. According to the age calculation of the demon race, in fact, the Yuji had only just reached adulthood. It was just that she had fallen for too long. Senior's loyalty really calls for admiration, and it is indeed an honor for this waste of a man, Lin Chen, to be able to receive Senior's appreciation. Ye Lord sighed and suddenly took out a turquoise spirit medicine from his Chinquan ring and handed it to Yuji. This is a soul-nourishing grass. It should be able to restore Senior's divine soul a little bit. If Senior changes his mind, he can come to me anytime. I can give Senior some more time. When the words fell, Ye Lord didn't even give Yuji a chance to retort and directly shoved this great medicine into her hands, turning around and leaving the place. Ye Lord Godson, Ye Lord. Looking at the white-clothed figure that disappeared into the darkness, Yuji's eyes trembled, and there was a hint of bitterness hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Elder, you must not trust him. This bastard is most sinister. Beware of this medicine. Enough. The Yuji let out a deep cry and directly retreated back into the ancient ring, returning her physical body to Lin Chen. In the next instant, she didn't hesitate for a second and stuffed that soul-nurturing grass into her mouth. These great medicines of heaven and earth, gathering the essence of the sun and moon, are rare to see. Over the years, she and Lin Chen had excavated many ancient hidden secret places, but had never found a single medicinal herb that warmed the divine soul. If Lord Yi really wanted to kill her, Yuji believed that neither she nor Lin Chen could escape this night. By this point, she had already guessed that both the In Ruins tomb and Xian Kuan were the handiwork of this Yi clan's divine son, and that the purpose was to push Lin Chen to the brink of extinction. But in the end, in the very beginning of the trip to the ancient tomb, it was she and Lin Chen who had first counted on Yi Lord, Gu Mingyue, and the others. It was purely his own fault that Lin Chen had fallen into such a situation. Elder, you. Lin Chen's teeth were clenched, and his face had long been gloomy. He really didn't expect that Yi Lords would be so insidious to such an extent that they would dig at him in front of his face, which was even worse than killing him. In his eyes, Yuji has long been reduced to a forbidden rib, living and dying together. But in front of Lord Yi, the emotional foundation he was so proud of seemed worthless. Even if he told the world at this time that Xiang Kuan and the others were killed by Yi Lords, I'm afraid that no one would believe it at all. The only thing he could do was to find the second heaven and earth spirit flame and kill Lord Yi with his own hands to completely end this period of karma. If we don't leave, those powerful people from Heaven's Path City will be looking for us. The Yuji spoke indifferently, and at this moment, she could feel the surging waves of soul power all over her body. This great medicine had actually caused her soul body to show signs of a breakthrough. Poof! With a cold snort, Lin Chen turned around and walked towards the mountain forest. Right at this moment, a wave of terror suddenly rose from the void above his head. One could only see strands of cold ice spirit patterns dropping down, freezing the heavens and earth and drying up everything. Shirori? In an instant, a trace of excitement flashed through Lin Chen's eyes, and he turned his head openly to look deeper into the ancient forest, his eyes suddenly condensing. At that moment, he saw that an old figure stepped forward and soon appeared in front of him and Yuji. It was that protector of Luoshi, Granny Orchid. Previously, she was blocked outside of Heaven's Path City, always keeping an eye on the city's movements. Just now, Yi Lord had tracked Lin Chen here and hadn't concealed his breath, attracting her to chase her here. Although she didn't understand why Lord Yi had suddenly spared this demon, but Granny Orchid had always had hostility towards Lin Chen in her heart. Whether he was a demon or not, Granny Orchid didn't care at all. Only when Lin Chen died would Luoshi be able to release the ties in her heart and return to the Luoshan clan to cultivate in peace. She couldn't afford to mess with Lord Yi, but a mountain boy, she could still kill him with her hands. Who are you? Lin Chen's eyes trembled, and there was suddenly an unspeakable uneasiness in his heart. On the other hand, Granny Orchid didn't say half a word of nonsense. Her palm probed out, bringing the sky of ice and snow down towards Lin Chen. Rumble. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth was shrouded in frost and cold mist, and the demonic intent that had just subsided in Lin Chen's eyes spread out anew. Dusty, go! With a furious cry, Yuji regained control of Lin Chen's physical body again and similarly probed out a palm. Vast black meditative flames swept away, as if scraping from the underworld of hell, colliding blatantly with Granny Orchid. But even though Yuji had swallowed the soul-nourishing grass and recovered some of her strength, she was still no match for this void god powerhouse. In the next instant, Lin Chen's physical body directly flew backwards, and the wings behind him extended, transforming into a party of black vortexes that enveloped his figure and disappeared. This is the Nine Spectres clan's innate divine ability? Granny Orchid's face froze, as if she suddenly thought of something, and her eyes suddenly condensed. Meanwhile, At the end of the mountains, Ye Lord looked at the scene in front of him with cold eyes. The corner of his mouth was a light and gentle smile. From the moment he saw Luo Shi, he had sent someone to secretly keep an eye on this Granny Orchid. He had deliberately chased after Lin Chen just now in order to lure this Luoshan clan powerhouse to this place. When the Lin family was destroyed by the Blood Soul Temple, since the Luo Divine Clan didn't bring Lin Chen back to their clan, they must not have been able to see Lin Chen's identity. Now that he had fallen to become a demon, the Luo Divine Clan wanted to cut off the karma between Lin Chen and Luo Shi, and the best way to do so was to kill him. And this Granny Orchid would be the opportunity for Lin Chen to make a complete break with Luo Shi. Lord Yi looked down at the black iron piece in his hand, and demonic intent flickered under his eyes. He hadn't photographed this iron piece in order to find that one spirit flame ancient treasure, but to force Lin Chen to join forces with Xiang Kuan. A Heaven's Destiny exclusive creation such as this must contain many perils that non-Lin dust could not obtain, and Lord Yi only needed to return this iron piece back to Lin Chen's hands, so that he could follow in his footsteps, dodging dangers and picking up opportunities. From the moment Lin Chen began to suspect the UG, the fate of this son of Heaven's Destiny was already doomed. God's son. Behind the Yi Lords, the two true god powerhouses of the Yi clan stood silently, their expressions indifferent. Kill it, don't leave a trace. Yi Lord's expression was calm as he turned around and traveled in the direction of Heavenly Dao City. At this moment, he could feel that there was an equally icy aura there, running towards this place. I came from the mountains and caught the orchid grass. Chapter 50. For the heart is unpredictable, backstabbing the waste. Buzz. Between the heavens and the earth, a divine pattern suddenly fell, enveloping the entire mountain forest. Granny Orchid's face froze, and a flash of intense unease grew in her heart. Before she could react, she saw a divine pattern covering the sky, completely obliterating her figure. When he heard the movement behind him, Yi Lord's face did not show a single ripple. From the moment Granny Orchid saw him talking to Yuji, this night, whether she showed up or not, she would be dead. Now that this last piece had fallen, there would be no more changes in this trip to the Dao Sect's secret realm. Reincarnation Emperor Talisman, Heaven and Earth Spiritual Flame. These two major opportunities alone call for some chickens to come home to roost. Great Dao Divine Wall. I wonder if I can see some predestined karma in this honorable wall. Yi Lord muttered a word and directly took a step towards the direction of Heavenly Dao City. With Granny Orchid's strength, that strike of hers just now was bound to seriously injure Yuji. On the next trip to the secret realm, Lin Chen undoubtedly had one less arm to help him. Regarding the Nine Sepulchre clan, Yi Lord had heard about it. This side of the demon race was once the dominant demon race in the savage wilderness state, but it evaporated overnight. Some say that they raised their clan and ascended, breaking the shackles of the heavenly Dao and heading to the 9 heavenly immortal realms. Others said that this clan had insight into the heavens and foresaw that a great calamity was coming and hid in the secret world. But no matter what, ever since then, the 3000 Dao state hadn't had any of the 9 specters show up again. Yi Lord also didn't expect that this demon soul hiding in Lin Chen's ring actually had such a terrifying origin. From the words of the UG, Yi Lords vaguely felt that the encounter of this clan was not as good as the world imagined. I'm afraid. Interesting. First, the Lord of the Desolate Heaven Ancient Domain, Immortal Lord Linglong, was trapped in a forbidden land and used the Reincarnation Tower to attract the Dao Sect's Dao Sun, Ling Tian, to find the Reincarnation Emperor symbol for him. Then came the reappearance of the 9 Sepulchre clan in heaven and earth, carrying a blood feud. These two forces, both of which were truly supreme on earth, seemed to have been easily erased by a large hand, not even leaving a trace behind. At this moment, Lord Yi suddenly realized that behind the 3000 Dao states was probably hiding a shocking secret, and that someone was secretly controlling the fate of the celestial beings. Brother Yi Lord. Just then, a sudden cry of alarm came from the darkness in the distance, only to see Luo Shi's figure descending from the sky, a pair of bare jade feet even more white and delicate under the moonlight. Shirori, what brings you here? Yi Lord's eyes lightly trembled, feigning a look of surprise. I wasn't worried about you, so I followed me here to take a look. Lin Chen, where is that evil demon? Luo Shi walked up to Lord Yi and looked him up and down. Brother, you're not hurt, are you? No, I chased Lin Chen to here and lost track of him. Lord Yi sighed lightly and glanced at the distant sky. Calculating the time, Granny Orchid should have already died at the hands of those two Yi family powerhouses. Rumble. As a roaring sound resounded, Luo Shi's small face suddenly revealed a faint touch of surprise. That scent. In the next instant, she took a straight step and ran towards the ancient forest where Granny Orchid was. Shirori, what's wrong with you? It's Granny Orchid's scent. Granny is fighting someone. At this time, Luo Shi's heart already had a guess. From the day she returned to the Luoshan clan, Granny Orchid had been urging her to forget about Lin Chen. As the princess of the Luoshan clan, Luo Shi would be the true empress of the Northern Plains Ice Prefecture in the future, and her Dao partner should at least be a saint son of the 10 great Dao states or something like that. A teenager like Lin Chen, who had no background and came from the mountains, was not even qualified to be a slave to Luoshi. If back then, the Luotian clan hadn't had a change of heart, Lin Chen would never have met Luoshi in his life. Now that he had fallen to evil, Granny Orchid would surely find a way to suppress him, thus severing Luoshi's Dao heart ties. Granny Orchid? Lord Yi frowned lightly and landed in that ancient forest together with Luoshi. Granny? Immediately afterward, Luoshi's desperate and miserable cries of grief resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, she saw that there was a pile of ashes spilled in the center of that ancient forest. Among them, an ice crystal ancient order was flickering with glittering light, the very thing that Granny Orchid had kept close to her heart. And around the ancient forest, there were many other traces of being burned by the flames, the same kind of bizarre flames that Lin Chen had cast earlier. Granny! Luoshi's body trembled, flopping on the ground, crying bitterly. Hey! Yi Lord sighed and gently embraced Luoshi into his arms, comforting her in a deep voice. Sure, don't feel bad. I promise to kill this demon and avenge your brother and mother-in-law. Brother Yi Lord. Luoshi looked desperate and snuggled in Yi Lord's arms, as if she had been drained of her strength raw. If this scene was seen by Lin Duan, I'm afraid that he wouldn't need Lord Yi to make a move. He would be infuriated alive. It seems that after devouring Xiang Kuan's sacred body origin, that evil demon's strength has recovered quite a bit. If we can introduce him into the Dao sect's secret realm, we might be able to take care of him with the help of the power of the seals therein. Otherwise, once he escapes, Yi Lord's eyes were deep in thought, and he suddenly took out the black iron shard from his Qiankuan ring. If I had known, I wouldn't have grabbed this ancient collection shard from him. Brother Yi Lord. At those words, a trace of coldness suddenly flashed through Luoshi's eyes, and she wiped a handful of tears from her face, as if she had made some sort of determination. She also didn't expect that the youth who had been sitting beside them to be Lin Chen. Can I see this piece of iron? Aha! Yi Lord obediently threw and passed the black iron shard into Luoshi's hands, a hint of faint playfulness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Sure, you'll follow me in these few days. I'm worried that Lin Chen will hurt you. Buzz. Just at the moment Yi Lord's words fell, he saw Luoshi's jade hand gently imprinted on top of his chest, and Yi Lord's face, along with his body, had strangely frozen. Brother Yi Lord, I'm sorry. Luoshi slowly rose, a hint of guilt as well as a shocking chill flickering in her eyes. I will introduce Lin Chen into the Dao sect's secret realm and then help you get rid of him. With the viciousness of this evil demon, the one he wanted to kill the most must be Lord Yi. She couldn't let Lin Chen escape and leave a scourge for Brother Yi Lord. At this moment, she could feel that there was an extremely subtle aura of cold ice at the end of the mountain forest. It should be the mark that Granny Orchid had left on Lin Chen when she had fought him earlier. Sure, don't do anything foolish. That evil demon is sinister and cunning. He is the best at disguises. I was almost fooled by him just now. Brother Yi Lord, I've already lost one brother. I can't let him hurt you again. As the words fell, Luoshi squatted on the ground and put Granny Orchid's corpse ashes into a jade jar, lifting her feet towards the depths of the mountain forest, or squatting for a long time. At this time Luoshi's footsteps were actually a bit bumpy, limping. Brother Yi Lord, don't worry. Within 100 breaths your cold seal will be lifted. This Luoshan order you carry on your body, will contact at any time. With Luoshi's strength, there was no way she could be a match for Lin Chen, but as long as she had beside this evil demon, and worked with Yi Lord brother inside and outside, and attacked from the front and back, she would definitely be able to do justice to heaven and send him to his death. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, the eagerness on Yi Lord's face also solidified bit by bit. At this moment, he seemed to have seen what would happen to Lin Chen. The matter of stabbing his waist in the back had to be done by his beloved. Chapter 55 Daily Life with Gu Mingyue. Perhaps knowing her biggest secret. Click. As Luoshi's silhouette disappeared, a golden light burst out from the eyes of Lord Yi, and the cold ice seal on his body actually shattered in an instant. He only saw him looking down at the cold ice ancient order in his hand, and the corners of his mouth lifted up into a light and gentle smile. With this little green plum following Lin Chen around, no matter where he went, it would no longer be difficult for him to escape the palm of the Yi Lords. Just slightly disappointing to Lord Yi was that Lin Chen's heavenly destined petite wife, who seemed to have never appeared. Buzz. Lord Yi shook his head and turned around towards the middle of the heavenly Dao city. Next, all he needed to do was to wait quietly until Lin Chen opened that one spirit flame mystical treasure, and then he could make his move to harvest this heaven's destiny. And his sister, the creation, and the beauty mastermind in the ring would all be in the palm of Lord Yi's hand. According to the system, beheading the heaven's destiny person would result in more heaven's destiny casting values. It's hard to really take in a template like Lin Duan, and the main fight is a defiant fate. Before he successfully swims from the east to the west of the river, it's best to karma off to avoid more changes. As for Luoshi, if she didn't have a party of the ancient divine race standing behind her, Lord Yi wouldn't have spent any effort to subdue her at all. Although the Luotian clan had fallen, it was ultimately the most powerful force in the Northern Plains Ice Prefecture. Now, this Heaven's Destiny Qingmei had already placed complete trust in Yi Lords, and with just a little nurturing, she would submit to Yi Lords even with her clan. Look, it's the Yi Lord Godson. In Heaven's Path City, a crowd of clan celestials looked at the white-clothed figure that fell from the sky, and there was a strong sense of awe in the bottom of their eyes. Before this, although they were shocked by Lord Ye's identity, they did not truly admire his character. But this night, Yi Lord's action of leading by example and being fearless of evil demons had made him even more of a true leader in the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, the light of righteousness shot in their faces. Divine Son, Lin Chen, hey, Lord Yi sighed lightly, a hint of loss hidden on his face. I failed everyone's expectations and was escaped by him. Divine Son, it's not your fault, it's really because that Lin Chen is too insidious and cunning. Yes, the Divine Son dares to go after the evil demons alone. This kind of courage calls for awe from us. I suggest that the Dao sect directly award the Divine Son with the honorary title of Little Demon Exorcist. The crowd of clan celestials were shouting and looking furious. This time, if it wasn't for Lord Yi Divine Son's timely insight and expulsion of the evil demon, they all might have been poisoned by this demon. Everyone, tomorrow is the day the Dao sect's secret realm opens, so rest early. Yi Lord suddenly looked up at the Tian Dao building, but he saw Gu Mingyue standing in front of the window, her eyes staring at him without blinking. It feels like a wife waiting for her husband to come back from cheating late at night. All settled? In the Heaven's Path building, Lord Yi was holding a wine marquee, lightly sipping the wine in the cup. Beside him, Gu Mingyue was dressed in a phoenix dress, her red lips lightly opening as she casually asked. With her heart, she naturally guessed all of Lord Ye's plans. With such a perfect layout, even she, a rebirth supreme, felt her heart and soul tremble with an unspeakable fear. Aha! Yi Lord put down his wine cup and looked up at Gu Mingyue. How much does Mingyue know about that Ling Tian Daozi? Now Lin Chen had completely fallen into the Yi Lord's chess game, but Ling Tian had not. Although Lord Yi had guessed that the next opportunity he had obtained was most likely the reincarnation Emperor talisman that he had agreed to with immortal Lord Linglong, he had no idea where this Emperor talisman was hidden. But Gu Mingyue was different. As someone who had been reborn, she must know where all the opportunities of the Dao sect's secret realm were. Ling Tian's eye of reincarnation is able to see the reincarnation of past lives. Now that you have a grudge against him, I'm afraid that he will definitely find a way to deal with you in the next Dao sect mystic realm. Gu Mingyue looked calm and suddenly frowned. At this moment, she actually saw a hint of cunning in Lord Ye's eyes. Is this guy testing himself? With him wanting to deal with my husband, it seems like he's a bit out of his depth. Lord Yi deliberately put on a look of disdain, as if he did not place this Daozi in his eyes. Ye Lords, don't be careless. The Dao sect has been in control of this ancient mysterious realm for a long time, and although the ancient remnants in it have not submitted to the Dao sect, they will definitely be in awe of Ling Tian, and if he invites the remnants to make a move. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's body gradually tightened up, sitting upright and outlining a stunning silhouette, her brows knitted with a faint trace of gravity. Furthermore, that reincarnation pagoda in Ling Tian's hands isn't simple. It's said to be able to seal the reincarnation of time and the gods and demons of the heavens, so this time when he travels to the Dao sect's mysterious realm, it's very likely that he'll have a great opportunity. In her previous life, although Gu Mingyue did not have much contact with Ling Tian, this Daozi was quite warm and honest with her. In the end, with the reincarnation tower, Ling Tian was able to overwhelm a group of contemporary prides and obtain the great opportunity in the Dao sect's secret realm as he wished, becoming one of the youngest Mahayana demons in the sacred state. This time Gu Mingyue came to the Dao sect. The first thing she wanted to do was to observe the great Dao divine wall to see her fate in this life as well as what was in her heart. The second thing was to rob Ling Tian of his chance so that he could break the seal of the Nirvana seal faster. Great opportunity? Ye Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, slightly shook his head. I'm afraid it's hard to escape the palm of the bright moon for how big a chance it is, right? At those words, Gu Mingyue's face froze, especially because the playfulness in Lord Ye's eyes caused her heart to tremble. With Lord Ye's mentality, how could he underestimate any opponent? This guy was obviously using his affection for him to test her. Could it be that he knew the secret of his rebirth? With this in mind, Gu Mingyue did not say anything more, and in her heart, she became more and more fearful of Lord Yi. What is Mingyue worried about? Could it be that you're afraid that my husband will rob you of your creation? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, suddenly reaching out to hold Gu Mingyue's jade hand and tugged her into his arms. I said, whatever Mingyue wants, I will help you take it. Yi Lord, let go of me. Mother, it's getting late. Why don't we rest early? Yi Lord came to Gu Mingyue's ear and said in a soft tone, don't worry, I'll just lie down and not move. Yi Lord, don't go too far. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth and tried to break away from Yi Lord's embrace, I sleep with my own fiancé and call it excessive. Is there any justice in this? Yi Lord was unmoved, looking down at Gu Mingyue in his arms. Or does Mingyue want me to sleep with someone else's fiancé? You. Gu Mingyue's pretty face choked as a wisp of spirit lines suddenly rose up around her body, and it looked like she was already on the verge of breaking out. On the other hand, Lord Yi slowly loosened his palms and shook his head helplessly. It seems that Mingyue is still guarded against me. That's just it. It's better for me to sleep alone. When the words fell, he didn't even give Gu Mingyue a chance to open her mouth, and directly walked towards the back hall and laid down on the bed. Try it, maybe you'll get in. Shameless. Gu Mingyue lightly rebuked and sat down in place, no longer paying any attention to Lord Yi. As long as she stepped onto the Dao sect tomorrow, she would be able to see the true face of Lord Yi in that side of the Dao divine wall. If everything before was a pretense by this Yi family's divine son, Gu Mingyue would have personally uncovered his disguise and caused him to lose his reputation and be disfavored by the world. Chapter 56 Brother and Sister? The childhood sweethearts together have 800 heartbeats. Outside of Heaven's Path City, in the middle of an ancient forest, Lin Chen's figure descended from the sky, and a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. With his physical body, not to mention the full force of a void god powerhouse, even a Mahayana could easily crush him. If it wasn't for the fact that at the critical time, the UG had put together a severe wound to her divine soul and executed the natural aptitude of the Nine Sepulchre clan, I'm afraid that he would have been directly killed by the Orchid Granny's palm strike. Even so, at this time, he still felt that all of his blood veins and internal organs were broken, and his injuries were extremely heavy. Of course, what Lin Chen didn't know was that even if Yuji hadn't been able to save him, the Yi Lords definitely wouldn't let him die at the hands of Granny Orchid. Otherwise, wouldn't all of Lord Ye's previous layouts be in vain? Dusty. I can't. The voice of the UG came from the sea of his soul, incomparably weak. Originally, she had just swallowed a soul-nourishing grass and recovered a few moments of her divine strength, only to be directly knocked back into her original form by Granny Orchid's palm. Senior, you mustn't die. How can I open that spirit flame ancient treasure if you die? At those words, a flash of panic flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, though nowadays, he didn't have the same trust in UEG that he had before. However, Lin Chen understood that if it wasn't for UG, it would be very difficult for him to come this far, and even more so, it would be impossible for him to fuse the heaven and earth spirit flame and awaken the Supreme Saint body. Right now, the opening of the Dao Sect's secret realm was imminent, and if UG died, he would still be competing for a few more creations? I can't die, but I may have to sleep for a while. The UG sighed, not feeling the slightest bit of concern in Lin Chen's words, only an infinite desire for creation. You follow what I said before and find that ancient treasure, and even though you haven't collected all the keys to open it, you will be able to break some of the seals, and when the time comes, I will put my best foot forward to send you into the inheritance land. Lin Chen's eyes were slightly condensed and he slowly nodded. Good, then senior, have a good rest. Buzz. Just then, a buzzing sound once again came from the darkness in the distance, only to see a silhouette dressed in an ice blue gown stride forward and appear in front of him. Lin Chen's mind trembled and instinctively tried to dodge, but his face froze a little. At this moment, he saw that this figure that suddenly appeared was not someone else, but Luo Shi. Just, for this sister of his, Lin Chen had long since lost a trace of affection. It was all hatred. The old woman who had struck out at him just now had an aura very similar to Luo Shi's, and should be her protector. Brother, is that you? Luo Shi's eyes were red, carefully hiding the murderous intent and disgust in her eyes. You still have the face to come see me? It can't be that Lord Yi asked you to come, right? Lin Chen snorted coldly and looked up at the mountains behind Luo Shi. He was afraid that Yi Lords would suddenly come out of the darkness and directly shoot him down. Brother, I didn't expect you to be reduced to such a state. Luo Shi looked bitter as she took out a bottle of pills from her Chenkuan ring and handed it to Lin Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that they just shouted your name, I'm afraid I wouldn't have recognized you. At those words, a trace of confusion flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Shi, what do you mean by that? I heard in the northern plains that my brother had been falsely accused, so I searched all the way here. I know you must have been very angry when I left without saying goodbye, but I had my own hardships. You mean you came all the way from the north to see me? Lin Chen frowned lightly, but in his heart, he snorted coldly. Yi Lords were insidious and cunning, and had already screwed him over many times. Lin Shi came of his own accord at this time. How it looked like a conspiracy. Well, I know that with my brother's temperament, he will definitely prove his innocence and seek revenge on Lord Yi. Luo Shi nodded and took out that one black iron fragment from her Chenkuan ring again. Brother, look. What is this? In an instant, Lin Chen's face became completely frozen, a hint of shock hidden in his eyes. Sure, you deliberately approached Lord Yi? Of course, I don't believe that my brother is an evil demon, but I can't find my brother. so I can only do it from Lord Yi. Brother, what happened between you and him? Hey! Lin Chen clenched his teeth and looked at the pills and black iron fragments in his hands, adding to what had happened in the Yin Ruins ancient tomb as well as some of his own guesses. What brother means is that Lord Yi deliberately framed you as an evil demon for the Yin Yang divine essence? Luo sure sneered in the bottom of her heart. If Lord Yi hadn't given her the Yin Yang divine essence, she might have actually believed this vocal performance of Lin Chen. Not bad, Yi Lord. This sinister villain, Fang actually wanted to poach. Dusty. Right at this moment, Yuji suddenly opened her mouth to interrupt Lin Chen. You'd better not let this sister of yours know where I come from. The culprit for the destruction of the Lin family in the first place has never been found. Lin Chen's pupils tightened, and he instantly understood the deeper meaning of Yuji's words. According to Yuji's speculation, the group of people who had overthrown the Lin family in the first place were looking for this ancient stone ring in his hand. This ring not only contained the remnants of the Yuji's soul, but also a heaven and earth spirit fire. The most coincidental thing was that the timing of the Lin family's destruction happened to be shortly after Shirer's disappearance. This had naturally long been in Lord Ye's calculations. From the moment Lord Ye saw where Luo Shi's plot was going, he guessed that Lin Chen and Yuji would definitely suspect that she was involved with the destruction of the Lin family. The grass is greener on the other side of the fence. Now that Yuji was seriously injured, Lin Chen could only rely on this sister if he wanted to set foot in the Dao sect and blend into the Dao sect's secret realm. Brother, I heard Lord Yi say that you have a demonic soul in your body. Luo Shi carefully glanced at Lin Chen and asked tentatively, what demon soul? This is all from Lord Yi slandering me. Sure, now I need you to help me with one thing. Lin Chen sneered and said, I need you to help me enter the Dao sect's secret realm. As long as he could successfully enter the Dao sect's secret realm and obtain the second heaven and earth spirit flame, he would truly ask for the pinnacle of the contemporary era. With Lin Chen's realm, even entering the secret realm would be difficult without the help of the Yuji. And Luo Shi's appearance had given him a bold idea in his heart. Taoist secret realm? Luo Shi frowned lightly in feigned confusion as she looked at Lin Chen. Brother, in your current situation, wouldn't you be throwing yourself into the net by going into the secret realm? Sure, to tell you the truth, there is a supreme ancient treasure in the Dao sect's secret realm that only I can open, which seals a heaven and earth spiritual flame. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. If Luo Shi was truly the culprit for destroying the Lin family, she would definitely not be able to resist the temptation of the spirit flame, and he would be able to use this good sister to clear the obstacles in the secret realm and find where the ancient treasure was. This period of time was also enough for Yuji to recover from her injuries. So that's how it is. Don't worry brother, I will definitely help you enter the Dao sect's secret realm. Luo Shi smiled sweetly, but not a trace of temperature was visible in her eyes. At this moment, she could feel that Lin Chen was wary of her. But what did it matter? Her mission was to bring Lin Chen into the secret realm and find the supreme ancient treasure. At that time, she would be able to join forces with Lord Yi and get rid of this demon. Well, I knew Sister Shirori would help me. A look of relief appeared on Lin Chen's face, and he and Luo Shi smiled at each other. Let's go sure. While it's still dark, I'll take you to a good place. Chapter 57 Hegemonic Food Protection. Strong Gu Mingyue. Drops. The son of Heaven's Destiny, Lin Chuan, and the daughter of Heaven's Destiny, Luo Shi, are suspicious of each other, and their love affair is severed. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking the villain's setting, and obtaining the reward, the Destiny Reversal Talisman. Fate Reversal Charm, can select a target for a certain period of time, reverse the fate and karma, and cover up heavenly chances. In the Heaven's Path building, when Yi Lord heard the system beeps coming from his ears, a gentle smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he glanced at Gu Mingyue, who was sitting in the distance with her eyes closed, and the devilish intent in his eyes surged, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more playful. With the Zhou Tian diffraction technique, it was almost impossible for Gu Mingyu to find out about Lord Ye's destiny in this life through the great Dao Divine Wall. The Dao ancestor was certainly powerful, but brother unity was the biggest hang-up in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But with this fate reversal talisman, Lord Yi was undoubtedly a big step closer to successfully raiding this supreme empress. Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, as if she had sensed something, and she turned her head to look at Lord Yi, her eyes slightly condensing. At this moment, she saw that Yi Lord, with one hand resting on his cheeks, lying on his side on the bed couch, was looking at her with a kind of gentle eyes. What are you looking at? Under this double pupil gaze of his, Gu Mingyue felt that he looked at dogs with deep affection. Mingyue really is a perfect wife. I can't wait to go into the great Dao Divine Wall to see our marriage destiny. Gu Mingyue's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring. It was the first time she had heard such praise from Lord Ye's mouth, and she was actually somewhat inexplicably delighted. But isn't he really afraid? Isn't he afraid of exposing his demonic intent and making the world his enemy? Time passes. On the second day, just as the sky dawned, The sound of breaking winds came from the heavenly Dao city. Only one ancient clan heir led his followers and headed towards Daoshan in great numbers. At this moment, they saw that above that void, there was a golden avenue stretching down, shining with divine radiance. Many ancient demonic beasts crept on both sides of the mountain path. The pristine mountain forests were densely covered with undulating mountains, and the immortal palace hall stood. There was chaotic Xianqi gathered into a waterfall that flowed down from the top of the mountain. Immortal mist intertwined, and Xiao Rui had 10,000 paths. This place was like a real out-of-this-world place, with all kinds of immortal medicines and oddballs blooming, immortal rocks towering, and spirit birds flying. It was beautiful, and at the top of the mountain, an immortal hall was dotted with stars, with countless cultivators in feathered clothing and Dao crowns shuttling in and out of it, busily going about their business. The Dao sect's secret realm opens today, so please all the young lords of the ancient clans and the immortal sect's heirs climb the mountain immediately. As a low, grandiose voice came, an endless clamor of astonishment came from beneath the Dao mountain. A group of clan pride stepped out and headed straight to the top of the mountain. The Dao steps under their feet at this moment were said to have been constructed by the Dao ancestor himself, and each layer contained a different sense of the great Dao, and the illusions were honed. Among them, a young girl wearing green clothes with a fairy face of purity stood at the foot of the mountain, a hint of shock hidden in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen so many contemporary demons. Each one of them had an incredibly majestic aura and amazing chi and blood. Even the pressure emanating from this Dao step alone was simply not something Yu Qingji could resist. Senior sister, we'd better go back. With your strength let alone traveling to the Dao sect's secret realm, I'm afraid you can't even go up to the Dao mountain. Li Burn let out a cold laugh, and under his eyes was a faint trace of gloom. Yi Lord's identity caused him to not be able to generate a trace of hostility at all, so he could only vent his heart's unwillingness on Yu Qingji. I want to try. Yu Qingji shook her head, her eyes crazy and obstinate. She still remembered the expectations that the Yi Lord Godson had for her. The great sword immortal. If she couldn't even overcome this difficulty, how could she become a strong sword immortal who stood proudly in heaven and earth, comparable to gods and demons? But, junior sister, don't blame me for not reminding you. This Dao stage divine power weighs like 1,000,000 pounds. Even I can't possibly reach the top. Don't humiliate yourself. Li Burn snorted, and the moment his words fell, he saw two Dao sect disciples descend from the sky and land in front of Yu Qingji. In an instant, Li Burn's body tensed up, his throat rolled, and his expression was incomparably respectful. As one of the most powerful forces in the sacred state, even a dog in the Dao sect would have a more honorable status than him. You are Miss Yu, aren't you? The two Dao sect disciples bowed slightly and paid their respects towards Yu Qingji. This scene, moreover, caused Li Burn to stay in place, his eyes rounded, having never felt such respect before. Who is that green-clothed maiden that actually deserves to be personally greeted by two Dao sect progenitors? I'm Yu Qingji. That's it. Divine Prince Yi Lord explained that if Miss Yu arrives here, she can go straight up the mountain without having to participate in the Dao sect trial. The two Dao sect disciples looked gentle and made way. Miss Yu, please. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding group of celestial pride stared slightly, their eyes filled with envy. Many thanks to senior brother. Many thanks to the divine son. Yu Qingji's red lips trembled lightly as she followed closely behind the two toward the top of the mountain. She could feel the eyes of all the clan heirs here fall on her. That kind of gaze mixed with awe and envy caused Yu Qingji's Dao heart to keep trembling, never having been more nervous. At the same time, her humble heart seems to be changing, gradually feeling the wonderful taste of power. Senior sister, wait for me. Li Burn gulped, his body gradually straightening up. At this moment, he saw that those normally unbeatable heirs of the ancient clan were actually showing a hint of a pleasing smile to him. Woohoo! Take off! Ye Lord Godson didn't say for you to climb the mountain directly. You'd better climb slowly. The two Dao sect disciples frowned lightly and coldly glanced at Li Burn, instantly causing the forced intentions that had just surfaced on the latter's face to gradually solidify. Asterisk 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 Q. Look, the Yi Lord Godson is here. In the crowd, a sudden exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. Only a white-clothed figure descended from the sky and stood before the crowd. Yi Lord Godson, seeing the visitor, Humayer's eyes glistened with water, her waist twisted, and she let out a delicate cry. Poof! Before she could get closer, she heard a cold snort once again from above the sky dome. Immediately afterward, a great Dao pressure descended from the sky and actually crushed Humayer's figure, pouting on the ground. Hiss! Good chance! Brothers first! The eyes of the crowd of celestial pride trembled as they looked at the peach that was so round and large that it nearly burst the dress, gently swallowing their saliva. Right at this moment, Gu Mingyue descended from the sky in a phoenix dress and took the initiative to stand beside Lord Yi. At this time, she did not say anything, but the coldness in her eyes caused a group of proud women who wanted to get close to Lord Yi to look away, like falling into an ice cellar. Seen enough? Hike with me when you've seen enough. Gu Mingyue coldly glanced at Yi Lords and walked straight forward. Yi Lord touched his nose. Could this be the so-called food protection? Chapter 58 The Great Tao Divine Bell. Why don't you make a bet with me? Ma'am, my lady is also beautiful today. Yi Lord guffawed and reached out to take Gu Mingyue's jade hand, walking straight past Humayer and striding towards the top of Dao Mountain. At this time, he suddenly realized that this empress actually had a hint of sickly attributes, very protective of food. Behind the two, Wang Changqing and the others looked bitter and sighed helplessly as they looked at the two figures that looked like divine couples. Fong was able to sense that Gu Mingyue's aura had unexpectedly reached the terrifying 9th level of the divine wheel. Young Supreme, if this husband and wife teamed up, just ask the entire sacred state contemporary, who else would be their opponent? Nervous? Gu Mingyue suddenly turned her head to look at Lord Yi and asked softly, nervous? Yi Lord's face froze and he shook his head slightly. Even if I am an enemy of the Tsang Shang, I have nothing to be nervous about. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyes flinched slightly as her red lips lifted a shallow arc. Is this going to be a bust? It's you that's really making me nervous. Just as Gu Mingyue laughed coldly inwardly, she heard another indifferent remark from Yi Lord, and there was actually a faint trace of guilt in her eyes. It was only at this point that Gu Mingyue realized that what she hated was not at all that Yi Lord had become a devil, but his indifference and desperation. In her last life, she had done countless things for Lord Yi that went against her moral heart, willingly and without complaint. Even in order to help him step onto the pinnacle of the immortal path, Gu Mingyue had forcibly raised her cultivation and damaged her foundation more than once, just so she could fulfill Lord Ye's order. Even the millions of generals of the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty were killed and wounded under the ambitions of the Yi Lords, and all of the old ancestors fell. As a result, when she had her Tao foundation shattered, her immortal dynasty decayed, and she lost her value. Yi Lords unexpectedly discarded her without hesitation, devouring her Tao fetus and draining the last ounce of value out of her. But at this moment, looking at the gentle and calm face in front of her, Gu Mingyue suddenly felt her eyes sour. Go! Gu Mingyue suddenly sped up her steps, as if she was worried that she would be seen by Lord Yi with her gradually reddening eyes. On top of the mountain road, the wind was blowing, lifting her hair and red clothes, reflecting her figure more and more tall and delicate, austere as an immortal. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue walked side by side, as if they were walking on the ground, always traveling towards the top of the mountain with a bland attitude. Gradually, many illusory divine scenes began to appear before the two. However, under the might of Lord Ye's heavy pupil, this kind of illusion didn't have the slightest threat at all. He was seen gently holding Gu Mingyue's jade hand, stepping over mountains, rivers, swamps, and the barren seasons, until the silhouettes of the two men stepped onto the top of the Tao mountain together, and only then did the illusions in front of them recede like a tidal wave. Gu Mingyue tilted her head, looking at the heavy snow mist that was gradually dissipating above her head, and there was actually a faint trace of reluctance under her eyes. Is it over? If we shower snow together in this life, we will be considered to have shared our heads with you. Lord Yi sighed softly, and there was something equally despondent in his tone. If we share the snow in this life, will we be considered to share our heads with you? Gu Mingyue murmured a word, her eyes twitching. At this moment, her state of mind seemed to have changed somehow, and the hatred in her heart melted away with the snow. Clang! Right at this moment, an ear-splitting bell chime suddenly came from the front. One could only see a strand of the great Tao divine ripple rushing away, diffusing mountains, rivers, the sun and the moon, and blazing flames burning the sky. Immediately afterward, a series of 7 bells resounded through the heavens and earth, instantly drawing a shocking clamor from the mountains. The great Tao divine bell, ringing 7 times in a row. This is the qualification of a holy body. According to the Tao sect elder, this Tao bell contained a strand of the true great Tao origin, which was the one, a lifetime of everything. Anyone who touches this one will trigger a shift in the heavenly Tao, forming his or her own unique path. When the Tao turns 5 times and the bell rings 5 times, it is a stream of heavenly pride. 6 voices are young supreme beings, 7 voices are born with a holy body, and 8 voices are the favorites of the great Tao, and the Tao is near. To this day, in 10,000 epochs, there have been countless amazing talents, but none of them have been able to ring the 9 bells. 9 is the extreme of number and the pinnacle of the Tao. Such a demon was known as the taboo of the world. Even Ling Tian Daozi, the supreme demon who had comprehended the power of reincarnation, had only knocked 8 bells in the first place. The scent. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he looked up at the flame divine patterns on the void, the corner of his mouth lifting up a smile, and his eyes gradually landed on top of that ancient bronze bell that was suspended at the top of the mountain. Just see this clock, 100 feet, on which is carved with many ancient and reckless Tao God pattern, emitting a dense divine light. As Lord Yi stepped out, the wisps of the Tao pattern actually kept changing. immortal queens and great phoenixes, unicorns and auspiciousness. There are even immortal gods standing in the 9 heavens, with 3 heads and 8 arms, glaring angrily at the earth. It is said that when the Tao ancestor ascended to the immortal realm, he left behind a maxim of the great Tao. Gu Mingyue looked indifferent and suddenly opened her mouth to say, the Tao ancestor once said that the Tao begets 9 revolutions and all the paths return to one. All paths lead to one? Lord Yi frowned lightly, not knowing whether the Tao in this Tao ancestor's mouth was the Tao of the great Tao or the Tao of the 3000 Tao states. Are you coming first or am I coming first? I'll go first. Gu Mingyue's feet took a step and she wanted to walk towards the Tao bell, but she was tugged by Yi Lord. Mingyue, why don't we make a bet? What? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, a hint of wariness hidden under her eyes. Let's see which one of us can break the limits of the Tao bell, and whoever loses will promise the other a request. Yi Lord's complexion was gentle, and he repeated very seriously, it's any request oh. In an instant, a smoky haze rose on Gu Mingyue's face, naturally understanding the deeper meaning of Lord Ye's words. Does Akatsuki not dare? Is it afraid of losing to me? Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Mingyue spoke indifferently. This Tao bell tested not only the cultivation realm, but also the talent and enlightenment. She was a rebirth supreme, an innate Tao fetus. Was she still afraid of a contemporary teenager? Akatsuki can't back out. My request is not excessive but it requires you to completely open your body. Heart ah. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyes grew more and more indignant as she walked straight towards the great Tao divine bell. Her request was also very simple. If she won, she would let Lord Yi waste his cultivation and cut off his demonic roots. In this way, whether he was sincere or not, it would be difficult for him to escape Gu Mingyue's palm again in this life. As Gu Mingyue appeared before the Tao bell, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the mountaintop. On the other hand, Lord Yi walked straight towards the black-clothed youth with a hint of playfulness hidden on his face. In an instant, the black-clothed youth's face turned green, and his heart kept screaming, you don't come over. In the end, Yi Lords also just stood beside him and did not say anything, which suddenly caused Lin Chan's taut heartstrings to gradually relax. On top of the mountain, Ling Tian was dressed in a gray robe and looked down at Gu Mingyue with cold eyes. At this moment, he was also curious as to how many bells this woman, who also had a trace of the true meaning of reincarnation in her body, could actually ring? Of course, what he was more curious about was still Lord Yi. The battle power of this Yi family's divine son was beyond even his reach, but as long as this time, he could obtain that one reincarnation emperor symbol in the Tao sect's secret realm, smoothly step into the Mahayana realm, open the first layer of the reincarnation tower's seal, and take control of the 9 heavens divine demons therein. At that time, the stream of Yi Lords could be killed at will. Chapter 59. A strong couple is really strong. Clang! At the top of the Tao sect's mountain, a bell suddenly rang out. Only a wisp of the divine radiance of the great Tao rose up, as if it had torn apart the epical ages and connected to a side of the ancient world. There, ancient ferocious demons stood, great bird soared, and chaotic immortal mist blew in from the end of heaven and earth. The divine haze filled the air, and the great Tao was like a trace. Vaguely, in the void above Gu Mingyue's head, there seemed to be a golden phallic figure standing with a majestic imperial power. This is innate power? In an instant, many pale auras appeared above the Tao sect, and their faces were all filled with an intense shock. Unlike the sacred body heavenly pride, in any era, but wherever a demon with an innate body appeared, it would be the true protagonist of the era. They either had backgrounds that the world couldn't imagine, or they were descendants of former immortal gods. In the beginning, there was a saint on earth who was closest to the innate had found another way to cast an immortal golden body with the power of faith in a vain attempt to break the yoke of the human bloodline and become immortal with faith. But in the end, he failed and disappeared into history. Nowadays, in the 3000 Tao states, there was only the one from the imperial court, who was said to have taken half a step on earth. With only half a step, he had already covered the earth for 100,000 years. The common lord of the heavens and the earth. Clang! There were 10 sounds in a row, and the great Tao visions rose and fell, drawing a shock from the sacred state. Countless immortal sect lords and immortal sect masters walked out of the divine hall cave and looked out in the direction of the Tao sect, their eyes filled with horror. 9 is the extreme of the number, and 10 is variable. In just 1 month, the holy state had already seen more than one heavenly Tao vision. The great world is descending. At this time, Gu Mingyue's phoenix clothes were vibrating, her eyebrows were like a painting, and her skin was snowy and crystalline, flickering with misty immortal splendor. She stood before the Tao bell, like a supreme female emperor who had come out from mythology. Her immortal face was cool and clear, with a hint of majesty and unattainability rarely seen in women. 10 bells. Ling Tian's eyes trembled, and in his heart, he became more and more fearful of Gu Mingyue. He also didn't expect that this immortal Phoenix Empress's talent was actually terrifying to such an extent. The more so, the more Ling Tian's heart grew a hint of wariness instead. Ye lords, it's your turn. Heaven and earth are silent. Gu Mingyue suddenly turned her head to look at Ye Lord behind her. Her red lips lightly opened, and there was actually a hint of flavor flowing in her eyes. The red dress was like a shock. At this moment, the faces of all the heavenly pride at the peak of the mountain gradually froze and carefully swallowed their saliva. Well, even Lord Yi had to admit that the Gu Mingyue at this moment indeed had a face and temperament that made heaven and earth lose color. Graceful and cool, that's why this glimpse of naughtiness is moving. As Lord Yi stepped out and stood before that one Dao bell, even the breathing of the surrounding crowd began to become oppressive. As today, the sacred state's well-deserved contemporary number one, this Yi clan's divine son had attracted all the gazes of the 3,000 Dao state from the day he was born. The 9 veins of the Yi family, the 9 sequences, these 9 people were all true saint body divine blood, the top of the contemporary generation. Unceremoniously speaking, but where Yi Chen, Yi Linglong, Yi Xian these Yi family sequence randomly come out one, go wherever his father, and as soon as Lord Yi was born, he stepped on the names of the other 8 sequences and reached the top of the holy state, especially Lin Chen and the others. At this moment, there was a flash of nervousness in their eyes. A single Gu Mingyue had already caused his Dao heart to quake and he didn't dare to match it. If Lord Yi knocks 9 bells again, he is afraid that he doesn't need to go in the Dao sect's secret realm, and he will directly return to Fire Flame City to retire. Brother Lin Chen, don't be discouraged. You are practicing alone. They all have immortal dynasty families behind them. I believe that sooner or later my brother will be able to surpass them. Luo Shi stood behind Lin Chen, the haze rising around her, hiding her appearance. At those words, Lin Chen's heart trembled and he slowly nodded. Yes, how could he be daunted by a moment of despondency? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth. Buzz. Right at this moment, Lord Yi suddenly probed out a fist and smashed down on top of the Dao bell. The entire Dao mountain instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at the white-robed, upright, immortal-faced and indifferent teenager, and there was a tinge of anticipation and nervousness in their pupils. Just, after such a long time, this anticipation and nervousness was gradually replaced by a kind of bewilderment. At this moment, they actually didn't hear a single bell ringing, and a touch of embarrassment gradually appeared on their faces. That's it? Gu Mingyue was the only one. Her eyebrows knitted lightly, and there was suddenly a faint uneasiness in her heart. Click! Under the attention of all the people, a bizarre shattering sound suddenly came from that one Dao bell. Immediately afterward, a crack exploded from the place where Lord Ye's fist mark fell, running through the entire Dao bell. In just a moment, thunder clouds gathered over the Dao mountain, and dark light filled the air, like a scene of the end times. Buzz! At the back of the Dao mountain, an old figure stepped forward, and with one step he directly crossed the mountains and rivers, appearing in front of the Dao bell. How can? He could only see him stretching out a withered palm and gently stroking it over the Dao bell. In the next instant, this Dao sect inheritance sacred object turned into pieces of spiritual light and dissipated into nothingness. Rumble! Between the sky and the earth, the wind was raging and the thunder was winding, and that white-clothed figure stood in the center of the thunder waterfall, his expression clear and cold, like a devil or a god. Broken. Everyone, whether it was the contemporary heaven's pride or the Dao sect's elders, there was a flash of true horror and incredulity in the pupils of their eyes. They couldn't comprehend how a teenager could shatter this divine treasure left behind by a Dao ancestor with a single punch. Could it be that his talent had already transcended the earthly shackles? Looks like you've lost, Mama. Ye Lord smiled blandly and bowed slightly towards that one withered old man. Ye Lord, greetings to the Taoist Lord. Divine Son Ye Lord is worthy of being a dragon and phoenix among men. I'm impressed. The Dao Lord sighed lightly, his already aged face becoming more and more vicissitudes. He shook his head and muttered, taking one step in the direction of the Dao clan's ancestral hall. How can, all of you, please follow us to observe the wall of the Dao. Seeing this, the remaining group of Dao sect elders looked bitter and looked at Lord Yi with palpitations in their eyes. Akatsuki, don't forget our agreement. Ye Lord turned his head to look at Gu Mingyue. If the latter's previous 10 bells had broken the 10,000 ancient determinations, then Fong Ye Lord's punch that shattered the Dao bell was equivalent to overriding the great Dao. It's clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Gu Mingyue's silver teeth clenched, but there was no way to refute it, and she walked straight towards the back of the Dao sect's mountain. My request is simple. After the Dao sect's secret realm is over, let's be a real couple. Just do 2 things every day, 3 meals a day. Since Gu Mingyue's 9 heavens Xian mare body had been awakened, it was time for Lord Yi to develop a happier path to immortal cultivation. Remember, brother, if cultivating immortality is not for pleasure, then what kind of immortality is it? Poof! Gu Mingyue's delicate body trembled, and the touch of redness on the tip of her ear could not hide her nervousness and shyness at this moment. Meanwhile, underneath Mt. Dao, only that one blind old man in cloth stood before the mountains and forests, with a pair of cloudy and dull pupils looking out at the top of Dao Mountain. The Dao bell shatters, the taboo comes out, the son of the rebellious heaven, the world-destroying disciple. It seems that this life is the best chance and the last chance. Chapter 60. A pair of golden pupils that pierced through the ages. The back of the mountain of the Dao sect. Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue stood side by side before an ancient stone wall. At this moment, they saw that this stone wall actually took on a divine purple color, standing quietly at the top of the Dao mountain, etched by the wind and the sun, covered with traces of age. This is the great Dao divine wall? Yi Lord's brows frowned lightly, and there was a hint of surprise hidden in the bottom of his eyes. It is said that this stone wall is the last divine object left on earth when the immortal platform of the Taoist ancestor was shattered when he ascended, suffering a ray of the 9 heavenly immortal opportunities, able to realize the reincarnation of this life and the laws of the immortal way. From the very beginning, Lord Yi felt that the existence of this wall was not reasonable. If it could really comprehend the immortal Tao and break through the cycle of reincarnation, why would the Tao sect contribute such a divine object and allow the sacred state's heavenly pride to experience it? You have to believe that when some opportunity can be at your fingertips, it proves that you have become the opportunity. Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue suddenly turned her head to look at Lord Yi. Her bright eyes trembled, and she was actually somewhat hesitant. Before that, she had always wanted to see the true face of Lord Yi through this stone wall, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that when it really came to this moment, she was actually a little confused. If the Yi Lord was in disguise, not to mention whether she could be ruthless enough to subdue the Yi Lord, she simply couldn't do it with her current strength. But if Lord Yi was not intentionally practicing the devil's way, but was trying to save her from being corrupted by the devil's intent, then what was the hatred she had felt all these years? Haven't you always wanted an answer? The answer is right in front of you. Yi Lords looked calm and did not have a trace of nervousness. In his hands, the predestination talisman quietly condensed and passed away in an instant. Yi Lord Godson. Right at this moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from behind the two. Only Yu Qingji's figure came from the crowd, her pure face carrying a touch of sweet surprise. Miss Yu, hello again. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he quietly glanced at Gu Mingyue. In an instant, the trace of hesitation in Gu Mingyue's heart completely dissipated and she walked straight towards the great Dao divine wall. Yi Lord Godson. Yu Qingji smiled helplessly, always feeling that Gu Mingyue seemed to have some inexplicable hostility towards her. Let's go see this Dao wall together. From the moment Lord Yi saw Yu Qingji, he could tell that her heavenly destiny template was a sword immortal. Moreover, Yu Qingji would next awaken the innate sword bone in the Dao sect's secret realm, forging a true heavenly destiny body. Such a sword immortal template would never have a low ceiling, and in the future it would probably be you pointing in a direction, and I'll just make a sword. Good. Compared to Gu Mingyue, Yu Qingji's disposition was much more humble, and she dared not be disobedient in front of Lord Yi, and the pupils of her eyes were always filled with a touch of admiration. As the crowd walked up to that one divine wall, following the Dao sect elders' instructions, they all dispersed a strand of their soul consciousness and disappeared into the wall. At that instant, the piece of dull stone wall actually lit up with a purple halo and gradually shattered. From afar, that one stone wall looked like a party of stars, with light and sand flowing in an unfathomable manner. And the soul consciousness of all people is more like a grain of gravel in this universe, forming a world of its own. System. Is the perpetual diffusion technique able to block prying eyes of supreme powerhouses? Yi Lord spoke indifferently and watched as Yu Qingji and Gu Mingyue walked to the divine wall and sat down in place. At this moment, there was the same trace of gravity in his eyes, not from Gu Mingyue, but from the 10,000 transformation demon body as well as the primordial divine symbol. He always felt that between the two, there seemed to be a heavenly conspiracy hidden, related to the beginning demon that had plagued the 9 heavens in the first place. Drops. Even if the god of heaven came, it would be impossible to see the host's predestined karma. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and there was a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Then where did you come from? This time, the system did not respond, which more and more confirmed some of the speculations in Yi Lord's heart, only to see him step out and similarly sit before the divine wall, separating a strand of his soul consciousness into the wall. Rumble. A wisp of darkness quietly descended, boundless, enveloping the Yi Lord's soul sense. At this moment, Lord Yi saw that he seemed to have appeared in a primordial starry sky that was vast and desolate. It's like the beginning of creation here. Nothing but darkness. What's going on? At this moment, even Lord Yi's heart felt an indescribable depression as he raised his head and looked towards the end of the starry sky. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly condensed, revealing a touch of true horror underneath. He saw that in that endless darkness, there was actually a bronze ancient coffin, bound by a golden chain. Each of the chains on it was actually a Taiku true dragon, densely packed with 10,000 of them. This bronze coffin was 100 feet huge, and it was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying beings were buried in it. You're finally here. Right at this moment, a low and indifferent voice suddenly came from Yi Lord's ears, and the blood veins of Lord Ye's body, actually unconsciously began to boil, and a wisp of demonic intent filled out, as if being pulled by the living spirit in the coffin. Could it be? In an instant, Yi Lord had a guess in his heart, and his eyes suddenly condensed. Manifestation of the beginning devil. But if what was sealed in this coffin was that one world-destroying beginning devil, who was Lord Yi? Could it be that the 10,000 transformation demon body didn't just belong to this one great demon, but was an inheritance? Just as Yi Lord's mind was shaking and he was walking towards that bronze ancient coffin under the guidance of this demonic intent, the entire heaven and earth suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Yi Lord's eyes trembled, and an unspeakable panic actually arose in his heart. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the end of the sky dome, his face completely pale. At this moment, he saw that above that starry sky, there was actually a pair of golden eyes gradually opening up, bigger than the sky. One of the wisps of eye light was like a great sun hanging in the west, containing unparalleled divinity, as if it had pierced through billions of light years and epical cycles to truly see him. How can? At the moment of life and death, a buzzing sound suddenly came from Yi Lord's soul sea. One could only see the ancestral symbol of the great beginning manifesting out of thin air, rising slowly and blocking that eye light. Vaguely, Lord Yi was able to see that under the light of that ancestral symbol, a golden name of a person, symbolizing the fallen beings of the ages emerged one by one. The great flood of the world, the mysteries of the ages, seemed to be encompassed by this single ancestral symbol, and the world in front of Lord Ye's eyes gradually collapsed and shattered, as if it was a dream. Puff! In front of the great Tao Divine Wall, Yi Lord's body trembled, and a strand of blood immediately flowed down from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he saw that the originally noisy Dao Mountain had long since fallen into a dead silence. Other than him, only Yu Qingji was left before the divine wall still sitting in place, and even Gu Mingyue had disappeared. Son of God. As a low drinking voice came, Yi Lord frowned lightly, turning his head but saw Yi Tsang standing quietly before the mountain forest, a hint of worry hidden in the bottom of his eyes. How long have I been asleep? Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he asked in a deep voice. Even at this moment, he still shuddered at the thought of that pair of gold-colored eye pupils, and felt as small as a mole cricket. Chapter 61 The Bronze Immortal Hall appears, or the Breath of the Nine Heavens. Godson, it's been 7 days. Yi Tsang let out a bitter smile and looked up and down at Lord Yi. Are you alright? At this moment, he could feel Yi Lord's vapid breath, like he had just experienced a vicious battle. Have I been abnormal these 7 days? Lord Yi shook his head and slowly got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. No, the Divine Son has been closing his eyes for enlightenment. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's taut heartstrings quietly relaxed a bit, but his inner doubts became even more intense. Who is he? And does he see reincarnation, or this life? Buzz. Right at this moment, Yu Qingji, who was in front of Lord Yi, suddenly had a wisp of sword chi boiling around her body. In the center of its brow, a silver sword pattern flickered, like a kind of seal. Yi Lord's brows frowned lightly, and there was suddenly a faint sense of crisis in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to feel that Yu Qingji's aura seemed to have changed, as if there was an ancient and terrifying power within his body that was reviving. Really? From the very beginning, he had guessed that Yu Qingji was most likely the reincarnation of a sword immortal. That was why within her body, she had birthed the innate sword bone and her sword stance was heaven-defying. Nowadays, it seemed that she should have also seen some of her past lives passed in the great Tao Divine Wall and awakened some of her memories. Yi Lord Godson? As Yu Qingji's eyes opened, a flash of surprise appeared on her face. Just behind that hint of joy, there was some faint bewilderment. What did you just see in the great Tao Divine Wall? I saw a group of people in golden armor. They surrounded me and couldn't be killed. Yu Qingji's eyes were terrified, as if she had just experienced a nightmare. She dreamed that she became a world-renowned sword immortal, cutting down all the immortals and gods with the cold light of one sword in 3,000 states. But in the end, she seemed to have fallen into some kind of trap and was besieged in a bronze immortal hall. Let's go. The Dao sect's secret realm should have already opened. With a gentle expression, Yi Lord did not ask any more questions and traveled with Yu Qingji towards the Dao sect's main hall. At this moment, he could see that a radiant spirit door stood above that great hall. There, it should be the entrance place of the Dao sect's secret realm. As for his life, it seemed like the only way to truly uncover this past was to start with the Taichu ancestral symbol. According to the system, as long as he could gather the 9 great emperor talismans and integrate them into the ancestral talisman of the great beginning, he would be able to uncover the predestined karma with the 10,000 transformation beginning devil. Aha! Yu Qingji's red lips pursed lightly, quietly following behind Lord Yi without saying a word. Miss Yu, when you become a great sword immortal, you won't forget about Mr. Yi, right? Yi Lord smiled as he looked at Yu Qingji and said in a calm tone, Godson's great kindness. Qingji will never forget it in this life. If one day Qingji achieves success in the Tao of the Sword, she would like to come to Godson's side to repay her kindness. Qingji's face froze, as if she had summoned up a great deal of courage, and suddenly yanked down a red rope from her neck, tied with a bronze sword seal. Previously, all of them were given to Qingji by the Divine Prince for her creation. Qingji is unable to repay her, so I ask the Divine Prince to accept this sword seal. As the words left her mouth, a smoky haze rose to her face and her heart skipped a beat. Nowadays, Qingji was just an ordinary disciple of a small mountainous sect, and the shock to her Tao heart that Lord Yi had brought to her in the past few days could no longer be described in words. In Qingji's opinion, Yi Lord was the one who truly changed her fate, and the first person who believed that she would become a sword immortal. This respect and recognition was too much of a killing force for a young girl who was new to the clan and in love. If it wasn't for Lord Yi, she wouldn't have had the qualifications to stand on the Tao sect and see the true ups and downs of this immortal path. This kind of elevation of the eye and the heart of the Tao was even rarer than any spiritual treasure of creation in the world, and this sword seal in her hand was her companion item, which had been carried close to her as a talisman. She hoped that Yi Lord Godson would remember her and her promise. The seal is like the heart of a sword, and like my heart. Yi Lord's face froze and he helplessly shook his head. Miss Yu is overstating it. I truly think that you will become the sword immortal of the world. According to the direction of Qingji's plot, she would encounter the ancient remnant clan chasing her in the Tao sect's secret realm. At that time, it was probably the opportunity for Lord Yi to completely capture her Tao heart. Just as Lord Yi's palm touched that one ancient sword seal, his eyes suddenly condensed. At this moment, he could clearly feel a strand of immortal intent bursting out from the seal, as if it was resisting him. In an instant, a flash of dawning realization flashed in the eyes of Lord Yi, and a divine pattern surrounded his palm. Wearing out this strand of sword intent and holding it in his hand, if he was right, this sword seal should be connected to Qingji's life. Now that this sword immortal maiden was grateful to Lord Yi, she even took the initiative to give this seal to her as a sign of loyalty. Yi Lord's holding this sword seal was equivalent to holding her fate, but what Qingji didn't know was that the loyalty of mole crickets was the cheapest. I'll take good care of this sword seal for you, and return it to you when you become a sword immortal. In Qingji's nervous and excited eyes, Lord Yi actually directly hung this sword seal above his neck. This scene, moreover, caused Qingji's heart and soul to tremble, and there was a kind of obsession within her heart that gradually penetrated into her bones and marrow. Go! As the three of Yi Lords walked down the Tao mountain and appeared before the Tao sect's main hall, they really did see that the place had long been empty. As the Tao clan's secret realm opened, a group of clan prides naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Yi Lord raised his head and looked towards the golden spirit door that was suspended in the sky, his eyes slightly condensed. Through the spirit gate, he could see the rolling hills and mountains in it. Even further away, a piece of ancient immortal radiance rose up, the runic patterns vast, like a world of the ancient world. Yi Lord Godson. Upon seeing Yi Lords, two Tao sect elders immediately walked in the hall, both with a look of awe on their faces. Whether it was Yi Lord's shattering of the great Tao divine clock earlier or his epiphany before the Tao wall, they had all seen the terrifying talent of this divine son of the Yi clan. I'm afraid that it won't take 100 years for Yi Lords to grow into a true top of the world. A giant on one side, two elders. Can the Tao sect secret realm still be entered? Yi Lord's expression was gentle, without any bloom. In principle, it's no longer possible. The Tao sect's secret realm has already been opened for 5 days. But, the two Tao sect elders glanced at each other with a look of flattery on their faces. The words of divine son Yi Lords are certainly outside of the principle. As the words fell, the two Tao sect elders lightly waved their palms, and a terrifying haze of light immediately erupted from that one spirit gate, as if it had torn open the world barrier. Divine son Yi Lord, please, thank you, elder. Yi Lord nodded gently and stepped into the spirit gate with Yi Tsang and Qingji and disappeared. Rumble. Meanwhile, an unknown world. This is Junior Sister's sword mark aura. One could only see a bronze immortal hall standing above the cloud dome, with 10,000 runic lines, covering heaven and earth. Among them, a young man wearing a silver-white emperor's robe sat on top of the throne, his silver-colored pupils revealing a touch of excitement and shock. His aura was incomparably powerful, far more terrifying than any heavenly pride in the 3000 Tao state. How many years has it been? Little sister, you finally appeared, only to see him slowly get up and walk straight towards the outside of the immortal hall. Elder brother will take you back to the immortal hall this time, and all those who have cheated and harmed you, I will crush their heads with my own hands. Chapter 62 Enemies from outside the sky, killing heaven's pride like butchering a dog. Young emperor must not. Your emperor blood has just been revived. You must never step out of the immortal hall. In the bronze hall, a group of old men immediately stepped out, each with a majestic breath and astonishing chi and blood. I don't care. I must find little sister. I mustn't let her suffer a single indignity again. The emperor-robed youth let out a cold shout, his eyes as bright as the thunderous sun. At this moment, all of his hair seemed to be blossoming with silver-white light and divinity. As he stepped out, it was as if an emperor's shadow followed behind him, his Dharma appearance astonishing the heavens. Where is the young emperor going? Right at this moment, an old man suddenly stepped out from outside the immortal hall. With a stout figure, silver hair and silver beard, his body looked like it was draped in 10,000 pounds of thunder. Great elder has come at the right time. Quickly help me open that side of the ancient formation in the ancestral hall. I'm going to make a trip to the 3000 Tao state. The emperor-robed youth looked indifferent, with an unquestionable majesty. Nonsense! The silver-haired old man let out a deep cry, thunder radiance erupting from his eye pupils. Don't you know that if we go down to the realm, we will be revolted by the heavenly Tao? No matter what, I have to bring little sister back. The emperor-robed youth was unmoved. He had waited for 3,000 years. It was not easy to wait for a wisp of his little sister's soul consciousness breath. How could he miss it? Not to mention the 3000 Tao states. Even if it was the 9 underworlds, he would not turn his back on it. Junior sister? You mean, the stunning sword immortal? Yu Ji? The silver-haired old man's eyes trembled, and there seemed to be a deep thought in the bottom of his eyes. With the young emperor's bloodline talent, even if a wisp of soul consciousness traveled to the 3000 Tao states, it would still be enough to push across heaven and earth. To them, there was no difference between the 3000 Tao states and the lower realms, the Griffin world. It's fine for the young emperor to come down to the realm, but he needs to promise me 2 conditions. As the youngest sword immortal in the 9 heavens at the time, Yuji's talent in the Tao of the sword had caused countless innate beings to be afraid. In front of her, immortals, demons, and ghosts could all be cut down with a single sword. It was also because of her heaven-defying talent that she was counted on and ended up falling at a young age. If, indeed, the young emperor could find the reincarnation of this amazing sword immortal, it would be the same supreme opportunity for their Qin clan. On what terms? First, the young emperor may not go in real body, but may separate a wisp of his divine soul to go. With the young emperor's bloodline talent, even a wisp of his divine soul is enough to push the lower realm's heavenly pride sideways. Secondly, my clan has left a bloodline in the 3000 Tao state, and should be an everlasting family by now, so the young emperor can descend into the clan and have them find the sword immortal's whereabouts on his behalf. At those words, the emperor-robed youth nodded gently and did not retort. With his strength, in the 3000 Tao state, a wisp of his divine consciousness incarnate, killing heavenly pride was like slaughtering a dog. Taoist secret realm. The 3 figures of Yi Lords descended from the sky and landed at the foot of an immortal mountain. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the aura of this world was actually several times more dense than the Tao sect's blessed land. Here, there were spirit mists floating around, and the laws of the great Tao diffracted into the form of a true dragon and ancient phoenix, whistling in the sky and earth. According to the elders of the Tao sect, this secret realm was precisely the place where the Tao ancestor had become a Taoist, in which the remains of many ancient beings were buried, with divine opportunities all over the place. If someone was able to find a supreme inheritance in the secret realm, he or she would leap to become the most powerful demon of the current generation. Does Qingji intend to travel with me? Or do you want to do some traveling on your own? The Leaf Lord turned his head to look at the young girl beside him. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingji's pretty face immediately rose up in a smoky haze, but under her eyes was a faint touch of joy. Qingji, such an intimate title shouted out from the mouth of the Yi Lord Divine Son, calling for some inexplicable honor yet. Divine Son, I want to experience something on my own. Yu Qingji took a deep breath and said in a calm tone. Although she came from a small clan and had never seen such a terrifying ancient secret realm, she seemed to have seen a corner of destiny in the great Tao Divine Wall. Regardless of whether that woman who killed thousands of gods and demons with a single sword was her current life or a past life, for Yu Qingji, it had caused her Tao heart to quietly undergo a metamorphosis. She understood that in order to become that kind of person, at the very least, she had to have the courage to face ferocious trials and tribulations alone. Good. You can take this transmission note with you, and if you encounter danger you can transmit it to me. Lord Yi threw Yu Qingji a divine talisman and watched as she walked into the mountains and disappeared into the distance, and the mildness on his face solidified little by little. When did Gu Mingyue leave? He looked out into the distant sky, the soul lines under his eyes swirling around, sweeping in all directions. Such an out-of-this-world secret realm, and with many ancient giants buried in it, was simply the most wonderful hotbed for Lord Yi. Nowadays, Ling Tian and Lin Duan should all be on their way to find the treasure. As for Lord Yi, he only needed to find a quiet tomb hideout, devour the Tao sense and blood and bone essence in the corpses of these ancient giants, and wait until Lin Chan and the others found their treasures. Then he would seek them out again. The enemy stores food and I store guns. The enemy is my granary. Back to Divine Son. It was the third day after the opening of the Dao sect's secret realm that he left. Yi Tsang bowed slightly, a helpless smile on his face. Empress Gu seems. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he coldly glanced at Yi Tsang. Say what you have to say. Yes, Empress Gu seems to be crying a lot, and she asked me to guard the divine sun side. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord's face did not show a single ripple. After casting the Destiny Reversal Talisman, the destiny scene that Gu Mingyue would see would be the complete opposite. In other words, what she saw was most likely the scene where she killed Lord Yi with her own hands. Nowadays, this Supreme Empress's Dao heart was afraid that it had been completely messed up, and Yi Lords only needed to find an opportunity to fiddle a little bit more. Then he could tell her to completely drop her guard and open her heart. In fact, compared to the golden finger that was the system, this fiancé of his was likewise a natural treasure trove. She had returned from her rebirth and knew all about the great events that had happened in the 3000 Dao states, and she had knowledge of all the secret realms of creation. As long as Lord Yi was able to successfully raid her, he would be able to pair up with Gu Mingyue and sweep through the major secret realms, searching the heavens for opportunities. What's more, but wherever a secret realm appeared, it was often accompanied by the appearance of a heavenly destiny. After seeing that bronze ancient coffin, as well as that pair of golden divine eyes, Yi Lord's heart similarly felt an oppression, as if he had fallen into an ancient chess game. It was just that with his current strength, there was no way to touch the secrets of heaven and earth at that level, and the only thing he could do was to cultivate. You go too. As Yi Lord's words fell, he walked straight towards the mountain forest in front of him. At this moment, he could feel that at the end of this ancient forest, there seemed to be some marvelous fluctuations of vitality. If he was right, these beings should be the legendary ancient remnants. At the same time, after leaving Lord Yi, Yu Qingji's figure appeared at the foot of an immortal mountain. At this moment, she looked at a divine herb that was flashing with seven-colored light in the distance, and her eyes were filled with shock and joy. For some reason, the moment she saw this divine grass, she felt her bones gradually become hot. Even at this moment, Yu Qingji actually seemed to be hallucinating, and actually heard a shallow breathing sound in her soul sea, like someone is gradually waking up in her soul. Chapter 63 Sword Immortal or Sword Demon? Ancient Divine Mountain's Night Fork Woman emerges. Wow! In the mountain forest, a strange sound of breaking wind suddenly came. Yu Qingji's face froze, and with a smooth dodge, she actually dodged a golden spirit net falling from the sky behind her. Ha! A startled gasp came from the distance. One could only see a youth wearing silver battle armor with a shady look and a pair of silver feathered wings on his back stepping forward, followed by a host of oddly shaped beings. They included burly, tall bull-headed beings, women who were beauties in the upper half of their bodies but had a snake's tail in the lower half, and so on and so forth. Interesting, actually able to evade my heaven's nets. Legacy? Yu Qingji frowned lightly as she quietly plucked the seven-colored immortal flower and held it in her hand. At this point, her mind was equally nervous, and she looked up to the end of the mountains. Some young naked women could be vaguely seen there, bound, their looks already dull and numb, as if they had just gone through rounds of torture. Not bad, this is good looking and must be delicious to eat. The silver-winged youth stuck out a scarlet slender tongue and lightly licked his lips. In the next instant, he gently waved his palm, and behind him, two bull-headed beings immediately stepped out, smilingly walking towards Yu Qingji. The realms of these two people were both at the 9th level of the Soul Sea, a full 4 minor realms higher than Yu Qingji. At the same time, the power of qi and blood in their bodies was incomparably astonishing, and it was simply not something that the human race could match. Can we have some of this maiden's soup later, Lord Knight Rose? The two bull-headed celestial pride grinned, and together they tugged on the heavenly nets, surrounding Yu Qingji in the center. For them, every time the Dao sect's secret realm opened, it was likewise a great opportunity for them to hunt down the outside world's heavenly prides, especially these young and beautiful women, with their delicate blood and flesh and strong spiritual veins, had a sweet flavor when eaten, and were even more delicious when made into soup. Of course, counting this one, we've captured enough 9 human pride daughters for today, so we'll go back and make a pride daughters banquet, and invite sister and brother-in-law to come over and savor it together. Knight Luo nodded gently. Her demeanor was elegant, but the words that came out of her mouth were creepy. You guys. At those words, Yu Qingji's eyes trembled, obviously not expecting that these legacy clans would actually be cruel to such an extent that they would feed on the pride of the human race. At this moment, she glanced at the 7-colored divine grass in her hand as well as a golden light transmitting note, and at the bottom of her eyes was a look of hesitation. This Knight Luo in front of her, whose realm was at the 3rd level of the divine wheel, was simply not something she could fight against. She had only just left the Yi Lord Godson. Wouldn't it be too unprofitable if she were to send him a voice call for help now? Yu Qingji took a deep breath and suddenly stuffed the 7-colored divine herb into her mouth. In an instant, a wisp of sword chi boiled outside of her body, chopping the surrounding void into pieces. The two bull-headed beings glanced at each other and no longer dared to hesitate for a second, opening their heavenly nets in order to imprison Yu Qingji. Buzz. Right at this moment, the ancient sword in the young girl's hand was sheathed and chopped down towards the front. Everyone only saw a ray of clear light pass away leisurely, and that a golden net was directly torn from it? This scene immediately caused the sinister evil on Knight Luo's face to solidify bit by bit as he stared deathly at the green-colored ancient sword in Yu Qingji's hand. A holy weapon? He had never dreamed that a young girl whose cultivation was only at the Soul Sea realm would be in control of a sacred artifact in her hands. Should we call him lucky or unlucky? Yu Ji, you colluded with the evil demons. Don't tie your hands and surrender. The Yu clan's face has been disgraced by you. I see that you are not a sword immortal at all, but a solid sword demon. At the same time, many strange images suddenly surfaced before Yu Qingji's eyes. She saw many unfamiliar faces, or sinister sneers, or eyes full of disappointment. No, I didn't. Yu Qingji let out a furious cry, and strands of dark golden divine patterns actually surrounded her bones. An ancient and horrifying sword momentum boiled up and attacked in all directions. 6th level of the Sea of Souls. The 7th level of the Sea of Souls. Sea of Souls 8. Divine Wheel 1. In just a moment, Yu Qingji's realm had actually stepped into the Divine Wheel level. Before Knight Luo and the others could react, they saw a strand of sword chi spreading across the sky, like that ray of light of creation at the beginning of the Hongmeng, decimating the entire ancient forest. Puff! Yu Qingji's body went limp and directly fell to her knees, panting heavily. At this time, her clothes all over her body had been drenched in sweat, and in her originally clear eyes, there was actually a faint trace of depth. She froze and looked down at her arm holding the sword. Sword bone. As a sword cultivator, Yu Qingji had heard her master say that the most powerful talent in the path of the sword was the innate sword bone. After she swallowed that divine herb just now, she felt her bones burning, and she didn't expect that she would accidentally awaken her sword bone. Moreover, at this moment, Yu Qingji had a premonition that there was more than just this one sword bone in her body. As she slowly got up, a sudden pallor appeared on her face. She saw that the figures of Knight Luo and the others had long disappeared without a trace, leaving only some broken limbs and wreckage on the ground. Like an inferno, even those 8 proud women of the human race who had been captured by Knight Luo were actually chopped into pieces by Yu Qingji's sword intent just now. How did this happen? Yu Qingji looked bitter, suddenly remembering those divine soul images she had just seen. Could it be that I was really a sword demon instead of a sword immortal in my past life? Buzz. Just as she was confused and bewildered inside, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the pool of broken flesh and blood in front of her. Only a wisp of golden radiance quietly rose up and was grasped in Yu Qingji's hand. It was an ancient ring that shimmered with misty immortal radiance and flowed with a strange trace of void power. Meanwhile, the center of the secret realm, one could only see a golden ancient mountain standing, facing off against a large zephyr in the distance. In the divine hall at the top of the mountain, a woman wearing a golden robe with a stunningly beautiful face was sitting on top of the hall, lazily overlooking the crowd of legacy race beings below. Her aura was incomparably honorable, her blonde hair wavy, and a pair of golden feathers behind her like pure gold casting. Divine. On its forehead, 2 golden monstrous horns surged with amazing waves of chi and blood, adding a few demonic points. Holy maiden, it's not good. Just at this moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from outside the hall. The gold-robed woman's eyebrows knitted lightly, killing intent flashed in her eyes. What's so alarming? Lord Nitro's soul position shattered. Oh, if it's dead, it's dead. What's the fuss? The golden-robed woman looked graceful and unconcerned. Now that the secret realm had opened, a lot of heavenly pride had come from the 3000 Dao state. The old ancestor of their clan had repeatedly advised that it was best not to flaunt around so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. Even though Knight Ro was her brother, he was nothing but a playboy who only caused trouble. If the two hadn't shared the same father and mother, she would have swallowed him up long ago. Saint, holy maiden. Before his departure, Lord Knight Luo secretly took away the item of my divine mountain's inheritance, the Qiankuan Tai Ching ring. What? Upon hearing this, the gold-robed woman rose up with an open heart, her golden wings extending behind her, covering the sky and the sun, only to see her probing out with one hand. Her fingers were so thin and sharp that she actually inserted herself into the skull of the person at the temple and crushed it into pieces. Divine Mountain Contemporary, march with me. Chapter 64 Stealing Home, the Tomb of the Ancestors in the Divine Mountain. What was that? Throughout the entire secret realm, there was a sudden burst of shocking clamor. All of the heavens' pride, regardless of whether it was the human race or the legacy race, all looked in the direction of that one central divine mountain with shocked expressions. At this moment, they saw that a ray of brilliant radiance suddenly lit up in the divine mountain. Among them, a woman wearing a golden robe with golden hair and golden wings stepped out, followed by countless remnant race celestials. Her aura was incomparably powerful. enough to rival that of a young supreme. That's the Night Fork Holy Maiden, Night Tong. How did she come out of the world? Did someone provoke the ancient divine mountain? It's over. It looks like this time the human celestial pride is going to be unlucky. The eyes of the crowd of remnant race celestials trembled in shock, and there was a hint of playfulness hidden in the bottom of their eyes. They were eager to see who had the guts to actually dare to provoke this Night Fork woman. As the saint daughter of the ancient divine mountain, a trace of true Night Fork ancient blood flowed within Night Tong's body, and this clan is said to have once been the Nine Heavens demon race, under the demon lord's command, a race truly comparable to the immortal gods. Found you. Night Tong stood in the void, with layers of bizarre golden patterns flowing in his eyes. As for her figure, she ran and swept straight towards the ancient forest where Yu Qingji was, her chi and blood around her body shocking the heavens, her killing power boiling. Nightcrawler is dead and gone. A waste of space. However, the Qiankuan Tai Ching ring was the inheritance of the ancient divine mountain, the supreme treasure of the void, and must not fall into the hands of others. At the same time, Lord Ye's figure crossed the mountains and appeared before an ancient stone hall. As his soul sense dispersed, a hint of playfulness immediately flashed across the bottom of his eyes. At this moment, he could feel the presence of many living auras in this temple, but the strongest one among them was only a Mahayana one. This time when the Dao sect's secret realm opened, the Dao Lord and the secret realm's legacy clans had long ago agreed that the strongest legacy clans could not intervene in the contemporary struggle. With Lord Ye's strength nowadays, no one could threaten him at all, except for those who were sheltered by the heavenly Dao of heavenly destiny. Buzz. As his figure descended from the sky, he walked straight towards the stone hall. From afar, Lord Yi heard a burst of enthusiastic chatter coming from the hall, all about the news of the ancient divine mountain, the Night Fork woman, coming out of the world. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and his heart immediately made a guess. I'm afraid that what this Night Fork woman is about to hunt down is none other than Yu Qingji. From the direction of her plot, Yu Qingji had awakened her sword bone and achieved a true heavenly destiny precisely while being hunted down by the legacy clan. Other than her, Ling Tian and Lin Dust all had their own chances and were afraid that they were already on their way to find treasure at this moment. Is this Nightbringer woman you speak of strong? Lord Yi pushed open the door of the hall, revealing a gentle smile. In an instant, the faces of the legacy race beings in the Great Hall went completely stagnant, their eyes filled with shock. It was the first time they had seen that someone's pride actually dared to walk into their clan's land. Never mind, I'll just see for myself. Lord Yi shook his head and laughed, a flash of astonishing demonic intent suddenly flickering in his eyes. In an instant, demonic lines rose throughout the entire hall, transforming into an endless demonic domain that enveloped all the legacy race beings. It's magic. Before a group of legacy spirits could struggle, their flesh and souls were directly eroded by this demonic intent, decaying and collapsing, and falling into the Yi Lord's demonic body nourishment. Buzz. In a short moment, Yi Lord's aura began to climb, one step closer to the Mahayana realm. At the same time, the soul consciousness memories of these legacies were devoured by him as much as possible. The ancient mountain of God, the Lady of the Night. The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly, and the devilish intent under his eyes was astonishing. At this point, he already knew that the relic race in front of him was called the Stone Spirit race, with hardened flesh, and was the weakest category among the ancient relic races. However, the Night Fork woman they were talking about was one of the two most powerful forces in this place, the holy daughter of the ancient divine mountain. Her realm, having reached the 9th level of the divine wheel, ranks second in battle power among the legacy clan's contemporary generation. The only one that was better than her was her fiancé, the true princely figure of the legacy. According to the news that these Stone Spirit clan had gotten, the Night Fork woman's younger brother had been hunted down before and lost a supreme treasure, and she came out at this time to retrieve this treasure and avenge her brother's death. With Yu Qingji's heavenly destiny and chi, it was naturally impossible for her to die easily at the hands of the Night Fork woman. Such classic villains are never used for those who are destined to open the awakening. At this time, Yi Lord was not in a hurry to save Yu Qingji. After all, the atmosphere had not yet been set in place. When the ancient divine mountain raised its nest and forced Yu Qingji into a desperate situation, it was the time for Lord Yi to shine. It's a cliché, but it works. Moreover, Yu Qingji's current encounter seemed quite similar to the predestined scene she had seen in the Great Dao Divine Wall, being surrounded and falling in despair. And this, perhaps, was the opportunity that truly caused her to awaken the memories of her past life and the talent of the Sword Immortal. You think this is a coincidence? Cam. That's a clever echo of the ING Dog author's careful orchestration. Don't talk, kiss me. At a time like this, Lord Ye's strong appearance, saving Yu Qingji from the same desperate situation of predestination as well as this life, would inevitably leave a true imprint on her Dao heart, regardless of whether Yu Qingji would awaken her memories in the future. It was impossible to forget Lord Yi, ancient God mountain. Ye Lord shook his head and smiled as his figure gradually disappeared in place. From the memories of these stone spirit race, he also knew an interesting thing. The ancient god mountain originally existed to guard one of the graveyards. Buried in them were the very strong and ancestors of the ancient races. Therefore, the ancient divine mountain was not a single race, but a gathering of many legacy beings. Now, the Night Fork woman led the divine mountain contemporary to hunt down Yuqingji, while the divine mountain powerhouses were deterred by the Tao Lord, which just gave the Yi Lords a chance to take advantage of the situation. Buzz. With this thought, Yi Lord's body was immediately surrounded by divine patterns, and the Zhou diffraction technique concealed his vitality breath as he traveled in the direction of the ancient divine mountain. Along the way, Yi Lords could also see many great battles, the human remnants heavenly pride hunting each other, and the creation appearing in the world. However, for Yi Lords, the greatest creation here, besides Ling Tian and Lin Dust, the heavenly fates, there were only the corpse origins of those legacy ancestors left. Villain, you expect me to make a breakthrough and cross the border to kill the enemy? Of course we're going to crush our opponents head-on with our powerful realms and battle power. Buzz. Until Yi Lord's figure appeared before a golden ancient mountain. A heartfelt smile suddenly appeared on his face. One could only see this place, where the mist was rising and a piece of mountain peaks were rolling and rippling, and in the center of the many mountain peaks, a wisp of seven-colored light was hidden, like a sealed holy land, revealing an endless mystery. There, it was the place where the ancient divine mountain was enshrined as an ancestral land, where a group of ancestors and ancient ancestors of the legacy clan were buried. Buzz. With a playful expression, Yi Lord quietly sneaked into the divine mountain and appeared before a dilapidated and ancient tomb hall. In the next instant, a ray of immortal radiance leisurely chopped down the sword Aura Pale, and the entire head of that Mahayana rock spirit that stood in front of the temple exploded. Before its figure fell to the ground, he saw Lord Yi waved his hand and threw its corpse into the Qiankuan ring, stepping into the tomb hall and disappearing. It was unimaginable that a group of tomb guarding beings had now all become the true masters of the secret realm. How terrifying should their masters, those ancient powerhouses buried here, be? Chapter 65 Gu Mingyue is here, declaring her sovereignty? Buzz. Just the moment Yi Lord stepped into the ancient tomb, his face gradually solidified. One could only see many tombstones densely placed in the tomb, several feet tall, revealing endless recklessness and desolation. Even, some of these tombstones had been eroded by the years, and the writing on them had become incredibly faint. Others, however, shimmered with dense light, and their divine power was astonishing. Lord Yi stepped forward, his eyes skimming over an ancient monument. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Ancient Night Fork clan, Night Warrior ancestor, Big Brute, Brute Weight, Four-armed Underworld General, Galactus Sky. Looking at this one giant of the heavens and earth that was renowned in the ancient times, a sense of desolation also arose in the bottom of the heart of Lord Yi. The years are like knives, cutting down the pride of heaven. No matter if you are a barbarian king, a great sorcerer, or a god of war of the underworld, in the end, it is difficult to escape the cycle of time and be buried here. Hey! Yi Lord sighed lightly and directly sat down in the center of the tomb hall. The magic lines in his eyes dazzled and shrouded towards the corpses of these legacy ancestors. At that instant, there were different origin forces manifesting in that one coffin, converging towards Lord Yi, and his aura also suddenly climbed at this moment. His body was covered in dark light, just like a chaotic devil sun, covering the ages. Buzz. In just a moment, there were even thunder clouds gathering above Yi Lord's head, directly breaking the divine will shackles and stepping into the Mahayana realm. Looking at the 3,000 Tao states, it was not as if there were no Mahayana celestial pride, and almost every one of them is a state leader, a true avenue solo. At this moment, the Night Fork woman was afraid that she wouldn't even dream of thinking that while they were chasing Yuqingji to retrieve the inheritance divine ring, their ancestor had already fallen into Yi Lord's sustenance. Time passes, as the sacred state's celestial pride descended in the center of the secret realm one after another. The conflict between them and the people of the legacy race intensified. To the sacred state's pride, the inheritance of the powerhouses in this place was a chance through the heavens. However, to the people of the legacy clan, the Qiankuan rings, spiritual treasures, and even their flesh and blood on the sacred state's pride were all creations. Gradually, the many legacy clans then began to hunt and round up the sacred state's heavenly pride under the leadership of the various great kings and princesses. And under such a scale of siege, the crowd of celestial pride was even more terrified and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, the northwest of the secret realm, only to see Luo Shi's jade hand lightly waving, freezing the flesh of a legacy race being with a sculpted head in front of her and slapping it into pieces. At its feet, many corpses and broken limbs were scattered, shocking to the eyes. Shirori, good job. In the darkness, Lin Chen stepped forward with a look of appreciation and relief on his face. After not seeing you for a few years, Shirur's strength is actually so powerful. The place where they were at this moment was an underground abyss that stretched for 10,000 miles. Many dark beings survived in it, silent and terrifying. If it wasn't for Luo Shi, it would be impossible for Lin Chen, a person of the Sea of Souls alone, to pass through this great abyss smoothly. According to what Yuji said, at the end of this great abyss, it was the place where she had sealed the spirit flame and hidden her treasures in the first place. Counting the time, it had already been 10 days since the opening of the secret realm. At this moment, Lin Chen could feel that in his soul ring, the aura of the UG was gradually surging, far more terrifying than before. The moment this ancient demon soul awakened, it would be the time when Lin Chen would wipe out his former shame and reign over the heavens and the earth. Even if he lords, without the premise of a protector of the Tao, there was simply no way that they could be a match for him and UG. Brother Lin Chen. A hint of hidden disgust flashed in Luo Shi's eyes, but a light smile appeared on her face. That ancient treasure you mentioned, is it really in this place? Of course, when have I ever lied to Shirori? As long as we can make it to the end of the great abyss, we'll be able to see it. With a gentle expression, Lin Duan smiled and nodded. Along the way, he had utilized Luo Shi to kill quite a few legacy race beings. Obviously, nowadays, this good sister of his had the same deep obsession with the heaven and earth spirit flame within her heart. Then let's get out of here. The two of them smiled at each other in a gesture of brotherly kindness and respect, and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Over here, as the Swire God Mountain poured out its nest, it soon found the human celestial pride that had snatched the Qiankuan Taiching ring under the leadership of Night Tong. The Qiankuan Taiching ring was originally a spatial treasure, capable of forming its own domain and traveling through the void. Therefore, even though Night Tong was able to sense the aura of this precious ring, he was slow to catch Yu Qingji. Rumble. Just at this moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly came from the distant mountains. One could only see the three ancient divine mountain heavenly pride holding spiritual treasures and striking down towards the bottom. In an instant, that mountain forest was completely shattered, cracks running through it. Among them, a green-clothed figure flashed past, and wanted to flee towards the end of the sky dome. Quick! Inform the holy maiden that she's been found. A serpentine being covered in bizarre scale armor angrily bellowed, opening his mouth and spitting out a ball of turquoise spirit radiance that covered the sky. Buzz! Yu Qingji's eyebrows knitted lightly as the ancient sword in her hand chopped down angrily. At this moment, even though her sword intent had severed the mass of spirit radiance from it, it had failed to stop it. One could only see strands of eerie and evil spirit patterns dropping down, like a cage, enveloping the entire space where Yu Qingji was. Yu Qingji's face changed slightly, a hint of confusion hidden in her eyes. Ever since she had swallowed that seven-colored divine grass, she had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days, refining the sword bones. But since yesterday, many legacy spirits had descended one after another in this mountain forest. Looking around for her, Yu Qingji guessed that they must be connected to the silver-winged youth who had been decapitated by himself. But what she couldn't figure out was why these legacies always found her no matter where she hid. Kill! In an instant, a terrifying roar erupted from this place. The realms of these three legacy beings were all above the 5th level of the divine wheel, and their auras were powerful. As they struck out forcefully, 3 spirit radiance dharma seals fell from the sky with astonishing power. Even with Yu Qingji's sword Dao talent, she felt her heart and soul tremble under this divine might, and with a slight hesitation, she was crushed from the sky and crashed to the ground in a sorry state. Puff! Yu Qingji's body trembled, and a trail of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, the pupils of her eyes gradually had a clear glow in them, becoming reckless and cold. Even her temperament seemed to have changed drastically, as if she had turned into another person, as cold as ice. At that moment, a rumbling sound once again came from the void, only to see a palm print draped in chaotic mist descend from the sky like a millstone, encompassing the bodies of those 3 legacy race beings. In just a flash, this palm print split the void and smashed down, and those 3 legacy race celestial pride whose cultivation had reached the 5th level of the divine will failed to even utter a miserable scream before they were beaten alive into bloody mist residue. This scene instantly caused Yu Qingji's eyes to quake as she slowly raised her head, her eyes suddenly condensing. At this moment, she saw that at the end of that void, a phoenix-clothed figure stepped forward, with a divine posture and immortal face, and in the pupils of her eyes was a touch of undisguised indifference and profundity. Chapter 66 He who extols my true name will see eternal life and reincarnation. Empress Gu? Yu Qingji muttered a word, looking at the corpses of the remnants spilled on the ground, her eyes filled with shock. Earlier in the heavenly Dao city, she had sensed this Empress's hostility towards her. That's why Yu Qingji was so surprised when she saw this phoenix clothes as well as that one fair and absolutely beautiful face. Especially at this moment, the hint of disdain in Gu Mingyue's eyes made her feel indescribably humble, powerful, honorable, and absolutely beautiful. This was almost a perfect woman, and the only woman who could be worthy of Yi Lord Godson in Yu Qingji's eyes. At this moment, This sword sect maiden's Tao heart suddenly ached, and her humble self-respect was once again trampled on. She understood that Gu Mingyue was never here to save her, but to shock her. I can save you or I can kill you. Many thanks to the Empress for coming to the rescue. Yu Qingji took a deep breath and bowed towards Gu Mingyue in gratitude. On the void, Gu Mingyue's eyes were clear and cold as she glanced at Yu Qingji and turned towards the end of the mountain forest. That ancient ring in your hand is the property of the Swire God Mountain. You'd better restrain yourself or you won't be so lucky next time. As a cold and indifferent voice came, Gu Mingyue's figure instantly disappeared in place. The reason why she appeared here was because she wanted to see what was so special about this woman who had been rewarded by Lord Yi. The wisp of sword intent emanating from Yu Qingji's body just now, which she detected, was astonishing to the extreme. However, in her previous life, Gu Mingyue did not remember this woman ever appearing in the Dao sect's secret realm, nor had she ever heard of such a sword Dao demon. It was as if she was beyond the wheel, without a trace. Gu Mingyue actually felt some uneasiness in her heart, and for the first time, she felt some pressure on a woman. After seeing the destiny of this world and the great Dao divine wall with her own eyes, Gu Mingyue now had an extremely complicated sentiment in her heart. She saw that the Yi lords of this life had actually died in her arms. In that moment, pain and emptiness overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. It turns out that hate is just as hard to part with as love. A ring? Yu Qingji frowned lightly as she took out the golden ancient ring, her eyes suddenly condensing. At this moment, she finally understood why no matter where she hid, she would be found by the legacy beings. Rumble. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound once again came from above the void. Yu Qingji's eyes trembled as she turned her head, but she saw a golden light like a long cloud cover pressing down, densely packed, appearing at the end of her line of sight. At the very front, a tall woman stood silently, followed by nearly 100 remnant race celestials, 1,000 of them with astonishing chi and blood. Among them were mountain giants tens of feet huge. There were skeletons covered with burning flames, bull-headed and serpentine men, and three-eyed beings carrying the heavens on their backs, as if they were 100 ghosts walking by night. However, in front of that golden-robed silhouette, these hideous and horrifying legacy spirits were incomparably docile and did not dare to transgress in the slightest. Escape! In an instant, Yu Qingji directly put that one Qian Kuan Tai Ching ring into the Sea of Souls, no longer daring to exert the slightest bit. Her figure, on the other hand, was quietly hidden into the mountains and forests, fleeing towards the distance at breakneck speed. If it wasn't for Gu Mingyue's reminder just now, I'm afraid that at this point she would really be at the end of her rope. Ha! It actually disappeared? Nightang's wings fluttered as he landed directly before the corpses of those three legacy beings, reaching out to pinch up a piece of crushed meat and put it into his mouth. 30 breaths. She must be nearby. Seal this barren mountain for me and search inch by inch. Yes, holy maiden. A group of remnant race celestial pride descended from the sky, various colors of spiritual radiance boiling around them, sealing the void. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth rippled endlessly, attracting many sights from the surroundings. Everyone looked at the nearly 100 remnant race celestials with terrifying auras and watched as they uprooted the ancient trees of the mountains and rivers, and there was nothing else but shock in the bottom of their eyes. With this kind of stance, I'm afraid that even if the Yi Lord Divine Sun or Ling Tian Dao Sun or the like fell into their hands, they would be eaten alive. In the crowd, a grey-clothed figure stood with his hands in the air, purple lines flowing in the pupils of his morose white eyes, incomparably deep. At this moment, as he looked at the direction Gu Mingyue had left, his heart was actually somewhat faintly confused. For some reason, at this moment, Ling Tian always felt that Gu Mingyue seemed to be aiming for the same thing as him, that one reincarnation heavenly mansion. How can? Ling Tian murmured. The reason why he had joined the Dao sect in the first place was to find that reincarnation emperor symbol and fulfill the 3 pacts with Linglong. Over the years, he had gone through ancient books and secretly poked around, and finally found out where this ancient cave was. With Ling Tian's control over the power of reincarnation, even now, he only vaguely sensed a hint of the reincarnation origin in the secret realm. Gu Mingyue was not from the sacred state, so how could she possibly know the greatest secret hidden in the Dao sect's secret realm? Gotta think of something. Ling Tian took a deep look at Nightang and turned around to leave the place. If he remembered correctly, the woman in green just now seemed to have a not-so-shallow friendship with Lord Yi. With the domineering nature of this Yi clan's divine son, he would definitely not let her die at the hands of the legacy clan. With all the attention and a life and death crisis, it is a great time for Yi lords to pretend. Ling Tian didn't expect Nightsong to be able to suppress the Yi lords, but that fiancé of Nightsong's was known as the Little Marquis of the legacy race, a true pure-blood being. Soon, the news that Yu Qingji had been besieged by the ancient divine mountain and was in a desperate situation spread throughout the entire Dao sect's secret realm. Buzz. Ancient divine mountain. In the middle of an ancient tomb, one could only see the corpses of an ancient ancestor breaking through the clay coffins and lying on the ground horizontally and vertically, all of them turning into pieces of dust and ashes. Lord Yi sat in the void, his body surrounded by dark light, devouring all the origin and soul thoughts contained in these corpses. At this moment, there were demonic lines snaking all over his skin, like the darkness that annihilated the 9 heavens at the beginning of creation, and in each strand of demonic lines sat a party of great demonic giants, and his breath, too, was climbing. Mahayana Onefold, Mahayana Duality, the Mahayana Triple. Lord Ye's eyes opened wide, like 2 demonic abysses tearing through the void with a roar. He who glorifies my true name, shall he see eternal life and reincarnation? He was seen murmuring with a light frown. These words were what he heard after devouring the remnants of some of the ancestors of the legacy clan here. What surprised Lord Yi even more was that the soul consciousness origin in these corpses was extremely thin, not at all as terrifying as he had imagined, as if it had been drained before. Reincarnation, eternal life? Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere, his heart seemed to have a guess, and he turned around and marched towards the outside of the ancient tomb. With the strength of these ancestors of the legacy clan, they were actually decimated in the secret realm as a whole. One could imagine how terrifying that strong person who had killed them and drained their soul consciousness was. The owner of the reincarnation talisman? At this moment, Lord Yi suddenly felt that there seemed to be many secrets hidden behind the 3000 Tao states. What made him even more curious was, what was the relationship between the demonic soul in Lin Chen's ring and the Lord of Reincarnation? What is this hatred that she has trouble letting go of in her mouth? Chapter 67 One Body, Two Souls? Yu Qingji's despair. It's time to get out. Lord Yi stretched his muscles. No matter what secrets were hidden in this secret realm or the Tao sect, everything would come out when he pried open Ling Tian's brain. Before that, he had to visit Yu Qingji first, leaving a deep imprint in her Tao heart before she fully awakened. Looks like next time, we'll have to find some fresh supreme powerhouses to devour. The demonic intent in Yi Lord's eyes dissipated, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a playful arc. For example, that Linglong immortal lord who had been daydreaming about Ling Tian for 100 years. Buzz. Meanwhile, the land of barren mountains, one could only see a spiritual radiance falling from the sky, crushing the mountains and forests below into pieces. In the void, Night Tang sat on a golden spirit seat, overlooking the mountains below. As long as at this moment, Yu Qingji dared to slightly expose a trace of her breath, she would crush her head with lightning speed. Buzz. Just then, an ear-splitting buzzing sound suddenly came from the end of the mountain forest. One could only see a strand of sword intent cutting through the heavens and tearing apart the flesh of a legacy race heavenly pride whose cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the divine wheel. Between the blood mists, a green-clothed figure stepped forward and did not escape, gradually appearing in the crowd's line of sight. Night Tong slowly sat up straight. A touch of sarcasm appeared on her absolutely beautiful face. Not running? No running. Yu Qingji shook her head and tilted her head to look at this divine mountain saintess. The legacy beings here were far more powerful than the ones she had beheaded before, almost all of them above the 5th level of the divine wheel. This gold-clothed woman, in particular, had reached the astonishing 9th realm. With Yu Qingji's strength, it would be impossible to escape their pursuit without the help of the Qin Kuan Tai Ching ring, but if she exerted the might of this ancient ring, she would be marked by Night Tong all the time, with no way to live. Kneel down and hand over the Qin Kuan Tai Ching ring, and I'll let you die a quicker death. Night Tong crossed her legs, her golden skirt slipping down, revealing a large area of amazing snowy whiteness. At this moment, her face was incomparably cold, like a high and mighty empress judging ants. At those words, Yu Qingji shook her head, the meanness under her eyes gradually being replaced by a touch of resentment. The way Gu Mingyue looked at her just now was just like that, without any waves. It was as if her life, in the eyes of these holy and imperial maidens, had no value at all and could be crushed to death with her hands. On what grounds? Yu Qingji lowered her head, her petite body trembling unceasingly, and said in a calm tone, on what grounds? Night Tang frowned, suddenly revealing a smirk of playfulness. By virtue of this being the ancient remnant clan, by virtue of the fact that my bloodline is more honorable than yours, and my strength is more powerful than yours. As the words fell, Night Tang made a wink towards a remnant race heavenly pride beside him, whose skin was gray and white, as if he was a mountain rock. The latter immediately took a step out, his body's chi and blood boiling around him, and his fist came down towards Yu Qingji. Rumble, terrifying divine power poured out, crushing the mountain peak Yu Qingji was on alive. This scene immediately caused the eyes of the surrounding crowd of sacred state celestials to fluctuate, gently swallowing their saliva. At this moment, they sensed that the realm of this rocky being had actually reached the terrifying 7th level of the divine wheel, comparable to many immortal sect saints and great sect successors. Just as Yu Qingji was holding the ancient sword in her hand, wanting to chop down towards the front, she saw that in the other void, 3 remnant race celestial pride once again stepped out, striking down countless rune patterns and legal seals towards Yu Qingji. The realms of these 4 people were all at the 7th level of the divine wheel. At this moment, when they struck out at the same time, even a true young supreme would have a hard time dealing with them head-on. Obviously, Night Tang's move was to deter the sacred state's heavenly pride, letting them know what would happen if they messed with the ancient divine mountain. You guys? Yu Qingji's silver teeth clenched as she held that one voice transmission talisman tightly in her hand. She knew that as long as she cast this talisman, the predicament in front of her would be solved. But if she wanted to be recognized by the Yi Lord Godson, she had to have the courage and strength to become a sword immortal. Buzz. At that thought, Yu Qingji immediately had a clear glow in her eyes, and her entire aura became incomparably deep, and her bones all over her body suddenly erupted with 7-colored immortal radiance, with sword patterns floating and sinking, like a true immortal reviving. As the ancient sword in her hand chopped down, the vast sword chi penetrated through the Songhai, like a mist scraping from the depths of the Hongmeng, annihilating all of the attacks of the 4 great remnant race celestials. This scene instantly caused a faint trace of surprise to flash through Night Tang's eyes, slowly looking down at Yu Qingji. This aura, innate sword bone? Puff. Before the crowd could react from their shock, Yu Qingji's figure even directly tore through the void and appeared in front of that rock spirit heavenly pride. In the next instant, she chopped down with her sword, actually penetrating its head, splattering endless blood mist and bone slag, which was shocking to the eyes. Heaven and earth are silent. Everyone looked at the corpse that crashed to the ground, and there was a strong shock in the bottom of their eyes. A young girl who had just stepped into the Divine Will realm had actually killed a Divine Will 7th level with a single sword strike? The posture of the sword immortal. Seek death. The remaining 3 remnant race celestial pride's hearts and minds were trembling, and they didn't dare to hesitate at all, as they sacrificed their most powerful cards to suppress Yu Qingji. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth erupted with brilliant light, piercing one's eyes raw. An ancient seal and divine pattern drooped down, emitting an ear-splitting roar. Puff. Yu Qingji's body trembled as her flesh, blood, and bones crumbled. This scene made her feel incredibly familiar, and a trace of strong resentment gradually grew within her. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from her soul sea. Steady your mind. Hearing the voice, Yu Qingji's eyes rounded with an unspeakable horror. From her master's mouth, she had heard many rumors of ancient souls taking over. Most of these ancient souls hid in the secret relics, and once they met their desired hosts, they would seize their soul sea, take control of their physical bodies, and complete the seizing of their bodies. When exactly? At this time Yu Qingji didn't know at all. When she was eroded by the evil soul, she only felt cold all over her body, deep into her bones. Your sword bone is the bone of Hongmeng, condensed by the most powerful sword Dao senses of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You have to believe in your sword. Nothing can't be cut. Nothing cuts? Yu Qingji's face froze, and a strong desire suddenly arose in her heart, along with that one sword bone buzzing and trembling. Why are you helping me? It's a long story. It's better to settle the trouble at hand first. I won't harm you. Good. Yu Qingji gently nodded her head. Her eyes were cold, and she wanted to cut out this Dao Xin Tongming sword. But at this moment, Night Tang suddenly got up and stepped towards her. Rumble. At this moment, this holy maiden of the divine mountain similarly sensed the change in Yu Qingji's aura, and a trace of uneasiness gradually arose in her heart, only to see her jade hand lightly waving. The golden light was like a river waterfall, transforming into a golden palm seal, tearing apart the cloud dome, killing power shocking the heavens. Yu Qingji's face changed drastically, and the conviction of the sword Dao that had just been born within her heart collapsed. Her figure was even suppressed by Night Tang with one hand, her sword power obliterated, without the slightest chance to fight back, and a mouthful of fresh blood was directly sprayed out. Open up your divine soul and merge with me, and I'll help you solve the trouble in front of you. Right at this moment, that one cold female voice came again, filled with a faint trace of urgency. Fuse with you? Yu Qingji's face froze, obviously a bit bewildered. Fused with you? Am I still me? You and I are one person. Chapter 68 Pure Love Warrior? The shadow Yi Linglong left for the Legacy clan. What did you say? Yu Qingji's eyes were rounded, and on her face was a thick flash of horror and incredulity. I'll explain these things to you later. It's too late. Don't resist me. Buzz. Just as Yu Qingji hesitated within herself, not knowing what to do, her eyes trembled steeply. At that moment, she saw that the void in front of her suddenly rippled for an instant. Among them, a figure in white stepped out and stood in front of her. Yi Lord Godson. Yu Qingji let out a cry of shock as her heart and mind kept trembling. Like all ordinary young girls of the sect, she had fantasized that her Dao partner was a godly son of the Geishur, who would one day come stepping on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and shield her from all the winds and frosts and tribulations. At this moment, the figure of Lord Yi was like a beam of light, dispersing the confusion and uncertainty in her heart, and deeply skeletonizing her Taoist heart. Who is he? In the sea of its soul, that clear and cold voice once again came with a hint of shock. In fact, This soul consciousness of hers had only just awakened and was born with the sword bone. Therefore, she was unaware of what had happened in the heavenly Tao city as well as the Tao sect before. He's the Yi Lord Godson. Yu Qingji's red lips lifted, and under her eyes was a faint touch of obstinacy. Before today, she had never thought that one day she would be able to stand beside Lord Yi, like Gu Mingyue, alongside him, because she had no qualifications, no background, and even her talent and looks were simply not comparable to Gu Mingyue's. However, after Yu Qingji killed the Divine Will 7th level legacy race Heavenly Pride with a single sword, a faint trace of ambition suddenly arose within her. Yi Lord Godson? Yu Ji, I advise you to better not have your heart set on him. A character like that cannot possibly look at the current you. What about you? Yu Qingji looked indifferent and suddenly asked back, and who are you? You and I are originally one person. You are my soul consciousness born after reincarnation, while I belong to a wisp of residual soul from my last life. Just to let you know who you are, trust me, as long as you fuse me, you will gradually awaken the memories of your last life as well as your sword immortal talent. Last life? Sword immortal talent? Yu Qingji's eyes trembled as she shook her head slightly. I'm not ready yet. Let me think about it again. As the words fell, she didn't even give that one divine soul the chance to open its mouth, directly sealing it in the sea of souls. At this moment, Yu Qingji wasn't sure if what this divine soul was saying was true or false. Moreover, just like she said, the fusion of the two would awaken the memories of their previous life. Wouldn't that mean Yu Qingji would become another strange version of herself? Rumble. A sudden roar came from heaven and earth, only to see Lord Yi stepping into the void, cloudy in light, casually slamming down a fist. As this fist fell, it was as if the order of the entire heaven and earth had been rediffused. Vast divine radiance rose up, gradually annihilating that palm imprint of Nighttang. Put, as an eerie shattering sound came, Nighttang's face steeply turned incomparably white, and that one of her probing arms was actually directly shattered by Lord Yi's punch. Blood mixed with glistening bone residue spilled down, and the entire heaven and earth suddenly fell into dead silence. At this moment, whether it was the living beings of the legacy race or the crowd of sacred state's celestial pride, all of them had a dense shock and palpitation in the bottom of their eyes, and they only felt a coldness rising along the soles of their feet, nearly lifting the ceiling of their heavenly souls. Who are you? Nighttang's brows were locked. Blood stained her clothes red. Her broken arm was in a sorry state, very different from the cold, arrogant, and lofty stance she had taken only moments ago. In response, Yi Lord did not pay any attention to this and walked straight to Yu Qingji's body, frowning slightly. Are you okay, Godson? I'm fine. With all the attention, Yi Lord's concern at this moment was simply more exciting for Yu Qingji than his previous ascent to Dao Mountain. Didn't I give you a sound transmission note before? Why don't you use it? Yi Lord's expression was icy cold, and there was a hint of loss hidden in the bottom of his eyes. It seems that Miss Yu did not see Yi as a friend. Godson. No. In an instant, Yu Qingji panicked. Her red lips pursed, but she didn't know how to explain. Was it hard for her to tell Kamiko that she was there so that she could prove herself and get Kamiko to look at her more? That's just it. Next time don't be so outgoing or I'll really get mad. Lord Yi shook his head, his eyes deep. Daughter of heavenly fate, Yu Qingji. Golden finger, sword bone, sword immortal soul. Plot direction, the daughter of heaven's destiny touches the predestined memories, inducing the revival of the original sword mark, the sword bone and the original soul awakening at the same time, and above the 9 heavens there will be the Emperor's blood and heavenly pride descending to guide her back to the 9 heavens. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Yi Lord was suddenly in deep thought. 2 souls in one? 9 heavenly sword immortals? This template wasn't unfamiliar to him, but what was the routine of that imperial blood heavenly pride that was about to descend? It's hard to send your head 1,000 miles for pure love. Human race, I am the ancient divine mountain's holy daughter, the eldest princess of the Nightfork clan. Seeing that Yi Lord did not take care of himself, Nighttang's face became more and more gloomy. As the true leader of the legacy clan, she had never been ignored like this before, and her inner rage could be imagined. Beside him, a group of remnant race celestials gathered around, their eyes staring at Yi Lords with palpitations and wariness. The scene just now had left their heads in a daze, and it was too late for them to react. The invincible Nighttang holy maiden was suddenly crushed by a punch? Mr. Ye's friend, you also dare to move. Is it because your life is too long? Yi Lord's expression was clear and cold, but there was an unquestionable majesty. Yi, Nighttang's eyes suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something terrible. You're from the everlasting Yi family? She still clearly remembered that the last Yi family's heavenly pride that descended into the Dao sect's secret realm was called Yi Linglong. That crazy batch of women, on the surface seems gentle and quiet, but behind the scenes is a complete lunatic. At that time, she was only at the 5th level of the divine wheel, but with a 9-orb Linglong heart, she calculated the entire mysterious realm remnant clan, causing them to kill each other, and took the opportunity to take away many treasures and inheritances. What was even more irritating was that even Night Tong, the first beauty of the Legacy clan, had been deceived by her appearance and coaxed into bed to give her a day. This matter, Night Tong never dared to mention it to her fiancé. This is the divine son of the everlasting Yi family. Divine son Yi Lord, why don't you all kneel down and apologize? In the mountains in the distance, a group of sacred state celestials shouted, and the Tao heart that had been suppressed for a long time was finally completely relieved with the strong descent of Lord Yi. In the past few days, they had been hiding in the east, fearful of the ancient divine mountain's depths and Night Tang's terrifying strength. Now that he was watching this towering Night Fork woman being casually crushed by the Yi Lord Godson, his inner excitement could be imagined. What? The Yi family's divine son? Night Tong's red lips slightly opened, and a hint of palpitation suddenly flashed under her eyes. In her opinion, being able to suppress a crazy batch like Yi Linglong, the strength of this Yi family's divine son could be imagined. Godson Yi Lord, this might be a misunderstanding. Night Tong's throat rolled, and he barely managed to squeeze a smile on his face, which instantly caused the entire heaven and earth to fall completely silent. Was this still the haughty and cruel Night Fork holy maiden they remembered? How did she directly wimp out in front of the Son of God? Misunderstanding? The Leaf Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he slowly nodded, only to see an ancient sword suddenly emerge in his hand and chop down towards the front. Buzz! The sword chants suddenly rang out. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky and earth like a tidal wave. In everyone's horrified eyes, but any of the remnant clan's celestial pride who touched this sword intent had their flesh directly exploded, and their souls were obliterated. Yi Lord, my fiancé is Aotion, the forbidden heavenly pride of the Dragon Blood Great Swamp. If you dare to kill me, he won't let you go. Chapter 69. It's an honor to be shot through with a halberd by Yi Lord Godson, the Dragon's Blood Daizo? Forbidden Marquis? Yi Lord's expression was calm, and there wasn't a single ripple in his eyes. From the sea of souls of those people of the Legacy race that he had devoured earlier, he had long known of the existence of this power. The Dragon's Blood Days, the ancient God's Mountain. As two of the top forces in the Tao sect mystic realm, the two had always kept their bloodlines strong through marriages. Like the ancient divine mountain, many races also survived in the Dragon Blood Great Swamp. Their owner was this forbidden marquis that Night Tong had spoken of, Aotion. According to the spirits of the Legacy race, this young princeling was descended from the ancient dragon vein and was born with divine power. His realm, however, was far beyond the Legacy race's contemporary, at the Mahayana level. Not bad, Yi Lords, if you dare to kill me, my husband Aotion won't let you go. Night Tong's silver teeth clenched as she hid behind a group of Legacy race beings in a vain attempt to deter the Yi Lords. Let's just kill him along with him. Then, as Yi Lord's words fell, the faces of the group of remnant race's celestial pride suddenly paled. Yi Lord, don't go too far. If you have to fight, I, ancient divine mountain, am not afraid of you. Then show me what you can do. Yi Lord's expression was gentle, and he directly took a step towards Yaitang. Buzz. Around it, a wisp of sword intent rose up, piercing through the Songhai Sea. The entire void was suddenly torn apart as the sword energy buzzed, only to see the stone sword in Yi Lord's hand chopping down. The horrifying sword radiance hung down from the sky, easily chopping the flesh of several remnant race celestials into pieces. Put. At this time, Lord Yi was striding in the cloud dome. The clouds were light, and every swing of his sword could cause the laws of this place to change, like a sea of stars boiling. At this moment, he didn't even execute any sword techniques, and with only the yin-yang and chaos Tao rules, he hacked these divine will 6th and 7th level Legacy race celestials to death. Strike together! Night Tong's face paled and he shouted angrily. In front of him, a group of remnant race celestials had sacrificed their own spiritual objects, divine scales, magic seals, and golden pills, all of which were smashed furiously towards the Yi Lords. Godson, be careful! Yu Qingji let out a cry of surprise, and the pupils of her eyes flickered with a strange luster. She didn't expect that the divine son would actually have such attainments in the path of the Tao of the sword, and that a random sword would contain an astonishing aura of law. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised and he slightly shook his head. In the next instant, he still chopped down with his sword, directly annihilating the spirit aptitude, along with a group of Legacy race beings all exploding into a mass of blood mist, their souls obliterated. Run away! At this moment, the crowd could no longer hold back the fear in their hearts, and they all turned around to escape from this place. Can you escape? Wisps of golden light patterns filled the heavy pupils of Yi Lords. All of a sudden, this entire piece of emptiness completely froze. All the remnant race celestials remained in the same position as before. Even the panic on their faces had not dissipated. Standing still, heavy pupils. There was a loud clamor of astonishment among the surrounding mountains and forests. In the eyes of Wang Changqing, He Lu Yun, and the others, there was even a flash of intense horror and incredulity. They had long known that this Yi family divine son had awakened the most mysterious talent of heavy pupils, but they had never seen him perform it. Now, it was simply unimaginable that Yi Lord had sealed 100 miles of emptiness and dozens of divine will celestials at the same time with the power of his heavy pupil. Why do I feel that the battle power of the divine son is capable of slaughtering a Mahayana? Wang Chongqing let out a bitter smile, and there was a faint trace of disorientation in his eyes when he looked at Lord Yi, the white-clothed stone sword, the divine son without peer. Is this the true strength of Yi Lord Godson? He Lu Yun similarly sighed, and it was only at this time that he truly realized just how lucky the Lei Wuhu of that day had been. Compared to the Yi Lord Godson, these so-called invincible postures of their young supreme beings were simply laughable. Yi Lords, are you really going to drive everyone to extinction? Nightang's silver teeth clenched, his expression gradually becoming grim. She didn't have any way back anymore, and with Lord Ye's ruthlessness, there was no way he would let her go. Buzz. In an instant, Nightang's figure swept out, his golden wings extending behind him, covering the sky and burning with a blazing flame. At the same time, she offered a trident in her hand, smashing down with 10,000 feet of divine flames with the momentum of sweeping across the heavens. Between the heavens and the earth, a terrifying scorching heat was set off, like it was burning deep within the divine soul. This kind of flame, which is the innate fire of the Night Fork clan, is capable of incinerating people's souls, silently. However, to Lord Yi, any divine soul attack was not the slightest threat. Buzz. Only a buzzing sound was heard, and at the center of Lord Ye's brow, the ancestral symbol of the great beginning quietly manifested. As for his figure, he even stepped directly into the layers of soul flames and lifted his hand to hold the trident ancient halberd that was smashing down from the sky. Dang! As a sound of gold and iron colliding resounded, Night Tong's face abruptly froze and his entire body trembled. She had never dreamed that Yi Lord had blocked all of her essence divine flame and essence spiritual treasure with just the power of his physical body. Buzz. Without even a hint of hesitation, Night Tang directly let go of the war halberd and fled frantically towards the end of the sky dome. Just then, she suddenly heard a piercing sound of breaking wind from behind her. Only a ray of golden light flashed out, directly piercing through Night Tong's body and shooting her down from the sky. Puff! In the crowd's horrified eyes, Night Tang was like a bird of prey, being penetrated by Yi Lord's halberd and nailed to the distant rock wall. This scene immediately caused the hearts and minds of some of the surrounding relic beings that did not belong to the ancient divine mountain to tremble, and their Tao hearts collapsed. They simply didn't dare to imagine that the sacred daughter of the ancient divine mountain, a young supreme being, would have trouble resisting even a single attack from this Yi Lord Godson. Godson Yi Lord, please, spare my life. Night Tong turned his head with difficulty, blood in his mouth mixed with internal organs spattered out. The bottom of his eyes no longer see a trace of arrogance. All is pleading. You shouldn't have asked me for forgiveness. Yi Lord stood in the void, a pair of double pupils of golden light shining brightly with divinity. This girl, spare me. Upon hearing this, Night Tang instantly understood and looked towards Yu Qingji behind Lord Yi. If she had known that this woman was one of the Yi family's divine sons, she definitely wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Yu Qingji pursed her red lips lightly and carefully glanced at Yi Lords, somewhat at a loss for words. Even now, she has known some of her past lives, but it is still difficult to change her timid and inferior temperament in a short time. Kill if you want to. No need to be concerned. Yi Lord spoke indifferently, but he heard Night Tong suddenly cry out in sorrow. Godson Yi Lord. I was day-tripped by Yi Linglong. Please Godson, for the sake of Yi Linglong, give me a chance. I am willing to submit to you. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth fell completely silent. The faces of many sacred state celestials froze as their eyes gradually sneered. This Yutong doesn't even care about his face in order to stay alive? Yi Linglong's character was gentle and dignified. How could she do such a ridiculous thing? Only Yi Lord, with his eyebrows lightly raised, shook his head helplessly. With his understanding of Yi Linglong, playing a legacy pussy for a taste, she definitely did it. Godson, who is Yi Linglong? A smoky haze rose on Yu Qingji's face, and her eyes became more and more hesitant and confused. A crazy batch of women. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent as he suddenly gripped Night Tang's head and tore her away from the battle halberd. Take me to meet that fiancé of yours. At those words, Night Tang's face froze and he wanted to speak. At this point she had a sudden hunch that maybe just being dead wasn't such a bad thing. Otherwise, once Ao Tian knew that she had greenlighted him, she would likely be torn alive by this dragon blood taboo. Chapter 70, Forbidden Marquis Ao Tian. No work, no death. In just one day, the news that nearly 100 heavenly prides from the ancient divine mountain had been decimated by Lord Yi alone had spread throughout the entire Dao sect mystic realm. Whether it was the pride of the human race or the living beings of the legacy race, all of them were shocked by the terrifying battle power of this divine son of the Yi clan. There were rumors that even Night Tong, the holy maiden of the divine mountain, had been shot alive by Lord Yi. As to how it was shot, opinions vary, but it was invariably with a halberd. Rumble. Meanwhile, the center of the secret realm. One could only see a large black swamp stretching for 10,000 miles, surrounded by mist. On the banks of the Great Zay, a phoenix-clothed figure stood with its arms folded, its green silk like a waterfall, and its phoenix eyes looked indifferently at a group of legacy race beings covered in scale armor in front of it. The Dragon's Blood Great Swamp. Forbidden to enter. Among them, a Jiaoman heavenly pride with a flattened head and erect pupils coldly shouted, and there was a hint of greed and wariness hidden in his eyes as he looked at the phoenix-clothed woman. The ancient god mountain has actually been destroyed? Night Tang was killed by Lord Yi? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, obviously a little surprised. According to the plot of the previous life, these divine mountain spirits should have died at the hands of Lin Chen. Moreover, Night Tang had also been counter-killed by Lin Chen in the final battle after his near-death breakthrough. But now that she had died in the hands of the Yi Lords, it was unbelievable. You're good-looking. Why don't you come back with me to meet our little royal marquis, and maybe you can take a step up to become the king's woman. The augur being sized up Gu Mingwei, and then wanted to capture her on the spot. In the next instant, his face froze abruptly, and he watched as Gu Mingwei probed out a jade hand, wrapped in endless innate qi, submerging his body and shattering it into a bloody mist. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and by the time the group of followers behind the Jiaoman realized it, Gu Mingyue's figure had already appeared in front of them. Put, only to hear a strange breaking sound come from. In just a short moment, the flesh of these legacy beings actually shattered altogether. If I remember correctly, the chance of reincarnation that Ling Tian obtained should be within this great swamp. Gu Mingyue looked out at the large blood-colored swamp in front of her, slightly identified the direction, and headed straight towards the center of the swamp, until her aura completely disappeared. In the void behind her, a gray-clothed figure gradually stepped out, and it was none other than Daozi Ling Tian. Sure enough, from the very beginning, he felt that this immortal Phoenix Empress seemed to share his purpose. Now that she appeared in the Dragon's Blood Great Swamp and forcefully subdued several Jiao Clan Celestials, it was obvious that she had come prepared. Gu Mingyue, if you want to be blamed, you can only be blamed for not knowing what's good for you. Ling Tian's eyes dazzled with spirit patterns as he similarly took a step towards the center of the Great Swamp. Buzz. Only at this place, a golden divine palace and temple was situated on top of the blood swamp, rolling and magnificent. At this moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly came from the most central shrine. Terrifying dragon chi gushed out in a colorful manner, causing the entire dragon blood swamp to instantly fall into dead silence. All the great Zephyr beings were prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling, and they did not dare to breathe more than once. Ye Lord, he actually dared to kill my fiancé? A young man wearing a golden robe with a double-horned head sat on the temple, his body surrounded by dragon chi, diffusing the 8 directions and 4 poles, and the heavens and the earth. His aura was incomparably deep, and there was a blood-colored crystalline scale at the center of his brow, like a magnificent jewel set right in the middle of his heavenly spirit. Those 2 blood-colored dragon horns were sinuous and hideous, like the condensation of the true meaning of the great Tao, with runic patterns that could easily tear apart heaven and earth. Lord Ao Tian, let's go and avenge the Nighttong Sacred Maiden's death. My lord, I've heard that the Holy Maiden doesn't seem to be dead, but has instead submitted to that Ye Lord. Your Highness, a group of great Zephyr remnants shouted, their chi and blood shocking the heavens. Some of these young women are even whiter and 1,000 times more beautiful. As a descendant of dragon blood, Ao Tian sex silver, followed by 300 proud women, at any time for him to pick up fun. But Nighttong was his fiancée, the future mistress of the Dragon's Blood Great Swamp, and now she had actually been shot by a human divine son? Yee, could it be? Suddenly, Ao Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his body trembled violently. Until now, he still clearly remembered that there was once a woman named Yi Linglong who toyed with the entire ancient remnant race, nearly overthrowing the 2 major remnant sacred grounds with her own strength. Her scheming and intelligence were simply not comparable to these remnant race celestials. Even Ao Tian was fooled by her, sending out many dragon treasures, but in the end, he failed to even see her face. Slutty and tie-in, won't you? Every time he thought of this matter, Ao Tian felt incomparably ashamed. Brother Ao Tian, long time no see. Just at this moment, a gentle, low voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Ao Tian frowned lightly, a hint of gloom hidden in his brown eyes. Ling Tian, he didn't have much good feelings towards this Dao sect Dao Sun. On the contrary, the Dao ancestor suppressed the ancient remnants and kept them in captivity here as if they were livestock for cultivation. But all the secret realm remnants, all of them hate the disciples of the Dao sect to the bone, but they are afraid of the Dao sect's depths, and do not dare to easily mess with them. Brother Ao Tian doesn't seem to welcome me too well, thanks to the fact that I also brought you good news. Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, feigning a look of distress. What good news could you possibly have? Aotian leaned on top of the throne, holding a legacy beauty on his left and right, wantonly kneading the ripples on their chests. I heard that brother Aotian's fiancé seems to have been shot to death. Upon hearing this, a dragon pattern immediately boiled outside of Aotian's body, and his hands fiercely exerted force, actually pinched and exploded the chests of the two women. Ling Tian, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Only to see him slowly get up, with 10,000 runic lines around him, and what appeared to be a true shadow of a blood dragon standing behind him. I've come to tell brother Aotian that Lord Ye's fiancé is now in the dragon's blood swamp. A hint of sinister evil flashed in Ling Tian's eyes, although the battle power of this legacy taboo in front of him was terrifying. He didn't have much of a brain, and was the most arrogant person Ling Tian had ever seen. In Aotian's eyes, there was simply no one in the world who could match him, so naturally, he would not be afraid of Yi Lord. What? Aotian's face froze, and a flash of lustful radiance suddenly flashed across the brown pupils of his eyes. Ha 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 ha, Yi Lords, you killed my fiancé, so I'll rob yours. Brother Aotian, are you still satisfied with this news of mine? Humph, Ling Tian, you better not lie to me, or else I'll make sure that you won't be able to walk out of the dragon's blood great swamp. Aotian snorted coldly and directly led a group of followers to swipe towards the outside of the grand hall. Around his body, strands of divine radiance and runic patterns flowed, like a juvenile true dragon, roaring proudly in heaven and earth, until Aotian and the others since disappeared before Ling Tian passed through the dragon's blood divine hall and appeared in front of a large red-blooded swamp. This was exactly the destination of his trip, the rumored place where the true dragon had fallen and where the cave of that ancient giant was located. According to Ling Long, the reincarnation pagoda in Ling Tian's hands nowadays was this giant's innate object. He had attained immortality in the cycle of reincarnation and casually left behind a cave that had created an ascended ancient ancestor like the Tao ancestor. As long as Ling Tian was able to find this cave, he would be able to open the true inheritance with the reincarnation tower. At that time, Ling Tian would be able to join the contemporary stream of forbidden people, contemporary taboo and reincarnation emperor symbol. These were the first two conditions Ling Tian had promised Ling Long back then. As for the third condition, it's ready to go. Ling Tian took out a transmission note from his Qinquan ring and said in an icy tone. His figure, on the other hand, stepped into the blood swamp and completely disappeared. Chapter 71. The Holy Maiden seems to be riding a man on her? Soon, the news of the Dragonblood Great Swamp's forbidden Marquis Aotian's emergence spread throughout the entire Dao sect mystic realm. It was said that he had come out this time precisely to take revenge on Lord Yi. Now he has already led a crowd to besiege Gu Mingyue and the Great Zephyr, wanting to forcefully snatch this female emperor of the immortal dynasty as his wife. In an instant, the entire Dao sect mystic realm was completely thrown into a boil. Previously, Lord Yi had just slaughtered the ancient divine mountain's 100 heavenly prides and shot through Aotian's fiancé. Now, Aotian has come out strong and wants to capture the Empress Gu. These two people, one was the divine son of the sacred state's eternal life family, a taboo in the world. The other was the prince of the legacy clan, the Invincible Jiaozi. They represented the peak of the contemporary battle power of the human race and the legacy race respectively, and had never lost a battle. But this time, one of them was bound to step on the other's corpse and ascend to the altar of God. Buzz. As a gust of wind-breaking sound came from the sky, countless legacy race beings and sacred state celestial pride converged towards the Dragon's Blood Great Swamp. In an instant, the place was filled with spiritual radiance, and the great birds and spirit carriages covered the sky, shocking people's hearts. Meanwhile, the northeast of the secret realm, Yi Lord looked at the green-clothed girl in front of him, and on his face was a gentle and light smile. Godson Yi Lord, thank you for saving me. Yu Qingji pursed her red lips lightly, hung her head slightly, and carefully glanced at Lord Yi. Don't be polite with me, it's you. Next time, if you encounter danger, remember to transmit your voice to me earlier. Yi Lord stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Yu Qingji's little head. Such an intimate gesture made this sword immortal girl's heart beat even more. Well, I'm off, so take care of yourself. At this time, Lord Yi had already heard that Aotian had come out of the world and was looking around for Gu Mingyue. He still had some interest in this legacy taboo, perhaps a good feeder. As for why Gu Mingyue had appeared in the Dragon's Blood Great Swamp, according to Lord Ye's speculation, it was most likely connected to that one reincarnation secret treasure. Well, Godson, be careful too. Yu Qingji quietly watched as Yi Lord turned around, and suddenly, as if she had made some sort of determination, she cried out in a deep voice, Divine Son Yi Lord. Yi Lord's face froze, but there was not a single ripple in his eyes. Nowadays, Yu Qingji, having awakened the 9 heavenly sword soul and having 2 souls in one, must have some confusion and fear in her heart. For a woman from a small clan like her, all the things she was experiencing now had overturned her previous perceptions. Is there anything else Kyoshi wants? No. Yu Qingji clenched her silver teeth and murmured softly, "Divine Son, if I become a great sword immortal one day, but forget about you, will you be angry? Forget me?" Yi Lord shook his head and laughed, staring ferociously at Yu Qingji. "Of course, but you promised me that you would come and find me after becoming a sword immortal." I know." Yu Qingji's jade hands were clenched, and the confusion in her eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of obstinacy. If, however, Lord Yi didn't care about her promise, perhaps Yu Qingji would gradually accept her sword soul from her previous life. However, hearing what Lord Yi had said just now, Yu Qingji had already made up her mind in the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to become her former self or a stranger. Her name was Yu Qingji, a junior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, a character who would become a great sword immortal in the future. Looking at the white-clothed figure that was gradually fading away, Yu Qingji suddenly raised the long sword in her hand and carved a leaf character on the neck of her hand with a single stroke. The sword intent in it is like a maggot attached to the bone, penetrating deep into the bone and blood and never wearing out. This pain instantly caused Yu Qingji's face to gradually distort, but the corner of her mouth was a light and sickly smile. "Ye Lord Godson, so that I won't forget you." Yu Qingji looked down at the bright red leaf character on her wrist and turned around to walk towards the depths of the secret realm. At this moment, in the bottom of her heart, there was an unspeakable desire to kill. According to what that sword soul said, she was indeed a 9 heavenly sword immortal in her previous life, and all of her sword Dao enlightenment was in her sword bones. Yu Qingji understood that if she really wanted to stand beside Lord Yi, she had to have the strength to match him. Buzz. Time passes. As more and more celestial pride descended in the dragon blood Great Zeus, a wave of spiritual might erupted one after another above the Great Zeus. Many human and legacy race celestials had a heated discussion about who was stronger and weaker between Yi Lord and Aotian, which gradually evolved into a melee between the two races. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Great Zephyr, Aotian was dressed in a golden robe with runic patterns, his eyes coldly looking at the phoenix-clad silhouette in front of him. "Your Gu Mingyue?" This scene immediately drew a wave of contemptuous abuse from the surrounding mountains and forests. "Empress Gu is also something you can look at. Later on, Godson Yi Lord will definitely gouge out your dog's eyes." "Nonsense. Aotian Little Wanho's forbidden posture is unrivaled in the world. No one can escape the woman he looks at. Put your mom's batch. You forgot Yi Linglong." Suddenly, there was silence in the direction of the legacy. All the legacy race beings trembled, and it was obvious that they were also quite jealous of the name Yi Linglong. "Perfect." Aotian nodded his head gently. Even with his heart and countless women he had read, he was still stunned by the phoenix-clothed woman in front of him. "Gu Mingyue, I've taken a liking to you. From today onwards, you're my royal consort." Upon hearing this, a complex look appeared on the faces of the group of sacred state celestials. This Aotian was really as arrogant as rumored. Not to mention that Gu Mingyue was the fiancée of Godson Yi Lord. She herself was an immortal dynasty empress with unparalleled honor. How could she be compared to a legacy stinker? This is also in the Dao sect's secret realm, but whenever Aotian walks out of the secret realm, it will be the slaughter of all the clans in a minute. Oh, Gu Mingyue's eyebrows were raised lightly, but there was a faint depth under her eyes. Just now, she had already gone to that one blood-colored great swamp first, but was stopped by the dragon blood divine might in it. According to one of the great Zephyr beings she had beheaded, if one wanted to enter that blood Zephyr, one had to be in possession of a true dragon relic. Looking at the entire legacy clan, there was only one person who possessed a true dragon token, Aotian. With her natural means, if she wanted to avoid Aotian's tracking, it would be easy. Gu Mingyue raised her eyes to look at the blood-colored dragon scale on Aotian's brow, and under her eyes was a faint chill. She deliberately showed up in order to attract Aotian to come so that she could seize this true dragon blood scale. And, for some reason, after knowing that Yi Lord had decapitated Night Tong, Gu Mingyue always had some faint resentment in the bottom of her heart. Wanted to see if the Yi Lords would come from far away if she fell into danger. "Little Wangho, be careful with your words. If what you said just now was heard by that fiancé of mine, I'm afraid that the entire Dragon's Blood Great Swamp will be left with no chickens or dogs." Gu Mingyue suddenly turned her head to look at the end of the sky dome. The corners of her mouth gradually raised in a flirtatious arc. "Seek death." Upon hearing this, killing intent immediately boiled in Aotian's eyes, and he directly took a step out, wanting to swipe towards Gu Mingyue. Right at this moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from the crowd in the distance. "Look, what's that? It seems to be the Night Tong Holy Maiden." "No, there seems to be a person riding on the Holy Maiden." Chapter 72 Baby, our relationship is like a jumper. Rumble. Heaven and earth were boiling with golden light. Only a golden figure tore through the void, its wings covering the sky as it descended from the sky. All of a sudden, the void here was illuminated by golden radiance, like a party of the ancient divine sea, tumbling with endless waves. As that one figure fell, Bursts of cold breaths were immediately heard in the mountains and forests. Everyone looked at that one blonde woman who was kneeling on the ground like an animal, and there was a touch of unspeakable shock and incredulity in their pupils. At this moment, they saw that on top of the blonde woman, there was actually a teenager riding on top of her, with white clothes that were awe-inspiring and an immortal face. Is awesome. Such an appearance could be described as explosive, to the point that the pride of the human and legacy clans were all silent. Worthy of being the Yi Lord Godson, He Luyan exchanged glances with Wang Changqing and the others, and under their eyes was a faint trace of bitterness. Who would have thought that the ancient divine mountain's holy maiden, the young supreme Night Tong, would now be willing to kneel like a dog at the crotch of Lord Yi and be ridden by him? That said, has Brother Wang seen Hu Mayer recently? He Luyun suddenly thought of something, glanced at the surrounding crowd and asked with a frown. As an admirer of Lord Yi, every time Lord Yi appeared in the world, Hu Mayer would not be absent, but it seemed like he hadn't seen this immortal sect holy maiden for a long time since he entered the Dao sect's secret realm. Earlier, I seem to have seen that Empress Gu had entered the same ancient tomb as her. Wang Changqing let out a bitter smile, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Empress Gu? In an instant, He Luyun seemed to have thought of something, and his body quietly trembled. Obviously, this female emperor of the immortal dynasty was not as cool and indifferent as she appeared on the surface. Ah, Yu Tong, what are you doing? On the banks of the Great Zay, Ao Tian's face turned green as he looked at that Night Tong who was being ridden by Yi Lord. Ao Tian. Night Tong's red lips trembled as she carefully glanced at Yi Lord, not daring to make a single move at all. Before she met Lord Yi, she had always thought that Bo Tian's strength was already truly overshadowing the ages, unique in the world. However, after witnessing Lord Yi slaughter the living beings of the ancient divine mountain, her Dao heart completely collapsed. In front of this Yi clan's divine son, Ao Tian even appeared to be eclipsed. Seek death. Ao Tian's expression was grim as he took one step and directly tore through the void, appearing in front of Lord Yi. As he slammed his fist down, his golden robe shook, and his eye pupils were surrounded by a shocking blood chi, just like a juvenile true dragon, suppressing down towards the Yi Lords. In an instant, that heaven and earth went completely dark. Only Ao Tian's palm, which was covered with layers of blood scales, blossomed with a brilliant glow. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and it seemed as if there were infinite divine patterns converging between his raised hands, colliding blatantly with Ao Tian's fist prints. Rumble. Miles and miles of land, mountains and forests broken. Terrifying cracks ran through, crushing everything along the way into pieces. Such a shocking wave of power instantly caused the hearts and minds of the crowd of contemporary celestials present to shake and their heads to go numb. In the next instant, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, Ao Tian, the figure of this legacy tribe's forbidden marquis, even flew out directly backwards and fell into the great swamp below. Heaven and earth are silent. Who would have thought that the unrivaled, domineering and strong Ao Tian of the party would actually be smashed away by a single punch from Lord Yi? Is this what happens when you play hard to get? At that moment, Yi Lord's figure rolled off of Night Tong and walked towards Gu Mingyue. Behind it, a golden chain was tied around Night Tong's snow-white neck, and she was led by Yi Lord as she crawled forward. This scene once again caused the eyes of the crowd to slightly condense, and they became more and more in awe of Lord Yi, without mentioning anything else. In terms of this piece of conditioning, Yi Lord Godson was definitely second to none. Is the maiden alright? Yi Lord looked Gu Mingyue up and down, revealing a look of concern. With his understanding of this fiancée of his, it would never be easy for Ao Tian to find her. Gu Mingyue showed up at this time, most likely in the capacity of prey, trapping the hunter. Could it be that there was some kind of creation in this Ao Tian that even Gu Mingyue coveted? Yi Lord Divine Son is really getting more and more fancy with his play. Gu Mingyue's expression was clear and cold. Obviously there was some faint delight in her heart, but there was not a single ripple on her face. Ever since she knew that Lord Yi had made a move to subdue and kill Night Tang, her mood had always been a little bit annoyed. Originally, before Gu Mingyue went to meet Yu Qingji, she wanted to pinch the small clan maiden to death with her own hands, but when she thought of the sorrow in Yi Lord's eyes earlier, she finally let go of this woman who looked like her future mother-in-law. Now, Gu Mingyue intentionally showed up to lure Ao Tian to come, because she wanted to use the opportunity to suppress him and seize that one blood crystal dragon scale. But Gu Mingyue really didn't expect that before she could even make a move, Lord Yi arrived. Previously, she had purposely inquired about it, and that day Yu Qingji was nearly killed by Night Tang's suppression, and the Yi Lords only descended afterward. So it seemed that in the heart of Lord Yi, she was undoubtedly much more important. Mother means her? Yi Lord's face froze as he directly gripped the chains in his hand and carried Night Tong's entire body in the void. In an instant, this divine mountain holy maiden's face turned completely red, her expression gradually twisting. My lady is mistaken. I was in a hurry to get here before I wrote her instead. Yi Lord shook his head and looked down at the place where Ao Tian had fallen. If your mother doesn't like it, just kill it. Before Gu Mingyue could open her mouth, she saw Lord Yi reach out and hold Night Tong's head. Rumble. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting boom suddenly came from the distant Great Swamp. Yi Lord, only to see Ao Tian's runic patterns. His chi and blood shocked the heavens as he directly stepped on the layers of water waves and appeared above the dome of the sky. At this moment, his entire body was blossoming with a radiant blood radiance, like a round of sun, powerful and overwhelming. Click. As the sound of bones breaking came, Night Tong's eyes rounded steeply, and his entire head was directly crushed by Yi Lord with one hand. Puff. Heaven and earth are silent. Everyone looked at the divine mountain holy maiden, who was like livestock and was casually tossed aside by Lord Yi, and only felt chills entering their marrow, wanting to stop. Originally, they thought that Ao Tian was already domineering enough. Nowadays, it seemed that this legacy taboo was no in front of the Yi Lord Godchild. Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled, similarly not expecting that Lord Yi would actually pinch this legacy clan young supreme because of her words. Gu Mingyue, does it have to be head over heels to remind you of the times you loved me the most? Yi Lord's complexion was clear and cold. Under his eyes was a faint touch of helplessness and exhaustion. Do you have to lose both to prove that I love you? BGM up. Baby, our relationship seems like a jumping machine, giving me a sudden lift and a sharp landing. Gu Mingyue looked away somewhat sheepishly. She did seem to be a bit unreasonable yet. Her heart was somewhat faintly touched. The Yi Lord of his previous life wouldn't give up any of his Divine Will 9 followers because of her. At the same time, the hegemonic momentum that had just risen on Ao Tian's body completely solidified. Night Tang, dead? At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Lord had not decapitated Night Tong before, but had tamed her. This Yi family's divine son was purely there to humiliate him. Rumble. In an instant, the face of this legacy clan's minor princeling was completely hideous, with runic patterns surging around his body and his aura icy cold to the extreme. Yi Lords, I'm going to kill you. Bring the men up to me. Just as Ao Tian was about to explode, he also heard Lord Yi suddenly open his mouth and said, and the overbearing killing machine on him was forcefully interrupted by Lord Yi again. Cam. Chapter 73. I'll kill you. One sword is enough. Ao Tian's face froze, and a faint trace of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. Right at this moment, the sound of chains colliding came from the distant sky dome. Everyone looked up, their eyes suddenly glazed over. At this moment, they saw that in the depths of that great zephyr, a stout youth, holding a black chain in his hand, dragged a group of young living beings as he stepped forward. Behind the crowd, there was also a golden-robed woman with a delicate figure, holding a whip, and it was none other than Yi Tsong and Ji Rumung. As early as when Lord Yi heard that Ao Tian had led the crowd to surround Gu Mingyue, he secretly sent a voice message to Yi Tsong and Ji Rumung, telling them to lead their followers and capture all the contemporary heavenly pride of the entire Dragon Blood Great Zephyr. With the two men's natural battle prowess as well as the crowd of disciples of the Yin Ruin's ancient sect, these legacy beings simply didn't have much room for resistance. After all, the ones who were truly capable of fighting in the Dragon's Blood Great Zephyr had all followed Ao Tian and left the Divine Hall. Little Wang Ho, help! I don't want to die. Ao Tian, you mother what are you doing messing with him? A crowd of Great Zephyr beings were weeping in pain, and all of them actually had their chests pierced through by that one chain. With Yi Tsong's gentle tug, a look of pain appeared on the faces of the living beings. What did I say? The young princeling is careful what he says. Gu Mingyue's red lips lifted up a shallow arc as her eyes sneered at Ao Tian. This scene, moreover, caused the surrounding crowd of sacred state celestial pride to sigh lightly, with a hint of envy hidden in the bottom of their eyes. Husband and wife, these two are really showing off all the time. Ao Tian's teeth were clenched. Before he could open his mouth, he saw Lord Ye's palm lightly waving. Yi Tsong, kill them all. Puff. In an instant, clumps of blood mist erupted above the void, only to see Yi Tsong's palm clench violently. He even directly yanked the chains and dragged those nearly 100 young living beings in front of him. In the next instant, he slammed his fist down, and his overlord body divine form manifested with a roar, and he even directly smashed the flesh of all of these 100 remnant race celestials into smithereens. The entire heaven and earth was suddenly plunged into dead silence. Everyone looked at the sky dome that was dyed red with blood, as well as the burly youth that stood in the mist of blood, and their hearts and minds kept trembling. Yi Tsong, following Yi Linglong. Another nightmare finally appeared in the hearts of a group of legacy race beings. Even Wang Changchang, these ancient sex heirs and immortal sex saints, had a flash of genuine scorn under their eyes, smashing the flesh of 100 legacies with a single punch. The physical strength of this Yi family's overlord was simply unimaginable, but he was only the fifth sequence of the Yi family, and there were still a full 4 people in the Yi family who were hungrier than him. Ao Tian roared up to the sky and directly tore through the void to appear in front of Yi Lord. I'm going to break your bones one by one. At this moment, a Mahayana spiritual might covered heaven and earth on his body, just like a true dragon. A stinking loach, how dare you covet this divine son's woman? Ye Lord's expression was indifferent as his large hand probed out, directly holding up the entire void and smashing down towards the front, the great handprint of the void. This supreme law was still something he had gleaned from his smelly younger brother, and he didn't know if Yi Fan had missed him a lot at this moment. And in the heavy pupil of Lord Yi, there was the same divine pattern rushing, misplacing time and sealing off the ages. Ye Lords, you seek death. What Aotian was most jealous of in his life was someone calling him a loach. Not bad. His original body had nothing to do with a true dragon, but rather an ancient blood demon Jiao. By chance, he picked up a dragon scale in the dragon's blood swamp, which actually contained a drop of true dragon's essence blood, which Aotian incorporated into his body. It was with this dragon blood true scale that he transformed into a dragon horn and gave birth to dragon scales, taking on a hint of the true form of the dragon race, and standing all the way to the pinnacle of the legacy race. Over the years, although Aotian had been fooled, he had never been defeated. Buzz. The moment he saw his palm poking out, his entire arm was covered with a dense layer of blood-colored dragon scales, his nails were sharp, and his chi and blood were boiling. In just a flash, this legacy taboo tore apart the heavy pupil divine might. Aotian Jr. Wangho. Awesome. At this moment, a flash of hope surfaced once again in the bleak pupils of the surrounding countless legacy beings. This is what they remembered. That invincible and hanging Aotian Wanghoa. Roar. The moment the two attacks collided, a dragon roar shook the mountains and rivers, and the sun and moon sank. As for Lord Ye's void palm print, it was actually torn apart by Aotiansheng and shattered into a roiling spirit glow. I've never lost in terms of power. Aotian let out a cold drink, his bloody hair fluttering as if he had regained his old confidence. Oh, at those words, Ye Lord's face did not show a single ripple. His palm clenched violently, and the 5,000 god devil particles roared and trembled. Behind him, a divine magic phase broke through the cloud dome, as if it had come from the ancient Hongmeng, along with the Yi Lord's fist seal blasting down. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had broken under this punch, with darkness spreading and the ages drying up. What kind of power is this? Aotian's face changed drastically, and he actually felt a strand of innate aura under this fist print. At this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and the blood scales on his brow erupted with a glittering divine radiance, and within his body, there was even an ancient dragon chi that was reviving, converging as much as it could on top of his arm. Click. Even so, at the moment when Yi Lord's fist seal fell, a flash of bewilderment and shock still flashed through the eyes of this legacy race taboo, and his entire arm even shattered directly. Blood mixed with bone residue burst open, while Aotian's figure once again fell from the sky and crashed into the great A. Buzz. This time, however, Yi Lord did not give Aotian a chance to catch his breath as the immortal-killing ancient sword chopped down horizontally, the sword chi blanketing the area, directly twisting the piece of the great zephyr below into pieces. This guy, Gu Mingyue's eyes lightly trembled, naturally sensing the growing strength and physical power of Lord Yi. Obviously, Lord Yi should also have had a chance in the secret realm, and his strength was already above that of a Mahayana. Suddenly, Gu Mingyue's heart was actually a bit disheveled. She had managed to step into the Mahayana realm with great difficulty, thinking that she would be able to overwhelm Lord Yi in the realm, but it turned out that she had been left behind by him again. Gu Mingyue vaguely felt that the Yi Lords of this life seemed even more terrifying than the last. Escape! In the surrounding heaven and earth, those remnant race celestial pride who were originally watching suddenly scattered and fled, completely shocked by Lord Ye's strength. Right at this moment, layers of water suddenly churned up in the dragon's blood swamp, only to see a huge and incomparable water bubble rising up from the bottom of the zephyr, gurgling as if it was being boiled by something of supreme yang. What is this? The crowd looked at each other with a gradual flash of anticipation in their eyes. Under the attention of all the people, a figure once again walked out of the great zephyr, covered in blood flames and 10,000 runic lines, and on the blood scale on his brow, he was even spewing out shocking waves of chi and blood, just like a humanoid true dragon. Unbeatable. Ye Lords, want to kill me? With you deserve it? Buzz. In response, Ye Lords did not have a word of nonsense. The immortal killing sword chi in his hand buzzed and annihilated the sky. At the top of its head, an ancient immortal silhouette slowly manifested. As if in a trance there was a wisp of sword intent dropping down from the 9 heavens, cutting down the immortals and gods, without beginning or end. Immortal secrets? Aotian's cold and hostile face gradually froze, gently swallowing his saliva. One sword is enough for me to kill you. As Yi Lord's words fell, he actually raised the ancient sword in his hand and gently chopped down towards Aotian. Chapter 74 Punishing Gu Mingyue in Public. The void shook, only to see that the moment Yi Lord's ancient sword chopped down, the eyes of that immortal shadow actually dazzled with a deep and horrifying demonic pattern. The sky and the earth were 10,000 miles away, and the sword was roaring. The entire dragon's blood great swamp seemed to have been chopped off alive under the sword. No, Aotion's face turned pale, and he actually saw miles of corpses and immortal beheadings in this sword intent. In an instant, his invincible Tao heart shattered, his body's dragon scales stood on end, and blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices. No! At the time of life and death, the true dragon bloodline in Aotion's body looked like it had been completely stimulated. Shocking chi and blood erupted from his heavenly soul cap, transforming into the form of a true dragon, and his body even gradually swelled, with dragon scales, claws, and tails growing out, hideous and terrifying. At this moment, a flash of hope flickered in the eyes of all the legacy race beings once again, and it felt like their bloodlines were boiling. Under the suppression of this dragon's might, they didn't have an ounce of resistance at all and couldn't help but want to kneel down. However, the moment Ye Lord's sword intent chopped down, that 100 feet dragon shadow even directly shattered from it. Terrifying blood gas splattered away, while a wisp of sword chi directly pierced through the layers of blood mist, and was about to penetrate Aotion's head. Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue let out a cry of alarm, and a flash of panic flashed through her beautiful eyes. She intentionally showed up and lured Aotion out just for this true dragon blood scale on his brow. If Lord Yi chopped it up with a single sword, wouldn't she have done all this for nothing? Buzz. In an instant, the ancient sword in Yi Lord's hand came to a standstill before Aotion's brow. Instead, a flash of depth flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint hint of playfulness. From the very beginning, he guessed what Gu Mingyue's appearance was for, and his body trembled violently, as if he had suffered a great backlash. Ye Lord, Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled, and underneath them was a touch of genuine concern. Such a horrifying sword intent, hastily retracted. One could imagine how horrifying the sword chi backlash that Ye Lord was enduring at the moment should be. At this moment, there was some faint guilt in the bottom of her heart. After all, she did have her own mind just now, and did not dare to tell Lord Yi the real purpose of this blood scale. Phew! Aotion's throat rolled, his body's blood chi scattered, the whole person directly paralyzed, flopping sound kneeling in front of the Lord Yi. If this sword chopped down, he would definitely die today. Buzz. Before Aotion could react from his shock, he saw Lord Yi suddenly probe out 2 fingers, easily inserting them into the center of his eyebrows. In everyone's palpitating, horrified eyes, Ye Lord's finger gently gouged, and even directly gouged down his innate dragon scale. Ah! The intense pain was accompanied by a spurt of blood that dyed the white clothes on Lord Yi's body into the color of blood. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Everyone, regardless of the human race or the legacy race, their faces were completely pale, shocked by the ruthlessness of Lord Yi. Ye Lord, Aotion gritted his teeth, carefully covering up the killing opportunity in his heart. His body's dragon might scattered. We had a deal. You can't kill me if you pick my scales. Son of God, I am willing to submit to you. Oh, a touch of playfulness appeared on Ye Lord's face as his palm gently stroked Aotion's head. This scene, although it made Aotion incomparably ashamed, he still put on a look of enjoyment and pleasing. Puff! In the next instant, there was suddenly a spirit pattern brightening in Ye Lord's palm. The horrifying divine power covered down and directly slapped Aotion's head into smithereens. Hiss! All around the heavens and earth, there were bursts of sounds of cold air being sucked in. The Son of God caresses my top and breaks the spirit of heaven with a slap? Aotion little Wang Ho. Countless legacy race beings cried out in despair and pain, chills entering their marrow, but they didn't dare to move at all. Even Aotion, who was known as the Invincible Aotion of the current generation, had been casually slapped to death by this Yi family's divine son, and they, the trash, simply didn't even have the courage to provoke Lord Yi. Kill them all. With the Lord Yi's indifferent words, Yi Tsong's face instantly revealed a touch of cruelty. His head was forested with pale skies, and his overlord body divine form instantly opened, and his figure even rushed into the crowd, tiger claws tearing the air, dragon head roaring, even more ferocious and terrifying than the legacy beings. Even some of the great Sun Sacred sect as well as the Tao sect's celestial pride that were closer were all torn to pieces on the spot by this red-eyed killing Yi family hegemony. Run away! In an instant, all the living beings in this place fled in all directions for fear of being affected. Mingyue, it seems like you've been deliberately avoiding my husband? What? Did you see something on the great Tao divine wall? Ye Lord's figure descended from the sky and stood in front of Gu Mingyue, revealing a smirk of playfulness. You want this dragon scale, don't you? Gu Mingyue's eyes dodged, and she actually somewhat dared not look directly into Ye Lord's eyes. Sometimes she was even a little skeptical as to whether it was she who was reborn, or the Ye Lords. Why is it that no matter what you do, you can't seem to hide it from him? Aside from this dragon scale on this loach, there really isn't anything worth thinking about. Ye Lord shook his head and smiled, looking down at the dragon scale in his hand. only to see that among them, a blood-colored dragon shadow meandered and wandered around, like a great Tao divine mechanism derivation, which was extremely subtle. My lady deliberately showed up to lure out Aotion because she wanted to use my hand to get rid of this loach, right? At those words, Gu Mingyue's heart and mind trembled, and her heart actually felt some faint tension. With Lord Ye's temperament, he hated being counted on the most. At this time, he asked it to his face. I'm afraid he doesn't intend to let himself off easily. Your mother has such an evil mind, actually even counting on her own husband. Lord Yi frowned. How should I punish you? Yi Lord, don't go too far. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, but she didn't have much of a backbone. Compared to Lord Yi, her viciousness is really not worth mentioning. How does he have the nerve to talk about his own? Whether it was Lin Chan or Xiang Kuan, they were all counted out by him, and all of them turned against him. For the moment, he put on a righteous face. Besides, it was true that she was counting on Lord Yi, but it was not because she wanted him to fight with Aotion. She just wanted to see if Lord Yi would come to save himself like he saved Yu Qingji. It was just that this excuse was really hard for Gu Mingyue to say. Even if she didn't hate Yi Lord so much nowadays, she was still far from being unreserved. Snap! Just as Gu Mingyue's mind was resentful, she saw that Lord Yi suddenly stretched out a palm and slapped it hard on top of her butt. Even though it was separated by a phoenix garment, the sound of this slap was still crisp and pleasing to the ears, with amazing elasticity, and spread throughout the entire void. In an instant, a flash of surprise appeared on the faces of the surrounding crowd, who stopped and looked in Gu Mingyue's direction. And after feeling that fiery pain coming from her buttocks, Gu Mingyue's face froze down little by little. Her red lips trembled, and a radiant smoky haze immediately rose up on her cool and white face. Yi Lord, pop, pop, pop. Chapter 75. Gu Mingyue's heart changes, seems to feel the nourishment of love. A series of 3 slaps directly extinguished the anger in Gu Mingyue's eyes. Raw. At this time, this immortal dynasty empress, all of her snowy muscles were flushed, her ear tips and neck were red, shy and indignant, and there was a kind of difficult to speak, tingling feeling. She was a female emperor of the immortal dynasty, a future supreme powerhouse, and she was actually being taught a lesson by Lord Ye's public spanking? The next time you try to count on my husband, you won't be beaten like this. You'll have to take off your pants. Yi Lord suddenly lowered his voice and viciously said, women, who get angry every day and think blindly, are mostly spoiled. A beating would be nice. Yi Lord. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, itching to find a crack in the ground. In all her previous lives, she had never been so mortified. Here, right at this moment, but Yi Lord passed the one blood-colored dragon scale in his hand to her. In an instant, the indignation on Gu Mingyue's face gradually solidified. Originally, she had thought that after being counted on by herself, Lord Yi would definitely harbor resentment, but she really didn't expect that he would take the initiative to hand this blood scale to himself. Don't? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he made a gesture to take back the dragon scale. Buzz. Seeing this, Gu Mingyue hurriedly snatched it away, fearing that he would backtrack on his words. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the Daughter of Heaven's destiny with the Taiku Blood Dragon Scale, and obtaining 10,000 times the reward return. The Taiku Blood Dragon Demon Pill, refining it will allow you to perceive the Tao of killing, and awaken the true dragon's pressure. Lord Yi, don't you want to ask what I want this dragon scale for? A hint of complexity flashed in Gu Mingyue's eyes. At this moment she suddenly realized that the Yi Lords of this life really seemed to have no defenses against her. When he first descended into the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty and learned that his cultivation was exhausted, not only did he not withdraw from the marriage contract, but instead, he sent her many treasures and spiritual materials on time once every 7 days. Even the Yi family's ancestral holy relic, the soul-suppressing stone, Yi Lord had given it to himself without reservation. But if he knew that the first thing he was going to do after regaining his cultivation was to seek revenge on him, I wonder how he would feel. Go ahead and do whatever you want, and if you can't do it, then let me know and I'll do it for you. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he looked at the system panel in front of him, already somewhat impatient. The Tao of killing. Just by thinking about it, he could guess how strong his battle power would become after fusing this demon pill. Moreover, this true dragon pressure didn't have much power for the human cultivators other than perhaps pretending. However, for the demon race as well as these legacy race beings, it was a true bloodline suppression and supreme power. The ancient blood dragon, as one of the 10 ancestral dragons, this blood dragon's innate aptitude was killing, and it was considered the most cruel and brutal existence among the 10 ancestral dragons. Suddenly, Lord Yi seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly condensed. If anything, after fusing this ancestral dragon demon pill, he was considered to have completely become a true dragon of the Yi clan. Then was there a possibility that there was a living true dragon standing beside Yi Fan? Hiss. Leaf Lords. Hearing what Yi Lord said, Gu Mingyue's eyes reddened slightly. Thank you. As the words fell, she directly turned around and left this place, running towards the depths of the Great Zay. At this time, her mood was very complicated, and she already didn't know whether to love or hate Yi Lord at all. At times like this, Gu Mingyue understood that the only thing she could do was cultivate. Only when she was strong enough could she deal with all the changes that happened next. Godson. With Gu Mingyue's departure, the originally noisy Dragon's Blood Great Swamp gradually fell into silence. Only Yitsang and Ji Rumeng stood silently behind him. Both of their pupils were filled with a strong sense of awe. Rui Meng, how's what I asked you to do? This Yin Ruin's holy maiden comprehended the way of dreams. In some ways, she was much more useful than a reckless person like Yitsang. Divine Son, it's all set up. Ji Rumeng gently nodded her head and attached herself to Yi Lord's ear and whispered a few words. Aha! Upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised in a shallow arc. Previously, Luoshi had secretly sent him a voice message, informing Lord Yi about some of Lin Chen's whereabouts. According to Luoshi's words, the tomb that sealed the spirit flame was not in the center of the mysterious realm, but rather in a great abyss at the border of the mysterious realm. However, after devouring the remnant souls of a group of legacy ancestors and old ancestors from the ancient divine mountain, Yi Lord already knew that when the legacy ancestors fought with the Lord of Reincarnation, this reincarnation giant was also followed by a great demon, a ferocious bird that was burning with a black flame all over its body. The flames on it were a disaster for any legacy. Nowadays, even though Yi Lords did not know why the UG had left the Lord of Reincarnation, but it was clear that the so-called discontentment in her mouth should have something to do with it. Lord Ye's descent into the Dao sect's secret realm wasn't just for the purpose of harvesting these heavenly fates. The ancient divine mountain and the dragon's blood great Zephyr are profound, and there must be many supreme treasures in the clan. The Dao Lord had an agreement with the legacy race, not allowing legacy race powerhouses to strike at the sacred state's heavenly pride. But he didn't make a pact that legacy powerhouses couldn't strike at legacy. With the hatred that the ancient divine mountain above had for the Lord of Reincarnation as well as that black flame great demon, if they were to learn of Lin Chen's whereabouts as well as all of his evil deeds, one could only imagine what would happen to them. Digging up people's ancestral graves and swallowing their souls. Linden was simply heartless. As villains, we are principled and never take a pinch from the masses. Take all but the needle and thread. Yi Tsong, take care of this blood jiao. It can't go to waste. Roast it for dinner later. Yi Lord raised his head and glanced at the distant sky, a faint hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. At this moment, he could feel that there were several ancient and powerful auras hiding in that void. It was obvious that the strongest person from the dragon's blood great Zephyr had already descended on this place. Looking at the direction that Gu Mingyue had left just now, that one ancient reincarnation collection should be deep within the Great Zay. As her fiancé, of course Yi Lord had to think of a way to help her stall these dragon Zephyr powerhouses so as not to ruin Gu Mingyue's plan. Yes, Yi Tsang grinned as he shouldered the corpse of that augur dragon and dragged it to the shore. On the other hand, Lord Yi walked into the mountain forest and sat down in place. System, refined the swift blood dragon demon pill. As Yi Lord's words fell, he immediately felt a surge of sizzling heat flowing away along his meridians all over his body, and his chi and blood was even boiling completely at this moment. With blood flames around him and dragon might, vaguely, above his head, 100-foot blood dragon looked like it had pierced through from the ancient times, coiling his body. Rumble. Miles of heaven and earth were shaken by the dragon's roar. As for Lord Ye's figure, it was even gradually surrounded by strands of killing bloodlines, and his breath gradually climbed. Mahayana triple, Mahayana fourfold, the Mahayana fivefold. In just a flash, Yi Lord's realm had completely stepped into the fifth level of the Mahayana. Around its body, a sheet of blood scales covered it hideously, like a true dragon descending into the world, revealing the reckless and domineering power of the ages. At the border of the sacred state, in a small mountain village, only to see a silver-haired, silver-bearded, burly old man rise up with a sudden burst of energy, his silver eyes revealing a strong touch of shock and palpitations as he looked up and gazed in the direction of the Dao sect. Grand Master, what happened to you? Just then, a teenage voice suddenly came from behind him, inexplicably somewhat familiar. Chapter 76 Crippled, Mute and Shrewd? Yi Fan's mysterious master. This aura is ancestral dragon aura? The silver-haired old man frowned lightly and turned his head to look at the teenager behind him. At this moment, his face was clearly a bit gloomy, and he sighed lightly in the bottom of his heart. Grand Master, what happened? The teenager scratched his head. It was the first time he had seen this Grand Master reveal such a look. It had been a full 3 years since he had mistakenly entered this mysterious mountain village. According to what the masters have said, the flow of time here is different from the outside world, and it is a true treasure land for cultivation. During these 3 years, he even followed the 4 masters to cultivate many divine arts and techniques, and knew many of the old secrets of the earth. Fanner, that teenager you said earlier that dug up your supreme bone, what was his name? The silver-haired old man shook his head and smiled, walking side by side with the teenager towards the village. At this point he was slightly lurching on his feet, a cripple after all. Lord Yi. The young man was none other than Yi Fan, who had escaped the Yi family in the first place, and when he heard what the silver-haired old man had said, a trace of intense resentment immediately flashed under his eyes. Originally, as the concubine of the Yi family awakened the supreme bone, he had thought that he would be able to take this opportunity to ascend to the sequence position and prove himself. But who knew that the Yi Lord's grandparents and grandchildren would be so shameless as to seal his soul consciousness and flesh and take the opportunity to dig out his divine bones? It was also because of this that Yi Fan was blessed by the disaster and forged the chaotic god body, overriding the holy body. According to what the masters had said, the chaotic god body was a physique like none other in the ages, and even above the 9 heavens, it was a truly forbidden talent. In these 3 years, Yi Fan had been thinking about getting out of the mountain village every moment. He must uncover the true face of this Yi family's divine son in front of the 3,000 Dao states and hundreds of millions of clans, dig into his chest with his own hands, and retrieve the supreme bone that belonged to him. Earlier, your 4th master had told a fortune, saying that you are the true dragon of the Yi family. But, there is also a demonic dragon in the Yi family that would be the robbing art of your destiny. The silver-haired old man pondered for a moment before finally voicing the biggest concern in his heart. Just now, I detected that an ancestral dragon breath has revived in the direction of the sacred state. Ancestral dragon? Yi Fan's face froze, obviously somewhat unfamiliar with this title. Not bad. It is reasonable to say that with the 3,000 Taoist prefecture's current Tao rules, this kind of ancient bloodline would never appear. The silver-haired old man let out a bitter smile, and the pale pupils of his eyes gradually made up their minds. Fanner, you've also followed me in refining your body for 3 years now, so from tomorrow onwards I'll pass on a true supreme law to you. The supreme law? Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement appeared on Yi Fan's face. Grand Master, what supreme law is it? True dragon supreme law. As the silver-haired old man's words fell, a silver-white scale armor actually surfaced on his skin, and his aura, even more so, became incomparably deep, as if it could easily tear apart time. Old dragon head, what are you mad about again? An angry curse came from the mountain village at once, only to see a beautiful woman with dignified appearance and hot body cursing and grumbling. Her looks were extremely beautiful, with green silk screw buns, bright eyes and white teeth, and she exuded a mature demeanor. Upon seeing the visitor, the hegemonic momentum on the silver-haired old man suddenly flinched, revealing a naive smile. Second master. Yi Fan bowed, the same look of awe on his face. Of his 4 masters, it was this second master who had the most fiery personality. Not to mention Yi Fan, even if the other 3 master teachers annoyed her, they would be brutally beaten. Therefore, it is unusual for people to call her crazy Ernyang. Fanner, come to me. Master has refined a few more precious pills for you. Quickly eat them while they're hot. At the head of the village, another pudgy, unkempt, dry, thin old man waved, holding a wine gourd in his hand, a smile revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. Old dirt, are you planning to let Fanner test pills for you again? Right at this moment, an ear-shattering soul sound suddenly resounded from the crowd's soul sea, only to see a white-clothed figure descend from the sky and land behind Yi Fan. It was a handsome-looking middle-aged man with graying temples and glowing eyes. 3rd master. 4th master. You stinking mute. How could I test the medicine on my precious disciple? Old Dirt snorted coldly and smiled brightly towards Yi Fan again. Baby disciple. Don't worry. This time, I'm sure I won't let you burn with desire. Come on, eat these pills. You trust me. You're a chaotic god body. You can't be poisoned. Okay. The old dragon head waved his hand, interrupting the crowd's bickering. I intend to start teaching Fanner the essence avatar from tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 people's eyes stared slightly, their faces gradually becoming grave. Why are you in such a hurry, boss dragon? In less than half a year, it will be the day of the GK Palace's ancestor sacrifice. As the old faucet's words fell, a faint trace of eeriness clearly flashed across the eyes of the 3. GK School Palace? Even Yi Fan, a look of anticipation appeared on his face, listening to the meaning of the Grand Master. This was preparation for his own emergence? Fanner, since you've worshipped us as your master, there are some things we won't hide from you. There's an item in the Jishi Palace that the masters need you to bring back. The old dragon head's complexion was vicissitude, and his entire aura suddenly became incomparably gloomy. What is it? Yi Fan's face froze. As the largest cultivation sanctuary on Earth, Jishi Palace had always emphasized on having a teachable moment. Whether it is a clan heir or a mortal citizen, all can enter the Palace of Cultivation. according to the teaching of the material, is the most dense and volatile place of faith on earth. I'll let you know when the time comes. Go, have a good day's rest today, and meet me at the bottom of the waterfall first thing in the morning. The old dragon head waved his hand to dismiss Yifan, and his face became gloomy bit by bit. Big brother, what the hell happened? The white-robed man's soul voice came again, while the old dragon head sighed softly and murmured in a tone. I detect the aura of the second ancestral dragon. What? How is that possible? The three people's eyes trembled with astonishment, their faces bewildered and unbelievable. With the collapse of the heavenly Tao, there's not much time left for us, I'm afraid, and this opening of the Jishi Palace is either our last chance. The old dragon head sighed, and the pupils of his brown eyes seemed to reflect an ancient world, transcending beyond the 3,000 Tao states. Big brother, although Fanner is a chaotic divine body, after all, he's only followed us in cultivation for 3 years. If he rashly goes to Jishi Palace, what's wrong with 3 years? The chaotic divine body is compatible with the longest of the 100 clans. With the talent of our 4 clans, is it possible that we still can't teach a forbidden posture? The old dragon head snorted coldly, his eyes looking deeply at the teenage figure that was walking towards the entrance of the village. Besides, if you don't believe in your own vision, don't you still believe in that one? The fact that she brought Yifan before us proves that this teenager is the opportunity to change our destiny. The pattern of the holy state. Chapter 77. The stunning woman under the big willow tree breaks her reincarnation path. The entrance to the mountain village. Just see a several feet tall willow tree swaying in the wind. Willow leaves like eyebrows. Wind and sunshine. A woman wearing a long diaphanous green dress with green silk like a waterfall was sitting on a tree branch, her jade feet bare and gently swaying. Lu, Senior. Yifan's eyes trembled as he bowed slightly towards the green-clothed woman, and in the bottom of his eyes was a flash of complex and unspeakable sentiment. That day, he fled from the Yi family and hid all the way into this mountain range. However, the blood chi on his body still attracted a Mahayana demonic beast in the mountain, and he was chased and killed to this point. And for the first time, he encountered the diaphanous-haired woman in front of him. Yifan could never forget the touch of astonishment when he first saw her. Like a fairy banished from the sky who had mistakenly entered the mortal world, she only turned around, and that one Mahayana demonic beast fell to the ground in a state of shocked feces and urine. What's your name? Yafan. Yi? What a familiar surname. Just like that, Yifan followed behind the diaphanous-haired woman all the way back to the Green Mountain village. From now on you'll be practicing here. They're all very nice people. That was the first time Yifan met the 4 masters. He didn't know the real names of the 4 masters. He only knew that the first master's surname was Long, a cripple, and the second master's surname was Yu, with a fiery and crazy personality. The third master was a Dan master, surnamed Een, nicknamed Old Dirt, but the pills he made had deviations in their potency every time, like poison pills. The fourth master was a mute, but his divine soul was incomparably powerful, and he was also the gentlest of the 4. During these 3 years, Yifan had been practicing under the 4 masters. However, the way these 4 people taught their disciples was extremely odd. The Grand Master told him to stand under the 10,000-foot waterfall the entire day, not allowing him to utilize any of his holy body or spiritual might, using only his physical body to counteract the water. The second master prepared a divine bloodbath for him daily. The third master took him to test pills, while the fourth master accompanied him in a game of chess. For 3 whole years, Yifan had been repeating these 4 things, gradually losing his patience. If it wasn't for the fact that, at the beginning, Lord Yi had given him a Qiankuan bag, which was filled with Gongfu divine treasures, he was afraid that he would have long ago been unable to resist his loneliness and fled from this place. Senior, the masters have promised to pass on my divine abilities. A bright smile appeared on Yifan's face, and under his eyes was a touch of deep obsession. The Jikji school palace, as a son of the Yi family, although he was only a concubine, his eyesight and experience was not at all comparable to that of an ordinary ancient clan's pride. This academy palace was the most prestigious cultivation sanctuary in the sacred state and even the 3,000 Tao states. No other reason. It is because GK Palace has a teaching without discrimination, regardless of the origin, but all human beings can be enrolled in the training, and the master of this school palace is honored by the world as the husband, preaching and teaching, comparable to the ancient saints. Looking at the 3,000 Tao states, the only one that could be compared to Jishi Palace was that Buddha mountain in the great Brahma Buddha state. There, even sin-filled devils and great demons will be forgiven by the Buddha and protected by their robes as long as they are converted with a single heart. That is why the 3,000 Taoist states have always circulated the old saying that the school palace converges faith and the Buddhist mountain gathers incense. With Lord Ye's temperament, once the academy palace came out, he was bound to descend. There, too, would be the place where Yifan would avenge his hatred and reveal the sinister face of the Yi Lords in front of the saints. Oh! The diaphanous-haired woman slowly got up and turned her head to look at Yifan, revealing a beautifully stunning immortal face. At this moment, she was slightly frowning. Her immortal face was clear and cold, a kind of indifference and boredom that had seen the red dust for all eternity. Elder, I may have to leave Castle Peak Village soon. Oh, the diaphanous-haired woman was unmoved, as if by nature. She did not eat fire or dust, only to see her jade feet lightly clicking. She descended from the sky and landed in front of Yifan. In the next moment, in Yifan's palpitating and shocked eyes, she gently pointed down a finger, touching it before Yifan's brow. Buzz, 10,000 miles of heaven and earth, immortal splendor rises. At this moment, Yifan only felt a burning heat flickering from the center of his brow, just like a willow leaf inscribed in the depths of his soul sea. Elder. In an instant, Yifan felt that his chaos god body all seemed to be metamorphosing. If you get upset, come back. As the words fell, the diaphanous-haired woman turned straight around and walked into that willow tree, gradually disappearing. Yes, Elder. Yifan's eyes reddened as he made a deep bow towards the big willow tree and walked towards the mountain village. In fact, he had long since sensed that neither Senior Lu nor his four masters were human. Even, the five of them were not of the same race and had different auras on them. Previously, from the mouth of the Grand Master, Yifan had also heard some news about Senior Lu. She seems to be waiting for someone to break her reincarnation path. Elder Lu, I know that my current self is still weak. When I recapture the Supreme Bone and my god body becomes a great success, I will definitely help you fulfill your heart's desire. Yifan took a deep breath, and a face full of mockery gradually reflected in his mind. Ye lords, this time, I'm going to personally plow open your chest and crack your bones one by one. At the same time, the Dao sect's secret realm. Achoo! Ye lord's eyes opened, and the dragon's might around his body was so great that it shook the Songhai Sea. Around its body, a strand of killing bloodlines lingered, like a dragon god of the ancient times, slaughtering all the ages. After fusing this true dragon demon pill, the divine demon particles in his body had broken through to the number of 10,000, powerful enough to sweep through the contemporary era and rival the heavenly chi, only to see him slowly look up into the void above, a hint of playfulness hidden in the corners of his mouth. Godson, the meat is roasted. Right at this moment, a wisp of meat aroma drifted in the distance. Yi Song and Ji Rumeng stood outside the mountain forest, having waited for a long time. Oh, the Leaf Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he slowly nodded. Originally, he thought that his actions of slaughtering Aotian, digging up his dragon scales in public, and roasting his flesh would surely enrage those old things in the dragon's blood great swamp, forcing them to make a move. In this way, the Yi Lords would be able to rightfully cast their cards and summon the Yi family ancestors to slaughter the secret realm remnants. But he really didn't expect that these old things would actually be so tolerant. Never daring to take a shot at him, Yi Lords walked to Aotian's body and found that this legacy taboo was now roasted until golden brown, nourishing oil. He casually pulled off a dragon claw, which was crispy and caramelized in the mouth, with a tight and deliciously juicy skin. Not bad. Next time I'll have my old ancestor go to the barbarian great state to catch some true dragon bloodlines and come back to raise them. I think the taste should be a bit better. Yi Lords praised a sentence, but there was always something on guard in his eyes. After such a long time, he still couldn't wait for the dragon's blood great Zephyr powerhouse to make a move, so he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Go. Godson, where are we going next? Ancient God Mountain. As Yi Lord's words fell, Yi Tsong and Ji Rumeng's faces froze almost instantly. Up the mountain of the ancient gods? Divine Son, you just rode someone else's holy maiden and crushed her milky white little head in public, and now you're going to the ancient God Mountain? Awesome. Chapter 78 Elder, you don't want me to die here either, do you? Master and disciple are finally centrifuged. Rumble, the secret frontier. In the middle of the great abyss, Lin Shen's eyes trembled in shock as he and Luoshi hid behind a mountain rock, carefully concealing their breath. At this time, they saw that above the great abyss, many legacy race spirits swept in densely, all with an aura above that of a Mahayana. How can this be? Have we been exposed? Lin Shen glanced at Luoshi beside him, his heart somewhat confused. In theory, if Luoshi wanted to kill him, she would have directly disclosed her whereabouts to Lord Yi. There was no need to collude with the legacy clan. Luoshi, with your strength, can you stop these Mahayana beings? At those words, a flash of sarcasm flashed in Luoshi's eyes and she shook her head slightly. Brother, I can only stop one person at most. At this moment, she became more and more convinced that the Lin Chen in front of her was not his brother at all, because her brother, Lin Chen, would never let her risk her life. It looks like we can only turn to Yuji for help. Lin Chen nodded gently, and a hint of gloom suddenly flashed in his eyes. Nowadays, he had lost his trust in both Yuji and Luoshi. If he didn't still need the two of them to clear the abyss of these legacy race beings, he was afraid that he would have already traveled alone to that one ancient hideout. Elder, soon. A slightly confused voice came from the soul ring in Lin Shen's hand. Dusty, Arrived at the land of ancient treasures? No, elder, we've run into some trouble. Lin Chen let out a bitter smile. The more it was like this, the more he had to be patient with his disguise, and he must never tear his face off with Yuji. Trouble? A hint of resentment was evident in the Yuiji's tone. Earlier, she had just blocked one of that mysterious powerhouse's palm imprints for Lin Chen, and not only did she spit out the great medicine that divine Sun Yi Lord had gifted to her in a raw manner, but she also damaged her divine soul essence. Now that she had not yet recovered from her injuries, Lin Chen had actually forcefully awakened her again. At this moment, Yuji suddenly remembered what Lord Yi had said earlier. If this continued, she was afraid that she would be consumed alive by Lin Chen before he could grow up. Senior, you don't want me to die here either, do you? There are suddenly many Mahayana beings here. Mahayana beings? The specter murmured a word, equally confused. At first, in order to prevent any legacy race beings from discovering the secrets hidden in the Great Abyss, she had wasted countless hours of effort and set up many forbidden spell formations in this place. Any living being that steps into the abyss will be suppressed by the seals here, and their cultivation will fall below the heavenly chance. During these endless years, this Great Abyss was regarded as a forbidden place by the many legacy clans, never daring to set foot on it easily. Now the sudden appearance of the Mahayana legacy race, I'm afraid that they are not coming from a good place. Go ahead. The Yuiji sighed softly. At this point, she didn't have any way back. As long as Lin Chen was able to enter that ancient hideout and fuse the second heaven and earth spirit flame, he would be able to use the spiritual treasure divine material within it to refine some soul-restoring pills for her. Okay, senior, you must be more careful. As the words fell, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and quietly swept towards the darkness with Luoshi. It was only when their aura completely disappeared that the figure of Yuji appeared from the void, her already blurred face becoming increasingly dim. In the next instant, her eyes suddenly burned with a blazing meditative flames, like a sea of fury, sweeping towards that group of legacy race beings. Buzz. Terrifying scorching heat quietly filled the entire Great Abyss. One could only see a black flame divine pattern emerge one by one from the void, like a large net covering the sky, enveloping and devouring all the light. As the hiding place of the Yuji in the beginning, every prohibition here was compatible with her bloodline. In this sealing abyss, not to mention the Mahayana powerhouses, even the heavenly chi beings could not be her opponent. In an instant, the faces of that group of legacy race beings went completely pale. Before they could react, they were burned into nothingness by this underworld flame restriction, with no dregs left. Ahem! The phantom lady's body trembled, and her entire soul body grew dimmer and dimmer, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. She stood still and was silent for a long time before she turned around and marched towards the end of the Great Abyss. Linden, this is the last time. Buzz. Meanwhile, above the Great Abyss, the faces of the two Night Fork race elders with wings on their backs and golden hair suddenly changed drastically as they glanced at each other and scrambled towards the direction of the ancient divine mountain. That aura they felt just now was incomparably similar to the flame aura recorded in the clan about the Lord of Reincarnation and the great demon beside him. It turned out that the recent rumors in the ancient divine mountain were true. That great demon and its successor had actually re-entered the secret realm. In this way, the culprit behind the exhumation and devouring of the corpses of the ancestors of the ancient divine mountain had been found once and for all. Such a tactic was indeed extremely similar to the deaths of the ancestors endless ages ago. Time passes. By the time the two Night Fork elders returned to the ancient divine mountain, this supreme holy land was completely in a state of panic. When the Lord of Reincarnation joined hands with that one demonic flame great bird, he almost swept across the entire remnant race, brutally killing all the remnant race's great powers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the Tao ancestor and kept in captivity for endless years. Now that the great demon's successor had returned to the mysterious realm, first devouring the corpse origins of all the relic ancestors' old ancestors, and then showing up in that great abyss of forbidden land, it was by no means possible that he had no purpose. On the contrary, the Tao sect had an agreement with the ancient divine mountain and the dragon's blood great Zephyr, whereby powerhouses above the Mahayana were never allowed to strike out at any outside heavenly pride, or else they would be liquidated by the Tao sect. Although that great demon transmitter was an evil demon with cruel and treacherous means, the ancient divine mountain did not really have any evidence of his various evil deeds, and the panic in his heart could be imagined. Mountain Lord, if he dares to swallow the corpses of the old ancestors, he will definitely dare to swallow us. There must be some secret hidden in that forbidden great abyss. If that underworld demon is resurrected, the consequences of the hatred between the ancient divine mountain and it are unimaginable. In the great hall of the divine mountain, a group of powerful members of the remnant race looked shocked and terrified. It was horrible. Even the ancient divine mountain master, the Golden Nightjar clan master Nightjair, was frowning tightly at this moment, with a gloomy and bitter expression on his face. Night Tang is dead, and so is Ao Tian. However, to the ancient divine mountain, That mysterious underworld demon successor was the truly terrifying existence. According to the ancient records of the ancient divine mountain, this great demon was most likely a heavenly ferocious demon, who was most fond of swallowing people's souls and bloodlines. When the 108 ancestors of the remnant clan were all swallowed up, they died in peace. Now that it had made a comeback, it was an unspeakable shock to any divine mountain beings. Humph, there's also that ye lord, actually dared to kill my divine mountain's holy maiden. Mountain lord, so just quietly send someone to kill him and frame that underworld demon successor for the crime. In the great hall, a peak Mahayana bull-headed old man let out a deep cry with a fierce expression. Elder Nyobi is careful with his words. Knight Jair frowned lightly and coldly glanced at that bull-headed elder. One underworld demon heir was already enough of a headache for him. If he were to mess with that Yi clan's divine son again, the ancient divine mountain was afraid that it would not be far from being destroyed. Mountain Master seems to be in trouble. Why don't you tell me to make me happy? Right at this moment, a gentle and calm voice suddenly came from outside the divine hall. One could only see a white-clothed figure striding in, a cloudy and light-hearted aloofness on his face. In an instant, the entire hall went completely silent. Everyone looked at that one human teenager with his hands on his back and a handsome face, and their eyes were gradually rounded, filled with horror and incredulity. Human? Chapter 79. For my husband's good intentions, the Raider Empress should pay attention to details. Who are you? Knight Jair rose up with a sudden burst of Dao-zapping realm cultivation that covered and pressed down, cracking the entire divine mountain hall with countless cracks. He really didn't expect that a human teenager would dare to strut into the hall and flaunt his power in front of them. Although the Dao sect had agreed with the major relic clans that all relic powerhouses were not to make a move against the current generation's heavenly pride, much less intervene in the current generation's fight. However, this teenager's actions still caused the group of divine mountain elders to become enraged. Provocation. This is a naked provocation. Who am I? The white-clothed youth had a gentle expression and suddenly turned towards that bull-headed elder. What did this elder just say? Nyobi's brows tightened, and the pupils of his copper bell-sized eyes were filled with indignation. He has a fiery temper, which is evident in his name. Now that he was so provoked by a human teenager of unknown origin, his inner resentment could be imagined. I say that the Ji clan's divine son, Yi Lord, is despicable and shameless, cruel and murderous, and is truly guilty of the most heinous crimes. Oh, the elder actually used 3 idioms in one sentence, so it seems to be a bit cultured, but not much. The white-clothed youth nodded gently and suddenly shook his head and laughed. I recognize that I'm despicable and shameless, cruel and murderous, but a great crime? What are you? Rumble. Not waiting for his words to fall, he even directly slammed his fist down, and the divine magic phase rumbled and condensed, with 10,000 divine and demonic particles buzzing and boiling in his body. Heaven and earth collapsed, and Qiankuan was reversed. Put, as a weird shattering sound came, the bull-headed elder whose cultivation had reached the peak of Mahayana didn't even have the time to let out a miserable scream and directly exploded. Blood and bone slag splattered in all directions, and a thick bloody scent quietly filled the entire hall. You're Yi Lord? Knight Jair's eyes were rounded, and shocking waves rippled within him. What? He's Lord Yi. At those words, the crowd of divine mountain elders' eyes even trembled as they looked at the bull-headed elder that had shattered all over the place, only to feel a chill rising along the soles of their feet and penetrating straight to the heavens. Regarding this Yi clan's divine son, it could be said that no one in the Legacy clan knew about him nowadays. Not only did he massacre a crowd of divine mountain heavenly pride in public, but he also forcefully subdued the Aotian little princely marquis on the banks of the Dragon Blood Great Swamp, a truly invincible stance. Previously, the crowd was still skeptical of Lord Ye's strength, thinking that the human race was insidious and cunning. As the divine son of the Yi family, Yi Lord must have many divine treasures and spiritual objects in his hands that far exceeded the realm, and in doing so, he suppressed Nightang and Aotian. However, after seeing him smash a peak Mahayana divine mountain elder with a single punch, the crowd realized that this was not an invincible stance. This is a purely forbidden gesture. Outside the grand hall, Ji Rumong and Yi Tsung's eyes trembled, and there was a look of bitterness on their faces. At this moment, before they even walked into the main hall, they were shocked by the aura of the oddly shaped relic elders standing in the hall. However, instead of having a trace of panic, the Yi Lord Godchild actually dared to blow up a bull-headed elder in public. Yi Lords, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? After a short period of shock, Knight Jair let out a furious cry, his wings extending behind him, setting off an endless wave of wind. At this time, the pupils of his eyes were bursting with infinite golden light, like 2 rounds of suns burning hot and brilliant. You wouldn't dare. Lord Yi shook his head, his expression always calm. With Knight Jair's realm, if he wanted to make a move, he wouldn't even say half a word. It wasn't just the Dao Lord that he was concerned about, but also Lord Ye's identity and cards. In anyone's opinion, If Ye Lord dared to come to the ancient divine mountain alone, there was no way that he had come to send himself to death. And once Knight Jair made a rash move and broke the agreement with the Tao sect, the consequences could be imagined. Of course, even if Knight Jair made a move, there was no way he could threaten Lord Yi at all. His supreme Dharma robe was enough to withstand the attack of any Dao-zapping powerhouse, and in the hands of the Yi Lords, there were still many life-preserving cards gifted by the ancestors of the Yi clan. Knight Jair's face choked, even his aura was slightly shriveled. Yi Lord, you are not welcome in my ancient divine mountain, please leave now. Upon hearing this, a trace of indignation immediately flashed across the faces of the group of elders in the hall, and their eyes became more and more sinister as they looked at Lord Yi. Originally, I wanted to help the Mountain Lord get rid of that underworld demon successor, but it seems that the Mountain Lord is planning to sit back and wait for death. Yi Lord shook his head with a look of regret, and was about to turn around and march towards the outside of the temple. Wait! In an instant, Knight Jair's face changed, and in the bottom of his eyes was a faint trace of gloom and surprise. What did you say? I've come to make a deal with the Mountain Master. Yi Lord smiled gently. Like Knight Jair, the Lord of the Divine Mountain, the strongest of the Tao choppers, what he cared more about wasn't bloodline affection, but rather the benefits of the immortal path, the supreme status. He could only enjoy the purest aura, the most precious creation of this heaven and earth if he was the Lord of the Divine Mountain. And once the Divine Mountain was overthrown, even if he could escape, he would lose everything. On this immortal path, there is no such thing as an eternal enemy. There are always only eternal interests. What's the deal? Knight Jair frowned lightly, actually seeing a kind of disdainful, lordly posture in this white-clothed teenager. I'll help the ancient divine mountain get rid of that underworld demon successor, and the ancient divine mountain will help me watch over the Dragonblood Great Swamp. Knight Jair's face froze, obviously a bit incredulous. It's that simple? Why should I trust you? That underworld demon successor swallowed a Holy Land Saint's son in Heavenly Tao City before, and I have some issues with him, so I don't want to see him getting stronger and stronger either. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and there was a hidden depth underneath his eyes. I killed Aotian and took his true dragon bloodline. The Dragon's Blood Great Zephyr will definitely find a way to take it back, and I don't want to be sneaked by the Dragon's Blood Great Zephyr's people when I'm fighting against that underworld demon's heir. At those words, Knight Jair fell into silence. The ancient divine mountain and the Dragon's Blood Great Zephyr were both top forces of the mysterious realm, with comparable underpinnings. However, once they struck out against the Dragon Blood Great Zephyr, they would inevitably be targeted and lose the reverence of the legacy race. Of course, the Mountain Lord can also disbelieve me. I'll have plenty of ways to get that underworld demon successor killed when we get out of the secret realm. Yi Lord quietly looked at Knight Jair and was in no hurry. He was sure that Knight Jair would make the right decision and thus fall into his next trap. What do you want me to do? After such a long time, Knight Jair suddenly looked at Yi Lords and opened his mouth to ask. It's very simple. I need the Mountain Lord to lead all the Divine Mountain powerhouses to besiege the Dragonblood Great Zephyr, dragging them down in the middle of the Great Zephyr. As Yi Lord's words fell, a flash of surprise appeared on the faces of Knight Jair as well as a group of Divine Mountain elders. That's it? There's no need for us to go out and attack the Dragonblood Great Zephyr. Just trap them? That's good. But the Mountain Master has to assure me that not even a fly will come out of their clan. Yi Lord nodded, but there was a faint gloom under his eyes. With the depths of the Dragon's Blood Great Zephyr, if the ancient Divine Mountain wanted to trap them, they would definitely have to come out in full force. Otherwise, once the Dragonblood Great Zephyr rose up in revolt, the ancient Divine Mountain would likely face the peril of annihilation. At times like this, Gu Mingyue would be able to do whatever she wanted in the depths of the Great Zephyr. Yi Lord believes that with Gu Mingyue's intelligence, she must be able to guess the reason for all this, and know Yi Lord's good intentions. In this way, Yi Lords could not only take the opportunity to harvest a wave of the Empress's favor, but also a wave of the Divine Mountain's underpinnings. As for Lin Chen, he was originally Yi Lord's prey, and now that Yi Lord had re-given him a persona, he had sort of drained the last bit of value out of him. Next, it's time to close the net on this chess game. Master, sister, creation, I want it all. Chapter 80 loves to kill innocents indiscriminately. The principle is to never take a stitch from others. Are you sure that with your strength, you can be a match for that underworld demon successor? At this time, Knight Jair's heart has already made up its mind. He has no other way back except to believe in Yi Lords. Once that underworld demon successor obtained the chance in the Forbidden Abyss, it wouldn't be a simple matter to exterminate it again. Is the Mountain Master concerned about me? Yi Lord snorted, the sneer in his eyes undisguised. Knight Jair didn't say much, and made a wink towards the group of elders in the hall. All the elders, prepare. All the powerhouses above the Mahayana, all of them will go to the Dragonblood Great Swamp with me. Fourth elder, you stay behind to guard the Divine Mountain. Yes, Beneath the great hall, a red-haired, blue-eyed, shapely serpent woman bowed. Her realm, at the peak of the heavenly chi, was simply not something that the current generation could contend with. With her guarding the divine mountain, along with the mountain's great formation, even cave ruin powerhouses wouldn't dare to make a move. Did Mountain Lord forget something? Yi Lord smiled helplessly. A touch of greed gradually appeared in his eyes. That underworld demon successor is not enough to worry about, but there is still an underworld demon remnant soul in his body that has a terrifying aura. So in order to be prepared for any eventualities, it would be best for the Mountain Lord to give me some life-preserving base cards. Night Jaire's face froze as he gritted his teeth. What bottom card do you want? For example, a treasure that can trap the remnants of that underworld demon's soul. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Night Jair lightly waved his palm, only to see a golden plume fall from the hole in the sky and hover in front of Lord Yi. This is one of my fundamental destiny divine feathers, capable of decapitating any heavenly plane beings. Ye Lord Godchild, I'll be waiting for your good news in the Dragonblood Great Swamp. As the words fell, Night Jair directly stepped out and led a group of divine mountain powerhouses in a vast sweep toward the direction of the Great Zay. At this time, he had already thought of an excuse to use Aotian and Night Tongue's fall in unison as a reason to force the Dragon Blood Great Zephyr to hand over the congratulatory gifts from the various clans that he had received at the time of the two people's betrothal. In an instant, dark clouds gathered over the divine mountain, and the divine bird Great Demon spread its wings and took flight. As for Ye Lords, the three of them were standing in the middle of the hall, looking out at the distant dark clouds, not seeing too many ripples on their faces. Decapitate any Tianji powerhouse? Lord Yi looked at the divine feather in his hand, pondering, only to see him slowly turn around to look at that fourth elder of the ancient divine mountain behind him, and said in a gentle tone, Elder, is this divine feather really that powerful? Sure. The snake elder's expression was haughty. A pair of brown vertical pupils were full of scorn. Divine Son probably doesn't know much about the Golden Night Fork clan. The originator of this clan once followed the Nine Heavens Demon Lord and slaughtered immortal gods. The Mountain Lord's one root life true feather is equivalent to the full force of a cave void powerhouse. As long as that underworld demon isn't at full strength, it can be killed with a wave of the hand. But you must remember that this true feather can only be cast once, so you must grasp the opportunity well. Oh, upon hearing this, Ye Lord nodded gently. The corners of his mouth gradually raised in a shallow and gentle arc. What realm is the fourth elder in? Me, Peak Tianji. Not worth mentioning. The serpent elder waved his hand in mock modesty, but the moment her words fell, her entire body suddenly froze in place. At this moment, he saw that the one golden true feather in Lord Ye's hand was erupting with a brilliant light. It was inscribed with many ancient runic patterns, like the sense of the great Tao and the law. The moment this aura appeared, it caused the entire hall to ripple endlessly. Ye Lord Godson, what are you doing? Giggle. Ye Lord did not respond and directly shot that one true feather towards this Tianji elder. At the same time, a wisp of divine lines quietly manifested at his brow, and the ancestral symbol of the great beginning rose up, encompassing the entire hall and blocking off all the array ripples. Between heaven and earth, there was a divine pattern shining at once, like an ancient sword that opened up the sky, terrifying the world and cutting down all the living beings. In an instant, that snake man elder's head went numb. His green silk danced and his demonic chi surged, trying to resist. Even in her dreams, she had never thought that Lord Yi had such a terrifying treasure in his possession that it actually blocked the power of the divine mountain spell formation. At the moment when that true feather chopped down, her entire head exploded, and she was actually really penetrated by this one plume. Her blood and bones filled with blood. Gollum. This scene, moreover, caused the hearts and minds of the crowd of divine mountain disciples in the hall to tremble and their bodies to go cold. Right at this moment, Yi Tsang however suddenly turned around and closed the door of the temple. Yi Lord's expression was gentle, and the divine light in his heavy pupils burst out, confining the void here as much as possible. As he stepped out, a Mahayana fivefold pressure crushed down horizontally, instantly causing the faces of the crowd of divine mountain celestials in the hall to change drastically, wanting to cry, You stay back. At that instant, a brilliant spiritual radiance erupted from the divine hall. Countless runic patterns and spell seals struck down from the sky, setting off 10,000 waves, only to see the fist prints of both Yi Lord and Yi Tsong falling horizontally. Wherever they passed, all the divine mountain heavenly pride's flesh exploded and their souls were obliterated. Broken limbs, blood and bones were spilled all over the place, just like a slaughterhouse of living beings, shocking to the eyes. In today's ancient divine mountain, all of the strongest people followed Night Jair to the Dragon's Blood Great Swamp. Only some old and sickly people were left as well as this fourth elder at the peak of Tianqi. In anyone's opinion, a peak Tianqi was enough to deter any outside heavenly pride, but Night Jair still underestimated Yi Lord's ambitions and schemes. He didn't even know the true intentions of Lord Ye's asking him to besiege the Dragon's Blood Great Zeus. As the overlord of the Tao sect mystic realm, the Dragon Blood Great Zephyr's duty was to suppress that one reincarnation mystic deposit. If the reincarnation ancient treasure were to appear at this time, guess who the Dragon Blood Great Zephyr hates the most? From the very beginning, Lord Yi had no intention of really joining forces with the ancient divine mountain, nor did he intend for them to come back from the Dragon's Blood Great Zephyr. Rumble. As the door to the temple reopened, a strong scent of blood hit his face. On the other hand, Lord Yi was led by a divine mountain spirit as he made his way towards the back hall. That was exactly where the divine mountain treasure trove was located, the true place of this party's legacy power. Godson, this is it. Puff. Yi Lord casually landed a palm and directly smashed the head of that Nightblood youth into smithereens. Go find out if there are any more alive. As Yi Lord's words fell, Yi Tsang and Ji Rumming instantly turned around and walked towards the other halls. His figure, on the other hand, stepped into an ancient golden hall in front of him and disappeared. At this moment, he could feel that there was an extremely terrifying divine soul seal in this temple. This kind of sealing power was certainly not something that any divine mountain youth could break through. But for Lord Yi, with the heavy pupil as well as supreme divine treasures like the ancestral symbol of the beginning of the earth, any seals were not much of a threat to him. Unico's product is a masterpiece. Buzz. In the next instant, only a ray of golden light rose up, and in the center of the Yi Lord's brow, the great beginning ancestral symbol glowed, suppressing all the soul pattern seals, and that door that had been dusty for who knows how long was finally slowly opened, in which the divine radiance was dazzling and the precious gas was dense. All kinds of spiritual treasures and divine materials were dazzlingly beautiful. When the figures of the three Yi Lords appeared under the divine mountain, this former sacred land of the legacy race had long been dead silent. Son of God, where do we go next? Yi Tsang was surrounded by blood qi. His realm, after all, had had a noticeable increase in this kind of killing, vaguely having the momentum of touching the peak of the divine wheel. You guys leave the secret realm first. Yi Tsang, go find the 8 ancestors and tell him to wait for me at the entrance of the secret realm. Yi Lord pulled out 2 Chinkuan bags filled with spiritual wealth and treasures from his arms and handed them to Yi Tsang and Ji Rumung respectively. With their realms, it was already difficult to help Lord Yi with anything at this point. The Yi family served as Yi Lord's greatest reliance, although the ancestors were his true bottom card. But Yi Tsang, these contemporary people, would also follow in the footsteps of the Yi Lords and truly set foot on the pinnacle of heaven and earth. One person being strong is nothing. A tribe being strong is really strong. Thank you, Divine Son. Yi Tsang and Ji Rumung exchanged glances, and there was a strong touch of delight and awe under their eyes. As the two of them left, a hint of depth gradually flashed under the Yi Lord's eyes. Taking people's money and taking their lives. Since the money was in his hands, it was time for him to fulfill his promise and reap the rewards of this evil demon. Lin Chen, Chapter 81 Old Ruins, Gods and Demons, Reincarnation Path, Gu Mingyue's Touches. The Dragon's Blood Great Swamp is vast and endless. Terrifying blood mist rose up, and water bubbles kept churning in the big swamp, as if a great world was buried. Gu Mingyue stood before a pool of blood in the center, her green silk fluttering, her phoenix eyes clear and deep, her innate runic patterns flickering around her body, resisting all the poisonous mist and blood chi. She had already been here once before, only to be stopped by the true dragon blood chi of this place. According to those great Zephyr spirits, the seal here was once set up by an incomparably powerful true dragon powerhouse, and no one except the true dragon bloodline was able to break in. Nowadays, although Gu Mingyue had obtained this true dragon blood scale, she was not a true reincarnation heir after all. Once he rashly touched the seal, he didn't know if it would attract the dragon blood Great Zephyr's wariness and pursuit. Rumble. Just as Gu Mingyue was pondering inwardly, a terrifying buzzing sound suddenly came from the distance above that piece of the dragon blood divine hall. Gu Mingyue's face froze as she turned her head to look, her eyes suddenly condensing. At this moment, she saw that a figure with radiant spiritual light stood above the celestial dome, surrounded by runic patterns and astonishing chi and blood. The person at the head of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe with wings on his back, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be poured out in gold and were full of divinity. Swire Mountain of the Gods, the Night King? Gu Mingyue murmured as her eyebrows knitted lightly. In theory, the ancient divine mountain and the dragon's blood Great Zephyr had been in-laws for generations and had no grudges. Now that the Tao clan's secret realm was open and the major relic clans were grounded by the Tao Lord, there shouldn't have been such a huge mob. Moreover, the fact that the Yi Lords had forcefully suppressed and killed Night Tong and Aotian before should have caused the two major legacy clans to share the same hatred. Now that the ancient divine mountain had come in a rage, it was obvious that it was coming from a bad place. Could it be that? Suddenly, Gu Mingyue seemed to have thought of something, and a handsome and gentle face gradually reflected in her mind. Yi Lords. Other than that, she simply couldn't think of anyone that had the guts to count on a party of legacy overlords. With regards to this fiancé of hers, Gu Mingyue couldn't know better. His tactics and scheming were comparable to those immortal sect ancient ancestors and great sect holy lords, but if it was done by Lord Yi, what was his purpose? Gu Mingyue looked down at the true dragon blood scale in her hand, and her eyes suddenly condensed. Could it be that he was trying to delay the dragon blood clan to create an opportunity for himself to seize the treasure? Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue's red lips lifted up a shallow arc, and her heart was actually a bit touched. She was tempted to go to Lord Ye's side right now and ask for a clear explanation of what happened, but in his last life he was clearly indifferent to himself. Buzz. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath, suppressed the ripples in her heart, and lifted her feet towards the layers of blood mist. In any case, the true purpose of her trip was this reincarnation ancient treasure in front of her. As a reborn person, even though Gu Mingyue had gradually dropped her defenses against Lord Yi, she would always believe in one thing: strength was the key to controlling one's destiny. Yi Lord's talent had always caused Gu Mingyue to have scruples, and the easiest way for her to change her fate was to open the seal of nirvana. Buzz. With this in mind, Gu Mingyue did not hesitate any longer and directly stepped into the layers of blood mist and disappeared. From her experience in her previous life, these ancient inheritance mysteries would definitely contain many tests and experiences. Having Ling Tian in front to open the way also saved her a lot of trouble. This was something she still learned from Lord Yi. Buzz. At that instant, there were blood ripples churning in this place, and a terrifying wisp of true intent of reincarnation quietly permeated the area. And in front of Gu Mingyue's eyes, a bizarre soul bridge actually surfaced, on which stood a figure that was unrivaled in the world. There were golden giants 100 feet tall, true dragon emperors covered in scales and armor, and demonic shadows with 3 heads and 6 arms shrouded in darkness. Vaguely, at the end of that soul bridge, there seemed to be a black hall standing, like an old ruin of the ancient times, burying all the races of the heavens. Rumble. At the same time, the Dragon Blood Divine Hall. Only a blood-haired man's eyes were slightly austere, as if he had sensed something, and he turned his head to look into the depths of the Great Zay. Knight Jair, what the hell do you mean? Ao Jia, did I not make myself clear enough? Since Ao Tian and Night Tongue have fallen in unison, shouldn't the congratulatory gift collected by your Dragon Blood Great Swamp for the engagement of the two of them in the first place be divided into half of my ancient divine mountain? Knight Jair looked indifferent, not paying the slightest attention to the eagerness and killing intent in the eyes of this great Zephyr overlord. Knight Jair, Tianer and Night Tongue fell, and instead of thinking about avenging their deaths, you're actually thinking about their congratulatory gifts? Ao Jia shouted angrily, his head full of bloody hair fluttering, his chi and blood astonishing. Contemporary struggle, life and death by fate. Besides, Ao Tian died that day on the banks of the Great Zay. I did not see you make a move. Knight Jair's tone was sarcastic and unyielding. You, Knight Jair, are you going to start an immortal war between our two forces? You have to think clearly about the consequences. Nowadays, the Legacy clan has been captive by the Dao sect and has lost its freedom. Even Ao Jia and Knight Jair both knew in their hearts that the Dao sect opened the secret realm every 100 years just to let the sacred state Celestial Pride enter and hunt the remnant Celestial Pride, suppressing them for generations to come. Such a tactic was quite similar to those guys from the Nine Heavens. The identity of this Dao Lord might not be as simple as the world thought. If this Knight Jair actually raised an army and came to the Dragon's Blood Great Zephyr to provoke, it was simply stupid. Once their two major legacy clans went to war, the end result would be that they would be completely suppressed by the Dao sect and would never be able to turn around again. King Ao has misunderstood. I only want to get back the spiritual treasures that belong to my ancient divine mountain. Knight Jair shook his head and didn't really want to fight the Dragon Blood Great Zephyr to the death. After all, he had only promised to help Lord Yi to these Dragon Blood powerhouses, not that he wanted the Legacy clan to kill each other. Humph, that depends on whether you have the skills. Ao Jia snorted coldly and glared towards one of the Dragon Blood elders behind him. You go and take a look at the Blood Zephyr. Yes, just as that Dragon Blood elder was about to leave, he was stopped by several Divine Mountain elders. Knight Jair, what the hell are you doing? Until King Ao returns the spiritual treasure, not a single person from the Dragon Blood Great Zephyr will be able to leave this place. What? At those words, Ao Jia's eyes trembled, and his heart suddenly made a guess. Could it be that this Knight Jair was deliberately trapping them here? But what is his purpose? Good, then let me see if you have what it takes. As the words fell, Ao Jia took a step and directly tore through the void, appearing in front of Knight Jair. His two palms, moreover, transformed into blood-colored dragon claws, with bloodlines erupting from his palms, suppressing down towards Knight Jair. Rumble. The moment the two figures collided, that piece of emptiness suddenly blurred and shattered. Terrifying spiritual might swept through, enveloping all 10,000 miles of land. At this moment, Yi Lord's figure then appeared before that ancient great abyss. He looked down at the darkness below, a pair of heavy golden pupils shining brightly as the ceiling prohibitions came into view. Lord of Reincarnation. Yuji, what exactly is the connection between these two? Yi Lord looked indifferent, always feeling that the secrets hidden in this great abyss were probably more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 82. The hero is duty-bound to save the beauty, and starts counting Gu Mingyue again. Arrived. In the depths of the great abyss, Lin Chen stood panting before a dilapidated bronze ancient door, his eyes unable to conceal his excitement and exhilaration. In front of it, a palace hidden in the darkness stood silently, misty and revealing in endless recklessness. At this moment, he could see countless white bone corpses sprinkled before the grand hall, as well as many pieces of divine treasures. In a radius of 10,000 miles, a wisp of flame formation pattern filled the area, just like an ancient forbidden area where gods were forbidden. Finally, after countless hardships, dangers, and false accusations of pursuit, Lin Chen found this ancient hall sealed with spirit fire as he wished. According to what Yuji had said, there was not only a heaven and earth spiritual flame in this hall, but also countless spiritual treasures of creation that she had sealed here in the first place. Although the Yuji had never mentioned why exactly she had sealed so many treasures in the Dao sect's secret realm. But, what the heck? It's all mine now. The destiny is mine. Dusty. Just then, a slightly weak voice suddenly came from his ears. Only a wisp of ghostly light flickered away and fell back into the soul ring. This soul body of mine might not last much longer. When you open the ancient hall, make sure to fuse the spirit flame as soon as possible and break through the Mahayana realm. Don't worry, senior. I'll help you refine some pills to restore your divine soul as soon as possible. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent. Even his tone didn't have a trace of emotion in it. As early as when Yuji suspected him of misappropriating the yin-yang divine essence, the two of them had already developed a suspicion in their hearts. That day, when the Yi Lords descended and openly solicited the Yuji, they had even completely touched Lin Chen's reverse scales. Although in the end, the Yuji didn't really betray Lin Chen, but once something was cracked, it would be difficult to restore it as it was in the beginning. Now that Lin Chen was about to obtain the spirit flame and ancient collections of this place, the Yuji had lost most of her value to him. However, before truly fusing the second spirit flame, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't flip out with her. He also needed the Phantom Lady to protect his path and deal with any changes that might occur at any time. Phew! Lin Chen took a deep breath, and a black compass emerged in his hand, broken beyond repair and formed from a combination of 4 black iron fragments. As for his figure, he immediately walked to that ancient bronze door and imprinted the compass in his hand on a groove in the center. Buzz! In the next instant, the entire bronze ancient door suddenly erupted with a silver-colored glow. One could only see a divine pattern centered on the compass, spreading out in all directions towards the ancient door, like a sea of stars lighting up. Rumble! With a roaring sound, the bronze temple door opened slowly, spewing out a 7-colored haze of light. At this moment, Lin Chan's entire being ascended, slightly tilting his head to reveal a look of enjoyment. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if no matter how much hardship he went through, he would eventually turn the danger into peace and achieve what he wanted. After today, he would let the entire sacred state know who the true heaven's destiny taboo was. Yi Lords and Ji Rameng, they would eventually become his stepping stones, paving his path to this ancient empire. Sure, wait for me outside the palace. From the beginning, he never fully trusted this sister. Now that the ancient collection was opened, he would next close the door to fuse the spirit flame, leaving Luoshi outside the temple to avoid more changes. The Yuji had already awakened from her slumber, and in this great abyss seal, even if the Yi Lords descended, there was no way they could threaten him at all. Does brother not believe me? Luoshi's eyes were cold, but a faint trace of loss flashed across her face. Sure, there are quite a lot of prohibitions in this ancient hideout, and they are incompatible with your cold and icy physique, so stay outside for the time being, and I'll come out soon. Oh, Luoshi nodded and did not say much, but just as Lin Chen turned around, he heard a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly coming from behind him. Immediately afterward, a bone-piercing coldness swept over and stabbed straight into Lin Chen's waist. Dusty, watch out! At the moment of life and death, Yuji's figure stepped directly out of the ancient ring and appeared in front of Luoshi. Terrifying underworld flames swept away, and a profound and vicissitudes breath crushed down in the air, knocking Luoshi's figure directly out of the way. Puff! In an instant, the chest of this Luoshan clan's eldest princess completely collapsed, and blood mixed with internal organs spewed out of her mouth. Incomparably miserable. Although nowadays, the Yuji's realm was only at the peak of the Mahayana, it was not something that she, a person of the divine wheel, could contend with. Sure enough, just like what Brother Yi Lord said, the youth in front of him was not Lin Chen at all, but a puppet that had been taken over by this ancient soul. Humph, out of your depth. Lin Chen looked hideous, but under his eyes was a faint trace of sadness. When the Lin family was overthrown, he was lucky to escape with his life and met Yuji. At that time, there were only two wishes in Lin Chen's heart. Find out the culprit who destroyed the Lin family and avenge the hatred of the 307 members of the Lin family. The other one is to find Shirori. Now, although he had met this childhood sister as he wished, things had changed. Just as Luo Shi's figure was about to crash to the ground, a ripple suddenly rippled behind her, only to see a pair of white and slender palms poking out from the void and gathering her into her arms. In an instant, Lin Chen's face went completely pale. His pupils reflected a white-clothed, upright figure, and a chill entered his body, which he had no way to contain. Dusty, go! Yuji shouted in a deep voice, similarly not daring to have the slightest hesitation, wrapping Lin Chen's body and fleeing frantically towards that one ancient hall. Luo Shi looked at the figure that was covered in demonic intent and gradually disappeared, and there was a hint of indignation hidden in the icy blue pupils of her eyes. Brother Yi Lord. At this moment, she was curled up in Yi Lord's arms, her body tense, like a frightened cat, well-behaved and pitiful. If it wasn't for Lord Ye's timely arrival, I'm afraid that today her end would be more painful than death. Originally waited until that evil demon fused the inheritance of this place to strike. It would be foolproof. Now it's good. Not only was he escaped into the Great Hall, you were also seriously injured. Next time will you still dare to be capricious? Yi Lord glared at Luo Shi, gently wiped the bloodstains from the corners of her mouth, and pulled out a long-prepared 7th grade elixir from his pocket, forcefully stuffing it into her mouth. At this moment, although Yi Lord's behavior was rude, it made Luo Shi feel a long-lost warmth. Brother Ye Lord. Angry then. Buzz. In an instant, Luo Shi felt a terrifying spiritual rhythm sweep through her body, and the injury on her chest was actually rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her realm was showing signs of a breakthrough. Before, she followed Lin Chen and was beaten 8 times a day. Now follow Brother Yi Lord. Only eat Dan Dan without suffering. Boing boing. Drop. Congratulations to the host for gifting the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny with the 7th grade elixir Vajra Punching Yuan Dan, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward. The Immortal Elixir 9 Revolutions Great Hijacking Dan instantly elevates 2 major realms after taking it for a duration of 1 hour. Used to preserve life and kill the enemy without any poisonous side effects. A trace of depth flashed under Yi Lord's eyes, and without a trace, he put the Great Heist pill into his Qiankuan ring, raising 2 major realms in an hour. Isn't this a purely pretentious artifact? Now, Lin Chen was desperate. Even the ancient demonic soul of Yuji, whose breath was also weak, had obviously been tossed around by Lin Chen and was not enough to worry about. But that Taoist Prince Ling Tian was the true owner of this secret realm. His exclusive creation originated from the reincarnation lord who had pushed across the entire legacy race back then. With this 9 Revolutions Great Tribulation pill, not only would G lords be able to easily harvest him, they might even be able to take the opportunity to capture Gu Mingyue. There's probably nothing more desirable in this world than the idea of holding your hand in death, isn't there? Hot-blooded killing relies on qi, and those who turn the tide against the wind are always those who are destined by heaven. The villain, of course, is the one who takes advantage of the situation and eliminates all risks. Brother, don't be angry. In the future Luo Shi will just be obedient. Luo Shi spat out her little tongue, soft and sticky, and in her eyes was a touch of undisguised guilt. Originally, she had wanted to send Lin Chen away with her own hands. Now it seemed that she had underestimated the vigilance and strength of this demon. Wait here and see what I'll do to you later. Chapter 83. Pigs should be killed when they are fattened. Seniors look after the late generation is the devil. Damn, Lin Shi, this really has collusion with Yi Lord. Deep within the Great Hall, Lin Chen looked hideous, his face incomparably white. Although he had always been wary of Luo Shi, he never thought that he would still be set up by her and Lord Yi. Along the way, Lin Chen had utilized Luo Shi to subdue many legacy race beings, always observing Luo Shi's every move and never seeing any abnormality in her. Without Luo Shi, it would have been impossible for him to walk to this place during the period of time that Yu Ji was asleep. But now that Lord Yi had suddenly descended, he was again in a state of fear and desperation. Senior, you should be able to stop Lord Yi, right? Lin Chen's eyes swept over the large hall in front of him, and his eyes suddenly condensed. At this moment, he saw that the hall was very simple, with spirit stones and immortal materials piled up in the corners, and a wide array of various spirit treasures and magic weapons hanging on the walls. At the very center of the hall, an ancient bronze tripod was quietly suspended, in which there seemed to be a golden flame floating up and down, as if it could easily burn through the ages. Aha! The Yuji nodded lightly, but there was a look of bitterness under her eyes. In theory, with her peak Mahayana realm, she was simply fearless of any contemporary. But at the first sight of Lord Yi, an unspeakable uneasiness grew within her. With the heart and means of this Yi family's divine son, how could he possibly put himself in danger? Lord Yi had long known of her existence, and showing up at this time was obviously prepared. Then please stop Lord Yi. Senior, I will fuse this spirit flame as soon as possible. Lin Chen took a deep breath and took a step towards that ancient bronze tripod. According to what Yuji had said, this spirit fire that she had sealed here was the #1 ranked Taiku Imperial Flame on the ancient spirit flame ranking, the godless flame formed by the Emperor Realm Powerhouse's own bloodline and senses after his fall. As for the void swallowing flame that Lin Chen had originally fused, it was a divine soul flame, ranked 3rd, which could incinerate the divine soul and kill without form. The two great spirit flames, complementing each other, would be a true contemporary taboo as long as he could incorporate them into his body. Don't worry, there's a sealing power I've set up here. It's impossible for Lord Yi to come in a short period of time. Yuji spoke indifferently, and there was a hint of vicissitude in the dark pupils of her eyes. When she tried her best to escape from this place, she originally thought that she would come back to collect the creation when she had the chance in the future. Who would have thought that in the end she was unable to break free from the shackles of fate and fell into a world-shattering conspiracy? Now she only hoped that Lin Chen could successfully fuse the swift Emperor Flame and leave this place peacefully, finding a deserted mountain and swamp to retreat and cultivate. With the spiritual materials and pills here, it would also be enough for him to step into the cave ruins or even the Dao beheading realm. Buzz. Just the moment Yuji's words fell, a ripple suddenly rippled in the void. Only a large handprint in the void was seen falling from the sky, with 10,000 divine lines in the center of the palm. Chaotic yin and yang. In an instant, Lin Chen's face went completely pale as silver-white flames rose all over his body. Behind it, there was even a silver-light holy shadow emerging, like an ancient emperor with flames burning heavenly sacred body. As a sacred body heavenly pride, if it weren't for the fact that Lin Chen came from a poor background, he would at least be a young supreme nowadays. It was said that this sacred body originated from a great human emperor Yen Di in the ancient times, a truly gigantic figure. Once the sacred body was fully accomplished, a ray of light could burn through the ages. Rumble. However, the moment that void palm imprint fell, the holy shadow above Lin Chen's head actually collapsed. His body was even crushed to the ground, and his bones were emitting gusts of bizarre shattering sounds, not at all at the same level. Damn! Lin Chen's teeth were clenched, and a slit cracked open at the center of his brow. Only a ball of silver-white flame burst out, annihilating towards that palm print. Dusty. Beside him, Yuji let out a cry of alarm and turned to look at the white-robed figure that was striding towards him, her eyes suddenly condensing. Even with her divine soul attainments, at this time, she did not even notice when the Yi Lords had actually descended. At this moment, she suddenly realized that what Lin Chen had said earlier was true. It was indeed true that the yin-yang divine essence was not privately swallowed by him, and it was likely that it had fallen into the hands of this Yi clan's divine son. In other words, from that time onwards, Lin Chen had already fallen into the trap of Lord Yi. At the thought of this, a trace of cold jealousy was born in the bottom of Yuji's heart, penetrating deep into her bones. How has Senior considered it? Should he abandon his darkness and submit to me? Lord Yi stepped forward, clouded over, with a gentle smile on his face. Hey! The Yuji sighed lightly and waved her hand to strike down a Stygian flame, grinding out the void palm imprint above Lin Chen's head. Divine Sun Yi Lord, if I submit to you, can you let Lin Chen live? At those words, Lin Chen's face instantly grimaced. Senior, you can't. Yi Lord shook his head. Senior should understand that such a thing as letting a tiger return to the mountain is a major taboo in the immortal path. Before, he had let Lin Chen go because this heaven's destiny person had a greater value. Pigs, of course, should be fattened up and killed. Now that Luoshi had seen Lin Chen transform into a demon with his own eyes, he had complete trust in Lord Yi, and this spirit flame mystery treasure had come out, and Lin Chen was considered to have completely exhausted his light and heat, but he was, after all, a man of heaven's destiny, sheltered by the heavenly Tao, so how could Yi Lords give him any chance to rise? Since that's the case, Divine Sun Yi Lord, I'm offended. Yuji looked bitter, and gradually made up her mind in her eyes. In the next instant, a monstrous underworld flame suddenly boiled over her body, and her entire body actually transformed into a large blackbird that covered the sky. Terrifying demonic chi, mixed with countless flame divine patterns swept through, wanting to suppress Lord Yi. As I said, my patience is very limited. What has Senior gained by repeatedly sheltering Lin Chen? Lord Yi sighed softly, and magic lines gradually intertwined under his eyes. He once again raised a palm and clenched it into a fist, and 10,000 divine and demonic particles roared, directly crushing all the fiery runes in front of him into pieces. Mahayana 5? The sylph let out a gasp of surprise and went cold. In just 1 month's time, this Yi family divine son's realm had actually broken through to the 5th level of the Mahayana? What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? Even Yuji had never seen it before. Unique in all ages. Yi Lords, how is your cruelty and thirst for killing different from a demon? Yuji's silver teeth clenched as she blasted out a pair of demonic claws burning with underworld flame, tearing through the heavens and suppressing down towards Lord Yi. Dusty, escape! At those words, although there was reluctance in Lin Chen's eyes, he didn't dare to hesitate and directly picked up the ancient bronze tripod, wanting to escape from this place. Elder, watch this. At this time, Yi Lords did not intend to continue to hide anymore. The devilish intent in his eyes surged, and the 10,000 transformations devil domain manifested out of thin air, gradually shrouding the entire hall, with no more way out. In an instant, the entire hall was eroded by darkness, and a dark rune mark flickered in the firmament, breaking all of the great avenues of time, as if it had fallen into a demonic realm. The faces of Yuji and Lin Chen solidified bit by bit, their pupils revealing endless horror and incredulity. The late generation is the devil. Yi Lord's expression was gentle, but the words he said caused Yuji to fall into the ice cellar, and all her thoughts were disheartened. Chapter 84 Heaven's Destiny First Kill. Not even a deathbed breakthrough. Yi Lord, you really are a devil. Lin Chen's body trembled, and his entire body was like falling into an ice cellar. He had suspected that Yi Lords were sinister and cunning. He had suspected that Yi Lords were cruel and murderous, but he had never thought that this Yi family's divine son was really a devil. Even the Yuji, there was an unspeakable sense of shock and bitterness in her eyes. The divine son of the Yi family, the leader of the righteous path, was actually a devil? Suddenly, she thought of some unpleasant past again, and a helpless smile appeared on her stunning face. Is this fate? No matter how much she struggles, she ends up in the same place. Buzz. Lord Yi did not say much. The heavy pupils were surrounded by divine patterns and golden light burst out. In an instant, this void was completely imprisoned. Even if it was only for a moment, it caused Yuji's heart and mind to shake, and she hissed in shock. Xiao Duan, be careful. Put. As Yi Lord's fist smashed down, the bones, blood and flesh of his body boiled without any retention. Lin Chen's eyes were rounded, and this heavy pupil divine might caused him to tremble with chills. No, I can't die. Lin Chen looked down at the swift emperor flame in his hand. In the next instant, he even directly threw that ancient tripod towards Yi Lord horizontally, blocking it above his head. Dang! Only a heavenly sound was heard to shake, and golden flames swept down, burning and blurring the void. Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped straight into the layers of fiery flames. Painful cries of agony immediately resounded throughout the entire hall, and the clothes, flesh and blood on Lin Chen's body were actually directly burned to ashes by this golden flame. At this moment, he stood amidst the flames, and even his hair was burning. On the contrary, it was as if an ancient and reckless imperial momentum was reflected in the pupils of his eyes. I am Yen Di, when I suppress all enemies. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Chen finally let go of all his concerns and opened up the Emperor Yen's sacred body with his mortal body. The 7th level of the Sea of Souls. Sea of Souls 8. Soul C9. Divine Wheel 1. The 9th level of the Divine Wheel. In just a flash, Lin Chen's realm had crossed an entire great realm, reaching the peak of the Divine Wheel, comparable to a young supreme. In response, Yi Lord's face did not show any waves, as if he had expected it. It's not normal for a son of heaven's destiny to make a breakthrough near death. Unfortunately, even though Lin Chen had awakened the divine might of the saint body, the gap between him and the Yi Lords was still unbridgeable, only to see that one of Yi Lord's outstretched arms suddenly had a blood pattern draped around it, and the killing momentum became even more intense. At this moment, his skin all over his body looked like it was blooming with bloodlight, and behind him, a true dragon phantom stood, proud of the ancient world. Yuji's eyes trembled, and she actually felt a fear originating from her bloodline in front of this dragon shadow. How is that possible? Now that the heavenly Tao of the 3,000 Taoist states has collapsed, the immortals are perched high in the 9 heavens angling for the 10,000 races. For 10,000 years, there had long since been no transcendent supreme powerhouses appearing on Earth. Even those ancient emperor giants were now hiding in deep tombs for fear of being spied upon. The dragon blood divine might in Yi Lord's body had clearly transcended the realm of living beings. In some people's eyes, such ancestral blood could be more precious than an emperor realm bloodline. My destiny is by me and not by heaven. Burning sky, God's wrathful Dharma lotus. Lin Chen shouted angrily, and the gold and silver spirit flames began to intertwine, diffusing into a Dharma lotus divine seal above his head. Under this hot and terrifying aura, Lord Yi felt that his flesh and soul sea were collapsing. At this moment, he had a premonition that this attack of Lin Chen's was enough to slaughter a Mahayana being. Not bad for a man of heavenly destiny. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold as he looked down at Lin Chen below. He took one step and his fist seal smashed down, like a blood dragon from the ancient times, piercing through time, not giving Lin Chen a chance to cast his bottom card at all. 10,000 divine and demonic particles roared and trembled, and the 4 supreme Tao rules of killing, chaos, yin and yang, and cold and ice all converged in this punch. the void was shattered and the universe was reversed. At this moment, Yuji actually saw the extraterrestrial landscape under the Yi Lord's fist seal. This young man, he actually broke the domain barrier with his physical strength? Dusty. At this moment, in the eyes of the Yuji, a hint of hesitation clearly flashed, and in the end, she was still unwilling to see Lin Chen fall, and ran towards the Yi Lords. Buzz. Right at this moment, above her head, a wisp of Hongmeng Qinghui quietly blossomed, like a large invisible net, confining her in place. Among them, a green-colored ancient order floated in the heavens and the earth, like the piece of green stone carved from the depths of chaos that opened up the heavens and the earth, and the Tao was natural. Puff. With the strength of the Yuji, under the suppression of this Tai Chu divine soul, they were all instantly crushed to the ground, and their already bleak souls became more and more blurry. Rumble. At the same time, Lord Ye's fist seal finally landed on top of that one Dharma lotus that had yet to take shape. Puff. At this moment, the forced intent on Lin Chen's face hadn't even dissipated before it completely solidified, and he watched as Lord Yi pierced through the Dharma lotus and appeared above his head. No, the plot is not right. With the arrogant character of Lord Yi, shouldn't he wait for himself to completely condense the fire lotus before crushing himself in a dignified manner? Yi Lord, you're shameless. Have the guts to wait until I finish fusing the spirit flame. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This time, Yi Lords did not give Lin Chen another chance to catch his breath as he smashed his fist on top of his skull. Put. Lin Chen's eyes widened, revealing endless unwillingness and resentment as his entire body exploded. As for Lord Ye's body, there was instantly a devilish light whistling around him, devouring all of his bloodline and holy body origin. Buzz. At the same time, a gold and a silver spirit fire rose slowly and hovered over the grand hall. Drops. Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill of the Man of Heaven's Destiny, and obtaining the reward, 5% of the Heaven's Destiny casting value, 9% total. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Man of Heaven's Destiny. Reward, Burning Technique, Quasi-Emperor Technique. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Man of Heaven's Destiny, and obtaining the reward, Divine Essence of Life, Immortal Pill. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Man of Heaven's Destiny and replacing his predestined karma. Within January there will be a Daughter of Heaven's Destiny who will take the initiative to show up. Oh, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he secretly said that it was true. Earlier, he had guessed that Lin Chen's predestined love affair was most likely related to this heaven and earth spirit flame in the secret realm. Now that it had fallen into the hands of Lord Yi, it naturally became Lord Ye's karmic plot, going the way of the Chosen One and leaving the Chosen One with no way out. Although, the process of beheading this son of Heaven's Destiny was a bit complicated, the rewards were also obvious. Just these 5 points of Heavenly Fate casting value alone were equivalent to binding 5 Heavenly Fates. Next, Yi Lord could extract the first Heavenly Dao treasure chest as soon as he reaped Ling Tian, and his heart could not help but look forward to it. Senior, now how have you considered it? I am sincere in wanting you to follow. Yi Lord turned his head to look at Yuji, but he saw that this ancient demon had long since given up struggling, and his expression was mute. If Yuji had really betrayed Lin Chen easily, Yi Lord might have killed her long ago. However, this great demon had always been loyal, and even after being misunderstood and humiliated by Lin Chen, he did not give up his heart. Of course, what Yi Lords really cared about was still that secret hidden in her heart. At this time, Yi Lords had a premonition that the fall of the Yuji must have involved a truly astonishing old secret, which was likely to be related to today's heaven and earth pattern. Chapter 85, The Psy Girl's Active Submission. Speculations about the Emperor Lord's identity. Hey, the sylph sighed softly and shook her head slightly. Lin Chen was dead, and she no longer had the heart to distinguish between right and wrong. Moreover, this divine soul of hers was already truly running out of gas. Unless one could find an immortal medicine in a short period of time, there would be no more possibility of recovery. She didn't want to die carrying the guilt of another traitor. I appreciate the good intentions of Divine Prince Yi Lord, but I will not submit to a demon. Magic? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, cloudy in light, the pupils of his eyes revealing a hint of depth. What does Elder think is a demon? Demons are of course cruel and murderous, doing no evil. But has it ever occurred to Senior that those so-called immortals are also slaughtering living beings to forge the path of immortality? Lord Ye's expression was solemn. His body's immortal radiance was awe-inspiring, out of place with the demonic domain above his head. But, over the years, Senior and Lin Chen should have also dug up quite a few ancient tombs and old graves and killed quite a few living cultivators, right? The sylph was dumbfounded, her eyes flickering a bit. She understood that every word Yi Lord said was right. No one can survive on this immortal path at all, either becoming prey or stepping on countless corpses and bones to step on the top of the sky. When I become an emperor, there will be great scholars to argue for me. Or does Senior think that I've killed innocents indiscriminately and done nothing wrong? Ye Lord's eyes stared at Yuji with a deadly gaze, his divine radiance glittering and overbearing to the extreme. No, no, under this double pupil gaze, Yuji only felt her heart beating, out of the corner of one's eye and indifferent. Compared to Lin Chen, this Yi clan's divine son in front of him was far too powerful in terms of both heart and talent. A dragon among men, a lord among lords. During this January, Yuji had already been shocked more than once by Lord Ye's scheming and tactics. Even if Lin Chen died, perhaps it was a ploy of Lord Ye's, dead or alive. He would forever carry the name of Xiang Koan's murderer as well as the evil demon and be reviled by the world. And Lord Yi, the true devil, became a hero in the world's heart as a savior. Could it be that Senior is willing to have the Nine Spectres clan annihilated in the river of history? Looking at the confusion in Yuji's eyes, Yi Lord suddenly said softly, In an instant, the Yuji's eyes turned eerie and hideous, and the ghastly demonic aura surrounded its body, the underworld flame churning, the Dharma heaven and earth. It was at this point that she suddenly remembered that she wasn't just some broken soul dying of old age, much less a pure and good woman with a lifetime of registry. She was a great demon of the flood, with the bloodline of the demon emperor flowing in her body, an undefeated divine bird of the battle heavenly fighting emperor, and a common lord of the barbarians. The Yuji slowly closed her eyes, 2 lines of tears flowing down from the corners of her eyes, bitter to the core. All these years she had followed Lin Chen around, nursing his growth with all her heart, and had even gradually worn out the pride in her heart. Only when she saw Lord Yi did she vaguely see a kind of hope, a kind of hegemony that truly stood proudly in the heavens and earth, ignoring the living and fighting to conquer the 9 heavens. If Senior follows me, I promise to help you remodel your flesh within a month and restore your peak cultivation within a year. As Yi Lord's words fell, the entire hall was plunged into a dead silence. Then, together, we will take back everything that belongs to the 9 Sephiroth clan. According to Yi Lord's understanding, the original 9 Spectres clan flew up in one night and disappeared into the savage great state. However, they were the co-owners of the demon race, and the many great demons in the barbarian state today were still dead set against this race. The appearance of the Yuji would inevitably cause a drastic change in the pattern of the barbarian state's demon race, and perhaps the Yi Lords would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to take control of this once dominant race of heaven and earth. The 9 Spectres clan, Yuji, pays homage to the Divine Son. Yuji took a deep breath and respectfully bowed down towards Lord Yi. If Divine Son doesn't give up, Yuji would like to sacrifice her divine soul and make a master-servant contract with Divine Son. It's a pitch from Sai. She understood that a lordly figure like Lord Yi would never trust anyone easily. Since nowadays, she had placed all her hopes on this Yi clan's Divine Son, she had nothing to worry about. Oh, the Leaf Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he slowly nodded. Knowledgeable, mature, black silk, who wouldn't like a beautiful woman like that? Buzz. As a buzz resounded, a ray of soul light immediately rose from the heart of the Yuji's eyebrow and fell towards the Yi Lord's soul sea. All of a sudden, there was a special sensation between the two of them, similar to a soul seal. Master, Yuji looked respectful. For Yi Lord she felt awe from the bottom of her heart. Now you can tell me what exactly happened to the 9 Spectres clan, right? And, Lord Yi surveyed the large hall in front of him. What exactly happened in this secret realm? What is your relationship with the Lord of Reincarnation? It's a long story. The Yuji sighed softly and told what happened in the secret realm back then one by one. You mean this was once the dojo of the Lord of Reincarnation? All of these relics were once his slaves? Lord Yi frowned. If that was true, then why did this Lord of Reincarnation end up suppressing all the ancestors of the legacy race? Not bad. Many of their races come from the old ruins. The old ruins? The name alone caused Lord Yi to feel an unspeakably reckless aura. At this moment, he seemed to see many giant figures, great demons and birds. Pieces and pieces of grey and decrepit immortal halls tumbled down. Broken walls and godly trees withered. Above the earth, white bones were piled up. Everything was withered, and the desolation was endless. Well, it's a mysterious great ruin hidden in the 3000 Tao states, but transcending the Tao states. It's said that it's the place of origin of all living things. The heavenly Tao withered, and after the 9 heavens turmoil in the first place, quite a number of races of ancient ancestors returned to the old ruins. The Yuji's eyes were deep, and her face was solemn. Later on, the Lord of Reincarnation seemed to have discovered some secret and began to frantically refine these old ruined beings, and the remnants that you see today are the weakest and most humble beings of the Reincarnation Dojo in the beginning. Secret? I once occasionally heard the Lord of Reincarnation mention that he had traveled to the old ruins and found there the answer to immortality as well as the opportunity for the rise of the human race. The Yuji smiled helplessly. I was worried that one day he would refine me as well, so I secretly escaped from this dojo and headed to the 3000 Da state. So that's it. Although at this point, Lord Yi still didn't know exactly what the Lord of Reincarnation had done, he had a better understanding of this ancient giant. The old ruins, the 10,000 tribes, eternal life. It's hard not to get hot under the collar when 3 words like that are put together. What about the 9 specters? Now that G-Lord had taken the UG as a servant, he had to figure out who her enemies actually were and lay out his plans early. My clan. The sylph's body trembled, as if she had thought of something terrible. After a long period of silence, UG suddenly looked at Lord Yi and said in a low tone, I suspect, the current Emperor Lord might be the Lord of Reincarnation. Chapter 86 Immortal Sect Secret. Gu Mingyue surprisingly took the initiative to ask for help? What? Even with Lord Ye's mentality, he still felt a hint of shock when he heard this secret. The Lord of Reincarnation is the Imperial Lord? Could it be that he had grasped the secret of eternal life and found that path back to the old ruins? I'm only guessing. When I escaped the Reincarnation Dojo, I never dared to show myself for fear of involving my clan, until 1,000 years later, when the Reincarnation Dojo suddenly became the place of practice for the Tao Ancestor, and I had suspected that the Tao Ancestor was the Lord of the Reincarnation, and that's why I didn't dare to return to Barbarian Prefecture until after he had ascended to the 9 heavens. At that time, my realm had already broken through to Supreme, causing the 9 Spectres clan to increase in strength and completely become the Barbarian State's co-owner. And then, the UG was silent for a long time. Her lips kept trembling. The 9 Sepulchre clan ushered in the darkest time. The Emperor Lord ascended to the throne and became the Lord of the 3,000 Tao states, and I, the Zhou Yue clan, as the co-lord of the demon race, was the one who traveled to the sacred state to have an audience with them. And after that, the Emperor Lord informed the several Tao state lords that the heavenly Tao on earth had collapsed, and that in the future no one would be able to ascend to the 9 heavens again, and that he would build the Immortal Ascension platform to help all of them. This secret is known to only a handful of people in the 3,000 Tao states, and my 9 Spectres clan is one of them. I can never forget the scene when my clan raised our clan to step onto the Immortal Ascension stage. It was a very large immortal gate, standing at the end of heaven and earth, carved with countless ancient runic patterns. But the moment I stepped into the immortal gate, the entire world was suddenly darkened, and that kind of power was like a very large mill wheel crushing through it, and the Supreme Being was nothing but a mole, and was shattered in an instant. It was my father who protected a wisp of my soul in the moment of life and death and sent me back to the 3,000 Taoist prefecture. And I don't know how I fell into that soul ring of the Lin family and fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was that wisp of spirit flame breath in it that guided me in the dark. As the words fell, Yuiji's eyes were empty, and her entire body looked like it had run out of strength. In fact, she wasn't sure what exactly was behind that immortal sect, or even if it was a conspiracy or if ascension was just that. By the time she awoke, the 3,000 Taoist states would have long since changed, and she would be nothing more than a wisp of a remnant soul, making it difficult to change anything further. So you suspect that it was the Emperor Lord who counted the many giant powerhouses of the 3,000 Tao states? Yi Lord's expression was grave. He believed that what Yuji said was true, but he always had a vague feeling that things weren't as simple as what Yuji saw. What exactly that one immortal gate was, and what the Imperial Lord was plotting, were all mysteries today. I'm not sure if anyone actually ascended to the 9 heavens in the first place, but I've poked around and found out that those forces that once ascended to the Immortal Ascension platform are now removed from the 3,000 Tao states. The Phantom Lady nodded gently and carefully glanced at the Yi Lords. To be an enemy of the Emperor Lord meant to be an enemy of the 3,000 Tao states. In any other person's place, after knowing the hatred carried by Yuji, I'm afraid that they would not hesitate to abandon her. After all, today's Emperor Lord was the true co-lord of heaven and earth, the one who had become the Tao. I know, but what surprised Yuji was that at this time, Yi Lords only nodded, and didn't see too many waves on his face. The Emperor Lord was certainly terrifying, but Lord Yi would one day face this earthly lord. In any world, the higher powers would not allow variables to come into play, and Lord Yi is the real variable of this great world. Senior will rest in the soul ring first, and when we leave the secret realm, I will help you restore your physical body. Yi Lord bent down and picked up the ancient black ring on the ground, erased the soul consciousness belonging to Lin Chen from it, and wore it on his hand. The biggest difference between this soul ring and an ordinary Qiankuan ring was that it could harbor living beings. At the same time, Lord Yi put that one life divine essence into the soul ring as well, with this immortal pill warming her up. At the very least, it would ensure that the UG's divine soul would not perish. Feeling the terrifying vitality contained in this divine marrow, the UG's eyes trembled, and she became more and more in awe of Lord Yi. 10 years, 10 whole years, and she had never eaten as well as she was eating at the moment. Buzz. With a light wave of his palm, Yi Lords took all the spiritual treasures and divine materials in this place into the soul ring, and it was only then that his eyes landed on those 2 heaven and earth spirit flames. After harvesting Lin Chen, the heavenly destiny, Yi Lord had already devoured 2 top saint bodies, the Great Sun Saint body as well as the Burning Heaven Saint body, and his manifestation demon body was only 3 saint body origins away from the third turn. At this time, Ye Lord had begun to look forward to what kind of heaven-defying aptitude would be awakened by the third transformation of the demon body. As Ye Lord sat down in place, a wisp of golden divine lines burst out from his heavy pupils, encompassing the 2 heaven and earth spirit flames, 1 gold and 1 silver, as much as they could. After his cultivation stepped into the Mahayana realm, this dual pupil also awakened the third Upanishad, divine might. Compared to the first Upanishad, temporal confinement, and the second Upanishad, eternal banishment, the third Upanishad of this heavy pupil was not an offensive force, but rather, it was able to incorporate all the powers of the world into this pair of pupils, heaven and earth spirit fire, as the most terrifying flame power of the 3000 Taoist states. It was with this that Emperor Yen ascended to the 9 heavens in the beginning, creating the supreme fire domain and suppressing the immortal gods. As long as Ye Lords incorporated these 2 great spirit flames into their heavy pupils, any ray of light could easily incinerate a Mahayana. Meanwhile, outside the ancient hall, Luo Shi looked at the waves of demonic intent and flames that suddenly ran through the hall, and her ice-blue pupils were filled with indignation and helplessness. At this moment, she could imagine what kind of grueling battle Ye Lords were going through, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little worried. It wasn't until a white-clothed figure suddenly stepped out of the ancient hall that Luo Shi's taut heartstrings completely relaxed, and she directly pounced towards the Ye Lords. "Brother, are you okay?" "It's okay." Ye Lord shook his head and smiled. The 2 pupils of his eyes actually showed 2 very different colors, mysterious and deep, only to see him pull out a bronze ancient order from his bosom and hand it to Luo Shi. "This is what I found from Lin Chen's corpse. It should be the Lin family's clan order. Leave it to you as a remembrance." "Brother." Luo Shi's eyes reddened as she carefully put away that one Lin family order. At this moment, there was suddenly some emptiness in her heart. With Lin Chen dead and Granny Orchid dead, it seemed like there was no reason for her to be able to continue to follow Lord Yi. Sure, a turmoil might break out in the secret realm next, so go back to the Dao sect and wait for me. After that, I'll send someone to send you back to the Luoxin clan. Yi Lord's face gradually became grave. Counting the time, Gu Mingyue and Ling Tian should have already entered the Reincarnation Ancient Collection. According to what Yu Ji had said, if the Lord of Reincarnation was the current Emperor Lord, I'm afraid that the inheritance in this ancient treasure was bound to be extremely astonishing. The only thing that confused Lord Yi somewhat was that if that was the case, why would the Lord of Reincarnation place the Reincarnation Emperor symbol in the secret realm? And why had his original divine treasure, the Reincarnation Tower, fallen into the hands of immortal Lord Linglong? You know all about it, brother? Luo Shi's small face froze and she lowered her head somewhat sheepishly. She had never said that she was from the Luoxin clan, and the Yi clan, as the leader of the human clan, must have been very resistant to these ancient god clan bloodlines of theirs. Yi Lord's face froze as he reached out and rubbed Luo Shi's small head. Luo Shi, you remember, from the moment Lin Chen died, I am your only brother in this world, no matter who you are or who you will be in the future. I am your brother. Brother. Luo Shi's eyes trembled, and the last trace of concern in her heart completely dissipated, only to see her gently snuggling in Yi Lord's arms. She mentally murmured, but brother, I don't want to just be your sister yet. Buzz. Right at this moment, a ray of spiritual radiance suddenly lit up in the transmission node on Yi Lord's body. Immediately afterward, Gu Mingyue's voice quietly resounded in his soul. See, Lord Yi, can you come and help me? Chapter 87. The Ancient Collection of Reincarnation opens. The first chaotic demon. Yi Lord gently put Luo Shi down, a hint of depth hidden in the pupils of his eyes. He also didn't expect that Gu Mingyue would take the initiative to ask him for help. This showed that nowadays, this Supreme Empress had indeed dropped her defenses against him. As a reincarnation heir, Ling Tianyi was the main character in this secret realm. Even if Gu Mingyue's heavenly destiny was in front of his exclusive chance, he was still somewhat undefeated. Brother, what's wrong? Luo Shi's pretty face froze, clearly sensing the biting killing intent emanating from Lord Ye's body. At this moment, she saw that it was as if endless immortal radiance was bursting out of Lord Ye's eyes, and a divine haze filled the air. A flame divine pattern manifested in it, as if it was a divine abyss of the ancient times that could transform the burning flames of the heavens. It's okay, let's go. When the words fell, Yi Lord held Luo Shi's small hand, which was cold and soft, and traveled towards the top of the abyss. Remember, brother, even the sweetest girl can be salty. We're not being sentimental. We want to have a warm home in all 3,000 dojos. Meanwhile, the Dragon's Blood Great Swamp. One could only see a golden ancient gate manifesting in the dome of the sky, revealing endless recklessness and divine opportunities. One of those radiant soul bridges was like a path of reincarnation, connecting the era to the other side of the underworld. Out of this world, above the great Zephyr, Aojia looked at the great marketplace of reincarnation that was slowly emerging, and his face had already turned white. At this moment, he suddenly understood exactly why the ancient divine mountain had descended. They were actually trying to attract the attention of the dragon race and take the opportunity to open the gate of reincarnation. Even Aojia didn't know exactly where this divine gate led to. However, they, the dragon blood Great Zephyr, have been carrying a mission for generations, and must not allow the gate of reincarnation to appear, or else it will be the end of the remnant clan. Night Jair, Aojia let out a furious cry, his blood chi roaring, the last trace of concern in his eyes completely dissipating. He could only take care of these divine mountain powerhouses first, then he could raise the entire clan's strength to hunt down the one who had opened the gate of reincarnation. Even with Aojia's strength, at this moment, he was simply unable to step into the gate of reincarnation. Even the Tao Lord would never stop him from hunting the reincarnation successor. Dragon blood days, follow me and kill all these divine mountain traders. Aojia, you, let me explain. Night Jair's eyes trembled, and an unspeakable uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the ancient divine mountain was probably caught in a heavenly conspiracy. Whether it was the digging up of all the ancestors' graves and tombs or the emergence of the underworld demon successor, it was most likely the layout of that Ye Lord Godson. Kill! Aojia's body shattered with a loud bang, transforming into a 100-foot blood auger that slammed angrily towards the crowd of divine mountain beings. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth erupted with a terrifying roar. The sounds of killing and roaring resounded through the sky, and countless corpses and broken limbs fell from the sky. The horrible smell of blood was still clearly audible even from a distance. Above the void, Lord Yi looked at the scene before him with an indifferent expression. Not a single ripple was visible in the bottom of his eyes. His figure, on the other hand, stepped straight into the gate of reincarnation and disappeared. Reincarnation Ancient Collection. This place was like a party of dilapidated ancient immortal mansions. Countless broken stone pillars and ancient halls were listed among them, with broken walls and huge green stones inscribed with many ancient and complicated patterns. From afar, the mountains and rivers cracked through, as if they were experiencing a great battle for the ages. And in the most central place of the ancient collection, a black stone pillar through the sky quietly towered, above which was connected to a party of golden divine whirlpools. Vaguely, it seemed as if there was a hideous and bizarre face constantly flickering and hissing silently in that divine whirlpool. Even more frightening is that in that stone pillar around the winding many golden shackles, runic lines 10,000 ways, like a swimming dragon winding, as if suppressing the great evil of the ancient times. Gu Mingyue, you really are following me. At this moment, Ling Tian was standing on top of a ruin, a pair of violet-white pupils of his eyes overflowing with spirit patterns and divinity. His aura was clearly much stronger than before. Stepping into the Mahayana realm, in the pupils of its eyes, a reincarnation rune seal floated and hummed. Any random ray of eye light was like a derivation of the wheel of reincarnation, with the 6 paths appearing in unison. Gu Mingyue's brows knitted lightly as she reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She also did not expect that Ling Tian would actually move so swiftly and fuse the inheritance of this place so quickly. On this Dao Sect Dao Sun, Gu Mingyue was able to sense an extremely terrifying reincarnation aura that even she was incomparably afraid of. Buzz. In the next instant, she lightly waved her jade hand, and the void seemed to be filled with countless immortal patterns, as if a shooting star was falling. If it was outside, you might still have a slight chance of winning, but now, Ling Tian shook his head and smiled with a cloudy smile, not putting this female emperor of the immortal dynasty, who was also a Mahayana one, in his eyes at all. This was the ancient collection of reincarnation, and every whiff of breath contained the true meaning of reincarnation. Now he had found the reincarnation emperor talisman that immortal Lord Linglong had spoken of and had incorporated it into the Sea of Souls. Here, he was like a god, controlling everything. Buzz. In the face of Gu Mingyue's powerful treasure art, an ancient runic seal instantly surfaced on Ling Tian's brow, erupting with vast and terrifying waves of reincarnation. This time, the entire void seemed to be boiling, and the power of reincarnation was like a furious sea of fury, annihilating everything. Just, right at this moment, a faint trace of surprise suddenly flashed across Ling Tian's eyes, and his eyes suddenly condensed, only to see Gu Mingyue's palm. A wisp of golden divine radiance quietly emerged, like an innate Dao seal, breaking the heavens. Rumble. In an instant, the reincarnation true intent that Ling Tian had executed completely collapsed. Gu Mingyue's figure, on the other hand, was like a peerless empress, stepping in and out of the world. Humph, rather I underestimated you. Ling Tian let out a cold snort and no longer dared to have the slightest hesitation as a golden ancient pagoda manifested out of thin air above his head. Then, in Gu Mingyue's palpitating eyes, a dark and terrifying palm seal actually came down from the ancient tower, easily obliterating all of her innate power. Puff! Gu Mingyue's body trembled and fell directly from the sky, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth once again. She slowly raised her head to look at that golden ancient tower, her face a touch of gravity that she had never seen before. At this moment, she saw that an incomparably burly figure gradually stepped out from the ancient tower with a dark light that was several feet huge. Around it, a wisp of chaotic aura spread out, and the ferocious might swept through, like a demon that had come from the floodplains. Roar! It wasn't until his figure fully manifested that Gu Mingyue saw that it was actually a terrifying demonic ape covered in black hair, chaotic born. His aura, moreover, had reached the terrifying peak of the cave ruins, and it was simply not something that the current generation could contend with. What a breath of earth! The devil ape took a deep breath, revealing a look of enjoyment, and the pupils of his blood-colored eyes gradually landed on Ling Tian, reincarnation successor. Die! In Gu Mingyue's slightly surprised eyes, he directly took a step out and ran towards Ling Tian. Rumble! And the void he stepped through was instantly shattered and blurred, and the divine power was astonishing. Yuzu, do you want to rebel? Ling Tian's expression was indifferent as the reincarnation seal on his brow radiated a brilliant light, and that devil ape's face immediately revealed a look of pain. His eyes became more and more fierce and indignant, and his footsteps gradually came to a standstill. Gu Mingyue, I'll give you one last chance to submit to me. Ling Tian looked down at Gu Mingyue. Under his eyes was a touch of disdainful depth. After thoroughly fusing the reincarnation emperor symbol, he finally opened the first seal of the reincarnation tower as he wished, and this chaotic demon ape was the demon sealed in the first layer of the reincarnation tower. According to what Ling Long had said, there were 9 seals on the 9 levels of the reincarnation tower, and the higher up they went the stronger the sealed demons were, and their bloodlines were even more terrifying. Ye Lord! Ling Tian has already obtained the reincarnation inheritance and opened the reincarnation tower seal, so hurry up and leave the Dao sect's secret realm. Gu Mingyue suddenly cupped a transmission note in her hand and said in a cool tone. She really didn't expect that Ling Tian actually controlled such a terrifying card in his hands. Even though Yi Lord's battle power was heaven-defying, it still seemed too small in front of this chaos demon. Don't know how to die. Ling Tian let out a cold snort and lightly waved his palm, and that chaotic demon ape immediately stepped out and punched down towards Gu Mingyue. Chapter 88 Loving so deeply. Gu Mingyue's self-doubts. Rumble. Miles of heaven and earth. Divine ripples in all directions. The devil ape Marmozet smashed his fist down. Just like a sight of devil's sun from the sky cover pressure. Collapsed the ancient world. Hey! Gu Mingyue sighed lightly. A hint of helplessness hidden in her phoenix eyes. Just now, she was counted by Ling Tian and was injured by the true intent of reincarnation in this place, which was why she had no choice but to send a voice message to Lord Yi for help. But for some reason, the moment she saw this cave-ruined demon, the first thing that came to her mind was not even her own safety, but Yi Lord. With her understanding of this Yi family's divine son, Yi Lord would never put himself in any danger, and if Gu Mingyue wanted to defeat this demonic ape, the only way was to forcibly unlock the Nirvana seal and restore her supreme cultivation. It was just that in that case, she would definitely be backfired by the Nirvana seal and lose all her cultivation. Not to mention, there was still a Dao sect Dao Sun here watching intently. Just those legacy race powerhouses in the Dragon's Blood Great Swamp alone would not be able to let themselves go after sensing the commotion here. Buzz. Divine patterns flowed in Gu Mingyue's eyes, and she wanted to unlock the Nirvana seal. Right at this moment, the void in front of her suddenly rippled with a wisp of ripples. One could only see a white-clothed figure slowly emerge, surrounded by bright spiritual light and immortal charm. Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly froze. A touch of horror and incredulity reflected in the bottom of her eyes. Regardless of his past life and present life, Lord Yi had always been an extremely cautious person. In this life, although there were many changes in his body, his means of calculating Lin Chen still terrified Gu Mingyue. He never lets himself get into any kind of trouble, and every step he takes is well thought out. But at this moment, this divine son of the Yi family, who was the most adept at disguises, had actually appeared in front of her. Compared to that one chaotic demon ape, at this moment, Yi Lord's figure appeared extremely small. But in Gu Mingyue's heart, this moment's Yi Lord was higher than the sky. Why? Gu Mingyue's red lips trembled as mist gradually rose in her eyes. She simply couldn't figure out what other schemes Yi Lords could have at this moment that would be worth the cost of his life. Love? Buzz. Yi Lord's expression was clear and cold, and he did not pay any attention to Gu Mingyue behind him as he similarly probed out a palm. Within its body, 10,000 divine and demonic particles roared and trembled, and the Dao bones revived. And outside of his body, there was gradually a wisp of devilish intent, like the first wisp of darkness born at the end of the Hongmeng, evil and deep. In Gu Mingyue's shocked eyes, Lord Ye's realm was actually rapidly climbing at a speed that could be considered terrifying. Mahayana Sixfold, Mahayana 9, Tenji 1, Tian G9, Cave Ruins I, Cave Ruins 5th level. In just a flash, Yi Lord's aura reached the terrifying realm of the 5th level of Cave Ruin, and his fist prints were finally colliding with the Yuzu Devil Ape with a loud bang. Rumble. Heaven and earth quake. A ripple of power visible to the naked eye swept across 10,000 miles of land in an instant. The mountains and rivers and the immortal temple were all reduced to pieces, and ghastly cracks ran through them. Even the true intent of reincarnation that filled the surrounding void completely collapsed under this wave of power. Puff! Yi Lord's body trembled, and his entire body directly flew out backwards, being wrapped in Gu Mingyue's arms with both hands. Yi Lord! At this moment, this female emperor of the immortal dynasty, her fair and absolutely beautiful face had long been covered with tear stains, mixed with the blood stains at the corner of her mouth dripping down, blooming a brightly colored flower on Yi Lord's white clothes. This scene, moreover, suddenly reminded her of the scene on the Great Tao Divine Wall. At this moment, the devilish intent in Yi Lord's eyes was like a sharp knife that was deeply inserted into Gu Mingyue's heart. She understood that Yi Lord's strong lifting of his realm relied on the demonic intent within his body that was suppressed by the Tao bone. Yi Lord actually really chose to fall into the devil for her, using his life to protect her safety. It turned out that he was so deeply in love. Mingyue, you go first. Lord Yi slowly got up, his face pale and grave. No, I'm not leaving. Gu Mingyue shook her head, her heart gradually making up its mind. Originally, she wanted to rob Ling Tian of his chance in order to unlock the seal of the Nirvana seal faster so that she could suppress Lord Yi. But now, the hatred in her heart has long since disappeared. There is only guilt as well as the deep marrow of love for the Leaf Lord. She can escape, but what about Lord Yi? With his current demonic intent, even if he killed this chaotic demon ape, once he stepped out of the Tao's sovereign mysterious realm, he would be completely reduced to a devil that would not be tolerated in the world. Unless, Yi Lord, if I lose my cultivation, will you still want me? Gu Mingyue's red lips slightly opened and asked in a soft voice. She knew the question was stupid, but she still wanted an answer. Even if that answer was most likely false, she wouldn't complain anymore. Of course not. Who would be foolish enough to marry a tired daughter-in-law? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, his eyes looking at Gu Mingyue playfully. The blood at the corner of his mouth was especially blinding at the moment, and he reached out to tenderly wrap Gu Mingyue's messy hair in front of her forehead behind her ear. Fool, why do you always doubt me? Don't worry, with me here, no one will ever be able to hurt you. Rumble. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's heart and mind completely collapsed, tears dripping down, and they looked at each other without words. He can obviously lie to himself. Dropping. The daughter of heaven's destiny's Taoist heart is shaken. The host is working harder, and is about to unlock a new posture for immortal cultivation. Is the heart of the way shaken? Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and he wasn't surprised. In the end, at this moment, Gu Mingyue still had a bottom card that had yet to be cast. Only when she was truly in a desperate situation would it be an opportunity for Lord Yi to completely open her Tao heart. This demonic intent. Above the void, Yuzu's brows were tightly locked, and the pupils of his bloody eyes stared at the Yi Lords with a deadly stare. For some reason, on this teenager, he actually felt a suppression originating from his bloodline. Oh, that's touching. Ling Tian sked and marveled, his violet white eyes filled with sarcasm. Lord Yi, so you're the devil hiding in the heavenly Tao city? Dao's son Ling Tian doesn't seem to be clean either. Yi Lord was unmoved. As early as when he stepped into the gate of reincarnation, he used the talismanic spell formations gifted by his old ancestor to completely seal this ancient hideout. On one hand, he was worried about Ling Tian escaping, and on the other hand, he was preventing the strongest members of the legacy race from breaking into this place. With his current cultivation level, it might be a bit difficult to subdue this cave market demon. However, it was easy for him to suppress Ling Tian. As long as Ling Tian fell, the reincarnation tower would become ownerless, whether it was a cave ruin demon or a sacred realm demon. In front of Lord Ye's manifestation demon body, they could only bow down. Gu Mingyue was right. He never put himself in any danger. As long as I kill you all, who knows, I can control these chaos demons. Ling Tian let out a cold smile and gave a wink towards the umbrella demon ape. What are you still waiting for? Kill them for me. Oh, actually, I was thinking the same thing. Yi Lord smiled gently. His white clothes were awe-inspiring, transcendent like an immortal, and the devilish intent around him became more and more volatile. Between the whistles, it was as if billions of demonic shadows came from the ancient times and stood silently behind Lord Yi. The black fog began to rise, and it was as if the heavens and earth had gone completely dark, leaving only endless despair and chaos. The eyes of the Yuzu trembled, gently swallowing, his body trembling. Right at this moment, the reincarnation emperor symbol in Ling Tian's brow once again emitted a buzz. In an instant, Yuji's complexion turned incomparably hideous, driven by this law of reincarnation, and ran towards Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue. Just as Yi Lord took a step forward and wanted to strike, he heard a gentle and clear voice suddenly come from behind him. Husband, leave it to me. Chapter 89. Husband and wife join forces. The Empress's true strength. Ye Lord's eyebrows were lightly raised, and there was a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Behind him, Gu Mingyue was suddenly surrounded by spiritual radiance, and her eyes gradually flickered with amazing waves. At this time, on every inch of her skin, there were immortal patterns diffused, like an ancient female immortal, with immortal muscles and clear fragrance, and her flesh and bones metamorphosed. Mother, you, Nirvana Seal. As Gu Mingyue's most powerful card, this divine seal contained all of her cultivation senses from her previous life. But likewise, Gu Mingyue would definitely suffer a great backlash if she forced open the Nirvana seal. Husband, kill Ling Tian. Gu Mingyue took a step out, and her aura was already at the peak of Mahayana. Beneath its feet, a piece of innate auspiciousness rose up, and 10,000 paths opened and closed. By the time her second step landed, the entire Reincarnation Ancient Collection instantly sent shockwaves through the heavens. As for Gu Mingyue's pair of eye pupils, they had long since become indifferent and deep, as if they were two divine stars, draped with billions of divine lines. As the third step fell, a golden immortal seal actually emerged from her brow, glittering. Gu Mingyue's realm, on the other hand, was straight into the cave ruins, and the void around her body lit up with layers of imperial lines, grinding out the heavens. The void trembled, the innate aura intertwined with the Emperor's power, as if a star kept falling, and the mark on Gu Mingyue's brow peeled off at once, radiant and dazzling, containing the most subtle Tao and Dharma in the world. How is that possible? Ling Tian's face paled, similarly shocked by Gu Mingyue's aura. 3 steps to the cave ruins. Moreover, the aura of this immortal dynasty Empress was still climbing crazily, vaguely showing signs of breaking through to the supreme. Yu Zhu, quickly, kill her. Rumble. Yuji looked hideous, forcibly enduring the palpitations in his heart. His fist smashed down, just like heaven and earth pouring over, enveloping Gu Mingyue's figure. Just at this moment, Gu Mingyue's face was incomparably calm. Her veiled hand lightly waved, and a monumental immortal radiance filled the air, and the Nirvana golden seal on top of her head was dropping 10,000 symbols, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. Rumble. The terrifying power seemed like a divine mountain covered down. However, when this wave of power touched the Nirvana seal, it strangely dissipated. Gu Mingyue stepped into the void. Her phoenix clothes vibrated, and on that fair and absolutely beautiful face was a domineering power that looked out of the sky and earth. Buzz. At the same time, Lord Ye's eyes fell on Ling Tian. In the next instant, he similarly stepped out, directly tearing through the void and appearing in front of this reincarnation heir. Ye lords, you! Ling Tian's face changed drastically, and he watched as Lord Ye's palm lit up with billions of dark lights and crushed down towards the front. The black mist was mixed with the aura of chaos and yin and yang, encompassing the land in a 100-mile radius, like an exterminating millstone that rumbled and crushed everything. No, I can't die. Ling Tian shouted angrily, controlling the reincarnation tower as it descended from the sky, encompassing his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel that there was a strand of bizarre demonic intent in the void, frantically eroding towards his body, to drag him into the true 10,000 years of hell. Dang! As an ear-splitting heavenly sound resounded, Ye Lord's fist seal fell, and behind him, 10,000 devils roared in unison, breaking all the light on the reincarnation tower. As for Ling Tian's figure, he instantly flew backwards, blood mixed with his internal organs spewing out of his mouth. Vaguely, he seemed to see a demonic shadow from beyond the heavens, tearing apart the earthly epic, looking down at him with a pair of cold and gloomy eyes. Puff! A mere ray of eye light caused Ling Tian's Tao heart to quake and his bloodline and bones to shatter. It was horrible. Originally, Ling Tian thought that as long as he fused the reincarnation emperor symbol, he would be invincible in contemporary times. But today, when he saw Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue, he truly realized how small he was. This husband and wife, one of them was a born supreme, with amazing imperial power. The other is the ancient devil, the darkest on earth. It's hard to imagine who else in this world will be a match for this couple 10 or 100 years from now. Even, any one of them had the posture of being in charge of the heavens, unique in the ages. Ye lords, even if I die, I will make you pay. Ling Tian's expression was grim as the reincarnation emperor seal in his brow rose up, turning into a great Tao yoke that wrapped around towards Lord Yi. In an instant, the entire reincarnation ancient collection was completely abuzz. In the center of the ancient collection, the black stone pillar that held up the canopy even crumbled into a terrifying crack. Among them, a ray of radiant golden light erupted out, and the divine might was so great that it shattered all of those countless runic shackles. Ye Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he looked up at the black pillar that was about to break the seal, and his heart instantly made a guess. At this moment, he could feel that there was actually a trace of imperial might flowing through this black pillar, far more terrifying than an unusual imperial weapon. An imperial soldier? Compared to the reincarnation emperor symbol, It turned out that this sealed black pillar was the greatest creation of this place, but what slightly puzzled Lord Yi was, who had sealed such a terrifying divine treasure here? Imperial talisman. I have it too. Lord Ye's expression was gentle, and a divine radiance similarly erupted from his brow. One could only see the Taichu ancestral symbol emerge out of thin air and fall down towards Ling Tian's hole. How can? In an instant, the reincarnation seals in this place were completely suppressed, and the light on the reincarnation emperor's symbol was gradually annihilated, falling back into Ling Tian's soul sea. Before Ling Tian could react, he saw a slender palm piercing through the void and appearing above his head. Immediately afterward, that one palm actually pierced into his heavenly soul cap and gouged out that reincarnation emperor's symbol. Ah! The miserable screams of pain and despair immediately resounded throughout the entire ancient hide. The Yi Lord's palm erupted with demonic lines, no longer giving Ling Tian the slightest chance to catch his breath, devouring his fleshly body and soul. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the man of Heaven's destiny. Reward, 5% of Heaven's destiny casting value, 14% total. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the man of Heaven's destiny, and obtaining the reward, the Tao of Reincarnation. Drops. Congratulations to the host's heavenly destiny casting value has reached 10%. You may choose to extract the heavenly Tao treasure chest. Extraction. Lord Yi looked down at the bloodstained reincarnation emperor symbol in his hand and frowned lightly. He saw that the imperial talisman in front of him was not complete, only half of it. Instead, the moment he touched this emperor talisman, he could clearly feel a divine soul fluctuation if anything. Interesting, there are actually 2 reincarnation transmitters? Buzz. Just as Lord Yi was secretly pondering, a shocking buzz suddenly lifted up in the sea of souls. Only a golden-colored treasure chest descended slowly, draped in a 7-colored immortal haze mist. In an instant, a hint of anticipation flashed in the eyes of Lord Yi. Most of the treasures produced by this kind of system were above the rules of the Great Tao, and were the true bottom card of Lord Yi. Click! As the Great Tao treasure chest slowly opened, a brilliant golden light erupted out, a divine haze that enveloped his entire soul sea. Chapter 90 The First Great Tao Divine Object. From now on, you'll be called Little Blackie. It's, with a movement of his soul thoughts, Yi Lord dispersed all the golden light. Among them, a black stone floated in the heavens and earth, inscribed with many ancient and complex divine patterns, like the birth of heaven and earth. That piece of the Great Tao green stone in the depths of the Hongmeng, it was permeated with a divine power that far exceeded spiritual power. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Panga stone, which can break through any realm barrier or seal formation, and at the same time, the host is not suppressed by the laws of the Great Tao, no matter if he is in the upper or lower realms. Hearing the system's beep, Yi Lord's eyes flickered and he secretly said that it was true. With the power of the ancestral symbol of the Great Beginning, it would be easy to break the seal of the formation. However, the domain barrier was a true rule of the Great Tao, not to mention that Yi Lord was a Mahayana. Even if a supreme or emperor realm powerhouse, it was simply impossible to break it easily. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the Imperial Lord to swindle countless Tao State giants with just one Ascension Immortal Gate in the first place. Now that Lord Yi had obtained this Panga stone, he could easily travel between the 3,000 Tao States and the land of the lower realm. Even, as long as he could find the entrance to the 9 heavens, he could ascend to the immortal realm at any time. Unico produces a fine product. At this time, Yi Lord was already somewhat looking forward to what kind of heaven-defying divine treasure creation he could get the next time he extracted the heavenly Tao treasure box. Rumble. At the same time, Yushu's figure smashed down from the sky, crushing all the ancient halls of the divine mountain below. Above the void, Gu Mingyue's immortal face was cold and indifferent. Her hair was crystalline, and a piece of immortal pattern was intertwined around her body, and there was a hidden fragrance of the Great Tao diffusing. In the next instant, she didn't even give Yu Tamarin a chance to get up. Her jade hand lightly waved, and billions of rune patterns fell from the sky, like a meteor fire rain, annihilating everything. This was the precious art of the Great Tao that she had practiced in her previous life, the 10,000 Paths Emperor technique. Each star contained a different law of the Great Tao, and the Emperor's power poured out. The innate Taoist fetus. The Taoist method is heavenly. At her peak, Gu Mingyue had deduced 108 Great Tao laws with this Tao fetus, and was known as the #1 demon in the 3,000 Tao states. Even the Yi Lords of her last life were a bit bleaker than her on the surface. As that one great Tao divine star fell, endless smoke and dust immediately rose above the earth. The huge body of the Yu Tamarin was splattered with layers of blood mist, and his bones were shattered and blood was blurred. Akatsuki. Right at this moment, but Yi Lord let out a soft cry and shook his head with a smile. Leave him alive. Gu Mingyue's phoenix eyes were slightly austere as she turned her head to look at Lord Yi. However, at this moment, Ling Tian's figure had long since disappeared without a trace. and that one reincarnation tower had completely fallen into the hands of Lord Yi. Good. Gu Mingyue did not ask more questions, but there was a faint hint of melancholy under her eyes. At this moment, she could feel that her realm was gradually falling. Once she lost all her cultivation, she would be completely reduced to a liability. At that time, if Lord Yi wanted to escape the Dao Sect's secret realm and avoid the pursuit of the dragon's blood Great Zephyr, the only way to do so was to give her up. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the Yi Lord's heavy pupil soul patterns intertwined, erasing all the marks belonging to Ling Tian in the reincarnation tower. In an instant, this ancient pagoda erupted with endless waves, and the true meaning of reincarnation splashed out in all directions, as if it wanted to break free from Lord Ye's control. A spiritual treasure and you dare to resist? Yi Lord's expression was indifferent, the dark light around his body filled with fog, gradually enveloping the reincarnation tower. In just a moment, this heavenly destiny divine treasure was completely quiet, and was directly incorporated into the Sea of Souls by Lord Yi. At the same time, he could feel a divine sense quietly coalescing. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the reincarnation tower, replacing the predestined karma of the heavenly destined son, Ling Tian, and unlocking the immortal Lord Linglong plot after finding the remaining half of the reincarnation emperor seal. The Yi Lord's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the shattered body of the Yu Tamarin. At this time, this chaos-grade demon had already been beaten half to death by Gu Mingyue, but what really made him fearful was not Gu Mingyue, but the Yi Lord in front of him. On this white-clothed teenager, he could feel a suppression originating from his bloodline, like he was born with demonic intent, the lord of all demons, and there was no way to disobey. If it wasn't for the fact that just now, Ling Tian had taken control of him with the reincarnation shackle, Yumaru would never have dared to take a shot at the Yi Lord so easily. Yuji pays his respects to his master. The Yuju struggled to get up, his blood and bones were full of blood, and he was incredibly miserable. As a wisp of demonic lines rose outside his body, he directly transformed into a human form and deeply worshipped towards Lord Yi. Even so, his body was still extremely sturdy, as tall as two people, and he was wearing a broken black armor that was reckless and ancient, invariably giving people a great shock. Ushers? Yi Lord shook his head. This name is not good. It makes people know that you are a demon the moment they hear it. At this moment, there were many doubts in his mind about the Lord of Reincarnation that needed to be answered by Yuzu, but it was imperative that he left the Dao Sect's secret realm first. Please master, give me a name. Seeing that you look so heroic and domineering, from now on you will be called Little Blackie. The Yuzu's lips trembled, but in the end, he did not dare to say more. Behind Lord Yi, the corner of Gu Mingyue's mouth lifted up in a shallow arc as she raised her head to look at the black stone pillar in the center of the ancient collection. Yi Lord, my realm won't last long. I'll help you suppress your demonic intent first. The reason why she chose to forcibly unlock the Nirvana seal was not just to suppress the Yu Tamarin. There was also a more important reason, which was to help Lord Yi conceal the demonic intent on his body. Otherwise, once he stepped out of the reincarnation ancient collection, he would inevitably expose his identity. Even if he could escape the secret realm by chance, it would be a real world of inadmissibility. Mingyue, how are you? We'd better leave this place first. Yi Lord frowned lightly, especially the suffering in Gu Mingyue's eyes, which caused his eyes to tremble with some inexplicable heartache. I'm fine. Gu Mingyue shook her head and smiled. Her jade hand lightly waved, not giving Yi Lord a chance to refuse at all, controlling the Nirvana seal to fall from the sky, enveloping his figure in it. Buzz. In an instant, this place was filled with immortal radiance, while the divine radiance of the immortal pattern on Gu Mingyue's body rapidly dimmed, and even her realm kept falling. Akatsuki, Yi Lords, I can only use the Nirvana seal to temporarily cover the demonic intent in you. I can't truly suppress it. In the future, you have to be careful not to easily exert this power again. Gu Mingyue sighed softly as a great Dao green lotus bloomed around her body, as if it was rooted in the depths of the chaos, suppressing all evil spirits. In fact, she still had a way to truly suppress the demonic intent in Lord Yi, the 9 heavenly Xian mare body. As long as she could intermingle yin and yang with Lord Yi, she would be able to intertwine her destiny with him and jointly resist the demonic intent erosion. But now, the two of them were in a desperate situation, making it difficult for them to walk out of the Dao Sect's secret realm together. She didn't want to use this to blackmail Yi Lord, and she didn't want him to be buried here for herself. In this life, it was already a relief that she didn't die at the hands of Lord Yi. Mingyue, what do you mean by that? The words are so decisive. Are you trying to break off relations with my husband? Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold as he asked in a deep voice. Buzz. At this time, Gu Mingyue did not respond. The entire person seemed to be transformed into chaos, and a strand of innate power flowed away, carefully covering up every strand of demonic intent on Lord Yi's body. Yi Lords, I'm sorry, consider it my compensation for you. Chapter 91 Extreme Dao Emperor Soldier. Billions of corpses cast God's blade. Puff. Time passes, until the dark light on Lord Ye's body was replaced by a wisp of immortal radiance as much as possible. Gu Mingyue's body quietly trembled, and a wisp of blood immediately flowed down from the corner of her mouth. At this time, her aura had completely withered, her cultivation lost, and that one nirvana seal, even dimmer, fell back into the sea of her soul. Akatsuki. Ye Lord reached out and swept Gu Mingyue into his arms, his eyes incomparably gentle. How are you, Lord Yi? That stone pillar should be the greatest creation here. Gu Mingyue reached out and pointed at the black stone pillar in the distance, a hint of anticipation hidden on her pale and pretty face. It should be an imperial armament. Oh, Ye Lord nodded gently and directly picked up Gu Mingyue and walked towards that one black stone pillar. Buzz. Above its head, the panga stone rose slowly, dropping endless runic divine radiance. In an instant, the ceiling shackles binding the stone pillars shattered completely, crumbling into many cracks. Pieces of debris fell off, revealing one of the golden battle halberds. It's Great Desolate Jinshur halberd. Yuzu stood behind Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue, a look of bitterness on his face. Ye Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he turned his head to look at Yuzu. You recognize this halberd? Back to Master. The Lord of Reincarnation has 3 great divine treasures. The Emperor Talisman of Enlightenment of Reincarnation, the Desolate Halberd of Subduing the Heavens, and the Ancient Pagoda of Sealing the Gods and Demons, of which this Great Desolate Halberd of Subduing the Heavens and the Earth contains the godless might of subduing the heavens and the earth, and it's one of the most powerful extremely pathful imperial armaments on earth. The Yuzu looked solemn, as if he had remembered something terrible, and the bottom of his eyes were full of scorn. Oh, at those words, Ye Lord's heart but became more and more confused. According to Yuji's speculation, the current Imperial Lord was most likely the former Lord of Reincarnation. If that was the case, why had he sealed his 3 essential treasures in the secret realm? What's he hiding? Inexplicably, Lord Yi felt that behind the 3,000 Tao states, there was likely to be another shocking conspiracy hidden, about becoming immortal and about the reincarnation of all beings. As Ye Lord's mind moved, the panga stone floated and sank to the heavens and earth, breaking all the seals in the great desolate world suppressing halberd. The terrifying divinity was like a vast ocean rushing about, suppressing all spiritual energy and legal patterns in an instant. At this moment, Lord Yi had a premonition that even without exerting any spiritual power or moves, this halberd fall would be enough to blast any Mahayana living being to death. Master, be careful. The extreme Tao Emperor soldiers are all spiritually intelligent. They won't easily betray their original owners. Just as Lord Ye's palm probed out, wanting to hold this heavenly halberd in his hands, he heard another shocked cry from Yu Marmozet, filled with endless trepidation. Nowadays, he had long been sealed by the ancient pagoda of reincarnation. Once Lord Yi fell here, he would also be imprisoned in the secret realm of reincarnation, hardly seeing the light of day. Unlike the Lord of Reincarnation or even Ling Tian, although this youngster in front of him was of the human race, the aura of an ancestral demon flowed through his body. Such a master was more than worthy of being followed by Yuji and the others. Yeah? Yi Lord's expression was indifferent and unmoved. Only the moment his palm touched the great desolate world suppressing halberd, a terrifying reincarnation divine force ran through him. With Yi Lord's physical strength, he still felt his mind shaken under this divine power, and his entire arm exploded, bloody and bony. Yi Lord! Gu Mingyue exclaimed in shock, but she saw that there wasn't a ripple on Lord Ye's face. His 2 eye pupils, however, actually showed 2 different colors, gold and silver, imprisoning the entire void. In its chest, the innate Tao bone hummed and quivered, blossoming with a 7-colored divine haze. At the same time, in the palm of the Yi Lord's hand that was holding the halberd, billions of demonic patterns swept out, devouring and wearing down the true meaning of reincarnation in the halberd. In an instant, Yuji's face completely froze, his eyes rounded, and the last trace of unwillingness in his heart completely dissipated. Heaven-swallowing devil kung fu. Rumor has it that when heaven and earth first opened, the first wisp of darkness that was conceived in the Hongmeng was born with a spirit and became the first ancestral demon to open up the heavens and the earth. His name was Manhwa, and he practiced the heaven-swallowing devil technique, swallowing 10,000 spirits to be born, which was the beginning of the 9 heavenly cataclysms, and was also known as the unknown by the 10,000 races of the heavens. Yuji never dreamed that one day he would meet a living demon ancestor. What was even more frightening was that he had reincarnated in the 3,000 Tao state. At this moment, Yushu vaguely saw the eventual end of this side of heaven and earth. Everything is depleted, darkness spreads, all living beings fall, and the corpses become mountains. Rumble. As Yi Lord's palm fiercely clenched, that one great desolate ancient halberd immediately emitted an ear-splitting roar, and was actually really pulled out from the reincarnation divine maelstrom by him. The divine radiance boiled, and the 6 paths reappeared. A desolate and ancient aura quietly filled the air. while the great desolate world suppressor halberd even gradually shrunk, turning into 10 feet long. The halberd blade was gulping and the runic pattern was dazzling, just like a true dragon in the 9 heavens, sharp as attack. At this moment, it was as if a party of immortal queens appeared in front of Lord Ye's eyes, sinking down through the ages. Endless corpses and seas of blood poured down, and hundreds of millions of dead souls forged the world-suppressing divine blade. Extreme Imperial Soldier. As the reincarnation Lord's original divine treasure, this Imperial halberd was a true offensive divine object. Even Yu Jiamo, standing before this ancient halberd at this moment, had an unspeakable panic as his bloodline withered. What a beautiful ancient halberd! Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly, the same color of shock under her eyes. An extreme Dao Emperor Soldier was already the topmost creation in the 3000 Dao states. Even some Dao state overlords, the everlasting ancient race, did not even control Emperor Soldiers, let alone terrifying extreme Emperor Soldiers. The so-called extreme Dao, as the name suggests, is the ultimate on Earth, the extreme peak of the great Dao. Since the beginning of time, only a truly top-notch great Emperor powerhouse would spend 100,000 light years to warm up with their Emperor power before it was possible to forge an extreme Emperor armament, and the appearance of each extreme Dao Emperor Soldier would change the pattern of the Earth, and the great world would open and close. Like it? With a gentle expression, Yi Lord handed that golden halberd to Gu Mingyue. Although this divine halberd's rank, might and killing power were all more powerful than the Reincarnation Emperor Talisman and the Reincarnation Tower. However, to Lord Yi, the value of such offensive treasures was far less than the other 2 Reincarnation Supreme treasures. What's more, Gu Mingyue's innate Dao fetus could deduce all paths. Combined with this extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, the battle power was bound to climb exponentially. For me? Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled as she looked at Lord Yi with an incredulous expression. The Yi Lord in his previous life was selfish to the extreme, and when all spiritual treasures and creations came into his hands, it was absolutely impossible for him to give them to others again. This ancient halberd in front of him was a truly heavenly divine artifact, far more terrifying than the underpinnings of a party of immortal forces. But Lord Yi had given this divine halberd to himself just because of a compliment he had made? At this moment, Gu Mingyue only felt her eyes rolling and gently pressed her face into Yi Lord's arms. Yi Lords, why are you so nice to me? You are my fiancé and will be my wife in the future. So if I don't treat you well, who will? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, cloudy in light, and stuffed the great desolate world-suppressing halberd into Gu Mingyue's hand. Take it. I cultivate the sword Dao. This halberd is more or less a waste in my hands. Besides, you have to learn how to hold the halberd. Gu Mingyue's face froze. A smoky haze rose on her pretty face, and she fiercely glared at Lord Yi. Yi Lords, thank you, but you won't be able to walk out of the Dao sect's secret realm with me. Who said that? Does Mingyue not believe in my husband? Yi Lord's expression was gentle, but under his eyes was a touch of arrogance and disdain. I said, as long as I live, I won't let you suffer any harm. Rumble. Right at the moment when Lord Ye's words fell, countless cracks suddenly crumbled in the sky above the Reincarnation Ancient Collection. Vaguely, he seemed to see countless figures of the legacy race standing above the sky dome, densely packed, like a torrent blocking off heaven and earth. Chapter 92. Holding a sister in her arms to kill. Mysterious woman descends on Dao sect. Little Blackie, you return to the Reincarnation Tower first. With a solemn expression, Yi Lord waved his hand and put the Yu Marmoset into the Reincarnation Pagoda. Now that Lin Chen was dead, if he wanted to perform the immortal swallowing demon technique in the future, he would inevitably still need a new backstabber. The sealed demons in these reincarnation towers were all true ancient ferocious beasts. There were some things they were far more comfortable doing than Lord Yi. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the daughter of Heaven's destiny with the great desolate Jinshur halberd, extreme Dao Imperial armament, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward. The Tai Ruin Sword Collection. Tai Ruin Sword Collection. 10 supreme holy swords can be summoned in the Mahayana realm. 100 supreme ancient swords can be summoned in the Cave Ruin realm. 1,000 imperial swords can be summoned in the Void God realm. 10,000 supreme imperial swords can be summoned in the Sage realm. And 100,000 immortal swords can be summoned in the Supreme realm. Even with Yi Lord's heart, he couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile after hearing the terrifying might of this sword hide. Can you imagine the scene of 100,000 immortal swords chopping down from the sky? Throughout the 3,000 Dao states, an emperor artifact was already a supreme divine object, and immortal weapons even exist only in legends. No one has seen them at all. 100,000 immortal swords. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil a little. Yi Lords, put me down first. I've thought of a good idea. Gu Mingyue's eyes were bitter, similarly shocked by the countless figures of the legacy race overhead. At this moment, she vaguely sensed that some extremely ancient aura was firmly locking onto this ancient hide. Even though Yi Lord's battle power was heaven-defying, he still maintained his cultivation at the cave ruin realm at this time, but with such strength, how long could he last? Once Ye Lords were surrounded by these legacy race powerhouses, the ultimate outcome would be death. Instead of that, it would be better to leave Gu Mingyue in the ancient collection to attract the attention of the legacy clan. This would allow Ye Lords to escape the secret realm and return to the sacred state by virtue of the bottom card in his hand. Don't even think about escaping Mingyue, you're the greatest chance for my immortal journey. If you die, this immortal journey will be tasteless. Lord Yi shook his head, his eyes gradually becoming solemn. This was not something he said blindly. As the first daughter of Heaven's destiny bound to Lord Yi, the number of creations Gu Mingyue had returned to Lord Yi was already countless. Furthermore, as a reborn person, this immortal dynasty Empress had knowledge of all the secret realms and opportunities in the 3000 Dao states. As long as Ye Lords were able to completely rip her off, it would be equivalent to grasping the time of the emergence of all the creations. Places like this have always been involved with the manifest destiny. The Discordian Stone and the Tai Ruin Sword collection had already proved Brother Unity's invincibility. As long as he could hunt and bind enough Heaven's Destiny people, he would be able to completely cast the Heaven's Destiny body and get rid of the villain setting. Lord Yi, in an instant, mist rose in Gu Mingyue's eyes, and her red lips trembled in favor of not knowing how to retort. No one in the world knows what it's like to love someone better than she does. In her last life, this was how she gave everything for Lord Yi. But in the end, what she got was a cold, temperatureless palm that easily tore apart her flesh. So much so that at this point she felt like she was living in a dream. Unreal. Let's go. My realm should still be able to last an hour. It's enough. Ye Lord guffawed. Holding Gu Mingyue in one hand and the killing immortal ancient sword in the other, he marched towards the entrance of the ancient collection. Buzz. Dragon Blood Days. Ao Jiao looked grimly at the golden great market in front of him, a similarly palpitating look in the bottom of his eyes. When the Taoist ancestor got his chance here, he became an emperor in one night and suppressed the 3,000 legacy clans, and he even borrowed a true dragon bloodline to seal the reincarnation ancient collection. Ao Jia did not know exactly what was in this ancient treasure. The Dragon Blood Clan was only responsible for guarding this place, not allowing any living beings to intrude into it, and had been promised by the Dao ancestor that they could cultivate with the help of the true dragon's blood chi in this place. However, according to that oldest ancestor of the Dragon Blood Clan, when the Dao ancestor left this place, he was similarly frightened, as if he had seen some terrifying secret. Now that the reincarnation ruins had reappeared in the secret realm, it meant that the Dragon Blood Clan had failed in their duties. If Ao Jia couldn't suppress this reincarnation successor, I'm afraid that the entire Dragon's Blood Great Swamp or even the entire Legacy Clan would have no need to exist. Behind him, Knight Jair had a gloomy expression and was covered in wounds. Knight Jair, you know what to do later, don't you? Ao Jia coldly glanced at him, likewise not expecting a contemporary to dare to calculate the entire Legacy Clan. Ao Wang, don't worry. Knight Jair gently nodded, the killing chance in his eyes a few points more biting than Aoja. Rumble. Right at this moment, the entire reincarnation ruins shattered, and 10,000 feet of golden light rose up, and that golden divine whirlpool even broke the shackles of the secret realm and appeared in the sky above the Dao sect. Vaguely, all of the strongest members of the legacy race could see a white-clothed figure, carrying a stunningly beautiful woman in his arms as he stepped forward, awe-inspiring as an immortal. Buzz. The entire sacred state suddenly set off shocking waves. Ancient auras revived in all the ancient clans and immortal clans, looking toward the Dao sect. And the moment they saw that golden divine whirlpool, all the ancient ancestors' eyes flickered with a strong flash of shock and incredulity. The scent. In the center of the holy state, in the middle of the imperial court, a golden-robed youth stood with his hands in the air, overlooking the mountains and rivers, not seeing too many ripples in his golden pupils. Out of the world. Ah, but alas, it's too late. Rumble. At the same time, the same sharp sound of breaking wind came from the Dao sect. One could only see a sacred state heavenly pride fleeing out from the entrance of the secret realm in a panic, their faces pale as if they had suffered a great shock. The figures of the Dao Lord and a group of Dao Lord sect elders also descended from the sky and landed before the entrance to the secret realm. What happened in the secret realm? One of the Dao sect elders asked in a deep voice as he tugged on an ancient race heavenly pride. Elder, I don't know. The legacy race has gone crazy. All of them are heading towards the Dragon's Blood Great Zeus. It seems like there is some kind of treasure present, but once any sacred state's heavenly pride gets close to the Great Zephyr, they'll be suppressed and killed on the spot. What? At those words, the group of Dao sect elders looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Only the Dao Lord looked indifferent, looking at the golden divine whirlpool that penetrated the heavens with his arms folded, opened the seal of the Dao sect, and from this moment on, no one is allowed to go down the mountain, nor is anyone allowed to go up the mountain. As the Dao Lord's words fell, the entire heaven and earth became incomparably chaotic. What? On what grounds? Those who disobey will be killed without pardon. In the crowd, Yi Song and Ji Rumeng glanced at each other, and both their faces paled. At this point, they probably guessed that the changes in the Tao sect's secret realm must have something to do with the Divine Sun. Before his departure, Lord Yi had specifically explained that Yi Song should invite the 8 ancestors to come to the Tao sect after he left the secret realm. Now that the Tao Lord had sealed the Tao Shan, he had clearly cut off the Divine Sun's retreat and deserved to die for his crime. Is the Tao Lord concerned about something? Right at this moment, a gentle laughter suddenly came from the distant sky dome. Hearing the voice, the Tao Lord's eyes trembled lightly, but his face revealed an amiable smile. Old ancestor Lin Xian, long time no see. Only to see a white-clothed old man descending from the sky, vastly heavenly, it was none other than the Yi family's 8th ancestor, Yi Lin Xian. My Yi family's divine son has not yet stepped out of the secret realm. I wonder what the Lord intends to do by sealing the Tao mountain. Yi Linxian's temperament was elegant, but the words he said caused the Tao master's heart and mind to tremble, and his face gradually became gloomy. 8 ancestors, this is the Tao sect, so what if it's a Taoist sect? Before Yi Linxian could open his mouth, he heard another cold and ethereal woman's voice coming from the end of the sky dome. Immediately afterward, a white jade spirit carriage broke through the void and appeared over the Tao sect. Seeing the visitor, a faint palpitation immediately flashed across the eyes of the Tao Lord, even more shocking than when he saw Yi Linxian before. Chapter 93 Gu Mingyue's Tao heart fell. Always double cultivation, always happy? Dragon blood days. Yi Lord stood in the void, his white clothes out of the dust, holding Gu Mingyue in his arms, looking calmly at the group of legacy race powerhouses in front of him. Yi family divine son, it's really you. Nightjair's teeth were clenched, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. If it was unusual, he wouldn't even dare to show a hint of killing intent towards this divine son. However, this time, he was fooled by the Yi Lords and besieged the dragon's blood swamp. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost countless clansmen and elders. The new hatred and old hatred had gradually caused Nightjair to lose his mind. What did the Mountain Lord say? Why can't I understand? Lord Yi shook his head, clouded over. At this moment, in the void in front of him, there were nearly 1,000 legacy race beings standing, each with astonishing chi and blood. Humph, sharp teeth. Nightjair snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Aojia beside him, as if waiting for his order. Tackle him. Aojia looked arrogant and behind him, dozens of Mahayana beings immediately came out and surrounded towards Lord Yi. This is the Dragonblood Great Swamp, the lair of the Dragonblood clan. No matter who this teenager was, it would be hard to escape today. Yi Lords, quickly put me down. With your strength wanting to break out of the encirclement, it may not be impossible to do so. Gu Mingyue's eyes were red and she softly begged, please, Buzz. In this regard, Yi Lords did not respond, and a double pupil suddenly had a blazing flame burning in it. In an instant, the footsteps of those dozens of Mahayana beings stopped in place, their faces pale and fearful. They slowly lowered their heads and looked at the golden flames that rose from the soles of their feet, letting out gurgling cries of pain and despair. In just a flash, the flesh and souls of these legacy beings were completely burned to ashes. Heaven and earth are silent. At this moment, all the living beings of the legacy race looked at that one young man in white clothes, holding a beauty in his arms, and there was a strong shock in the bottom of their eyes. He's the cave ruin realm? Nightjair's lips trembled, and he actually felt a trace of the cave ruin mighty pressure on Lord Yi. How is that possible? Previously, when Yi Lord descended into the ancient divine mountain, he had only just reached the Mahayana realm, so how did he become a cave ruin powerhouse in the blink of an eye? Suddenly, an unspeakable chill arose in the bottom of Nightjair's heart. On that day, he led the divine mountain powerhouses to the dragon's blood swamp, leaving the 4th elder to guard the mountain. Originally, it was thought that with the divine mountain formation, it would be enough to deal with all the perilous changes. Now it seems that the 4th elder is afraid that he has already cooled off at this moment, worthy of being a reincarnation ancient collection. Aojia sighed softly, the same flash of panic in the bottom of his eyes. Before he could open his mouth, he saw Lord Yi take a step forward, his white clothes fluttering, and the blazing flames churning in his heavy pupils, and he even took the initiative to walk towards them. Yi Lords, have you really thought this through? Gu Mingyue's red lips trembled as she suddenly raised her head to look at the clear and handsome face that was close at hand. With her understanding of this Yi family's divine son, once he decided something, it would be hard to change it. Gu Mingyue, you'd better shut your mouth, or else when we get out of the secret realm, it won't be as simple as a spanking. Yi Lord glared viciously at Gu Mingyue, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. The reason he deliberately waited for the ancient collection to crumble and made such a big commotion was to draw the attention of the entire sacred state, causing the Tao sect to throw in the towel. With the temperament of the Yi family's ancestors, they would definitely not sit idly by at a time like this. At the very least, that 8 ancestors guarding the bottom of the Dao Mountain would definitely show up at the first opportunity. Moreover, now that Yi Lord had refined the Pangu stone, he could break the secret realm's prohibition and escape this place at any time. The reason why he fought with the Legacy clan was to completely open Gu Mingyue's heart knot, causing this Supreme Empress to put down all her concerns. At all times, the words death and life carry more weight than a vow, especially for Gu Mingyue. The value of these 4 words used to be more important than her life. Leaf Lords. Gu Mingyue suddenly smiled, gently stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yi Lord on the lips. This scene, moreover, caused the hearts and minds of the surrounding group of legacy race beings to quake and their mouths to open angrily. Hiss. I said this Yi Lord simply no one in sight. If we can leave the secret realm alive today, in the future, no matter what you, Shu. Before Gu Mingyue's words fell, she saw Lord Yi suddenly make a gesture of silence and said in a calm tone, I have always believed in you. Rumble. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's Dao heart completely collapsed, her eyes reflecting a flash of guilt and bone-deep affection. I've always believed that you. It turned out that he loved so openly and deeply. It was only because in his last life, he was so focused on proving his talent that he was always desperately cultivating, ignoring the changes in his Dao heart. Not anymore, Lord Yip, not anymore. Even if she would still end up dying in this life at the hands of this Yi family's divine son, Gu Mingyue had no regrets. Drops. The daughter of heaven's destiny's Dao heart has fallen. Congratulations to the host for breaking the plot setting and obtaining the reward, the innate supreme young body. Yi Lord's eyes were deep, and a heartfelt smile finally appeared on his face. It was obvious that this reward was purely for his next cultivation. When the 9 heavenly Xian Mare encounters the innate supreme yang, it is bound to be a heavenly, hearty battle. Duplexes are fun. Wouldn't it be fun all the time to be duplexed all the time? Yi Lord, are you provoking us? Aojia shouted angrily, and the bloodlines in his eyes boiled, like a sea of blood stumbling over endless waves. All elders listened to the order. Follow me and kill this son. Even if Aojia's realm was at the peak of the cave ruins, he still didn't dare to be careless at this moment. At that instant, dozens of strong people from the legacy race stepped out, their breaths swirling as they surrounded towards the Yi Lords. Provoke you? Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and the Dao bones in front of his chest buzzed. Above its head, a golden great marketplace slowly emerged, exuding amazing waves of sword chi. In the next instant, in the eyes of the crowd's palpitating eyes, an ancient sword chopped down from that great marketplace, as if it had pierced through from the ancient times, covering the sky and the earth. It is difficult to describe such scenes. Even Aojia and Nightjair, 2 powerful men of the 9th level of the cave market, were feeling frightened under the sword force, and they all offered up their own magic treasures in an attempt to resist. Behind the 2 of them, dozens of legacy race powerhouses struck out at the same time. The Great Seal Divine Ripple and spiritual treasure spells pressed down from the sky, annihilating the figures of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue. At the same time, those 100 supreme ancient swords cut through the void, easily piercing through the heads of countless legacy race beings and grinding out their blood and bones. A drop of blood containing supreme might dripped down, weighing as much as 10,000 pounds. In a matter of moments, many corpses and broken bones floated above the Great Z, and there were miles and miles of blood. It was horrible. This scene immediately caused the hearts and minds of all the surrounding legacy race beings to collapse and tremble, sending chills throughout their bodies. Puff. As for Lord Ye's body, it was similarly shaken by the attack of a group of powerful people, and his blood veins rose and fell. At this time, his white clothes stained with blood, the sword market roars, actually inexplicably have a few points of sad and lonely mood. It's now. Aojia sighed, his blood chi surging around his body, and he wanted to swipe towards Lord Yi. Right at this moment, the bones in Lord Ye's chest suddenly bloomed with a ray of 7-colored light, like a robbing light that decimated the heavens and shook the heavens. Hey! A low, old sigh suddenly came from the depths of the Great Zay. In the next instant, only a palm print that covered the sky was seen probing out from the Dragon Blood Divine Hall, draped in endless blood radiance, easily imprisoning the void and suppressing it towards Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue. This is the Supreme Realm. Chapter 94. Who dares to hurt my lord's baby? Have you heard of Jian Yi's name? Yi Lords, be careful. Gu Mingyue's face changed drastically, simply not expecting a supreme ancestor to be sleeping in the Dragon Blood Great Swamp. She struggled to get up, the pupils of her eyes in the immortal lines dazzle. The spiritual cap of the sky once again there is a surge of blood. Even want to burn the blood veins, for the Yi Lords in exchange for a ray of life. Don't move. Yi Lord's arm tightened, instantly interrupting Gu Mingyue's movements. He had managed to raid the Supreme Empress with great difficulty, so of course he wouldn't let her become a waste. In the pupils of its eyes, a bizarre black stone gradually manifested, and even the void was breaking up as soon as the light of its eyes passed by. Yi Lords, he's in the Supreme Realm. Gu Mingyue hissed and struggled. We're all going to die. Instead of that, Why don't we just leave one of us alive? I'm in the Supreme Realm. I can kill him. So what if it's the Supreme Realm? Gu Mingyue. Sometimes it's the ones who survive that suffer the most. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he gently pressed Gu Mingyue's cheeks to his chest. I told you, no one can hurt you. Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue's delicate body trembled, wanting to speak, and finally slowly closed her eyes and quietly snuggled in front of Yi Lord's chest. At this point she was suddenly relieved. A clean break from her last self. Rumble. As that bloody palm descended from the sky, the entire heaven and earth darkened. Terrifying Supreme Might drooped down, crushing the void and earth into pieces. Everyone's eyes looked at this scene in horror, and their souls were about to break. It's... Night Jaire's throat rolled as he suddenly remembered the legend that had been passed down for 10,000 years by the ancient remnant clan. It was said that when the Lord of Reincarnation slaughtered all the ancestors of the 10,000 races, the only one left behind was an old Jiao, who was locked in a cave to guard the spiritual treasures and divine materials. In these 10,000 years, Night Jair had never seen this old augur come out, and had always thought it was just a legend. Now, it seemed that the supreme powerhouse that had suddenly appeared before him was probably the ancestor of the dragon blood Great Zephyr. Roar! Between the heavens and the earth, a demonic radiance suddenly erupted, and 10,000 feet of blood clouds covered the sky. Between the rolling blood chi churning, a slightly stooped figure stepped forward with a deadly aura. It was a white-haired old man with a withered description, as if he had exhausted his lifespan. On the bridge of his nose, there was a bloody hole that had long since dried up, and his clothes were simple, like a mortal old man who was no more than ordinary. At this moment, he poked out a palm, a pair of blood horns on top of his head covered with thick horn scales, and his dark brown vertical pupils were filled with coldness. Old ancestor. Ao Jia and the others' eyes were solemn as they bowed towards the old Jiao. This old ancestor had always been sleeping underneath the Great Zephyr, and had not appeared in the world for a long time. Now that the Dragonblood clan was truly at the end of their life and death, this had alarmed him. In the next moment, just as Yi Lord's head was above his head, and the Pango stone was gradually lighting up, a light smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he slowly turned his head to look at the distant dome of the sky, his eyebrows slightly raised. As for the bottom of the eyes of that supreme old Jiao, a trace of intense shock likewise flickered up. Buzz. Only to see a ray of heavenly light suddenly hold down from the distance, like a heavenly divine star that came through 10,000 miles. In just a moment, that one blood-colored palm print was penetrated alive, turning into a roiling blood pattern that broke apart. In everyone's terrified eyes, an ancient bronze tripod slowly emerged and hung in midair, emitting terrifying and volatile waves of scorching heat. This scene instantly caused the hearts and minds of a group of legacy race powerhouses to quake, chilling them to the marrow. The full force of a supreme ancestor's strike was actually suppressed by someone 10,000 miles away with a single tripod. Such a terrifyingly strong person had simply overturned the perceptions of many legacy race beings. Only Ao Jia and Old Jiao were the only ones whose pupils revealed bewilderment and incredulity. This was the secret realm of the Dao sect, and everything they did was by order of the Dao master. Who was it that could actually overpower the Dao Lord and open the secret seal to descend here? An old loach. How dare you take a shot at my lord's treasure? With a cold and majestic voice, a white jade spirit carriage was seen descending from the sky. The demonic beasts pulling the carriage are actually 200 feet golden scaly beasts with dragon horns, already in the realm of dragonization. Among them, a beautiful woman wearing a black dress embellished with dark gold divine patterns stepped forward. Her skin is crystalline and delicate as glaze, glowing with a faint silver radiance. Her looks were extremely beautiful, no less so than Gu Mingyue's. Born with a languid temperament, her eyes were deep, and her head was crowned with a red gold haze, a head of green silk like a waterfall, cool and elegant. Most importantly, she was a supreme being with a vast and scorching aura that was even more terrifying than that old dragon blood scaly augur. Only to see her look deeply at Lord Yi, her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of concern. Lord baby, are you alright, baby? Gu Mingyue's pretty face froze, especially the helpless look on Lord Yi's face, which caused a faint sense of crisis to arise in her heart. Compared to Yu Qingji, the woman in front of her was undoubtedly much more honorable. Moreover, although there were many strong people in the holy state, she was the only one to see such a young female supreme being in her life, enough to be compared to the eternal life family ancestor. Good Lord Yi, you're actually eating soft rice in secret? Come on, let me see if it's hurt. The black-skirted woman took a step and landed directly in front of Lord Yi. Her jade hand gently lifted his face, not caring in the slightest about the murderous intent that flickered in Gu Mingyue's eyes, and carefully surveyed it. Did you take your medicine? The Leaf Lord scratched his head, rarely showing such a docile side. Don't say anything, quick, eat these pills first. As the words fell, the woman in black suddenly pulled out 7 or 8 jade bottles from her bosom, poured out a bunch of pills, and in Gu Mingyue's astonished eyes, all of them were stuffed into Lord Yi's mouth. What was even more terrifying was that the grades of these pills all seemed to be above the 7th grade, which could be considered a supreme creation. But now, this black-skirted woman casually took out a bunch of them and fed them to Lord Yi like sugar beans, her eyes full of favor and concern. Lord's baby, how many times have I said, don't run around, don't run around. What do you want, you tell me? As long as it's the creation of the 3000 sacred states, I can find it for you. Before Gu Mingyue could open her mouth, she heard that black-skirted woman's bitter words again, and began to educate Lord Yi in public. That bastard of a father of yours left as soon as he could, and your mother's whereabouts are unknown, and my poor child, how would you let me live if anything happened to you? As she spoke, tears actually flowed from the corners of the black-skirted woman's eyes. Child? At this moment, Gu Mingyue completely froze in place, her red lips lightly opened and her eyes were bewildered. Suddenly, as if she had suddenly thought of something, her eyes snapped open. In her last life, she had heard that there was a beautiful woman beside Lord Yi, but she never knew her identity. Now it seems that this one should be the one. You're Mingyue, aren't you? I've been in seclusion for many years and haven't had the time to meet you. Not bad. Just as Gu Mingyue was pondering, she saw the black-skirted woman turn her head to look at her, once again pulling out a jade bottle and handing it over to Gu Mingyue's hands. Your injuries aren't light. Take the pills first, and when this is over, you'll go back to the clan with me along with the Lord's son. Young people don't recuperate their bodies. How will they give birth to a child in the future? Gu Mingyue looked bewildered, a smoky haze rising on her pretty face as she looked at Lord Yi somewhat helplessly. Hear that? Cherish your body from now on. You still have to give me children. Yi Lord's smile was gentle as he hurriedly accepted the elixir for Gu Mingyue. Who the hell are you? Above the great zephyr, the dragon blood old Zhao's face was grave, similarly sensing terror in this black-skirted woman. Even those two golden scaly scales that pulled the carriage for her alone had a bloodline that was stronger than his. Who am I? My name is Jiang Yi. Chapter 95. Does Dao Lord think I'm soft? Strong Yi Lincian. Ginger Harvest? The crowd of legacy race beings looked at each other in dismay, obviously somewhat unfamiliar with this name. Oh, on weekdays, those immortal lords and holy lords in the holy state call me Dan Sage. As Jiang Yi's words fell, the entire heaven and earth fell into dead silence. Even Gu Mingyue's eyes were a touch of true horror and incredulity. The name of the Dan Sage was unknown to anyone in the 3000 Dao states. Compared to an unusual immortal lord, a great sect holy lord, this Dan Saint's status was undoubtedly much higher. After all, no one in this world would want to offend a Dan Master who could bring people back from the dead, let alone a supreme Dan Master. Just, in her last life, Gu Mingyue had only heard that the Dan Sage was eccentric in nature. All those who ask her for Dan need to pay a price, and she has never come out of the world, and has always lived in seclusion in the deep mountains and abysses. And how did she and Lord Yi know each other? Even going so far as to make enemies of the Dao sect and break into the secret realm? However, at this time, she did understand why there was always an inexhaustible supply of pills in the hands of Lord Yi. In fact, at this point, Gu Mingyue had really misunderstood Yi Lords. It was true that many of the pills in his hand were given to him by Jiang He, but most of them were robbed by him. Just now you slapped my son, so I will slap you back. As the words fell, Jiang He directly probed out a white and slim palm, suppressing it down towards that old scow. Buzz. In an instant, the void here churned up shocking waves. In the center of Jiang He's palm, strands of divine purple divine patterns intertwined and boiled, terrifyingly scorching heat, almost burning heaven and earth into nothingness, like a sea of purple fire, taking the place of the sky. This is heaven and earth spirit flame. The dragon blood old Zhao's expression changed drastically, and his body's blood veins boiled as if he was going to be burned into nothingness by this heavy purple flame, only to see him let out a furious roar, an endless blood aura permeating his body, and in the center of his brow, a drop of crimson ancient blood slowly manifested, transforming into a 100-foot blood dragon charging up into the sky. In this regard, Jiang He's face did not see a single ripple. Jade hand pushed horizontally, with that diffuse purple flames dropping down, grinding everything down. No, the dragon blood ancestor hissed in despair, and a touch of sinister determination gradually surfaced in the pale pupils of his eyes. I do everything because I am subject to the Tao. Buzz. Before his words could fall, he saw a ray of immortal radiance chopping down from the end of the sky dome, actually directly piercing through old Zhao's brow and breaking his divine soul. Immediately after that, Jiang He's palm imprint fell just then, instantly incinerating his corpse and turning his blood and bones into ash. Heaven and earth are silent. In the eyes of all the legacy race beings at this moment, there was a flash of true despair and helplessness. The supreme dragon ancestor, an existence like a god in their eyes, was slaughtered by these holy state powerhouses so wantonly that he couldn't even resist, and this scene, even more so, made Yi Lord's eyes slightly austere, with coldness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. In the eyes of those immortal Tao giants in the 9 heavens and the 10,000 ancient divine races, how could the 3,000 Tao states not be ants? At this moment, he thought of the dragon seal ancient coffin he had seen in the great Tao divine wall earlier, as well as the pair of golden pupils that were even more vast than the sky. Lord Yi had a premonition that his crossing over as well as the rebirth of the ancestral demon was most likely not a coincidence. Ye lords, that old scaly scow just said. Gu Mingyue's phoenix eyes were clear and cold, her eyebrows knitted. If the ceiling here was the work of the Taoist master, then what was the reason for him to open the secret realm over and over again with great care? No harm done. Lord Yi shook his head and turned his head to look at the end of the sky dome, only to see there. The Tao Lord and Yi Linxian came side by side, the divine haze under their feet, and soon appeared above the great Zay. In fact, from the moment Lord Yi entered the great Tao divine wall, he had vaguely sensed the Tao sect's scheming. That stone wall can see through the past lives and root qualifications of the world's pride. Is there a possibility that the Taoist sect is using this as an excuse to find someone? Oh, then you and Senior Jiang He. Gu Mingyue carefully glanced at Yi Lord, now that she had completely lowered her guard against Yi Lord and had shared life and death. But for some reason, instead, she's getting more and more afraid of losing him. She was my father's confidant and has always been extremely kind to me. Yi Lords helplessly smiled, always felt that his missing old man, back then seemed to owe more than just Jiang He this love debt. Oh, she's your little mom? Gu Mingyue instantly understood, and a hint of cunning suddenly flashed under her eyes. Then the Yu Qingji you said before, who does it look like? Yi Lord looked down at Gu Mingyue in his arms. His eyes were wanton and greedy. My lady, don't forget the bet we made in front of the Tao Bell before. Ye lords, I've lost all my cultivation. I'm afraid my body won't be able to withstand you. There's no harm in it. Antwo will help you to recuperate your body. The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly as he took Gu Mingyue's palm and walked towards Yi Linxian and Jiang He. It's outrageous. These legacies actually openly broke their agreement with my Tao sect and struck out against Godson Yi Lord. They simply deserve to die. The Tao Lord let out a deep gulp and slowly put away the ancient sword in his hand. Zhang Dan Shang and the 8 ancestors. It's fortunate that you guys came in time, or else my Tao Lord sect would have forged a big mistake. Oh, Jiang He and Yi Linxian exchanged glances and did not say much. What they were concerned about was not a Tao sect Tao Lord at all. Just the fact that the Tao Lord actually dared to seal the Tao Mountain and cut off the Yi Lord's path of retreat proved that he had the backbone to go to war with the Yi family. In other words, the Taoist master was probably just a pawn as well. Behind him must stand a power that truly equaled the strength of the Yi family. Looking at the 3,000 Tao states, I'm afraid that the only one with this kind of heritage is the imperial court. The legacy race has broken the agreement. In the name of the Taoist sect's lord, I'll penalize you all for not stepping out of the Great Zephyr for 300 years, or else. Wait a minute. Yi Linxian waved his hand, and there was always a touch of elegance on his thin face. If any cat or dog can make a move against my Yi family's divine son, then wouldn't my Yi family become a soft persimmon to be rubbed and pinched by others? Does Tao Lord think I'm soft? At those words, the Tao Lord's eyes trembled and his expression was humble. The 8 ancestors are joking. Regarding this Yi family's 8 ancestors, he naturally heard of them like thunder. It is said that Yi Linxian did not cultivate when he was young, and was dedicated to reading, comprehending the power of the vastness of the books and texts, and taking one step to the top. Looking at the 3,000 Tao states, there were many supreme beings, but a step to supremacy relied on truly heavenly enlightenment and chance. Not to mention a small Jiao clan. Even if the Tao sect dares to make a move against the Lord's son, there will definitely be no chickens or dogs left behind. Yi Linxian's indifferent remark immediately caused the Tao Lord's body to tense up and his eyes to gradually darken. This time, before he could even open his mouth, he saw Yi Linxian press down with a palm cover, angrily sealing down towards the thousands of living beings in the Great Zay. Rumble. This palm was very ordinary and didn't even have any supreme laws flowing through it. But the moment this palm print fell, all living beings, young and old, women and children, cave ruins and divine wheels, all exploded into a bloody mist. 10,000 miles of the great swamp were dyed red with blood, and the corpses were all over the place, which was shocking to the eyes. The Taoist master says, isn't it? The Tao Lord's eyes trembled in shock, and he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. This time it was my Tao Lord sect that was at fault. The Tao Lord sect is willing to compensate the Divine Son by allowing the Divine Son to pick any 3 treasures in the Tao Lord sect's treasure trove. 10 pieces. Chapter 96 Tao Sect Treasure Pavilion. Gu Mingyue's mysterious sense should. The Tao Lord's teeth clenched, and finally slowly nodded his head under Yi Linxian and Jiang He's icy eyes. 10 supreme treasures was a true loss even for the Tao sect. Lords, is there anything else you want to do? Yi Linxian raised his head to look at Lord Yi, and after sensing the wisp of cave ruin aura permeating his body, he frowned gently. This means of forcibly raising one's cultivation level would inevitably cause damage to one's foundation. However, With Dan St. Jianghe here, there was no need to worry too much. As a supreme powerhouse with the highest attainments in Dan Dao and the 3000 Dao state, Jianghe was actually the most suitable daughter-in-law of the Yi family in the eyes of the Yi family's group of old ancestors. It's just that back then, Yi Lord's father was bent on marrying that devilish woman, only to fail Jianghe's heart. Nowadays, this Dan sage poured all his heart into Lord Yi and had doted on him since he was a child. Over the years, all of the spiritual pills and divine ingredients for Yi Lord's daily cultivation had been refined by Jianghe. To the Yi family, Jianghe was already considered a clan member, not an ally. Aha! Lord Yi suddenly looked down at that one dragon blood divine hall and walked towards the hall with Gu Mingyue. From the beginning, he had no intention of sparing any of the legacy forces. Although the Dragon Blood Great Swamp and the ancient Divine Mountain were captive to the Dao sect, the clan's heritage was still not something that could be rivaled by an ordinary power. Brother, you must remember that a clever woman can't cook without rice, in the same way that a clever woman will blow if there is rice. Don't be pretentious, make it work. Oof. Seeing this scene, the Dao Lord's expression grew more and more somber. This Yi family's grandchildren are really in the same lineage, plucking feathers from geese and being insatiable. If it were any other power, the Dao Lord would not swallow this bad breath. On the contrary, the Yi family's heritage was not something that the Dao sect could even mess with. A single Jianghe, this Dan Shang, although hidden for a long time, but as long as she stood out and beckoned, the 3000 Dao states will still have countless giants and powerhouses willing to be driven for her, just to be able to get a favor from Jianghe. At its peak, Jianghe's reputation was even more terrifying than the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures. Nowadays, it seemed that Lord Yi had probably obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Reincarnation. What happened next was beyond the control of him. The Dao Lord, Buzz. As the crowd left the Dao sect's secret realm and re-entered the middle of the Dao sect, it immediately drew a shocking clamor from the mountain. Especially the pallor on the faces of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue caused the crowd to speculate. Godson, Brother Yi Lord, Lord Yi, Yi Tsong, Luo Shi, and Yu Qingji gathered around at once, while a trace of surprise suddenly flashed across Lord Ye's face. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the moment he stepped out of the Dao sect's secret realm, a trace of burning heat actually came from the sword order between his neck. On it, a golden divine pattern slowly emerged, spreading towards the hilt. Obviously, that enemy from the 9 heavens should be about to arrive. To Lord Yi, the demons in the 3000 Dao states might not be worth mentioning. Even the Heaven's Destiny people didn't pose much of a threat in front of him. It was nothing more than a gap between fat and thin. But this man of the 9 heavens was beyond the Dao state shackles and had to be a bit more cautious. According to Lord Ye's understanding of the order of this heaven and earth, any upper realm being who stepped into the lower realm would be countered by the laws of heaven and suppress their realm cultivation. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the suppression suffered. And this might be the opportunity for Lord Yi to decapitate this heavenly enemy. Of course, you expect me, a villain, to squarely go one-on-one with a man of the 9 heavens? Pust. As long as he dared to show himself, Lord Yi guaranteed that he wouldn't even know how to die. Let's go. I'll take you guys to pick out a divine treasure. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he looked up at the Dao Lord. Dao Lord, come with me. In the eyes of the surprised crowd, the Dao Lord turned straight around and led the Yi Lords in the direction of the Dao sect's treasury. Lord Yi, your injuries. The pupils of Yu Qingji's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension, and the moment she awakened her sword soul, her Dao heart was completely firm. She was going to be the great sword immortal that the Lords of the Leaf spoke of, but she would never be her other self. There's no harm in it. It seems that Qingji has made a considerable gain on this trip as well. Yi Lord looked Yu Qingji up and down and similarly felt the biting and deep sword intent on her. That person from the 9 heavens should follow the sword order to find Yu Qingji. But now that this sword order was in Lord Yi's hands, it meant he would see this person before Yu Qingji. I am indebted to your excellency for sheltering me, and this favor will never be forgotten. Yu Qingji's eyes flickered, and under the gaze of Lord Ye's pair of deep and gentle pupils, she only felt her heart beating. I hope that the next time I see you, Kiyoshi will be able to go to the next level and fulfill his promise with me. Aha! Yu Qingji quietly glanced at Gu Mingyue, but she saw that this female emperor of the immortal dynasty had a cool demeanor and didn't seem to put her in her eyes. Now that Gu Mingyue had already dropped all of her guard against Lord Yi, she no longer needed the latter to prove anything. Such a state of mind, on the contrary, calmed her down. With Gu Mingyue's understanding of Lord Yi, this Yu Qingji must have some kind of chance creation that attracted him. Go! The crowd followed behind the Dao Lord all the way to the Dao sect treasure pavilion. Before the Daoist could say anything, he heard Lord Yi say in a calm tone, one person picks a treasure. Choose the one that suits you. There is no need to be polite with the Daoist. You, the Dao Lord's palms were clenched, and he had already forgotten the last time he had held his tongue like this. Dao Lord, did the Dao Lord ancestor really fly up to the immortal realm in the first place? Lord Yi suddenly turned his head to look at the Tao Lord and asked with a serious expression. That one broken reincarnation emperor symbol seemed to confirm a lot of speculations in Yi Lord's heart. But what exactly was the relationship between the Lord of Reincarnation, the Emperor Lord, and the Tao ancestor? Even Lord Yi couldn't tell for a moment. However, as long as Lord Yi was able to follow the senses in the Emperor Talisman, find the remaining half of the Emperor Talisman, and return to the Forbidden Land where immortal Lord Linglong was sealed, perhaps everything would be revealed. In an instant, a hint of coldness flashed through the Tao Lord's eyes as he slowly nodded. The Tao ancestor ascended. And this is evident to all 3,000 Tao states. Oh, upon hearing this, Lord Yi did not say much and led the crowd into the treasure trove. Wow! At that instant, a look of shock appeared on Luo Shi and Yu Qingji's faces. Even Yi Tsang and Ji Ruming had a faint hint of surprise in their eyes. At this moment, they saw that there were 10 wooden shelves displayed in this treasure pavilion, displaying pills, techniques, divine treasures, and heavenly materials. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised. His eyes swept across the entire hall and finally settled on a black battle armor. The grade of this battle armor was in the Supreme Artifact category. Although it was a lower grade Supreme Artifact, it was a rare defensive treasure. Beside it, there was also a black sledgehammer, several feet huge, draped with strands of dark golden divine patterns. Now that Yi Lord was in control of the Reincarnation Tower, it was equivalent to controlling the 9 gods and demons that were sealed within it. The battle armor on Little Blackie's body was already broken. As long as Yi Lords gave him a new outfit, this Chaos Demon Ape would definitely be able to reproduce his former style. Right at this moment, Gu Mingyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise as she walked straight towards the ancient shelf that was filled with heavenly treasures. Chapter 97 Old 6 of the Taishang Dan sect, getting ready for dual cultivation? This scene instantly caused Lord Ye's heart to speculate, and he followed Gu Mingyue's eyes to look over. Only there, a golden compass was placed on the top of the wooden frame, which had long been covered with dust. With Gu Mingyue's fortune, the treasures that could attract her must not be mortal. Buzz. Just at the moment Gu Mingyue's palm touched the compass, a ray of innate golden radiance leisurely rose and dropped down a 7-colored light. In an instant, a hint of bitterness flashed in the eyes of the Tao Lord, and just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Lord Yi. The Tao Lord wouldn't be backtracking, would he? This is my Tao sect's heritage item. Inheritance? I remember that the Tao sect's inheritance object should be a pair of ancient divine diagrams. Moreover, although there are many spiritual treasures here, there is not a single absolute supreme artifact in sight. The Tao Master wouldn't have long ago ordered someone to hide the real treasures, right? Lord Yi shook his head and laughed. Even when he was facing this sacred state giant, he didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. Upon hearing this, the Tao Master's face choked, and after all, he did not say anything more. Watching as Gu Mingyue pocketed that ancient compass, many thanks to the Taoist Lord for the gift of the spiritual treasure. Yi Lord nodded gently and left the place with Gu Mingyue and the others. Under the mountain of Tao, Yi Lord stood side by side with Gu Mingyue, smiling gently as he looked at Yu Qingji, Luo Shi and the others in front of him. This trip to the Tao sect was a rewarding one. Not only did Yi Lords kill 2 heavenly fates, but they also bound 2 heavenly fate daughters. Next, Yu Qingji and Luo Shi would return to their respective sects to shine. When they truly stepped up to the top of the contemporary era, it would be time to dedicate themselves to Lord Yi. Then I'll trouble the 8 ancestors to send Miss Yu and Luo Shi back to the clan. Yi Lord bowed slightly towards Yi Linxian. Even if Jiang He didn't come, he still planned to bring Gu Mingyue to make a trip to the Taishang Dan sect. Whether it was Gu Mingyue's injuries or Yu Ji's remodeling of her physical body, neither could be separated from Jiang He's help. Since Gu Mingyue had completely put down her guard in her heart, Yi Lord should also help her recover her cultivation as soon as possible. A supreme fiancé. Doesn't this soft meal smell good? Brother. A glint of tears flickered in Luo Shi's eyes, and her face was filled with reluctance. Beside him, although Yu Qingji was smiling, there was an equal amount of sadness in her eyes. However, they all understood that if they wanted to truly follow Lord Yi, they had to have top contemporary strength. For this reason, it was time for them to return to the clan and work hard on their cultivation. Go on. Yi Lord waved his hand, and together with Gu Mingyue, they followed Jiang He and stepped into the white jade spirit carriage. In fact, with his status, he could completely find a more powerful sword sect for Yu Qingji to cultivate in. Just now she was carrying the karma of her previous life. This karma was different from Gu Mingyue's, but rather 2 completely separate personalities. Although Yu Qingji hadn't accepted the sword soul from her previous life, the 2 souls shared a soulsy physical body, and in the long run, it was inevitable that there would be more changes. A man of the 9 heavens descended into the 3,000 Tao states, and in his eyes, what difference was there between the beings of the lower realms and pigs and dogs? But for Yu Qingji, among these pigs and dogs were her fellow disciples who were with her night and day. and her master who taught her to cultivate. Do you think Yu Qingji would still let this sword soul exist if these people died? At that time, she would hate all those who ignored her master's family. Lord Sun, what's going on with you and Mingyue's cultivation? In the white jade spirit carriage, Jiang He frowned at Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue. At this moment, she could feel that Yi Lord's realm had regained to the Mahayana level without being backfired by the elixir as she had imagined. Antwa, there's a seal in Mingyue's body. She forced it open to save me before, resulting in the loss of her cultivation. Can you help her recover? Yi Lord glanced at Gu Mingyue, but he saw that this female emperor of the immortal dynasty was sitting with a tense look on her face. To her, Jiang He was not only the earthly Dan sage, but also Yi Lord's little mother, Gu Mingyue's future half-mother-in-law. With the way Jiang He doted on Lord Yi, if he knew what she had done before, he would definitely be angry. As long as it's not dead, it's fine. Jiang He's expression was clear and cold as he suddenly reached out and held Gu Mingyue's wrist, examining it carefully. Ha! In the next instant, her face steeped and she glanced meaningfully at the Lord's son. It seems that the Lord's son will be blessed in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's pretty face blushed, naturally understanding what Jiang He was referring to. Her nine heavens Xian mare body was the most subtle dual cultivation physique in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now that she had safely left the Dao Sect's secret realm with Lord Yi, it was time for her to make good on her promise and use this Dao Sing body to help Lord Yi completely suppress the demonic intent. At the thought of this, Gu Mingyue's cheeks became hotter and hotter, and even the tips of her ears were a smoky haze of color. Buzz. A day later, the white jade spirit carriage suddenly tore through a curtain of clouds and landed at the end of a cloud. This place is so vast and star-studded that it doesn't even look like an earthly place. One could only see a heavenly ancient tree, standing deep in the clouds, like it was holding up a part of heaven and earth. The starry river is magnificent, and the spiritual rhyme is ethereal. The white jade spirit carriage passed straight through the layers of divine forbidding patterns and crashed in front of a magnificent divine palace hall at the top of the ancient tree. Countless ancient demonic beasts were perched in front of the temple and looked up in unison. At this time there is no ferocity in their eyes. There is only spiritual wisdom and peace. Here, all sorts of old medicines and immortal flowers grew, and chaotic divine waterfalls hung and rolled. Several youths dressed in white came from the hall, talking and laughing, like spirit children in the immortal K, free and spontaneous. With Gu Mingyue's heart, she was shaken inwardly at the sight of this immortal sect. This place was like a real out-of-this-world place, with spiritual rhythms steaming, immortal birds flying, and all the auspiciousness of the world. This is the Taishan Dan sect, Antwa's hidden place, and it's my first time here. Yi Lord smiled and explained a sentence, leading Gu Mingyue out of the spirit carriage. Master, you're back. The Supreme Dan sect did not have many elders or disciples, only a handful of dozens, but it was enough to shock thousands of sects. Jiang He was fond of quietness. Otherwise, with her Dan Dao attainments and prestige, as long as she released the news of accepting disciples, she would be able to pile up a party of top-notch underpinnings in a matter of moments. Just as Yi Lord's eyes landed on a white-clothed disciple in the distance, both of their eyes flinched at the same time. Immediately after that, the corners of Yi Lord's mouth raised in a shallow and gentle arc. Instead, the white-clothed youth panicked and lowered his head, quietly hiding behind the crowd. Lord's son, you wander around. I'll help Mingyue recover her cultivation first. Old Six, what are you hiding for? Come here. Jiang He beckoned, while the white-clothed youth hiding at the back of the crowd's body trembled and gently swallowed his saliva. Ouch! Only to see him suddenly cover his stomach, his face incomparably white, revealing a look of pain. Master, my stomach hurts. I can't. As the words fell, he turned straight around and ran towards the bottom of the mountain, quickly disappearing from sight. This scene immediately made the playfulness on Yi Lord's face intensify as he chased after him towards him. Antwa, no need. I'll just wander around by myself. Chapter 98 Everlasting Stream Guzi running away. Mysterious girl from Wind and Snow City. Son of Heaven's Destiny. Han Changshang. Golden Finger. Tianji Bottle. Template. Go Dao Chang Shen Lu. Identity. 6th disciple of the Taishan Dan sect. Plot direction. Han Changshang with the ability to catalyze all things in the bottle of heavenly opportunity. Successfully worshipped in the Taishan Dan Zone. Got the true transmission of the Dan Shang. 3 years to comprehend the Dan Zone 10,000 square. Go in the people in the secret refining of pills to cultivate. And then left the Dan Zone mistakenly into the desert sky ancient stateside of the evil door. Was the second master imprisoned into the Dan slaves? Please ask the host, Hunt/Bind. Looking at the figure that was gradually disappearing, there were instantly magic lines flickering in the eyes of Lord Yi. As Jiang He's 6th disciple, this Han Changshang had actually comprehended 10,000 Dan formulas in 3 years. It was simply demonic. The Tianji bottle in his hand was a supreme divine artifact for planting medicinal garden herbs. No wonder this fellow's realm had reached the terrifying second level of the Mahayana. Such strength could be more terrifying than an ordinary young supreme. If Lord Yi was able to capture him, wouldn't it be equivalent to getting a perpetual motion machine? Grow your own, refine your own, eat your own. Hiss. It is just that the Godao stream heavenly fate has always come and gone without a trace, and is most adept at disguising and escaping. The panic that flowed from him when he saw Lord Yi just now was not feigned, and I am afraid that he has already moved to leave the Dan sect. From the direction of the plot, Han Changsheng will eventually meet with a calamity in the desolate heaven ancient state. Perhaps there was the opportunity for Lord Yi to capture this divine order fighter? System, bind. How is it possible? How did Lord Yi come? At the back of the Dan sect's mountain, Han Changsheng paced back and forth in his chambers, a hint of panic hidden in the bottom of his eyes. He had always believed that the probability of two complete strangers being reunited in the big wide world was slim to none. If there is a reunion, it must be for another purpose. Although Han Changsheng had disguised himself well over the years, hiding his clumsiness and playing the fool, such a turn of events still made it difficult for him to sleep or eat. No, the Taishang Dan sect can't stay. Han Changsheng took a deep breath, simply packed up his bags, and took out 9 divine talismans from his Qianquan ring and pasted them on his body before he quietly slipped out of his chambers and fled frantically towards the mountain. Clunk! After a long time, Yi Lord's figure suddenly came from the distance, looking at the empty bedchamber in front of him, not a ripple in the bottom of his eyes. So 7 days, when Jiang Yi's figure appeared in the grand hall, his face actually paled. Antwa? There was a hint of concern hidden on Yi Lord's face. Ming Yu Shi, this fiancé of yours is not simple not more than half a month. You can double cultivation with her. Lords not I say you, such a double cultivation holy body you do not use it before it's too late. What are you waiting for? Grass on the matter of becoming stronger. You is too pure and kind. Zhang He glared fiercely at Lord Yi and walked with him into the great hall. Just now, when she used the Dan Fire Way to restore Gu Mingyue's meridian cultivation, she discovered that this female emperor of the immortal dynasty not only possessed a Xian mare's body, but had even conceived an innate Dao child. What was even more terrifying was that there was an imprint in her soul sea, in which the surging power was even more terrifying than Zhang He's, the born supreme. Antwa. Truth be told, in fact, I came to the Dan sect this time to ask for one more thing. Yi Lord lightly waved his palm and took out the life spirit marrow from the soul ring. I would like to ask Antwa to help me refine a pill to reshape my vitality and restore my physical body. Oh, Zhang He's eyebrows knitted lightly, obviously a little confused. Lord's son, what do you need a potion to reshape your flesh for? Come on out. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord did not reply, and a dense spiritual radiance suddenly lit up on the soul ring in his hand. Only the figure of Yu Ji manifested out of thin air and bowed slightly towards Zhang He. Greetings to the sage of Dan and the Duke. In an instant, a trace of coldness flashed through Zhang He's eyes. Demon race? Antwa. Yuji is contracted to my divine soul and is one of my own. Lord child, not I say you, although I also want you to marry a few more daughter-in-laws, but demons and the like, the most waste of the body. This woman looks demonic. Be-wasted fat buttocks. At first glance as a person with extremely strong desire. You are still young. You cannot eat it. As Zhang He's words fell, Yuji's face instantly froze, her red lips trembling, wanting to speak. Antwa. You've misunderstood. Yi Lord smiled helplessly. Since he was a child, Zhang He would personally go to the Yi family every once in a while to wash his marrow and care for him. This earthly Dan sage is good in every way, except that he is a bit nagging. What's the misunderstanding? I see that one of her soul bodies is just fine. Later I will refine a few 7th grade soul casting pills to ensure that her soul body will not perish. What's there to mold in the flesh? Zhang He waved his hand, not believing in Lord Ye's words at all. Young and bloodthirsty. Once this demonic woman regained her physical body, one moment in her original body and one moment in her demonic body. It was exciting to think about it. Antwa. She's from the 9 Spectres clan. Yi Lord sighed lightly, instantly causing Zhang He's eyes to quiver and his face to gradually freeze. The 9 Spectres? This clan isn't. Antwa. This matter is a long story, so Yuji is counting on you. The Yi Lords made a wink towards the Yuji and bowed down in unison. That's just it. You young people have to master yourselves. You come with me. Zhang He was silent for a moment and walked towards the back hall with Yuji. On the other hand, Lord Yi stretched his waist and sat on top of the great hall. He had already sent many powerful people from the Yi clan and the In Ruins ancient sect to search for the whereabouts of the 9 great imperial talismans. Compared to the spiritual treasure creation, Lord Yi was undoubtedly more interested in these 9 emperor talismans. After all, these 9 great imperial symbols concerned the secret of Lord Ye's birth, as well as the predestined karma of the 10,000 transformation demon body. I thought I told you that the master would not see you. Just at this moment, a sudden cacophony of noise came from outside the great hall. Please, Senior brother. Let me see Senior Dan Sage for a moment. I came all the way from Wind and Snow Divine City to ask Senior Dan Sage to save my young lady's life. I saw you fainted at the bottom of the mountain and saw your pity before I took you up the mountain and fed you some pills and rice. Don't blame me for being impolite if you keep pestering me. Senior Dan Sage. I've heard that Senior's Dan Dao is superb and can change her life against the heavens. My young lady's life is at stake as the Een poison has entered her body. Please take action and save my young lady. Hearing the noises outside the hall, Yi Lord suddenly revealed a look of interest. Een poison has entered the body and seeks an elixir to renew his life. Any ideas? Let her in. As Lord Yi gently drank, the entire hall fell silent, only to see a long pink dress, head combed with 2 crochets of the young girl stumbled into the temple, flopping on the ground. I beg Lord Dan Sage to save my lady. I'm not a Dan Saint. Yi Lord shook his head, immediately causing that young girl's face to freeze, her already pale face becoming more and more bloodless. But I can save your lady. Yi Lord smiled gently, and gradually flames swept through the pupils of his eyes, shocking the heavens and deterring the earth. This is spirit fire. Miss is saved. Miss is saved. But why should I save her? At those words, the joy on that pink-clothed girl's face froze, and she suddenly took a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of determination. If Gongzi can save my young lady, I would like to take out 100 merchant houses and hundreds of millions of spirit stones in thanks. 100 merchant houses and 100 million spirit stones? Yi Lord's eyebrows were lightly raised and his expression was lazy. Your breath is not small. A young girl with only a soul sea realm could have traveled all the way from Wind and Snow City to the Taishangdan sect. It was impossible that there was no strong person behind her to shelter her. The location of the Taishangdan sect alone was simply not something that an unusual force could know. This young girl most likely has an extremely scary background. If that was the case, why did she, a person from the Sea of Souls, need to come and seek the elixir? Chapter 99 Marrying the Everlasting God's Son Again. Tearing down the scummy man with his hands and stepping on the scummy father with his feet? Your Excellency, my young lady is Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's eldest young lady Su Qingyan. What Tower said is true. Please go to the Wind and Snow Divine City with me immediately. I'm afraid it'll be too late if we're any later. The pink-clothed girl looked anxious, her eyes pleading. Earlier, she had heard from her clan's old ancestor that if she wanted to suppress the cold poison in Su Qingyan's body, she had to find a heaven and earth spirit fire. Looking at the sacred state, the only strong person who had fused the spirit flame was the Supreme Dan Sect, the Dan Sage Zhang He. Tower never dreamed that the young male in front of her had fused 2 spirit flames. It seemed that his status in the Supreme Dan Sect should not be low, at least a pro-transmitter. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord's body gradually sat up straight. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's eldest lady? Why would the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce send you, a person from the Sea of Souls, to beg for pills? My lord, this is a long story, so please move, and I'll explain it to you on the way. Peachy was in a hurry, but her manners and demeanor were dignified and proper, and she looked like she was from a true family of the ancient clan. To express sincerity, Your Excellency, this is the land deed of the 10 merchant houses of Wind and Snow Divine City. Wind and Snow Divine City. Don't tell me that your young lady has already married, right? At this time, Yi Lord suddenly thought of a recently exploded female master template, and his eyes were slightly austere. Big female lead strong cool revenge flow. After the divorce, I will marry the son of the eternal life god again, tearing down the scum with my hands and reversing the immortal path? Aha! Peachy's lips pursed lightly and she slowly nodded. Let's go. I hope you don't lie to me or I promise you and your lady will die a horrible death. Lord Yi stood up and walked straight towards the outside of the hall. If his guess was right, then I'm afraid that this Su family's eldest Mrs. Qi isn't low, and she was most likely the destined Taoist couple of Lin Chen's, the heavenly destined love interest. Compared to the Dan Sage Zhang He, Lin Chen, who had also fused heaven and earth spirit flames, was undoubtedly easier to see. If Lin Chen successfully fused the second spirit flame, he would definitely shine in the Dao sect's secret realm and succeed in attracting Tower's attention, and she wouldn't have to travel all the way to the Taishangdan sect to appear before Lord Yi. The thing about predestination is that it is indeed mysterious and intertwined. Brothers, you must remember, there is no woman in your heart. Draw your sword naturally God, the first sword on the shore. First chop the person of your choice, except rich women, because rich women can land you where you are, even in heaven. Thank you, sir, Tower cried out in joy, panicked and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she turned around and ran towards the outside of the great hall. When Antwa is out of the gate, you tell her that I'm going to make a trip to the Wind and Snow Divine City. Yi Lord explained a few words towards the Dan sect disciples at the temple and walked out of the hall with Tower, only to see Tower's jade hand lightly waving. A golden ancient building appeared out of thin air, several feet tall. The carvings are magnificent. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. it was worthy of being the chamber of 10,000 treasures. Even a tiny servant girl possessed such a terrifying flying divine treasure. Now that Gu Mingyue and Yu Ji have both closed their doors for cultivation, Yi Lord just took this opportunity to go out and have a wild time. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. When he came to the Dan sect, Yi Lord had asked Gu Mingyue about that compass. According to Caring for the Bright Moon, this compass contained a strand of innate Tao rhythm, as well as an aura that was homologous to the 9 great imperial symbols. Today this compass is incomplete, missing the most central celestial pool. If Lord Ye's expectation was correct, the appearance of this ancient treasure should mean that a certain heavenly destiny related to the Emperor's symbol was about to appear. As long as Lord Yi found this heaven's destiny person, he might be able to utilize him to find the whereabouts of the 9 great imperial talismans. My lord, please. The golden divine building rose up into the sky like a beam of golden light shining in the dome of the sky, heading straight for the wind and snow divine city, while Tower knelt in the building, purifying her hands and burning incense, making tea and adding wine for Lord Yi. Extremely flattering. Tell me, what's going on? Yi Lord sat on the ground, lightly sipped a mouthful of tea in the cup, and said with a lazy expression, he had heard of the wind and snow god city, which was in the northern part of the holy state, in the bitterly cold land. Although this power had some depth, it was far from being comparable to the immortal sect and the great sect, and was subordinate to the Cloud Dream immortal mansion. Since Su Qingge was the great miss of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, it was reasonable to say that even if she picked her husband, she shouldn't have picked such a second-rate power. Unless, in an instant, Yi Lord had a guess in the bottom of his heart, and became more and more excited about this Miss Su. Your Excellency, my young lady's life is bitter. Her mother died early, and she was secretly poisoned with an insurmountable poison. Tower wiped a tear from her eye and told Su Qingge's life and destiny one by one. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's face did not see too many ripples, and some of the speculations in his heart were completely confirmed. According to what Peachy said, although Su Qingge was the daughter of the Su family, her mother was from a humble background, a woman from a small clan, and died in childbirth when giving birth to Su Qingge. After that, the Su family had married another first daughter of an immortal ancient race and gave birth to his second daughter, Su Nian. After Su Qingge came of age, she was married off by the Su family far away from the wind and snow divine city, making way for Su Nian to ascend to the position of Chamber of Commerce heir. Originally, with Su Qingge's clear and widowed nature, leaving the Su family was not a fortunate thing, away from strife, free and at ease, but the good times didn't last long. This wind and snow divine city young city lord actually had an old love affair with the Cloud Dream immortal mansion's holy maiden. The Duan family didn't dare to mess with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, so they could only force themselves to marry Su Qingge, a poisonous woman. The two had been married for 3 years, and although Duan Feng had immense respect for Su Qingyan, he had never touched her for fear of being poisoned by the poison in the body of the Su family's eldest lady. In this regard, Su Qingyan still did not care, reading and writing all day long, clearing her mind. But recently, Su Qingyan suddenly realized that Duan Feng had privately sold many of her dowries to build the immortal palace in God's temple outside of Wind and Snow City for him to have secret pleasures with immortal Yun Meng. In a fit of anger, the cold poison in Su Qingyan's body erupted and she was in critical condition. Gee, what a tragedy for a woman. Gongzi, please, you must save my young lady. Tower will be a cow and a horse to repay you. Get up. Yi Lords looked indifferent, staring at the tea in his hands and fell into deep thought. At this moment, what he was considering was not whether to save Su Qingyan or not. The daughter of heaven's destiny doesn't die that easily. What he was really considering was how to utilize Su Qingyan to open the portal of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures. With the depth of this party's Chamber of Commerce, if Lord Yi was able to take control of it, in the future, no matter whether it was cultivating or raiding other heavenly fates, it would be twice as easy with half the effort. As the largest Chamber of Commerce in the 3,000 Taoist prefecture, what was truly terrifying about the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures was not just their financial power, but also the intricate web of relationships. Buzz. 2 days later, when the golden ancient building descended from the sky, an ancient divine city also appeared in front of Yi Lord's eyes, wrapped in silver and prostrate in the middle of 10,000 miles of snow curtains, reckless and magnificent. My lord, it's here. Tower followed behind Lord Yi and walked towards the city. At this moment, there was clearly some nervousness on her face. After all, although the Taishang Dan sect was mysterious, the Cloud Dream Immortal Mansion was likewise the top of the sacred state. I don't know if this Dan sect disciple in front of me can deter the Duan family and the Cloud Dream Sage, and save the young lady from escaping the sea of suffering. Right at this moment, Lord Yi suddenly looked down at an ancient sword order in his hand. At that moment, he saw that the mysterious golden pattern had climbed to the center of the sword order. It was obvious that the celestial alien should be about to descend. Chapter 100. What are you pretending to be if you're not a Dan sect heir? A small immortal mansion is ridiculous. Wind and Snow Divine City, Duan Family Hall. Only to see a woman wearing a long dress embroidered with gold, with green silk coiled high in the air, striding in with a cold and arrogant expression, walking straight into the great hall. At this time, the Duan family, white silk hanging high, a solemn. Many servants were shuttling between the halls, busy preparing some mourning clothes and paper money, so much so that this woman's gorgeous golden robe was particularly piercing. Autumn Smoke, what brings you here? A cry of surprise came from the hall, and a young man wearing a golden robe with a handsome appearance rushed to welcome him out, and it was none other than the young lord of Wind and Snow Divine City, Duan Feng. I heard that Miss Su wasn't going to make it and personally came over to give her a ride. Yu Qiuyan's red lips rose slightly, and she glanced at Duan Feng with ambiguous eyebrows. The two of them had known each other for a long time, and Duan Feng's talent wasn't weak, and he had already stepped into the 6th level of the Divine Wheel, only one realm lower than Yu Qiushan. Moreover, the Wind and Snow divine skill he cultivated was a Duan family inherited divine power, and his flesh was as hard as ice. In some ways, he is truly exceptional and gifted. Just, Wind and Snow Divine City is, after all, a vassal force of Cloud Dream Immortal Mansion, and at first Yu Qiuyan was just playing around and didn't want to really marry him, but over the years, Duan Feng sent her many spiritual treasures and divine materials, generous to the extreme, gradually making Yu Qiuyan put down her concerns. Autumn Smoke, you're here. Just then, a middle-aged woman with a bloated, fat head suddenly walked up behind the two. At this moment, her face was clearly carrying a touch of flattery. Quickly come in, Auntie. Yu Qiuyan bowed slightly and fell. This scene, even more so, made that middle-aged woman smile with joy, becoming more and more satisfied. It's still Autumn Smoke who knows what's right and understands the rules, unlike some people who rely on their family lineage and never put my Duan family in their eyes. Mother, don't say that. Duan Feng let out a bitter smile and winked towards a Duan clan maidservant beside him. Go, ask Madam to come over. Just say that Holy Maiden Jade has come to visit her. Yes, soon. A violent coughing sound came from outside the temple, only to see a woman dressed in grey with a pale fairy face walking over with a bamboo umbrella. She was extremely clean-looking, slender, with deep, lonely eyes and a sickly softness, and her palms as well as the jade legs under the skirt, all enveloped in white silk, flickering with a surplus of radiance, inexplicably more charm. Su Qingyan, the Autumn Smoke Holy Maiden has come to see you. Why don't you hurry and pay your respects to the Holy Maiden? Duan Feng's mother, Chang, snorted coldly. As a rule, she should worship me. Su Qingyan stood outside the palace, looking at the white silk that filled the courtyard, her eyes filled with bitterness. Unbridled, Chang clan rose up with an open mind, pointing at Su Qingyan and cursing angrily. You still think you're the Su family's eldest lady? Your father and mother don't care about you anymore. What are you still putting up a front here? Mother, Duan Feng sighed softly, and his coy appearance made Su Qingyan look sick for a while. All these years she had meticulously lived in the Duan family and suffered all the humiliation, just because she didn't want to go back to the Su family and get into endless disputes. But the Duan family became more and more rampant, and even sold her dowry to curry favor with Yu Qiuyan. Now that she hadn't even died yet, the Duan family had even quietly begun to prepare for her funeral. Duan Feng, I've come today to make peace with you, so sign it. Su Qingyan threw a piece of paper in her hand and threw it in front of Duan Feng. Return my dowry to me, and from now on, we'll have no relationship. What? Upon hearing this, Chang and Duan Feng's faces immediately revealed a somber look. Xinga, stop fooling around. I won't sign it. You're not able to take out so many spirit stones, are you? Duan Feng, as a man, you even took my dowry to curry favor with Yu Qiuyan. Don't you feel ashamed? Su Qingyan let out a cold laugh, eyeing the ugly faces of the mother and son, feeling incomparably disgusted. Duan Feng. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiuyan's eyebrows knitted lightly as she looked at Duan Feng with a surprised expression. Is what she said true? Bull ********. How could my Fenger sell your dowry? Su Qingyan, don't you stir up trouble here. Cheng took big steps and slapped Su Qingyan hard on her face. Puff. In an instant, Su Qingya was knocked to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, blooming a brightly colored flower on the ice and snow. Miss. Just at this moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from outside the great hall, only to see Tower quickly run to Su Qingyan's side and help her up from the ground. Miss, are you okay, Peachy? Why are you back? Su Qingyan sighed lightly and shook her head slightly. Duan Feng, I can do without the dowry. You'd better sign the peace treaty. Qingyan, I won't sign it. Come on, send Madam back to her room to rest. Duan Feng let out a cold snort, crumpled the book away from his hand into a ball, and threw it on the ground. He is not a little cutie. Once we make peace, the Su family is bound to blame him, and he only needed to wait for a few more days to simmer Su Qingyan to death, so he could squarely dominate the treasure merchant bank in her hands and marry Yu Qiuyan. Ms. Su, if I were you, I wouldn't be so capricious. In such a cold day, with your sick body, leaving the Duan family would only lead to freezing to death in the middle of the wild mountains. Yu Qiuyan's red lips lightly opened, and the threat under her eyes was not hidden. Don't be wild. I've invited an heir to the Dan sect to treat Miss. Miss will soon be well. As Peach's words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Even Su Qingyan. A look of surprise was on her pale face. An heir to the Dan sect? Yu Qiushan and Duan Feng exchanged glances and frowned. There was only one Dan sect in the entire sacred state, the Taishang Dan sect, but they had never heard of any heir to this Feng Dan sect, much less seen any Dan sect disciples come out. Your Excellency, please do my lady justice. Tower took a deep breath and bowed deeply towards the outside of the temple. At that instant, everyone's eyes converged in the direction of the temple door. In the eyes of the shocked and palpitating crowd, a white-clothed figure stepped forward, with an immortal face and bundled hair, and a gentle expression. That pair of dark and deep pupils of the eyes, and do not see a trace of temperature, like a young immortal god, beyond the dust. You're an heir to the Dan sect? Yu Qiuyan's eyebrows knitted lightly as she asked in a deep voice. A single ray of this teenager's eyes made her heart and soul tremble, and she didn't dare to have a hint of disobedience. No. The white-clothed youth shook his head, instantly causing Duan Feng and the others' tense minds to gradually relax, and a flash of loss rose in Peach's eyes, a mist rising. Originally, she had wanted to use the name of the Dan sect to scare Duan Feng and Yu Qiuyan, the pair of dogs. Who knew that this male was actually so honest as to deny the identity of the Dan sect's heir? Put. Yu Qiuyan snorted and coldly looked at Tower. You dare to lie to this holy maiden. You don't know how to die. In the next instant, she swung her jade hand lightly, wanting to slap towards Tower's face. In the northern part of the sacred state, the Cloud Dream Immortal Mansion was the sole master, and no one dared to go against it. Buzz. But just as her palm was about to fall, she saw that the white-clothed young man similarly stretch out a hand that easily gripped on her wrist. Before Yu Qiuyan could react, she heard a crisp bone-breaking sound quietly resound, and Yu Qiuyan's face instantly twisted down as she let out a miserable scream of pain. Do you know who I am? Yu Qiuyan clenched her silver teeth and hissed, if you dare to hurt me, the Cloud Dream Immortal Mansion will not let you go. Oh, Yi Lord's expression was indifferent. The corner of his mouth lifted up a playful arc as he looked at Yu Qiuyan like a cat playing with a mouse. A small Cloud Dream Immortal Mansion dares to be an enemy of my Yi family? WH. What? The Yi family. Chapter 101 Blow Up. This time, the template of heaven's destiny is slightly dangling. Heaven and earth are silent. The entire Duan family hall suddenly fell into dead silence, only to see Yu Qiushan's body tremble, directly kneeling in front of Lord Yi. In the entire sacred state, there was likewise only one Yi family, the everlasting Yi family. No matter who this teenager in front of him was, as long as he was a member of the Yi family, even if he was just a commoner's son, it was not something the Cloud Dream Immortal Mansion could mess with. Dare to ask the gentleman's name. Leaf Lords. As Yi Lord's words fell, Yu Qiuyan's eyes went black and she directly went limp on the ground. Underneath it, large yellow water stains flowed out, melting the ice and snow underneath it and raising sheets of mist. Puff. At the same time, the figures of Duan Feng and the others staggered to their knees and kept trembling. Only Chang, frowning, looked confused. Yi family? What Yi family? Snap. In the next instant, Duan Feng directly jumped in place and slapped her unconscious. Yi Lord Godson, spare your life. Sign it. Yi Lord dragged Yu Qiuyan's body like he was dragging a livestock and threw it in front of Duan Feng, pointing at the Book of Peace and Departure on the ground. Yes. Duan Feng's throat rolled, and he directly bit his finger and signed the peace treaty. Puff. Just as Duan Feng was holding the Book of Peace and Separation in his hands and looking up at Lord Yi, he saw a palm descend from the sky and directly smashed his head into smithereens. Beside him, Yu Qiuyan's just opened eyes instantly widened, her body trembled, and blood actually flowed from the corner of her mouth. Godson, spare your life. Godson, spare my life. It's all because Duan Feng lied to me. Miss Su, what do you think? Yi Lord turned his head to look at Su Qingyan and said with a gentle expression, please divine son do justice to Qingyan. Su Qingyan slightly owed her body. The deep icy coldness in her eyes contrasted sharply with that soft and pale face. She had held back and been weak for 18 years, but in the end, what she got in return was to be bullied and humiliated. At this moment, Su Qingyan suddenly understood. If one wanted to survive in this world of immortal cultivation, one needed to be like this Yi clan's divine son, who was strong enough to kill all those who bullied him. Now that her life is on the line, what is there to worry about? No, don't, Buzz. Yi Lord did not say much. His fingertip sword chi buzzed, and fell towards Yu Qiuyan's eyebrow. Yi Lords, you bully, Yu Qiuyan's face turned pale, and spirit patterns gradually rose around her. Above its head, the immortal phoenix Great Crane and the ancient K-Divine building emerged in unison, with clouds and dreams like a haze. However, the moment Yi Lord's sword intent fell, all of these divine scenery phantoms were worn down, and little by little, Yu Qiuyan's face solidified as her head exploded, blood residue splattering everywhere. Gollum! Even Tower was completely stunned by the scene before her. She never dreamed that these holy maidens and young masters who were supreme in her eyes would be slaughtered as wantonly as pigs and dogs in front of this godson of the Yi Lords, with no room to fight back. Tower, how did you invite this Yi Lord godson? Su Qingyan's immortal face was bitter. Looking at the pair of dogs and men who had collapsed in a pool of blood, she only felt that her heart and mind were soothed and relaxed like never before. I didn't know he was the Yi Lord godson either. Peach rubbed the corners of her coat with a jittery look. Miss Su. Yi Lord walked over to Su Qingyan and handed the piece of paper of departure into her hands. The moment their palms touched, Su Qingyan instantly retracted in panic. Don't misunderstand Yi Lord godson. I'm poisonous. Oh, Yi Lord gently nodded his head, and under his eyes was a touch of rare surprise. Daughter of Heaven's Destiny, Su Qingyan. Golden Finger, Heavenly Poison Body. Template, Big Female Main Crossing Revenge Stream. Identity, Miss Su. Heir to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Plot direction, Su Qingyan is a senior student of science and technology at Qingbei University. Accidentally soul through the other world. Become a natural poisonous body of the Su family. Miss by her sister Sun Yan and her mother falsely accused of forcing her to leave the Su family to marry into the City of the Wind and Snow. And then because of the cowardly betrayal of the scumbag husband. Be acquainted with the destiny of the male protagonist of the spiritual fire. The spiritual fire will be within the body of the heavenly venom refining into a Dan. Awakening of the heavenly venomous god body, and has been determined to leave the Duan family. By virtue of the experience of the previous generation to run their own, she is determined to leave the Duan family and run her own business firm with the experience of her previous life. Research and develop technology and ruthless work. Rise against the heavens, and hit her ex-husband and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in the face. May I ask the host if he's bound? Traveling tech girl? Future rich woman? At this time, Yi Lords would like to ask Su Qingyan a sentence. Miss, play the king. You Yaomi dodgy it? According to Su Qingyan's template, heavenly poison entering her body and her life being in danger was probably her only weakness. Otherwise, just with her identity background and the knowledge she had read in her previous life, it would be enough for her to do whatever she wanted in this world of immortal cultivation. Bound. But wherever Yi Lords hesitated for a second at this point, it was disrespectful to the rich woman and the traveler. I've already heard from Tower about Miss Su. Yi Lord suddenly took Su Qingyan's jade hand and gently removed the white silk glove from her hand and held it on top of her wrist. Yi Lord godson. In an instant, a smoky haze rose on Su Qingyan's face, and her eyes were filled with trepidation. Ever since she was a child, everyone was afraid of the poison on her body, and they were careful even to talk to her. However, this Yi Lord godson in front of her not only didn't care, but even removed her white silk. Miss Su may have misunderstood. You are not poisonous intent into your marrow. Quite the contrary. The heavenly poison in your body will be your greatest reliance on your cultivation in the future. Yi Lord put down Su Qingyan's jade hand and said in a calm tone. In fact, he knows a chicken Dan Daoa, purely according to Su Qingyan's plot direction speculation. What? At those words, Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes trembled with disbelief. With the Su family's heritage, they had also sought out many famous Dan masters to cure her. Half of them were poisoned on the spot by the heavenly poison in her body, while the other half suddenly died violently on the way back. Over time, Su Qingyan's reputation as a calamity spread throughout the entire sacred state, and as a result, she lost the trust of the Su family members, and was eventually hastily married off to the Wind and Snow Divine City on the occasion of her coming of age. The body of heavenly poison, rare in ancient times. I have only seen some brief records in the Yi family book. It is said that this body can poison immortal gods when it is fully accomplished. The prerequisite is that Miss Su has to learn to restrain the heavenly poison in her body first, and not to allow it to injure her own foundation. Yi Lord pondered for a moment and suddenly looked up at Su Qingyan. I do have an idea. I just don't know if Miss Su is willing to try it. What Godson Yi Lord means is, I can control the heavenly poison in my body? Su Qingyan covered her lips, and there was hidden excitement in the bottom of her eyes. Of course, but it requires Miss Su to pay some price. Yi Lord nodded gently, and fire patterns gradually surrounded his heavy pupils, which were divine and extraordinary. I need Miss Su to open up her soul sea, and I will seal a heaven and earth spirit fire inside you. Using the power of the spirit fire to suppress your heavenly poison, the divine sun means, to send me a heaven and earth spirit flame? Su Qingyan's eyes rounded, obviously a little confused. But, why? Has the girl ever considered rejoining the Su family? Yi Lords looked frank and did not hide his intentions. Unlike Yu Qingji and Luosher, Su Qingyan was soul-dressed and had a better understanding of the human heart and was more sensible. Instead of lying to her, it would be better to be honest and get what you want. What the godson means is, Su Qingyan's eyes were slightly austere, and she instantly understood the deeper meaning of Lord Ye's words. In her experience, everything in this world is marked down. Yi Lord's frankness and undisguised scheming instead made her relax. At this moment, she actually felt a fit originating from her soul in this strange world after a long time. I may have to disappoint the Divine Son. Even if I can suppress my poisonous body and return to the Su family, it will still be difficult to make a difference. My good sister Sun Yan not only has the support of a group of elders, but is also a Yuntai heirloom, a power that God's Son may not know much about. A party of hidden immortal clans that specialize in the Tao of the heart of geomancy, and plotting heaven's fortune. I once heard Sun Yan herself say that she has 5 fellow senior siblings, and other than the youngest junior sibling who hasn't yet left the mountain, the other 4 senior siblings have all returned to their clans, and any of them have the background to dominate a state. Chapter 102 Technology Empire? Would the Divine Son mind having another fiancé? Hearing what Su Qingyan said, Yi Lord's expression did not change much, but there was surprise in his heart. Sun Yan, as the current heir of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce, was likewise a true top demon of the 3,000 Tao state, with a supreme background, and wouldn't her youngest junior brother, who had yet to come down from the mountain, have 5 demonic senior sisters? My 5 stunning sisters? Could it be that in Miss Su's eyes, my Yi family is inferior to some one-state lord? The Leaf Lord shook his head in disappointment. Godson Yi Lord, I don't mean that. Suddenly, Su Qingyan froze, looking incredulously at Yi Lord. Is the meaning of Yi Lord's words to be interpreted as he will act as his backer and rejoin the Su family to get back everything that belongs to him? According to reason, Su Qingyan was the first daughter of the Su family, and should have been given the position of heir to the Su family. Nay, she was born weak and her mother's clan was weak, so she could only think of ways to save her life all these years, and she simply did not have the spare energy to plot against the Chamber of Commerce. But if Lord Yi was on top of her, it's true that I don't know much about this side of the power of the Pantai, but I can assure Miss Su that if the girl wants to return to the Su family, Mr. Yi will be your most loyal friend. The odds are that this Yuntai junior brother is a man of destiny. A template like him would be much more powerful than a scrappy rising stream like Lin Duan, regardless of his scheming or strength, and with 5 peerless sisters sheltering him, his fortune could be imagined. I just don't know. What is the golden finger of this Pantai junior brother? Is it suitable to be a treasure-hunting mouse or to be a feeder for Yi Lord's demonic body? At this time, Yi Lords were already secretly thinking about how to lure him down the mountain. Yi Lord Godson. Su Qingyan's eyes trembled as she fell into a deep thought. She understood that Yi Lord's move was to use her to control the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, but now Su Qingyan was at the end of her rope, and it was difficult to even sustain her life. The appearance of Lord Yi might be the true beginning of this immortal path for her. After witnessing the strength of Lord Yi, as well as the attitudes of Yu Choyan and Duan Feng towards him, Su Qingyan had completely understood one thing. In this world, the weak and the strong are the only law of survival. In order to be respected and revered, one must either become a powerful man of the world or have a supreme background. Of course, even if Miss Su doesn't return to the Su clan, I will still give you this spirit flame to save your life. But then, Miss Su will have to face the hostility of your sister and the Su clan alone in the future. With a flick of Yi Lord's finger, the void-swallowing flame suddenly dropped down, enveloping the entire hall. In an instant, the surrounding crowd of Duan family members who were kneeling on the ground and shivering were burned into nothingness. At the same time, an equally angry hissing sound came from the back hall of the Duan family. A peak cave ruin pressure drooped down, and the terrifying divine power crumbled the heavens and earth, as if it was going to smash the entire Windsnow city into smithereens. Su Qingyan's mind trembled, and her heart immediately made a guess. With the heart of this Yi family's divine son, since he dared to say what was on his mind in public, it was obvious that he had no intention of letting anyone in the Duan family off the hook. Su doesn't have to worry, it's one of my servants. Nowadays, Little Blackie's battle power was even more terrifying after receiving the 2 supreme artifacts gifted by Lord Yi, enough to be comparable to a Dao Chopper powerhouse. The Duan family, a matter of a hammer. As for Su Qingyan, Yi Lord believed that she would make the most correct choice. After all, a soul wearer, after so many years of repression, wants nothing more than to do a reverse facepalm. Moreover, Su Qingyan should understand that nowadays, whether she returned to the Su family or not, Sun Yan would try to kill her. Divine Son, are you really willing to fight against Sun Yan, as well as Gundai? For me? It's not for you, it's for us. We've come all this way. Doesn't Miss Su want to go with Yi to see the scenery of the 9 heavens? Yi Lord's eyes were deep, and the disdain in his eyes even made Su Qingyan's heart tremble. and he slowly nodded his head. In her opinion, the coming of the Yi Lord's mouth was all about coming to this world. However, for Su Qingyan, these 4 words, come all the way here, had a more important meaning. If Godson Yi Lord says so, Qingyan will be mistaken. Godson is so good to me, how can I repay him? Su Qingyan spread a smile. Her eyes actually had a hint of flirtation in them. Why don't you give your body in return? Yi Lord looked deeply at Su Qingyan. Miss Su, I have a fiancé. Oh, would the godson mind one more then? Su Qingyan's eyes burned as she looked at Yi Lord, not like she was pretending. This scene, moreover, caused Peachy's mouth to open in disbelief. Is this the same soft, clean-cut young lady she usually is? How is it that in front of the Son of God, it's like a completely different person? Miss Su, you might as well open up your soul. See, I'll help you suppress the heavenly poison first. Does Divine Son Yi Lord only want Qingyan to open up her soul? See? Yi Lord shook his head helplessly. The soul light in his eyes flickered, and he didn't give Su Qingyan a chance to resist at all. In an instant, Su Qingyan's face paled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In its surroundings, a piece of turquoise mist rose slowly, and was gradually suppressed by the power of this spiritual fire, and all of them did not enter the Sea of Dan. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the Daughter of Heaven's destiny with the Void Swallowing Flame, and obtaining 10,000 times the reward return, the Void Dao Flame, the Fire of the Innate. In Yi Lord's pupil, a wisp of purple divine pattern flickered, and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted up a hidden arc. The reason why Heavy Pupil was considered to be the most mysterious and terrifying talent in the Yi clan's inheritance was because it could fuse any power. With this innate fire, nowadays, even a single strand of Lord Ye's Heavy Pupil divine radiance could easily incinerate any Mahayana living being. According to Yi Lord's speculation, the reason why those elders of the Su family supported Sun Yan was simply because Su Qingyan had no background, and with Lord Ye's background and reputation, once he descended on the Su family, he would inevitably cause the entire Su family to shake. At that time, if Sun Yan wanted to deal with Su Qingyan again, the only thing she could count on would be her junior siblings. Time passes. At this moment, the Duan family's great hall had long been dead silent. Yi Lord quietly looked at Su Qingyan, who was seated in the middle of the hall, and his face had long since returned to its usual coldness. For this old hometown, Yi Lords naturally wouldn't let go of an ounce of caution. Therefore, he had long ago tampered with that void swallowing flame. Once Su Qingyan dared to show even a hint of disobedience to him in the future, Yi Lord would not hesitate to detonate the spirit fire in her body and make her never recover. As Su Qingyan's breath gradually surged, there were also wisps of flame divine patterns outside of her body, like a whirlpool through the sky, forcing all the heavenly poisons into the Sea of Dan. In an instant, thunderclouds gathered above Su Qingyan's head as the laws intertwined, and her eyes suddenly opened at this moment, flickering with a bizarre ghostly green color. Divine Wheel 1, Divine Wheel of 2, the 9th level of the Divine Wheel. After being suppressed by the heavenly poison for more than 10 years, at this moment, all the meridians in Su Qingyan's body had been unblocked and smoothed out by Lord Yi. As for her realm, she had even broken through to the 9th level of the Divine Wheel in a matter of breaths, stepping into the ranks of the young supreme beings, heavenly poison god body. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a poisonous father standing in the sky, with everything under his feet drying up, and living beings turning into ashes. Miss Su, congratulations. Many thanks to the Divine Son for the fire. The great favor is beyond repayment, even if I can't be called husband and wife with the Divine Son in this life. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and deeply worshipped towards Lord Yi. At this time, there was a hint of cunning hidden in the bottom of her eyes, and her whole person seemed to have gotten a new lease on life. What happened to the fiancé? When she became the owner of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, she would be able to utilize this side of the financial clan to create her own technological empire. And if you want to conquer a man like Lord Yi, you can't rely on beauty alone. You have to rely on skill. Chapter 103. The Divine Son of the Qin family emerges. An imperial decree from the 9 heavens. In a few days, when you have complete control over the void swallowing flame, I'll pass on an emperor's skill to you. Yi Lord and Su Qingyan stood side by side on the flying god building, overlooking the wind and snow ancient city below. Previously, when he had suppressed Lin Chen, he had obtained this Son of Heaven's destiny's innate emperor skill, the burning skill. For Yi Lords, with such a heaven-defying talent as the Heavy Pupil, there was no need to cultivate the incineration technique if they wanted to fuse heaven and earth spirit flames. It would be better to give this imperial skill to Su Qingyan 7 days later, perhaps in exchange for an even more terrifying immortal scripture. The Emperor's secret. Su Qingyan's eyes trembled, and suddenly reached out and wrapped her hand around Yi Lord's arm, gently snuggling her head on top of his arm. Divine Son, if you go on like this, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for Qingyan to hold herself. As a traversing woman, Su Qingyan's cultivation talent might not be as good as those so-called emperor girls or saint girls, but in terms of teasing techniques, how could these women from the cultivation world compare to her? An imperial skill, even in the chamber of 10,000 treasures, was a truly priceless treasure. Lord Yi actually gave it to her just like that? It's really hard to turn down a man with this kind of supreme background and immortal face and divine posture. In her last life, Su Qingyan was from a poor family and focused on her studies. Although she envied other people's love affairs, she never met a person of her choice. Now that she had managed to cross over to the world of immortal cultivation, she had originally thought that she would be able to act recklessly with her back to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and find 10 or 8 male favorites. As a result, she was actually born with a poisonous body and died when she touched someone. Aside from Lord Yi, Su Qingyan simply couldn't imagine any contemporary youth that could withstand the heavenly poison in her body. Boing boing, heavenly shot? Behind the two, Peachy's throat rolled, wanting to speak. Why does the lady seem to be burning up all of a sudden? Yi Lord Godson, your fiancé won't be angry if I hold you like this, right? To be the fiancé of a godson, I think she must be the most beautiful person in the world, right? Unlike me, I was born with a poisonous body, and have never been truly loved. Miss Su should still think about what to do next to reclaim the position of the Su family heir. With an indifferent expression, Yi Lord slowly drew back his arm and walked into the divine building. Su Qingyan clenched her silver teeth and glared hatefully at Yi Lord. She admitted that she was very much attracted to Lord Yi, but this Yi family's divine son didn't seem to be able to flirt with him at all. In the eastern part of the holy state, the everlasting Qin family, one could only see that the mountains in this place were continuous, and the chaotic mist was rising slowly. Pieces of violet thunder poured down, condensing the runes of the great Tao and covering the sky. Between the various mountains, there were 7 colored haze eruptions, and great halls and caves were listed therein, which was very mysterious. Like the everlasting Yi family, the Qin family's position in the sacred state was equally supreme. It was said that the ancestor of the Qin family had broken the bloodline shackles and ascended to the upper realms with a single innate divine thunderbolt in the Taiku era, and the descendants of his bloodline left on earth became the topmost everlasting ancient clan in the sacred state by virtue of this Tao ancestor bloodshade alone. There had always been rumors in the sacred state that before this Qin ancestor ascended, he had left his own innate thunder seed on earth, and at the same time, he had also left behind a truly astounding creation that would shelter the Qin family for 100,000 years of age and long-lasting prosperity. Now, the contemporary generation of the Qin family even had a full-blooded demon. Not only did his bloodline return to his ancestors, awakening the same saint body as Qin Zu, he also fused that one supreme thunder seed with his contemporary body, and was hailed as Invincible. At this time, the ancestral shrine of the Qin family, the crowd of Qin family elders and clansmen looked solemn, looking at a several feet tall golden phantom in front of them with palpitations in their eyes. Clan Lord, are you saying that the ancestors' Dharma manifested and sent down the Soul Sound Emperor's decree to you? Nice. Qin family Lord Qin Tian was a middle-aged man with majestic appearance, thick eyebrows and square face, with a golden robe embroidered and painted with 10,000 thunder patterns. Just the day before yesterday, the ancestral shrine of the Qin family suddenly had a thunderous tremor and a divine haze erupted, and a mysterious voice even appeared in the sea of his soul, extremely vague and filled with unspeakable imperial rituals. This, in Qin Tian's opinion, was the ancestors' call to the Qin family, and it was a divine miracle for them to raise their clan to ascend. What? Can it be that the ancestor is preparing to guide us to the 9 heavens? Yes, the ancestors are manifesting. It's a great blessing, isn't it? Clan Lord, what did the ancestors say? I didn't hear it, but Xian'er's bloodline returned to his ancestors, so perhaps he can communicate with his ancestors' soul thoughts. He shook his head and suddenly turned his head to look beyond the ancestral shrine. Only there, a silver radiance poured from the sky with a vast roar. Among them, a young man wearing a silver-white robe with a handsome face came striding in. The pupils of his eyes, which took on a radiant silver color, were indifferent and untamed. In the center of its brow, a silver seal was like a third-eye pupil, filled with endless divinity. Father, you wanted to see me? As the silver-eyed youth stepped forward, all the surrounding people of the Qin clan bowed and paid their respects, their eyes in awe. Xian'er, you're here. Qin Tian nodded his head gently, a touch of pride spreading across his face. As the divine son of the everlasting Qin clan, Qin Xian was the person with the strongest talent in the Qin clan for nearly 10,000 years. Even the ancestors of the Qin clan had determined that Qin Xian would be the opportunity for the Qin clan to move towards glory. The ancestor idol manifested. Try to see if you can communicate with the ancestor's soul thoughts by using the etheric thunder seed as well as your holy body bloodline. Oh, at those words, Qin Xian's silver eyes were slightly austere as he slowly nodded. His greatest dream in this life was to break the shackles of heaven and earth with the supreme thunder method like his ancestor. becoming the Thunder Emperor of the day and ascending to the nine heavens immortal realm. Now that the ancestor had manifested, or his bloodline had metamorphosed, he had the chance to truly awaken the immortal Tao's causality. Buzz. As Qin Xian's palm probed out, lightning patterns immediately traveled in his palm, gently touching on top of the Qin ancestor's Dharma phase. At that instant, the ancestral shrine was shaken by the immortal sounds of the great Tao, and a golden Dharma formation manifested from the pupils of Qin Zu's eyes as the heavens changed. Vaguely, the crowd seemed to see that at the end of that spell formation, there was a golden light figure striding along, divine and transcendent, like an immortal that was about to descend into the Qin family. Buzz. Even the ancestors of the Qin clan were all startled by the aura at this moment, and one by one, they awoke from their cave tombs and slowly stood up. The hearts and minds of the crowd of Qin clan powerhouses trembled, their pupils filled with horror and excitement. It couldn't be that after a lapse of 100,000 years, the Qin ancestor was actually going to return to the Qin clan's ancestral land? Buzz. At the same time, a majestic voice came to mind in Qin Xian's soul sea. Only a ray of golden light could be seen dropping down from the spell formation, gradually fusing with the thunder seed in Qin Xian's brow. In an instant, the aura on the body of this Qin clan's divine son completely boiled over. Mahayana Onefold, Mahayana Duality, the Mahayana Triple. In just one breath, his realm had even stepped directly into the Mahayana Triple level. His body was covered with thunder lines rushing around, like an ancient thunder god. Unbeatable. Yuji, the Sword Order? Qin Xian's brows furrowed lightly as he suddenly turned to look out in the direction of the center of the sacred state. At this moment, he could feel that there was a faint strand of soul sense sensing right there, echoing with the thunder seed in the center of his brow. Chapter 104 Miss Su's Engagement Banquet. Mr. Yi is here to send a congratulatory gift. The center of the holy state. One could only see a golden ancient building descend from the sky and land straight in the Wanbao city. All around the treasure city, mountains stand. The only thing before the city gates was an endless lake with sparkling waves and rising haze. From the sky, this divine city looked like a huge treasure bowl, with the water in front and the mountain at the back. It takes advantage of the location and the people. It's Missy's Taishan Divine Building. Missy is back. All of a sudden, there were bursts of shock and clamor in the treasure city. All the cultivators and mortals knelt down on the ground. Their expressions were excited, and they actually had an almost fanatical admiration for Su Qingyan. When Su Qingyan crossed over here, she had lived in this city for 18 years. With her knowledge and eyesight, the gadgets she casually created would be enough to drive these cultivation world beings crazy. It seems that Miss Su is quite popular in Wanbao City. Yi Lord looked deeply at Su Qingyan and said in a calm tone. In the next instant, his eyes were slightly austere as he looked down at the sword order hanging from his neck, a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. At this moment, he saw that the golden divine pattern in the center of this sword order had almost reached the hilt of the sword. It was also proof that that heavenly enemy should be about to descend on the 3000 Tao state. But what really surprised Lord Yi was that at this moment, this sword order was emitting a strange burning heat. Does this mean that someone is sensing the location of this order? Are you coming? Yi Lord's eyes were cold and did not have a single ripple. What's the point of them liking it? It's not like the Son of God likes it. Su Qingyan sighed lightly, her red lips pursed lightly as she looked at Yi Lord pitifully. Rumble. In the end, the Taishan Divine Tower crashed down directly in the center of the treasure city, before a white jade masonry palace. This is where the owner of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, the Su family, is located, and where most of the wealth of the 3000 Tao state comes from. The palace was magnificent, covering an area of 10,000 hectares, and the entire body was made of old mountain divine jade, embellished with many 7-colored divine crystals, showing off its extravagance. Between heaven and earth, there were hidden divine patterns flickering, colluding in all directions, like a party of star formations, enveloping the entire Su family. Even with Lord Ye's realm, there was a sense of trepidation in front of this divine formation. Missy, why are you back? Right at this moment, several figures suddenly walked out of the white jade palace, all with a look of surprise on their faces. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair and a withered face, and there was a hidden coldness in the pale pupils of his eyes. Fourth Elder, Su Qingyan stepped out from the divine building, looking at these ill-faced Su family members in front of her. Her tone was clear and cold as she said, I'm going back to my own home. Do I still have to go through the consent of the fourth elder? Poof. Su Dongyue snorted coldly, not putting Su Qingyan in his eyes at all. Now the Su family head Su Xianyi has long been not asked the business of the Chamber of Commerce. All day long to study chess, cultivate the body. The Su family and the Chamber of Commerce will be fully handed over to the second Miss Sun Yen. At this time, Su Qingyan's re-entry into the Su family was obviously a bad arrival, striking a stone with an egg. Missy, be careful what you say. The current Su family isn't your family anymore. Your family is in the Duan family in Wind and Snow City. A playful laugh suddenly came from the palace. only to see a young girl dressed in a turquoise rosette with a clear and beautiful appearance stride in and appear in front of the crowd. Greenie? Su Qingyan's eyebrows knitted lightly, and the bottom of her eyes were all gloomy. This turquoise-clothed girl was none other than her sister Sun Yan's personal servant girl. After not seeing her for 3 years, a girl is actually more rampant than the Su family's fourth elder? I've already made peace with Duan Feng, and I'm returning home this time to report this matter to my father. In fact, since childhood, Su Xianyi was still extremely partial to Su Qingyan. Nay, Su Qingyan's body was just too indisputable, and was branded as a calamity by Sun Yan's mother and daughter, losing the trust of the Su family's group of elders. Reconciliation? Upon hearing this, Su Dongyue and Greenie exchanged glances, their eyes growing more and more sarcastic. Su Qingyan, do you need me to be more clear? Today is the day of the engagement between the young lord of the Sikong ancient clan, Sikong Xinghe, and my Su family's heir apparent, Miss Sun Yan, and you are not welcome in my Su family. Green Luo shook her head and made a wink toward Su Dongyue. Please trouble the fourth elder. Oh, the Su clan doesn't welcome me. Then I wonder if Godchild Ji Lord is welcome? A hint of cunning flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes, and the suppressed anger under her eyes gradually changed into a touch of mockery. She'd had enough of being humiliated and taunted like this for a long time, and she hadn't been able to help it before. But now behind her stood the number one demon of the 3000 Dao state, the godly son of the everlasting Yi family, Lord Yi. At a time like this, not to mention a few Su family slaves, Su Qingyan even desperately wanted to see the looks on the faces of Sun Yan's mother and daughter. What? Greenie's face froze, and she suddenly looked up in the direction of the Taishan Divine Building, only to see there, a white-clothed figure stepped out, handsome in appearance, with eyes like the heavenly abyss. Gollum. In an instant, Greenie's face went completely pale, and a trace of uneasiness gradually grew in her heart. Greetings to Divine Son Yi Lord. This elder, I wonder if Mr. Yi could be qualified to attend Miss Su's engagement ceremony. Yi Lord's expression was mild. He did not even look at Greenie and said in an indifferent tone, "It is an honor for my Su family to have the Divine Son's presence." Su Dongyue's throat rolled as he hurriedly bowed and paid his respects. Yi Lord, on the other hand, walked past them and went straight in towards the Su clan's main hall. Qingyan, as the eldest sister, you should go send a congratulatory gift to Miss Sun Yan. Yes, godson. Su Changyan guffawed and walked in right behind Yi Lord. At this moment, she finally understood why those little fairies in her previous life desperately wanted to marry into a rich family. Sometimes a family name is an insurmountable mountain for regular people. Fourth elder, outside the grand hall, Greenie and Su Dongyue looked at each other. They had a premonition that today's Su family was not destined to be peaceful. Quickly go inform the family head. When Su Qingyan married into the bitter cold of Wind and Snow City, it was arranged by Sun Yan and her mother, Si Kong Yu. Now that Su Qingyan had returned from her peace, the ones who wanted to take revenge the most must be Sun Yan's mother and daughter. At this moment, the Su family's main hall, only to see two gorgeously dressed young men and women holding wine cups in their hands, bowing towards the crowd of clan lords in the hall. Thank you all uncles and seniors for coming to my engagement banquet with cousin Xinghe. Sun Yan wore a red dress, her eyebrows were like a painting, and she pursed her lips towards Sikong Xinghe beside her. Cousin, I will treat you well in the future. Sikong Xinghe was handsome and gentle, and without a trace, he glanced at the Su clan's main mother, who was also his good aunt, Sikong Yu, above the main hall. Oh, Miss Sun Yan is a beautiful woman, and young Master Sikong is a dragon among men. A good match, too good a match. Yes, don't look at Mr. Sikong's bad teeth, but his talent and strength are second to none in the sacred state. Miss Sun Yan has found a good husband. The people in the temple stroked their palms and sighed with great flattery. What a hoot! Just at this moment, a gentle laughter suddenly came from outside the hall. In the next instant, a burst of shocking clamor boomed out. Everyone looked at the white-robed teenager who was striding towards them, and their faces were filled with an unspeakable shock and incredulity. It's Yi Lord Godson? Worthy of being the Su family, even Godson Yi Lord has come to attend Miss Sun Yan's engagement banquet. Yi Lord Godson. Sun Yan's face even revealed a touch of surprise, and even gave up the Sikong Xinghe beside her and walked towards Yi Lord's. Obviously, she also didn't expect this eternal life divine son to show up at the Su family today. I heard about Miss Sun Yan's engagement, so I've come to send a congratulatory gift. As the words fell, Yi Lord looked up at Sikong Xinghe and lightly waved his palm. Only a ray of clear light fell from the sky, emitting an ear-splitting roar that instantly caused the faces of everyone present to turn completely pale. Chapter 105. Yi Mao is chivalrous and righteous. Is he not someone who covets beauty? Dang! As an ear-splitting bell chimed, the entire hall boiled with haze. One of the bronze ancient bells descended from the sky and suppressed towards Sikong Xinghe. Yi Lord! Sikong Xinghe's body trembled and his face paled. Around it, a ray of spiritual light rose up, like a star, in a vain attempt to block the ancient bell. Rumble. However, the moment Seokongshing's palm touched the ancient bell, all the light in his body annihilated. His figure was even encompassed by that ancient bell and buckled in the center of the great hall. The entire hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. All of the clan lords looked at each other, gradually landing their eyes on Seokongyu. Engagement party, delivery bell? What was even more frightening was that the hallowed Seokongyan lord, a supreme heavenly pride of the 7th level of the divine wheel, didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance in front of the godson of the Yi lords? What does divine son Yi lord mean by this? It seems that we, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, don't have any grudges with the Yi family, right? Above the great hall, Seokongyu slowly got up and asked in a deep voice. Beside him, a group of Su family elders glanced at each other with similarly confused faces. The reason why the Wanbao Merchant Company had joined forces with the Seokong clan was to utilize the ancient clans of this Northern Plains Ice Prefecture to open up the Northern Plains Merchant Company. Nowadays, among the 10 major Taoist states, only 3 states have not been involved in the Chamber of Commerce: the Northern Plains Ice State, the Barbarian Great State, and the Heavenly Thunder Sea State. The masters of these 3 states, none of which were human, were the ancient god race, the demon race, and the sea race. Now that Lord Yi had suddenly descended and forcefully suppressed Seokongshingha, could it be that he had something in mind for Miss Sun Yan? With the everlasting Yi family's heritage, if Sun Yan were to marry the Yi Lord Godson, it seems that Mrs. Su is not too satisfied with this congratulatory gift of mine, so I'll change it. Yi Lord nodded gently and took back the ancient bronze bell, revealing one of the figures bleeding from 7 orifices. At this moment, Seokongshingha's entire body was numb, and his face was filled with panic. As the young master of the Seokong ancient clan, Seokongshingha was equally renowned in the northern plains. However, in front of Lord Yi, he was like a mole cricket that was casually suppressed. Seokongyu frowned lightly, and then saw Lord Yi waving his hand. At once, a low footstep came from outside the great hall, only to see a young girl dressed in gray with a pale face stride in and quietly stand behind Lord Yi. In an instant, the faces of all the Su clan powerhouses present were completely frozen, their lips trembling with the desire to speak. The eldest miss of the Su family, Su Qingyan. Sun Yan even let out a cry of alarm, and a trace of cold jealousy gradually grew in the bottom of her heart. What's she doing back here? Looking at the appearance of Godson Yi Lord, it seemed that he was sheltering this Su family's first daughter. Yi Lord Godson, what exactly are you doing? Although my Su family is not a cultivation family, it's not one to be bullied. Seokongyu's face was grim as he stared dead at Su Qingyan. I met Miss Qingyan as soon as we met, and after hearing her talk about some of her tragic past, I felt that I should do something for her. For the Su family. Yi Lord's expression was mild and cloudy. At this time he seemed to have light shining on him, like a young god who could not see the suffering of the world. Upon hearing this, Seokongyu's eyes grew more and more fierce as he said in an indifferent tone, isn't it a bit too much for Divine Son Yi Lord to meddle in my Su family's family affairs? I beg Divine Lord Yi to do it for me. Right at this moment, Su Qingyan suddenly bowed down towards Lord Yi with a miserable expression. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he became more and more satisfied with Su Qingyan. Compared to Gu Mingyue, this traveling woman knew more about Lord Yi's mind. Intelligent, knowledgeable, and instantly compatible with Lord Yi. Sun Yan's mother and daughter falsely accused me of being a calamity, forced me to marry into Wind and Snow City, colluded with the Duan family to embezzle the deed to the stores left behind by my mother, and secretly poisoned me, nearly poisoning me to death. Since the Duan family had already been destroyed by the Yi Lord Godchild, it was a case of death without proof. If Su Qingyan wanted to return to the Su family and take control of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, she had to drive Sun Yan's mother and daughter to extinction. What? As Su Qingyan's words fell, the eyes of the people in the hall trembled in shock, and there was a vague dawning in their eyes as they looked at Seokongyu. No wonder, Seokongyu arranged for Sun Yan to get engaged to his nephew. I'm afraid that it wasn't just for the purpose of opening up the Northern Plains Merchants Association. It was most likely because he wanted to take complete control of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Nonsense! Elders, what are you waiting for? Seokongyu shouted angrily, especially because the implication in the eyes of the crowd was like a needle sticking deep into her heart. Upon hearing this, a group of Su family elders, however, revealed a look of difficulty, clearly not wanting to be enemies with Lord Yi. Mrs. Su is so tactful. It seems like it won't be long before the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce changes its surname to Seokong. Yi Lord shook his head and laughed, a seemingly careless remark that caused Seokongyu's face to change drastically. Does Divine Son Yi Lords have any misunderstandings about me? Why don't Godson go to the back hall with me? I think that what Su Qingyan can give to Godson, Sun Yan can likewise give. Sun Yan smiled sweetly, with hidden depths under her eyes. She was from the Gundai, and was much more proficient in the machinations of the human heart. At this point, Sun Yen had already guessed the purpose of Lord Yi, but he didn't dare to really tear himself apart from this eternal life god's son. It was nothing more than spiritual treasures and beauty, both of which Sun Yen had, more than Su Qingyan can give. Beside him, Si Kongxing, face turned pale as he gently swallowed his saliva. In public, her fiancé is actually going to give it to Lord Yi? Oh, Yi Lord's expression grew more and more playful as he slowly nodded his head. This scene, moreover, caused Su Qingyan's petite body to tense up, incomparably nervous. Compared to Sun Yen, Su Qingyan had neither a background nor a mother's family to rely on. If Yi Lord wanted to control the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the easiest way was to take down Sun Yen. At this moment, Su Qingyan suddenly panicked. If Yi Lords gave her up, she would really be left with nothing. Does Miss Sun Yen intend to impress Mr. Yi with treasure or beauty? Yi Lord suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes calmly looking at Sun Yen. Such a straightforward question immediately caused Sun Yen's pretty face to rise up in a smoky haze, and she wanted to speak. What does Miss Su take Mr. Yi for? I am here today only to return justice to Qing Yen. As Yi Lord's words fell, the entire hall fell silent, and the panic in Su Qingyan's eyes, even more so, solidified bit by bit, her eyes trembling, her eyes slightly reddening. In her previous life, she had never met any man who was willing to shelter her like that. Although Su Qingyan is conceded that her talent and mind is not weaker than Sun Yen, even with her crossing body, in the future, she will even shine in this world of immortal cultivation. But these, Yi Lords did not know, and needed time to accumulate. At this moment, when she heard what Lord Yi said, she suddenly had a feeling of being a confidant. A long-lost warmth was felt in this cold, alien world. In Su Qingyan's opinion, this kind of resonance at the spiritual level was sometimes more direct and intense than the pleasure brought by the physical body. Su Qingyan's delicate body trembled lightly, a suppressed gasp escaping from her mouth, and the pupils of her two eyes slightly turned upwards. Chapter 106. Young Supreme Su Qingyan, is this considered talented? Sun Yen's silver teeth clenched. Especially at this moment, the attitude of the Su family's group of elders was causing her an unspeakable uneasiness. With Yi Lord's identity, if he really strong-armed Su Qingyan, the Su family would definitely throw in the towel. Compared to the Sikong ancient clan, the everlasting Yi clan was the hardest, ideal ally of the Su clan. Yi Lord godson, rare guest. Just at this moment, an amiable laugh suddenly came from outside the great hall. Only a figure stepped forward and appeared in the center of the hall. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome face, a plain green shirt, and his hair spilling casually over his shoulders. Behind him, Su Dongyue, the fourth elder of the Su family, looked restrained and glanced at Yi Lord without a trace. Greetings, family master. All of a sudden, a burst of obeisance came from the great hall. All the patriarchs, sect masters, and immortal clan masters bowed down and paid their respects, their eyes showing awe. Su Xianyi, as the true owner of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, this Su family head's realm was only at the cave ruin level though. However, he had many supreme disciples under his command who were loyal and were one of the most prominent existences in the 3,000 Dao states. These years, Su Xianyi had been hidden in the great world, talking about chess and discussing the Dao, and had not appeared for a long time. Master Su, Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and there wasn't a hint of fear. At this time, the two men stood opposite each other, equally cloudy and light-hearted. Dragons among men. Qingyan is back. Su Xianyi gently nodded and looked Su Chongyan up and down. Thin, it seems like you've suffered a lot in Wind and Snow City over the years. Father. Su Qingyan's expression was indifferent and did not have too many waves. She was soul-dressed here, and she didn't have too deep feelings for these people of the Su family. Although Su Xianyi was very caring towards her, he ultimately acquiesced to Sun Yan's mother and daughter's move to send her to Wine Snow City. This alone was enough for Su Qingyan to hold a grudge. Since you've made peace with Duan Feng, then return to the Su family in the future. It just so happens that my father has been free lately, so you'll come with me to play chess and paint, and have a good rest. Su Xianyi nodded with a smile and waved his hand towards the crowd. Everyone, father. Before Su Xianyi could open his mouth, he saw Su Chongyan suddenly step forward and stand beside Lord Yi. At this moment, there was a hint of light smile hidden on her face, wanton and flavorful. I came back this time with the intention of taking back the position of the heir apparent that belongs to me. What? The eyes of the crowd of Su family elders trembled, and there was a hidden shock in the bottom of their eyes. Their worst fears had come true. Su Qingyan was trying to challenge Sun Yan's mother and daughter's status by using the might of Yi Lord Godson. Su Qingyan, not just anyone can be the heir to the Su family. At the very least, one must have a talent for cultivation and business acumen. Si Kongyu snorted and said in a cold tone, cultivation talent? Su Qingyan was unmoved, as she took one step, and a divine pattern immediately rushed around her body. a vast wave of scorching heat quietly swept through the entire hall, and the mockery on Si Kongyu and Sun Yan's faces froze. Divine Will 9. At this realm, it was already a true young supreme, deserving the name of a demon when looking at the 3000 Tao states. How is that possible? Su Chengyan was born with a cold poison and has been weak since childhood, and there was even a time when the Su family's oldest ancestor predicted that she would not live past her first birthday. If it wasn't for Su Xianyi using heavenly materials and divine treasures to renew her life all day long, but if Su Qingyan wasn't the first daughter of the Su family, I'm afraid that she would have already died from the poison. When Si Kongyu sent her to Wind and Snow City, she wanted to cut off her divine material spirit pill and let her fend for herself. Who would have thought that Su Changyan would actually have such a great life? Not only did she survive, but she also hooked up with the Yi family's divine son. These 3 years of Wind and Snow City's forest path, afraid of daily hanging white frost even Su Xianyi, there was a look of surprise in the bottom of his eyes as he frowned and fell into deep thought. Heaven and earth spirit fire. With his eyesight and experience, he naturally guessed the origin of this spirit flame. But even though Yi Lord had gifted Su Qingyan with a heaven and earth spirit flame, completely suppressing the poisonous intent in her body, the prerequisite was, Su Qingyan was able to withstand the menace and pain of fusing the spirit flame. I wonder if I count as having a talent for cultivation. Su Chengyan's immortal face was clear and cold as she looked at Si Kongyu with a provocative face. Today's Sun Yan was only at the 7th level of the divine wheel, so how could he compare to her? The crowd of Su family elders shook their heads and laughed bitterly, looking at Su Qingyan with eyes that were no longer as resistant as before. A young supreme who had fused the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. If that's not talented, who is? Throughout the 10,000 years of the Su family, they had never seen any of their heirs so demonic. How can? Under the hall, Sun Yan's face was pale, looking down at a jade order in her hand, her eyes gradually making up her mind. The Su family is a merchant family. Having a talent for cultivation doesn't mean that you know the financial and commercial way. Si Kongyu snorted coldly, her face turning blue. Even if Su Qingyan got rid of the heavenly poison binding and stepped into the 9th level of the divine wheel, how could her scheming and tactics be compared to Sun Yan, the heir to the Pantai? Oh, does Madam mean that if I know more about running a financial business than Sun Yan, this Su family heir will be mine? Su Chengyan nodded and suddenly looked up at Su Xianyi. Father, is that so? Now that your mother has said so, compare yourself to your sister. Su Xianyi's indifferent words immediately caused Si Kongyu's face to become completely gloomy. At this moment, she could clearly feel the change in attitude of Su Xianyi as well as the many Su family elders. Young Supreme, son of God Red, with such a talented background, it was indeed more advantageous than Sun Yan. Also good. Sun Yan, Su Qingga, you two will each take a store, and with a limit of 7 days, let's see which one of you can earn more spirit stones. Si Kongyu took out a bunch of land deeds from her Qiankuan ring and handed them over to Su Dongyue beside her. 4th elder. Yes. Su Dongyue walked over to Sun Yan and Su Qingyan, allowing the two of them to each extract a deed to a store and hand it back to Su Dongyue. The store that Miss Su Qingyan smoked is the Magnolia Fragrance Workshop in the east of Wanbao City. Miss Sun Yan's draw, on the other hand, is the 10,000 Soldiers Treasure Pavilion in the center of the city. The entire hall, quietly quiet. Immediately afterward, bursts of helpless, bitter laughter rang out. How can a Rouge and Fragrance Workshop be compared to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion? I'm afraid that the value of a single spiritual treasure would be worth several months of the Fragrance Workshop's earnings. All the clans in the hall today are not allowed to intervene in this competition, or else, they are enemies of my Su family, enemies of my Su Xianyi. Su Xianyi looked deeply at Si Kongyu and got up to walk to the temple. Divine Son Yi Lord, I wonder if you can give Mr. Su a face and lend me a step to talk. Yi Lord lightly nodded and walked towards the outside of the hall with Su Xianyi. In the middle of the great hall, Sun Yan looked at Su Qingyan, her red lips lifting slightly. Sister, sometimes luck is also part of strength. Oh, Su Changyan guffawed and did not give in. It seems that I'm lucky, otherwise I wouldn't have been favored by the god's son. Unlike some people, who don't even want it for nothing. You, Chapter 107 Pu Ton Yishanzi, I have a few friends in Bibu. Su Qingyan, I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Sun Yan clenched her silver teeth and watched with hatred as Su Qingyan walked out of the hall and disappeared. Beside him, Sikon Xinghe was similarly indignant, with a hint of gloominess hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Just now, Lord Yi suppressed him in public, and a bell nearly caused him to ascend to heaven in place. This was simply a strange shame for Sikon Xinghe. What was even more detestable was that Sun Yan had actually taken the initiative to give it for nothing in order to please this Yi family's divine son. If this matter spreads out, how will he still be able to compete in the northern plains in the future? Cousin Xinghe, things over in the northern plains should be fine, right? Sun Yan took a deep breath and looked at Sikon Xinghe. The reason why she agreed to get engaged to Sikong Xinghe was so that she could break the Northern Plains wasteland and succeed in bringing the business of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to the middle of the ice state. In this way, the Su family's group of elders as well as Su Xianyi would be able to truly see her means and vigor, and feel at ease to leave the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in her hands. Well, my father has already personally gone to negotiate with the ancient god clan. They will definitely give my Sikong clan some face. After all, my Sikong clan is also the supreme ancient clan in the Northern Plains. Sikong Xinghe looked arrogant and said in a cold tone, "Then I'll wait for good news from my cousin." Sun Yan's red lips pursed lightly, and a faint hint of gloom flashed under her eyes. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't be so nervous, but Lord Yi, as the divine son of the everlasting Yi family, had recently made a name for himself in the sacred state. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to truly fight against him with just one Sikong Xinghe. It's about time. Sun Yan's eyes were cold as she looked down at the white jade immortal order in her hand, as if she had made some sort of determination. Compared to the Su family's background, the division behind her was the truly terrifying existence in the 3000 Dao state. Every time an heir of the cloud platform descends from the mountain, he changes the entire pattern of the earth with his own power. If she could invite her youngest senior brother to come down to the mountain, with his mind and talent, he might be able to break the predicament in front of her by casually making a move. The back hall of the Su family. Yi Lord and Su Xianyi walked side by side, like two old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, talking and laughing. How did Divine Son Yi Lord meet Qingyan? Tower traveled to the Taishan Dan sect to seek medicine, and it just so happened that I was there. So I made a trip to Winsnow City. Yi Lord did not hide it. This kind of thing, as long as Su Xianyi wanted to find out, he could pry open Tower's head at any time. Oh, I heard that the Dan sage Zhang He had appeared in the Dao sect before. Could it be for the Divine Son? Su Xianyi's eyes lightly trembled, revealing a flash of surprise. He had also traveled to the Supreme Dan sect in the beginning, bringing countless spiritual treasures and creations to beg for Dan and ask for medicine for Su Qingyan. But as a result, Zhang He had never even met him. Nowadays, it seemed that the gold content of this Yi family's divine son was still rising. Anhwa has taken care of me quite a bit since I was a child, and I can be where I am today thanks to the pills that Anhwa has sent daily to quench my body for the past 18 years. Lord Yi casually spoke as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. At those words, whether it was Su Xianyi or the two Su family elders following behind him, a trace of intense shock flashed under their eyes. They knew that the Yi family was strong, the eternal life family, and the emperor came to stop. However, they still didn't expect that the Yi family actually had such a friendship with the Dan sage Zhang He. Does the divine son think that this time, my Su clan can open a merchant bank to the Northern Plains ice state? The Sikong ancient clan still has a certain status in the Northern Plains. Su Xianyi glanced at Lord Yi without any trace. The deep meaning in his words was self-evident. Sun Yan was engaged to Sikong Xinghe in order to open up the Northern Plains trade route. Now that Lord Yi had suddenly descended, it had disrupted the Su family's plans. Oh, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and his heart suddenly made a guess. Su Xianyi, this old fox, was afraid that he had long guessed Sikong's schemes. The reason why he was in seclusion and letting go of his power was probably because he was utilizing the Sikong clan. When the Northern Plains merchant bank opens up, or it's time for him to unload, the Northern Plains? I do have a few ordinary friends, but since the Sikong clan is so honored in the Northern Plains, this matter should not require Mr. Ye's intervention. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled as he and Su Xianyi stepped into the hall and sat opposite each other. I don't know if the Divine Son knows chess? Slightly. It seems that the Divine Son is also a member of the same path, so it's a good time to play a game against me. Su Xianyi nodded gently and twisted a sun to fall. Does the Divine Son think that wealth or talent is important in this immortal Dao path? Wealth, law, couple, and land. Mr. Yi feels that one of these four is indispensable. Lord Yi pondered for a few moments before he set down his pieces. With Su Xianyi's heart, if he didn't have a heavenly strategy, how could he bring the Su family to its current heights? Playing against such a person is far more dangerous than killing, and is a true competition of the heart of the Dao. If today, Su Chengyan was still the once cold poisoned, dying first daughter of the Su family, Su Xianyi would definitely not ask such a childish question to Lord Yi. He was weighing and hesitating. After all, the Yi family was a heavenly opportunity for Su Xianyi, and at the same time, it was also an endless danger. Over the years, the Su family has been able to monopolize the business path and eat the earth, and the imperial court's push and pull must have been behind it. It's just that the human heart is a thing that is never satisfied. Su Xianyi appeared to have no desires, but in reality, he was retreating in order to advance, plotting a way to break the situation. At a time like this, Yi Lords took the initiative to send him to the door, so how could he not be moved? But he couldn't afford to mess with the imperial court, and he couldn't afford to mess with the Yi family as well. Therefore, Su Xianyi was using chess as a game to test Lord Yi's Dao and attitude. Godson is wise. But I do have a question in my mind that I want the Divine Son to clear up. Su Xianyi suddenly raised his head to look at Lord Yi. There was a hidden depth under his eyes. These years, the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures seems to be rich in the world. But in reality, every year is not enough to make ends meet, the Divine Son thinks. What is the reason for this matter? Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's face froze and he put on a confused look. Su Family Master is a business wizard. Yi Mao is just a latecomer who doesn't know the height of the sky with just a few remaining clan power. How can he solve the confusion for the Family Master? Godson doesn't have to be modest. I've also heard about you. Although there is a gap between your age and mine, Mr. Su has never viewed Godson as a junior. It's more like a friend. Su Xianyi shook his head and smiled, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. The more this happened, the more fearful Yi Lords became of this Su family head instead. Since the family head is so elevated, then Mr. Yi will say something of his own. Yi Lords was sitting upright. His face suddenly became grave. I think the reason for this matter lies in the pattern of heaven and earth. The plutocrats in the prosperous world are nothing but traitors to the powerful, and allies in the chaotic world can only stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth. Rumble. In an instant, an amazing wave flashed through Su Xianyi's eyes, and the light in his eyes that looked at Lord Yi became more and more shocked, with a faint trace of appreciation, and his one-cupped palm of the chess piece was slow to fall. Only after such a long time did Su Xianyi smile and shake his head, settling with a single stone. Divine Son Yi Lord, you have lost. Chapter 108. The Heavenly Cloud Platform appears. Gu Mingyue leaves the gate. Family Master is an excellent chess player. Yi Lord admires that. Yi Lord's expression was gentle, not paying any attention to the depth in Su Xianyi's eyes. He had already said what needed to be said, and as for how Su Xianyi would choose, it would depend on his own ambitions. Since people have desires, they are broken. If Su Xianyi ended up making the wrong choice, then he would only end up dead. From the moment Lord Yi met Su Qingyan, the fate of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was already doomed. It's been a long time since I've encountered an opponent like the Divine Son, young and promising. Su Xianyi sighed tersely and personally poured a cup of tea for Lord Yi. What does Divine Son think? In tomorrow's competition, Qingyan will have a few % chance of winning? I've known Miss Qingyan since we first met, so I naturally believe she can win big. Yi Lord lightly sipped the tea in his cup. Good tea. What if Qingyan loses? The way of business can still be delved into, but this thing called talent, not everyone has it. Even if Miss Qingyan loses, I think she's an opportunity to see if the Su family can get out of their predicament in the future. As the words fell, Yi Lord slowly got up and bowed slightly towards Su Xianyi. Su Family Master, Yi Lord will be bothering you for the past few days. You're welcome, Divine Son. It's an honor for the Su clan to have you here. Su Xianyi clapped his hands, and a Su family maidservant instantly walked in the distance. Send Divine Son to rest. And his face gradually turned gloomy the moment Yi Lord's figure disappeared. What does the Grand Elder think of this son? Unfathomable. Behind it, the void quietly trembled, and a low, indifferent voice was heard. Unfathomable. Su Xianyi stared at the chess game in front of him and was alone in deep thought. What Yi Lord said, every word was reasonable, pointing directly to the Su family's lifeline. In the end, the reason why the Su family was constrained was because of the mediocre bloodline of the Su family, which had never produced any immortal Dao wizards. Even in the eyes of outsiders, the Su family had many disciples and strong men, but Su Xianyi understood that all of these people were merely scheming for the Su family's wealth. Once life and death are at stake, they will only protect themselves and will never fight for the Su family. Su Qingyan had fused the spirit flame and stepped into the 9th level of the divine wheel, and was the person with the strongest talent in the Su family for 10,000 years. Now that Lord Yi had come out of the world, the Yi family was bound to not live under the imperial court for long. If the Su family can befriend him before it's too late, it will be a credit to the dragon in the future. Of course, to be on the safe side, it would be best for Su Qingyan to carry the Yi family bloodline. In Su Xianye's opinion, there was no oath in this world that could compare to bloodline karma, but Sun Yan is also his flesh and blood, and behind him there is the Sikong ancient clan as well as the Yuntai inheritance. These two forces might not be as deep as the Yi family, but the mind tricks of the people at Yuntai were equally scary. It's just a matter of seeing which of the two of them is luckier. Su Xianyi let out a bitter smile, disrupting the game and resuming the game according to the Yi Lord's fall just now. Over here, Lord Yi returned to his chambers and took out an ancient order of cold ice from his bosom, and a soul light flickered in the bottom of his eyes. Sure Ori, brother? You finally remembered me. There's something I need your help with. Cloud Platform, located in the northeast of Tianxian Dao State. This place was a mountain range shrouded by a vast fog, with dense ancient forests and majestic mountains. Endless clouds and haze were intertwining, and the chaotic aura fit with the heavens, like a piece of the primordial world left over from the time of the opening of the heavens. Under the foot of the mountain, There are many ferocious and terrifying great demons creeping. The breath is so volatile that even the supreme powerhouses easily do not dare to step on it. Above the top of the mountain, one could only see a piece of white jade immortal queen stretching for 10,000 miles, with cranes flying and auspiciousness in the air. Countless handsome youths dressed in white shuttled between the halls, with a solemn expression and a Taoist nature. Their auras weren't exactly powerful, but there was a sense of confident transcendence in each of them. Yunur, your fifth senior sister has asked for help from the sect. She should be in trouble. It just so happens that your inquiring mind bureau hasn't been broken for a long time, so go down the mountain to practice. Above the great hall, an old man with loose white clothes and white hair like snow spoke indifferently, looking down at the young man in the temple. The young man was dressed in cloth and had an ordinary appearance. The only thing was the pair of dark, deep eyes that looked like two stars flowing. Around its body, a wisp of seven-colored haze sprayed floating. The whole person is like a piece of ancient immortal jade, born auspicious. Master, senior uncles, the hearts of the people under the mountain are treacherous. How can I, a Mahayana, gain a foothold? At those words, that cloth-clothed youth heart and soul trembled. Weeping, even Flop kneeled on the ground. I beg the master not to drive me off the mountain. This scene instantly caused the eyes of the crowd of Pantai powerhouses in the hall to tremble, and their faces instantly turned blue. Lu Yun, you're coming down the mountain to represent my Yuntai legacy. Don't disgrace my Yuntai. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth, as if he had already guessed the situation in front of him. With a wave of his palm, a Chinkuan bag filled with spiritual treasure talismans descended from the sky and fell into Lu Yun's hands. Thank you, master. I knew that master couldn't possibly spare me from going down the mountain to die. I just don't know if all the senior uncles are also considering for the future of the clan. If I die, go down and meet all the ancestors. You shut the up. A thin old man at the head of the group shouted angrily and similarly took out some spirit pills from his Chinkuan bag and smashed them on Lu Yun's face. Seeing this, the other Pantai elders in the hall followed suit, their expressions incomparably grim. Obviously, this was not the first time they had been extorted by Lu Yun. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Are you all enjoying the smashing? Anyway, I'm quite cool. Why don't you guys have fun for a little while longer? Lu Yun had a cheap smile on his face, not caring about the resentment in the eyes of the crowd. My Yuntai worldly immortal mansion. Generations of Zhuo Ran. How did a like you come out? The cloud platform grand elder whisked his sleeves inside, leaving angrily. Yunur, have you made enough noise? Immortal Lord Yuntai let out a deep gulp, the Dao lines in his eyes flickering without anger. Ever since Lu Yun had come to the mountain, the group of Yuntai elders had been extorted and teased by him every other day. For this reason, Immortal Lord Yuntai also had an incomparable headache. Favorably, this kid is exceptionally talented. The 3,000 volumes of the Pantai mind art, he even 1 year to realize all. Whether it was the Emperor's Heart Sutra or the Mortal Technique, he was at ease. Now that Sun Yan had sent a message asking for help, it was the right opportunity to grind Lu Yun's temperament, telling him to enter the game with his body and experience the red dust. Master, Lu Yun's face gradually became solemn as he bowed towards Immortal Master Yuntai. My disciple is going down the mountain, and his return date has not yet been determined. Master, take care of your health. You came to the mountain late and have not met your 5 senior sisters. Now they are all top famous figures on earth. I have already transmitted my voice to your 4th senior sister and asked her to wait for you at the border of the sacred state. And by the way, she will be a surrogate mount for you, and will take you on a tour of the sacred state. Immortal Lord Yuntai lightly waved his palm, only to see a ray of golden light drape Lu Yun's body and push him towards the mountain. 4th senior sister. A mount? Lu Yun's eyes trembled and he sucked in a breath. Things seemed to be getting interesting all of a sudden. Meanwhile, the Taishang Dan sect, only a ray of 7-colored haze rose up, and the divine sounds of the great Tao rose and fell. Zhang He cupped a letterhead in his hand, a hint of playfulness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. She slowly raised her head and looked at the phoenix-clad silhouette that came from the divine haze, and her eyes suddenly condensed. Chapter 109 See King and Queen's Ultimate Pull. Cyber Cultivation? Akatsuki is out. How do you feel? Zhang He had a gentle look on his face and looked Gu Mingyue up and down. Worthy of being an innate Tao fetus, this kind of cultivation speed really makes people jealous. Many thanks to Senior for helping me remodel my meridians. Gu Mingyue's immortal face was clear and cold as she bowed down deeply towards Zhang He. Now that her realm had been restored to the 9th level of the Mahayana, she was truly invincible in her contemporary era. She hurriedly left the gate, not because she had thoroughly fused the power of the pills in her body, but because she had detected a strange movement in that mysterious compass. When Gu Mingyue had seen this compass in the Dao sect's treasury earlier, she had sensed a trace of innate Taoist rhythm in it as well as an aura that was of the same origin as the Emperor's symbol. If she was right, this compass must be related to the whereabouts of the Emperor's talisman. but it was incomplete, and if you wanted to find the Emperor's talisman, it was best to find that one lost compass heavenly pool first. You are the fiancé of the Lord's son, which means you are my daughter-in-law. No need to be polite. Zheng He waved his hand and handed the paper scroll in his hand to Gu Mingyue. You take a look at this first. Gu Mingyue's brows knitted lightly, but after seeing the paper scroll about Yi Lord's recent travel demeanor, a faint chill immediately flashed under her eyes. The Lord's son has gone to the Su family to help that poisonous daughter of the Su family to compete for the position of heir apparent. What do you think about this matter? Lord Yi must have his reasons for doing this. Senior Jiang, I've recovered from my injuries and it's time for me to return to the immortal dynasty. As the words fell, Gu Mingyue turned straight around and traveled towards the bottom of the mountain. Mingyue, you should know Yi Lord better than I. He definitely did this to take control of the Su family, but he was too hasty. Zheng He shook his head, instantly causing Gu Mingyue's footsteps to stall, confusion hidden in her eyes. Anxious? Elder means, there are only two people in the entire sacred state who can truly threaten the Yi family. One is the Imperial Lord and the other is Su Xin Yi. This old fox has a cunning mind and is the best at killing people with a borrowed knife. I'm worried that the Lord's son will fall into his trap. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyes however flashed with a hint of playfulness and did not say much. With Lord Ye's heart, how could he be counted by others? This guy fooled the living world in his last life and established himself as a devil. Su Xianyi was certainly terrifying, but this life's Yi Lord was even more scary. Moreover, the current Su family heir Sun Yan is a disciple of the Pantai. Oh, a faint trace of surprise appeared on Gu Mingyue's face. Like the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty, the cloud platform was likewise a power in the Tianqian Dao state. But Yuntai is hidden from the world, never meddling in the affairs of the Dao state. But not too many faults with the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty. Elder is worried that Yi Lords will invite the Cloud Tower because of this? Sun Yan is in a desperate situation. She will definitely ask for help from the Cloud Platform. If we can't find out the Cloud Platform disciple beside her, in the future, both you and the Lord's son will be in endless trouble. A hint of gloom flashed in Zheng Yi's eyes. I've already poked around and found out that in addition to Sun Yan of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce, there's also a demon from the demon race among the heirs of the Cloud Platform. I know. Gu Mingyue instantly understood and her figure disappeared into thin air. At this moment, she vaguely sensed that there was a wisp of the Emperor's symbol's aura right here in the Holy State's great land, which seemed to be in the northwestern direction. There, it should be the clanland of the everlasting Qin family. On top of that, at this moment, there was another aura that was even more scorching than this wisp of Emperor's symbol fluctuation, and it was coming in the direction of the sacred state, the Su family bedchamber. Lord Yi sat quietly in the center of the great hall, a wisp of purple divine flame sweeping around his body, shocking the heavens and deterring the earth. At this time, in his one double pupil, he was even showing two very different colors, a glance of brilliant gold, like the vastness of the divine sun, a glance of purple radiance, as if the purple energy was endless, and Lord Ye's realm was even more sensationally climbing at this moment. Mahayana sixfold, Mahayana sevenfold, Mahayana 9. In a short moment, his realm had completely stepped into the 9th level of the Mahayana. Invincible in the world. Yi Lord Godson, are you in there? Just then, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the hall, only to see Su Qingyan in a short gray skirt, pushing the door in, that pair of snow-white slender jade legs, actually wearing two white silk, seductive to the extreme. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, worthy of being a traveling woman. Just this white silk short dress, I'm afraid it's enough to cause a shock in the holy state. Son of God, may I today? Su Qingyan's red lips were bright and colorful, slightly powdered, and even at night, she was bright and unrivaled. Qingyan seems a bit different today? Yi Lord pretended to be surprised and looked Su Qingyan up and down. These are some trinkets I developed myself, and I intend to sell them in the fragrance pavilion tomorrow. What does the divine son think? Su Qingyan placed some bottles and jars in her hands in front of Yi Lord, like a kitten that had caught a mouse, blinking her eyes, waiting for Yi Lord to praise her. I don't know anything about the business world, but I'm sure Qingyan will be able to prove herself. Yi Lord opened one of the jade jars, and the aroma was refreshing. With the theoretical knowledge of this Qingbei senior, it was easy to casually do some of the gadgets from his previous life. Even at this time, Lord Yi was vaguely looking forward to what kind of changes would be set off in this immortal journey if Su Qingyan took control of Wanbao Merchant Company, cyber cultivation and mana. Godson trusts me so much. Qingyan is really a bit flattered. But why did Godson reject Sun Yan today? Su Qingyan suddenly tilted her head back to look at Lord Yi. Her eyes were mesmerized. Even her breathing became a bit rapid. What answer does Qingyan want to hear? Yi Lord reached out and gently stroked Su Qingyan's cheek. This scene, moreover, caused Su Qingyan's delicate body to tremble with an unspeakable throbbing. I want to hear the truth from the godchild. I feel that Qing Yan has a very unique aura about her that I have never seen in any contemporary woman. Does the godson say something like that to every woman? I usually don't have to say anything for them to throw themselves at me. Oing oing, Qing Yan just loves this dominance on the divine son. Su Qingyan gently snuggled into Yi Lord's arms, the corner of her mouth lifting a shallow arc. So it seemed that he still had some special status in the eyes of this Yi family's divine son. Divine son, it's getting late. Why don't we rest early? Su Qingyan understood that she was able to have her current position in the Su family solely because of the scorn that all the people in the Su family had for Yi Lord. If she could stay overnight in the Yi Lord's bedchamber, it would definitely cause more people to throw in the towel. How could such a small mind hide from Lord Yi? But the more this happened, the more Yi Lord favored Su Qingyan instead. This crossing woman is thoughtful and judicious, but instead saves Yi Lords from tempering. Of course, the prerequisite was that she had to bring enough value to Lord Yi in order to keep borrowing Lord Ye's power to get everything she wanted. You can stay if you want, but that fiancé of mine is not to be messed with. Godson, don't worry. When we meet Empress Gu, Xinyan will explain it clearly to her and won't make things difficult for Godson. I'll just rub against Godson's embrace and I'll be satisfied. At the dawn of the second day, an ear-splitting buzzing sound came from the sky above Wanbao City. Only a golden chariot was seen falling from the sky and moored in front of the Su clan's grand hall. It's the Seekong family's black scale horse. The Seekong family is coming. Could it be that the matter of the Northern Plains Merchant Company has come to a head? Chapter 110. A city full of long black silk legs. The fourth princess of the ancestral dragon palace came out. The great hall of the Su family. Su Xianyi and Seekong Yu sat side by side at the top of the great hall, frowning at a middle-aged beautiful woman at the temple. At this time, all of the Su family elders were already here, with a look of anticipation on their faces. Mother, what brings you here? A sudden cry of alarm came from outside the great hall. Only Sun Yan and Seekong Xinghe stepped forward, their eyes surprised. Sun Yan, in particular, glanced at Su Qingyan without a trace, her red lips lifting slightly. As long as today, the Seekong clan opens the Northern Plains gateway for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. In the future, she will be a true pioneer in the Su family. No matter if it was Yi Lord or Su Qingyan, it was impossible for them to threaten her anymore. Could it be that father has made a deal with the ancient god clan? The Chamber of 10,000 Treasures can be in the Northern Plains. Son, you quickly return to the Northern Plains with mother. Let's stay out of the Su family's affairs. Before Seekong Xinghe's words fell, that middle-aged beautiful woman suddenly hugged his arm and cried bitterly. Auntie, what's going on? Sun Yan's eyes trembled, and a trace of unspeakable uneasiness suddenly arose in her heart. Your uncle went to the Luo Divine clan the day before yesterday, and was detained by the Luo Divine Lord in public, and put out the word that if the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures dared to come to the Northern Plains, they would be killed without pardon. Unless, the middle-aged beauty gently gulped, unless the owner of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures is Su Qingyan. What? At those words, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were unanimously looking in the direction of Su Qingyan, their pupils filled with unspeakable scorn. How is that possible? This Su family's eldest miss has been humble and cowardly for 18 years. How did she suddenly become a master of her hands? The Luo Shin clan, as the master of the Northern Plains, had suffered many changes over the years, but they were still firmly in control of the entire Northern Plains world. Rumor has it that they are the descendants of the gods, with true divine blood flowing in their bodies, and have been hunted for hundreds of thousands of years before retiring to the Northern Plains, flourishing with the roiling snow and ice as barriers and the earth's glaciers as abysses. Such a place was tantamount to a piece of fat meat for the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures. But what the crowd never expected was that the Luotian clan actually named Su Qingyan to inherit the merchant bank. No, it can't be. Did you hear wrong? Sun Yan's complexion was grim as he gripped the beautiful woman's shoulders with both hands and growled angrily. Nyener, you must not be rude. Su Xianyi frowned lightly, suddenly remembering those few Northern Plains friends that Yi Lord had mentioned earlier. His heart suddenly had a chill of jealousy. Now it seemed that he still didn't know enough about the everlasting Yi family. Alright, Xinghe, you go back to the Northern Plains with your mother first. I'll find a way to deal with the Luotian clan about your father. I won't let him be in danger. Yes. Seekong Xinghe nodded gently and walked out of the grand hall with a group of Seekong clansmen, rushing towards the Northern Plains. In fact, from the moment he was suppressed by Lord Yi in public, there was already a withdrawal in his heart. With the Seekong family's heritage, neither the everlasting Yi family nor the Luotian clan was something they could mess with. Xingyan, are you interested in representing the Su family and making a trip to the Northern Plains? Su Xianyi smiled gently, but he saw Su Qingyan shake her head and said in a calm tone, Father, my match with Sun Yan is not yet over, so let's wait a little longer. Good, this is like the style of my Su family's first eldest daughter. Hearing what Su Xianyi said, whether it was Sun Yan or Seekong Yu, there was a faint trace of resentment in the bottom of their eyes. In that case, you guys go ahead. As Sun Yan and Su Qingyan left the grand hall, only then did Si Kongyu look at Su Xianyi. Xianyi, Su Qingyan is unknown to Yi Lord. In case the Yi family wants to, I, Su Xianyi, act and still need you to teach me? Su Xianyi frowned lightly and looked deeply at Si Kongyu. I have sunk my heart into the chest Dao all these years. Do you really think that I don't know about all the things you've done? Si Kongyu, what I can give you, I can also take back. As the words fell, Su Xianyi directly walked out of the great hall and headed towards the Yi Lord's chambers. Yi Lord Godson, Master Su. Lord Yi looked at Su Xianyi, who was walking outside the hall without any surprise. Ever since Luoshi had returned to the Luoshan clan, she had completely put down the hold she had on Ling Chen in her heart, and focused on cultivation. Such a change was even more of an incomparable surprise to the Luoshan clan's group of ancestors and elders. Nowadays, Luoshi has completely broken with the past, gradually revealing the majesty of a new emperor of the northern plains. With her cold ice saint body, sooner or later, she would be able to reach the peak of the northern plains. That time might be the moment when the Luoshan clan would rise again. Earlier, the godson said that you had a few friends in Kitsura? Su Xianyi laughed and looked Yi Lord up and down. His eyes suddenly condensed. At this moment, he saw that the aura of this Yi clan's divine son seemed to grow more majestic and profound, especially his eyes, from time to time, flickered with gold and purple arcane radiance, divine and mysterious. Even with Su Xuanye's heart nature, under the gaze of this pair of divine pupils, there was an inexplicable palpitation. In just one night, this divine son's realm had climbed so terrifyingly. It's a couple of regular friends. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent. Did family master Su encounter any trouble? I intend to let Qing Yan be the heir to the Su clan. I wonder what the divine son thinks. This is a Su family matter. How could Mr. Yi dare to speak out of turn? Yi Lord shook his head, but his face gradually became solemn. However, with my understanding of Qing Yan, Su family had made a wise choice. Then, divine son, the matter of the Northern Plains Merchant Company, let Qing Yan decide on that one. Yi Lord did not interfere too much, but left the decision to Su Qingyan. Only then would Su Xianyi truly understand Su Qingyan's value and would not abandon her after Lord Yi left. Well, so 3 days, the Wanbao city was bustling with activity. Both cultivators and mortals were attracted by the contest between the two Su family sisters. Su Qingyan, in particular, had taken out many novelties and recruited many noble women and proud women from outside Wanbao city. So, the only way to buy spices is to pull in 5 friends and family, and get a corresponding discount offer? Yi Lord's expression was playful. Such tactics were not unfamiliar to him at all. Divine son, you are not seeing. Now the whole holy state is crazy. All the clan proud girls are proud to use the spice developed by Miss Qingyan. The price of a bottle of vermilion red was actually speculated to 10,000 spirit stones by the peddlers. There's also the thing called what's called a silk stocking. It's said to be woven with 1,000-year-old snow silkworm silk. Not only is it amazingly defensive, but it's even more enchanting and sexy. Ji Ruming let out a bitter smile, wanting to speak. Divine son, could you please ask Miss Qingyan for a pair of golden ones for me? Oh, Yi Lord slowly nodded. Let's get down to business. Is there any news on the head I asked you to check? Well, it is said that there are 6 contemporary heirs of the cloud platform, encompassing all races. Recently the 4th princess of the demon race's ancestral dragon hall, Dragon Aojiao, suddenly emerged and is heading to the sacred state. And I've found out that she disappeared for a period of time along with Sun Yan, and is likely to be one of the 6 heirs of the cloud platform. Ancestral Dragon Hall's 4th princess Dragon Aojiao? Killing intent flowed in the eyes of the Yi Lords, and there was a hint of disappointment hidden in his eyes. What he wanted was not a princess of the district's ancestral Dragon Hall, but that young Master Yun Tai. But a trace of confusion suddenly flashed in Ji Ruming's eyes. Looking at this 4th princess's forward direction, it seems that she is not running towards the Su family, but towards the Tianxian Dao state. Oh, upon hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Yi Lord's face, and his heart instantly made a guess. It seems that it's time for little Blackie to move around in Manpower City. Chapter 111 Gu Mingyue's terrifying strength, slaying dragons with a wave of her hand. At the border of the sacred state, on a green and verdant ancient mountain, one could only see a stunningly beautiful silhouette shrouded in haze standing with her arms folded, her eyes clear and cold as she looked down at the mountains below. There, a woman in golden battle armor with long golden hair was standing. Her stature was extremely tall, several feet taller than the average human man, and her body was covered in delicate skin that shimmered with a glistening radiance. Buzz. Just then, a sudden buzzing sound came from the end of the mountain forest. 7-colored haze draped down, diffusing mountains, rivers, the sun and the moon, and thousands of great avenues. Junior brother, come out. The blonde woman grinned, her eyebrows gushing with amazing chi and blood. I believe this is 4th senior sister, the 4th princess of the dragon clan. senior sister Long Aojiao Long? As a low and gentle laughter came, Lu Yun's figure manifested out of thin air, taking auspicious steps. In an instant, the heavenly Tao laws of this place changed. Deadwood sprouts and immortal flowers bloom. As for Long Aojiao's face, a flash of surprise appeared on his face as he looked Lu Yun up and down with undisguised greed in his eyes. Worthy of being a Yuntai heir, junior brother's flesh. It smells so good. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smiled helplessly. He had long heard that this fourth senior sister had a fiery personality and was extremely silver tie. Now it seems that the master wishes for him to pick 5 senior sister. This is respectively 5 stunning Dao couple. Hiss. Mounts, junior brother, your 5th senior sister should be in trouble. Quickly get on me. As the words fell, golden light immediately flowed around Long Aojiao's body, and he directly manifested his own body and prostrated himself at Lu Yun's feet. As a disciple of the Cloud Terrace, outsiders might not know about it, but Long Aojiao knew a shocking secret about the Cloud Terrace's heirs. As long as Lu Yun was able to successfully pass through the red dust experience, in the future, his status on Earth would be no weaker than that of a divine son or emperor's son. Even, Lu Yun's appearance was the true beginning of this feast. Good. The corners of Lu Yun's mouth rose slightly, and just as he was about to mount Long Aojiao, his face froze abruptly. In the next instant, the spiritual patterns around him boiled, and auspiciousness revived. But as the void above his head blurred, a star fell down, drowning his and Long Aojiao's figures in an instant. Rumble, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the entire ancient forest was immediately crushed into pieces, and the stunningly beautiful silhouette that was shrouded in haze glow took a step out and stood above the void. Gu Mingyue looked down at the shattered mountains and forests below, a hint of surprise hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Lu Yun, according to her memories from her previous life, this youth only appeared when the Jishi Palace was opened and broke the record of the sacred Sage Tower with his own strength. Gu Mingyue never thought that he was the heir to the Gundai, the archenemy who was about to show up in Zhang He's words. In fact, Gu Mingyue descended to this place, not to look for the cloud platform's successor, but to be guided by that mysterious compass. Could it be that this Lu Yun had an imperial talisman on him? Or that one lost compass heavenly pool? Isn't that a coincidence? As long as she kills this head of the cloud heir in advance, she will be considered to have helped Lord Yi to solve the real scourge. With this in mind, Gu Mingyue did not hesitate for a second. Her jade hand covered and pressed, and there was a sudden outpouring of innate Tao rhythms in the center of her palm, transforming into dense runic imprints that smashed down towards the place where Lu Yun had fallen. Damn it! Who dares to sneak up on this princess? At the same time, an angry, low hissing sound boomed through the entire heaven and earth. One could only see a figure whose body was covered in golden runic patterns rising up, his chi and blood monstrous. Long Aojiao probed out with one hand, his arm covered in golden scales, and his dragon might revived. But just as her palm touched Gu Mingyue's imperial art, her face abruptly froze. Immediately after that, the battle armor outside her body exploded, revealing a large portion of snowy white within it. Mahayana 9. Long Aojiao's complexion changed drastically. The dragon scales around his body were densely covered, and his entire body smashed to the ground once again. Junior brother, go! Even though she had many cards in her hand, she still didn't have a single chance of winning in front of a 9th level Mahayana demon. What's more, since this mysterious woman was waiting here, she more than likely had a backhand. 4th senior sister. Lu Yun's eyes were deep as he waved his hand to strike down a divine talisman, wanting to trap Gu Mingyue in place. Together, Gu Mingyue's phoenix eyes were majestic, and her jade hand gently clenched. Only a golden halberd was seen sweeping across the void, actually breaking the heavy rune patterns. As she took one step, an ineffable divine might of imperial power hung down, directly crushing Lu Yun and Long Aojiao's figures into the ground. Unable to move. In an instant, a trace of true panic flashed in the eyes of Long Aojiao and Lu Yun. At this moment, they actually felt a kind of imperial power on this woman. Hurry up! Go find your 5th senior sister. Long Aojiao's silver teeth clenched as she gripped Lu Yun's shoulders and threw him out with force. Buzz! Right at this moment, a terrifying sound of breaking wind once again came from above Lu Yun's head. Only Gu Mingyue's jade hand gripped the great desolate ancient halberd and shot angrily towards Lu Yun. In an instant, this piece of emptiness was completely blurred and shattered. Vast divine lines poured from the sky, like a meteor falling from the heavens. Damn! Lu Yun's eyes trembled in shock. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and an ancient stone needle suddenly surfaced in his hand. As his palm probed out, it easily tore a rift in the void, and his figure stepped into it, completely disappearing from sight. Rumble! The great desolate ancient halberd smashed down, penetrating the mountains below alive. On the other hand, Gu Mingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, finally understanding where exactly the sensation in the compass originated from. The stone needle in Lu Yun's hand just now was most likely the compass's heavenly pool. Roar! Between heaven and earth, an astonishing dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. The cloud dome is broken, and the Qianquan is reversed, only to see a golden dragon shadow whistling in the sky, probing out a true dragon's claw towards Gu Mingyue. This kind of divine might was far more terrifying than that previous dragon blood great swamp taboo Marquis Aotian. However, in front of Gu Mingyue, this level of true dragon avatar did not pose a single threat. As she gently waved her jade hand, a great Tao divine star roared, diffusing many Dharma divine abilities. Dang! The moment the two attacks collided, the endless stars shattered. On the other hand, Gu Mingyue's body had a great Tao light blooming, with Tao lines floating and covering the sky. In a breath, Long Aojiao's body was chilled to the bone. Qi and blood erupted from his arms, and the true dragon phantom manifested in the sky. However, the moment Gu Mingyue's hand seal fell, both of the arms of this fourth princess of the dragon clan exploded in unison. Blood and bone residue splattered away, the Qianquan transformed, and large swaths of mountain peaks instantly collapsed. Long Aojiao's silver teeth clenched, and bloodlines gradually filled the pupils of her golden eyes. At the same time, the scales on her body actually transformed into a bizarre blood color, as if she had burned the bloodline of a true dragon. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, then bury me with you. Chapter 112 Husband Chasing Crematorium? The gift brought by Gu Mingyue. Buzz. Long Aojiao hissed angrily, and the ancient dragon might in his bloodline emerged. Her aura, moreover, was climbing steeply at this moment, vaguely showing signs of breaking through the Mahayana. Did you burn the true dragon bloodline? Gu Mingyue stood in the void, her green silk fluttering, but not a single ripple was visible on her white and absolutely beautiful face, only to see her palm gently clench. The great desolate world-suppressing halberd flew backward and was re-gripped in her hand. At this time, she didn't give Long Aojiao a chance to strike at all. A halberd probed out, like a true dragon raging through the heavens. Buzz. Terrifying emperor potential was boiling, a thread of it draped over the desolate halberd. At this moment, the laws of the great Tao here all seem to have completely solidified. Time is reversed and the yin and yang are misplaced. Long Aojiao's figure, on the other hand, was imprisoned above the sky dome, without a hint of struggle at all. No, she watched as that ray of golden light was like a divine radiance that broke the world, instantly piercing through the layers of phallic blood qi and appearing before her brow. Who the hell are you? Puff. With a weird shattering sound coming from her, that ancient halberd went through her skull alive, obliterating her vitality and splattering blood and bone residue in all directions. Puff. Heaven and earth are silent. Gu Mingyue looked indifferently at the dragon Aojia that crashed to the ground and manifested the form of a true dragon, and casually put it into the Qianquan ring. Lu Yun escaped, and as a Yuntai heir, he had no roots on earth. The only person he could turn to at this time was Sun Yen. Perhaps Lord Yi has a way to deal with him. That one compass heavenly pool seemed to contain the power to cut through the void, and Lord Ye's heavy pupil happened to be able to imprison the void time. Lu Yun going here was more like throwing himself into a trap. Well, I'm going to hunt Lu Yun and find the whereabouts of the Emperor's talisman, not to see what Lord Yi and Su Qingyan are doing. Just, when she thought of her previous agreement with Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue felt an inexplicable nervousness in the bottom of her heart. Now that she had recovered from her injuries, wasn't it time for her to fulfill her promise and be honest with Lord Yi? Time passes. The Manpower City was bustling with clamor these 2 days. Countless proud daughters of the clans came from far and wide just to be able to become Su Qingyan's guests, to see for themselves the mysterious powder developed by the daughter of Su's family as well as all kinds of gorgeous clothes that they had never seen before. Gradually, a ticket to the Rouge Fragrance Workshop was worth 10,000 gold, and there was even a scene where it was hard to find a ticket. Each day, Su Qingyan limited the number of tickets to 100. And only guests who spent more than 100,000 spirit stones at the fragrance workshop would have the opportunity to introduce their friends and family to receive the tickets. Such a business model is unheard of in the 3,000 dozen states. Even the crowd of Su family elders were all staring at each other with their jaws dropped as they watched the crazy scenes in the fragrance workshop on a daily basis. Their 3 views shattered. And behind this hustle and bustle, there were some discordant voices in Treasure City. It was said that some proud women had strangely disappeared after purchasing Su Qingyan's powder and cream, and their corpses were nowhere to be found. This had undoubtedly dealt a considerable blow to Su Qingyan's reputation. After all, this Su family's first daughter had carried the name of a calamity since childhood. My lord, tomorrow is the last day, but I always feel that Sun Yen won't be so willing to fail. In the Su family's back hall, Su Qingyan rested her hands on her cheeks and quietly looked at Yi Lord. In these few days, she had used the business strategy of pieces of Eve and hunger marketing respectively, and managed to bring her lipsticks, essences as well as stockings to a kind of unprecedented heights. However, this evil demon that suddenly appeared outside of Wanbao City caused a faint uneasiness within Su Qingyan. The people of Yuntai are the most skillful at calculating and the most vicious, killing people invisibly. Oh, Lord Yi shook his head, his eyes deep, with Su Xianye's heart, he would never really choose a successor. This Su family had believed in the primacy of profit. Therefore, from the very beginning, Yi Lord had no intention of letting Su Nian go. As long as the second Miss Su was still alive, she would always be a threat. But wanting to kill the Su family's second young miss in Wanbao town was not any different from looking for death. Even Yi Lords didn't dare to act rashly. The only way was to wait for her to leave Wanbao city of her own accord. Now that Ji Rumeng had personally traveled to the border of the sacred state, as long as she kept an eye on Long Aojiao, there was no fear that she wouldn't be able to find the whereabouts of that Yuntai successor. When they descended into Wanbao city, Yi Lord would personally give them a big gift. Divine Son, if I really lose, why don't you take me back to the Yi family, reward me with a bite of food at random, and let me be a concubine for you? How about that? Su Changyan suddenly blinked and said with a serious expression, this marriage hasn't even been consummated yet, and you're choosing concubines first? Before Yi Lords could open his mouth, he heard an ice-cold voice suddenly come from outside the hall. In an instant, Su Changyan's face paled, and she stood up in a panic and greeted them towards the outside of the hall. With her intelligence, how could she not hear the jealousy in those words? Obviously, that fiancé of Lord Yesu wasn't to be messed with. She was here. This is Empress Gu, right? Su Qingyan smiled brightly and took the initiative to open the door of the hall. Her eyes suddenly condensed. At this moment, she saw that a phoenix-clothed figure descended from the sky, with green silk and screws in a bun, walking with his hands in the air. Even with Su Qingyan's heart, she couldn't help but reveal a flash of amazement when she saw this silhouette, fluttering like a shocker. Other than these 4 words, Su Qingyan simply couldn't think of any other words that could match the immortal face and divine posture of this empress. Sister Gu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Qingyan took the initiative to hold Gu Mingyue's arm and welcomed her into the hall. Just like a maidservant, humble and courteous, I've prepared some gifts for my sister, just waiting for her to come. As the words fell, Su Qingyan immediately took out a bunch of bottles and jars from her Qianquan ring, as well as a black and gold imperial robe. On the gold embroidery painting, the sun and the moon shine together, all show graceful and dignified. Oh, I brought you a present too. Gu Mingyue coldly glanced at Lord Yi and lightly waved her jade hand. Only an octagonal food box appeared out of nowhere, steaming hot, with only a bowl of fresh soup in it. I made it myself. Try it? Oh, Akatsuki is really getting more and more virtuous. Yi Lord nodded gently, always feeling that the way Gu Mingyue looked at him wasn't quite right. At this time, Gu Mingyue did not say much, and gave Yi Lord and Su Qingyan each a bowl. Oh, it's so fresh. I didn't realize Sister Gu's craftsmanship was so good. Su Qingyan kept praising it as she ate. With this kind of enjoyable appearance, Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly as she watched, her eyes growing more and more playful. If Miss Su likes it, I'll make it for you next time. Thanks a lot, sister. I wonder what ingredients sister used in this soup. How come it's so fresh? Su Qingyan wiped the soup stains at the corner of her mouth and looked at Gu Mingyu with a curious expression. The skull of the 4th princess of the ancestral dragon palace, Long Aojiao, was used. In an instant, Su Qingyan's face froze bit by bit. Vomit. Chapter 113 Broad Daylight? You're a bit of a sickly girl, aren't you? What's wrong with Miss Su? Is she not feeling well? Gu Mingyue did not raise her head and said in a calm tone. No. Vomit. Su Qingyan's face turned pale, and the soup she had just swallowed was all spat out by her. In fact, for cultivators, swallowing demonic beasts' inner pills and bloodline cultivation is really a great tonic, especially some demonic beasts with terrifying bloodlines and powerful realms. Their flesh was even comparable to spirit pills and divine materials. But the 4th princess of the ancestral dragon hall, this pride of the demon race, had long since transformed into a form. In Su Qingyan's eyes, drinking soup made from her skull was no different from drinking human bones. Of course, the reason why Gu Mingyue was able to easily pin down Su Qingyan was because in her previous life, she had had some problems with the Su family's eldest daughter and knew of her many eccentricities. Divine Son, Empress, I have something else to do. I vomit. Su Qingyan rolled and crawled out of the great hall and fled. She understood that Gu Mingyue was deliberately shocking her. Who would have thought that this famous empress of the immortal dynasty would have some sickly attributes? What do you think, husband? Is the soup I made still to your liking? Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly, her eyes teasingly looking at Yi Lords. She had just set foot in Wanbao City when she heard some rumors about Yi Lord and Su Qingyan. It is said that in these few days, this Su family's eldest young lady often stays in the Yi Lord's bedchamber. With Gu Mingyue's understanding of Lord Yi, this guy's proximity to Su Qingyan could never be agreed for beauty. But this kind of melon delivered to your door does quench your thirst sometimes. What's your mother worried about? Lord Yi took a sip of the dragon soup and shook his head slightly. Since your wife is so worried, why don't you be willing to gamble and feed me yourself? As the words fell, he directly held Gu Mingyue's jade hand and yanked her entire body into his arms. Before Gu Mingyue could struggle, Yi Lord had already lowered his head and kissed him, and his entrance was warm. Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue looked mortified, and spirit patterns gradually boiled around her body. A pressure of the 9th level of the Mahayana rose up, and he wanted to break away from Lord Ye's embrace. At this moment, there was a hint of cunning hidden in her eyes, wanting to see the surprise in Lord Ye's eyes. After all, the 9th level of the Mahayana realm was already a true contemporary Invincible. In the next instant, her face gradually froze, her phoenix eyes rounded and her red lips gradually opened. At this moment, she was shocked to discover that Yi Lord's aura was also at the peak of the Mahayana, a little stronger than hers. Good chance. Without hesitation, Yi Lord took the opportunity to pry open Gu Mingyue's red lips. Gu Mingyue only felt a touch of warmth invade and touch above her tongue. That kind of fluffy soft like touching electricity, but also make her body trembling, face red haze rising, shy and resentful. Gradually, Gu Mingyue's eyes became somewhat mesmerized, and she felt her blood boiling all over her body, and she actually began to respond clumsily, forgetting all about the indignation in her heart. Buzz. Just at this moment, a strange burning heat came from the compass in her Qianquan ring. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled in shock before she woke up and panicked, pushing Yi Lord away. Yi Lord, wait, Lu Yun is here. Lu Yun? Lord Yi frowned lightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes all the same. Since Gu Mingyue had killed Long Aojiao, it also meant that she should have met that Yun Tai. Yi Lords, this compass should be the object of the Gundai. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath and took out that ancient compass from her Qianquan ring and handed it to Lord Yi. At this moment, she suddenly realized that whenever she opened some of the Nirvana seals, Lord Yi seemed to be able to surpass her, and the realm would always be on top of her. Yeah? Lord Yi nodded, not too surprised. From the moment he knew the purpose of this compass, he had vaguely guessed that there was likely an exclusive heavens mandate hidden behind it. Well, I sensed an emperor's symbol aura on the sacred state's great land earlier, and it should be in the everlasting Qin clan. Gu Mingyue's eyes were clear and cold, and her tone was slightly grave. For any power, the eternal life family was an insurmountable wrath of heaven. Nowadays, in the sacred state, it had been 10,000 years since the eternal life war had broken out. Once the Yi family and the Qin family went to war, it was bound to be a long and difficult battle. Of course, the one who would win in the end would definitely be the Yi family, but the losses would be equally incalculable. The everlasting Qin family? Lord Ye's eyes were slightly austere and thoughtful. In fact, with the Yi family's heritage, it was sufficiently comparable to the 9 major eternal life families. It wasn't a difficult task for him to overthrow the Qin family. It was just that such an eternal life war could never be set off at random, or it would lead to many unexpected troubles. At this moment, Yi Lord suddenly had a bold plan in the back of his mind, just waiting for Su Qingyan to successfully sit in the position of the Su family heir. With the means of this traveling tech girl, the Eldritch War might just be the stage for her, especially the heavenly poison in her body. If utilized properly, it would bring unexpected surprises. It seems that tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Yi Lord suddenly came to Gu Mingyue's ear, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, he saw the Supreme Empress instinctively duck to the side. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he came over to Gu Mingyue's side. Your mother is so afraid of me. Is she worried that I'll eat you? I'm not afraid. Gu Mingyue's silver teeth were clenched, but under her eyes was a flash of panic. Mother should have met that pantai heir before. Now that you're like this. Yi Lord's divine soul transmitted his voice and quietly explained 2 sentences to Gu Mingyue. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyes lightly trembled, instantly understanding the intentions of Lord Yi, the corner of her mouth lifting up a shallow arc. Who would have thought that the hallowed Yun Tai heir, with his unparalleled calculations, would be counted on so much just after this entry into the world? Are you planning to use this Yun Tai heir to find the whereabouts of the Emperor's talisman? But how could he obediently listen to you? Upon hearing this, Yi Lord smiled without saying anything, with a confident stance. Gu Mingyue blankly glanced at Yi Lord's. Every time this guy showed such a look, he was designated to be holding a bellyful of bad water. However, at this time, she suddenly realized that hiding in the dark like this is indeed some different fun. I see that your mother's body is almost recuperated. Anyway, it's still early. Why don't we? Whoosh! Before Lord Ye's words fell, Gu Mingyue's figure fled straight out of the great hall and disappeared into the sky. Yi Lord shook his head, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Previously, he had asked Jiang He about the whereabouts of the 9 great imperial talismans, what is known to the world as the imperial talisman that symbolizes faith in the GK Palace. On top of that, according to what Jiang He said, the Yi clan also originally controlled an imperial talisman, but it was taken away from the Yi clan by that side of the hidden vein, and its whereabouts were unknown. Now that Gu Mingyue had sensed that an emperor talisman might exist in the Qingxing Qin family, coupled with the half of the reincarnation Emperor talisman in Lord Ye's hand, 4 of the 9 Emperor talismans had already appeared. As for the remaining 5 Imperial talismans, they would have to be handed over to that Yuntai successor, who would control the natal compass to find them for Lord Yi. Lord Yi got up, stretched his muscles, and similarly marched towards the outside of the hall. Tonight, he not only wanted Lu Yun to shoulder the great responsibility of finding the Emperor's talisman, he also wanted to borrow the hands of this Pantai heir to get rid of Sun Yan, completely clearing the obstacles for Su Qingyan to sit on the throne of the Su family heir. It is indeed difficult for him to be both a treasure-hunting mouse and a backstabber. Brothers, what do you say that once Su Qingyan has control of the Su family's underlying wealth as well as countless divine materials and spiritual treasures, can she utilize her scientific knowledge from her previous life to build some truly terrifying war machines? At that time, it might be the moment when Lord Yi swept through the Eternal Life family and suppressed the 10,000 races of the heavens. Meanwhile, outside of Wanbao City, only a cloth-clad figure descended from the sky, his face vaguely pale. Up until this point, Lu Yun had yet to figure out just who had exposed his whereabouts. The stunningly beautiful silhouette that was covered in immortal radiance simply overturned his perception of the immortal path. It was horrible. Lu Yun had never imagined that someone amongst the current generation could actually be as demonic as this. It was good that the woman did not come after him, and he had finally reached the territory of the 5th senior sister. No one should dare to make an enemy of him here, right? Humph, don't let me run into you again. Chapter 114. Please cooperate with me. Ma'am. Husband and wife join forces. Buzz. Lu Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the palpitations in his heart as he lifted his feet and walked towards the middle of the city of 10,000 treasures. With Sun Yan's position in the sacred state, as well as the depth and connections of the 10,000 treasures chamber of commerce, he should be able to quickly find out where that mysterious woman came from. No matter who she was, Lu Yun would make her pay a very painful price. In the past few days, he had also heard about the heir-apparent battle between the 2 young ladies of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Now with the spices and stockings in her hands, Su Qingyan firmly held the upper hand, completely suppressing Sun Yan. But in Lu Yun's opinion, it couldn't be simpler to turn the tables. A single mahjong bureau was enough for Su Qingyan to lose the battle. Just as Lu Yun appeared in front of the city gates, his entire body suddenly spun in place and headed towards the ancient forest outside the city. At this moment, his steps were light and he pretended as if nothing had happened, but his face had paled to the extreme. He saw that on the streets of that city, a stunningly beautiful silhouette covered in haze radiance descended from the sky, and it was that peerless woman at the peak of the Mahayana from before. How is that possible? Lu Yun's brows were furrowed and he was drenched in cold sweat. There was a sudden uneasiness in the back of his mind, like he was caught up in some unknown conspiracy. This time, Lu Yun had come out of the world, and apart from the group of elders at the Pantai, only Long Aojiao and Sun Yan knew about it. Now, he was first blocked at the border of the sacred state, and then he met that mysterious woman in the city of 10,000 treasures, like he was completely controlled by someone's whereabouts. Could it be Suanan? Just as soon as this thought appeared, it was negated by Lu Yun. If Sun Yan wanted to kill him, there was no need to send a Mahayana to do it. Or, it's someone who doesn't want me to descend to Wanbao City and help Sun Yan solve the trouble. Gradually, Lu Yun had a guess in the back of his mind, carefully covering his breath and hiding in the ancient forest. As he lightly waved his palm, a white jade immortal order immediately emerged. This was what Long Aojiao had slipped into his hands before he said goodbye. It's supposed to be a messenger item between the Pantai heirs. Buzz. As Lu Yun's palm heart tattoos overflowed, a ray of misty immortal radiance immediately lit up on the white jade immortal order. At this moment, he could clearly feel that there was a trace of soul awareness coming from the same place in Wanbao City, so he thought that Sun Yan should have already detected his aura. It seems that a traitor has appeared in the Gundai, otherwise he wouldn't have known my whereabouts, so I'll have to be more careful next. Lu Yun frowned as he disappeared with auspiciousness around him. In the city of manpower, Gu Mingyue looked at the cloth-clad figure that had turned to leave, and there was hidden playfulness in her phoenix eyes. She probably guessed the intentions of Yi Lords. This guy was afraid that he didn't just want to deal with Lu Yun, he also wanted to wipe out all the Yuntai heirs in one go. At the same time, Yi Lord's figure appeared in the fragrance workshop. At this time, Su Qingyan stood in the middle of the workshop, her face still incomparably pale as she greeted the surrounding crowd of beautiful and proud women. Eldest Miss, Divine Son Yi Lord is here. Peachy smiled sweetly and reminded quietly. All of a sudden, the entire fragrance house was filled with a burst of shocked clamor. All the women looked at the white-clothed youth who was striding towards them, and there was a flash of undisguised excitement under their eyes. Yi Lord Godson. Ah, it's the Yi Lord Godson. Quickly, spread the word. Come to Miss Su's fragrant workshop to be able to meet the Yi Lord Godson. On the other hand, Lord Yi nodded and smiled lightly, and after greeting the crowd of proud women, he and Su Qingyan came into the back hall side by side. Better? Ye Lord's expression was playful as he surveyed the many spice garments piled up in the back hall, and finally his eyes landed on a piece of straw paper on the table. The paper was detailed with some models, symbols, and various complex algorithms that Ye Lords couldn't understand. As a whole, it looked as if it was a ship that had been disassembled into thousands of parts. Ye Lord's eyes were slightly austere, and he instantly felt a magnificent might coming over him, giving a great sense of oppression. I drew this in my spare time when I was bored. Su Qingyan pursed her lips. Can you imagine? When such a war killer appears in the world of immortal cultivation, who else in heaven and on earth can be an enemy of the Yi family? Is it possible to build it? Ye Lord's expression was solemn as he stared tightly at Su Qingyan. Godson, Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment before she nodded. If I can take the position as the heir of the Su family, with the Su family's heritage and connections, I will be able to build such a flying warship in half a year at the latest, or 3 months in the short term. 3 months? It's good to be able to build it. I didn't expect Qingyan to actually have such a talent. Ye Lord smiled gently, but he saw Su Qingyan suddenly take out a silver-white spirit bead from her Qianquan ring. Sir, this is also something I made in my spare time. Oh, Lord Yi took the precious pearl and examined it carefully. He could feel a ripple of spiritual might flowing through it, as well as an extremely bizarre aura. It is the heavenly poison pearl. Su Qingyan's red lips slightly opened, but under her eyes was a faint chill. With her heavenly poison god body, it would be hard for anyone in the world to resist it. And this silver bead contains a trace of heavenly poison origin, a real killing weapon. Oh, the Leaf Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he slowly nodded. Such a tactic was not unholy, but he liked it. If one were to casually throw a couple of them towards the enemy crowd in an everlasting battle. Build more sometime. Ye Lord and Su Qingyan looked at each other and smiled. Both of them had a touch of cunning color under their eyes. Incomparable tacit understanding. Come on, I'll take you to a good show. As the words fell, Ye Lord turned straight around and walked out of the fragrance workshop, and together with Su Qingyan, they traveled towards the outside of Wanbao City. With that mysterious compass, he could clearly sense Lu Yun's aura. Now, the evil demons in Wanbao City seem to be intent on corroborating Su Qingyan's name of calamity. It makes sense for us to get rid of the demons and prove our innocence, right? Good. Su Qingyan pursed her lips and laughed lightly, then suddenly thought of something and asked cautiously, Divine Son, is that fiancé of yours still in the city? What? Scared? No. Sister Gu seems to be a person with a big heart. Into the night, Sun Yan was shrouded in a black robe and quietly slipped out of the Su family. At this moment, her face, obviously a little confused, quietly concealed her breath and headed towards the outside of the city alone. In her hand, the white jade immortal order had a haze of light on it, guiding her all the way to the mountain forest where Lu Yun was. Fourth senior sister? Sun Yan's eyebrows knitted lightly as she shouted softly, Buzz. In the next instant, a ripple suddenly rippled through the void behind her. Only a figure emerged slowly, not Long Aojiao, but an ordinary-looking cloth-clad youth. Your. Sun Yan's eyes condensed slightly, gradually revealing a touch of surprise. Junior brother? Fifth senior sister. Lu Yun's expression was bitter as spirit patterns flowed in his eyes. I am Lu Yun. Where is fourth senior sister? Why is her immortal order in your hands? Did she not come with you? It's a long story. Fifth senior sister. We were ambushed, and I'm afraid that fourth senior sister has been killed. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's heart immediately developed a trace of cold jealousy, finally understanding why Lu Yun had asked her to meet him outside the city. Who is it? Rumble. Before Lu Yun could even open his mouth, he saw a wisp of spiritual radiance suddenly light up, transforming into a void handprint that angrily suppressed towards the two. In an instant, the mountains, rivers, and ancient forests of this place were completely shattered. As for Lu Yun and Sun Yan, their faces immediately paled, and the coldness in their hearts became more and more raging. Chapter 115 Gu Mingyuet overbearingly protecting her husband. A family should be neat and tidy. Junior brother, watch out. Sun Yan's face changed drastically as he waved his hand and struck down a golden rune mark. However, the moment that a great handprint in the void fell, all of these runic spirit glories shattered. In an instant, Sun Yan and Lu Yun's figures were crushed to the ground, their eyes filled with palpitations. Lu Yun, in particular, had his lips trembling, wanting to speak. Another Mahayana 9? The earth is so crazy now, casually coming out with a heavenly pride that is at the 9th level of the Mahayana? Ye Lord. On the other hand, Sun Yan's face revealed a flash of indignation, her silver teeth clenched. You actually dared to strike out at me in Wanbao City? Do you know who this is? In Sun Yan's opinion, the status of the cloud platform was not the least bit weaker than any eldritch family in the sacred state. Since ancient times, there have been rumors on earth that the head of the cloud came out of the world and opened the peace of the ages. Each of the cloud platform's heirs had left a colorful mark on the 3000 Taoist states. Oh, Ye Lord's face was gentle as he looked down at that one cloth-clothed youth, his eyes slightly austere. Destiny's child, Lu Yun. Golden finger, holy body of creation. Template, master downstream. Identity, Yuntai heir. Plot direction, Lu came out of the world as the heir of Yuntai. Went down the mountain with the help of the 5 senior sisters. Traveled through all the major secret realms with the ancient Luo needle in his hand. Collected all the earthly treasures. Stepped on the ancient race of the immortal sect. And accomplished the position of the emperor of 10,000 ancients. Sure enough, the corners of Ye Lord's mouth rose slightly. The creation holy body, as the name suggests, was endless in creation. This Lu Yun's template was far more terrifying than Lin Duan and the others. A true Dao Solo. He's my little buzz. Before Sun Yen could open his mouth, he saw Lord Yi once again land a palm, and the Dharma roared. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing, and the heaven and earth were reversed. Ye Lord's Yu. Sun Yen's face was gloomy to the extreme. A golden glow gradually emerged on his body, and an ancient divine pagoda slowly emerged in the center of his brow. Even so, when Ye Lord's palm imprint fell, this absolute holy weapon even exploded, and Sun Yen even sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shattered. The commotion here quickly attracted the eyes of many in the city of 10,000 treasures, and the moment they saw Ye Lord and Sun Yen, a flash of shock appeared on the faces of the crowd. In these 2 days, the Su family sisters' competition for the position of the Chamber of Commerce's heir apparent has intensified and is well known. But is it really appropriate for Lord Yi to be so strong and domineering that he actually wants to suppress Sun Yen? 5th senior sister, Lu Yun exclaimed in shock, and just as he was about to take a step forward, he saw Lord Yi chopping down with his fingers. Clank! In the void, sword chi buzzed with the severity of decimating everything, slamming angrily towards Lu Yun. In the heavens and the earth, all the spirit pattern rules were shattered raw. Vaguely, the crowd seemed to see a huge mountain of corpses emerge from the sky, felling all the immortals. How can? Even with Lu Yun's creation saint body, his heart and soul were trembling under this sword intent, and his soul consciousness was about to collapse. Compared to the mysterious woman from before, the youth in front of him seemed to be a bit stronger, and was simply not something that the current generation could contend with. At this moment, before the sword intent even fell, Lu Yun's skin crumbled and cracked with a trail of blood, and it looked like it was about to explode. Right at this moment, a dark figure suddenly stepped out of the void in front of Lu Yun and Sun Yen. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth was obliterated by darkness, and dark light rolled in. The bizarre chaos demon mist rose slowly, encompassing all the figures of the crowd. It's... Lu Yun's eyes rounded as he looked at Sun Yen with an incredulous expression. Sun Yen, sure enough it's you. In the distant sky dome, a shocked voice once again came from the sky dome, only to see Su Qingyan holding a jade white soul crystal in her hand, coldly staring at Sun Yen below. What? At this moment, Sun Yen was clearly a bit stunned. She couldn't figure out how her meeting with senior brother Lu Yun had turned into such a scene. Go! The chaotic demon shadow let out a deep cry, and his 2 large hands exploded out, gripping onto the shoulders of Sun Yen and Lu Yun respectively, and he wanted to leave this place. Can you walk? Ye Lord shook his head. Clear radiance dazzled in his eyes, and 2 distinct divine radiance burst out from a pair of double pupils. In the next instant, in the eyes of the shocked crowd, the immortal killing ancient sword in his hand even dazzled with a wisp of bizarre blood patterns, containing the most primitive law of killing, with infinite sharpness. Sun Yen looked horrified and watched as that sword intent pierced through the void and appeared at the center of her brow. On the contrary, at this time, the body of the Su family heir was firmly imprisoned by that chaotic demon shadow, and there was no way to dodge. Only an eerie shattering sound was heard as Sun Yen's head exploded. Even that one chaos demon shadow had its arm chopped off by Ye Lord's sword. Drops of black demonic blood dripped down, drenching the mountains, forests, and earth below. All things dry up. The demonic shadow, on the other hand, let out a hissing roar up to the sky, and demonic light erupted from its brow, striking above the Ye Lord's chest. Puff! In an instant, Ye Lord's figure fell from the sky, blood spurting from his mouth. Godson! Su Chengyan let out a cry of alarm and was just about to take a step when she saw a phoenix-clothed silhouette fall from the sky and swept Lord Yi into her arms. At the same time, that one demonic shadow transformed into a mist of demonic intent, wrapping Lu Yun and disappearing in place. Evil demon! Where to go? A burst of angry shouts came from the Wanbao city, and the haze boiled over. One could only see an ancient and powerful figure rising up and chasing after the demonic shadow. Ye Lord Godson, how are you? Su Xianye's figure descended from the sky, and on his face was a faint trace of gloom. Especially the demon arm that fell on the ground was so shocking to the eyes that it actually corroded the surrounding earth rocks and rivers with a bizarre crack. Master Su, Gu Mingyue's phoenix eyes were clear and cold as she helped Ye Lord up. If Ye Lord has a long or short life, I'll make all of you Su family bury with him. At those words, Su Xianyi frowned lightly. It was the first time he was threatened by a contemporary. However, when he saw the divine radiance of the immortal ripple flickering in Gu Mingyue's eyes, an unspeakable fear was born within him, as if he was facing a true supreme female emperor. Hey! Su Xianyi sighed and looked deeply at Su Chengyan. Divine Son, Empress Gu, please move to the Su mansion. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Although, just now, Su Xianyi saw with his own eyes that Lord Yi was seriously injured by the evil demon, but he still didn't believe that Sun Yan had the guts to collude with the evil demon. But now, Sun Yan has been beheaded in public by the Yi lords, and there is no evidence to prove that he is dead. Nian heir, my Nian heir. Right at this moment, the Su family's main mother, Si Kongyu, descended from the sky, her face pale. She was only seen staring blankly at Sun Yan's corpse on the ground, her lips trembling unceasingly. It was you who killed my son. In the next instant, she turned her head openly to look at Lord Yi, and the resentment in her eyes was engraved in her bones. Father, this is evidence of Sun Yan's collusion with the evil demons. Su Qingyan's expression was clear and cold as she handed the soul crystal in her hand to Su Xianyi. Impossible. Nyener would never collude with evil. Si Kongyu's teeth were clenched tightly as spirit patterns gradually boiled around her body. Su Xianyi, if you don't do justice to Sun Yan today, my Si Kong clan will never stop. Family Master. Urgent report from the Northern Plains. Chapter 116 Heavenly Demon Dual Cultivation Technique? Jia. Buzz. In the distant dome of the sky, a black-clothed figure suddenly swept in and boomed. Kneeling in front of Su Xianyi, he was seen holding a secret letter in his hand and respectfully handed it over. In an instant, a faint trace of bitterness arose in the bottom of Su Xianyi's heart as he quickly opened the letterhead, his eyes suddenly condensing. Xianyi, what happened? Si Kongyu's red lips were slightly open, and underneath her eyes was a touch of genuine trepidation. The reason why she had been able to wreak havoc in the Su family all these years was because of this side of the Northern Plains ancient clan behind her. If the Su family wanted to open up the Northern Plains Merchant Bank, the only one they could count on was the Sikong clan. Of course, this was before. Now that Su Qingyan had somehow embraced Lord Ye's thighs, thus becoming involved with the Northern Plains divine race Luo divine race, it was undoubtedly a great challenge to Sikongyu. See for yourself. Su Xianye's eyes were deep as he handed the letterhead in his hand to Sikongyu. In the next instant, the Su family's main mother's eyes went black, and she directly fainted on the ground. Men, send her back to rest. Su Xianye's tone was low, and he nodded gently towards Yi Lord. Divine Son Yi Lord, I'm impressed. The Northern Plains urgently reported that the Sikong clan rebelled and was massacred by the Luoshan clan. No matter how old or young, no chicken or dog will be left behind. Family Master is too kind. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared for the extermination of your family. Lord Yi shook his head and smiled, his face still a little pale. With the depth of the Sikong clan, even if Su Qingyan took the position of heir apparent, Sikong would never let it go. Now that the Sun Yan and Sikong clans were all destroyed, Su Qingyan no longer had any worries, and with the ruthlessness of this heavenly destiny's daughter, she would definitely not leave behind a scourge like Sikong. The day Su Qingyan took complete charge of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would be the day when Sikong deserved to die. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, the stone needle in Lu Yun's hand chopped down, tearing through the void and completely disappearing from sight with that one chaotic demon shadow. Behind the two of them, a group of Su clan powerhouses had their brows furrowed, and their faces were all filled with an intense horror. The power of the void? Buzz. As a buzzing sound came, Lu Yun's figure was directly thrown from the sky and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Only his eyes were indignant, but his face put on a look of calmness. With his strength, even with the stone needle in his hand, it was impossible to escape from a peak cave market powerhouse at such a close distance. Moreover, a trace of chaotic aura flowed from this great demon, extremely ancient and vast. Who the hell are you? Lu Yun took a deep breath and stared coldly at the chaos demon shadow. Humph, if it wasn't because of you, how would my lady be decapitated by Lord Yi? The chaos demon shadow let out a furious cry, and there was suddenly a dark light on that one severed arm, growing a flesh tendon and blood vein. Your lady? Are you Sun Yan's servant? Lu Yun's eyes stared slightly, but his heart was a little confused. What exactly was Sun Yan trying to do by captivating such a chaotic demon? But she had obviously been beheaded by Lord Yi because she had exposed the evil demon's trail. So what did she have to do with herself? Do you really think that Lord Yi is striking out at the young lady for the sake of the Wanbao Merchant Company? The chaos demon shadow snorted coldly and threw an ancient compass in his hand at Lu Yun's feet. The lady lost her life because of it. In an instant, a flash of intense shock as well as surprise flashed across Lu Yun's eyes. Even with his heart, the moment he saw this compass, his entire body trembled slightly. Previously, Miss inadvertently found this compass, saying that it was a thing inherited from the Gundai. Nice. Lu Yun gently cupped the compass and planted the stone needle in his hand on it. Buzz. At that instant, a shocking wave swept through the sky and underground, startling countless flying birds and great demons in the mountains and forests. Nis said that this compass can sense where the Earth's chi is, and as long as someone can find the legendary Emperor talisman, they will have the opportunity to achieve greatness. And Lord Ye's true purpose is this compass. As the Chaos Demon Shadow's words fell, Lu Yun suddenly bowed deeply towards him. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely not fail my 5th senior sister's expectations. At this moment, a shocking killing opportunity flickered in the eyes of this head of the Pantai successor. This compass is indeed a Yuntai item, which was lost on Earth by the ancestors of Yuntai. According to the master, this disc is cast from the divine stone dropped by Manhwa to mend the sky, and is capable of peering into the heavens and guiding the great Tao. Now that Lu Yun had obtained such a divine artifact when he came out of the world, the great Tao was unique. Well, or I wouldn't have let you go. As the words fell, the Chaos Demon Shadow turned around and was about to leave. Elder, where are you going? Find Lord Yi and see if there's a chance to finish him off and avenge Miss. Why don't seniors join me in searching for the creation? And when I obtain an Emperor talisman, I will definitely avenge the 5th senior sisters and the others with my own hands. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth. In his current situation, once he rashly showed himself, he would probably be killed on the spot by Lord Yi. What Yuntai was best at was camouflage. As long as he exerted a little bit of means, he was able to conceal his own and this chaos demon's aura and appearance. In this way, Lu Yun would be equivalent to having an additional free fighter, and would not be defenseless when facing the heavenly chi and cave market beings, as the Emperor talisman was the true symbol of the 3000 Tao states chi luck. Behind each one of them, there were endless dangers hidden. On the contrary, Yuntai was hidden from the world, and the master teachers would never intervene in the matter of Lu Yun's trial. Originally, Lu Yun was counting on the 5 senior sisters to bring him to play the game, but it turned out that he had only just come out of the world when the 4th and 5th senior sisters were slaughtered in front of him. Oh, the Chaos Demon Shadow was obviously a bit hesitant, and his footsteps stopped in place. Senior, with your status once you show yourself, you're bound to die. Why don't you join me and step into the Tao beheading realm at an early date? Upon hearing this, the Chaos Demon Shadow slowly nodded as if it had made some sort of determination. If you can avenge the young lady's death, you will be my master in the future. It's a deal. Soon, the news that Sun Yan had colluded with evil demons and deliberately framed Su Qingyan spread throughout the entire sacred state with an unimaginable speed. The Yi Lord Godson was even seriously injured by the evil demon, and his desperate attempt to kill Sun Yan drew countless shocking clamors. In this way, this battle for the heir to the Su family came to an end, and Su Qingyan even created a chamber of commerce myth in only 7 days, pushing the daily revenue of a small incense workshop to the point of 1 million spirit stones. Nowadays, even a group of Su family elders agreed that Su Qingyan was the hope of whether or not the Su family could break the deadlock in the future and move to the next level. Kamiko, are you okay with your injuries? In the Su family's back hall, Su Qingyan was wearing a long gray dress, simple and plain, a far cry from her previous short dress and white silk. She carefully glanced at Gu Mingyue, clearly wary of this immortal dynasty empress. That's all I can help you with. The rest is up to you. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he took out the burning skill and handed it over to Su Qingyan. This emperor's skill you cultivate well. Use it to suppress the heavenly poison in your body. Thank you, godson. Su Qingyan's eyes trembled in shock. Flattered, and she bowed down deeply towards Lord Yi. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny's burning technique, Emperor's Scripture, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the Heavenly Devil Dual Cultivation Technique, Immortal Scripture. Hiss. Chapter 117 Soft Food and Hard Food? Husband and wife return home. The Heavenly Demon Dual Cultivation Technique? Yi Lord's eyes looked at Gu Mingyue playfully. This dog system sends him the body of the Supreme Yang for a while, and then sends him the method of dual cultivation of the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil for a while. It is planning to let him completely lie down and eat Gu Mingyue's soft rice. Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, but when she saw the hint of sinister evil underneath Yi Lord's eyes, her petite body gradually tightened somewhat. At this time, she suddenly had the illusion that she had to be old and miserable in the bottom of Yi Lord's heart at this moment. Godson, next you plan to. Su Qingyan put away her burning skill and was thoroughly impressed by Lord Ye's great weapon. This Yi family divine son was different from all the men she had seen before. He was neither greedy for his beauty nor his greed. Yi Lord would unreservedly look out for her. Whether it was suppressing Sun Yan or massacring the Sikon clan, he had solved Su Qingyan's worries. More importantly, he never worried that Su Qingyan would become powerful and get out of his control. Not only did he give Su Qingyan a heaven and earth spirit flame, but now he also gave her an emperor skill. Without any hesitation, Just these two great divine treasures alone were already comparable to a party's supreme Taoist heritage, and were simply not something that could be measured by spirit stones. At this moment, the last trace of hesitation in Su Qingyan's heart completely dissipated. She was going to build a real technological empire on one side for this divine son of the Yi family. Let's go back to the Yi family. Manhwa even promised me something that she never honored. Yi Lord turned his head and glanced at Gu Manhwa, instantly causing the Supreme Empress' heart to tremble. Yi Lord, I remember that Ouch! Before Gu Manhwa's words fell, Yi Lord suddenly had two black eyes and collapsed into her arms in one smooth motion. Manhwa, I still have injuries. Are you willing to leave my husband behind? A trace of sadness flashed in the eyes of the Yi Lords. This scene, moreover, caused Su Qingyan's red lips to purse slightly, with a hint of envy hidden in the bottom of her eyes. At this moment, she wanted to tell Yi Lord loudly, "Godson, stay. I'll take care of you," but she was afraid that she would be slapped to death by Gu Manhwa before she finished her sentence. "I'll take you back to Yes." Gu Manhwa coldly glanced at Su Qingyan, and directly reached out to pick up Lord Yi and marched towards the outside of the hall. At this point, she had realized that there were some things she was afraid she wouldn't be able to escape. Nowadays, Gu Manhwa didn't have a trace of resistance to Yi Lords. She was just a bit nervous. Qingyan, just as Yi Lord's figure was about to walk out of the great hall, his footsteps stopped again. "Remember, you are now my Yi Lord's dear friend. You can do whatever you want. If the Su family doesn't cherish you, you are always welcome in my Yi family, son of God." Su Qingyan's eyes trembled. Her eyes slightly reddened. Especially Yi Lord's previous indifference formed a great contrast with this serious demeanor at this moment, hitting Su Qingyan straight in the heart. Qingyan has remembered. Don't worry, Godson. Qingyan will definitely not fail Godson's expectations. Su Qingyan bowed deeply towards Yi Lord and Gu Mingyu, and when she got up again, where were the shadows of the two? At this moment, there was actually a faint sense of loss within her. It was the only time since she crossed over that she'd felt attached to someone. It turned out that it wasn't that she was out of place in this world, she just never met the right person. Fourth Elder. As Su Qingyan gently drank, her face gradually became indifferent with a few hints of authority. "Missy." Su Dongyue's figure came from outside the hall with a respectful expression. He also didn't expect that Su Qingyan would be able to make a strong comeback after leaving the Su family for 3 years. This eldest young lady was much more terrifying than Sun Yen, no matter her heart or her methods. Even a cave market elder like Su Dongyue felt a great pressure in front of her. "Go find me 10,000 divine will cultivators, and..." Su Qingyan handed Su Dongyue a scroll of paper, which was densely packed with countless spiritual materials and divine iron. "Use all means to find all the materials on this within 3 days. "Oh, what is Qingyan up to?" Just then, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the hall, only to see Su Xianyi take a step forward and receive the scroll of paper from Su Dongyue's hands, his eyes trembling slightly. Each and every one of the spirit materials on this was incomparably precious, a supreme item for creating divine weapons. Su Qingyan collected so many spirit materials at once. Could it be that she was planning to forge divine weapons? "Father." Su Qingyan bowed slightly, not much reverence on her face. Nowadays, she was the only heir to the Su family, and Su Xianyi had no choice even if he was no longer unwilling. Moreover, Yi Lord would always be the hardest backer behind Su Qingyan, and would not allow anyone to underestimate him. "Father, I intend to use 3 years to bring the Su family up to the top cultivation family in the sacred state." As Su Qingyan's words fell, a trace of shock immediately flashed through Su Xuanye's eyes. "Qingyan, although your talent does surprise my father, my Su family does not have an emperor's posture, and there is no emperor's blood inheritance in our ancestors. Father, what is the need for emperor's blood to prove the truth?" Su Qingyan shook her head and gently clenched her palm, only to see a strange-looking bow appear out of thin air. "Does Fourth Elder remember what you told me when I first returned to the Su clan?" In an instant, an intense chill arose in the bottom of Su Dongyue's heart, and his throat rolled gently. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qingyan gently knocked with her fingers. In the midst of that bow a strand of bizarre silver light was suddenly shot out, emitting an ear-splitting roar. "Missy!" Su Dongyue's face changed drastically, and the runic patterns around his body surrounded him, encompassing his body. However, in the moment when that ray of silver radiance fell, this cave ruin powerhouse still retreated a few steps backward, a strand of blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth, and the spirit pattern outside of his body nearly shattered. "It's..." Su Xianye's eyes rounded and his lips trembled gently. A man of the divine will had actually repelled a man of the cave market with a single magic treasure? "Qingyan, was this magic treasure also given to you by divine son Yi Lord?" "No." Su Qingyan shook her head, her expression indifferent. "I built this myself. As long as there are enough materials, I can build 1,000,000 of them at any time." "What?" At this moment, Su Xianyi and Su Dongyu's faces went white as they stared blankly at Su Qingyan. "Qingyan, are you telling the truth?" these are just gadgets. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, turned around and walked back into the middle of the Great Hall, not paying any attention to the two people behind her. If father wants the Su family to truly rise, don't interfere with me doing anything. Qingyan, from today onwards, you are the Su family head. I'll assist you. Originally, Su Xinyi thought that Su Qingyan was just a puppet chosen by Lord Yi to control the Su family. Now it seems that this daughter of his is the real forbidden one. Buzz. Meanwhile, outside of Wanbao City, one could only see the figures of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue standing side by side on top of an ancient mountain, their phoenix garments vibrating and leaving the world behind. Ye lords, what's wrong with you? Gu Mingyue's brows knitted lightly as she looked at a black sword order in Lord Ye's hand, her eyes slightly austere. Coming. Ye Lord smiled brightly and looked up to the distant sky dome, wariness gradually lingering under his eyes. Chapter 118 Strongest Licking Pride? Husband and wife join hands to slaughter dogs. Coming? What's coming? Gu Mingyue frowned, and suddenly, as if sensing something, she looked up to the end of the sky dome. Only there, a ray of silver light quietly boiled, like a heavenly thunderbolt, tearing through the void. Countless figures descended in great numbers, with a shocking aura, and appeared in front of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue, whom, seeing the visitor, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on Yi Lord's face, but there were magic lines flowing under his eyes. You're Lord Yi? Before the crowd, Qin Xian was dressed in a silver-white robe, a similarly surprised look in his eyes. He never dreamed that the redhead that young emperor of the Nine Heavens had asked him to find was actually this Yi family divine son. Hiss. Just as quickly, his eyes rested on Gu Mingyue. According to what the young emperor had said, his little sister was reincarnated in the 3000 Dao states, and as long as he followed the Sword Order's guidance, he would be able to find her. It couldn't be that Yi Lord's fiancée was the young emperor's little red-faced sister? Divine son Qin Xian. Lord Yi nodded gently, his expression gentle. Earlier, he was still thinking about how he should calculate the Qin clan and seize that one emperor talisman from their clan. Nowadays, it seemed that this Qin Xian was most likely related to that heavenly karma of Yuqingji. It is said that the ancestor of the Qin family, known as the Thunder Emperor on Earth, ascended to the 9 heavenly immortal realms, and the 2 divine objects he left behind still shelter the Qin clan in the ranks of the everlasting. Now, Yuqingji's sword soul had awakened, drawing in that person from beyond the heavens to receive him. Obviously, this person was most likely the bloodline inheritance left behind by Qin ancestor Yu Jiutian. Pure love warriors, miles to send their heads. I would call it the strongest lick of pride. Qin Xian? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows raised lightly, especially the familiar gentle smile on Lord Ye's face, which caused her heart to let out a secret sigh. It seemed that there was going to be another heavenly pride in this world that would fall into the plaything of Lord Yi. The moment little Blackie descended just now, Gu Mingyue guessed what would happen to Lu Yun. Nowadays, this Yuntai transmitter was afraid that he was already on his way to find the Emperor's symbol for Lord Yi, and the divine son of the Qin clan in front of him symbolized an imperial talisman in itself. Such a creation was sent to Lord Yi on his own initiative, so how could he possibly refuse it? However, it was different from the hidden forces on this side of the Gundai. The everlasting Qin family had a deep heritage, and there were even great emperor powerhouses in their ancestors who had ascended to the upper realms. If Yi Lords dared to strike at Qin Xian, the Qin family would definitely not sit idly by. Furthermore, if Lord Yi wanted to snatch that one imperial talisman, he would have to uproot the Qin family and slaughter them all. It had been tens of thousands of years since an eldritch war had broken out in the 3000 Dao states. If the Yi family took the initiative to provoke a great war, it would definitely attract the imperial court's concern and the scorn of all races. At that time, the situation in the sacred state would probably go beyond Yi Lord's control. At this moment, Gu Mingyue suddenly had some expectations. How would Yi Lords do the trick this time to trap Qin Xian and slaughter the Qin family? I didn't expect to meet Divine Son Yi Lord here. Qin Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Mingyue. This is, Qin Xian, are you staring at my fiancé like that because you want this divine son to gouge out your dog's eyes? Yi Lord's smile was gentle, but the words that came out caused Qin Xian's brows to furrow lightly and his eyes to gradually darken. As the same eternal life god's son, his status in the holy state was not in any way weaker than Lord Yi. What's more, at this moment, there were close to 100 followers behind him, all of whom were famous contemporary heavenly prides, with cultivations as low as the divine will realm, and the Yi Lords were but 2 people. Even if they had a protector behind them, it was impossible for them to intervene in the contemporary dispute. Yi Lords, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors. But, Qin Xian shook his head and said in a calm tone, I have come today on the orders of a young emperor of the 9 heavens to bring your fiancé forward to meet him. At those words, Gu Mingyue's face froze, obviously a bit stunned. Why didn't she remember this episode in her last life? Or did Qin Xian recognize the wrong person? 9 heavenly young emperor? Qin Xian, are you threatening me? Ye Lord took one step and walked directly towards Qin Xian. As his palm probed out, the void was blurred and shattered, like a side of heaven falling from the sky. Such a terrifying divine mechanism grandeur even caused Qin Xian's face to slightly condense. Ye Lord, others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. In the next moment, he similarly struck out, and the aura of a Mahayana triple rolled and surged, shaking the heavens and earth. Only a thunderous sound resounded, and the heavens tore apart, reflecting a silver light. Outside of Qin Xian's body, strands of lightning patterns boiled and circled, diffusing all sorts of Dharma divine abilities. But just at the moment his palm collided with Lord Ye's void great handprint, his face suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, he felt a pressure far more terrifying than that of the Mahayana triple tier cover him down, as if billions of divine mountains were falling down in unison. Lord Yi stood in the void, and every inch of his body was exploding with radiant immortal splendor. The innate Tao bone hummed more than once, shedding countless laws of divine sunlight, transcendent and supreme. Puff! In an instant, Qin Xian's figure was crushed down from the sky, blood erupting from his mouth, shattering all the ancient trees in the mountains and forests below. Heaven and earth are silent. The crowd of Qin clan celestials stared blankly at Qin Xian, who was falling like a meteor, as their mouths gradually widened. How is that possible? The invincible divine son Qin Xian, who was invincible in their eyes, had trouble resisting even one of Lord Ye's attacks? Gu Mingyue was the only one, her red lips lifting up as she looked at Yi Lords in a different way. With her understanding of Lord Yi, if he wanted to, he could have just killed Qin Xian with a single slap. At this moment, he deliberately stayed his hand, most likely not because he was concerned about the Qin clan, but because he wanted to provoke Qin Xian's anger and hatred. This guy, more than likely, is holding back bad blood. Ye Lord! Right at this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the smoke and debris, only to see Qin Xian, his body silver white and his hair tumbling, directly tearing through the void and appearing in front of Lord Yi. Compared to before, at this moment, this Qin clan divine son's clothes were broken, but corners of his mouth contained blood, and there was no trace of his earlier spiritedness. Do you really want to make an enemy of my Qin family? An enemy of that young emperor of the nine heavens? Qin Xian took a deep breath, and there was hidden scorn in his eyes as he looked at Lord Yi. Or else, should we be like brother Qin, selling our clan for glory and willing to be someone else's dog? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, a divine glow gradually bursting out of the two pupils of his eyes. Although I, Yi Lord, have an average background and average strength, the only thing I have is harder bones. You, Qin Xian's teeth clenched as he slowly nodded. Ye Lords, I hope that when the young emperor descends, you'll still be so tough. As the words fell, he turned straight around and was about to lead his followers out of this place. Divine son Qin Xian, did I let you go? Right at this moment, but Ye Lord suddenly opened his mouth and said with a calm expression, In an instant, a trace of intense palpitations arose in Qin Xian's heart. Before he could react, he saw Lord Yi stepping forward, and actually had a posture of one person besieging 100 of them. Ye Lords, don't go too far. Buzz. Lord Yi did not say much, and the immortal-killing ancient sword in his hand chopped down with a roar. Behind him, Gu Mingyue's red lips lifted a light arc, holding her halberd in her hand as she walked alongside him. What are you waiting for? Go together. Chapter 119. The Yi family sequence arrived in unison, and the massacre began. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden gust of breaking wind. One could only see a spiritual treasure and a Dharma seal crushing down from the sky, suppressing towards Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue. The cloud dome shattered and the Qiankuan collapsed. Pieces of great Tao divine ripples filled the air like they could easily tear apart the ages. Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue walked side by side, without even a hint of intention to dodge, and walked straight into that land of radiant light. As the ancient swords and halberds in the two men's hands swept across the room, they directly smashed the spirit treasures and Dharma seals in front of them into smithereens, along with that group of Qin clan's celestial pride. At this moment, all of their flesh was blown up and their souls were destroyed. Blood mixed with glistening bone residue splattered in all directions, shocking to the eyes. As for Qin Xian's face, it was completely gloomy, a hint of palpitations hidden in the bottom of his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the battle power of both Yi Lords had surpassed the contemporary category. In front of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue, even he, the divine son of the Qin clan, couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground and worship. Yi Lord! Qin Xian gritted his teeth as a bizarre crack suddenly split open in the center of his brow. In the next instant, a silver-colored thunder split heaven and earth, falling towards Yi Lord's head. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and a mysterious purple divine pattern flowed open in his eye pupils, directly incinerating that thunder divine power into nothingness. And the immortal-killing ancient sword in his hand even caved down towards the front, decimating all the lightning pattern divine radiance. In an instant, a flash of panic and viciousness surfaced in Qin Xian's eyes. Only a thunder god seed was seen rising up from its heavenly spiritual cover, and the Dharma was astonishing. Endless thunder ripples rushed forth, like a thunder Dharma boundary falling down, enveloping the figures of Lord Yi and Qin Xian. Among them, a single thunder Dharma lotus blossomed, each one like it contained the purest thunder origin. This power had completely transcended the contemporary realm and did not belong to Qin Xian, but rather originated from this divine item of the Qin clan that he had fused, the Taixian Thunder Seed. At this moment, every inch of Qin Xian's body was filled with lightning patterns, and his divinity was abundant. Ye lords, stop at the right time. Qin Xian let out a deep cry, and the thunder phantom above his head slowly condensed and appeared, 10,000 feet in size. Shocking that Songhai Sea, Thunder Saint body? Lord Yi smiled and nodded, and instead of a trace of scorn in his eyes, he became more and more excited. This scene immediately caused Qin Xian's heart and soul to tremble, and he always felt that the way Yi lords looked at him was not quite right. Yi lords, you forced me to do this. Qin Xian took a deep breath and directly controlled the Thunder Dharma face to probe out a palm. When this palm imprinted, thousands of visions covered the sky, and even the stars outside the domain were shattering. On the other hand, there was not a single ripple on Lord Yi's face, and he also clenched his palms, and the divine magic phase rumbled and condensed, and a fist slammed down. 18,000 divine and demonic particles began to roar, and that one of Lord Yi's probing arms was transformed into a blood-colored dragon shadow, as if it had pierced through the ages. Rumble! The moment the two attacks collided, the thunder phantom above Qin Xian's head shattered, and one of his silver-light arms that was covered in lightning patterns instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Escape! At this moment, Qin Xian finally understood the terrifying gap between him and Yi lords, which was simply insurmountable, only to see him hastily take back the Taixian Thunder Seed into his soul sea, directly turning around and fleeing frantically towards the distant sky. Behind him, the group of Qin family's celestial pride was even more pale, having been slaughtered by Gu Mingyue alone for most of the time. At this time, Gu Mingyue held an ancient halberd in her hand, her phoenix clothes vibrating, casually slamming down with a halberd. She was able to shatter a contemporary heavenly pride's flesh and blood in bones. Yell, divine son Qin Xian, where are you going in such a hurry? Right at this moment, a gentle and delicate laughter once again came from the distant sky dome. One could only see a white-robed silhouette striding along, followed by many young celestial pride behind her, blocking off Qin Xian and the others' paths of retreat as far as they could go. Qin Xian's eyes trembled as a wave of despair arose in his heart. Yi Linglong, he was no stranger to this Yi family's proud daughter, ranking in the third sequence of the Yi family. More importantly, this Yi Linglong was ruthless and best at plotting and calculating. Once she had nearly destroyed all of the 100 great legacy clans in the Dao sect's secret realm with her own strength, and she had been famous in heaven and earth ever since. Buzz! Qin Xian looked resentful and angry as he directly fell into the mountain forest and disappeared. Kill them all! Yi Lord spoke indifferently and waved his hand to strike down a golden divine talisman, encompassing the entire ancient mountain. On the other hand, Yi Linglong and the others killed the remaining dozens of Qin clan celestials. Nowadays, the strength of these Yi family sequences had all changed drastically after the ancestral Qi infusion. Yi Linglong, in particular, had stepped into the third level of the Mahayana in one fell swoop, truly the top of the contemporary era. Only in Yi Linglong's hand, a red damask wrapped around and opened up, fluttering like a swimming dragon, piercing through the flesh of one of the Qin clan's prides. As for Yi Tsong, Yi Hao and the others, they even sacrificed their overbearing bodies in holy bones, glittering with brilliance, and with their physical battle power, they smashed their opponents' heads and souls. In just a few moments, a group of Qin clan's celestial pride were slaughtered by Yi Tsong's few people, and their corpses were piled up into mountains. Godson, Yi Linglong, Yi Tsong, and Yi Hao stepped forward and bowed towards Lord Yi. From the moment Lord Yi sensed the strange movement in the Sword Order, he had sent a message to Yi Tsong, telling him to lead the Yi family's current generation as well as all the old ancestors to come to Wanbao City to deal with all the changes. Nowadays, it seemed that the Nine Heavens young emperor that Qin Xian was talking about should be Yu Qingji's past life karma. With Lord Yi's strength and the cards and divine objects he controlled in his hands, he might not be unable to kill this upper realm heavenly pride. However, before that, he had to think of a way to make the entire Qin family fall into the limelight and make preparations for the next eternal life battle. The sword soul from her previous life in Yu Qingji's soul sea was a hidden danger after all. This time, Lord Yi intended to take care of them all together and help Yu Qingji completely awaken her sword immortal body. Sister Linglong. Ever since Yi Lord had heard all the rumors about Yi Linglong in the Dao sect's secret realm, he had grown more and more admiring of this third sequence of the Yi family. Yi Linglong carries a 9-knuckle Linglong heart, and her mind is like a demon, which is considered to be the most resourceful person in the Yi family's contemporary generation. Even if Lord Yi was not in the Yi family in the future, with Yi Linglong sitting in the town, she would be able to restrain Yitsong and the others from making them do something stupid. Yell, this is Empress Gu, right? Worthy of being the fiancé of the Divine Sun, she's so beautiful looking. Yi Linglong looked Gu Mingyue up and down, and in the bottom of her eyes was a touch of undisguised amazement and greed. Sister Linglong, you'd better stay away from Mingyue, or else. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he coldly glanced at Yi Linglong. He had heard Night Tang say before that Yi Linglong had daydreamed her during the Taoist sect's secret training. This crazy batch of women can do anything when she's mad. What's the godson worried about? It's not like I have a few. Yi Linglong smiled charmingly and walked over to Gu Mingyue, taking the initiative to hold her arm. Empress Gu, there's an ice spring in my chambers. It's especially good for the skin. Let's take a bubble together sometime. Yi Lord smiled helplessly and made a wink towards Yitsong and the others. You guys search for me inch by inch, no matter what. We can't let Qin Xian leave this mountain alive today. At this time, he did not suppress his voice and deliberately wrapped it in his divine soul, spreading it throughout the entire mountain forest. People, only in their most desperate moments do they do whatever it takes. Chapter 120 Don't panic son. Your father is truly invincible. Above the void, Lord Yi was dressed in white, standing with his hands in the air, and under his eyes was a faint depth. At this time, Yitsong and the others had already stepped into the mountain forest and searched all the way towards the mountains. With the injuries on Qin Xian's body, once he exposed his whereabouts, he would only end up dead. Yi Lords, you seem to be defensive about Yi Linglong? In Gu Mingyue's memory, the first thing Yi Lord did after sitting on the Yi family's divine son position was to kill and maim the Yi family sequences and humiliate them in 100 ways. Only Yi Linglong, with a 9-knuckle Linglong heart, always followed behind Yi Lord. But looking at his demeanor just now, it was obvious that he was wary of this third sequence of the Yi family. Just stay away from her from now on. Yi Lord didn't explain. He couldn't tell Gu Mingyue that Yi Linglong, the crazy batch of men and women, were all day, right? Wait for me here. I'll go talk to Qin Xian. Gu Mingyue slowly nodded her head, and in the bottom of her heart, she was a little curious as to how Yi Lords planned to count on this Qin clan divine son this time. At this moment, she suddenly realized that every one of the heavenly pride demons that Yi Lords had counted on seemed to have supreme talent. Whether it was Lin Chen, Lu Yun, or Su Qinyan, or Qin Xian, they had all shown in the sacred state in their previous lives, killing along the way and standing at the peak of heaven and earth. However, in this life, they were all folded in the hands of the Yi Lords, and before they could really grow up, they were either killed or subdued by the Yi Lords. Heavy pupils? Looking at the white-clothed figure that disappeared into the depths of the mountains and forests, Gu Mingyue's heart instantly made a guess. At first, Yi Lord had said that his heavy pupils could likewise see a corner of the future. Perhaps that's what changed his character, his destiny. Buzz. At the same time, Qin Xian's figure appeared in a cave, gesturing towards one of the large black shadows to silence him. At this moment, the pupils of his eyes were like 2 rounds of silver thunder suns in the darkness, and they were full of divinity. With just a ray of eye light, the bear demon whose cultivation level was at the first level of the divine will was crushed to the ground, unable to move. Qin Xian, on the other hand, walked into the depths of the cave and sat down in place. At this moment, one of his arms was completely shattered, blood and bones glistening, incomparably miserable. Of course, compared to the injuries on his body, the despair within him was undoubtedly more intense. Who would have thought that Yi Lord would actually be arrogant to such an extent that he would actually dare to kill him? Now that Qin Xian was severely injured and besieged by a sequence of Yi clan members in the middle of a large mountain, he was truly at the end of his rope. Even if he were to send a message to the Qin family right now, I'm afraid that before the Qin family's strongest men arrived, he would be forcefully killed by Lord Yi. Damn, how did this happen? Qin Xian's teeth clenched. Originally he thought that as long as he followed the Sword Order's guidance, he would be able to successfully find Yu Ji and bring her back to the Qin family to wait for the young emperor to descend. But who would have thought that this young emperor's red face would be the fiancé of Lord Yi? No, the aura of the Sword Order just now was clearly on Lord Yi. Qin Xian frowned, recalling the scene in which he had just met with Lord Yi. In the center of its brow, the light of that one Tai Xian thunderseed flickered, frightening the black bear demon on the side. Shivering in Ting, can it be that young Emperor Rouge was killed by Lord Yi? Or, played by him? In any case, Yi Lord should know Yu Ji's whereabouts. We have to find a way to spread this news. When Qin Xian escaped just now, he sensed that Lord Yi had sealed the void here. In this way, the transmitting notes he carried on his body were all rendered useless. It seems that we can only recover from our injuries before fighting to the death. Who is it that disturbs my clear sleep? Right at this moment, a low and reckless voice suddenly came from Qin Xian's mind. In an instant, the face of this Qin clan's divine son turned green with fear, but soon his eyes flickered with a startling wave again, and his eyes trembled slightly. Senior has no intention of interrupting, but is really desperate. At this moment, Qin Xian's body was gradually surrounded by a wisp of soul light. Checking out the provenance of the voice. Humph, with you being a tiny Mahayana human race, you also want to probe into this emperor's bottom line? As this old voice fell, an ancient and terrifying killing momentum rushed to cover the pressure. Qin Xian's face, on the other hand, almost instantly paled as he was crushed to the ground by this divine might. Unable to move. Senior, I have no intention of offending. Please raise your hand. Ha, it's actually a sacred body demon? Just then, the voice came again, filled with a faint hint of surprise. Kid, what's your name? Hallowed sacred body, heavenly pride. By whom were you forced into this situation? Senior, this matter is a long story. Rather, why is Senior here in the middle of this barren mountainous terrain? Is there anything that Junior can help with? If Qin Xian hadn't heard correctly just now, this mysterious soul sense had called himself this emperor? With Qin Xian's saint body talent as well as the Tai Xian divine seed, there was simply no one in the current generation who could hide their aura in front of him. Even a strong person in the Tianqi or cave ruin realm couldn't perfectly conceal his or her form in this small and cramped cave. Obviously, this powerful person that Qin Xian had encountered was most likely an emperor in his lifetime, and if he wanted to escape from Lord Ye's siege, the only one he could count on was the one in front of him. Service? You're a Mahayana mole, and you've had an arm broken. What can you do for me? Give me your flesh? Elder. At those words, Qin Xian's eyes trembled in shock as the Taishan Thunderseed roared and rotated, in a stance as if he was facing a great enemy. Look at you. If I wanted to take over you, you would have been a dead man just now. Yes, Elder is bright and upright. How could he do such a sinister thing? Qin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to pat himself on the back. Bright and open? But you're still the first one to praise me like that. That's just it. This remnant soul of mine won't last long. It's fate for you and I to meet. If you want to live, I can pass on a forbidden technique to you. Taboo feats? Qin Xian's heart trembled as his eyes grew fiery. If he could really obtain a forbidden technique in this cave, then all the previous setbacks would be worth it. Not bad. This gong is called the Qiankuan everything but Ni Gong. It can allow your cultivation to step into the peak of the Mahayana or even the Tianqi level in a short period of time. It's extremely powerful, and at the very least, no one was able to fight against me in my time. That good? Qin Xian let out a gasp of surprise. From the name alone he could feel a dominating force coming over him, fitting in well with his temperament. However, I have always had a regret in my heart. If you can fulfill my wish, this forbidden technique will be passed on to you. Elder, please speak. As long as the late generation is able to do so, they will definitely die by all means. Qin Xian looked solemn. A remnant soul that was about to die out was just that. As long as he got the Gongfu and escaped with his life, nothing else mattered. The young emperor was already on his way to descend to the Qin family. Once he descended to earth, not to mention the District Yi family, even that one from the imperial court would inevitably have to kneel down to welcome him. I've been arrogant all my life and don't have an heir, so if you call me father, I'll pass on the technique to you. Chapter 121 Stereotypes in the hearts of men are a great mountain, and the father is the devil. Qin Xian's face froze as he tried to speak. It's not a difficult request, but it's more or less a difficult one to make. Calling dad? Uing. Forget it if you don't want to. I can feel a more powerful aura outside coming towards here. I'll ask him later. Dad. Before that pale voice could fall, he heard Qin Xian suddenly open his mouth and shout in a deep voice. Good. My good big son. This is father's meeting gift to you. Quickly cultivate it, and you'll be invincible. As the voice fell, a crystalline and radiant soul crystal suddenly appeared before Qin Xian's eyes, flowing with an astonishing aura of the great Tao. It's... Qin Xian nodded gently and carefully integrated this piece of soul crystal into the sea of souls. In the next instant, his eyes steepened, revealing endless trepidation and incredulity. Around him, a ray of dark light floated and sank in the heavens and earth, annihilating all the light. This is magic skill? You're a ing devil? Qin Xian's face changed drastically, and his entire body directly froze in place. How do you talk to your father? What happened to the devil? Is the one who can save your life now the so-called immortal god you speak of? It's... At those words, Qin Xian fell into silence and gently swallowed his saliva. He had never dreamed that he would one day cultivate magic skills. Moreover, looking at the might of this demonic skill, it was at least at the level of the supreme law. The preconceived notions in the hearts of men are a great mountain. Son, you must remember that on the journey of the great Tao, the winner is an immortal and the loser is a devil. The winner is an immortal, the loser is a devil. Qin Xian's face turned pale as he muttered. At this point he had no way back. If he didn't want to die he could only cultivate this magic skill and let go. Buzz. In the next instant, he suddenly probed out a palm and imprinted it on the black bear demon. Vast demonic intent swept out, enveloping the several feet huge bear demon body. In just one breath, the flesh of this great demon dried up, and his divine soul was obliterated, with no dregs left. As for Qin Xian's broken arm, it actually grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually recovering. Even his realm was showing signs of a breakthrough at this point, vast and majestic, a far cry from before, worthy of being a forbidden technique. At this moment, an unspeakable desire and urge suddenly arose in Qin Xian's heart. If he could keep devouring living beings to cultivate, wouldn't he soon be able to break through the Mahayana or even the heavenly mechanism realm and be invincible in the contemporary era? My son, someone is coming. Father has given you the creation. It's up to you from now on. Thanks, Dad. Qin Xian bowed, the pupils of his eyes flickering with a faint touch of devilish intent. The strength displayed by Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue earlier had caused a great shock to his Dao heart. With Qin Xian's talent, it would be difficult to surpass them by cultivating step by step. Luckily, with this only ego technique, Qin Xian only needed to go back to his clan and pick a few elders to inhale on, and he would soon be able to break the contemporary limit and be unique for all ages. I'll just inhale a few, and when my cultivation surpasses that of Lord Yi, I'll stop practicing this demonic skill. Rumble. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly came from outside the cave. Only Yi Lord stood in the sky dome, with a faint hint of playfulness hidden under his eyes. That mysterious voice just now was naturally him pretending to be him, with the ancestral symbol of the great beginning as well as the Zhou Tian diffraction technique concealing his aura. Not to mention Qin Xian, a contemporary. Even if a strong person of the cave ruin or Dao beheading realms, it would be impossible to discern even a hint of what was going on. Now that Qin Xian had cultivated the immortal swallowing devil technique, he had experienced the cheapness and joy that this devilish technique brought. Next, Lord Yi only needed to utilize Yu Qingji to lure in that nine heavens young emperor, and then he would be able to take the opportunity to stir up the elderly war between the Yi and Qin clans. It's reasonable for me, the leader of the righteous Yi family, to slaughter the demons, isn't it? Rumble. With this thought, Yi Lord did not hesitate and directly stamped down with a palm. Terrifying void divine power covered down, transforming into a 100-foot palm print that crushed the entire cave into pieces. Smoke and dust. For 10,000 miles around, the mountains and forests were shattered, and the demonic beasts were in full force. And in that endless smoke and dust, a thunderous figure tore through the heavens and fled towards the distant sky at great speed. Qin Xian, can you run away? The Yi Lord once again stamped down with a palm, intending to suppress Qin Xian on the spot. Poof! Qin Xian snorted coldly, and his arm was filled with thousands of lightning patterns as it slammed down angrily towards the Yi Lords. Rumble! In the next instant, his face abruptly froze, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, he saw that this time, instead of his arm shattering, it was Yi Lord who was smashed down by a palm and fell into the mountains. Is that so great? Qin Xian's lips trembled as his inner shock could be imagined. At this moment, he had a premonition that he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to easily crush the Shi clan divine son. Buzz. At that thought, Qin Xian didn't hesitate any longer as the thunder seed in his brow shot out a brilliant silver radiance, tearing the sky apart, and his figure stepped into it and completely disappeared. In the distant sky dome, Gu Mingyue looked at the gradually distant Qin Xian, her red lips lifting slightly. Obviously, at this point, this Qin clan divine son hadn't realized what he would be facing next. Kamiko, are you okay? Upon hearing the commotion here, Yi Linglong, Yi Tsong, and the others descended with a look of worry on their faces. It's okay. Yi Lord wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed lightly. How did this guy suddenly become stronger? Suddenly stronger? Yi Tsong and the others looked at each other in dismay. They always felt that this pussy Qin Xian was hiding some amazing secrets. You guys go back to the Yi family first, I'm going out. Yi Lord looked deeply at Yi Linglong. In these few days, the Yi family might have a distinguished guest at their door. You guys know what to do, right? Your guest? Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong's eyes slightly condensed as she slowly nodded her head. Those who could be called honored guests by the Yi Lord Godson must not be simple characters. To entertain them, the most powerful formations and divine treasures of the Yi family had to be used. Akatsuki, I'll go back to Ye's house and wait for you too. As the words fell, Gu Mingyue directly turned around and headed in the direction of the Yi family. Yi Lord shook his head helplessly, the haze around his body boiled, and his figure gradually disappeared in place. At this moment, he saw that the divine pattern on that ancient sword order had penetrated the entire token. I'm afraid that at this moment, that Nine Heavens young emperor has already descended upon the Qin family. Buzz. Just the moment Yi Lord walked out of the mountain forest, a faint trace of surprise flashed across his face. Before the mountain forest, a woman dressed in black with a delicate figure stood quietly. Her skin was extremely fair, a cold white color that resembled moonlight, bright red lips, the only color in the whole body besides black and white, a long black hair hanging down to the waist, cold and lonely. Her eyes, at the moment, were covered with a black ribbon, adding to the mystery. Chapter 122. The person the Willow God is waiting for is surnamed Yi? Master, please call me Ji. Spectre? Ye lords looked the woman in black up and down, and a smirk gradually appeared on his face. At this moment, this great demon's flesh was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Every place was just right. Not too big, not too small. Exquisite. More importantly, the Yuji's realm was actually at the level of the Daojin Dao. She had only just remodeled her physical body and her realm had stepped into the Dao of chopping. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for this savage demon lord to recover his peak and step back into the ranks of the Supreme Master. The phantom lady's red lips lifted up, looking unusually demonic under her cold white skin, only to see her step in front of Lord Yi and directly kneel down. Then, in Yi Lord's slightly surprised eyes, she actually took the initiative to coil up her hair and bent down. Hiss! Yi Lord looked down at the Yuji who was kneeling in front of him, kissing his paws, and hurriedly reached out to help her up. He understood that this should be the etiquette of the Joyue clan, and he could also understand how Yuji felt at the moment. This great demon had carried the blood feud of exterminating his clan and had lingered on for endless years. Now that she had managed to remodel her flesh and regained a little strength, her inner excitement could be imagined. Master, in the future, this life of Yuji will be yours. Yuji's red lips lightly opened, and she said in a calm tone, Elder, Master, please don't call me senior. Call me Xiaoji, or Yuji. Alright, Yuji, you've come at the right time. Come with me to the Heavenly Sword sect. At this time, Yi Lords probably guessed that this pair of pupils of Yuji's eyes should be where the divine ability of the Joyue clan was located. The power of the underworld contained within it was a threat to any living being. Master, please get on me. When the words fell, Yuji directly prostrated herself in front of Lord Yi. The black skirt outside her body was taut, outlining her buttocks more and more round and upright. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and the moment he mounted Yuji, a pair of black feathered wings instantly extended from this great demon's back, covering the sky and burning with amazing black flames. Master, the natural aptitude of our 9 Spectres clan is the 9 Spectres fire in our bloodline, which can burn everything, including void time, and my innate fire is in the pupil of my eye. The Yuji's wings lightly trembled as she directly tore through the void and headed in the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, in the village of Castle Peak, Yi Fan was naked, sitting on top of the barren mountain outside the village. At this moment, every inch of his body shone with an astonishing light. At the top of its head, a true dragon phantom was coiled, its body silver white and its chi and blood volatile. This kid's chaotic god body is worthy of being a forbidden physique. No matter what divine power can be incorporated into his body. Well, but the obsession in his heart is too deep, and I'm worried that he'll lose his motivation to cultivate after he gets his revenge. The GK Palace is about to appear. This may be our last chance. Do you really think that old thing is still on Earth? Don't worry, not a single one of these old guys will leave the Earth until that thing is in the world. Buzz. Just as the old dragon and the others were talking in low voices, a ripple suddenly rippled in the void behind them, only to see a stunningly beautiful silhouette step out and appear where they were behind them. Miss Lu. The eyes of the old dragon and the others trembled as they paid their respects towards the diaphanous-haired woman. Even with their cultivation realm, at this time in front of this mysterious woman, they simply didn't dare to have a trace of behavior, incomparably respectful. I'm going out. The diaphanous-haired woman tilted her head and looked at Yi Fan on top of the mountain, her tone clear and cold. Out. At those words, the eyes of the 4 old dragons lightly trembled, obviously somewhat confused. Miss Lu, you left the mountain village. I'm afraid this spirit body, I feel him. The diaphanous-haired woman looked cold and turned toward the outside of the mountain village. Under its feet, a piece of turquoise spirit pattern flowed open, full of vitality. In an instant, the entire ancient mountain was covered with a layer of dense vitality. Fairy flowers blossomed and dead trees sprang to life, like a natural barrier that covered everything in the village. His breath? The eyes of the old dragon and the others rounded as if they had thought of something terrifying, and their bodies quietly trembled. They all knew that this Miss Lu was someone who had truly transcended the wheel of reincarnation. Even if it wasn't for her in the first place, Old Dragon and the others wouldn't have been able to survive at all. Likewise, they knew a secret about Miss Willow's body. She was waiting for someone with the surname Yi. That day when Yi Fan broke into this place with serious injuries and was on the brink of life and death, the reason why Miss Lu stepped in was not because of Yi Fan's chaotic god body, simply because his last name was Yi, the Yi that covers all ages with one leaf. As for divine bodies, saint bodies, and whatnot, Miss Lu had already seen far too many of them over the course of these endless years. All have returned. All have returned. The landscape of the earth is bound to change. The old dragon and the others looked at each other, their eyes deep. The turmoil in the world is not really relevant to them. But now, after Yi Fan had successfully melted the innate inheritance of the 4 of them, there was undoubtedly an additional hope, an expectation, in the hearts of the old dragon and the others. They were eager to see if this young disciple could show his skills in the chaotic world and stand on the heights that they had once failed to stand on. Rumble. Right at this moment, Yi Fan's eyes opened abruptly, and the void in front of him shattered with a loud bang, rippling with layers of terrifying divine patterns. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar shook the sky while Yi Fan slowly got up, his body surrounded by runic patterns. Unbeatable. Ye lords, my good brother, do you feel it? Your time to die is coming. Yi Fan muttered, his palms gradually clenching, and under his eyes was a shocking flash of battle intent and killing intent. The ancestral shrine of the Qin family. With an ear-splitting roar, the entire ancestral shrine collapsed. Only that one Qin ancestor Dharma phase was brightly shining, surging with an unspeakable divinity. Buzz. Within the pupils of its eyes, strands of divine lines erupted out, transforming into a divine path through the heavens, as if extending from beyond the domain. On top of it, a figure with radiant golden light stepped forward with imperial majesty, gradually descending on the Qin clan's ancestral land. Rumble. In an instant, there were heavenly thunder punishments falling in this void, as if they were trying to collapse the flesh and blood of this Qin clan young emperor. Poof! With a cold snort, he waved his hand and struck down a yellow gold ancient talisman, which actually suppressed the heavenly punishment for all eternity. Even so, as he fell with each step, his realm kept falling, eventually stabilizing at the peak level of heavenly qi. Such a realm was an insurmountable rift for any contemporary of the 3000 Dao state. Killing heaven's pride is like butchering a dog. You think I'm bragging about being awesome? Greetings, young emperor. Qin Tian, the lord of the Qin clan, looked solemn as he bowed and paid his respects. Behind him, the Qin family's group of elders, as well as a sage realm ancestor similarly bowed down and saluted, not daring to have a moment's negligence. My name is Qin Hao. I am the young emperor of the Heaven and Earth K Qin Emperor clan, and this time I came down to the world to inspect the earth and carry out punishment on behalf of heaven. Qin Hao's expression was cold, and his golden eye pupils had 10,000 godly lines, forcing intent. By the will of the young emperor, Qin Tian and the others' faces changed drastically as they prostrated on the ground, shocked by this majesty on Qin Hao's body. Buzz. Right at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the distant sky dome. Only a silver light figure fell down in a sorry state, falling in front of Qin Hao. Young emperor, please, young emperor, do it for me. Chapter 123 The Enemy from Heaven. What is the difference between the Son of God and the livestock? Qin Hao frowned lightly, and every strand of hair looked like it was burning with the laws of the great Tao. Nowadays, even though his realm was only at the Tian Qi level, this kind of Tao rhythm emperor Qi on his body made even the Qin clan sage feel incomparably alarmed. Xianer, what happened? Qin Tian's eyes trembled as he carefully glanced at Qin Hao. I found the sword order that the young emperor asked me to look for, but it's not in Miss Yuji's hands. It's in the hands of the Yi clan's divine son, Lord Yi. As Qin Xian's words fell, a flash of intense killing intent immediately flashed across Qin Hao's eyes. The Yi family's divine son? Yi lords? Rumble. In the next instant, an ancient golden seal suddenly surfaced on his brow and he turned his head to look in the direction of the sacred state's borderlands. All Qin clan powerhouses, follow me to the Yi clan. Regardless of how that one sword order had fallen into the hands of this Yi clan's divine son, he would personally crush this ancient clan with his own hands. There were some things that were simply not something that these lower realm ants could get their hands on. At this moment, Qin Hao had even prepared for the worst. Yu Ji was reincarnated and reborn, and had not yet awakened the gift of memory. So once she was swindled by these so-called sons of gods and saints, she would easily unload her armor. But what could he do? As long as the little sister is not fully awakened, it is not considered given. The young emperor must not. Qin Tian's throat rolled and he gently swallowed. The Yi family's heritage was simply not something that the Qin family could provoke. Although young Emperor Qin Hao was hanging, it was impossible to fight against saints and supreme beings in this lower realm land. As for the Qin Emperor clan he spoke of, they were even higher up in the 9 heavens, unable to descend to the realm at will. Yi family land, the emperor comes to a stop. Once the Qin clan's strongest members descended in a big way, it would inevitably be taken as a provocation, setting off a true eldritch war. Why? Qin Hao frowned lightly. A mere ray of his eyes caused Qin Tian and the others' hearts and minds to tremble with an unspeakable panic. Yi, can it be that? Suddenly, Qin Hao seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly condensed. The young emperor doesn't know that the Yi family is now a unification of 9 veins and is the most powerful everlasting ancient clan in the 3000 Taoist prefecture, and no one dares to provoke it. Qin Tian smiled awkwardly. The reason why the Qin clan was an everlasting family was not because of how strong their heritage was, but because the 2 divine items left behind by the Qin clan back then were too terrifying. Even the imperial court would pay a terrible price for attacking the Qin clan rashly. Could it be that they also have ascended great emperors? Qin Hao seemed to have hesitation in his eyes and asked in a deep voice, That's not what I've heard. No ascended great emperors dare to make enemies of my Qin clan. A bunch of humble lower realm ants only. Upon hearing this, the trace of uneasiness in Qin Hao's heart dissipated. His body was covered in runic patterns, and he resumed his usual domineering hang. Young emperor, the rule on earth is that the contemporary struggle, the strongest members of the clan may not intervene. Although the young emperor is from the upper realm, he is also a contemporary heavenly pride. Wanting to suppress a Yi Lord is still not a breeze. Qin Tian laughed, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Humph, a mole cricket is worthy of this young emperor's hand? Qin Hao snorted coldly and gave Qin Xian a cold look. Come over here. Qin Xian's face froze, not daring to be disobedient for a moment, and walked up to Qin Hao. In the next instant, one could only see a ray of golden light dropping down from the sky, transforming into a golden divine carriage that pressed down on top of Qin Xian's shoulders. Qin Hao, on the other hand, stepped out and sat on the carriage, saying in an indifferent tone, "Let's go, Yu Ma." Qin Xian's teeth clenched as he carried the golden carriage on his back and traveled towards the outside of the clanland. At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of the phrase that the winner was an immortal and the loser was a devil. In the eyes of these people of the nine heavens, even bloodline affinities were meaningless, so how could they care whether a mole cricket cultivated immortals or demons? Xianer, the entire Qin family land suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the two fading figures, and there was a complex and bitter look under their eyes. As the divine son of the everlasting Qin clan, Qin Xian was the most gifted person in the Qin clan since 10,000 years of age, and was seen as an opportunity for the Qin clan to rise. But now he was actually being ridden by Qin Hao, just like livestock. It was simply shameful. House Master, Qin Yan and the other group of Qin family elders had gloomy eyes and dared to be angry. After all, as the young emperor of the Qin clan, Qin Hao was not something that they, the lower realm clansmen, could provoke, regardless of bloodline or status. But how was his insult to Qin Xian not an insult to the entire Qin clan? Hey! He sighed softly and eyed the statue of a Qin ancestor without saying anything. At this moment, what he was truly worried about was not Qin Xian's well-being. Rather, with Qin Hao's arrogance, just what kind of calamity would be incurred for the Qin clan? In the last half a year, rumors about the Yi family's divine son, Lord Yi, were rampant. Whether it was a young supreme being or a Dao sect Dao son, they were all easily crushed by him without the slightest bit of resistance. In the past few days, he had even forcefully subdued Sun Yan in Wanbao City, helping Su Qingyan to sit in the position of the Chamber of Commerce's heir. Such tactics and vigor make one palpitate just thinking about it. Once a conflict erupted between young Emperor Qin Hao and Lord Yi, no matter who among the two had a shortcoming, it would not be something that the Qin family could afford. Third ancestor, go to the Yi family and see if you can quell this misunderstanding. Good. In the crowd, that one sage ancestor nodded gently, and his figure gradually disappeared in place. Time passes. At this moment, Yi Lord and Yu Ji stood side by side at the top of an ancient mountain, looking out at another mountain peak in the distance. Only there, a wisp of sword chi rose up, breaking the dome of the sky and hooking up the mountains. A few ancient stone halls stood vaguely in the mountains. Although it couldn't be compared to the Yi family and the Dao sect, the top forces of the holy state, it was still quite imposing. Know what to do? Yi Lord's expression was calm. At this moment, he saw that the sword order had been covered in red gold and kept on emitting a buzzing sound. It was obvious that heavens beyond young emperor was already on his way towards here. Don't worry, master. Yu Ji nodded gently. After taking the initiative to hand over her divine soul and conclude a soul seal with Lord Yi, she had already dedicated everything to this Yi family's divine son, and there was no longer any possibility of betrayal or disobedience. Buzz. Yi Lord stepped out and headed straight for the Heavenly Sword sect. Yell, isn't this senior sister Yu? How can you talk? It's not senior sister Yu anymore. You should be called Mrs. Divine Son. But, just her? Shameless still really think that Yi Lord Godson can look at her? In the Heavenly Sword sect, a group of Sword sect disciples followed Yu Qingji and said in a derisive tone. Ever since Yu Qingji returned to the sect, there was no shortage of these mocking voices in her ears, but she never cared and paid little attention to them. After all, nowadays, she had already seen a contemporary true dragon, and her eyesight and experience were not comparable to these small sect disciples. Yu Qingji's goal was to become a great sword immortal on earth, so how could she be affected by this mere word of advice? I think Kamiko just wanted to have fun with a different flavor, and after playing with it once, she just threw it away. Then what's so great about her? Now she doesn't even put senior brotherly in her eyes. Shut up! Just at this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from behind the crowd, only to see Li Burn's figure striding and appearing in front of Yu Qingji. How many times have I told you? Whoever dares to chew the tongue behind your back again will go to the back of the mountain and face me. Yes, senior brother. The crowd of Sword sect disciples retreated in a panic, seemingly shocked by Li Burn. Senior sister Yu You don't need to pay attention to them. Senior brother Lee is overly concerned. I've never paid any attention to them. It's rather senior brother who has appeared in a timely manner every time. Yu Qingji's eyes were cold, and she wanted to leave this place. Junior sister, you don't really think that Divine Sun Yi Lord still remembers you and will take you away from the sword sect in the future, do you? Li Burn's expression was gloomy, gradually losing his patience. Yu Qingji did not respond, but just at the moment she turned around, her entire body suddenly froze in place, with mist gradually rising in her eyes. Chapter 124 Self-Directed? Ruthlessness is the essence of a villain, my lord. Yu Qingji's red lips trembled as tears streamed down from her eyes. In the distance on the mountain path, a white-clothed figure stepped forward, the familiar gentle smile still on his face. At this moment, the aggression that had accumulated within Yu Qingji suddenly exploded, only to see her wipe a handful of tears from the corner of her eyes. Ignoring the strange eyes of the surrounding crowd, she directly ran towards Yi Lords. I'm nothing, I'm a plaything. What's wrong with that? You're not even qualified to give the Son of God yet. Li Burn's face froze, and he suddenly felt a chill rise up along the soles of his feet, nearly lifting the ceiling of his sky. What brings you here, my lord? Yu Qingji stopped and kept a distance of about 10 feet from Lord Yi. Compared to Su Qingyan and even Luo Shi, Yu Qingji's character was much more humble and did not dare to overstep easily at all. Aren't you welcome? Lord Yi took the initiative to open his arms and shook his head and laughed. My lord. In an instant, the aggression and unwillingness in Yu Qingji's eyes completely dissipated, and she gently burrowed into Lord Ye's arms. Aggrieved? Yi Lord raised his head to look at Li Burn. The purple lines at the bottom of his eyes were dazzling, and a terrifying scorching heat began to boil. Around it, the void began to blur and shatter, as if it was simply unable to withstand this flame power. My lord, don't. Yu Qingji shook her head, a pleading look on her face. Although she hated the mockery of Li Burn and the others, they were, after all, Yu Qingji's fellow disciples, practicing sword and enlightenment together since they were young, and their feelings were quite deep. Alright, Qingji, I came here today to take you away from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yi Lord's face gradually became grave as he pulled out the sword order on his neck and said in a low tone, I was just ambushed on my way back to the Yi clan, and I suspect that they are coming for you. What? Yu Qingji's eyes trembled. It was at this time that she realized that the Gongzi's breath was indeed a bit shriveled, and even his face had an inexplicable pallor to it. My lord, are you alright? It's fine, you come back to Ye's house with me first. Yi Lord shook his head and took Yu Qingji's jade hand and wanted to march towards the bottom of the mountain. But your excellency, master and the others, as long as you're not in the Heavenly Sword Sect, they shouldn't be able to find this place. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingji's heart suddenly speculated, and she tentatively asked, My lord, could it be that they are not of earthly origin? With Lord Ye's identity and status, it was impossible for any earthly heavenly pride to make him so nervous, and after awakening the sword soul of her previous life, Yu Qingji would often see bizarre images from the 9 heavens. Yi Lord's face froze as he slowly nodded. Not bad, they should be 9 heavens powerhouses, but how did you know? Could it be that they have already come to the Heavenly Sword Sect? No. Yu Qingji's eyes dodged, not daring to tell the secret of her past life's sword soul to Lord Yi. Go. Yi Lord did not ask more questions and left the Heavenly Sword Mountain side by side with Yu Qingji. Senior brotherly, I'm so unworthy of you. That's right, since you were a child, you loved Yu Qingji the most and roasted chicken for her every day, and then you were taken away just like that. Yi Lords acted in a perverse and overbearing manner, and sooner or later, they will get their comeuppance. Behind Li Burn, the group of Sword Sect disciples from the party gathered together with a look of indignation on their faces. I don't know if Yi Lord Godson suffered retribution, but your retribution has come. Just as the crowd was getting high, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from behind them. In an instant, the faces of Li Burn and the others went completely pale, slowly turning their heads to look at the place behind them. Only a strand of bizarre black underworld flame swept down, drowning all of their figures. Buzz. At this moment, these Sword Sect disciples didn't even have time to struggle before they were burned into nothingness by this demonic flames, with no dregs left, and Yuji took a step towards that ancient stone hall. At once, a burst of desperate hissing came from the great hall. However, in front of Yuji, a great demon of the Dao beheading realm, even the Heavenly Sword Sect's only cave ruin ancestor didn't have an ounce of resistance at all, and was directly slapped to death by her. The originally noisy ancient sect suddenly became dead silent. What's even weirder is that there's neither the scent of blood nor any trace of corpse blood here. All the disciples of the Sword Sect looked like they had evaporated out of thin air, and like they had been devoured alive by some evil demon. Yi Family Land, a remote valley. The valley was purple and covered with clouds. Countless chaotic divine radiance swept down like a long waterfall, incomparably divine and magnificent. At the very center was a simple ancient hall of green stone with carved beams. The figures of Lord Yi and Yu Qingji descended from the sky and landed before the ancient hall. This is a place of purification for me, located at the edge of the Yi family's land, where no one will disturb me on weekdays. Yi Lord opened the ancient hall and walked in with Yu Qingji. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the entire valley was overflowing with the aura of many great Tao divine symbols as well as formations in all directions. Obviously, Yi Linglong had already prepared some great gifts for that distinguished guest who was about to descend as he had instructed. Meanwhile, Yi Linglong and the others' auras were hidden around the valley, always waiting for Yi Lord's call. According to Lord Ye's speculation, that young emperor of the Qin clan who had descended from the 9 heavens would definitely be suppressed by the heavenly Tao of the sacred state, and could never be at his peak realm. Even so, his strength was bound to be earth-shattering, far from being comparable to earthly prides. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to let Yi Linglong, Yi Tsung, and the others see the terrifying battle power of these emperor-blooded celestial pride of the 9 heavens. One day, Lord Yi would lead them and attack the 9 heavens to battle the immortal gods. My lord, I'm still a little worried about Master and the others. Then I'll send a few elders to settle them elsewhere. Yi Lord gently nodded and took out a transmitting note, softly explaining a few words. Thank you, sir. Yu Qingji's bright eyes trembled, her taut heartstrings gradually relaxing this time. In these few days, you can stay here at ease, and after I find out the identities of those people and settle them, I'll find you a place to cultivate in the holy land of the Sword Tao. Lord Yi sat in the hall, playing with the golden sword order, a hint of depth hidden under his eyes. It was getting closer and closer, and at the moment he could feel a wisp of divine soul rippling through this sword order. On top of that, it was as if this sword order was sealed with something that even Lord Yi had no way of peeking into. Doesn't the prince live here? Yu Qingji carefully glanced at Lord Yi, with a hint of anticipation hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Does Kiyoshi want me to stay here? Yi Lord's smile was gentle, but the hint of temptation in his eyes was undisguised. In an instant, Yu Qingji's face rose in a sheet of smoldering haze, and even the tips of her ears turned red. I can even. Yu Qingji hung her head slightly and murmured softly, Godson. Just at this moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from outside the hall, only to see Yi Linglong hurriedly running in, looking deeply at Yu Qingji, wanting to speak. If you have something to say, Miss Yu is one of us. Divine Son, the Heavenly Sword Sect, has been exterminated. Chapter 125 Yu Qingji's contrast? It's bad. It's coming for me. What? Before the blush on Yu Qingji's face could recede, her entire body suddenly froze in place. This sister. Are you talking about the Heavenly Sword Sect in the northwest of the Sacred Prefecture? On the 7th peak of the heavens beyond mountain? At this time Yu Qingji in her heart already have an answer. Eyes reddened, tears silent scratched down. Well, just now I received news from the Divine Son, and it just so happened that 2 elders from my Yi family were nearby, and went by way of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and found that not a single one of them was there, and I didn't even see any corpses or skeletons. Yi Linglong's expression was indifferent. With her 9 orifices Linglong heart, she had long guessed that all of this was most likely the work of the Divine Son. She just couldn't figure out if it was worth it for Yi Lords to go through all this trouble for this. According to Yi Linglong's nature, if she wanted anyone, those with a low realm would directly knock them out. The higher realms find some of her handles and weaknesses, threatening plus seducing. Ma'am, you don't want your husband either. LOL. How can? Yu Qingji's body trembled, a glimmer of hope suddenly igniting in her eyes. My lord, is it possible that Master and the others have left? Hopefully. Yi Lord did not say much, but the look on his face already said it all. Master. Yu Qingji sat paralyzed on the ground, a shocking murderous streak gradually flickering under her eyes. Just now, when Lord Yi suddenly descended and took her away from the Heavenly Sword Sect without a word, Yu Qingji didn't even have the time to properly say goodbye to her master. As a result, the Heavenly Sword Sect was massacred just as they left before them. If it wasn't for your excellency's quick decision, I'm afraid Yu Qingji's end would have been incomparably miserable. Qingji, why are they looking for you? Even going so far as to strike at me? What exactly is this sword order? Yi Lord suddenly looked at Yu Qingji, some confusion hidden in his eyes. He had to make Yu Qingji personally reveal the existence of that past life sword soul in order to utilize the hatred of the Heavenly Sword Sect to get rid of it. Otherwise, once she waited for her divine sense to recover, I'm afraid that the first thing she would do would be to fuse with Yu Qingji's original soul. What sword soul awakening? The 9 heavenly sword immortals. Isn't it good to just swallow it? Qingji, it's come to this. Do you still want to hide it from me? Those who approached me for this sword order are indeed unlike the people of the sacred state and are incomparably powerful. Don't you want to avenge your master and the others? Lord Yi frowned, a hint of disappointment hidden in the bottom of his eyes. No sir. At those words, Yu Qingji desperately shook her head, her eyes gradually firming up. My lord. In fact, When I awakened my sword bone that day, I also awakened a divine soul from my previous life. What? Ye lords feigned a blank stare. Even Yi Linglong's face showed a flash of surprise, and something dawned in her heart. Sibu Hui. At this moment, she did understand why the divine son valued this green-clothed girl so much. Usually people who have Sibu wisdom come from an unusual place. She said that I am the reincarnation of a sword fairy in the 9 heavens, and that as long as I merge with her I will be able to awaken the memories of my past life and ask for the pinnacle of the sword Dao. Yu Qingji let out a bitter smile, as if she was afraid that Lord Yi wouldn't believe her. Her arms suddenly lit up with a wisp of sword patterns. Innate sword bone. Yi Linglong let out a cry of shock, and there was a hint of awe hidden in her eyes as she looked at Yi Lords. Of course, what she was in awe of at this time was not the vision and strength of Lord Yi. Rather, it's the pussies he's collected around him, and it seems like every one of them is extraordinary. There was no need to mention Gu Mingyue, the female emperor of the immortal dynasty and the #1 beauty of the 3000 Dao states. Su Qingyan, the first lady of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the #1 rich woman on earth. The most important thing is, this was born with a poisonous body, and she was divorced once but still clean. Clean wife, you can stand it? Luo Shi, the eldest princess of the northern plains, was herself of the divine bloodline and was definitely hot. Although Yi Linglong had never seen her, she was said to be a white-haired lowly, best suited for tying on a double ponytail and standing up to stomp. The Yu Qingji in front of her, on the other hand, with her innocent and coy looks, is a reincarnation of a sword fairy. This kind is the most obedient, and will surely do everything in its power to please its master, no matter what is asked of it. At this moment Yi Linglong suddenly had a bold idea. If she took care of Lord Yi, wouldn't she be able to have fun with these redheads of his in name only? Sword soul fusion? Awakening memories of past lives? Yi Lord nodded gently, confused. Then why did Qingji not agree? Yu Qingji red lips pursed, wanting to speak again and again. Jade hand twisted in front of the body a look of helplessness. Just then, Yi Linglong, however, as if she had discovered something, tugged on Yu Qingji's palm, revealing the snow-white wrist. Only on it, a blood-red leaf character touched the eye and was carved into the bones. Great! You actually secretly like our family's godson? Yi Linglong's eyes trembled as she looked at Yu Qingji with more and more excitement. At this point she realized that this seemingly soft and well-behaved young girl was actually a contrary and sickly girl on the inside. Carve the bones for the name. Such twisted adoration. It was exciting to think about it. Yu Qingji wrenched back her palm and buried her head even lower, itching to find a crack in the ground. When she had carved this word Yi with her innate sword Qi, she was worried that one day when her divine souls merged, she would forget her agreement with Lord Yi. Alright, Qingji, you did the right thing. Luckily you didn't fuse with that sword soul. I don't think they are people of the righteous path. They are most likely a group of evil demons. Yi Lord's eyes were deep as he looked down at the sword order in his hand. If they dare to come to the Yi family, I will make sure they have no return. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Qin Hao and Qin Xian looked at the empty sword sect hall in the mountain, and there was a faint trace of surprise on their faces, especially Qin Xian. An unspeakable uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart. Although, in front of the eyes of the Heavenly Sword Sect did not see any corpses and bloodstains, but it is even more depressing, like the work of evil demons. It so happened that nowadays, he was practicing the devil's skill and had truly fallen into the devil's path, and he happened to appear on the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Hiss! At this moment, it was as if Qin Xian had touched some secrets that he couldn't see clearly. You're a thief? Buzz. Beside him, Qin Hao suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and pointed them above his eyebrows. In the next instant, thousands of runic patterns churned under his eyes, and a golden divine radiance spilled down, enveloping the entire Heavenly Sword Mountain. Vaguely, Qin Xian seemed to see that a wisp of time flow traces were reversed, and many illusory silhouettes actually appeared in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. This kind of means, watching Qin Xian dumbfounded, the resentment towards Qin Hao in his heart, unconsciously dissipated a lot. Probably, in the eyes of this young emperor, a Mahayana like him was only worthy of being a livestock mount. Just as Qin Xian saw that familiar white-clothed figure, as well as a green-clothed woman standing beside him, the image came to an abrupt end. Little sister. Qin Hao's lips trembled, and a rare trace of warmth surfaced in his eyes. Young emperor, don't you want to see who slaughtered the Heavenly Sword Sect anymore? Qin Xian gulped. Compared to this junior sister, he actually cared more about the evil demon that had slaughtered the sword sect. For some reason, Qin Xian always felt that everything in front of him was coming at him. How can I waste my precious soul consciousness on such a mole? Qin Hao snorted coldly and resumed sitting on top of Qin Xian's head. You should know who that mole who took away little sister is, right? Go find him. You. 6. Qin Xian cursed in the bottom of his heart. He had seen many pretenders, and he himself enjoyed the feeling of pretending. However, in front of this young emperor of the Qin clan, Qin Xian was ashamed of himself. Young emperor, Are you sure it's just the two of us, going to break into the Yi family? Qin Hao frowned lightly, and just a ray of light caused Qin Xian's heart and soul to tremble, carrying Qin Hao towards the Yi family land. Chapter 126. Within 3 feet I am invincible. Gradually diabolic Qin Xian. What do you mean, Your Excellency? Those people from the upper realms are here for the sword soul inside me? In the middle of the valley, purple gas curled up. Yu Qingji knelt beside Lord Yi, boiling a pot of fresh tea for him. Above the tea canister, a wisp of golden aura rose up, diffusing into a great bird immortal sparrow and an ancient tree divine moon, incomparably subtle. This scene, moreover, caused a trace of surprise to flash across Yu Qingji's eyes, and she gained a deeper cognizance of the everlasting ancient clan. The value of this pot of tea alone was enough to be worth the Sky Sword Sex reserves. At this moment, she merely took a few sniffs of the tea, and her body's spiritual energy actually showed signs of boiling. Sure enough, the biggest difference between people is birth. I suppose so, otherwise they wouldn't be in hot pursuit. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he played with the sword order in his hand. If according to what you said, you were a sword immortal in your past life, how could you be involved with these evil demons of the 9 heavens? Could it be that they didn't come to save you, but came to kill you? Yu Qingji's eyes trembled lightly, suddenly recalling some memory images she had seen earlier. In those fragmented images, she did not see any sword fairies. All that was seen was a woman filled with endless resentment, slaughtering the living and killing to stop killing. Eventually, she was gazed upon by a pair of golden pupils and fell into an endless cycle of reincarnation. Countless nights, Yu Qingji would wake up in her dreams, as if she was being held down in the water, powerless to struggle. At this moment, Yu Qingji suddenly thought of another possibility. She was not a sword immortal, but a sword demon. Those evil demons of the 9 heavens descended to this place only after sensing her aura, slaughtering all earthly beings related to her to conceal their identities? My lord, what if I was a demon in my last life as well? Yi Lord put down the tea in his hand, like he was musing. Qingji, I hope you understand one thing, evil demons are all good at disguise, and she may not be your previous life. You just need to be the good person you are now, and you won't be affected by any evil thoughts. Yes, my lord. Yu Qingji nodded gently, gradually making up her mind. Buzz. Meanwhile, beyond the valley, only Qin Hao and Qin Xian's figures could be seen descending from the sky, looking at the valley in front of them that was full of spiritual rhythm, their eyes slightly austere. Especially Qin Hao. A pair of golden eye pupils had hidden depth and wariness. At this moment, he could sense that his junior sister's original sword order was in this valley. However, he could still sense that there were many divine runic spell formations laid out in the valley, and their power was extraordinary. Qin Hao wasn't afraid of death. He was worried that someone would threaten him with his little sister's life. There you go. As Qin Hao's words fell, Qin Xian's face froze. He froze and turned his head to look at Qin Hao beside him, gently swallowing. This valley in front of them, but anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to tell that it was a trap, deliberately luring them here. This Qin Hao opened his mouth and closed his mouth with a mole cricket in the lower realm. Bullish, but in the end, he just arrived at the Yi family and wimped out? Young Emperor, I think it's better to talk to the Yi family first. Miss Yu looks like she went with Lord Yi voluntarily. She wasn't forced. Qin Hao's eyes were cold, and the more he did so, the more annoyed he became in the bottom of his heart. Now that the youngest sister has not yet awakened her divine soul memories, if she is swindled by this Yi family's divine son, the consequences would be unimaginable. But what could he do but forgive her? Young Emperor, what I mean is, Buzz. This time, before Qin Xian's words fell, he saw Qin Hao suddenly stretch out a palm and hold Qin Xian's head, carrying his entire body in the air and smashing it down towards the valley below. You horse pussy. Qin Xian's face turned green with fear as he scrambled to strike a divine runic spell seal, carefully concealing his breath and figure as he crashed into the valley. The entire valley was silent, and the void was solid with spirit lines running through it. However, with Qin Xian's means it was easy for him to cross over these runic barriers, appearing before the main hall and quietly sneaking into it. At this time, the sky was already dark, and there was a ghostly dusk in the temple. Yu Qingji, on the other hand, was sitting on top of her bed, staring at the sword order in her hand, frozen in thought. Ever since she had awakened her sword soul in her previous life, she had been conflicted inside. She wanted to become a sword immortal, to fulfill her promise to the Gongzi and become a useful person to him. After all, compared to Gu Mingyue, Su Qingyan and even Luo Shi, she seemed too mediocre. But Yu Qingji was afraid that after fusing that sword soul, she would be swayed by her soul consciousness and lose her heart, even forgetting about Yi Lord. Is there really no other way? According to the sword spirit, the sword bone was only the foundation of Yu Qingji's sword Dao. What was truly powerful about her was the supreme sword body that she had remodeled after awakening her sword bone. Invincible within 3 feet. If Yu Qingji wanted to achieve the earthly sword immortal, the easiest way would be to awaken this nine-heaven sword body. Buzz. Just as Yu Qingji was lost in thought, a ripple suddenly rippled in the void of the great hall. In an instant, a trace of unspeakable bitterness arose in Yu Qingji's heart, and the ancient sword in her hand was sheathed, her sword chi buzzing. Miss, you don't use your sword, one of our own. Qin Shen let out a bitter smile as his figure descended from the sky silently. At this moment, there was a hint of a magic pattern flickering in the pupils of his eyes, which was slightly shadowy in the darkness. For some reason, he always felt that this journey had been too easy, and he hadn't encountered too many obstacles at all. I was ordered by young Emperor Qin Hao of the Upper Realm to come and invite Miss Yu to the Qin clan as a guest. Qin Hao? The Upper Realm? Yu Qingji snorted coldly. In the next instant, without the slightest hesitation at all, the ancient sword in her hand chopped out angrily, chopping down towards Qin Xian. Buzz. The sword energy buzzed, the entire hall was suddenly shattered and the void blurred. On the other hand, a hint of gloom flashed under Qin Xian's eyes as he waved his hand to strike down a thunder ancient symbol, enveloping the grand hall. Miss Yu, there are some things I can't explain to you in time. You'll understand everything when you meet the young emperor. I'm offended. As the words fell, Qin Xian probed out with a palm, directly crushing the layers of sword intent into pieces. His palm, on the other hand, was descending from the heavenly town and was about to land on Yu Qingji. Qin Xian, it really is you. Just at this moment, a gentle and calm voice suddenly came from outside the great hall. In an instant, an unspeakable palpitation arose in Qin Xian's heart, only to see him slowly turn around. And sure enough, he was able to see that familiar white-clothed figure standing in the middle of the hall, looking at him with a playful and mocking look. The people of the Heavenly Sword sect. You killed them, didn't you? Ye lords in different words instantly caused Qin Xian to fall into an ice cellar, as if he had fallen into some sort of trap. Ye lords, don't spit blood. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. When I capture you, I will naturally be able to make you tell the truth. Ye lords' palms clenched, the gods and demons revived, and his fist smashed down. A wave of power far more magnificent and vast than before drooped down, crashing the sky and cracking the earth, instantly causing Qin Xian's urination to surge in his mouth to gradually open wide. How is that possible? When he had fought with Lord Yi before, the guy's power was far less terrifying than at this moment. Could it be that Lord Yi had hidden his cultivation? If so, why would he let himself go? At this moment, Qin Xian suddenly fell into a daze. If he wanted to resist the Yi lords, the only way was to perform the only selfless technique. But then, wouldn't his identity as an evil demon be exposed? If he didn't perform his magic skill, he would have ended up being punched by Lord Yi and died on the spot. Hiss, it doesn't seem like it's a good choice either way. Chapter 127 Lick the Road to Reward. Little sister stabbing me to the fullest extent to kill me. Ye lord, I just want to bring Miss Yu to meet my clan's young emperor. I don't mean anything else. Qin Xian's teeth were clenched tightly as he knew deep down that it was impossible to be a match for this Yi clan's divine son in Lord Yi's territory. Moreover, at this moment, Qin Xian vaguely felt as if he had fallen into a trap that wasn't just targeting him, but the entire Qin family. Oh, Yi lord's eyebrows were lightly raised, unimpressed. In fact, even if Qin Xian hadn't shown up that day, Lord Yi would have picked a member of the Qin clan and used the same method to pass on the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Forces like the everlasting Qin clan had deep roots, and there were more or less some conflicts within the clan. There would surely be some young people among them, eager to make a name for themselves and aspire to the supreme status of the Qin clan. Ye lords only needed to pick one person and make a slight move to cause him to be consumed by desire and completely fall into the devil's path. This was also why that day when Lord Yi came out of the world, he did not take up the 9 ancestral qi, but instead divided them equally among the 9 sequences of the Yi family. A power is truly strong when all are united. All people have the opportunity to become stronger in order to deal with all disasters and conspiracies together, and that demonic Qin clan member was the opportunity for Lord Yi to open the Qin clan's doorway and seize that one imperial seal. Qin Xian, as the divine son of the Qin clan, his appearance had undoubtedly given the Yi lords nothing more than more room to play. In fact, the Qin family's fate was sealed the moment Gu Mingyue revealed the whereabouts of the emperor's talisman. Buzz. At this moment, Yi Lord didn't hesitate at all as his fist seal smashed down, directly falling towards Qin Xian's head. Ye lords, you dare to kill me. Aren't you afraid of attracting the eternal life war? Qin Xian bellowed angrily as thunder boiled around him, strand by strand entwining his body. Above its head, 100-foot thunder phase stood with a boom, its eyes furious and majestic. Rumble, only to see that he similarly poked out an arm. Layers of thunder ripples churning and colliding brazenly with Lord Yi. In an instant, the entire hall was completely shattered, cracks running through it, and Qin Xian's figure even flew out backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. Before he could react from his shock, he saw Lord Yi stride in, and a sword gate above his head opened slowly, spewing out amazing waves of sword chi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Xian didn't dare to hesitate as demonic intent gradually lingered in his eyes. In the next instant, he suddenly poked out a palm and actually devoured all of the spirit radiance divine power that the Yi Lords had shot down. Looking from afar, at this moment, Qin Xian was like a cosmic black whirlpool, profoundly evil, swallowing all the spiritual opportunities of the heavens. This scene, moreover, caused Yu Qingji's beautiful eyes to slightly condense, her eyes becoming more and more cold and indignant. Devil, can't help it at last? Yi Lord's tone was icy cold as the sword chi around his body whistled, chopping down furiously towards Qin Xian. Clank! In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth was cut and shattered, and the sword patterns were like a sea. Even though Qin Xian had exerted his forbidden demonic power and was dazzled by a dark light, he still seemed powerless before this sword hide. Puff! As a sobbing sound came from him, this Qin clan divine son's physical body was immediately pierced through by the sword chi, and four terrifying bloody holes appeared in his chest. The lightning pattern magic intent on his body was even more gradually disorganized, and his face was pale. In the next instant, he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and the light of the thunder seed in the center of his eyebrow blossomed, reflecting the heavens. His figure, on the other hand, was wrapped in demonic intent, fleeing madly towards the distant darkness. Can you run? Yi Lord snorted coldly and stepped out. By its side, 10 ancient swords floated and whistled like a torrent of sword chi, penetrating towards Qin Xian. My lord! Looking at the two figures that gradually disappeared in the distance, a trace of unspeakable uneasiness suddenly arose in Yu Qingji's heart. At that moment, she could feel that the sword order in her hand, instead of calming down, was burning more and more. Could it be? Yu Qingji looked up at the top of the valley with an open mind, her eyes suddenly condensing. Where the moonlight shone, a young man in a golden robe stood with his arms folded and was looking at her with an incomparably gentle look. At that instant, Yu Qingji felt a strong wave of nausea and directly vomited. Qin Hao's face revealed a look of embarrassment as he stepped forward, his light burning brightly. The reason why he had asked Qin Xian to make a move was not because he was afraid of any Yi Lords or 8 Lords, but in order for Qin Xian to lure them away so as not to frighten his little sister. Buzz! Just as Qin Hao's figure appeared in front of Yu Qingji, he saw a ray of Qinghui's sword chi running through it, with infinite sharpness. Junior sister, I have no ill intentions. Qin Hao shook his head and smiled, not dodging or dodging, letting that strand of sword intent chop at his body, but failing to even break through his defense. At this moment, Yu Qingji finally believed that the person in front of her was most likely not an earthly being. His realm seemed to be even more terrifying than the Yi Lord Godchild, and it was simply not something that the current generation could contend with. No, we can't let him hurt the male. You have no malice? You have no malice? You exterminated my clan and took a shot at Lord Yi Lord? Yu Qingji's red lips pursed as she snorted coldly. Just some lower realm ants. Why should I put it in my heart? Junior sister, you are a 9 heavens sword immortal. How can you be emotionally attached to these ants? Qin Hao looked indifferent and shook his head. Griffin? In an instant, the remaining trace of confusion in Yu Qingji's eyes completely dissipated. It turned out that in the eyes of them, the beings of the upper realm, the cultivators of the 3000 Tao states were just ants that could be crushed with their hands. What about me? I'm also an ant in the lower realms now. Why do I need the young emperor to personally descend? Yu Qingji suddenly smiled, brightly. How can you be like them? You are the youngest sword immortal in the 9 heavens, a unique demon in the eyes of the immortal gods for all ages. Junior sister, don't worry, as long as you go back with me, I'll definitely find a way to help you awaken your memories and regain the pinnacle of the sword Tao. Qin Hao clenched his hands tightly, and divine radiance burst out from his golden eye pupils, as brilliant as the sun. So how do I know? Are you lying to me? Yu Qingji shook her head. Evil demons will never admit that they are evil demons, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's face froze and he wasn't annoyed. Now that the youngest sister had not yet awakened her memories, it was only right to be on guard against him. Junior sister, what exactly will make you believe me? I'm your senior brother, the young emperor of the Qin clan. Qin Hao, let me think. Yu Qingji held the sword order in her hand and walked up to Qin Hao, frowning and pondering. In the next moment, she suddenly inserted an order, directly into the place of Qin Hao's heart. It's better to die if you don't have quite a few emperors. I want to stay on Earth. Qin Hao's lips trembled as he looked down at the young girl in front of him, and there was actually a touch of appreciation and worship under his eyes. You still haven't changed a bit, junior sister, killing and decisive. Yu Qingji's eyes were slightly austere, but when she saw that no blood had burst out from the place where her sword order had been inserted, a chill arose in the bottom of her heart. Don't be afraid, little senior sister. In this life, I will definitely not let you suffer any more harm. As the words fell out, Qin Hao's palm probed out, intending to hold Yu Qingji's wrist. Evil demons are indeed cunning. I was almost fooled by you. Just at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from outside the distant hall. Only a white dress was seen descending from the sky. The immortal face was cool and awe-inspiring. Chapter 128 Taking the Nine Heavens Young Emperor as a whetstone. It's still you ye Lord Godson. Qin Hao frowned lightly, turning around to look at the white-clothed youth who was striding towards him, killing intent gradually lingering in his eyes. At this time, he did not hate Yu Qingji. After all, the youngest sister reincarnation has not yet awakened her memories. What he hated was this earthly god's son, who actually dared to mess with his senior sister's Taoist heart. Kiyoshi, come here. Lord Yi waved, not seeing too many waves on his face. Now that Qin Xian had escaped with serious injuries, he wouldn't be able to run far with Yu Ji watching over him. This is the Yi family's land, and the mountains and rivers are covered by the Yi family's legal formations for hundreds of millions of miles in every direction. Not to mention Qin Xian, even if his own father came, he would have to sacrifice. The reason why Yi lords didn't kill him was because he still had value. Earlier, Yi Zhantian had transmitted a message that the Qin family had come with a sage ancestor who wanted to talk to Lord Yi. How could Lord Yi miss this kind of creation that was delivered to his door? When he finished resolving Qin Hao, it was time to send Qin Xian's grandparents and grandchildren to ascend to heaven together. Little senior sister, you have to think clearly. You cultivate the emotionless Tao. Once you move your heart, you'll never be able to recover. Qin Hao looked solemn and drank in a deep voice. Yi Lord did not say much, quietly watching Yu Qingji walk over and obediently stand behind him. Pust, Ruthless Avenue, several handfuls of ruthless. Fine, if you dare to mess with junior sister's Tao heart, I will personally behead you today. Qin Hao laughed back in anger. Until this moment he still didn't mean to blame Yu Qingji, and put all the problems onto Yi lords. The lick empowerment is superb. Buzz. Just as Qin Hao took a step forward and the Tianji divine potential gradually boiled, a terrifying buzzing sound suddenly came from above the valley. One could only see a divine pattern falling from the sky, densely packed, illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. At the same time, an indescribably horrifying pressure swept down, instantly suppressing all of Qin Hao's divine machine emperor potential, and his realm was actually suppressed to the Mahayana level under these layers of spells. The figures of Yi Linglong, Yi Tsong, Yi Hao, Yi Qinghuang, and the others came in turn, all of them with spirit patterns flowing around their bodies and a murderous aura. The terrifying power of qi and blood was like a long river and angry sea, shaking the sky. The divine body, holy bones, and vast aura intertwined with each other, obscuring the divine opportunities of the ages. Even farther away, there was a hidden ancient aura standing at the end of the sky dome, looking down on this place. You guys. Qin Hao's throat rolled, his eyes staring tightly at the white-robed figure, a hint of palpitations hidden in the bottom of his eyes. This is Nine Heavens young Emperor Qin Hao, an Emperor blood heir. You guys try it first. As Yi Lord's words fell, Yi Linglong and the others immediately had a sinister smile on their faces. The young Emperor of the Nine Heavens? Such an opponent, a rare sight, was just the right thing to use to hone their Tao. At those words, Qin Hao's face became more and more hideous. At this moment, he finally understood. Dare this Yi family divine son was using him as a trial tool? The lower realm beings that were like ants in his eyes actually dared to humiliate him like this? Buzz. Right at this moment, Yi Linglong and the others directly struck out. Vast divine radiance rose up, and all sorts of divine spell seals smashed down, shattering the void of this place. Yi family sequence. Every one of them was a true top demon of the current generation with exceptional talent. At this moment, they struck out in unison. The holy bone sacred body and emperor blood divine might crushing down like a star exploding with incomparable brilliance. Just with you lower realm mole crickets, you want to kill this young emperor? Qin Hao let out a deep cry, obviously not expecting that Yi lords would actually be so arrogant and not follow common sense. At the top of its head, a golden emperor's shadow slowly emerged, its bloodline roaring and powerful. Even if his realm was suppressed at the Mahayana level, the Tao origin that he comprehended was still not something that Yi Linglong and the others could contend with. As Qin Hao's palm probed out, it looked like he was holding a golden millstone in his palm, crushing all spiritual might attacks into pieces. Hegemonic body divine form, San Tian hegemony fist. Yi Tsong shouted angrily, the dragon's horns snaked on his forehead, and a pair of tiger claws stamped down angrily, with an extraordinary domineering power. Beside him, Yi Hao's holy bones shone brightly, diffusing a saintly palm that pressed down from the sky, while above Yi Qinghuang's head, there was a golden great phoenix flying with its wings, covering the sky and the sun. Yi Ru and Yi Xingchen even performed their holy body aptitude, and the great star roared, vast and heavenly. In an instant, the entire hall was covered by heavy visions, and the sky collapsed, and Qin Hao's figure was annihilated in an instant, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. It's Yu Qingji's eyes trembled in shock as she gained a deeper knowledge of the Eternal Life family. Every Yi family sequence in the hall at this time had the talent to ask for the current generation, but now they were willingly following behind Lord Yi Lords, reduced to supporting roles in the great world. As an angry roar came, the Emperor body phantom above Qin Hao's head took a step with a loud bang. All sorts of divine patterns of laws drooped down, like an ancient emperor who had stepped in from the 9 heavens. Just by waving his big hand, he actually crushed that one-star phantom into pieces. Even Yi Qinghuang's ancient phoenix true body was suppressed by his only hand and crashed to the ground, shattering a large portion of the mountains and forests. Rumble. In the next instant, Qin Hao clenched his hands and pushed them horizontally towards Yi Tsang and Yi Hao. The moment the three's physical bodies collided, that piece of emptiness instantly fragmented, as if it had punched through the domain. Puff. In just a flash, the Yi family's group of serial celestial pride were suppressed by this 9 heavens young emperor alone, without much room for resistance at all. Now do you know the difference between you and the people of the 9 heavens? Yi Lord suddenly opened his mouth and said in a calm tone, don't think that just because you are invincible in the holy state, you can rest on your laurels. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and this immortal path never has an end. I hope that you will be able to abstain from arrogance in the future, and focus on the great Tao. Yes, Godson. Upon hearing this, a trace of guilt immediately flashed under the eyes of Yi Tsang and the others as they respectfully bowed down towards Lord Yi. Ever since they had their ancestral qi infuse their bodies and awakened a more powerful innate aptitude, they were indeed a bit of a sight for sore eyes. At the very least, in the eyes of Yi Tsang and the others, the only one in the 3000 Tao state who could truly crush them was Divine Sun Yi Lord. But at this moment, looking at the golden imperial shadow in the hall, they finally understood the good intentions of Lord Yi. The Divine Sun had risked his life and planned in every way to lure this 9 heavens young emperor to the Yi family just to hone their Tao. The Son of God, the great righteousness. You're actually using this young emperor as a whetstone for this group of ants? Qin Hao looked up to the sky and roared, never having been so humiliated even in the 9 heavens. However, you guys shouldn't be presumptuous. It's not as if the earthly heavenly prides are necessarily unable to defeat the 9 heavens imperial vein. As the words fell, Yi Lord's palm clenched violently, and the divine magic phase condensed with a bang, and on his one outstretched arm, there was even a bloodline divine radiance. Killing, chaos, time, all sorts of Tao breaths were offered up, and the divine and demonic particles roared. Qin Hao's eyes were slightly austere, and his heart was equally appalled. Mahayana 9. Moreover, this Yi family divine son had actually comprehended so many great Tao laws at the Mahayana realm? Rumble. He similarly probed out a palm, and patches of emperor lines peeled down, each strand resembling the derivation of a party's epic. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire valley was completely frozen. Everyone looked at the two gradually intertwining figures, and there was a strong flash of anticipation and exhilaration under their eyes. This time, will Yi Lords be able to prove his name for the earth again and continue the undefeated legend? Chapter 129, Innate Tao Bone Avatar, Young Emperor Shot to Death? Rumble. In an instant, light burst from this place, like 100,000 stars exploding at the same time, illuminating the night into a bright light. Puff. As a sobbing sound came, Qin Hao's body trembled, his eye pupils revealing endless horror and shock. His figure was even more woefully backward, blood spattering from his mouth, and that one probing arm even directly shattered. How can? Qin Hao muttered, looking down at his shattered palm in incomparable bewilderment. Although, now that he had only descended in disguise, the bloodline and origin flowing within his body were not comparable to earthly beings. Originally, Qin Hao thought that this time he came down to the realm, he would definitely be surrounded by people in front and behind him, and the scenery would be boundless. Who would have thought that he would be crushed by this Yi family's divine son in public, shattering an arm? Son of God, awesome! Yi Tsang and the others glanced at each other and heartily praised. Just now, they all exerted their innate divine abilities together, but they all failed to shake Qin Hao in the slightest. However, Lord Yi only used one punch to shatter his arm and collapse his emperor phase. Rumble. Yi Lord did not say much, and without a trace, he glanced at Yu Qingji. Today, he not only wanted to finish off Qin Hao, but also that past life sword soul in Yu Qingji's soul sea. Otherwise, when she truly revived, it would be a not so small threat to Lord Yi. Yi Lord, I admit that I underestimated you, but, Qin Hao took a deep breath, and an emperor pattern slowly emerged from his brow. In an instant, an ancient imperial might filled the entire heaven and earth. I am the son of a great emperor, immortal for ages. It is absolutely impossible for you to kill me. Oh, Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, his eyes deep and cold. In the next instant, surging immortal light suddenly erupted from his chest, as if it could easily pierce through the heaven and earth epics. The forced intention on Qin Hao's face completely solidified before it could dissipate, gently swallowing his saliva. At this moment, He actually sensed an innate Tao rhythm in this lower realm mole cricket? This kind of power was far more terrifying than the Emperor Blood divine might, and was enough to rival that of an innate deity, the heavenly robbing light. Lord Yi spoke indifferently, and the Tao bone in front of his chest roared and trembled, shooting out a 7-colored haze. Heaven and earth exploded, easily piercing through everything. As for Qin Hao, his face also changed abruptly, not expecting that Lord Yi had actually comprehended the innate divine ability at all. Puff! In an instant, Qin Hao's body was penetrated by this robotic light alive, and his bloodline withered. His figure even fell to the ground, his skin cracking all over his body, unable to resist the power of the great Tao contained in the robbing light. If you dare to kill me, the Qin family will not let you go. At the moment of life and death, a trace of fear finally appeared on Qin Hao's face, hissing in a deep voice. When did I say that I would spare the Qin family? Yi Lord's expression was gentle, his white clothes were awe-inspiring, and he always had a bland demeanor. This upper heavenly robbery light, which he had cast for the first time, was none other than his Tao bone divine ability. Nowadays, it seemed that even emperor-blooded demons would have trouble withstanding the innate might therein. What? Qin Hao's face froze, suddenly remembering the scene in the sword sect, his eyes suddenly condensed. It's you! Buzz. Before Qin Hao's words fell, he saw a sword pattern suddenly surround the tip of Lord Yi's finger, falling towards the hole in his eyebrow. Hey! Stop it! Right at this moment, a sigh suddenly escaped from Yu Qingji's mouth, and her temperament actually became incomparably cold in vicissitudes, different from that humble and sensitive sword sect maiden. Junior's sister, is that you? Qin Hao's lips trembled, and his entire body kept trembling from excitement. Finally shedding it? Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and there wasn't a single ripple on his face. In the next instant, he took a step on his feet and appeared in front of Qin Hao, and one of his fingers that was laced with sword chi directly pierced through the skull of this 9 heavens young emperor. You! Qin Hao's eyes glared roundly, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness, as his entire body collapsed and dissipated into soul light. Yi Lord, I remember you. I'll wait for you in the 9 heavens. Hey! Yu Qingji's eyes similarly flashed with a flash of killing intent as she coldly looked at Yi Lord. You're arrogant, but arrogance often comes with a painful price. Oh? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled. Su turned around to look at Yu Qingji. Senior has been dead for so long. Do you still think you're the 9 heavens sword immortal you once were? Hearing this, Yu Qingji's eyes grew colder and colder as she slowly nodded. It seems that killing a wisp of Qin Hao's soul consciousness incarnation has given you a great deal of self-confidence. But this physical body of mine is not a body outside of the heavens, and the rules of the great Tao of the holy state are useless to me. As the words fell, she directly stepped out, and the runic pattern on the sword order in her hand was dazzling. In Lord Ye's slightly astonished eyes, that one sword order even slowly extended. The divine radiance boiled and transformed into a 3-foot green blade held in Yu Qingji's hand. At that instant, a terrifying imperial momentum poured down, breaking the 10,000 paths. Godson, be careful. Yi Linglong and the others' complexions changed greatly, and they actually felt a Taoist rhythm that transcended life and death in this ancient sword. Oh, in response to this, Yi Lord did not have a trace of panic, slightly shaking his head, quietly watching that bronze ancient sword appear before his brow. Dang! With the sound of a gold and iron collision coming from the air, only to see a dry and thin palm suddenly poking out of the void, easily holding that ancient sword in a cage, hovering 3 feet in front of Yi Lord's eyebrows. Senior is right. This is the sacred state, my Yi family's land. Lord Yi smiled gently, and beside him, Yi Futian's figure slowly manifested, just like a mountain, giving a great shock. Although this sword soul was once a true sword immortal powerhouse above the 9 heavens, and its cultivation must be above the saint realm, but now she was only a remnant soul, and even if she borrowed Yu Qingji's physical body, she would never be able to exert true sword immortal strength. This is the Yi family where the emperor comes to stop. And how can a remnant soul do whatever it wants? Yu Qingji's pretty face stared slightly, and her eyes towards Lord Yi became more and more scornful. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this teenager's heart was really treacherous, both good and evil, with no bottom line, and was simply inscrutable. Qingji, if you can hear me, open up your divine soul and I can help you get rid of her. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent, but the words he said caused Yu Qingji's pupils to tighten and her body to gradually tense up. Yu Qingji, you have to think clearly. You and I are one. Yu Qingji, this Yi Lord is the real evil demon. He is using you. Are you mad, preferring to trust an outsider over me? Outsiders? An evil demon? All I know is that he was the one who gave me dignity and showed me the vastness of the immortal path. He was the one who told me to believe that I would become the great sword immortal, the one and only person in this world. The 2 voices kept resounding in Yu Qingji's soul sea, while that one sword soul even let out a burst of desperate hissing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This physical body is my bloodline reincarnation. You are just a wisp of my soul consciousness reincarnated. How dare you want to replace me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. By what right do you make me you? You're so powerful. Ah, you deserve to die in the 9 heavens. Buzz. Right at this moment, a bizarre slit suddenly cracked open at the center of Yi Lord's brow, only to see an ancient rune mark rise up and fall down towards Yu Qingji's soul sea cave. Kiyoshi, get ready. I'm going to start. Chapter 130, putting a long line to catch a great ant. Buzz. As the ancestral symbol of the great beginning crushed down from the sky, a look of pain immediately appeared in Yu Qingji's eyes. At this moment, she could feel that an incomparably vast and terrifying divine soul pressure was trying to penetrate her. In an instant, she had the feeling of being stuffed, and the sea of her soul shattered. My lord, it's too big, it's going to break. Until that one ancestral symbol completely disappeared into Yu Qingji's soul sea, and a wisp of Yi Lord's soul consciousness immediately manifested. At this moment, he saw that there were actually 2 soul consciousnesses here, which were facing each other. One of them was slightly blurry, surrounded by sword chi, with a cold temperament. It should be that one past life sword soul. Her aura was incomparably deep. If Yu Qingji's physical body was not too weak nowadays, I'm afraid that with the sage realm Yi Futian, he really might not be her opponent. My lord. Yu Qingji's red lips were slightly open, panting heavily. This feeling of being forcibly inserted into the sea of souls was hard to describe in words, and didn't seem to be much different from having one's physical body inserted. In an instant, a faint smoky haze rose on Yu Qingji's face. Her eyes dodged, not daring to look directly at Yi Lord at all. Ye lords, I have no grievances with you. Why do you have to put me to death? Sword Soul Yuji's voice was cold, and there was a hint of panic hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Under the illumination of that one Taichu ancestral symbol, she felt like this soul body of hers was going to shatter. Senior has misunderstood. How can we be considered to have no grievances? Qin Hao should be the one you lured here, right? Yi Lord shook his head and laughed, his eyes slightly sneering. The everlasting Qin family cultivates devilry and slaughters living beings. If there is no one behind them to shelter them, how would they dare to do whatever they want in my Yi family? Humph, believe what you want. Maybe this is all your secret work. Sword Soul Yuji's voice was cold. She didn't understand Qin Xian, but she understood Qin Hao. With the temperament of this eldest senior brother of his, he had always been high and mighty, and he simply didn't care to make a move to slaughter the ants of the lower realms. The sword sect was destroyed, and there was likely another conspiracy. No matter what Senior says, Qingji, have you thought it through? Is it better to be yourself, or to be a part of her? Yi Lord did not argue, but looked at Yu Qingji. Yu Qingji, think carefully. If this soul consciousness of mine is erased, you will never be able to awaken your sword body and regain your place among the sword immortals. My lord. At those words, Yu Qingji's eyes lightly trembled, clearly hesitating. Be yourself. I'm sure you can do it. Yi Lord's gentle demeanor gradually caused Yu Qingji's eyes to firm up. Good. Please help me suppress this ancient soul. Your Excellency. Yu Qingji, you're crazy. Buzz. This time, before the sword soul Yuji's words fell, he saw Lord Ye's palm lightly waving, controlling the Taichu ancestral symbol to descend from the sky and angrily smashing towards her. Yi Lord, you are sinister and cruel. Sooner or later you will get your retribution. Retribution? Yi Lord looked indifferent and slowly nodded. It seems that I am the retribution of my predecessor. You. Heaven and earth trembled. One could only see strands of the great Tao divine ripple dropping down, like a heavenly law net, sparse but not leaky. Under this divine soul might, not to mention a remnant soul, even a true supreme powerhouse wouldn't have the slightest room to struggle. In just one moment, that sword soul was completely shattered, turning into strands of soul light that spilled out. Qingji, quick! With a deep shout, Lord Yu suppressed and gathered these layers of soul light and sent them to Yu Qingji. My lord! Yu Qingji instantly understood Lord Ye's intentions and directly sat down in place, wrapping and refining that massive soul light and integrating it towards the sea of souls. Now that this sword soul had been erased of its consciousness by Lord Yi, it was like the purest divine soul essence. It contained Yuji's lifelong understanding of the Tao of the sword, or Yu Qingji's opportunity to truly awaken her sword body. Buzz. With a buzzing sound coming from him, Lord Yu reincorporated the Taichu ancestral symbol back into his soul sea, and a gentle smile appeared on his face immediately. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the sword soul origin of the daughter of heaven's destiny, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the Great Tao Soul Crystal, unlimited soul power. Please ask the host whether to fuse. Fusion. Lord Ye's eyebrows flicked up, and a 7-colored soul crystal instantly appeared in the sea of souls. In an instant, Yi Lord's entire soul sea began to boil. His divine soul realm, moreover, had directly crossed the Mahayana threshold and stepped into the heavenly mechanism level. one realm higher than the physical body realm. Now all that's missing is a divine soul technique. Lord Ye's eyes were deep as he muttered. From the time he was born until now, he had met quite a few heavenly fate people, but none of them had cultivated the divine soul. According to the dog system's nature, the return rewards that Ye Lords received were linked to the golden fingers of every heavenly fate. However, with this great Tao soul crystal, he didn't need to deliberately cultivate his divine soul anymore. Nowadays, his soul sea expanded on its own every second as his realm climbed. Hiss. It seems like it's possible to open the second seal of the reincarnation tower? Previously, Lord Yi had subdued Dao Ziling Tian and obtained this Lord of Reincarnation's innate magic treasure. 9 layers of reincarnation, 9 seals. In order to open the seal, a corresponding divine soul realm was required. Now that Yi Lord's divine soul had stepped into the heavenly plane, perhaps he could try to open the second layer of seals and take control of the second chaos god demon. As for the divine soul technique, if Lord Yi hadn't guessed wrongly, the small mountain village that Yi Fan had traveled to should have more than just one innate true spirit, and most likely a group of blind, crippled, deaf, or something like that. Each of these people was terrifying. All of them had supreme backgrounds and divine abilities, and among them, there must be good divine souls. At this time, Ye Lords were already somewhat looking forward to the next meeting with this smelly brother. It was also unknown whether that innate true spirit behind him was a willow tree or a peach tree, but it was most likely a stunning woman. Put in a long line and catch a great ant, son of God. In the great hall, Yi Linglong and the others' eyes trembled in shock. It always felt as if Lord Ye's aura had suddenly become much stronger. Release the news that Qin Xian is colluding with people from the upper realms, practicing demonic techniques, and intending to cause chaos in the sacred state. Now that Qin Hao was dead, even if it was just a divine soul incarnation, it would be a great loss for his main body. In a short period of time, this young emperor of the Qin clan would not risk descending to earth again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Lords would be able to uproot the everlasting Qin clan and seize that one emperor's order from their clan. Ninth ancestor, gather all the subordinate forces of my Yi family and come to the Yi family to stand by. Lord Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth. The godson is trying to. Yi Futian's old face trembled as he instantly guessed Lord Ye's intentions. Yes, 9 ancestors, is there any news from the hidden vein? Not yet, but an aura seemed to have appeared in the land of the lower realm earlier, related to that Yi family inheritance thing that the hidden vein took away earlier. Yi Futian let out a bitter smile, and there was a hint of hope hidden in the bottom of his eyes. If Lord Yi could really bring the hidden vein back to the sacred state, only then would the Yi family be considered truly complete. Down below, Yi Lord nodded gently. Not in a hurry, let's go. Follow me to capture evil demon Qin Xian. Rumble. All of a sudden, a sharp sound of breaking wind came from the Yi family land. Only one Yi family sequence could be seen stepping out of the great hall, following closely behind the Yi Lords, heading straight for the clan's borderland. At the same time, a shocking news spread almost throughout the entire sacred state. Qin Xian, the divine son of the Qin clan, actually colluded with the evil demons of the upper realm, practiced demonic techniques, and slaughtered the entire heavenly sword sect. Even, in order to cover up the crime, they even went so far as to infiltrate the Yi family just to wipe out Yu Qingji, the only survivor of the sword sect. In the end, Qin Xian's crimes were exposed, and he was publicly exposed by the Yi Lord Godchild, absconding all the way. Look, it's the Yi Lord Godson. Let's go. Follow and have a look. I haven't seen a real evil demon yet. At this time, many of the forces of the holy state had celestial pride appearing, following closely behind Yi Lords, just to witness this great cause of demon extermination. Why is it so lively outside? Clan Master Yi, did something happen? In the Yi clan's divine hall, that one Qin clan sage elder Qin Feng laughed, lightly sipping the tea in his cup. Oh, it's my Yi family's divine son who was leading a siege of evil demons. Yi Zhantian shook his head and smiled with Yi Langtian and the others at the temple. Rounding up evil demons? There are still evil demons in this world that dare to make trouble in the Yi family? Qin Feng's old face froze as he droned in a deep voice. I propose that we directly exterminate the evil demon's entire family after capturing him. Chapter 131 guessed that Yi Lords was the mastermind behind the scene, but could do nothing about it. Oh, hearing what Qin Feng said, Yi Zhantian and the other Yi family elders and elders' faces grew milder and milder as they smiled and nodded. It's still you, old ancestor Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned lightly, always feeling that there was something not quite right about the way Yi Zhantian and the others were looking at him. Hiss. Evil demon Qin Xian trespassed into the Yi clan, slaughtered the sword sect, and attempted to strike at my Yi clan's godchildren. Old ancestor Qin Feng, what do you say? As Yi Zhantian's words fell, Qin Feng's entire body went numb, and it was as if his heavenly aura had been lifted off. Of course he didn't believe that Qin Xian was a devil, much less that he dared to strike out at Lord Yi. The only possibility was that Qin Hao had already provoked the Yi Lords, drawing retaliation from the Yi family. Ha, ha ha ha, Clan Master Yi really knows how to joke. My Xian'er's Thunder Saint body, the most masculine to the most rigid. I'm afraid even a dog wouldn't believe you when you say that he's an evil demon, right? Qin Feng shook his head and pretended to be calm. So, old ancestor Qin Feng thinks we're worse than dogs? Yi Zantian nodded gently and gave a wink towards Yi Linxian at His Highness. Buzz. At this moment, Yi Linxian didn't even have half a word of nonsense. His palm probed out, vastly expanding the sky and the earth. At that instant, the entire hall seemed to have turned into his world, with the sound of the Tao bursting forth and all the laws coming together. Yi Zhantian, you dare to kill me. Aren't you afraid of attracting the eternal life war? To tell you the truth, my Qin family's ancestor has already sent a decree in the 9 heavens, preparing to receive my clan's ascension. Qin Feng's face was pale, and under this vast power, he only felt that his blood was stagnant and his soul was about to split. He was only a saint realm, while the Yi Linxian in front of him was a true supreme powerhouse, and there was not a single ounce of resistance. There's no need to go through so much trouble. My Yi family will directly send you to ascend to heaven. Yi Linxian spoke indifferently, and a golden handprint came down from the sky. You! Qin Feng's teeth were clenched, and the lightning patterns around his body boiled. True dragons and great phoenixes, the epics of the heavens were diffused in thunder, opening up the heavens and the earth. Just the moment these various visions touched Yi Linxian's handprint, they were all worn out. Puff! As for this Qin clan saint, he even directly collapsed to the ground, his bones shattering. My Yi family is the most disciplined. Didn't you say that it's impossible for Qin Xian to be a devil? Then I'll take you there to see. But I hope that old ancestor Qin Feng will remember what he said, that if Qin Xian is a devil, then I'll invite all the ancestors of the Qin clan to their deaths. Yi Linxian smiled elegantly, but the words that came out of his mouth screamed for people's scalps to tingle, only to see his palm probe out and directly grip Qin Feng's head, lifting his entire body up. No, a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Buzz. Meanwhile, in a silent mountain forest at the border of the Yi family, light and haze flowed in this place, and the mist was soaring, surging with amazing Daoist divine energy. Lord Yi and a group of Yi family sequences descended from the sky, followed by many sacred state celestial pride, most of them coming to watch the fun. This is where Qin Xian last disappeared. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he pointed to a dark mountain in the distance. There are great demons hibernating in this mountain. Poisonous miasma is everywhere. It will be searched by my Yi family's people. Gentlemen, the mountains and forests outside of here will be left to you? Don't worry, Divine Son. Qin Xian won't be able to escape with his wings today. The crowd of proud women of the sacred state patted their chests and swore with conviction. Go on. Yi Lord nodded gently and watched these heaven's remarkable heirlooms walk into the mountains and forests, the smile on his face becoming more and more gentle. At this moment, he could sense that Qin Xian's aura was in this ancient forest. I don't need to tell you what a desperate and seriously injured evil demon will do I? Even if at this moment, Qin Xian had guessed everything, there was simply no choice left. If he wants to prove his innocence, he has to survive at the very least. Deep in the mountains, the grass is lush, only to see a figure covered in blood prostrate on the banks of a spiritual spring, drinking the spring water with a big mouthful. It was none other than Qin Xian who had fled to this place. Damn it! If this continues, the terror will bleed to death before it escapes the Yi family. Qin Xian's face turned pale as he looked down at the 4 horrifying bloody holes in his body. No matter how much he activated his saint body divine might, he was simply unable to cause the wound to heal. Even the sword chi in it was like a maggot attached to his bones, constantly eroding towards his body. I'm afraid that it won't take long for this fleshly body of his to be shattered by the sword chi, and his vitality will be exhausted. Previously, he had already tried to transmit his voice to the clan, asking the old ancestors to come and save him. But who knows? The entire Yi family land has a divine pattern prohibition, which outsiders simply cannot break. Damn! Qin Xian looked chagrined, and in his heart, he had already guessed the beginning and end of the matter. Perhaps, from the moment he met Lord Yi outside of Wanbao City, he had already fallen into the trap of this Yi family's divine son, and the one who had passed on his demonic skills was most likely one of the Yi lords as well. This Yi clan's divine son was the true Black Hand, the evil devil, behind the entire chess game. However, all of this was Qin Xian's speculation, and with his current situation there was no chance of exposing the Yi lords. Buzz. Right at this moment, a sudden sound of breaking wind came from behind Qin Xian, only to see a young girl dressed in green clothes with a gentle appearance stride in, breaking the tranquility of the forest. In the next instant, her face went abruptly pale, and her mouth drifted open. Crap! Groove? Buzz. Qin Xian's eyes trembled in shock, not daring to hesitate at all as the divine seed in his brow pierced through the void and shot directly into the mouth of the green-clothed woman. Puff! and this proud woman whose cultivation had reached the divine will realm had her head exploded, splattering blood and bones in all directions. There was a warm sensation as blood shot onto Qin Xian's face. At this moment, there was a scarlet light gradually flickering in his eyes, and his demonic intent revived. Buzz. As Qin Xian's palm probed out, it imprinted on the woman's chest. In an instant, her flesh and bloodline rapidly dried up and turned into withered bones at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the injuries on Qin Xian's body actually gradually recovered. His breath volatile. What are you doing? Above the void, an angry shout suddenly came from the sky, instantly attracting countless gazes from the surroundings. One could only see a figure running and sweeping in from all directions, looking at that aurora-tinged demonic shadow, with a dense shock in the bottom of their eyes. Qin Xian, Golem. Who would have thought that the divine son of the Qin family, a saint body demon, would actually be a demonic cultivator? Buzz. This time, however, Qin Xian did not utter a single word of nonsense as he held both palms horizontally, sealing off the entire heaven and earth. Terrifying thunder patterns swept out, transforming into a thunder curtain that reached the heavens, diffusing all sorts of divine abilities as purple thunder kept bombarding down. In a matter of moments, the flesh of a group of sacred state celestials was torn apart alive. Qin Xian, on the other hand, was like an epical black whirlpool, devouring all the blood chi and remnants of souls around him. Qin Xian, you are indeed here. In the next instant, a void palm print suddenly came down from the sky. The Qiankuan broke, crushing all the mountains, forests and ancient trees into pieces, and the spirit radiance that had just lit up on Qin Xian's body broke in an instant as his entire body exploded. Chapter 132 Taishian Thunder Seed Shocking Heavenly Changes. Gu Mingyue's Cautiousness. Above the void, a white-clothed figure stepped forward, his immortal face cold and indifferent, his pupils chilled. Godson. Upon seeing the visitor, the crowd of sacred state celestials in the mountain forest instantly went limp and burst into hot tears. It was so close. If the Yi Lord Godchild had come a moment later, I'm afraid that at this point, they would all have been sucked dry by Qin Xian. Who would have thought that this evil demon would actually be so insidious, hiding right in the outer mountains and forests, waiting for an opportunity to hunt down and kill the heavenly pride that entered this place. Regarding this point, they had truly misjudged Qin Xian. In Qin Xian's state just now, he didn't dare to easily intrude into the distant forbidden mountain for fear of being swallowed by the demonic beasts within. Buzz. Right at this moment, Qin Xian's shattered flesh suddenly had a streak of thunderous divine sunlight lingering around it, stitching his flesh and bones together and gradually restoring them. And his breath. Not only did it not wither for a moment, but it became more and more surging and volatile. This scene immediately caused the hearts and minds of the crowd to tremble with an indescribably sinister feeling. Ye Lord. As a hiss filled with resentment resounded, Qin Xian slowly stood up, his entire body seeming to be cast by celestial thunder, its silver light shining brightly. What was even more frightening was that his pair of eye pupils were bleeding black color, just like a thunder demon that came out from the hell. Intertwining light and darkness, many divine and volatile thunder pattern laws surfaced around him, as well as the grievances of the living beings that he had devoured. As soon as this aura appeared, it caused the faces of all the heavenly pride present to change drastically. Even Yitsang and the others had rich palpitations flashing in their eyes. You're actually the evil one standing behind the curtain, aren't you? Qin Xian's complexion was gloomy, and his demonic eyes flashed with a shocking hatred. It was you who forced me into a desperate situation outside of Wanbao City, and conspired with the evil demons to pass on my demonic skills, and purposely let me leave. And now you forced me into a desperate situation, making me have to devour living beings to survive. All of this is you. Heaven and earth are silent. Everyone looked at the Qin Xian that stood in the mountain forest with a fierce expression, and there was a dense shock in the bottom of their eyes. Put, ha 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 ha. Immediately afterward, a burst of laughter resounded, spreading over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. In particular, the sneers in the eyes of the crowd caused the anger in Qin Xian's heart to rub up against him. He's clearly telling the truth, yet he's being ridiculed so much by these idiots. At this moment, they didn't even realize that in Lord Ye's eyes, these sacred state celestial pride were also just feeding on the flesh and blood of him, an evil demon, and were no different from livestock. Qin Xian, at the end of your life you actually want to falsely accuse the Yi Lord Godchild. That's right, if Divine Son Yi Lord is an evil demon, wouldn't there be no good people left in the 3,000 Tao states? Even if the Son of God is evil, we love him. The crowd of sacred state celestial pride snorted loudly, paying no heed to the resentment in Qin Xian's eyes. You guys, well, Qin Xian laughed back in anger, and in the next moment, he finally couldn't hold back his heart's murderous intent as he ran towards the Yi Lords. Rumble, terrifying thunder divine lines ran through heaven and earth, violent and raging, breaking the entire mountain forest. That one thunder phantom that was 100 feet tall was even more like a hill, A random palm drop could cause the void to shatter and mountains and rivers to turn into ash. In an instant, there were many sacred state celestial pride in this place who were annihilated by this thunder radiance, their flesh exploding. On the other hand, not a single ripple was visible on Lord Ye's face as he quietly watched that one big handprint of thunder crush down from the sky, obscuring the clouds and the sun. Rumble. Miles and miles of land, mountains and rivers broken. In the next instant, there was a sudden boiling of sword chi around Lord Ye's body, and sword chants rang out suddenly. Clang, only to see a golden ancient sword piercing through the cloud dome, colliding brazenly with that thunder seal, followed by a second handle, a third, a fourth. It wasn't until the sixth ancient sword chopped down in a fish-like fashion that one Dharma seal was completely shattered. As for Yi Lord's figure, he stepped into the cloud vault and appeared in front of Qin Xian. Rumble. He slammed his fist out once more, and the divine and demonic aura revived on his arm, dropping down several types of great Tao laws: killing, reincarnation, power, time. In an instant, the world in front of Qin Xian's eyes stagnated as fiery flames churned and reincarnation reappeared. Puff! The lightning pattern phantom outside his body even shattered with a loud bang, falling down into the mountains and forests once again. Fresh blood mixed with internal organs splattered out. At this point in time, Qin Xian was clearly at the end of his rope. In the distant void, a silhouette wearing a black embroidered gold phoenix robe stood quietly, with a hint of a shallow smile hidden on her absolutely beautiful face. Gu Mingyue looked at the Qin Xian who had crashed to the ground in a sorry state, unable to fight back, and did not see a single ripple in her phoenix eyes. From the moment she had met this Qin clan's divine son outside of Wanbao City, she had already predicted his downfall. Gu Mingyue just didn't expect that Yi Lords could actually make him successfully cultivate the devil's power in such a short period of time and break his own back. This guy's hold on the human heart is getting scarier by the minute. Even if Qin Xian told the truth of the matter, these sacred state celestial pride simply didn't believe it nowadays. It can't go on like this. Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly, and a smoky haze suddenly rose on her fair face. Nowadays, if she wanted to suppress the demonic intent in Yi Lord's body, she could only use her Xian mare body to refine it little by little. This process was bound to be treacherous, and even Gu Mingyue would have to endure great risks. Buzz. Right at this moment, Gu Mingyue's eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of surprise as she looked down at a golden rune mark in her hand, her eyes slightly condensing. Did you find it? Before she handed over the compass to Lord Yi at first, she had left a supreme seal in it. As long as Lu Yun was able to detect the Emperor Talisman aura, Gu Mingyue would be able to sense it. Such tactics, she still learned from Lord Yi. Nowadays, it seemed that this treasure-hunting mouse picked by Lord Yi was indeed good and extremely efficient. Rumble. In the mountains and forests, a terrifying thunderous sound once again came from the mountains and forests. Qin Xian struggled to get up, and a ray of brilliant silver radiance suddenly lit up at the center of his brow. One could only see that one ancient thunder seed rising slowly, suspended above the sky, reflecting the divine scenery of the heavens, the earth and rivers. In an instant, a burst of mysterious Tao sounds came from the ears of the crowd, shocking the hearts of the people. Ye lords, even if I die today, I will reveal your true colors. Qin Xian clenched his teeth as his body's bloodline boiled, pouring in towards that one thunder seed. This Tao divine seed was one of the two major divine objects left on earth by the ancestors of the Qin clan. It was said that it contained a true 9 heavenly tribulation thunder, and once it was offered, it was a true power of annihilation. In Qin Xian's opinion, Lord Yi had repeatedly pushed him into a desperate situation and performed demonic feats. Why couldn't he return the favor and force Yi Lords into a corner? At that time, Lord Yi would likewise put aside his concerns and exert the most powerful means to save his life. Only I am the only one who can do the work. This forbidden art was the most powerful divine ability feat Qin Xian had ever seen, bar none. Buzz. In the next instant, the Taishian thunder seed suddenly cracked open a slit. Among them, a strand of dark golden thunder meandered and swept around, tearing that piece of emptiness apart and shattering it in an instant. As soon as this aura appeared, it caused heaven and earth to dim and the great Tao to wither. This is innate power. Chapter 133. Heavy pupils are the true invincible. Is Mingyue watching the fountain tonight? Ha 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 ha. Ye lords, I'll see how you can resist this 9 heavenly Xian thunder. Qin Xian stood in the void, cloaked in hair and looking as if he was insane. As the divine son of the Qin clan, he should have been the supreme demon of this sacred state, admired by all, but now he was counted by Ye lords, and fell into the trap step by step, and was reduced to an evil demon that everyone shouted at. Today, he could die, but Lord Yi must be buried with him. Rumble, heaven and earth quake, as that one thunder seed slowly cracked open. It was like a lotus flower blooming, bursting out with mysterious and radiant light. Under this breath, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers were turned into pieces, and the mountains and forests were burned out, just like the end of the world. Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue's figure descended from the sky and landed beside Lord Yi, a hint of gravity hidden on her pretty face. Yi Lord's eyebrows raised lightly as he looked Gu Mingyue up and down, and at the bottom of his eyes was a touch of undisguised amazement. He hadn't seen this fiancée since he returned to the Yi family. Now that she took the initiative to show up and changed into the black embroidered gold cheongsam that Su Qingyan had customized for her, it was obvious that she was from a bad place. See what? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, her heart suddenly a little ashamed. What time is this? Yi Lord actually still has the heart to appreciate her makeup dressing? My lady tonight. It seems like something is different. In the past, Gu Mingyue had always shown herself in a large red phoenix robe, loose and graceful. Now she was in this black and gold cheongsam, which appropriately outlined her figure in a delicate manner. Vaguely, Yi Lord was able to see the amazing snowy whites exposed in the hem of his skirt, and his eyes grew more and more playful. Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth as a smoky haze gradually rose on her pretty face. Behind the two, Yi Linglong's eyes rippled as she gently gulped. 9 heavenly metaphysical thunder. Extinction divine tribulation. It was at this moment that Qin Xian finally exhausted the last ounce of spiritual energy as well as the thunder holy intent within his body, completely catalyzing that one thunder seed, only to see a golden thunder ripping through the sky, slamming furiously towards Lord Yi. The heavens and the earth were broken, and all the ages became ashes. At this moment, everyone could see that in the void where the dark golden thunder had scratched through, a dark and bizarre rift quietly emerged, as if it had torn open the extraterrestrial world. Success? Yi Lord's expression was gentle, and a divine glow gradually burst out from his heavy pupils. The reason he had been waiting for Qin Xian to activate the Thunder Seed was to utilize the saint body bloodline of this divine son of the Qin clan to sacrifice this 9 heavens Xian thunder in the Thunder Seed. To Lord Yi, the value of this thunderbolt was even more precious than Qin Xian's life. Buzz. As Lord Yi stepped out, the pupils of his 2 eyes actually seemed to transform into divine whirlpools. Rippling. A bizarre force of time quietly filled the entire heaven and earth, diffusing the chaos of the heavens and the earth, the scene of the ages. Between the bursts of various colors of divine light, it was as if all the spirit pattern laws had suddenly come to a standstill. In the eyes of Qin Xian as well as the crowd of Heavenly Pride's terrified eyes, the heavenly thunder that was enough to destroy the earth actually directly disappeared into the pupils of the Yi Lord's eyes and vanished without a trace. Rumble. It was only in the next instant that the temporal order of this place was completely restored, the divine sound swirling and the great Tao rippling. How can? Qin Xian's body trembled as a mouthful of blood was directly ejected. He had heard many legends about heavy pupils, what with piercing through time and foreseeing the future, but he never dreamed that the true power of this pair of eye pupils was actually melting the world's laws. Divine might. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and endless ripples suddenly rippled in his heavy pupils. In one of them, purple flames churned as if it could easily burn the heavens. In the other one, the thunder pattern was sinuous, as if it was captive to a true dragon of the 9 heavens. In the darkness, Yi Lords are dressed in white austere and transcendent, and a single ray of eye light makes the hearts and minds of the people present tremble and bow down in worship. Heavy pupils are truly invincible. Yi Tsong, Yi Hao and the others glanced at each other, and there was a strong shock and bitterness under their eyes. With the might of this 9 heavens Xian Lei, not to mention them, even Yi Chen's desolate ancient sacred body could not possibly resist it head-on. As an object of inheritance of the everlasting Qin family, this thunder seed was born at the beginning of the swift ages, when heaven and earth were nurtured. However, Lord Yi had integrated it into his eye pupils by virtue of the heavy pupil divine might. It was hard to imagine how terrifying a ray of his eyes should be at this time. Only Gu Mingyue, with her red lips pursed slightly, instantly guessed the intentions of Lord Yi. This fellow's delay was actually utilizing Qin Xian's thunder saint body to warm up the thunder seed, draining the entire value of this divine son of the Qin clan. Simply bad. Empress Gu, are you free? The spirit spring in my chambers will spray tonight. Oh. Yi Linglong quietly walked up to Gu Mingyue and asked softly. Gu Mingyue frowned lightly and did not say anything. She always felt that the way Yi Linglong looked at her, as if something wasn't quite right. It can't be. It must be an illusion. Qin Xian collapsed to the ground, his spiritual energy and blood veins nearly dried up. At this moment, his Tao heart completely collapsed, unable to comprehend how a contemporary could be so powerful to such an extent. We're all everlasting divine sons, all 18 or 19 years old. What makes you so powerful? Xianer. A shocked voice suddenly came from above the void, only to see a pale figure descend from the sky and crash down beside Qin Xian. The 3 ancestors, you're finally here. Seeing the visitor, a flash of hope suddenly flashed through Qin Xian's bleak eyes as tears welled up. Xianer, you really practiced magic? Qin Feng's eyes were bitter, and the whole person seemed like he had suddenly aged 100,000 years and was deathly pale. Old ancestor, it was Lord Yi who framed me. Qin Xian frowned lightly, always feeling that something wasn't quite right with the old ancestor's aura. It seems kind of dead? Old ancestor Qin Feng, you've seen it all. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Before Qin Feng could open his mouth, the figures of Yi Linxian and the others came and stood above the sky dome. Supreme powerhouse. In an instant, a palpitating look appeared on the faces of everyone present, shocked by Yi Linxian's aura. Yi family, bully too much. Suddenly, holy lines surrounded Qin Feng's body, and he suddenly gripped Qin Xian's head, intending to tear open the void and send him away from this place. With Qin Xian's saint body talent, even if he lost the Taishan Thunder Seed, he would definitely be able to step into the supreme level in the future. Now it seemed that this was clearly a conspiracy against the Qin family and against Qin Xian. Buzz. Seeing this, Yi Linxian's eyes however flashed with a hint of mockery as his palms probed out, and the vast Qi pressed down from the sky, directly crushing Qin Feng's figure on the ground. In an instant, this Qin clan saint's physical body was completely shattered and torn apart. Qin Xian's figure, on the other hand, fell to the ground and was tackled by Yi Tsang and Yi Hao. Qin Xian cultivates demonic powers and disrupts heaven and earth, and Qin Feng, as the oldest ancestor of the Qin clan, not only doesn't think of repentance, but instead aids and abets in the abuse of the world. An unforgivable crime. Yi Linxian glanced at Yi Lords, and a flash of astonishing battle intent suddenly flashed through the pale pupils of his eyes. My Yi family will crusade against the Qin family in the coming days, to give an account for the human sages who once fought through the dark turmoil, and to give justice to the celestial beings. Chapter 134. Gu Mingyue asked where the immortal pool was, so it was probably because she wanted to share a bath? What? On the faces of Qin Feng and Qin Xian, a flash of intense resentment and anger immediately flashed across their faces. What they feared most, still happened. Yi Lord's move wasn't to behead Qin Xian at all, it was purely aimed at the Qin family. Ancestor Yi, I, Qin Xian, am a one-man operation. It's me who practiced the devil's technique, and it has nothing to do with the Qin family. At this point, Qin Xian no longer had any way to retreat. He only hoped that he could take this calamity alone and gain a ray of hope for the Qin family. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord and Yi Linxian exchanged glances, both with a refined and light smile on their faces. Qin Feng, on the other hand, closed his eyes in despair, and spiritual sunlight gradually surrounded his shattered flesh in a vain attempt to make a last-ditch effort. With the heart of the Yi Lords and Yi Linxian's grandchildren, how could they easily let the Qin family go? It was only at this moment when Qin Xian took the initiative to admit to practicing the devil's skill that he had completely cut off the Qin family's path of retreat. It's good that you admit it. With a light wave of his palm, Yi Lord directly included Qin Xian and Qin Feng in the reincarnation tower. Instead, he took Gu Mingyue's palm and turned towards the center of the clanland. At this moment, Yu Qingji was still cultivating, and when she had completely fused that 9-heaven sword soul, she would inevitably forge a true heavenly destiny body. That's when this sword immortal template will show its colors. You point in a direction. I'll only make one sword strike. Yi Lords, what are you going to do next? Gu Mingyue's eyes lightly trembled as she looked at the Yi Lord beside her, her heart somewhat inexplicably nervous. I'll do whatever, in whatever position you like. Yi Lord's gentle demeanor instantly caused Gu Mingyue's face to freeze, and there was a hint of resentment hidden in the bottom of her eyes. I'm talking about the Qin family. Oh, Qin Xian cultivates devilish techniques and swallows people's cultivation, so of course he's going to execute all 10 clans. Yi Lords, the Qin family is also an eternal life family with deep roots, and will not compromise easily. Don't worry, my lady, a mere Qin family is not enough to worry about. As far as Lord Yi knew, the Qin family only had a total of 3 old ancestors, and now one of them had already been killed by Yi Linxian. Yi Linxian, on the other hand, was only the 8th ancestor of the Yi family, and there were a full 7 other Yi families that were stronger than him. The Eternal Family? In the 3000 Road State you call me the Eternal Life Family. I won't pick on you. Out of the 3000 Road State. Oh, Gu Mingyue wanted to say something, but suddenly thought of something else. Right, Yi Lord, I might not have gone to the Qin family with you. I'm going out. Where to? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised. The playfulness in his eyes was even more so when he looked at Gu Mingyue's inner shame, and instantly guessed what he was thinking. Poof! Gu Mingyue snorted coldly and lightly waved her palm, only to see a golden ancient talisman appear out of thin air, blossoming with a 7-colored haze. This divine talisman is connected to the power of the compass in Lu Yun's hand. He should have found the whereabouts of the Emperor talisman. Oh, Yi Lord looked Gu Mingyue up and down. Your mother has learned to be bad. Actually using others as well? Didn't I learn that from you? Gu Mingyue blankly glanced at Yi Lords. Her expression gradually became grave. Yi Lords, Lu Yun is not simple. The people of Yuntai are the best at calculating, using a small amount of money to make a big difference. We absolutely cannot allow him to get any of the Emperor talismans. Mother, don't worry. For my husband's means, don't you know it best? Lord Yi smiled and nodded. When he had deliberately sent little Blackie to Lu Yun's side, it was evident that he valued this man of heaven's destiny. Unlike Qin Xian carried the demonic name purely for the purpose of overthrowing the Qin family. Lu Yun, on the other hand, carried a demonic name in order to cut off his arms and legs, so that he could only hide in the shadows. In this way, even if his mind was against the heavens, he would have no use for it. With the chaotic demon ape following him, it would be difficult for Lu Yun to escape the palm of the Yi Lords no matter how much he hid his identity. Lord Yi, that immortal pool you took me to last time. Gu Mingyue suddenly pursed her lips, wanting to speak. Your wife wants to share a bath with my husband? That's exactly what I want to do. No. Gu Mingyue shook her head in a panic. My 9 heavens. Dao body is still short of the last Qian seal before it can become small, so I want to borrow the immortal pool for a while. Oh, I thought my lady was ready to be honest with my husband. Yi Lord shook his head, a hint of disappointment flashing under his eyes. But then again, when does your mother intend to fulfill her promise? When my Dao body becomes small, I will double cultivate with you. As the words fell, Gu Mingyue immediately swept towards the direction of the immortal pool, the tips of her ears turning red as she fled. At this time, she had already made up her mind that even if she gave it, she would definitely give Lord Yi the most perfect version of herself. At the same time, the news of Qin Xian cultivating a devilish technique to devour the sacred state's heavenly pride, as well as the news of the Qin clan's sage ancestor Qin Feng striking out to shelter and being suppressed on the spot by Yi Linxian, instantly spread throughout the 3,000 Dao states. Upon hearing this letter, countless immortal sect masters and great sect holy masters stood up and verbally attacked the Qin family. The originally calm sacred state suddenly fell into a bizarre depression. The gazes of all the clans converged on top of the Yi family, as if they had something to look forward to. Since ancient times, there has been a saying in the 3,000 Dao states that one leaf presses down on all ages. However, the world did not have a clear concept of just how powerful the everlasting Yi family had become. Now that the two great families were about to break out in an eldritch war, or their only chance to peek into the Yi family's depths, Qin family land, one could only see Qin Tian sitting on the hall, his expression incomparably gloomy. Clan Lord, the Yi family is bullying people too much. We must not sit back and wait for death. Yes, I don't believe that Shin'er cultivates devilish skills. It must be the Yi family who deliberately set him up. In the hall, one of the Qin family elders gritted their teeth, their qi and blood shocking the heavens. They also didn't expect that the Yi family would be so ruthless and without any concern, directly suppressing Qin Xian and the 3 ancestors. Moreover, it seemed that they hadn't heard any news from young Emperor Qin Hao since the beginning. It was as if this young emperor from the 9 heavens had never appeared at all. It's too late to say anything. Qin Tian sighed lightly. Qin Xian had now fallen into the hands of the Yi family and was at their mercy. Regardless of whether or not he had practiced magic, the Yi family said that if he had practiced it, he had practiced it, and there was no way to refute it. Compared to these, what Qin Tian really cared about was Qin Xian's life. Not only had this divine son of the Qin clan awakened the same thunder saint body as his ancestor, but he had also integrated the Taishian thunder seed into his body with his contemporary body. His lower limit, at least, was the peak of supreme, and his upper limit was immeasurable. Clan Lord, should we ask for help from the imperial court? Qin Yen, the Qin family's grand elder, spoke in a calm tone, not seeing too many ripples on his withered face. The Qin family had existed for endless years and had seen too many storms. Although the Yi family was strong, wanting to easily overthrow the Qin family was tantamount to a fool's errand. At the very least, in Qin Yan's opinion, as long as the battlefield was in the Qin family's land, this battle was a match made in flagstones. The imperial court? After pondering for a moment, Qin Tian's figure abruptly disappeared from its original location and appeared before a large abyss in the back of the mountain, only to see there an old man wearing hemp clothes and a straw raincoat sat in the void, holding a bamboo pole and fishing for the 10,000 miles of cloud sea below. Strangely enough, the bamboo roots were empty of any fishing line. Qin Tian pays his respects to second ancestor. Qin Tian bowed, his expression incomparably respectful. This one in front of him was Qin Xuan, the true supreme elder of the Qin clan, who specialized in the Xianhuan deduction way. Now that the longevity war between the two Qin Yi clans was about to break out, Qin Tian wanted the second ancestor to do some math to see if there was still a chance for this war to turn around. I already know what you came for. Qin Xuan violently lifted his rod, but he saw a palm-sized silverfish being fished out from the sea of clouds, transforming into a dragon and draped with 10,000 strands of lightning patterns. Second ancestor, I don't know how much chance my Qin family has of winning this battle. 37 it is. Qin Xuan slowly got up and looked toward a bright and blurry thunderous sun at the end of the sea of clouds. This thunder sun, standing at the top of the sea of clouds, symbolized the Qin family's immortal fortune for all eternity. Sanchi, my Qin family still has a chance. The 3 veins of the Yi family are enough to destroy my Qin family 7 times. Chapter 135 Swallowing Saints. Refining the Sacred Body. One Step to Heaven. Golem. Qin Tian's mouth slightly opened as he looked at the serious second ancestor in front of him and gently swallowed his saliva. 3 veins of the Yi family can destroy the Qin family 7 times? Doesn't this mean that the Qin family couldn't even defeat any of the 9 Yi family lineages? But the matter is not without its turn. Qin Chuan sighed. His eyes were incomparably deep as lightning patterns flowed in his eyes. Please ask the second ancestor for clarification. Bring my Qin family's second great Tao divine artifact and go beg divine Sun Yi Lord to be magnanimous. As Qin Chuan's words fell, the glimmer of hope that had just risen in Qin Tian's eyes was instantly dashed. Second ancestor. This is the Qin family's only chance. Of course, if you are willing to fight, my old bones will also fight one more time for the dignity of the Qin family. In Qin Chuan's opinion, the Yi lords must have something in mind when they were racking Qin Xian's brains. As for the Qin clans truly worthy of his coveting, aside from the Taishan thunder seed in Qin Xian's hands, the only thing left was this divine object in the sea of clouds. Since Lord Yi had suppressed Qin Xian and wanted to start the eternal life war, it was evident that his goal wasn't just the Taishan thunder seed. As long as the Qin family was willing to hand over the second divine artifact, it might be possible to quell this calamity. Of course, this lull is only temporary. This immortal path has always been weak and strong. Once the Qin family loses the 2 divine objects, it will surely decline in less than 10,000 years, and sooner or later, it will be replaced by someone else. Second ancestor, is there really no other way? The way is not without, but it's not in the hands of my Qin clan. It depends on whether or not that one in the sky is willing to tear themselves apart from the Yi clan. Qin Xuan shook his head and stood side by side with Qin Tian before the great abyss in silence. Meanwhile, the center of the holy state, only a golden-robed youth stood in the heavenly divine city, overlooking the earthly mountains and rivers. At this time, not a single ripple was visible in the pupils of his golden eyes, revealing an inexplicable vicissitude. Behind him, there stood a figure wearing a green and white robe with a silver and white ghost face. The pair of exposed eyes, cold and indifferent, were familiar. The Yi family is going to start the eternal life war. What do you think about this? The gold-robed youth did not turn around and said in a calm tone. Just the right time for the Emperor's son to spy on the strength of the Yi family. The Yi family is too mysterious. So much so that nowadays, the billions of sects in the 3000 Tao state had only seen a handful of records about the Yi family in ancient books. Spying on the Yi family? The gold-robed youth shook his head, and an incomparably magnificent shadow was gradually reflected in the golden pupils of his eyes, looking unrealistic, like some kind of creation divine object from the beginning of the ancient times. Have you forgotten how you survived in the first place? In this earthly land, no one can escape the will of the great Tao. The gold-robed youth pondered slightly, and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted a faint arc. In fact, compared to that Yi clan's divine son, I would rather think that his fiancé is a bit more dangerous. You go to the Tianxian Tao state. I remember that there was a chess piece before, and now it's already a party of imperial lords, right? What the emperor's son means is, the eternal life war. How can we make the Yi family pay some price? Oh yeah, by the way, bring the news that Lord Yi decapitated Sun Yan and Long Aojiao along with the news that it's time for those old things from the Cloud Terrace and Ancestral Dragon Hall to come out and move their muscles. Emperor's son, Long Aojiao was also killed by Lord Yi? Does it matter? Yi family, God's son's bedchamber. As a golden radiance surged, Lord Yi stepped straight into the reincarnation tower and appeared in front of Qin Xian's grandchildren. At this time, the 2 grandchildren, their bloodline spiritual energy had been sealed by Yi Linxian, and there was no more room for struggle. Yi Lord, you are despicable and shameless. Sooner or later you will get your retribution. Qin Feng looked hideous and hissed angrily. At this moment, he could feel that the flow of time in this tower was actually several times slower than the outside world. No wonder Yi Lord's realm was so terrifying. Cultivating in such a place was bound to be twice as effective. I'm afraid Joe won't be able to see it. Yi Lord shook his head and laughed, suddenly probing out a palm and holding it on Qin Feng's head. In an instant, both Qin Feng and Qin Xian's faces froze. Buzz. Yi Lord's eyes were indifferent, and a magic pattern suddenly floated in his palm, encompassing Qin Feng's body, and the body of this saint ancestor, actually dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. His complexion twisted in horror. His bloodline spiritual energy and even his divine soul senses were all devoured by the Yi Lords. At this moment, Qin Xian only felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet, lifting his heavenly aura off. Yi Lords are evil demons. This Yi family's divine son turned out to be the devil who had imparted his demonic skills. He actually fooled the living. Buzz. In just a moment, the aura on Yi Lord's body was boiling, the haze was dazzling, and the 10,000 paths were resonating in unison. and he simply ignored the panic in Qin Xian's eyes as he directly sat down in place. The spiritual bloodline of a saintly powerhouse could be considered a great tonic for Lord Yi, far more pure and voluminous than pills. Rumble. In Qin Xian's shocked eyes, thunderclouds suddenly gathered above Lord Ye's head, and Dao lines undulated. Countless kinds of Dao auras began to boil, and chaotic mist hung down from the sky, diffusing the scene of the creation of the heavens. Time stagnated, yin and yang coexisted, and a piece of ice crystal divine pattern fluttered about, freezing all 10,000 miles of emptiness. A golden ancient road stretched out, leading up to the 9 heavens and down to the underworld, like a path of reincarnation, communicating between the past and the present. Each of these Dao auras caused Qin Xian's heart and soul to palpitate with desire, and in his terrified and bewildered eyes, these several types of Dao rules dropped down in unison and surged into Lord Ye's body. In an instant, the realm of this Yi family's divine son had even stepped directly into the heavenly Qi level. Hiss! Qin Xian's eyes went black and he directly fainted to the ground. It was only until this moment that he truly understood what kind of existence he had actually incurred. The realm of heavenly chance. Not to mention contemporary people, this realm was already the threshold of an elder of a party clan. Instead, with the heaven-swallowing demon technique, Lord Yi easily broke the contemporary shackles and achieved the heavenly mechanism. An 18-year-old strongman of the sky plains? Such a talent could no longer be described as demonic, but was truly forbidden for all ages. Hiss! Pain. In a daze, Qin Xian suddenly felt a drilling, sharp pain coming from his blood and bones all over his body. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see that Lord Yi was standing in front of him, his hand grasped on his heavenly cap. Ah! In the next instant, a desperate and mournful scream came out as the ghastly demonic intent was gradually invading Qin Xian's body, corrupting every inch of his bones and blood veins. At this moment, Qin Xian felt an extremely bizarre sense of withdrawal, like some sort of power within his body was being drawn out of his body by Lord Yi. The intense pain caused Qin Xian to faint at one point, until Lord Yi withdrew his palm. There was actually a ball of silver-white thunder jumping in his palm, which was none other than Qin Xian's sacred body origin. Yi Lord, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Qin Xian collapsed to the ground as if he had been drained of his blood and bones. Be a ghost? When did I say I was going to kill the godson? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, playing with the sacred body origin in his hand. Counting this one, he had already devoured 3 sacred body origins, and there were only the last 2 left before the 3rd transformation of the demonic body. What? At those words, Qin Xian's body trembled, the fear in his heart almost reaching the extreme. At this moment, he suddenly understood why there were 18 layers of hell. Ye lords, kill me, please. Brother Qin, take a good rest. I'll personally send you back to the Qin family in a few days. Chapter 136. The Absolute Fierce. On the 2nd level of the Reincarnation Tower, south of the Sacred State, the Hangduan Mountains. This place was located at the most borderline of the Sacred State, and was shrouded by a vast mist of poisonous miasma. Large mountain ranges stood at the end of the sky and the earth, majestic and magnificent. This place was like the scene of the opening of the sky, with a mountain range and rivers like angry dragons, roaring and fierce, rolling past. Deep within the mountain range, some spiritual radiance Dharma patterns and great Tao ruins were faintly visible. There were ancient Tao patterns sprinkled here like stars, flowing with the most primitive aura. On one side of the mountain range, a straight and shining rock wall stood, as if it had been chopped up with a sword. Hangduan Mountains, hence the name. This was a true forbidden place for living beings, and even some powerful demonic beasts rarely set foot here. Are you sure there's an imperial talisman in this hole? At this moment, at the bottom of the mountain, 2 figures stood side by side. One of the dark-skinned burly middle-aged men frowned as he turned his head to the teenager beside him and said, these 2 people were none other than the Chaos Demon Ape and Lu Yun after disguising and dressing up. Aha! Lu Yun nodded gently and looked down at the compass in his hand. He could sense that the direction the compass was guiding was the Hangduan Mountains in front of him. It was just that this sense was a bit weak, as if it was blocked by some mysterious force. Previously, Lu Yun had read some records about the Hangduan mountain range in the ancient books of the Pantai. It is said that this mountain is not naturally formed, but in the ancient times a dragon decapitator descended to this place, saw that the dragon vein of this mountain was vicious and had already shown its vitality, so he decapitated it with the supreme divine method. Thus there is today's Hangduan mountain range. Even if there is an imperial talisman here, with the 2 of us, how long will it take to find it? The chaotic demon ape waved his hand and said with a disdainful expression, that's a good one. Lu Yun turned his head to look at a mountain behind him, in which some ancient halls could be vaguely seen standing, precisely some of the clans and ancient clans in this place. Of course, a sect in such a desolate place would naturally not have too strong a foundation. With the peak strength of the chaotic demon ape's cave ruin, I'm afraid that they could easily be uprooted. The reason why Lu Yun brought along the chaos demon ape with him was because of his loyalty. Even if Sun Yen fell, he was still willing to hand over the Gundai inheritance into his hands, which was evident. Secondly, this journey to immortality was never just two colors, light and dark. There were also many grays. Lu Yun, as an heir to the Cloud Tower, he certainly couldn't possibly do something that would harm the heavens and the earth. Such a thing would require this chaos demon to do it for him. Good point? The chaotic demon ape's face froze, obviously a little confused. Senior, help me break this holy artifact. Lu Yun didn't explain, but instead took out a saint artifact ancient bell from his Qiankuan ring and handed it to the chaotic demon ape. Breaking? This time, the chaos demon ape became even more puzzled. What's the point of breaking a holy weapon? However, in Lu Yun's slightly playful eyes, the chaos demon ape still pulled out his sledgehammer and slammed it down. Dang! As an ear-shattering heavenly sound resounded, that one saint artifact ancient bell instantly shattered into dozens of pieces. Lu Yun, on the other hand, casually picked up a piece and said to the chaotic demon ape, "Please, Senior, throw the rest of these spiritual treasure fragments into the Hangduan mountain." At this moment, the chaos demon ape vaguely guessed something inside. Not quite sure. This force deliberately left up a holy weapon fragment, obviously not wanting people to find all of them. As long as others can't find everything, they will keep looking and digging. In this way, no matter where the Emperor talisman was hidden, it would eventually be found by the disciples of the sect here. Hiss! The chaotic demon ape's eyes were slightly condensed, and there was a hint of scorn hidden in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yun. This pussy, it's bad. Come to think of it? Lu Yun nodded gently. Such a scheme was handy for him. A Yun Tai heir. There is nothing unfathomable about the human heart, only greed. Those who are in the lower position are greedy for spiritual treasures and beauty, power and status, and those who are in the upper position are greedy for a long life on the great Tao, and to remain famous in history, for all eternity. Aren't you afraid that they'll leak the news of the Emperor's symbol and attract the real immortal sect's great sect here? The chaotic demon ape snorted coldly. This world is really still the most sinister of hearts. If Senior found a treasure, would he share it? Besides, a hint of gloom suddenly flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he said in an indifferent tone, "When someone touches the Emperor's symbol seal, let's trouble Senior to slaughter all the clans in this place." The chaos demon ape's eyes were slightly austere as it slowly nodded. Sure enough, the hearts of those who play schemes are dirty. In the Tower of Reincarnation, as Lord Ye's eyes opened, that one saint body origin was also completely refined by him, only to see him slowly get up, not even glancing at the Qin Xian on the ground more than once as he walked straight towards the depths of the ancient tower. Nowadays, Qin Xian's value had been completely drained. He was still alive because Lord Yi needed to use him to boost the morale of those subordinate forces of the Yi family and strike a blow to the Qin clan's prestige. Buzz. According to Ling Tian's divine soul memories from earlier, there were 9 chaotic demons sealed in this tower. Every one of them had once been an overwhelmingly ferocious creature of the ancient times. The Lord of Reincarnation sealed them here in order to utilize their bloodline to deduce the Tao of Reincarnation. However, for Lord Yi, these 9 demons are his next key to controlling the holy state and pushing across the earth. Until Yi Lord's footsteps came to a standstill, an incomparably grand bronze ancient door suddenly appeared in front of him, several feet tall. It was carved with many ancient and complex spirit pattern secret records, which were miraculous and extraordinary. As Lord Ye's palm probed out, the Tao of Reincarnation quietly flowed around him. In an instant, the entire bronze ancient door lit up with a brilliant light, like a party of starry divine realm, opening up. Really? If Lord Ye's expectation was correct, the 9 levels of this divine tower should correspond to 9 different realms, and the seal could only be opened if one had comprehended the power of reincarnation. Likewise, the demons sealed within this will be one layer stronger than the next. Buzz. Just as Lord Ye's figure appeared in the second layer of the ancient tower, a faint trace of surprise immediately flashed across his face. At this moment, he could feel that the flow of time in this second layer was even slower than the first layer. One day in the outside world is enough to be worth half a month in the tower. Cultivating in such a place, it would be hard not to surpass one's peers. Wow! In the darkness, there was a sudden sound of chains colliding. A veiled wave of divine sense quietly filled the air, as if it was spying on Lord Yi. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and thunder light burst out from his heavy pupils, like a round of thunder law sun, illuminating the entire ancient tower as bright as day. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly froze, as if he had seen something incredible. It's Chapter 137 Mysterious Dead Girl. Shocking secret in the Reincarnation Tower. Reincarnation Ancient Pagoda. In the middle of the second floor, Yi Lord looked at the figure in front of him that was bound by chains around the neck, and there was a hint of surprise hidden in the bottom of his eyes. It was a woman with snow-white delicate skin, a head of fantastic long pink hair, and a pair of pointed and slender ears that were as enchanting as could be. Her body was wearing a white tulle, like a dream, in which waves could be vaguely seen hanging low, and the avenue was amazing. At this moment, She was sitting on her knees with her legs spread apart, tilting her head to look at Lord Yi, but the weird thing was that her face was incredibly blurry and unrealistic to look at. Ow! Seeing Yi Lords, the woman let out a growl, revealing two small, sharp tiger teeth. Originally, Lord Yi thought that what was sealed in the second layer of this reincarnation ancient pagoda must be some kind of ancient great monster or supreme demon, but I didn't realize it was such a cute contraption that looked soft and playful. Oh, no, it's really big. No, it's really mean. Big mean. What's your name? Yi Lord walked to the woman's body, and just wanted to raise his hand to unlock the reincarnation shackle on her neck, but he saw her blurry face gradually change, and it actually turned into the appearance of Gu Mingyue. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere, and there was a sudden guess in his heart. Phantasmagoria? This woman was clearly seeing Yi Lord for the first time, yet she was able to change into Gu Mingyue's appearance, and her methods were evident. I mean you no harm. I'll open the seal for you. Even with Lord Ye's divine soul attainments and the many treasures under his control, he couldn't see any cracks in the woman's illusion at this time. This inevitably made him think of a kind of demon that once existed in the ancient age. The Great Demon. The Hidden Official. It is said that this kind of demon, the body is the flood foreign species of heavenly dream fan butterfly, able to change any phantom living beings, the real ancestor of the illusion road. Compared to the chaos demon ape, the heavenly dream mystic butterfly's battle power might be inferior, but she's even better at disguising and illuminating herself as a fake. Now that Yi Lords had successfully raided Gu Mingyue, the couple should next sweep through the major secret realms of the 3000 Dao state and pocket all the heavenly destiny creations. In this process, Yi Lords would inevitably need some heavenly fate people to continue to take the blame, and the role of the heavenly dream mystic butterfly came to the fore. Her illusions can be much more useful than her battle prowess sometimes. At this moment, Yi Lords suddenly had some expectations. What fun and useful demons were sealed in the next layer of the reincarnation tower? Buzz. As the demonic intent surrounded Yi Lords, the pink-haired woman's face instantly froze, and the hidden killing opportunity in the bottom of her eyes gradually dissipated. Slowly standing up, her jade legs were long and snow-white, amazing eyes. At this moment, her entire temperament, all seemed to have changed, not at all as sweet as it seemed before, but instead had a sense of cold hostility. Really? The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly. Cute things might not be without danger. If he had been mesmerized by the appearance of this great demon in the party, the next step would most likely be to show her who was the father. In the reincarnation tower, no matter how powerful or glorious these demons had once been, there was no room for disobedience. Even at this point, Yi Lords only needed a single thought to make her remove her armor and bind her hair in place. The pink-haired woman's red lips were slightly open, and in the pupils of her eyes was a touch of true horror and incredulity. Since she had been sealed here by the Lord of Reincarnation, she had only seen one abominable woman in all these endless years. Beyond that, she had never seen any living beings. Originally, she had thought that this strange young man who had suddenly appeared was most likely an heir to the Lord of Reincarnation, but she didn't realize that it was actually a demon, a true ancient demon. Hidden officer, Eclipse Mirage, pay respects to your master. Etched Phantom's red lips pursed lightly, and the phantom mist on his face dispersed, revealing a near-perfect face. Her eye pupils, the same present a weird pink color, like a dream, like a fantasy, like a party of dream gods see, extremely unreal. Oh, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, his palm probed out and gently touched on Eclipsed Illusion's flawless face. Echidna's eyes were mesmerized, her petite body gradually tightened, and she softly said, "Please command Echidna to your heart's content, master." Buzz. As a buzz resounded, divine lines erupted from Yi Lord's palm, and the reincarnation chains between Eclipse Mirage's neck suddenly shattered and opened, spilling out onto the ground. Here are some pills to restore your cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Lord took out a few bottles of pills from his soul ring and handed them to Etched Mirage. You can cultivate in the reincarnation tower on weekdays, but without my permission, you may not leave this tower at will. Yes, master. Etched Illusion nodded gently, and in the pupils of his eyes was a faint touch of surprise and gratitude. She also didn't expect that this demonic master was such a gentle person. He was clearly in control of his life and could act recklessly, yet he had thoughtfully prepared pills for himself. Boing boing. Master, I can be anything you like. Buzz. Just as Lord Yi turned around, wanting to leave this place, a trace of eeriness suddenly flashed in his eyes. He turned his head openly to look into the depths of the ancient tower, a pair of double pupils in which thunder patterns swam and purple flames floated. Master, what's wrong? Eclipsing Phantom's pretty face, she followed the light of Lord Ye's eyes, and there was clearly some confusion in her pink-colored pupils. With her cultivation at the Dao beheading realm, even if she hadn't completely recovered to her peak state, she wasn't comparable to contemporary people. At this time, she did not feel any other divine soul waves in the second floor of this ancient tower. However, looking at Lord Ye's expression, he clearly felt that there was a third being in the darkness. You didn't feel it? Ye Lord's brows frowned lightly, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. In the square moment, he could clearly feel a strand of soul consciousness flickering away in the darkness. Moreover, this soul consciousness was bizarre and lifeless. How is that possible? How can a dead person have a soul? Just the moment Ye Lord turned around, this strand of soul consciousness but disappeared without a trace, like an illusion. What? Etched Illusion's jade hand lightly waved, only to see a wisp of pink spirit patterns rise up, enveloping the entire second floor of the ancient tower. Aside from her and Lord Yi, there were no more figures to be seen, which was weird and depressing. An illusion? The Leaf Lord stood in place, hesitant to move. Although his realm was far inferior to that of Eclipse Illusion, the might of the ancestral symbol of the Great Beginning was simply not comparable to any spiritual treasure. Obviously, the secrets in this reincarnation ancient pagoda were much more complicated than he had imagined. Etched Illusion. All those demons are sealed in this reincarnation tower? I don't know, but I once heard the damned woman say that an emperor was sealed in the 8th floor of the reincarnation tower. Echoes of Illusion's eyes trembled, and it was clear that he was also incomparably afraid of this emperor realm demon. The 8th layer seals an emperor? Ye Lord nodded gently, and was equally surprised in his heart. If an emperor was sealed in the 8th level of the reincarnation ancient pagoda, then what about the 9th level? Suddenly, Ye Lord's heart seemed to have a guess, and he took a deep look at the entrance of the 3rd floor and turned around to leave the place. Ha! He actually found me. He. Fun. Chapter 138. The clan sacrificed to the heavens, and their mana was boundless. Yi Family Shrine, Yi Zantian, Yi Linxian, and the 9 Veins clan elders sat around a white jade roundtable, all with solemn expressions. Have the Lord's Sun and Mingyue not yet come out of the gate? Yi Zantian frowned lightly and asked in a deep voice as he and Yi Linxian exchanged glances. Clan Lord, not yet. Yi Langtian shook his head and looked at a secret letter in his hand. Why don't we? Grandpa, what happened? Just at this moment, a gentle and calm voice suddenly came from outside the great hall. One could only see Lord Yi dressed in white with his immortal face and hair tied up, with Yi Linglong, Yitsong and the others following closely behind him, and together they walked into the main hall. Nowadays, the 9 great sequences of the Yi family, except for Yi Chen who was still in closed-door cultivation, wanted to break the 6th heavenly Dao shackle. Yi Xian went out to practice, to find a sword path that was uniquely his own. The other 6 major sequences had all left the gate, preparing to head to the Qin clan to personally participate in this eternal life battle. After all, such a great battle was experience for any contemporary. Only through life and death killings, and realizing the great Tao and the hundreds of millions of corpses, can one walk a long way on this immortal path. It was only then that he had the chance to follow behind the Yi Lord Godchild to see the scenery of the 9 heavens. Lords, you're here. Yi Zhantian let out a bitter smile and gave a wink towards Yi Lang. The Grand Elder said it. Divine Son, 3 major events have occurred in the sacred state recently, and 2 of them are related to my Yi family. Yi Langtian looked solemn. The first thing, the Qin family has already gathered the 4 clans and 8 tribes of subordinate forces under their command, and they are ready to start the eternal life war with my Yi family. Of the 4 clans and 8 tribes, only the Purple Cloud Immortal sect has a slightly stronger base, and perhaps a supreme powerhouse will show up. The second thing, news has come from the Tianqian Dao state that the Tianwu Imperial dynasty under the Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty has raised an army to rebel, and according to the information my Yi family has received, not only is there the handiwork of Yuntai behind this imperial dynasty, but there is also the shadow of the barbarian state's demon race. As for the third thing, the bottom of Yi Langtian's eyes actually flashed with a faint palpitation. The land of the other side has come out. The land of the other side? Lord Ye's eyes were slightly austere and thoughtful. As one of the most mysterious regions among the 3,000 Dao states, the land of the other side was once regarded as the wheel pool of the earth. The beings there were not a flesh and blood race, but an incomparably bizarre race, the soul race, which the world preferred to call the ghost race. It is said that the other side of the land is connected to the real land of the underworld, is beyond the earth, and the 9 heavens against the world, is also the so-called 9 heavens in the 10 places. One of the 10 places, when the darkness was in turmoil, the soul race from the land of the other side had opened the seal of the underland in a vain attempt to take over the 3,000 Dao states. Though in the end, with all the emperors on earth joining forces, this turmoil eventually ended with the human race winning. However, the ambition of these foreign races to invade the 3,000 Dao states had never died out. Now that the land of the other side has come into existence, it signals that this chaotic world is really about to descend. Of course, for Yi Lords, no matter whether it was the soul race or the underworld race, there was no distinction between good and evil in his eyes, depending on their value. with the sword mound suppressing it. It was not an easy task for the land of the other side to come out of the seal. Lord Sun, my Yi family and the Qin family are about to have a lifelong battle. Yet the Tianwu imperial dynasty is launching a war at this time. Yi Lingxian's expression was gloomy, obviously guessing something. With the tactics of the people of the platform, even if they struck out, their identities would rarely be known. Obviously, someone had intentionally leaked this news in order to provoke a conflict between the Yi family and the Cloud Tower. Whoever dares to strike against the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty is provoking my Yi family. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent and did not place any Tianwu imperial dynasty in his eyes. These people were dealing with the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty at this time, just to distract the Yi family's forces and cause the Yi family to be in a difficult situation in the next eternal life battle. Buzz. Right at this moment, a familiar soul sound suddenly came from Yi Lord's soul sea, and the corner of his mouth gradually lifted up a playful arc. Lords, what are you going to do? Yi Zhantian looked up at Yi Lords, with a posture that everything was dominated by him. Even the Nine Veins clan elders had a tinge of anticipation in the pupils of their pale eyes. Although Lord Yi had already proven his talent, his strength before. However, if you want to become the master of the eternal life family, talent alone is far from enough, but you also need to have an overachiever's mind and means. This eternal life battle was the first time the Yi family had struck out on Earth after 100,000 years. At the same time, it was also the signal for the Yi family to officially come out and compete for the throne of the Heaven and Earth Emperor. I'd like to trouble the 8 ancestors to personally make a trip to the Tianxian Dao state to overthrow the Tianwu imperial dynasty. Don't look at Yi Lingxian as just a 3rd grade supreme, but his battle power was not in any way weaker than a 6th or 7th grade person. Having him travel to the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty would at the very least guarantee the safety of the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty. Nowadays, in this side of heaven and earth, the emperor realm does not come out, and supreme beings are already supreme. Good. Yi Lingxian nodded his head, and without a hint of hesitation at all, he directly walked towards the outside of the hall. Lord Sun, what about us? When will we attack the Qin family? Yi Zhantian's eyes flashed with a touch of wariness. The Yi family did not make a move for a long time. Many people in the 3000 Road state were afraid that they had already forgotten the fear of being dominated by the word Yi. Now that Lord Yi had come out in the name of God's Son, it was the right time to take this opportunity to help them recall some of their past. Grandpa, you first lead the Yi family's 100,000 divine guards, as well as the 100 subordinate armies to where the Qin clan is and surround them. Yi Lord's fingers gently knocked on the white jade table, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Surrounded? Yi Zhantian's brows furrowed lightly, obviously a little dismayed. Not bad. Surround. 9 ancestors, please lead the 9 clan elders to the 12 subordinate forces of the Qin family and uproot them, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Yi Lord smiled gently, but the words he said caused the eyes of the crowd of ancestors and clan elders in the hall to tremble with an unspeakable palpitation. And after this palpitation, there was a hint of undisguised admiration in the eyes of the crowd. The Great War is approaching, and the clan is offering sacrifices to the heavens. One could imagine what kind of meltdown those patriarchs and clan masters who had traveled to the Qin clan to prepare for the Eldritch War would be in. Good. Yi Futian grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. Nowadays, almost all of the powerhouses of these 12 great powers had already rushed to the Qin family. There were a few stinkers left, not enough to hammer him with a punch. However, as the subordinate forces of the Qin family, these 4 clans and 8 tribes still had quite a sizable heritage. 9 ancestors remember, my Yi family is the leading of the righteous path, so don't take a single needle or thread from them. Yi Lord's solemn expression immediately caused Yi Futian and the others' eyes to tremble, and just as they were about to nod their heads in agreement, they heard Yi Lord continue, in addition to the needle and thread, all of them will be taken away. Upon hearing this, Yi Futian and the others glanced at each other with an eerie and cunning smile on their faces. Yes, everyone, wait until the 9 ancestors and I arrive at the Qin clan before opening the Eternal Life War. As Yi Lord's words fell, all the people in the hall nodded their heads in agreement and walked towards the outside of the hall. At that instant, a figure rose up in the air from the Yi clan's land in a vast manner. Countless ancient demonic beasts and great birds lifted their wings and soared, and the flying tower treasure break pierced the dome of the sky, heading straight for the Qin family. Such a battle instantly attracted the attention of the entire sacred state. And after Yi Zhantian led the Yi family divine guards as well as the vassal forces to leave, Yi Futian quietly left the Yi family with the 9 clan elders and furtively disappeared into the mountains and forests. Chapter 139 The Everlasting War opens? Being forced to share a bath by Gu Mingyue? Godson, when do we move? Yi Linglong and the others stood behind Yi Lord, looking up at the boundless and endless waves of spiritual light in the void, and there was a strong shock in the bottom of their eyes. At this moment, They saw that a little bit of spiritual light rolled through the 10,000 miles of the sky like a river of stars. It was the spiritual radiance emanating from hundreds of thousands of cultivators that converged. Such a shocking scene was even more shocking to the hearts of the people's Tao, and there was a kind of unspeakable trepidation. It was hard to imagine what a shocking scene it would be for hundreds of thousands of cultivators to kill each other. There's no rush. Ye Lord shook his head, his eyes calm and deep. Even he, in front of these hundreds of thousands of cultivators, likewise felt a trace of insignificance. From the very beginning, Lord Yi understood one thing. If he wanted to step on the peak of heaven and earth and conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it was far from enough to rely on the strength of one person alone. Now that Yi Zhantian had led the siege on the Qin family, Yi Futian had taken the opportunity to uproot the 4 clans and 8 tribes, which would definitely deal a great blow to the Qin family's morale. At this moment, Yi lords were waiting for 2 people, 3 to be exact. Now that Yu Qingji was in seclusion fusing her sword soul from her previous life, she thought that she would soon awaken. With her fortune, even if she lost the memories of her previous life, she would definitely retrace the path of the sword immortal. But this Heaven's Destiny swordswoman had a humble origin and a cowardly character, which was difficult to change in a short period of time. Therefore, Lord Yi planned to take her to the Qin clan so that she could see the cruelty of the elderly war with her own eyes and sharpen her Tao will. When the everlasting war was over, Lord Yi would personally send her to the holy land of the sword Tao on earth, the Dragon Abyss Sword Mound. There, Yu Qingji will meet the only sword immortal on earth, and perhaps gain some inspiration from him. As for the remaining 2, buzz. Right at this moment, a shocking sword chant suddenly came from the distant valley. One could only see a ray of golden light sword chi cutting through the heavens and earth, like a divine wall through the sky, dropping 10,000 feet of sword rules. It's Yi Linglong, and the others' eyes trembled in shock. And they actually felt a hint of the great Tao origin in this wisp of sword intent. Did it work? Lord Yi muttered a word and directly took a step towards the direction of the valley. Buzz. From afar, he saw Yu Qingji standing in the middle of a ruin, her green clothes austere and her hair tumbling. In its hand, the ancient bronze sword had sword patterns draped around it, emitting an ear-shattering buzzing sound. Previously, Lord Yi had sensed that there was an extremely terrifying power sealed in this sword order. Nowadays, it seemed that this order was mostly transformed from Yu Qingji's original ancient sword from her previous life. Buzz. Yi Lord's palm poked out, and the runic pattern in the center of his palm erupted, directly covering and pressing down towards Yu Qingji. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth went completely dark, and 100 feet palm seal covered the sky and encompassed the entire valley. Yu Qingji's eyebrows knitted lightly, and a clear light gradually shone in her pupils, and she similarly chopped out a sword, her sword chi swirling. One could only see a ray of clear radiance as if it was the light of creation in the primordial Hongmeng, directly breaking through the cloud dome, cutting through the great Tao, and splitting that palm imprint from it. Before Yu Qingji could react, she saw that in the layers of spiritual radiance, a figure suddenly stepped forward, and a finger pointed down, piercing towards her brow. Buzz. At the moment of life and death, a piece of sword pattern suddenly peeled off around Yu Qingji's body, colluding and spreading out, diffusing the scene of Hongmeng and Taiyuan. The purple sun floats and the avenue is in fear. Vaguely, above Yu Qingji's head, there seemed to be a Hongmeng green lotus blooming, emitting the most primal aura of the great Tao. As for Lord Ye's figure, it was even blocked by this Hongmeng Tao rhythm, making it difficult to advance any further. The ancient sword in Yu Qingji's hand, however, landed just before his brow. Hongmeng sword domain, 3 feet invincible. Nice. Yi Lord nodded gently, looking at the young girl in front of him with a gentle expression. With his strength, of course it was impossible for him to actually be imprisoned by Yu Qingji's sword domain. However, this sword domain was indeed the most powerful sword Dao divine ability that Lord Yi had ever seen. Duke! Yu Qingji's face froze, and the clear glow in her eyes receded, revealing a flash of surprise. Divine Will 9. Hongmeng sword body. It looks like you've already refined that sword soul. Thank you, sir, for helping me suppress the sword soul. Otherwise, Yu Qingji's red lips pursed lightly, a hint of helplessness hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Otherwise, once she waited for that sword soul to recover somewhat, the one who would end up being fused and refined would definitely be her. This is your own choice. It has nothing to do with others. You rest well, and in a few days I'll take you to see an eldritch battle. Yi Lord and Yu Qingji walked out of the valley side by side, making their way towards the Yi family divine hall. The Eternal Life War? Your Excellency really wants to overthrow the everlasting Qin family, Yu Qingji exclaimed, wanting to speak. Nowadays, even though she had severed the karma of her past life, she still vaguely saw some memories of her past life when she was refining the sword soul. As a Nine Heavens Imperial clan, the Qin Imperial clan had a deep heritage that was simply not comparable to any lower realm power. In the end, this matter was caused by Yu Qingji, and she didn't want to let Lord Yi endure any danger for it. Qin Xian cultivates devilish techniques. His crime is great, and the Qin family must pay for it. But Your Excellency, the Qin family has a background in the Nine Heavens. If Ninth Heaven background? Isn't Qingji also a Nine Heavens sword immortal? Is it still inferior to an ascended emperor clan? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled. The main event was a soft and hard meal. Upon hearing this, a trace of determination immediately flashed in Yu Qingji's eyes as she slowly nodded. Don't worry, Your Excellency. If Qin Hao really dares to mess around, I'll be the first to kill him. Time passes. As Yi Zhantian and the others descended on the Qin clan's grounds, a vast number of cultivators came down like a tidal wave. Countless spiritual treasures and magic weapons were suspended in the void, with immortal splendor glittering and amazing killing power, especially at the very front. The 100,000 Yi family divine guards, all of them had divine halberds in their hands, with great demons prostrating under their seats. Even the golden battle armor on his body was flowing with the divine mechanism of the great Tao, and it was mighty and extraordinary. In an instant, this heaven and earth was torn apart by the intent of war, and dark clouds rolled in. Humph, Yi Zhantian, has your Yi family really thought clearly about starting this eternal life war? In the Qin family land, Qin Tian and a group of other Qin family powerhouses stood on the top of the mountain, with countless clan lords following behind them as well, densely packed as far as the eye could see. The Qin family's divine son Qin Xian cultivates devilry, and the old ancestor Qin Feng intends to shelter him. I suspect that there are other evil devils hidden in your Qin family. If the Qin Tian clan master is willing to open the seal and let us search, we may be able to avoid a great battle. Yi Zhantian stood on a golden chariot and said in a calm tone. The reason why the Qin family was ranked among the elders was not because there were many strong people in the clan, but because of the two great Tao divine items. The Taishian Thunder Seed opened up the heavens and contained innate divine might, and was a true killing weapon. As for the remaining divine object, it encompassed the entire Qin clan and was solid as gold. Humph, Yi Zhantian, you think it's beautiful? If you have the ability, come up yourself. Qin Tian laughed coldly, austere and unafraid. Above its head, a silver-colored thunder pattern rushed and boiled, like an ancient thunder curtain, blocking all the strongest members of the Yi clan from the clanland. Do you really think that with this turtle shell, I can't help you? All Yi clan powerhouses, follow me. Yi Zhantian shouted angrily and directly offered a golden Dharma seal, smashing it furiously towards the Qin clan. Behind him, a divine radiance rose up, and spiritual treasures and divine abilities covered the sky, stirring up that thunder curtain into endless waves. On the contrary, with the strength of Yi Zhantian and the others, they really couldn't shake the thunder curtain in the slightest, and their eyes gradually became gloomy. Meanwhile, in the Yi family, standing at the entrance of the immortal cave, Yi Lord pondered slightly and directly stepped in. Now Gu Mingyue had been in seclusion for 5 days, yet there was still not a single movement. The everlasting war was imminent, and he couldn't keep waiting any longer, until Yi Lord's figure appeared on the bank of the immortal pool, but he saw that the immortal pool was empty. Where was Gu Mingyue's figure? Wow! Right at this moment, a white and slender jade hand suddenly reached out from the immortal pool, directly tugging on Yi Lord's collar and yanking him into the pool. Chapter 140 Gu Mingyue, Unloading Armor. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere, and his entire body was planted directly into the immortal pool. Clouds and mist. The incomparably terrifying heaven and earth spirit charm was metaphysically transformed into liquid, turning into all sorts of divine forms. The great phoenix lifted its wings, the true dragon soared, a golden qilin fell with its feet on auspicious clouds, and the stars, sun and moon rose alternately. As for Lord Ye's face, it was rooted into a mass of incomparably amazing softness, only to see him slowly raise his head, looking at the fair and absolutely beautiful, rosy immortal face in front of him. The corner of his mouth gradually lifted up in an arc. At this time, Gu Mingyue, outside of her body, was only wearing a plain white long veil, her green silk scattered. Her entire body was wet by the pool water, incomparably tempting. There was still some tension in her eyes, but there was no longer any hint of resistance. Lord Yi, figure it out? Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he reached out and wrapped Gu Mingyue's messy hair, which was stained and stuck to her forehead, behind her ear. Such a gentle action instantly caused the last trace of hesitation in Gu Mingyue's heart to dissipate. Yi Lord, I know that I can't be the only woman around you, but can you promise me that I'm the only wife? Good. Buzz. At those words, Gu Mingyue's eyes lightly trembled as she and Yi Lord gradually sank into the pool water. At this time, the two of them finally united their Tao hearts after going through countless tests, tribulations, and repeated tortures. Between heaven and earth, a seven-colored haze suddenly erupted, and the mist rose up to cover the sky. The originally calm pool of water suddenly set off shocking waves. A day is a day. Until the mist in this place dissipated, and Gu Mingyue and Lord Yi sat in the center of the immortal pond. buzz. At this time, the breath of the two men was incomparably surging and volatile, and not the slightest bit of atrophy and fatigue could be seen. Tao patterns intertwined on Yi Lord's body. Layers of immortal radiance floated and bloomed, flowing out the aura of the Tao rules of reincarnation, yin and yang, killing, and so on. Knock. Right at this moment, a weird roaring sound suddenly came from the immortal pond, like the divine blood of the ancient past was reviving. In an instant, the water in the entire immortal pond boiled, and strands of demonic intent began to surface. Gu Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, but not a single ripple was visible on her pretty face, obviously having expected it. At this moment, the bones and flesh of her body were emitting a misty immortal glow, like an innate Taoist intent, permeated with the aroma of the great Tao. Yi Lord, today you and I are husband and wife. In the future, regardless of the immortal tribulation demon thought, I am willing to bear it with you, live and die together. Gu Mingyue's voice was clear and cold. An array of immortal radiance suddenly blossomed at the center of her eyebrows, and her aura climbed even more steeply, drawing roars from the great Tao. In the next instant, her figure seemed to merge with Lord Yi, and the two chi of yin and yang floated and sank in the heavens and earth, transforming into a gigantic shinmen that wrapped the two of their bodies. An innate aura filled the air, like it was breeding immortals and demons. 9 heavenly basilicas, death and life. Although this immortal body was the most divine dual cultivation physique in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it belonged to only one person in a lifetime. Once you double cultivate, you are immortal and share the same destiny. In Gu Mingyue's opinion, with her innate Tao fetus as well as Lord Ye's innate Tao bone, it was enough to suppress the demonic intent within him. If it does not work, she will fall into the devil with the Yi Lords and slaughter the living, and there will be no disagreement and no regrets. Time passes. After 3 days of this, when a gap suddenly opened in the Xian Yuan gate, 7-colored haze light broke through heaven and earth, illuminating the void in a brilliant and colorful manner. Gu Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, and every inch of her skin was intertwined with Tao lines and immortal charm. At this moment, there was clearly some shocked color in her eyes, and her throat rolled gently. The innate saintly body of the Tao fetus? She had actually awakened such a terrifying talent during her dual cultivation with Lord Yi? Even her realm had already stepped into the Tian Qi level. Doesn't this mean that instead of being eroded by Lord Ye's demonic intent, she was even stronger? If one keeps dual cultivating, wouldn't one keep getting stronger? Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the daughter of heaven's destiny with the divine flower of life, awakening the innate saintly body of the Tao fetus, and obtaining the 10,000-fold return reward, the body of the great Tao, which can comprehend any Tao origin, and is not subject to the limitations of the realm. That works too. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh. Unity Sun is powerful. At this moment, he looked at the stunningly beautiful back in front of him that was frozen in place, and suddenly hugged her from behind. What is mother thinking about? Yi Lords. Gu Mingyue's pretty face rolled and she bit her red lips tightly. Have you suppressed the demonic intent in your body? The demonic intent was suppressed, but, buzz, the immortal pond cave, which had just calmed down, once again resounded with a roar. Lord Yi. Meanwhile, outside the cave, only Yi Linglong, Yi Tsang and the others stood silently, their brows lightly furrowed. For some reason, at this moment, they felt in a trance that the whole mountain was shaking, like a hallucination. Why haven't the Divine Sun and Empress Gu come out yet? No, I need to go in and take a look. Yi Linglong swallowed her saliva, and then she wanted to walk towards the immortal cave. At this moment, she could see that the dark cavern of this immortal cave kept spewing out a tidal wave of water in a very regular manner. At the same time, a mesmerizing aura of the yin-yang great Tao almost covered heaven and earth. Stop! Yi Tsang coldly shouted with a majestic look. Yi Linglong's eyebrows knitted lightly as she turned her head to look at Yi Tsang. Yi Tsang, you dare to stop me? Why don't you dare? Yi Linglong, those people are spoiling you because they want to chisel you. But I, a jerk, am not spoiling you. Yi Tsang blocked in front of the immortal cave. Unperturbed, no one is allowed to disturb without the Divine Sun's order. You, buzz. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly stepped out of the cave. Phoenix clothes manly, immortal face cold. Empress Gu. Seeing the visitor, a group of Yi family sequences immediately bowed and drank with a solemn expression. Gu Mingyue, on the other hand, nodded her head and lightly waved her jade hand, summoning a white jade immortal carriage and heading towards the distant sky. At this moment, her pace, slightly strange, even the aura on her body had become a bit lazy. Hiss. Seen enough? Before the crowd could react, they heard a mildly playful voice coming from the cave. Yi Lord was dressed in white and glowing, tilting his head as he looked in the direction Gu Mingyue had left. It's time to go to the Qin family. Chapter 141 Gu Mingyue's Awakening. Taking the initiative to select a concubine for Lord Yi. Empress Gu. In the middle of the valley, Yu Qingji looked at the white jade immortal carriage that was parked in the void, as well as the phoenix-clad, delicate figure within it, with a hint of nervousness hidden in the bottom of her eyes. She had already met this female emperor of the immortal dynasty once before in the secret realm of the Dao sect. At that time, Gu Mingyue, with her own strength, had killed 2 demons of the ancient divine mountain, giving Yu Qingji a chance to catch her breath. Of course, Yu Qingji did not think that this empress was helping herself, but rather to deter her. Now that Yu Qingji had been brought back to the Yi family by Lord Yi, it was natural for her heart to be a little frightened when she saw Gu Mingyue again. It's like a lover meets a proper wife. Qingji pays her respects to Empress Gu. Yu Qingji took a deep breath and bowed slightly towards Gu Mingyue. Even now, she had obtained the sword immortal inheritance, but she was still instinctively shocked by Gu Mingyue's aura. This female emperor of the immortal dynasty, regardless of her strength or temperament, called for a kind of inexplicable awe and a desire to submit. I came here today to tell you something. Gu Mingyue sat in the carriage and did not show her face. Since you want to follow Lord Yi, then you must understand that no matter what, you must not lose the Yi family or the face of Lord Yi. Gu Mingyue looked deeply at Yu Qingji. Being loyal to him means being loyal to everything about him, no matter if he's an immortal or a devil, whether he's righteous or evil. As long as you choose, there's no room for regret. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands. As the words fell, Gu Mingyue directly drove the white jade immortal carriage towards the distant sky, disappearing at the end of Yu Qingji's line of sight. In fact, in his last life, Yi lords never lacked some demonic s around him. In this regard, Gu Mingyue had long since become accustomed to it. However, the changes in Yi lords in this life had once caused Gu Mingyue's Taoist heart to be lost. She had fantasized about a lifetime of love, but ultimately came to her senses after double cultivating with Lord Yi. It was too strong. One day and one night, such battle power was simply not something Gu Mingyue could withstand. Even though her 9 heavens Xian mare body was the most powerful dual cultivation physique in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, she still seemed a bit overwhelmed in front of Lord Yi's toughness. As a woman, she was certainly unwilling to share Lord Yi with anyone, but Gu Mingyue likewise understood that with Lord Yi's ambition and talent, there was absolutely no way that she was the only woman. Now Gu Mingyue had gotten a promise from Lord Yi that there would only be one wife for her in this life. In the future, no matter how many concubines he takes in, Gu Mingyue will no longer obstruct it. As Lord Yi's wife, she would discipline these women about and become a powerful arm of Lord Yi's journey to the 9 heavens. Gu, Empress Gu. Yu Qingji stood in place, her expression dumbfounded, her eyes gradually rounding, listening to what this female emperor of the immortal dynasty meant. Accepting her? Kiyoshi. Just at this moment, a gentle laughter suddenly came from outside the valley, only to see Lord Yi dressed in white, sitting on top of a 9-dragon golden carriage, waving towards her. Before the golden carriage, Yi Tsong was dressed in silver and white heavy armor, holding the reins in his hand like a slave. Who would have thought that this Yi family sequence, who had always been known for his domineering ways, would one day be willing to pull a carriage for someone? Duke. Yu Qingji's red lips lifted up. Her heart and mind were happy as she walked straight to the carriage and stood in front of Lord Yi. Sit. As Yi Lord's palm stretched out and held Yu Qingji's jade hand, this sword immortal maiden's entire body instantly stiffened, and a touch of redness appeared on the tips of her ears and cheeks, and she obediently sat beside Yi Lord. Humph, the godson didn't say anything about letting me sit down as well. Before the golden carriage, Yi Linglong snorted coldly, with hidden resentment in the bottom of her eyes. You might as well save your breath. You even dared to day the nightstick. Yi Tsong looked derisive, his hands clenched violently, and drove the carriage towards the Qin family land. Yi Tsong, are you doubting my love and loyalty to the divine son? Yi Linglong did not budge and sneered back. Humph, then loyalty? If the son of God thinks it's slow, I can put the reins around my own neck and pull the carriage. Do you dare? What's the point of putting the reins around your own neck and pulling the carriage, when I can just have the son of God ride it? Hearing what the two said, Yu Qingji's face became more and more flushed, and she quietly glanced at Lord Yi. Fang Mingyue approached you? Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and there was a hint of playfulness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Well, Empress Gu explained a few things to me. Yu Qingji twisted her hands in front of her body and hung her head slightly nervous. Oh, Yi Lord did not say much. He had already told Gu Mingyue that the Tianwu imperial dynasty was in rebellion. Millions of troops were pressing in, and among them, there were also strong demon clan members showing up. With Gu Mingyue's methods, she certainly wouldn't give these traitors any chance to live. With Yi Linxian, a supreme powerhouse, in attendance, not to mention a Tianwu imperial dynasty, even the top forces of the sacred state could never pose any threat to the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty. Now, he could only uncover the secret of his demonic body if he could find all the 9 great imperial symbols as soon as possible. Ever since he saw that mysterious ancient coffin with that pair of golden divine eyes, Yi Lord always felt that his rebirth was hiding a truly great mystery of heaven and earth. The Qin family land. Yi Zhantian's brows were locked as he looked at the silver-white thunder curtain in front of him, his face slightly gloomy. Only above the thunder curtain, a thunder dragon snaked around, its scales and armor appearing incomparably real. Whenever the Yi clan's crowd launched an attack, these thunder dragons could easily devour all the spirit radiance and magic treasures, becoming their sustenance and integrating them into the spell formation. Yi Zhantian really didn't expect that this thunder formation would be so terrifying, and for a moment, he was unable to deal with it. Yi Zhantian, isn't your Yi family known as Invincible on Earth? How come you can't even break one of my Qin family's formations? Qin Tian stood on top of the mountain and sneered coldly. Behind him, the lords of the 4 clans and 8 tribes had the same look of mockery on their faces. Qin Tian, do you really think that staying in this turtle shell will keep your Qin family safe? Yi Zhantian shook his head, his eyes gradually becoming cold and deep. Or else, Yi Zhantian, stop pretending here. As soon as he spoke, his face abruptly froze, and he slowly raised his head to look above the dome of the sky, his eyes suddenly condensing. At that moment, he saw that a dark cloud came to cover him from the end of heaven and earth, 1,000 feet, shocking to the extreme. What was that? Even Yi Zhantian and the others seemed to feel something at this moment, and a flash of intense horror and incredulity flashed across the bottom of their eyes. Under this dark cloud, they actually felt a sense of humility and insignificance, and there was no way to resist. Look, there's someone up there. A sudden exclamation of surprise came from the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. That's, until this dark cloud stopped on top of the battlefield. Only then did the people see that it was an incomparably huge warship, all black, like a heavenly iron casting, and at the very front of the battleship, a figure stood with its arms folded, its white clothes brimming, its immortal face incomparable. Ye Lord Godson, it's the Son of God. Between heaven and earth, there was a burst of shocking clamor. As for Qin Tian and the others, their faces were completely gloomy at this moment. Chapter 142 Technology to Prosper the Clan. That's right, I'm the scum of the immortal cultivation world. Ye Lord. Qin Tian's palms were clenched tightly, and lightning patterns swam in the pupils of his eyes, incomparably resentful. At this point, he had already guessed that all of this was most likely a plot by Lord Yi. He deliberately framed Qin Xian for cultivating demons and suppressed him just to use this opportunity to attack the Qin family. According to what second ancestor Qin Xuan had said, Lord Yi was most likely looking at the 2 major inheritance items of the Qin family. Qin family master, still want to resist? Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he looked down at Qin Tian and the others below. Beside him, Su Qingyan wore a long gray and white dress, revealing a piece of snow-white silk between the hems, incomparably seductive. She, on the other hand, was the third person that the Yi Lords had said that they would wait for. Earlier, Su Qingyan's divine soul had transmitted a voice telling Lord Yi that he had already lifted the Su family's strength to build the first warship, and it was just the right time to utilize this elderly war to seal her technological war power. Humph, Yi Lord, you are insidious and cruel, falsely accusing my clan. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Qin Tian let out a cold snort, itching to whip this Yi clan's divine son out of his skin to ease his hatred. Speaking of sinister and cruel, Yi Lord nodded gently, his expression gentle. Bring it up, Buzz. Behind him, a group of Yi family sequences escorted countless clan teenagers out. Grandpa, help me, old ancestor, I don't want to die. In an instant, bursts of desperate pleas resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. As for behind Qin Tian, the faces of that group of clan powerhouses suddenly became dull and hideous. Me son, Tanger, Yi Lords, you're shameless, scum. Yi Lord, you are the scum of the immortal path. They had never dreamed that this Yi family divine son was actually shameless to such an extent, taking advantage of their rush to the Qin family to end their lair. I'm a shameless scum? Saying goodbye to the longevity battle. All of you have been hiding in this turtle shell, so Mr. Yi can only be the one to go and find your descendants and heirs to communicate with. Yi Lord guffawed and lightly waved his palm, only to see Qin Xian's silhouette flopping on the ground, all the bones of his body shattered. The center of the eyebrow broke open a horrifying blood hole, surrounded by layers of demonic gas. Xianer, Qin Tian shouted angrily, thunder boiling around him. Yi Lord, let him go. Released? Yi Lord smiled and nodded, suddenly gripping Qin Xian's head and lifting his entire body up. In the next instant, under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, Yi Lord even directly smashed Qin Xian down from the sky towards the thunder formation in a fury. Xianer, Qin Tian's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to open the thunder spell formation to save Qin Xian. Clan Lord must not. Seeing this, Qin Yen, the Qin family's grand elder, and the others panicked and stepped out to block Qin Tian. With the ruthlessness of Lord Ye's heart, once Qin Tian opened the formation at this point, the Qin family's fate could be imagined. Now that they were making use of the thunder formation, Not only could they consume the Yi clan's powerhouse's spiritual energy, but they could also strike at their aura. When the time is ripe, the Qin family will counterattack again, and perhaps there is still a ray of hope. At this moment, they could sense that Qin Xian's Taishan Thunderseed had already been dug out by the Yi lords, and even his sacred body bloodline had been depleted. Even if Qin Tian saved him, this divine son of the Qin clan would still be a wasted man, powerless to return to the heavens. Put, with a muffled sound coming from him, Qin Xian's body directly shattered the moment it touched the lightning formation. Heaven and earth are silent. Immediately after that, above the battleship, a clan heir was held by Yitsong and the others as their heads were smashed down from the sky. Put, eerie shattering sounds rose and fell, and the entire thunder formation was suddenly covered by blood and bone residue. Yi lords, you! Countless clan lords hissed in despair as their killing machines boiled over. On the other hand, Lord Yi was looking at the blossoming clan heirlooms with an indifferent expression, not seeing a single ripple in his eyes. This immortal path was such that the weak were the strong, and any weakness of heart could leave behind endless calamities. My lord! Looking at the scene in front of her, Yu Qingji's mind trembled with an unspeakable fear. This moment's Yi Lord was no longer as gentle as his usual self, casually depriving countless clan prides of their lives with a single sentence. Each of these heavenly prides that he had casually crushed had a not-so-weak background, towering in Yu Qingji's eyes. Qingyan, start! Yi Lord turned his head to look at Su Qingyan, and a faint hint of cunning flashed in both of their eyes, only to see Su Qingyan walk straight into the battleship, and a moment later, the entire battleship erupted with a brilliant divine radiance. Countless divine crystal spirit stones were lit up, and array patterns were intertwined as if something was brewing. For a moment, all the eyes of the entire heaven and earth converged here. Even Yi Zhantian and the others were seeing such a huge and terrifying magic weapon for the first time. Rumble! As an astonishing boom resounded, it was as if the heavens and earth were torn apart. A gigantic divine pillar of spiritual light, under the added power of the ancient ship's formation pattern, blasted angrily towards the thunder spell formation below. The moment the two collided, the entire Qin family land shattered, mountains collapsed, and the divine hall collapsed. Endless smoke rose up and cracks ran through it, a post-apocalyptic scene. Some of the Qin family members who were in a low realm were even directly shattered by this divine might, bleeding to death from their 7 orifices. What the hell is this? Qin Tian and the others' complexions changed greatly, and an inexplicable palpitation suddenly arose in their hearts. They had a premonition that the appearance of this ancient ship would seemingly change the definition of the Eldritch War. Click! Right at this moment, a strange shattering sound suddenly came from the thunder phalanx. Only a crack quietly emerged and ran through it. Damn! The eyes of the crowd of Qin clan powerhouses trembled, and before they could react from their horror, they saw a divine treasuring Dharma seals crushing down from the sky, completely breaking the entire thunder formation. Vast thunder radiance poured down from the sky, wearing out the ancient forests and mountains below. Some of the Qin clan's strongest members who couldn't dodge in time were even flooded by these layers of radiance, and their flesh and blood were shattered. Kill! Yi Zhantian grinned and personally led the Yi clan's army towards the front to kill. In an instant, a divine radiance erupted in this place, and tens of thousands of Qin clan beings had their flesh and bodies crushed alive, their forms and gods destroyed. A monstrous blood mist rose up, causing heaven and earth to lose color and the ages to dry up. Is this the eternal life war? Yu Qingji, Yi Linglong, and the others stood on top of the ancient ship, overlooking the great battle below, with a strong touch of palpitations and trepidation under their eyes. With their natural strength, it would be difficult for them to have any rivals among the current generation, but in front of such a great battle, they had a deep sense of powerlessness and humility. Not bad for a technological providence. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled. Under his eyes was a faint depth. Nowadays, it seems that a traversing tech-stream heavenly destiny who has gotten endless wealth is the real killing weapon of this immortal path. The ancient ship in front of me had many shortcomings, consuming a lot and moving slowly. However, the power of just this one shot was not the least bit weaker than a peak supreme being's full power strike. If, however, Su Qingyan was able to find more divine materials and create a fleet, sweeping through the 3,000 Dao states would be just around the corner. Yi Lord, you're inhumane. You're a leader of the righteous path in vain. An angry shout suddenly came from the depths of the Qin family, only to see an old figure striding, straw raincoat and bucket hat, bamboo pole chopping down in his hand, easily tearing the void apart. The Supreme Realm. Chapter 143. Killing Tianji is like killing a chicken. Invincible Yi Shenzi, a supreme power? Yi Lord stood on top of the battleship, and there wasn't a ripple on his face. With the depth of the everlasting Qin family, there was no way that there was only one supreme powerhouse in the clan. At this moment, the Qin family should still be hiding some truly terrifying old things in a vain attempt to deal a fatal blow to the Yi family. Leader of the righteous? Lord Yi shook his head without a ripple. Mr. Yi has never said that he is the leader of the righteous path. Rumble. As his words fell, a tall figure similarly stepped out behind him, his body surrounded by hegemonic lines and his purple blood boiling. It was none other than the Yi family's 9 ancestors, Yi Futian. Although the realm of this Yi clan's old ancestor had not yet stepped into the ranks of the supreme beings and was at the peak of the Saint realm, however, his hegemonic body bloodline was one of the strongest combatants in the Yi family, and he was under no pressure to deal with a mere first-grade supreme being. Only Yi Futian stepped out, and chi and blood erupted at his heavenly aura, like a humanoid beast that covered the heaven and earth. And his figure, too, crossed the entire battlefield, heading straight for the Qin clan's second ancestor, Qin Chuan. Terrifying divine radiance covered the dome of the sky, and all sorts of palm seals and spiritual treasures smashed down from the sky. In a matter of moments, tens of thousands of cultivators fell in this place, their bones stacked up and blood flowing into rivers. And under the attack of the Yi family and the Yi family's group of vassal forces, the 4 clans and 8 clans of the Qin family didn't have much room for resistance at all and kept routing. Desperate hissing sounds resounded through the heavens and earth, and chi and blood filled the air in a creepy manner. Looking from afar, the Qin family's billions of miles of mountains and rivers were all drenched in blood. The spirit radiance outside of the 2 parties' cultivators was like 2 torrents of water that were constantly rushing and colliding, splashing up endless bone slag and blood. Of course, those who were fighting in the battlefield at this time were the vassal forces of the 2 eternal life ancient clans. As for Yi Zhantian and the other strongest members of the Yi clan, they stood above the battlefield, combining their efforts to hunt down those elders and strongest members of the Qin clan who were above the cave ruins. The commotion in this place had long since attracted the attention of the entire 3,000 Taoist prefecture. In particular, the appearance of Lord Yi had caused a group of immortal sect lords and great sect divine lords to see a young lord who was gradually revealing his sharpness. Qingji, did you see that? This is the true path to immortality. Before the ancient ship, Yi Lord had a gentle expression and turned his head to look at you Qingji. Compared to Yi Linglong and the others, this sword immortal girl's ceiling was undoubtedly much higher. Once she truly stepped into the supreme realm, she would almost be an invincible existence on earth. The prerequisite was that she had to change this cowardly and humble character and forge a true killing Dao heart. The reason why Lord Yi wanted to send Yu Qingji to the Dragon Abyss Sword Mound was to utilize the other side of the homeland guarded by the Sword Mound to hone her killing skills. Yu Qingji's face turned pale as she slowly nodded. Before this, she was an ordinary disciple of a small mountainous sect. How had she ever seen such a scene? Go and kill all the young celestials in the battlefield so as not to leave behind any scourges. Yi Lord's bland words immediately caused Yu Qingji's heart and mind to tremble, and in the end, she did not dare to disobey, her eyes gradually firming up. Even though Gu Mingyue had accepted her now, Yu Qingji understood that if she wanted to follow Lord Yi, she had to have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with his son. Buzz. As Yu Qingji took a step forward, sword intent surrounded her body, and she became a domain in 3 feet, killing towards the front. You guys go too. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent as he looked down into the depths of the Qin family. At this moment, he could see the terrifying thunder sun that stood above the sea of clouds. If Lord Yi hadn't guessed correctly, this round of sun should be the one emperor talisman of the Qin family, the Thunder Emperor Talisman. Now Lu Yun had found the whereabouts of the other emperor talisman, and in the half of the reincarnation emperor symbol in Lord Ye's hand, there was likewise a wisp of extremely subtle divine sense sensation. As long as he searched a little, he should be able to find out where the other half of the emperor talisman was. 3 of the 9 great imperial talismans have been seen. Lord Yi had a premonition that behind these 9 imperial talismans, not only was the mystery of the demon ancestor involved, but it was likely that there was also a hidden secret about the 3,000 Dao states as well as becoming an immortal. Yes, Yi Linglong, Yi Tsong, Yi Hao and the others took a step and rushed across towards the battlefield. Now all the Qin family's strongest men above the cave ruins had been stopped by Yi Zhantian and the others. With Yi Linglong and the others' natural battle power, even a strong heavenly Qi realm practitioner would have a hard time decapitating them. This kind of everlasting war, which didn't happen every single day, was a great time to sharpen the killing Dao heart. Ye lords, suffer death. In the distant dome of the sky, 2 Qin family heavenly mechanism realm elders suddenly tore through the void and headed straight for Lord Yi. Yi Zhantian and the others frowned lightly and were just about to rob and kill the 2. But then they saw that Lord Yi even took the initiative to take a step towards them to welcome them. This scene immediately caused Yi Zhantian's eyes to flinch, and his heart made a guess. The 2 seniors are in such a hurry to die. Then I will fulfill you. Lord Yi stepped into the sky. His white clothes were awe-inspiring. A pair of double pupils glittered with light, and thunder-patterned flames alternately rose. Around it, chaotic mist and mist intertwined, diffusing divine mountains and great mountains, and the scenery of the era. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, the 2 great heavenly mechanics looked hideous, obviously not expecting this Yi family divine son to be so arrogant as to dare provoke them. Buzz. Yi Lord smiled without saying anything. one-eye pupil suddenly had divine thunder slamming down, rumbling to suppress heaven and earth. As he clenched his palm, the immortal killing ancient sword chopped down out of thin air. His sword chi reckless. The two great heavenly mechanics' complexions changed drastically, especially that one dark golden divine thunder, which caused their blood to stagnate. 9 heavenly metaphysical thunder. At this moment, they suddenly realized that this divine thunder was actually an inherited item of the Qin family, that supreme Shen thunder that was nurtured in the Tai Xian thunder seed. In all the generations of the Qin family's pride, no one had ever birthed this thunder. Now it was even controlled by the Yi family's divine son. It was a disgrace. Rumble. As the Xianlei fell, time stood still, and the only thing that was left was the strand of sword chi that chopped down vastly, slicing through the heavens and earth. The two great heavenly mechanics didn't dare to be careless for a moment, and they all sacrificed their innate spiritual treasures to collide with the Yi lords blatantly. In the next instant, their faces abruptly froze, as if they had discovered something incredible. One of them was even directly penetrated by Yi lord's sword chi through his head, splattering a piece of blood and bone residue. Heaven and earth are silent. Everyone looked at the young man strolling through the cloud dome, his white clothes awe-inspiring, and there was a strong shock in the bottom of their eyes. A sword that cuts down the heavenly machine? How is it possible? You're in the Tianqi realm. The face of the one remaining Qin clan Tianji was pale, bean-sized sweat running down his cheeks as his Dao heart crumbled. An 18-year-old Tianqi powerhouse. Thinking about it made one's hair stand on end in sweat and desire. This Yi family divine son was simply even more intimidating than the 9 heavens young emperor who had descended earlier. At this moment, he didn't even have the slightest hesitation as he turned around and fled frantically towards the Qin family land. Did you escape? Lord Yi shook his head and smiled as the sword market stood above his head. Immediately afterward, a ray of golden radiance tore through the void, like a torrent of sword intent, chopping down towards the front. Amidst the countless horrified gazes from the surrounding area, that one Qin clan heavenly machine couldn't even resist before being pierced through by this stream of swords and shattered into a bloody mist. There was only one head left, which was caught by Lord Ye's outstretched hand and pinched and exploded. Yi family's little child, you are unbridled. This scene immediately drew the angry shouts of a group of Qin clan powerhouses, and in the depths of the Qin family land, an ancient aura seemed to be slowly reviving. Chapter 144 Mysterious Supreme Being Comes. Immortal Phoenix Crisis. Kill. Miles of heaven and earth were shaken by the sound of killing. Nearly 1 million cultivators kept killing and colliding. Blood and flesh shattered and dyed the earth red. Such a terrifying scene even caused the hearts and minds of the countless saint ancestors and immortal lords watching at the end of the sky to tremble with an unspeakable fear and unease. Even with their hearts, they felt incomparably small in front of such an everlasting battle. Above the void, Yi Lord held the immortal killing ancient sword in his hand, his head roaring with sword energy and divine radiance. As each of his swords chopped down, hundreds or thousands of Qin clan cultivators would be decimated of their flesh and souls. This scene, moreover, caused the eyes of the surrounding crowd to tremble, their hearts complicated. I'm afraid that after today, the reputation of this Yi family's divine son will truly resonate through the 3,000 Dao states, shocking hundreds of millions of clans. Yi lords, are you really going to drive my Qin family to extinction? In the Qin family ground, Qin Tian's clothes were shattered. His head was cloaked in hair, and his body was covered in bloodstains as he tilted his head and roared angrily. At this moment, his breath was incomparably weak, and he was surrounded by the Yi family's 9 veins of clan elders, and was in critical condition. I and the evil demons are incompatible. Yi lords looked indifferent and righteous. You, Qin Tian looked hideous. Even if Qin Xian cultivates devilish techniques, what does it have to do with my Qin clan? You slaughtered the Qin clan without distinguishing between innocence and innocence. How are you different from an evil demon? At this point, the Qin family master actually wants to throw dirty water on me? Yi Lord shook his head and laughed, his eyes sneering. This kind of behavior is in line with the evil devil style. You, Qin Tian's body trembled, and for a moment, he didn't even know how to retort. Hey! Right at this moment, a pale sigh suddenly came from the depths of the Qin clan. In the next instant, the round of thunder Dharma sun suspended above the sea of 10,000 feet of clouds roared and trembled as it fell from the sky. The entire heaven and earth was instantly flooded with thunder, setting off 10,000 waves. As for the crowd of Yi family vassal patriarchs, they even sacrificed their divine treasures and seals, suppressing them towards Thunder Sun in a vain attempt to stop it. Rumble! But the moment the Thunder Sun fell, all the spiritual treasures' divine radiance shattered. Even some of the powerhouses of the Void God and Dao beheading realms were suppressed by this day and their flesh exploded. As for the army of cultivators, they were even more difficult to resist even a wisp of the aftermath, and their looks of despair were drowned in a silver light. Yi Lord stood in the dome of the sky, coldly looking at the old figure that came from the Qin family's land, and did not see a ripple in the bottom of his eyes. At this moment, he saw that this old man's breath was climbing with every step he took, and his face actually gradually became younger until it returned to its middle-aged appearance. Standing above the Qin family. Greetings, old ancestor. Upon seeing the visitor, the taut heartstrings of Qin Tian and the others gradually relaxed. The one in front of him was the Qin clan's oldest and most powerful existence, the Qin clan's old ancestor Qin War. It was just that this old ancestor had reached the end of his lifespan as early as 3,000 years ago, and had closed his life and death pass. Even Qin Tian and Qin Xuan, easily, did not dare to disturb him. After all, once Qin Zhan appeared in the world, it would mean that this old ancestor would no longer be able to live. Qin War, he's actually still alive. At the end of the sky dome, the eyes of many immortal lords and saint ancestors lightly trembled, clearly not unfamiliar with this Qin clan ancestor. It was said that back then, Qin Zhan had become famous in one battle by his own strength, and with the help of that supreme treasure of the Qin family, he had subdued 2 peak supreme beings who had come to provoke him. Ye lords, return the Taishian thunder seed to the Qin family, and let this matter end. Qin Zhan stood with his arms folded, the pupils of his eyes silver white and radiant with divinity. A peak supreme being whose vitality was withering away was a shock to any force, any powerhouse. Oh, ye lords' eyebrows flicked up, thunder lines boiling in his heavy pupils, and he shook his head slightly. The senior has been dead for so long, so why bother to come out and disgrace himself? Little, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Killing intent boiled in Qin War's eyes, and the light in his pair of thunderous eyes flourished like 2 stars. Roaring, only one step was seen as he stepped out. Thunder patterns erupted around him, and the great Tao revived. With the realm of these Yi clan powerhouses in this land, there was no way they could be his opponent. Even if there was still a Yi clan supreme being standing behind the Yi lord, Qin Zhan had the certainty of killing this godly son of the Yi clan who didn't know the heights of heaven right on the spot. As long as Lord Yi died, the Yi family would be equivalent to having their chi cut off. In the next instant, Qin Zhan directly probed out a palm, controlling the thunder sun towards the front to suppress it, encompassing all the 100 miles around Yi Lord. Rumble, terrifying thunderous momentum drooped down, like a side of the heavenly dome collapsing. In just one breath, tens of thousands of cultivators were annihilated by the thunder, their corpses and bones gone. Duke, Yu Qingji and the others' eyes were horrified, and their faces suddenly paled, only to see her feet step out. The top of her head seemed to have a green lotus blooming, and she even ran towards the Yi lords without any hesitation. The heavens and earth are broken, and the universe is inverted, under the full force of a peak supreme being's attack. Even those sacred ancestor immortal lords hidden in the void had a flash of genuine fear in the pupils of their eyes, and retreated so as not to be affected by this thunderous momentum. As the thunder sun crushed down, Yi Lord's figure was gradually submerged by the thunder, and there was no way to escape. Meanwhile, the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty, only Gu Mingyue was dressed in a large red phoenix coat. Her immortal face was clear and cold, and she stood on top of the city wall with her arms crossed. Behind him, a group of immortal dynasty powerhouses looked grim as they looked down at the end of the earth. There was a rolling smoke rising up there, vast, gradually bursting with golden light. Coming? Gu Mingyue murmured a word. Not a trace of panic was visible in her phoenix eyes, they were incomparably calm. Ha 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 ha, don't worry about it, Empress Gu. A rough laugh suddenly came from above the sky dome, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a 9-dragon golden robe with a burly figure walking with a tiger's stride. He appeared in the crowd's line of sight. His body was erupting with golden light. His chi and blood were majestic and volatile. It was none other than the heavenly martial imperial lord, Wu Tianji, a void god realm powerhouse. Buzz. Just the moment his words fell, but a flash of intense horror suddenly surfaced on his face as he tilted his head to look above the sky dome, only to see that there, a pale figure dressed in white walking with his arms folded was looking at him with an incomparably indifferent look. A single ray of light seemed to pierce through time for ages, suppressing the heavens. At this moment, Wu Tianji only felt a chill rise along the soles of his feet, and the hegemonic momentum on his face almost instantly solidified. Buzz. The white-clothed old man naturally came all the way from the Yi clan to the Yi clan's 8th ancestor, Yi Linxian. At this moment, he didn't even have half a sentence of nonsense as his palm blasted out, pressing down horizontally towards Wu Tianji as well as the Tianwu army behind him. Rumble. In an instant, that piece of heaven and earth went completely dark. Everyone's hearts and minds shattered, and their bones and blood veins broke apart. Supreme powerhouse. Wu Tianji's complexion changed drastically as he forced himself to endure the palpitations in his heart and drank in a deep voice. Fellow Daoist, it's up to you. Buzz. As his words fell, the void behind him immediately rippled with shocking waves. Only a hand claw covered with golden scales was seen, directly tearing through the void as if it had fallen from a hole in the ancient epic, 10,000 feet in length, setting off endless waves of demonic chi. Chapter 145 The 7 Ancestors of the Yi Family. Supreme Dragon Ancestor is just one sword. Rumble, heaven and earth quake. In the eyes of countless people who were shocked, two incomparably terrifying palm prints collided with a shocking roar. The terrifying supreme power poured down, crushing the mountains and earth below into pieces. Countless Imperial Dynasty generals were even shattered into flesh and souls and exploded into blood mist without even uttering a scream, while Yi Lingxian's eyes flashed with a faint hint of gloom as he raised his head to look at the distant sky, only to see there. An old man in a dark green robe with white hair came striding in. Two golden monstrous horns grew on his head, like they were derived from the will of the great Tao. Ancestral Dragon Hall. Long Shao? Yi Lingxian nodded gently, not a hint of surprise. He, fellow Daoist Yi. I haven't seen you in 10,000 years. You still look radiant, not diminished. Long Shao landed beside Wu Tianji and grinned. So, the Ancestral Dragon Hall is trying to make an enemy of my Yi family? No. The old man came today purely to return a favor from back then. Long Shao shook his head, and a trace of indignation flashed through the pupils of his golden brown eyes. Long Aojia was the heir of his lineage, but as a result, he was forcefully suppressed and killed on his way to the sacred state, with no bones left in his body. According to the news obtained by the Ancestral Dragon Palace, Yi Lord had not only killed Long Aojiao, but also Sun Yen, the heir to the Su family. These two men, both of them, are Yuntai heirs. Today, Long Shao descended here to deal with the strong Yi family. As for Gu Mingyue, naturally, the heavenly martial emperor lord would deal with her. The everlasting Yi family was indeed powerful and profound. Even the Ancestral Dragon Hall, the oldest power of the demon race, didn't dare to easily mess with it. But the Yi family was in the sacred state, and the Ancestral Dragon Hall was far away in the savage great state. Once the strongest members of the Yi clan descended on the land of the demon clan in a big way, they were bound to suffer resistance from the entire barbarian state. Compared to those eternal life Taoist systems in the sacred state and the supreme deity sect, the demon race's power on earth was actually much more powerful. As the most ancient hegemon of the heavens and earth and the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the decline of the demon race was not due to the fall of the strongest, but rather, the withering of the bloodline. Throughout the ages, the more powerful the demonic beast bloodline was, the more difficult it was to give birth to an heir. So much so that later on, in order to continue the racial lineage, many pure-blooded great demons of the demon race did not hesitate to use human beings as cauldrons, borrowing the powerful reproduction ability of the human race to give birth to heirs. But the consequence of this is that the bloodline of the demon race is getting thinner and weaker, and it is no longer difficult for demon gods and demon ancestors like the Ancestral Dragon, the beginning Phoenix, and the primordial Kirin to appear. Returning a favor? What kind of favor is actually worth the old ancestor's life? Yi Lingxian's expression was sneering, not putting this Dragon Palace ancestor in his eyes in the slightest. Humph, Yi Lingxian, you can't kill me with you. Long Shao snorted coldly and made a wink towards Wu Tianji behind him. This heavenly martial imperial lord instantly understood and wanted to lead the imperial dynasty's strongest men towards Gu Mingyue to kill her. Empress, be careful. A group of immortal dynasty generals clustered beside Gu Mingyue, and all their faces were grave. At this moment, they were able to sense that there seemed to be a supreme powerhouse hidden amongst the Tianwu crowd. This time, the Tianwu imperial dynasty was obviously prepared, and I'm afraid that there was more than just the Ancestral Dragon Hall side of the supreme power behind them. Yi Lingxian can't kill you. What about Laozi? Right at this moment, a slightly playful laugh suddenly came from the sky dome. At first the voice was not loud, but the moment it fell it was as if heavenly thunder rolled and shook the Canhai Sea. At this moment, Long Shao seemed to anticipate something, raising his head openly to look above the cloud dome. His eyes suddenly condensed. The sky and the earth are miles away, and the void is shattered. Only a ray of golden light was seen chopping down from the endless starry sky, as if it had cleaved through the ancient Xian Huang. And a trace of intense palpitations and horror immediately flashed through Long Zhao's eyes, and he scrambled to raise one of his palms, blocking it towards that ray of golden light. Around it, dragon chi boiled, reflecting an ancient and magnificent true dragon phantom. However, the moment that ray of golden light chopped down, this Dharma phase shattered with a loud bang, and Long Zhao's probing palm was broken with his wrist, dripping down drops of golden supreme dragon blood. This scene, moreover, caused the eyes of Wu Tianji and the others to quake and chill into the marrow. At this moment, they saw that an ancient sword draped with 7 colored sword patterns was silently suspended above the void, emitting ear-shattering sword chants. Long Zhao's throat rolled, and in the golden pupils of his eyes was a touch of suppressed fear. With his strength, he was actually chopped off his palm with a sword from 1,000 miles away. It could be imagined just how terrifying the strength of the visitor had become. A beast, how dare you speak up in front of me? Only a slightly drunken cold laughter could be heard coming from the distant void. Immediately after that, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a bearded face came striding in, his feet floating, holding an oily and stained wine gourd in his hand. Who are you? Long Xiao eyes slightly condensed, at this time actually did not feel a trace of spiritual power waves in this scruffy man, like a more ordinary but drunkard. The more this happened, the more fear Long Xiao felt in his heart instead. Who's the old man? The gray-shirted middle-aged man frowned as if he was seriously thinking about the issue. I think it's called Yi Duo Drunk. I forgot. It's been too long since anyone has called out my name. Yeah, Dope Drunk? Upon hearing this, not only Long Xiao, Wu Tianji, and the others, even the group of immortal phoenix powerhouses were frowning, obviously somewhat unfamiliar with this name. However, the world prefers to call lousy Xin Tian Sword immortal. What? The entire heaven and earth suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the gray-clothed, slim, unkempt middle-aged figure, and there was a strong flash of shock and incredulity in the bottom of their eyes. Xin Tian Sword immortal. Looking at the 3,000 Tao states 10,000 ancient epics, there were no more than 10 fingers of people who were truly known as sword immortals. Nowadays, there is even only one sword immortal on earth, sitting at the sword mound in the sword state, deterring that side of the other side of the old earth. If the crowd remembered correctly, this Xin Tian Sword immortal should have been a figure from 30,000 years ago. In his time, no one any supreme being was able to block one of his swords. Invincible under the Emperor realm, 1 for 1 above the Emperor realm. Golem. Long Zhao's body trembled as he turned around and wanted to flee the place. Bastard. Now you know you're scared? You think I crawled out of the grave to scare you? Yi Dujiu shook his head and directly held that ancient sword that was suspended in the void and chopped it down towards the front. This sword had no pattern, like it was chopping down randomly. However, the hint of bitterness and killing intent contained therein caused all of the strongest people present to change their colors so drastically that their gods and souls were about to break apart. No! Long Xiao looked up to the sky and roared, directly manifesting his body. His body was covered in dragon scales and his chi and blood were monstrous. However, at the moment Yi Duojiu's sword intent chopped down, all of these dragon mighty blood chi were worn out, and Long Zhao's eyes revealed a touch of horror as he let out a burst of unwilling roar. The 7 ancestors are merciful. Right at this moment, Yi Linxian, however, bitterly smiled and shook his head, blocking Yi Duojiu, whom, in an instant, a trace of hope surfaced in Long Zhao's eyes. As expected, the Yi clan was still afraid of the ancestral dragon hall and knew the consequences of beheading a supreme ancestor. This old dragon is full of treasures. Catch it back and steam it for the Lord's son to replenish his body. Chapter 146 or an emperor. Simply a powerful mess. The whole world was in an uproar. Listen, is this Yi Linxian speaking human language? The third ancestor of the ancestral dragon hall, the supreme fifth great demon, in his mouth actually became an ingredient, steamed to make up for the body of Lord Yi, even Long Xiao. At this moment, a mouthful of old blood was directly sprayed out, never having experienced shame. Steamed? This beast is too old. It's better for the young dragon to be steamed and tasted better. Deep fry it, until both sides are golden and the diplomacy is tender. A trace of excitement suddenly flashed through Yi Duojiu's pair of hazel drunken eyes, and he hurriedly drank a mouthful of wine and suppressed the saliva that nearly flowed out. This dragon spear mustn't show off 10 pounds of wine? Yi family, too much bullying. Long Zhao's teeth were clenched, never imagining that one day, someone would actually dare to discuss his eating style in front of him. What's all the shouting about? It's your honor for my Yi clan's divine son to eat you. Yi Duojiu frowned and suddenly shot out a sword, piercing through Long Zhao's head. Put! As a golden dragon's blood splashed out, the radiance in Long Zhao's eyes immediately dimmed. Instead, Yi Duojiu reached out to hold his dragon's horn, slung it over his shoulder, and tilted his head back to take a sip of wine. Lin Xian, is it okay to leave that stinker hiding in the crowd to you? I'm going to go back and blow up the dragon for Kimiko. Don't worry 7 ancestors, none of them can escape. Yi Linxian gently nodded his head. His face always had an elegant smile on it. This scene, moreover, chilled the hearts and minds of Wu Tianji and the other group of imperial dynasty powerhouses, suddenly feeling a bit dead. According to that one, the heavenly martial dynasty had taken the opportunity to strike and attack the immortal phoenix in order to distract the strongest members of the Yi clan so that they would suffer losses in the eternal life war with the Qin clan. Moreover, with the ancestral dragon hall as well as another supreme powerhouse making a move, the Tianwu imperial dynasty might not be unable to destroy the immortal phoenix ancient dynasty. But who would have thought that the Yi family would casually send 2 supreme beings, including a peerless sword immortal? It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence should have descended from the Yi family on the Qin family's battlefield at this moment. For the first time, this side of the everlasting ancient clan's underpinnings were displayed so bluntly in front of the world. Buzz. Just at the moment Yi Duojiu disappeared, a figure in the Tianwu imperial dynasty suddenly tore through the void, wanting to escape from this place. Can you walk? Yi Linxian's expression was gentle as he probed out with a palm, and the vast chi transformed into a millstone, gradually enveloping the entire heaven and earth. In the next instant, he pushed his palm horizontally and the mill rolled, going so far as to grind all living cultivators into blood mist along the way. Immortal Phoenix Generals, kill! Above the city walls, Gu Mingyue's phoenix clothes hunted, leaving the world alone. At that instant, thousands of battle shadows surged out from the surrounding heaven and earth, holding swords and axes and halberds, charging towards the Tianwu crowd, and Gu Mingyue similarly took a step, the ancient halberd in her hand shining brightly with golden light, sweeping across the heavens. At this moment, although there was unwillingness in Wu Tianji's eyes, he didn't dare to have a moment's hesitation, and similarly turned around to escape from this place. He is not afraid of death. He is afraid of falling into the hands of the Yi family. Life is worse than death. Ah, Imperial Lord Tianwu, where are you going? In the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty, a silver-haired old crone smiled amiably, and with a star phantom on her head, she blocked the heavenly martial Emperor Lord. Rumble, the Qin family land. Everyone looked at the round of thunderous sun that crushed down from the sky, and there was a dense shock in the bottom of their eyes. In particular, the faces of a group of strong Yi family attachment members were completely pale, under such an attack, not to mention the Yi Lord Godchild. Even they, the powerhouses of the Dao beheading realm, simply didn't have an ounce of resistance. The Son of God is dead? The crowd's throats rolled and they looked at each other. Yu Qingji's eyes were even more foggy, and the sword intent around her body even vaguely dazzled with a hint of bloody color. Poof! Qin Zhan stood in the void, his expression cold and arrogant. However, just as his eyes swept over the group of Yi clan powerhouses in front of him, his brows frowned slightly, and an inexplicable uneasiness suddenly came over him. At this moment, he saw that neither Yi Zhantian nor Yi Futian and the others had too much panic under their eyes. Could it be? Qin Zhan's eyes slightly condensed, and he openly looked down towards the land where the thunderous light was boiling. In the next instant, his face abruptly turned white, as if he had seen something incredible. Are people so shameless nowadays? A supreme ancestor, actually striking out at a junior? What? Do you think my Yi family has no one? As an old voice came from the thunder radiance, all the eyes of the entire heaven and earth were attracted. Buzz. In the next instant, the layers of thunder radiance gradually broke down. One of the old figures stood above Yi Lord's head, and even lifted that Thunder Emperor talisman with one hand, blocking it in midair. It was an old man with a rosy face, snow-white hair, and a sturdy body surging with amazing chi and blood. At this moment, his one outstretched arm was draped with astonishing divine radiance holy patterns, and his dharma was heavenly. Qin Zhan, after so many years of not seeing each other, you're really getting more and more unproductive. As the words fell, the old man's palm fiercely clenched, his arm seething with divine lines that contained unspeakable might, and he even directly yanked that one emperor talisman down from the sky and held it in his hand. You're... Qin Zhan's old face froze, then he seemed to think of something, his eyes gradually widening. Yi Sanlong, it's you! Upon hearing this, a burst of shocking clamor came from the surrounding heaven and earth. The figures of many immortal lords and sacred ancestors manifested from the void, and there was a look of shock and horror in their eyes. Yi Sanlong, the Yi family's first generation of supreme bone strength had once truly crushed the supreme giants of an era, and it was in the shadow of this Yi ancestor that Qin Zhan lived, closing his death sentence at his peak, always pursuing the opportunity to break the supreme realm. Thinking of it? Then I will personally give this old friend of yours a ride. Yi Sanlong imprinted his palm down, not exerting any kung fu aptitude at all, and pushed it horizontally towards Qin Zhan. On its arm, a ray of golden radiance began to burst out. In that one golden divine bone, it looked like an emperor was sitting on a plate, with a majestic appearance. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth was completely shattered, and Qin Zhan's face went completely pale as his hands clenched violently, and behind him, a thunder phantom boomed and condensed for 1,000 feet. At this moment, both of their auras were incomparably terrifying, attracting the eyes of thousands of clan powerhouses in the sacred state. Qin Zhan didn't dare to have a single reservation at all, controlling the thunder dharma phase towards Yi Sanlong's palm imprint to resist. Click! Billions of divine haze poured down, and Qin Zhan's one probing palm actually crumbled inch by inch the moment it touched Yi Sanlong's palm print. Instead, that palm print continued to suppress down at an unhurried speed, annihilating all the lightning pattern divine radiance. How is it possible? You took that step? Chapter 147 Kill until no one in the world dares to be the enemy of Yi. Emperor! Qin Zhan's eyes rounded as he watched his physical body begin to shatter, unable to do anything at all. He never dreamed that the realm that he had failed to touch even after pursuing it for his entire life would be easily broken by Yi Sanlong. Qin Zhan, you're still so weak. Yi Sanlong's expression was bland as his palm imprint slapped down, directly smashing Qin Zhan's fleshly body and soul into smithereens. Drops of golden supreme blood spilled down from the sky, crumbling all the mountain and river divine halls below. The whole world was silent. Whether it was the members of the Qin family or the crowd of immortal lords and saint ancestors surrounding them, their faces were incomparably pale. The Emperor realm. A strong person of this realm hadn't appeared in the world for a long time. Even if the Emperor potential on Yi Sanglong's body was slightly weak, and he should only be a quasi-imperialist, it was simply not something that any supreme powerhouse could contend with. I'm Minister, Godson Yi Lord. We are willing to submit. Immediately afterward, a burst of wailing sounds resounded. Countless clan lords gave up resisting and knelt down to beg for mercy. Even a peak supreme being like Qin Zhan was slapped to death by the Yi clan's ancestor. Is there any need for them, the people of the cave ruins and the chopping road, to resist? What's more, at this time, the crowd simply didn't know that Yi Sanglong was actually the #1 ancestor in the Yi family. There were a few others in the Yi family who were stronger than him. At this moment, the world finally realized a truth. The Changsheng family is the Changsheng family, and the Changshengyi family is the Changshengyi family. With the Qin family's heritage, even though it has declined nowadays, it is at least an emperor's blood inheritance, and there are 2 great emperor objects in the clan. However, in front of the Yi family, they couldn't even resist and were easily slaughtered. Lords, Yi Sanlong, Yi Zhantian and the others descended from the sky and stood in front of Lord Yi. As the Yi family's divine son, the current Yi Lord represented the Yi family's 9 veins. Even a quasi-emperor powerhouse like Yi Sanglong would wholeheartedly assist him in his growth. Kill them all. Yi Lord spoke indifferently and directly stepped towards the Qin family grounds. You guys come with me. In this battle, he had originally aimed to shock the 3,000 Dao states. Moreover, the underpinnings and heirs of these ancient clans had already been harvested by the Yi lords and were of little value. Today he was to kill until no one in the world dared to be his enemy. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan, Yu Qingji, Yi Linglong, and the others hurriedly took steps to follow them, all with a faint trace of anticipation in the bottom of their eyes. Rumble. In an instant, this piece of heaven and earth sent shockwaves through the sky, and in front of a quasi-emperor powerhouse like Yi Sanglong, Qin Tian, Qin Chuan, and a host of other Qin clan powerhouses didn't have a single ounce of resistance at all, and casually had their fleshly bodies and souls shattered. Blood mist filled the air and corpses piled up. The land of 10,000 miles, the mountains, rivers, earth, and even the extraterrestrial stars were all breaking up. Many ripples of laws fell down, like a sea of blood tumbling down. AI. It seems that the pattern of the 3,000 Taoist prefectures is really going to change because of this Yi clan divine son. Yes, the Emperor Lord hasn't appeared for 10,000 years, so I'm afraid it's hard to suppress the Yi Lord with just an Emperor son. Above the void, a group of immortal lords and sacred ancestors shook their heads in sorrow, their eyes complex with their hearts. At this time, looking at the broken limbs and wreckage below, they all felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet, wanting to stop. And all of this was simply because of Yi Lord's words. It's hard not to be afraid of such a murderous mind. I heard that the old earth on the other side has appeared. That one magic treasure is a truly forbidden weapon. I wonder if the Empress who sacrificed billions of living beings back then is still on Earth. If she's still alive, it's going to be another Holocaust on Earth. Meanwhile, the figures of Lord Yi and the others landed in the middle of the Qin clan. What's in the treasure chest? You pick first. Yi Lord glanced at Su Qingyan, a hint of playfulness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. In fact, with the Yi family's heritage, even without that one technological battleship it would be able to open the thunder spell. However, the appearance of this warship completely overturned the world's perception of the Eldritch War. With Su Qingyan's mind, she would definitely shine on this path of technological immortality cultivation. Thank you, sir. Su Qingyan's red lips pursed lightly, a faint hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Hey, when I was a child, my dream was to become a scientist, to have many spiritual materials to experiment with. But not anymore. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong and the others immediately showed a look of curiosity on their faces. Although they couldn't understand what Su Qingyan was saying, they could feel that she seemed to be aggrieved. Don't want to be a scientist now, just want to have a home with Kimiko. In an instant, the entire world was quiet. Even an old colorful lot like Yi Linglong had a flash of intense horror appear on her face. It's ing. Is Miss Su so good at this? And Yu Qingji's eyes were even flashing with panic, shock, and incredulity. So, there really was someone who could be brave enough to go to such an extent as to confess their love for God's son in public? Do you still want spirit stones? Yi Lord's expression was indifferent, and he was already accustomed to Su Qingyan's character. It burns and burns like crazy. It won't you. And the main event is a mouthful. Don't even think about it. As the words fell, Yi Lord didn't even give Su Qingyan a chance to open her mouth, and directly walked towards the Qin family's treasure trove. Godson I want. Su Qingyan's silver teeth clenched, feeling that Yi Lord's is a pure steel straight man. Hard is really hard, just cannot tease As the crowd walked into the treasure pavilion, Lord Ye's gaze was instantly attracted to a silver-white battle armor hanging there. The entire battle armor, with its lightning patterns flowing and surging power, was actually a top-grade supreme artifact. As for Yu Qingji, Su Qingyan and the others, they also picked a few spiritual treasures each and left the place satisfied. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny, Su Qingyan, with the Taishan Divine Iron, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the Primordial Mother Gold, which can be fused to repair the Emperor's armor. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny, Yu Qingji, with the Purple Gold Transition Pill, 8th Grade Elixir, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, the 9 Dragon Supreme Pill, Immortal Elixir. Hearing the system beeps coming from his ears, a smile of satisfaction also appeared on Yi Lord's face. With a wave of his palm, he pocketed the silver light battle armor, and selected a few treasure hairpins, phoenix crowns, and glazed bracelets from a pile of spiritual treasures and divine materials before leaving the treasure pavilion. Brother, you remember, women want not your care, is the precious spiritual treasure and gold jewelry. Boing boing. Lords, outside the main hall, Yi Tsanlong, Yi Zhantian and the others had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, on the faces of the group of Yi family powerhouses, there was a touch of heartfelt joy, and the eyes that looked at Yi Lords were filled with pampering and gratification. In this battle, Lord Yi not only displayed his heaven-defying battle power, but also called the world to see a young lord who was resolute in his killing and calculating in his mind. Nice. Yi Tsanglong waved his hand and handed that one Thunder Emperor talisman to Yi Lord. Let's go. Your Dr. Old Ancestor has already prepared an all-dragon banquet at the Yi family, waiting to go back and celebrate your success. Thank you, Elder Ancestor. Yi Lord put the Thunder Emperor talisman into the Soul Sea and headed towards the Yi clan's land with Su Qingyan, Yu Qingji, and the others. Compared to the Qin family's underlying creation, what Yi Lord really cared about was naturally this Emperor talisman. It was not only about the mystery of Lord Ye's demonic body, but it was also related to the chi of the 3,000 Taoist states. When Lord Yi truly fused the 9 great imperial talismans and took control of the heavenly destiny on earth, or when he conquered the 10,000 races in the 9 heavens, Lord Yi had a premonition that the 3,000 Tao state was most likely not just as simple as a lower realm. Behind the people, there seems to be some truly terrifying beings hiding. Chapter 148 10 Forbidden Names. Yi Lord's father seems to be heavenly fate as well? In just one day, the news of the destruction of the everlasting Qin clan spread throughout the 3,000 Taoist prefectures. The entire Qin family, from the peak supreme ancestor down to the powerless teenager, and even a bunch of subordinate forces, were slaughtered, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Billions of miles of mountains and rivers were strewn with blood and bones, and mountains of heads were piled up. On the contrary, this time, not a single one of those immortal sect heads and great sect holy lords who claimed to be leaders of the righteous path and opened their mouths to benevolence and morality came forward to accuse the Yi family of cruelty and tyranny. Many sacred lords and immortal lords even publicly accused the Qin family of practicing devilry and committing the most heinous crimes, and prepared generous gifts to come and pay tribute to the Yi family for ridding themselves of devils and defending the Tao. For a while, Lord Ye's name spread throughout the 3,000 Tao states, attracting countless believers and followers. In particular, some noble daughters of clans and holy daughters of great religions had even introduced themselves to the Yi family, and their letters and stationery poured into the Yi family in an overwhelming manner. Lords, in the Yi clan's land, Yi Tsanglong and Yi Duozhu stood at the top of the mountain with their arms crossed. Greetings to the 2 elder ancestors. Yi Lord looked respectful and bowed towards the 2 Yi family ancestors. According to Yi Zhantian, these 2 were the 6th ancestors and 7th ancestors of the Yi clan, of the divine bone and sword body lineage. Among them, Yi Tsanglong's realm was at the level of quasi-emperor, truly invincible on earth. But the Yi family was hungrier than him, and there were a full 5 others. I just came back from the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty. That fiancée of yours, she's not simple. Yi Duozhu shook his head and smiled. A pair of drunken eyes actually had some deep meaning in them. This time when Tianshan Tao state is in turmoil, there is the shadow of the savage ancestral dragon hall and the cloud platform. But I feel that behind Emperor Tianwu's back, there should be another side of forces standing. The imperial court? Yi Lords instantly understood and slowly nodded. Who on earth would dare touch his fiancée? Aside from the imperial court, one of the 3,000 Tao states would never dare to touch the immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty as long as they weren't pawns. Nice. Yi Tsanglong's expression was cold and indifferent as he looked out at the distant cloud dome. Lord Sun, in fact, with my Yi family's heritage, you don't need to worry. If the imperial court really dares to make a move against the Yi family, the one who will be overthrown will definitely be them. Then why has my Yi family never competed for the heaven and earth emperor position? Yi Lord frowned lightly. He didn't believe that a party of ancient clans would choose to remain hidden after becoming powerful. the Yi family must be hiding some secret or suffering. Back then, your father discovered some truths about the dark turmoil, and he had said that if he didn't return within 100 years, the Yi family would go into seclusion and wait for you to become a divine son before charting the heavens and the earth. Yi Sanglong's eyes were deep, and he had the same incomparable respect for Yi Lord's father. Father? The truth of the dark unrest? Upon hearing this, Yi Lord frowned lightly, suddenly having a strange feeling. At this moment, he had a premonition that his father, the previous Nine Veins co-lord of the Yi family, seemed to know all his secrets. Even Yi Lord's demonic body as well as the crossing over was most likely arranged by this Yi family master? Although this idea was too ridiculous, it gave Yi Lords a creepy feeling. Where did father go? Yi Lord's expression was indifferent, and there was gradually some chill in his eyes. In any case, his crossing didn't seem like an accident, and the only thing that Lord Yi could do was to grow up as quickly as possible. We don't know, but the last place he appeared was the Northern Plains. North Plains? Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he slowly nodded his head. This Fang Dao state, likewise, was one of the 10 great Dao states and was not under the control of the imperial court. Those who survive in them are all ancient divine races. As far as Lord Yi knew, these so-called divine races were not the Nine Heavens immortal race, but rather the innate bloodline born on Earth at the time of the ancient world. If Lord Yi hadn't remembered correctly, there was a true forbidden land of living beings in the north, the Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Land. There, it is rumored, is the gateway from Earth to the beyond, the true place of dark origins. Can it be that father has stepped into the Heavenly Abyss? Hiss. No way. His old father wouldn't be a manifest destiny template as well, would he? Don't panic, son. Dad is really invincible? Lord Child, you're looking for the 9 great imperial talismans? Yi Sanglong suddenly thought of something and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Old ancestor also knows about the 9 great imperial symbols? Of course, my Yi clan once had an imperial talisman as well. It was the lifeblood of one of the strongest ancestors of the Yi clan. But, Yi Sanglong and Yi Duozhou glanced at each other with a helpless smile under their eyes. This emperor talisman was taken away by that lineage back then, and its whereabouts are unknown to this point. Hidden veins? Yi Lord nodded gently, becoming more and more curious about this hidden vein. The strongest ancestor, the emperor's symbol inheritance, was forced to leave the Yi family. What's next? I'm afraid it won't be a strong return and a slap in the face of the Yi family's godchildren? Hiss. Before I came out of the world, your Taishu 5 ancestors asked me to bring you a message. Yi Sanglong's face suddenly became grave. The great Tao is falling apart, the Qi is scattering, and the 10 great taboos are born in response to the catastrophe. You need to be extra careful. The 5 ancestors? Yi Lord's expression was solemn, and there was the same look of awe in his eyes. This 5th ancestor was an elder ancestor of the 9 orifices Linglong heart lineage, who had an innate perception of the fortunes of heaven and earth, and was able to foresee the future. The 10 great taboos, each with their own heavenly destiny. White Woe, 1 emperor of the ancients, 9 heavenly sword maiden, chaos invincible, divine bow slaughtering the sun, 8-armed heavenly underworld, 1 thought of Buddha and devil, rebirth on the other side, swallowing the sky as an ancestor, and returning to the one of 10,000 worlds. As Yi Sanglong's words fell, a wave immediately rippled in the bottom of Yi Lord's heart. Undoubtedly, these 10 taboos should correspond to the 10 invincible heavenly destinies. It's just that the 1 emperor of the 10,000 ancients, the 9 heavenly sword maiden, seems to have already appeared. With Gu Mingyu's Qi talent, she was definitely qualified to occupy a taboo. The 9 heavenly sword woman was even pointing directly at Yu Qingji. After all, she was a 9 heavenly sword immortal who had beheaded an immortal in her previous life. As strong as Su Qingyan, she actually failed to obtain a forbidden name. One could imagine how terrifying these remaining 8 heavenly fates should be. Every one of them might be a great tonic for Yi Lords. These 10 forbidden people will all have the opportunity to break the yoke of the heavenly Tao in the chaotic world, and ultimately one of them remaining, or is the master of the next epoch on earth. Yi Sanglong spoke in a low tone and lightly patted Yi Lord's shoulder. Lord's son, boldly do it. What taboo? Imperial court. There are us old things. No matter how big of a mess you make, the old ancestors can help you smooth it out. What you can't fight, the old ancestors will help you fight it. What the old ancestors can't fight, there's still your father. Thank you, elder ancestor. Yi Lord guffawed and bowed once again towards Yi Sanglong and Yi Duozhou. Go, I fried a supreme old dragon for you. Put it in your bedchamber. Young people don't have too much pressure. Should eat and drink. Like me in this life there is nothing big. Just want to drink more wine. Say more pussy. Yi Duozhou shook his head and walked towards the outside of the Yi family in Yi Sanglong's slightly helpless eyes. Oh yeah, I'll keep that dragon gun. You guys are still young. You don't need this, not for the old ancestor. So yeah, say more pussy while you're young. Chapter 149 Emperor's Son's Mind Tricks. Maybe Gu Mingyue can be used as bait to fish for Yi Lords. So, my lord, this is really a dragon? Yu Qingji looked at the pieces of meat in front of her that had been fried until they were golden brown, and then looked at the hideous dragon head that was placed on the tabletop. The bottom of her eyes were filled with shock. Beside her, Su Qingyan seemed to have suddenly thought of something and vomited with a wow sound. The first time she met Gu Mingyue, this female emperor of the immortal dynasty had thoughtfully made a bowl of fresh soup for her. As a result, Su Qingyan never dreamed that this bowl of fresh soup was actually boiled with the skull of the fourth princess of the ancestral dragon palace, Long Ojio. Now the Yi family's 7 ancestors had hunted another supreme old dragon, saying that they wanted to replenish the body of the Yi lord. Who would have thought that the top demonic power in the savage great state would be an ordinary ingredient in the eyes of the Yi family? Su Qingyan was worried that if she continued to eat like this, she was afraid that the entire ancestral dragon hall would be eaten up by the Yi family. Sister Su, what's wrong with you? Yu Qingji blinked her big bright eyes as she picked up a piece of dragon meat and gently bit into it. Vomit. This scene once again caused Su Qingyan to bend down and dry heave as she panicked and ran towards the outside of the hall. I'll go back to Wanbao City first. Gongzi will make another appointment next time. My lord, did I do something wrong? She's vegetarian. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, waving towards Yi Linglong and the others. Come over and join us. Time passes. In these few days, Lord Yi and Yu Qingji were always in closed-door cultivation in their chambers. After swallowing that one violet gold transition pill, Yu Qingji's realm had also smoothly stepped into the first level of the Mahayana. On the other hand, Lord Yi took the opportunity to integrate the Thunder Emperor Talisman into the Taichu Ancestral Talisman, completely controlling the origin power contained within. This kind of power had completely transcended realm limitations and was enough to be comparable to a true god powerhouse. The 10 Taboos. Lord Yi looked down at the immortal killing ancient sword in his hand and the hint of dark gold divine patterns draped over it. His face did not see too many ripples. He had already put the primordial mother flesh into this ancient sword, repairing part of its might. Nowadays, the grade of this sword was also at the level of an extreme Dao Emperor soldier, earthly to the extreme. Since Yi Taishu was able to deduce the existence of the 10 great taboos, I'm afraid that the other Dao lineages could likewise. At a time like this, the one in the 3000 Dao state who was most unwilling to have the 10 forbidden taboos come out should be the imperial court. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from Yi Lord's Soul Sea, and with a smirk on his face at that moment, he lifted his feet and marched towards the outside of the great hall. Yu Qingji still needed a few more days to refine that one transition dan. When she awoke from her seclusion, it was time for Lord Yi to send her to the sword state to cultivate under that earthly sword immortal. For Yi Lords, the only day when this Heaven's Destiny sword immortal was truly invincible was the day when she manifested her value. The imperial court. Emperor's son. The Tianwu imperial dynasty was overthrown by Yi Linxian and Gu Mingyue, along with that old dragon from the ancestral dragon hall and one of the supreme elders from the Pantai. All of them were decimated. In the middle of the great hall, the mysterious powerhouse with a silver-white ghostly face looked bitter, with a hint of palpitations hidden in the bottom of his eyes. This eternal life battle. A total of 4 elder ancestors from the Yi clan had appeared in the world, and even a quasi-emperor powerhouse had appeared. In this era, the emperor realm was already a truly invincible existence. Well, the emperor's son gently nodded his head with a cloudy expression. What do you think Yi Lord's insistence on overthrowing the Qin family is for? Thunder Emperor Talisman? The silver-faced old man's eyes were slightly austere as he carefully said, this eternal life battle, we didn't gain nothing. At the very least we know what Lord Yi is scheming. And he seems to be very concerned about Gu Mingyue, to the point of sending 2 supreme ancestors to shelter him. What the emperor's son means is, emperor talismans are mysterious and unpredictable. They are considered the most precious creations on earth. If Gu Mingyue inadvertently knew the whereabouts of an emperor talisman, do you think she would go forward to find it? The emperor's eyes were deep, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a playful arc. At those words, the silver-faced old man instantly understood and slowly nodded. By using the emperor's talisman as bait and luring Gu Mingyue into the game, he might be able to silently erase her along with the Yi Lord. As long as this Yi family divine son fell, the Yi family would lose its future. You make a trip to the underworld heavenly prefecture. If I remember correctly, the holy maiden of that Fong blood hall should also be a Yuntai heir, right? Yes. The silver-faced old man bowed, and the Dao lines around his body swam as he gradually disappeared in place. At the same time, the lower part of Yokohama Mountain, only to see a blue-robed young man walk out from the mountain forest with a gentle smile on his face. Behind it, a man's corpse lay on the ground, and his clothes were actually stripped off, which was extremely frightening to think about. Elder, how was it? Worthy of being a Yuntai heir. This kind of camouflage and disguise art is enough to pass off as a fake. The chaotic demon ape looked Lu Yun up and down in sight in admiration. This person is an heir of the Tianlan ancient sect named Gu Feng. According to what he said, that fluctuation is in the forbidden area at the back of the Tianlan Sex Mountain, so as long as I take his place, I'll be able to freely enter and exit there. Originally, Lu Yun wanted to utilize that sacred artifact to find out where the Emperor's symbol was. Although his plan had succeeded, the Skylon ancient sect had sent out all of its elders and disciples in the past few days, and had almost turned over the entire Hungduan mountain range, and had successfully touched the imperial symbol seal. However, Lu Yun still underestimated the power of this Emperor talisman, and the commotion here drew the attention of the surrounding party of supreme immortal sects. At a time like this, if he ordered the chaotic demon ape to slaughter the Skylon sect, it would inevitably lead to more calamities. That was why Lu Yun had selected an ancient sect disciple, slaughtered him, and disguised himself into his likeness intending to blend into the Skylon sect. The Yuntai legacy lies in disguise and calculation. This was a breeze for Lu Yun. The creation is in me. Awesome. The chaotic demon ape gave a thumbs up, waved his hand and held the corpse in his hand, swallowing it in one gulp. This scene immediately caused Lu Yun's eyes to tremble, and there was a hint of palpitations hidden in the bottom of his eyes. These chaos demons, ferocious in nature but with little brains, were the most suitable for control. Senior, then I'll trouble you to hide in the shadows and receive me at any time. Lu Yun's eyes were gloomy, with the chaos demon ape secretly sheltering him. As long as he wasn't a powerhouse above the chopping Dao, no one could threaten his life. Don't worry, leave it to me. The chaotic demon ape patted its chest, blood flowing from its mouth and making a gurgling chewing sound. Go! Lu Yun nodded gently and walked straight towards the Skylon sect. Behind it, a hint of sinister evil flashed in the eyes of the chaos demon ape, and its figure gradually disappeared from the spot. Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty. Gu Mingyue held her chin in one hand and a scroll in the other, sitting lazily in front of the bookcase, flipping through it casually, counting the time. Lu Yun should have already found the whereabouts of that Emperor talisman, and it was time for her to move to the Transverse Mountain Range and harvest the creation. If Gu Mingyue remembered correctly, before the opening of the Jishi Palace in the previous life, there had been a party of immortal monuments that had appeared in the desolate heaven ancient state. It was said that among them, there was a secret about becoming an immortal, which once attracted many heavenly prides to descend. When she snatched the Emperor's symbol from Lu Yun's hands, she might be able to make an appointment with Lord Yi and take her chances in the desolate heaven ancient state. Just as Gu Mingyue was secretly pondering, the void behind her suddenly rippled for a split second. Immediately afterward, a pair of palms probed out from it, directly holding onto her chest where it was erect, the fingertips gently twisting, tingling into the bones. What's on your mind, ma'am? Chapter 150. The Empress unloading her armor trumps all love words. Gu Mingyue's phoenix eyes slightly condensed, and a smoky haze immediately rose on her pretty face. Lord Yi, this is the Immortal Dynasty Imperial Palace. What happened to the Imperial Palace? Yi Lord hugged Gu Mingyue tightly from behind, twisted his fingers lightly, came to her ear and whispered, do I have to distinguish occasions when I want to hug my own maiden? You, scoundrel, scoundrel? Just in case one day if my demonic nature breaks out and I make an enemy of the world. Shoo! Before Yi Lord's words fell, he saw Gu Mingyue frowning and reaching out to cover his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. It seems that my lady still cares about me, and it's not in vain for me to specially select these gifts for you from the Qin family's treasury. As the words fell, Yi Lord took out that thunder treasure armor from his soul ring and handed it to Gu Mingyue. At this moment, he was suddenly somewhat looking forward to Gu Mingyue's heroic appearance when she put on her battle armor. It's the Qin clan's inherited weapon, the Heavenly Thunder Divine Armor. Yi Lord guffawed and lay directly on Gu Mingyue's snow-white thighs. Do you want to try it on, mama? Gu Mingyue's brows knitted lightly, and she instantly guessed the Yi Lord's intentions. You're dreaming, AI. It's sad that my mother is so indifferent to me. It seems that I should come less often to this immortal Phoenix ancient dynasty in the future. Don't you dare. Gu Mingyue's pretty face was slightly red, especially the playfulness in Lord Ye's eyes, which caused her to feel a pang of shame. Though now the two had been double cultivated and had become a true couple, but in her previous life, Gu Mingyue had never experienced this before, and she was still a bit nervous inside. Poof! Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly, and suddenly waved her hand to strike down a spiritual radiance, sealing the entire hall. Instead, she slowly got up, tied up her hair, and retired the phoenix garment she was wearing, replacing it with that silver and white battle armor. At this moment, her entire body looked incomparably valiant, completely different from her usual cool and transcendent temperament. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the Heavenly Thunder Divine Armor, Supreme Artifact, to the Daughter of Heaven's Destiny, and obtaining a 10,000x return reward, the Substitute Puppet. The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly gripped Gu Mingyue's jade hand and yanked her into his arms. Yi Lord. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled lightly, already anticipating something. This is my imperial palace. My lady is also beautiful today. All of a sudden, the entire hall was filled with spring colors and the sound of waves. One day is another. By the time the second day dawned, Gu Mingyue was languidly paralyzed in Yi Lord's arms, her face still flushed. What's next for husband? The land of the other side is out, and I plan to send you Qingji to the sword mound to cultivate. Yi Lord's eyes were deep as he looked down at Gu Mingyue. Does your highness have any understanding of the other side? From Yi Long's mouth, Yi Lord probably guessed the reason why his father disappeared. This Yi family's strongest person in the ages was likely to have known the secret behind the dark turmoil and had gone forward to find the truth. Lord Yi had a vague feeling that this truth was likely to be related to his demon ancestor body. The old land on the other side? Gu Mingyue changed her posture and nestled in Lord Ye's arms. Husband should know about the dark unrest, right? In the last dark unrest, there was a woman on the other side of the world who had slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings by virtue of a forbidden object. But in the end, she was suppressed by the human race's strongest people in a joint effort. Her life and death were unknown, and the forbidden object was broken into two pieces because of that. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord instantly became interested. Go on. One of these two forbidden objects was left behind in the 3000 Dao state, and the other was said to have been stolen by a soul race renegade whose whereabouts are unknown. In fact, these were all memories from Gu Mingyue's previous life. Now although she had forgiven Lord Yi, she still didn't dare to tell him about her rebirth, fearing that it would lead to unknown changes. Stole it? Yi Lord raised his eyebrows lightly, and his heart suddenly made a guess. Usually a traitor like this is likely to be a person of change, carrying qi, and in the prophecy of the 5 ancestors Yi Taishu, exactly one of the 10 forbidden taboos was reborn on the other shore. Is it possible that this one who escaped the other side is this forbidden providence? And does the lady know where this man is? A hint of depth flashed in Yi Lord's eyes, looking at Gu Mingyue with a smile or not. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's heart and mind tightened, always feeling that Yi Lord seemed to know her secret. I don't know. She hadn't lied about that. When she had been killed by the Yi Lords in her last life, this traitor of the other side hadn't really shown up yet. However, at this moment, Gu Mingyue suddenly remembered something that might be related to the other imperial talisman. Oh, Yi Lord nodded and didn't ask more questions. Let's go. Your highness has nothing to do. Why don't you accompany me to the ancient sect of Tianlan, and on the way, we can also have more in-depth exchanges. Gu Mingyue whitened fiercely at Lord Yi and felt a sudden swelling. At this rate, she'll break down sooner or later. Can I not go? With Blackie there, I'm afraid you've already set everything up. I want you to stay with me. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyes lightly trembled and her red lips suddenly lifted a shallow arc. Good. At this time, she did not say much, silently got up to straighten up Yi Lord's clothes, tied up his hair, and walked side by side with him towards the outside of the hall. At this moment, she was no longer the immortal Phoenix Empress, nor was she the rebirth supreme. She is the wife of Lord Yi. It's the one who will stand by his side and face everything with him no matter what happens in the future. The road to immortality is long, and people take their time. Tianlan Ancient Sect. As the only sect power in the Hangduan mountain range, this ancient sect of the Fawn was equally not weak. Nay, the Hangduan mountain range was filled with poisonous miasma and demons that hunted clan disciples from time to time. So much so that over the years, the Tianlan ancient sect has been declining and sparsely populated, no longer regaining its former glory. At this moment, Lu Yan stood in front of the sect's main hall, looking at the stunningly beautiful silhouette that descended from the sky, with a hint of gloominess hidden in the bottom of his eyes. In these few days, the haze glow rose in the Hangduan mountain range, and the sound of the Tao trembled, so it was obvious that there was a treasure that had appeared in the world. Even the many demons in the mountain have been hibernating in the dark, always ready to seize the treasure. The Three Clear Immortal sect was less than 10,000 miles away from this place, and it was a truly top sect in the sacred state. The commotion here naturally made it difficult to escape the ears of the Three Clear Immortal sect. Greetings to Holy Maiden Qingxian. The Tianlan Patriarch was a white, chubby, middle-aged man whose realm was only at the cave ruin level, yet he was already the strongest person in this mountain range. In front of him, a young girl wearing a white dress with a cool face and a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes descended from the sky and coldly glanced at him. Patriarch Su, what's the matter with the vision in the Skylon sect? Fu Qingxian looked indifferent. Her realm was at the 9th level of the divine wheel, and her heavenly appearance was incomparable. Not to mention the lord of a small mountainous sect, even the masters of those immortal sects in the holy state would give her a few moments of face. A few days ago, there were spiritual treasure fragments appearing in Hangduan Mountain, so I ordered the disciples of the clan to go and look for them, not realizing that they had inadvertently touched an ancient prohibition. Su Henian laughed and did not dare to hide anything. He understood that a supreme treasure like this was no longer something that the Skylon sect could get their hands on. I'm afraid that it won't be long before many sacred sun heirs descend on this mountain range, each of which can easily wipe out the Skylan sect. Lead the way. Fu Qingxian nodded gently and directly turned around and traveled towards the back of the mountain. Fu Qingxian, you're still so annoying. Do you really think that after awakening a holy body, everyone has to fear you and obey you? Right at this moment, a cold laugh suddenly came from above the sky dome, instantly causing the atmosphere of the entire heaven and earth to be completely suppressed. Chapter 151. A husband and wife walk together, and a saintly woman needs to introduce herself? Fu Qingxian frowned lightly, coldness flowing in her eyes as she raised her head to look above the void, only to see that there was a woman in a golden robe, sitting in a cloud carriage, looking at her with a mocking look. Desolate spirit, so it's the great desolate holy maiden who has arrived. Su Henian's throat rolled as he hurriedly squeezed out a smile and bowed toward the gold-robed maiden. This one, who also came from the top power of the holy state, the great desolate sacred sect, was simply not something Su Henian could provoke. Fu Qingxian, who do you think you're showing your stinky face to every day? Desolate Linger sneered, looking down at Su Henian and the others below with an incomparably arrogant demeanor. Patriarch Su, when this heavenly barbarian sect of yours produces a supreme treasure, do you intend to offer it to the three clear immortal sect or to my great desolate sacred sect? Su Henian smiled awkwardly. Of course he wouldn't answer this kind of giveaway question himself. Gu Feng, you take the two holy maidens to the land of creation, and let the two holy maidens see if they can gain something. Yes. Lu Yun bowed and took the initiative to walk forward. Two holy maidens, please. Originally, he had mixed into the Tianlan sect in order to utilize Gu Feng's identity as a young master to smoothly enter that one sealed place. Who would have thought that he had just set up a spell seal and was preparing to strike this night when he encountered these two religious saints? You don't say. These two women are quite good looking, each with their own unique characteristics. Fu Qingxian was cool and transcendent, icy and pure, and Arak Linger had a domineering personality and fiery disposition, belonging to the two worlds of ice and fire. Poof! Fu Qingxian snorted coldly and without even looking at Gu Feng, she walked straight towards the distant mountains, while Desolate Linger descended from the sky and stood beside Gu Feng. She smiled gently and said, "You don't need to pay any attention to her. She's just like this. She doesn't put anyone in her eyes. Tell me, what exactly is it that has come out of this mountain, and why is there so much commotion? Holy Maiden of Desolation, I don't know." Oh, upon hearing this, Arak Linger's face instantly turned icy cold, a far cry from her enthusiasm just now. Lu Yun smiled helplessly, but a faint hint of sinister evil flashed under his eyes, until the aura of the three disappeared. A white jade spirit carriage suddenly sailed above the void, carved beams and painted buildings, and immortal radiance lingered. Su Henian's brows furrowed lightly, and a trace of bitterness immediately flashed across his small eyes. It's only just sent two ancestors away, and who's descending again? Buzz. As the immortal carriage crashed down, two figures walked side by side, instantly attracting all the gazes around them. Among them was a young man with brimming white clothes, bundled hair and immortal face, and a gentle smile on his face. The woman, on the other hand, was dressed in a large red phoenix coat with loose sleeves, and her phoenix eyes were cold and absolutely graceful. These two people stood together as if they eclipsed heaven and earth, as if they were divine couples. Puff! Under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd of Skylan sect disciples, Su Henian directly knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed twice. Greetings to Divine Sun Yi Lord, Empress Gu. Looking at the 3,000 Taoist prefectures, who didn't recognize this Yi family Divine Sun nowadays? An everlasting battle? The Yi family's heritage shocked the heavens and the earth, and the scene of Yi Lord Godson killing Tianji like a chicken was even more deeply shocking to the contemporary era on earth. A truly invincible posture. Get up! Yi Lord's expression was gentle, not the slightest hint of arrogance could be seen, completely different from what Su Henian had imagined. The Divine Sun has come here for the creation of the mountain as well? Nice! Yi Lord nodded gently and walked forward hand in hand with Gu Mingyue towards the large hall ahead. Divine Sun, why don't I personally take you to see that sealed place? The two of them, the Holy Maiden of the Three Purities and the Holy Maiden of the Great Desolate, have already descended. Oh, there's no rush. According to what Little Blackie had said, Lu Yun had killed the young master of the Tianlan sect before and managed to replace his identity to blend into this ancient sect. Such an evil act was simply heinous, and of course, Lord Yi would not forgive it easily. However, at this time, what Yi Lord was truly interested in was that one Sanqing Holy Maiden. Long before he had descended to the Skylan sect, Little Blackie had already sent a voice message to inform him of the news of the two great saintesses' descent. It was said that this Holy Maiden of the Three Purities was a holy body heavenly pride, so I thought it must taste good. I'm afraid the Divine Sun is tired after traveling all the way. I'll order someone to clean up the bedchamber so that the Divine Sun and the Empress can take a short rest. Su Henian bowed and glared towards an ancient sect disciple behind him. Quickly, pack up the young lord's chambers. Yes, half a day later, when Lu Yun, Desolate Linger, and Fu Qingxian re-entered the ancient sect, they couldn't help but show a look of surprise on their faces. At this time, not only did they not see Su Henian come to greet them, but they didn't even see a single disciple. Chen Chong, where is the patriarch? Lu Yun frowned lightly as he droned towards a young disciple in the distance. The patriarch is receiving an honored guest. Your guest? Fu Qingxuan's brows knitted lightly. What kind of noble guest was more honorable than her? As the most powerful immortal sect within a 100,000 mile radius of the Hengwan mountain range, Fu Qingxian didn't think that there was anyone here whose status was even more honorable than hers. Go on, check it out. The three of them looked at each other and walked in unison towards the direction of the main hall. Just the moment Lu Yun and the three of them walked into the hall, their faces froze in unison. Immediately afterward, a trace of intense palpitations flashed across Lu Yun's eyes, and his heart and mind trembled with desire. Ye lords! He had never dreamed that he would actually meet this Yi family's divine son in the middle of nowhere. A narrow road between enemies? Ye Lord Godson. As for Fu Qingxian and Araklinger, there was a touch of heartfelt surprise and exhilaration in their beautiful eyes. The great desolate sacred sect's Desolate Linger, pay respects to the divine son. As the words fell, Desolate Linger walked directly in front of Lord Yi and respectfully bowed down. Behind him, a trace of chagrin suddenly flashed under Fu Qingxuan's eyes, her red lips pursing lightly as she tried to speak. To them, this Yi clan divine son's mercy could be much more precious than any divine treasure of creation. Even if it was just a one-night fling, who in the entire sacred state would dare to mess with any woman who had been ed by the Son of God? Now that the Yi family had just overthrown the everlasting Qin family, their prestige was so great that they were directly approaching the imperial court, and Lord Ye's position in the sacred state was even more honorable than the imperial court's imperial son. Did the divine son come for the creation of the mountain as well? Desolate Linger was extremely beautiful, with deep eyebrows and bright eyes, with an exotic flavor. Nice. Ye Lord nodded gently and didn't hide it, but his eyes looked at Fu Qingxian intentionally or unintentionally. This scene, moreover, caused the heart and soul of this holy maiden of the three purities to tremble with an unspeakable tension and longing. If the divine son needs anything, please command Spirit Child. Spirit Child has admired the divine son for a long time and is willing to give everything for the divine son. Araklinger pursed her red lips slightly, showing her loyalty. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyes grew more and more gloomy. Was this still the arrogant and cocky holy maiden of the great religion just now? In front of Lord Yi, how did he turn into a and introduce himself? You're the three Qing holy maiden Fu Qingxian, right? In response, Yi Lord did not pay any attention to this, but instead took the initiative to look at Fu Qingxian and smiled gently. In an instant, a smoky haze rose on the face of this holy maiden of the three purities, and she was terrified. My little daughter, Fu Qingxian, pays her respects to the divine son. Please divine son, command me to your heart's content. Chapter 152. Little Griffin thinks he's a griffin? After all, it's the head that carries everything. The entire hall suddenly quieted down. Even Araklinger turned her head with a surprised expression at this moment, looking towards Fu Qingxian. At that instant, the smoky haze on the face of this holy maiden of the three purities became even thicker, and her red lips pursed lightly. Who would have thought that the ice-clear and pure saintess of the three purities, Fu Qingxian, would actually have such a humble side? Please command me as much as you like. What is the difference between that and begging for a? Sage Lady Fu is overstating it. We can have an in-depth exchange sometime. I'm also very interested in the Tao poses of the three pristine sacred teachings. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, looking deeply at Fu Qingxian. Hearing what Lord Yi said, Fu Qingxian instantly wet her eyes with excitement. Yes, only to see her nodding her head repeatedly, a look of shock. Where is her usual cold and arrogant and supercilious posture? Seeing this scene, a hint of gloom immediately flashed across Lu Yun's eyes. As expected, these saintly and proud girls who stood tall in the eyes of the world were just playthings in front of the Yi family's divine son who had a much more powerful background. What's that saying? The goddess you aspire to be may have long been someone else's. Tub? Alright, gentlemen, since we're all here for the creation of the mountain, let's each do our own thing and see who will have the destiny. Yi Lord guffawed, and after bidding farewell to everyone, he marched towards the direction of the bedchamber. Fu Qingxian, I didn't expect you to have quite the burning bone in your body. Please feel free to order me around. Araklinger followed Fu Qingxuan's tone and put on a Thai demeanor as she wriggled her body and said, "It's better than if you give it away for nothing and no one wants it." Fu Qingxian let out a cold smile as she turned around and marched towards the outside of the hall. She had to go back and get ready, so she could also find a chance to have a deeper friendship with the godson yet. Fu Qingxian, don't be complacent. Araklinger's silver teeth clenched. More disgusting than eating. Listening to the meaning of the Yi Lord Godchild, It was obvious that he was rushing towards the creation of this place. If she could help the Divine Sun open that seal ahead of time, perhaps she could be favored by the Divine Sun and taken in as a slave girl? The previous Yin Hui Holy Maiden, Ji Ramung, was all taken in by the Yi Lord Godson. In terms of heritage, the Great Desolate Sacred Sect could not be weaker than the Yin Ruins Ancient Sect in the slightest. And she, Arak Linger, no matter her figure or looks, was not hotter than Ji Ramung? Fonger, I've already had someone vacate your bedchamber for Divine Sun Yi Lord, so you won't be sleeping for the next few days. Su Henian glanced at Gu Feng, a hint of resentment hidden in the bottom of his eyes. It's not that I'm talking about you, even though you're a male. You can be a dog for the Son of God. Do you know what it means for you in the Tianlan sect once you've been spotted by the Son of God? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyelids fluttered lightly as he forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and slowly nodded his head. I see. With his strength, there was no way he could be a match for Lord Yi. It seemed like we had to think of a way to slightly stop this Yi family's divine son. A faint hint of gloom flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. For this thing called the human heart, there was no one who knew more about it than the heir to PTZ. Over here, when Yi Lord returned to the bedchamber, he saw Gu Mingyue lazily lying on the bed collapse, flipping through a scroll. Her temperament seems to have changed a lot these days, no longer as cold and deep as before. The whole person is much more relaxed and bright. Back, when she saw Yi Lords, a light smile appeared on her face immediately. The two holy maidens seem to be very enthusiastic about you. I can hear their screams from here. Gu Mingyue closed the scroll with a playful brow. Yi Lord lay on his side beside Gu Mingyue, one hand resting on his cheek, his eyes warmly looking at her. Mother is jealous? Do they deserve it? Gu Mingyue shook her head and smiled, quietly looking at the teenager in front of her. As they looked at each other, the corners of their mouths both raised in a shallow arc. Rumble. In the Tianlan ancient sect, clouds and rain churned, and water mist covered the sky. Without realizing it, another day, into the night, only to see a figure sneak out of the great hall and arrive before Desolate Spirit's bedchamber. Holy Maiden of Desolation, are you in there? Hearing the voice, Desolate Linger in the hall immediately frowned, a hint of gloominess hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Gu Feng? At this moment, she looked at the youth who was striding towards her, and gradually a spiritual light surrounded her body. You seek death? Holy Maiden, don't get angry first. I know the exact location of that seal. Lu Yun shook his head and smiled, but under his eyes was a touch of sinister intent. Upon hearing this, Arak Linger's eyes flickered, and her face instantly softened. So you came. I'd like to ask the Holy Maiden to go along and seize the creation, and as a reward we'll split what's inside equally. Aren't you afraid that Divine Sun Yi Lord will know about it and exterminate your Tianlan sect? Desolate Spirit's expression was playful, as if she was pondering. I've already set up a spell formation at the sealed entrance. He won't know. Lu Yun shook his head with a confident stance. I didn't see that you had some guts. Desolate Spirit nodded. However, you'd better not lie to me. Let's go. As the two walked out of the great hall, they quietly concealed their breath and disappeared into the night. In the darkness, Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue stood side by side, both with a faint hint of playfulness under their eyes. Yi Lords, I really admire you more and more. No one can escape your calculations. Gu Mingyue's red lips lifted up as she looked deeply at Lord Yi. There is indeed an indescribable charm to this kind of man who strategizes and controls everything. Thanks to your mother discovering that compass. If it wasn't for your mother, I'm afraid Lu Yun would have already died outside of Wanbao City. And how would he help us find the Emperor Talisman? The two smiled at each other. Even the curves of their mouths were becoming more and more alike. Then what is husband waiting for? As long as you follow Lu Yun, won't you be able to find the imperial symbol? The cloud platform should be in the Tianxian Dao state, right? Doesn't your mother want to uproot this Feng Xian sect? Yi Lord's gentle demeanor instantly caused Gu Mingyue's eyes to flinch and her heart to speculate. Then be careful. As the words fell, Gu Mingyue directly turned around and returned to her bedchamber, ready to rest. With Lord Ye's means, there was no need for her to intervene when dealing with a few divine will people in the district. She was also finally able to catch her breath and take a break while Lord Yi hunted the Heaven's Pride. Otherwise, if this continued, Gu Mingyue was afraid that she would shatter. Buzz. On the other hand, Lord Yi turned towards Fu Qingxuan's chambers, and there was a hidden flickering of magic lines under his eyes. According to his guess, there must be something sinister in that Emperor Talisman seal. We're not a person of heavenly destiny. We don't have chi luck to shelter us. So of course, such a dangerous thing should be left to Lu Yun to do. The only thing that confused him a little was that with Lu Yun's scheming tactics, how could he have brought Desolate Spirit Child forward to seize the treasure? It was obvious that this Pantai heir had other plans. As Yi Lord's figure appeared in the bedchamber, he saw Fu Qingxian sitting on top of the bed collapse, slightly powdered and slightly nervous as she waited. Son of God. Seeing Yi Lords, this Sanqing holy maiden's delicate body trembled and slowly stood up. her outer clothes slipping off, revealing a large area of amazing Snow White. Have mercy on me. Chapter 153. In terms of scheming, I've never lost anyone, and Mingyue is getting better at cooperating. Oh, the Leaf Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, and he slowly nodded. He also didn't expect that this Fu Qingxian was actually a contrarian and took it off directly. Buzz. With Yi Lord extending a palm, he gently stroked Fu Qingxuan's cheek. This three-clear virgin's mouth even issued a soft gasp, and took the initiative to rub against Yi Lord's palm, slowly stretching out a small pink tongue, licking Yi Lord's finger. At this moment, her skin all over her body looked like it was glowing, crystal clear, with an inexplicable enchantment. In the next instant, Fu Qingxuan's face suddenly froze, and the pupils of her eyes flickered with a thick flash of horror and incredulity. She actually saw that there was suddenly a strand of bizarre demonic lines underneath the Yi Lord's eyes, eerie and evil. In an instant, the entire hall went completely dark, as if plunged into an endless abyss. How can? Fu Qingxuan's red lips trembled, chilling into the marrow. Who are you, and how dare you impersonate the Yi Lord Godson? Even at this moment, Fu Qingxian still didn't believe that Yi Lords would be evil demons. After all, nowadays, in the hearts of countless contemporary demons in the 3000 Dao state, Lord Yi was not only the leader of the righteous path, but also their Dao faith. On the other hand, Lord Yi didn't say half a word of nonsense, as the palm's demonic pattern dazzled, directly devouring Fu Qingxuan's holy body essence as well as her bloodline divine soul, the Xianling holy body. Although this saint body could not be compared to the burning sky saint body or the thunder saint body, it was sufficient as sustenance. Put, as a bizarre melting sound came, Fu Qingxuan's only remaining head crashed to the ground with a loud bang, his expression twisted in death. With her divine will 9 realm, she was like a mole cricket in front of the present-day Lord Yi, and there was not even a hint of room for struggle. The fourth saint body origin. Lord Yi muttered a word, and the magic lines under his eyes were dazzling. His figure, on the other hand, gradually disappeared from the spot, leaving only Fu Qingxuan's wide-eyed head staring angrily in the direction of the temple door. This scene, incomparably bizarre. I'm afraid that even this holy maiden of the 3 purities hadn't thought to understand even in her death, why she was swallowed up with no crumbs left after she had only shown her love for the godson of the Yi Lords. Now that Yi Lord was only one last saint body origin left from the 3rd turn of the demon body, the innate aptitude of the 2nd turn of the demon body was the 10,000 transformation demon domain. I wonder what kind of terrifying aptitude would be awakened in the 3rd turn. Time passes. Only a devilish shadow was seen quietly slipping out of Fu Qingxuan's chambers, just in time to bump into 2 young disciples of the 3 clear immortal sect. Gufeng? Immediately afterward, a cry of alarm boomed out, causing the entire ancient sect to tremble. Ancient Feng's color changed greatly. He didn't dare to have a moment's hesitation, and directly fled madly towards the back of the mountain. The 2 immortal sect disciples glanced at each other and hurriedly barged into Fu Qingxuan's bedchamber, letting out a miserable scream that didn't sound like a human voice. Holy maiden! The originally quiet night sky suddenly lit up with a ray of spiritual radiance. On the other hand, the figures of Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue appeared in Fu Qingxuan's bedchamber, surrounded by Su Henian and the others. Godson, right here. At this moment, this Tianlan patriarch's face was white with fear. Never having seen such a bizarre scene, the holy maiden of the 3 purities was drained of her flesh late at night and died in peace. Once this matter spread out, it would definitely cause the Skylan sect to fall into true ruin. You guys said you met Gufeng? Yi Lord frowned lightly, looking down at Fu Qingxuan's miserable condition, and was suddenly surprised. Divine Son, the 2 of us walked up to the holy maiden's chambers before we happened to bump into Gufeng fleeing out of the hall in a panic. Puff. At those words, Su Henian directly knelt on the ground, shivering. Godson, please do it for my Skylan sect. It's not Gufeng. Yi Lord shook his head, holding Fu Qingxuan's head and carrying it up. In an instant, there was a dark light in its eye sockets, and the demonic mist collapsed. The people looked at each other with fear in their eyes. With a single Gufeng, he can't kill the paying holy maiden. Besides, I've seen this kind of tactic before. It's exactly the same as Lin Chen, the inheritor of the demonic skill. Yi Lord's low tone instantly caused the corner of Gu Mingyue's mouth to lift up a shallow arc. I'm afraid that Lin Chen wouldn't even dream of thinking that he could still take the blame for Lord Yi after being dead for so long. Of course, I am afraid that Lu Yun is even more unexpected. His hall passer of the PTZ, the creation of a unique clock, but from the day of his birth, he has been detained by the Yi Lords on the Black Pot not to see the light of the day, and now he even does not even deserve to have a name. What? Lin Duan? I know he. Su Henian and the others' eyes trembled. That day when Lin Chen brutally killed the young Supreme Lord Xian Kuan in the Heavenly Dao City, it once caused panic in the entire sacred state. They never dreamed that after 3 months, this evil demon would actually show up again in the Hengduan mountain range. Godson, what can we do about this? Don't worry, all of you. I and the evil devils. There are no two sides. The evil devils will not die. I will also live forever. Ye Lord's expression was indifferent, and it seemed as if there was light blooming around his body, shooting directly at the faces of the crowd, causing a shocking outcry. The grand wish. This is a great ambition. Listen to this. TSK, TSK, TSK. Evil doesn't die, and I live forever. These words fully demonstrate the determination and great wish of the Son of God to put down the devil, vowing to be immortalized with the evil demons. Ahem, ahem. Gu Mingyue's pretty face flushed red and forced a smile as she nodded cooperatively. At this moment, the only thing she was confused about was who that Gu Feng was and why he could fool the two immortal sect disciples. Divine Son, Sacred Maiden Desolate Linger has also disappeared. Su Henian looked bitter. If not for the Yi Lord Godson being here today, I'm afraid that the Tianlan sect would not have a single chance of survival. Rumble. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly came from the direction of the back mountain, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Really? Yi Lord's complexion was grave, and without half a word of nonsense at all, he went straight to the back of the mountain. Desolate spirit, what are you doing? In the middle of the valley, Lu Yun's eyes were gloomy as he coldly looked at the desolate linger in front of him. However, at this moment, this great desolate holy maiden lightly waved her jade hand, and even struck down a golden spiritual talisman, attracting a roar from heaven and earth. He, Gu Feng, you don't really think I'm willing to help you get the creation of this place, do you? Desolate Linger laughed coldly, not placing this small sect air in her eyes in the slightest. For her, how could the creation compare to the favor of the Son of God? As long as she could help Divine Son Yi Lords get the chance of this place, she might be able to get the chance to follow the Divine Son. In the future, what kind of chance of creation is not within reach? Oh, upon hearing this, the indignation on Gu Feng's face solidified bit by bit, revealing a smirk of playfulness. The desolate holy maiden doesn't really think that I don't see your nature, right? In an instant, a biting chill arose in the bottom of Arak Linger's heart, and she turned around in order to flee from this place. It's late. Gu Feng shook his head and laughed as the compass in his hand was covered in immortal patterns. At once, a great fog rose from this valley, and the mountains and rivers were reversed. As for Arak Linger's figure, it was even imprisoned in place, gradually enveloped and bound by this wisp of immortal lines, strangling out a stunning silhouette. What are you doing? Chapter 150 For the Great Murder of Men, the eerie eye pupils in the great abyss, heaven and earth burial, turning blood into spirit. As Lu Yun's mouth perked up, the strand of immortal lines even penetrated through desolate spirit's physical body, sowing her divine soul and blood into this heaven and earth. Such a bizarre means, inherited from the Pantai Secret Art Soul Heavenly Book. This heavenly book, which could be called the pinnacle of the 3000 Tao State soul arts, recorded many ancient human secret arts. This soul into mountains and rivers is one of the most marvelous techniques. The soul and consciousness of a flesh and blood being can be integrated into the mountains, rivers, grass and trees, briefly becoming the master of this heaven and earth. What the hell do you want? Gu Feng, let go of me. Arak Linger's eyes trembled in shock, and she suddenly felt that the world in front of her seemed to become incomparably clearer. Mosquitoes chirping, mountain winds whistling, all into the ears. I'll trouble the desolate holy maiden to help me guard the sealed entrance. Lu Yun's expression was indifferent, and he was about to raise his foot and walk into the seal. Oh, by the way, I have to remind the holy maiden that if someone breaks the seal here, you'll crumble as well. With his heart, how could he really believe desolate spirit? The commotion here would definitely attract the prying eyes of Lord Yi and the others. The only way for the self-proclaimed leader of the righteous Yi clan's divine son to enter the seal was to break the desolate spirit. No way, no way. If he did that, what's the difference between him and an evil demon? Crumbling away, Arak Linger's pretty face was pale, and her legs gradually tightened, as if she had already predicted her downfall. Evil demon! Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly came from above the sky dome, only to see the Yi Lords suppressing a palm, not even giving desolate spirit child a chance to ask for help, and pressing horizontally towards Lu Yun. Rumble, heaven and earth quake. The great handprint in the void covered the sky and broke the cloud dome, encompassing it along with the entire valley. Under this void divine might, Lu Yun's face instantly paled, and Arak Linger even felt like every inch of her skin was shattering, like she had endured the might of the entire handprint. Ye Lord Godson, stop, it's going to collapse. Put, with a weird shattering sound, desolate spirit's body exploded and shattered into a bloody mist. Lu Yun, on the other hand, crashed to the ground in a state of confusion and disbelief. It's ing. Originally, he had thought that Lord Yi would definitely be concerned about the reputation of the righteous path and would never dare to easily strike a desolate spirit child as a way to delay him. Now it seemed that he had completely underestimated the ruthlessness and murderousness of this divine son, holy maiden of desolation. The eyes of the crowd of ancient sect elders and disciples trembled, their faces showing horror. Just now, the palm imprint of Lord Yi was clearly falling towards Gu Feng. Why did the desolate holy maiden explode? Evil tactics. This is an evil tactic. I'll see where you run this time. Yi Lord stepped on the cloud dome. The clouds were light and breezy. Layers of sword chi erupted from the immortal killing ancient sword in his hand as he chopped angrily down towards Lu Yun. Buzz. The sword chants rang out suddenly, easily piercing through the void and looking to chop at Lu Yun. At this moment, a flash of panic finally surfaced in Lu Yun's eyes, and the seals in his hands changed, controlling the great power of the mountains and rivers of this place, and colliding blatantly with the Yi Lords. Rumble. The entire valley was instantly penetrated by sword chi. Lu Yun's body was even surfacing with many blood cracks and white bones, and the disguise of disguise on his body gradually dissipated, revealing the plainly resentful face. Damn! With his strength, not to mention fighting against Lord Yi, at this point, it was difficult to even escape. Go! Right at this moment, a pitch-black demonic palm suddenly stretched out in the void, gripping his head as he fled towards that one sealed place. Terrifying ebony light surrounded the heavens and earth, and demonic mist rose up in all directions, sealing off the heavens. Demon! In an instant, a trace of intense panic flashed across the faces of Su Henian and the others. At this moment, they felt that an irresistible demonic intent rose from their hearts, chilling into their bones. Trying to run? With an indifferent expression, Yi Lord directly took a step and disappeared into the vastness of the demonic mist. Yi Lord Godson. This scene directly scared the piss out of Su Henian. Now that the two great saintesses had all been victimized by evil demons and fallen in the heavenly barbarian mountain, if the Yi Lord Godson were to have any more deaths, Empress Gu. Su Henian's throat rolled as he looked blankly at Gu Mingyue. However, at this moment, this female emperor of the immortal dynasty was similarly helpless and shook her head slightly. He's always like this. He can't see the slightest trace of evil. AI. God's son is greatly righteous. Su Henian sighed dismally, wanting to cry. Senior, thanks a lot. Over here, Lu Yun and the Chaos Demon Ape broke into the seal, a hint of panic and resentment hidden in their eyes. At this time, he saw that this seal was actually under the ground, a bizarre fissure that could not be seen at a glance, gloomy and rugged, with craggy walls. Let's go and collect the creation of this place first. The chaotic demon ape looked indifferent and did not pay any attention to Lu Yun as he walked straight towards the front. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun pondered slightly, looking at the compass in his hand, and ultimately did not dare to sow this cave-market great demon into the mountains and rivers. Yi Lord's sudden appearance in the Hangduan mountain range was more or less bizarre. Can't it be that someone has leaked his whereabouts? As the two of them kept going deeper and deeper, there was also a gradual rise of mist in the abyss, obscuring the soul awareness. If it wasn't for the compass in Lu Yun's hand, even the Chaos Demon Ape was afraid that it would be difficult to distinguish the direction. Just, for some reason, from the moment he stepped into this great abyss, Lu Yun vaguely felt as if there was a pair of eye pupils above his head, quietly watching him. The feeling was incredibly eerie and nebulous. Elder, do you feel it? Lu Yun suddenly turned to look at the place behind him and gently swallowed his saliva. What? The chaotic demon ape frowned, a hint of confusion hidden in the bottom of his eyes. I always feel as if someone is watching us. You've had your Dao heart shattered by Lord Yi, haven't you? The chaotic demon ape snorted coldly, his expression sneering. Don't worry, if he dares to come in, I'll find a chance to slaughter him. Really? Lu Yun's eyes were slightly austere as he slowly nodded. Until, a large, dark and deep abyss suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and the compass in Lu Yun's hand immediately emitted a terrifying chirping sound. Arrived! He looked up at the large abyss in front of him, a hint of confusion hidden in his eyes. In the next instant, a strange glow suddenly lit up at the end of that great abyss. The entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened, except for the wisps of golden radiance that looked like 2 rounds of suns rising slowly. It's Lu Yun and the Chaos Demon Ape's faces paled almost instantly, and there was a strong flash of shock and incredulity in the bottom of their eyes. Chapter 155. The Yin Yang Emperor's symbol appears, a god from the earth. Hiss. With a weird hissing sound, the 2 suns actually fell from the sky and appeared in front of Lu Yun. In an instant, the head of this Yuntai transmitter went numb, and a chill entered the marrow. At this moment, he could feel an indescribable yin and yang momentum sweeping down, easily reversing the laws of the great Tao in this void. Darkness spreads, eternal. Even with Lu Yun's creation saint body, it was actually difficult to see clearly in the darkness. Beside him, the Chaos Demon Ape stepped forward and blocked before those 2 rounds of suns. This scene immediately caused Lu Yun's eyes to tremble and his heart suddenly felt a little guilty. Earlier, he had wondered if it could be that this Chaos Demon had betrayed him and attracted the Yi Lords. Even, at one point, Lu Yun wanted to integrate his divine soul into the mountain walls of this place, so that he would be reduced to being his guardian spirit like Desolate Spirit. But at this moment, looking at the tall demonic shadow that stood in front of him, Lu Yun suddenly felt something. Sometimes demons are really much simpler than people. Perhaps in their eyes, those who go forward together are probably brothers? And the heart, despises the weak and hates the strong. Roar! As an ear-splitting roar resounded through the heavens and earth, the endless darkness began to recede like a tidal wave. In just a moment, the entire heaven and earth was actually filled with light, and the haze was so blinding that it was hard to open one's eyes. Lu Yun frowned lightly as he forced himself to endure the pain and slowly opened his eyes, and his face, almost instantly, turned pale, completely shocked by the scene before him. At this moment, he finally saw what those two suns actually were. It was actually a pair of golden brown eye pupils, in which divine patterns were dazzling and unpredictable, set on top of an incomparably hideous dragon head. Candlewick? The chaotic demon ape muttered, a similarly deep and grave look in his eyes. Of the 10 evils of heaven and earth, this candle dragon demon occupies the first place. Rumor has it that he is the earthly god in charge of yin and yang, who opens his eyes for day and closes them for night. Even with the chaos demon ape's bloodline, in front of this overwhelmingly great ferocious beast, it all seemed a bit humble and small. Lu Yun, go! The chaotic demon ape's bloodshot eyes glared roundly, the battle armor around his body slowly manifested, and the divine hammer emerged in his hand. It wasn't that he cared about Lu Yun's death, he was really afraid that the divine sun would blame him. Senior, leave it to me. But this time, Lu Yun shook his head and pressed the chaos demon ape into place. If the great demon in front of him was really Candle Dragon, he wouldn't have hesitated at all and turned around and ran. But at this moment, he could clearly feel the wisp of fluctuation emanating from the gimbal compass, scorching and volatile. Obviously, this Candle Dragon should just be an illusion. Its original body was most likely the Emperor talisman that Lu Yun was searching for. The chaotic demon ape's face froze, and when he saw Lu Yun's creation floating around him, he nodded and retreated to the side. Buzz! Lu Yun took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly turned a 7-colored color. In its hands, the compass rose slowly, gradually transforming into an ancient jade platform, like it was made from the 9 heavens Xianyu. Rumble! Rune patterns intertwined and hovered around the jade platform, as if it could easily break heaven and earth and soar to the supreme. In fact, the full name of this compass is called the Cloud of Creation and Flying Immortals. The origin of the name of the cloud. Rumor has it that when the ancestor of Yuntai obtained this compass, he comprehended the sole heavenly book in it, calculated the heavenly chances, and peered at the fortune, thus creating this supreme power. However, as far as Lu Yun knew, ever since the ancestor's feathering, no one had been able to perform this compass. Now it seemed that the creation sync body might be the key to opening the seal of the compass. The creation is in me. Buzz! All of a sudden, this piece of heaven and earth set off endless waves of vastness. The 7-colored haze was like a heavenly auspicious cloud that could easily suppress everything. As for the Candle Dragon's pair of golden brown eye pupils, it also flashed a flash of intense palpitations, and actually took the initiative to hang its head towards Lu Yun. Sure enough, seeing this, Lu Yun's eyes trembled, and his tense mind gradually relaxed. He was seen sitting on top of the jade platform, controlling the power of creation and enveloping it towards the Candle Dragon silhouette. Buzz! Heaven and earth are 10,000 miles away, and the rhythm of the Tao is leisurely, and that great Candle Dragon demon's eyes instantly flashed with a flash of ferocity, letting out an ear-splitting roar in a vain attempt to struggle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you shred yet? Lu Yun droned out, like a transcendent immortal king, perched high on the immortal platform, looking down on the earth. At this moment, Lu Yun was like the Yuntai successor, a true heavenly destiny of creation. Buzz! Under the illumination of this creation immortal radiance, a slit gradually cracked open in the center of Candle Dragon's brow. One of the black and white divine symbols manifested, flowing with yin and yang, deducing the origins of heaven and earth. The great mountains and rivers, the stars, the sun and the moon, were all presented in this yin and yang breath. And Lu Yun's aura even roared up at this moment, his spiritual might swirling. The creation is in me. Between heaven and earth, creation and yin and yang intertwined and rose, and the sound of the Tao trembled. On the other hand, that yin-yang emperor symbol gradually quieted down, as if it had been tamed by Lu Yun. Someone's coming. Right at this moment, a trace of cold hostility suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Chaos Demon Ape, and he turned his head to look at the dark and deep rift channel in the distance. In an instant, the excitement on Lu Yun's face solidified bit by bit, with a hint of resentment hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Elder, I need a little time. Lu Yun, you attract his attention. I'll see if I can sneak attack and whack him to death. The chaotic demon ape's figure gradually disappeared into thin air while Lu Yun took a deep breath and pretended to be practicing. Tada! Until a footstep suddenly came from the darkness, only to see a white dress stepping forward, and soon appeared before the great abyss. As a light ape came, the Yi Lord's eyes landed on Lu Yun, and a hint of gentleness appeared on his face. Brother Lu, hello again. Rumble. Right at the moment when Yi Lord's words fell, the corner of Lu Yun's mouth suddenly lifted up in a playful arc. The void above the head of Lord Yi was rippling with endless ripples. One could only see 100-foot divine hammer smashing down from the sky. Its divine might so great that it almost crushed that piece of heaven and earth into pieces. Before this hammer even fell, the earth beneath Yi Lord's feet completely crumbled, cracks running through it, shocking to the eyes. At this moment, Lu Yun had no doubt that this hammer Chaos Demon Ape was a serious smash. Not to mention contemporary people, even if they were strong at the Dao beheading realm, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for them to resist the might of this hammer. Dang! As an ear-splitting heavenly sound resounded, terrifying smoke and dust rose up, covering up heaven and earth. A smirk immediately appeared on Lu Yun's face, as if a shackle in his heart had completely shattered. But before the smile on his face dissipated, his body suddenly tightened up, and the pupils of his eyes revealed endless bewilderment and incredulity. At this moment, he actually saw that in the midst of the layers of demonic intent and smoke, a white-clothed figure stepped forward with a light cloud. How could? Chapter 156 Mysterious Girl in the Tower of Reincarnation, or From Beyond the Heavens? Buzz. A strange buzzing sound suddenly came from heaven and earth, while Lord Ye's silhouette stepped out, appearing under the creation cloud step by step. Behind it, the Chaos Demon Ape still maintained the same posture as before, holding the hammer in both hands and smashing the world angrily. However, his figure was stagnant above the void, and it was no longer difficult for him to fall down by the slightest bit. Underneath the divine hammer, a white and slender jade hand gently lifted up, actually blocking this hammer that contained billions of divine power easily. It was a woman with pink hair and pink eyes, with an indescribable enchanting and evil charm. Daozan realm. Lu Yun's eyes trembled, and he didn't dare to hesitate at all as he catalyzed the jade platform of creation and shrouded it towards the Yin-Yang Emperor symbol. Yi Lord guffawed, and time flowed in his heavy pupils, reversing the chaos of the void. In the next instant, he directly probed out his palm, transforming into a large handprint in the void, and then he wished to collect the jade platform of creation and the Yin-Yang Emperor symbol as a whole. Damn! Lu Yun exclaimed in shock as a hint of extreme sinister evil suddenly flashed under his eyes. He only saw that he took the initiative to give up the Yin-Yang Emperor symbol and broke all the seals in it. With an ear-splitting hissing sound, the ancient imperial talisman immediately had yin and yang flowing on it, and it even reappeared as a 100-foot dragon shadow, slamming angrily towards Lord Yi. This strike was much more terrifying than the previous Chaos Demon Ape's attack. At such a close distance, Yi Lord didn't have the slightest chance to dodge, and watched as that candle dragon phantom suppressed him, submerging his body and shattering it into a sky of spirit residue. Yi Lords, happy now? Lu Yun's eyes sneered as he made a wink towards the chaotic demon ape. The latter instantly understood, and once again swung his hammer at Etched Illusion in a vain attempt to delay her here. Lu Yun, on the other hand, stepped into the layers of smoke and dust, wanting to find traces of the Yin-Yang Emperor talisman. Is Brother Lu looking for it? Just then, a gentle laugh suddenly came from behind him. In an instant, the body of this head of the Pantai successor went cold, and his Dao heart roared. How is that possible? He had clearly seen just now that Lord Yi had been crushed to smithereens by that one-candle dragon phantasm, with no crumbs left. But no matter what, at this moment, Lu Yun didn't dare to have a moment's hesitation anymore and swept forward without looking back. Seniors, go! In his hands, the jade platform of creation sputtered with haze, easily tearing a rift in the void. The chaotic demon ape's body even erupted with monstrous demonic intent, and the dark light rolled around, stopping the etched phantom figure for an instant. He, on the other hand, was sent flying by a slap from Eclipse Mirage, and together with Lu Yun, he stepped into the rift and disappeared. Buzz. Etched Mirage stepped forward and bowed towards Lord Yi. Master, well done. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent as he raised his head to look in the direction Lu Yun and the two of them left, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. In its hands, the light of that one substitute puppet dimmed, and it was afraid that it would be difficult to perform it again in a short period of time. However, with this experience, Lu Yun would inevitably be more trusting and reliant on little Blackie in the future. This Yuntai successor, the holy body of creation, would then completely fall under the control of Yi Lords, and there would no longer be a hint of escape. Next, Yi Lords only needed to have little Blackie do a little probing to find out the identities of Lu Yun's other three senior sisters, thus eliminating all the Yuntai heirs in one go. Little Blackie, what could he possibly have in mind? With Lu Yun's template, these 5 elder sisters of his were actually where his greatest cards in Chi lay. As long as Yi Lords killed his 5 beautiful-looking senior sisters, it would be equivalent to cutting off his chi. Buzz. Yi Lord looked down at the imperial talisman in his hand that was flowing with yin and yang, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Looking at the might of this Emperor Talisman of Fong, it would be very difficult for an ordinary Tianqi or even a cave ruin person to truly refine it. In other words, even if Lord Yi had found this divine talisman, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to fuse it. Lu Yun was only a Mahayana, yet he easily controlled this talisman with that side of the jade platform of creation. Although in the end, he was still unable to accomplish anything and surrendered this imperial talisman to Lord Yi. The significance of Qi was still visible. Eclipsing illusion. Help me protect the path. With a wave of Yi Lord's hand, the two figures instantly returned to the second level of the reincarnation tower's space. On the other hand, Lord Yi offered the Tai Chou ancestral symbol, devouring and wrapping that one Yin Yang Emperor symbol and gradually refining it. Previously, after he melted the Thunder Emperor talisman, he comprehended the Thunder origin and controlled a supreme divine ability, the Great Sun Thunder Seal. This divine ability had already transcended the realm of Gongfu, and was a true origin Dao, even overriding the immortal scriptures. Now that he had fused the second Yin Yang Emperor symbol, he didn't know what kind of terrifying divine abilities and Dao techniques he would comprehend. Buzz. As Lord Yi sat in the void, demonic mist immediately erupted around him. His body began to tumble with a shocking demonic intent and Dao rhythm, gradually encompassing the entire heaven and earth. The black and white Qi began to boil and meander like two ancient swimming dragons, piercing through time, primitive and reckless. This scene was incomparably shocking, and even the stars of the heavens seemed to dim. Roar. As a dragon's roar vibrated, darkness and light kept intertwining between heaven and earth. Endless yin and yang breath poured into Yi Lord's body, like a cosmic black whirlpool that was endless. As for Lord Ye's realm, it was at this moment that it suddenly climbed. Tenji 1, Tenji 2, Tianji triple. At this moment, his skin, flesh and blood were all flickering with glittering immortal radiance, reflecting the scene of the beginning of the Great Horizon, the era of the ancients. The two rights and four elephants, Yin and Yang, are born together. Such an amazing scene was the first time even Eclipse Mirage had seen it, and the pink-colored pupils of her eyes were filled with admiration. Rumble. Until that one Yin Yang Emperor symbol was fused by Lord Yi. In the void behind him, a 10,000-foot phallic figure suddenly appeared. It was a dark golden dragon shadow, hideously coiled, each piece of scale armor the size of a small mountain. What was even more bizarre was that the pupils of its eyes showed two distinct colors, flashing with a demonic and deep light in the darkness. One eye of brilliant gold, one eye of darkness. As the pupils of Lord Ye's eyes opened, the entire heaven and earth was instantly bright, and that one candle dragon phantasm was also gradually hidden in the void, as if it would be summoned at any time. Candle dragon Dharma, Yin and Yang origin. The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly, and the spiritual radiance outside his body was scattered, his aura as deep as an abyss. Ha! Just at this moment, a startled echo suddenly came from the darkness in the distance. Yi Lord's eyes trembled as divine patterns flowed in his heavy pupils, directly imprisoning the entire void. But the moment he turned around, he only saw a petite black shadow flashing away, like an illusion. A light wave rippled through the void, proving that this was not an illusion, but was real. What was even more bizarre was that in this petite figure, Yi Lords actually felt an extremely familiar aura, like it was compatible with his bloodline or soul. How can? Even with Lord Ye's mentality, he was suddenly confused at this moment. Who was that black-skirted girl and why was she in the reincarnation tower? Chapter 157 Gu Mingyue's Invitation. About the secret of one together becoming immortal. Master. Eclipsing illusion's pink eyes rounded, similarly looking towards the dark place with an incomparably terrified expression. You saw it too? Yi Lord looked indifferent. From the first time he stepped into the second level of the reincarnation tower, he had vaguely detected this bizarre soul consciousness aura. Just now, when he was fusing the Yin Yang Emperor symbol, this soul sense appeared once again, and it seemed to be surprised by something on Lord Ye's body, letting out a startled echoes. How can? Eclipsed Phantom's eyebrows were locked in incomparable bewilderment. This reincarnation tower was the cage that the Lord of Reincarnation had used to imprison chaotic beings and create the path of reincarnation in the first place. Each layer had a reincarnation seal laid out by the Lord of Reincarnation himself, and no one could open it at all except for himself and the reincarnation successor. Even that old woman back then, at the Supreme Realm, had only forced open the second layer of the seal. If there was a being in the reincarnation tower that could freely travel through the reincarnation seals, then why was she willing to be trapped in the tower? It seems that this tower is not as simple as you and I thought. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled. If this young girl was a being in the reincarnation tower, why would she share a trace of bloodline or divine soul sensation with him? The Lord of Reincarnation was a character from 100,000 years ago, so how could his origin be involved with Lord Yi? But if it wasn't a bloodline or a divine soul, what could it be? Not bad for being Ed for 100 years. A great fire providence template for 3 conditioned streams. Even though Ling Tian was dead, his golden finger, This reincarnation tower was still blooming with the brilliant light that belonged to it. Lord Yi had a premonition that the 9th floor of this tower must be hiding a shocking secret about the Lord of Reincarnation, or even the earthly wheel-pool. Master, there's no harm in it. She didn't show up twice. I'm afraid she's also afraid of us. When she shows up again, ask her if she's in some kind of trouble and if she needs our help. Lord Yi gave a deep look into the void, and his figure gradually disappeared in place. He's still nice. In the darkness, there was a sudden murmur. Only a petite figure shrouded in darkness sat in the air, rocking her calves with an innate dignity and elegance. In the middle of the valley, Su Henian was sweating coldly as he kept looking at the sealed place. Said, it's been a night. Ye Lord Godson wouldn't be karma, right? Buzz. Just then, a sudden buzzing sound came from the entrance. Only a white-clothed figure stepped forward, and on his face was a faint chill. Godson, you finally come out. Godson. Su Henian flopped kneeling on the ground. The whole person is paralyzed. Gu Mingyue, on the other hand, looked Ye Lord up and down, her red lips lifting slightly. At this moment, she could feel the wisp of origin surging from Lord Ye's body. This guy, he's gotten stronger again. With such speed, even Gu Mingyue, a rebirth supreme, felt great pressure. It seemed like every time she opened the Nirvana seal a little bit, Lord Yi would easily surpass her, not giving her the slightest bit of time to stop, pressuring her. She couldn't catch her breath. Husband, are you okay? Gu Mingyue stepped out with a nervous expression, but in her eyes was a faint trace of cunning. He got away again. Lord Yi sighed lightly and frowned as he looked above the sky dome, only to see that there were two pale figures coming side by side, their breaths volatile, both at the Dao beheading realm. Su Henian. As a thunderous and furious cry came, two Dao beheading powerhouses descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the valley. But just as their eyes fell on Ye Lord, their faces abruptly froze and they barely managed to squeeze out a smile. So Divine Son Ye Lord is also there. Greetings to the Son of God. Well, Patriarch Su, I'll leave this place to you. Ye Lord's eyes were clear and cold as he gently nodded towards the two immortal sect and sacred sect elders and stepped into the white jade spirit carriage with Gu Mingyue to leave this place. Su Henian, what the hell is going on here? And by whom was my sect's holy maiden killed? An evil demon killed Gu Feng, dressed up as the young master of our clan, and killed two holy women. When he heard the screams coming from the valley, Ye Lord's face did not see too many waves. Although the art of soul searching is an evil art, many clans have included it. When the holy maiden was killed, the two major powers would never let it go. From the moment Lord Yi descended into the Hangduan mountain range, the fate of the Tianlan sect was sealed. The stuff arrived? Gu Mingyue sat beside Ye Lord, her eyebrows lightly raised, seemingly smiling. Of course, otherwise wouldn't I fail my lady? Ye Lord smoothly swept Gu Mingyue into his arms, but there was a faint hint of bitterness under his eyes. What's wrong? Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, feeling that Lord Yi didn't seem happy. How much does mother know about the Taishian immortal sect? According to Ling Tian's memories, the forbidden land of living beings that he had accidentally trespassed into back then was within this immortal sect. It was just that what was sealed in it was not some demonic evil type, but the seriously injured Linglong immortal lord. But strangely enough, immortal master Linglong had not disappeared, and had always been at the Taishian immortal sect. If Lord Yi wanted to figure out the secrets in the reincarnation tower, the best way was to find this immortal lord. Linglong immortal lord. You also don't want it to be known that you forced ***** at a youth for 100 years, right? Then be good and obey. Come on, who is stronger than Ling Tian and I? Taking advantage of the fact that this supreme immortal lord had not yet regained her cultivation, Ye Lord only needed to forcefully open her mind and body, and he would surely be able to know more secrets about the Lord of Reincarnation as well as the Reincarnation Tower. The Taishian immortal sect? Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled lightly. She always felt that the way Ye Lords looked at her was not quite right. This guy, he wouldn't know the secret of his rebirth, would he? I want to ask you even if you don't tell me. There's still 1 month left. There will be an immortal trail coming out in Taishian immortal sect. It's said that it hides a secret of becoming an immortal. Do you want to go with me to take a look? Gu Mingyue pretended to be calm, but there was a faint hint of nervousness under her eyes. This was, after all, the first time she had invited Lord Yi to go to the secret realm to practice, so she didn't know if this guy would reject her. January time? Before the Jigaku Palace opens? Ye Lord nodded gently. It's rare that my mother asks me to practice. How can I bear to refuse? For my husband will reluctantly take some time to accompany you on a trip. With Gu Mingyue's memories of her rebirth, a secret realm that was worthy of her personally traveling to must contain a true opportunity of the great Tao. And places like this have never been short of people of destiny. Now that Ye Lord's demonic body was only one last sacred body left from the third turn, perhaps this trip to the Taishian Immortal Trail was the opportunity for him to forge his third transformation demon body. Poof! Gu Mingyue hummed lightly, but there was a hint of hesitation under her eyes. This was because the time when the Taishan Immortal Trail came out was quite close to the opening of the Jishi Palace. So in her last life, she didn't go to this immortal site, but instead went to the Jishi Palace. Still, Gu Mingyue had vaguely heard some bizarre rumors. It was said that after the Taishan Immortal Trail came out, all the heavenly prides who entered had no survivors. Even the Taishan Immortal Lord Linglong went crazy and slaughtered many immortal sect powerhouses. However, fortunately, nowadays, after obtaining the Dan Sage Jiang He's elixir to quench her body, she was already able to utilize a portion of the Nirvana Seal's power in a short period of time. No matter what kind of danger was hidden in the Taishan Immortal Trail, she would not let Lord Yi be threatened in any way. What's the matter with you, ma'am? I've promised to accompany you. Why are you still moping? Could it be that you want to? Ye lords, this is in the immortal carriage. Chapter 158. I will not allow you to insult yourself. Double cultivation is effective. The transverse mountain range, only two figures could be seen falling from the sky, falling in a sorry state in the middle of an ancient forest. At this moment, Lu Yun's face was gloomy, and there was no way to suppress the resentment in his eyes. Damn you ye lords! Puff! Beside him, the chaos demon ape's body trembled, and the blood in its mouth mixed with its internal organs splashed out, directly planting itself on the ground. As his body outside the battle armor slowly dissipated, the entire back was completely broken, revealing the white bones of the internal organs. Shocking to the eye. Senpai! Lu Yun's eyes trembled, a hint of bitterness hidden in his eyes. It's really miserable. He understood that if it wasn't for the Chaos Demon Ape blocking the last-minute strike of that Dao Zeroing powerhouse, I'm afraid that he would have died in the sealed land today. Yi Lord's power had completely exceeded his expectations. Before he descended the mountain, Lu Yun had once thought that he was an unrivaled contemporary existence at the Mahayana realm and a saint body heavenly pride. Even the master has been saying, "Disciple, you are invincible. Go down and wreak havoc on your 5 senior sisters." As a result, Lu Yun had just descended from the mountain, and first, he had his invincible Dao heart crushed alive by Gu Mingyue, and watched as his 4th senior sister, Long Aojiu, was powerfully subdued. Immediately after that, he encountered the Yi Lords outside of Wanbao City, and was inexplicably branded as an evil demon, and could only hide in the shadows, like a street rat. This time, he had managed to find the whereabouts of the Yin Yang Emperor symbol by virtue of the jade platform of creation, and he had wanted to take a step up to the sky and reverse his predicament, but then he was plucked by the Yi Lords, and he nearly fell to his death. Gradually, a layer of mist actually filled Lu Yun's eyes. It always felt as if his creation's saint body was suddenly less dangling. It's okay. The Chaos Demon Ape shook his head inside mentally. He was indeed thick-skinned, but he couldn't withstand such a beating. In just half a month, he had already been seriously injured twice by the Yi Lord Godchild. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape suddenly felt that the name Little Blackie seemed a bit unlucky. Lu Yun, don't be discouraged. You're actually already great. Seeing Lu Yun's downcast expression, the Chaotic Demon Ape immediately patted his shoulder. He now only hoped that this Yuntai heir would be able to find all the Emperor talismans as soon as possible and exhaust his light and heat. That way he could return to the Godson and be a slave in peace. Since the eclipsing illusion had already come out, it proved that the Divine Sun had already stepped into the 2nd level of the Divine Tower. If Little Blackie couldn't return to the Divine Sun side as soon as possible, I'm afraid there would be even less chance in the future. Compared to the other sealed Chaos Demons, he really didn't have any advantage other than being stronger. Great? Lu Yun's face froze as his face became more and more bitter. Senior doesn't need to comfort me. I'm just a waste. Snap. Before Lu Yun's words could fall, he saw the Chaos Demon Ape slapping him hard on the face, nearly sending his head flying. Puff. Lu Yun's figure even flew out for a distance of 10 feet, and he didn't land on the ground until he crashed through 8 ancient trees. At this moment, his face was clearly a bit confused, and a chill gradually grew in his heart. Is it finally time to reveal your true nature? I won't allow you to insult yourself like that. Lu Yun, you are a Yuntai successor, a sacred body demon, a true son of creation, and some setbacks in the district have knocked you down? Can you stand up to your master, your dead senior sister and me? The Chaotic Demon Ape's teeth clenched as he angrily shouted. He was afraid that once Lu Yun swung for the fences, it would be hard for him to get out again. Elder Yu, don't you have 5 senior sisters? Couldn't you just defect to them and use their power to find the Emperor talisman as soon as possible? At those words, Lu Yun's eyes trembled with sudden enlightenment. He had come down the mountain to find the 5 senior sisters and utilize the underpinnings of the power behind them to plot heaven and earth. Although nowadays, he was falsely accused by the Yi Lords, his senior sister would always believe him. Senior, thank you. Lu Yun wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a bright smile. At this moment, He suddenly felt that this slap from the Chaos Demon Ape was very affectionate, making him feel warm on his face. Where are we going next? A hint of cunning flashed in little Blackie's eyes as he followed Lord Ye's orders and took the opportunity to inquire about the identities of Lu Yun's several senior sisters. The sacred state can't stay for the time being. Eldest sister's identity is too special. I can't go to her for the time being. Second sister's whereabouts are uncertain. I'm afraid it's not too easy to see her. The only way is to go to the Sword Mound to find third sister. With third sister's straightforward nature, I think that she will definitely help me to look for the Emperor's symbol, and join hands with me to deal with the Lord of the Leaves. Lu Yun muttered to himself and looked up at the distant sky. Senior, let's go to the Dragon Abyss Sword Graveyard. Oh, the Chaos Demon Ape's eyes were slightly austere as he slowly nodded. Good. Just as the two of them took their footsteps and were about to walk towards the distant mountains, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly came from above their heads. The chaotic demon ape made a silent gesture towards Lu Yun and quietly concealed his figure, hiding in the darkness. Quickly, encircle the entire Hindwan mountain range. This time our three clear immortal sect and the great desolate sacred sector joining forces. All of our elder disciples will be deployed. We must not give the evil demon, Lin Chen, any chance to escape. Why have I heard that the evil demon seems to be called Lu Yun? The name of the evil demon isn't 1,000 different things, and I've heard that this pusher is posing as an heir to Yuntai. When he heard the deep drink coming from above his head, Lu Yun's face turned green. What do you mean by posing as a Pantai heir? Now he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to prove his innocence with the identity of the heir to the head of the platform. Ye lords, this forced, blocked all his retreat all the way. Go! The chaotic demon ape sighed softly and held onto Lu Yun's head as it ran madly towards the depths of the mountain range. Meanwhile, the Yi family land. As that white jade immortal carriage fell from the sky, the blush on Gu Mingyue's face hadn't completely receded yet. Her expression was languid and her eyes were bewildered. And her realm, she had even dryly stepped into the second level of Tianqi? It's... Gu Mingyue smiled helplessly, feeling her entire body swell. Buzz. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly came from Yi Lord's soul sea, and a light smile lifted up on his face. This scene immediately caused Gu Mingyue's eyes to flinch. It seemed like someone else was going to be unlucky. Ye lords, what are your next plans? I'll send you Qingji on a trip to the sword graveyard, and in the meantime, I'll see if I can poke around that traitor from the land of the other side. Of course, he would also meet that third senior sister of Lu Yun on the way. Do you want me to stay with you? Gu Mingyue looked bitter. Her heart wanted to go, but her body was exhausted. This is a long way to Jinzhou. She was very afraid that she would be completely ate over by Lord Yi before she even reached the Dragon Abyss Sword Graveyard. Take a good rest and prepare to travel with me to the Taishian Immortal Trail. Compared to the other side and the Sword Mound, Lord Yi was undoubtedly more interested in this immortal monument. Not only is there a secret to becoming an immortal here, but there is also a hungry and bound supreme immortal lord. Gu Mingyue didn't say much and slowly nodded. Then you take care of everything. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that a mysterious heavenly pride had also emerged from the old land on the other side during this time period. A world-turning beauty with a peerless divine face. Chapter 159, The 8 Wonders of the Human World. A gift from the old land on the other side. Buzz. In the divine sun's chambers, Yi Lord's figure manifested itself from the void, with an immortal face and divine posture, surrounded by a haze of light. At this moment, he looked at Yu Qingji, who was still sitting in the temple, and there was a hint of playfulness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. In just 3 days, this reincarnated sword immortal's realm had actually stepped into the third level of the Mahayana, a true contemporary Invincible. Sure enough, there was still a difference between having luck and not having luck. Yu Qingji's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. Gongzi, you're back? Aha! Lord Yi nodded gently and sat cross-legged in front of the table. Yu Qingji, on the other hand, obediently walked to his side, knelt on the ground, and poured tea for Lord Yi. Did the trip go well for your son? Okay. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he gestured for Yu Qingji to sit beside him. Qingji, I intend to send you to the Dragon Abyss Sword Graveyard to cultivate for a period of time. At those words, Yu Qingji's pretty face froze slightly, and a faint trace of loss flashed under her eyes. She was already cultivating very hard. She just didn't want to leave Lord Yi. Your Excellency, is Qingji doing something wrong? Of course not. It's just that the path of the sword Dao lies in the heart of the sword and killing. If you follow me, no one in the 3,000 Dao states will dare to be your enemy. Lord Yi lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said in a calm tone, the Dragon Abyss Sword Mound serves as the true holy land of the sword Dao on earth, in which there is the great river sword immortal Li Taiye sitting in the town, and there is the old land on the other side of the river for you to kill and practice, so you'll be able to grow up better there. Yu Qingji pursed her red lips and nodded lightly, for Lord Ye's decision. Of course she didn't dare to have a hint of disobedience. She only blamed herself for being too stupid and not satisfying the prince. Then, my lord, when will Qingji be able to return to you? Yu Qingji looked up at Lord Yi, and in the bottom of her eyes was a thick flash of anticipation and uncertainty. You can come back anytime you want, as long as you want. I'll send someone to the Dragon Abyss Sword Graveyard to pick you up. Yi Lord put down the tea, took out a Qiankuan bag from the soul ring and handed it to Yu Qingji. In here are some spirit materials, divine treasures, as well as feats and pills that I've picked out for you. Don't be frugal. I'll send someone to send you to the sword graveyard on a regular basis. Yes, my lord. A mist rose in Yu Qingji's eyes as she carefully put away the Qiankuan bag. Go. As Lord Yi slowly got up and walked out of the Divine Prince Hall with Yu Qingji, Yi Tsong had already been waiting in his carriage for a long time. Buzz. A sudden sound of breaking wind came from heaven and earth, and the golden carriage took off into the air, heading straight for Jinzhou. Time passes. When an incomparably majestic ancient city suddenly appeared at the end of Yi Lord's and the other's line of sight, the temperature of the entire heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly become stern and cold. Wisps of sword chi intertwined into traces, like waves tumbling endlessly, and underneath the divine city was a large abyss that could not be seen at first glance, as if it had been chopped out by someone with supreme sword intent, almost running through the entire heaven and earth, separating the entire sword state into two different worlds. Above the great abyss, the sword chi was vast. Each strand of sword chi took on a very different color, as if it was chopped down by billions of sword cultivators. Looking from afar, that piece of emptiness is extremely distorted, not to mention flesh and blood beings. I'm afraid that even a wisp of soul consciousness is difficult to cross this abyss. On the other side of the great abyss, the earth was gray, and a black mist covered the sky and dispersed with the wind. Here is the sword abyss among the 8 miracle places on earth. It is said that this great abyss is once the first sword immortal on earth. Fuyao sword immortal with his lifelong cultivation senses chopped down, and then consolidated by the sword mound sword cultivators for generations to maintain and consolidate, and became a natural barrier between the earth blocking the old earth on the other side of the world. Even with Lord Ye's mentality, standing before this sword abyss at this moment, he felt incomparably small. Hundreds of millions of sword cultivators, after hundreds of thousands of years, chopping out the sword Dao barrier sword by sword. Just thinking about it called for people to tremble and shudder. The land of wonders. Beside him, Yu Qingji's eyes trembled with awe. Let's go. In the future you will have the opportunity to cross the sword abyss and head to the old earth on the other side for training. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he and Yu Qingji walked side by side towards the divine city that stood above the sword abyss. This divine city is called Dragon Abyss Sword City. Like a sheathed sword blade sticking straight into the sky, on which the sword chi gushes out, the great Tao is unique. It is where the sword mound is located, and it is the holy land of the sword in the eyes of thousands of sword cultivators in the 3,000 Tao states. Buzz. As the three of them stepped into Sword City, they immediately attracted countless eyes from the surrounding area. Buzz. In the center of the Sword City, a buzzing sound followed. He only saw an old man wearing a gray and white robe with a thin face stride in, followed by many sword cultivators and disciples, and appeared in front of the 3 Yi Lords. He, Divine Son Yi Lord. Rare guest, rare guest. The gray-robed old man was hale and hearty, his head full of silver hair combed meticulously, but there was not a trace of spiritual mighty sword potential on his body. But the moment he appeared, this heaven and earth was suddenly resounding with the sound of rivers running, divine to the extreme. Jianxian Li. Yi Lord nodded gently, but his eyes fell on a woman in white behind him. Yu Lian, the contemporary sword head of the Dragon Abyss Sword Mound, the recognized contemporary sword immortal of the 3000 Taoist prefecture, and likewise the direct disciple of sword immortal Li Taiye. It was said that she had awakened an earthly supreme sword body, the Green Lotus sword body, which was naturally affinity to any sword intent and was able to warm sword chi and nurture sword fetuses, and she was likewise a Yun Tai heir, the third senior sister as Lu Yun called her. The divine son has come to visit. I wonder what he's up to. Li Taiye smiled amiably and had naturally heard about Lord Yi. This Yi clan's divine son had been regarded as the number one person of the current generation since the day he was born. A forbidden stance, a killer. At this moment, when he suddenly descended on Long Yuan Sword City, even Li Taiye's heart was a bit shocked and jealous. I've come this time to send a disciple to the Sword Immortal. Yi Lord held Yu Qingji's jade hand and dragged her to his body. I wonder what Sword Immortal thinks. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Taiye's eyes were slightly austere as he exchanged glances with a few sword mount powerhouses behind him and shook his head with a smile. The godson is joking. The Yi family's Xian Heavenly Sword Immortal, Yi Duojiu, is one of the top sword cultivators on the earth, so why would he need to show off to the world like us? Oh, so the Sword Immortal is refusing? Yi Lord nodded gently, not surprised. Whoever it was, I'm afraid that they wouldn't easily accept a person from the Yi family to worship the clan. After all, the everlasting Yi family had come out of the world, and it was bound to be for the competition for the Master of Heaven and Earth. At a time like this, any power related to the Yi family would be viewed as an enemy by the imperial court. The Dragon Abyss sword mound was far away from the sword state, guarding the old land on the other side, although it did not fear any forces. But what Li Taiye pursued was the uniqueness of the heart of the sword, and did not want to be involved in any strife. The divine sun has come from afar. Yu Lian, prepare some wine and feast. The sword graveyard feasts the divine sun today. Li Taiye did not respond, but made a wink towards Yu Lian. Yes, master. Just as Yu Lian turned around to leave, a sharp gust of breaking wind suddenly came from the other side of the great abyss. Immediately afterward, a soul sound was like heavenly thunder rolling, suddenly resounding through the entire sword city. Old man Taiye, come and see what gifts my father has brought you. Chapter 160 Sword Master's Successor, defeated in one day. In an instant, a dense gloom flashed across the faces of Li Taiye and the others, and in the four directions of the southeast, northwest, and north locations of Long Yuan Sword City, once again, a sword chi rose up to the sky, and the wind and clouds chimed in unison. One could only see four figures standing in the dome of the sky, their bodies straight, with sword chi buzzing all around them, precisely the four sword masters of the sword mound. One of them, whose outer sword chi took on a reddish-golden color with infinite sharpness, cutting and shattering the void, was the Chang'e Sword Master, the first of the four great sword masters, a seventh-grade supreme. It was said that this sword master had a battle with Li Taiye at the peak of Sword City before he worshipped the sword graveyard, losing only one move. His sword chi, which kills and destroys without limit, contains the sharpest Gangjin Wei in the world, from which the name Chang'e is derived. The second sword master is a woman, fairy face cold, an ice blue dress out of the dust flowing. Around his body, a layer of cold ice mist rose slowly, freezing heaven and earth. It was the Xian Ice Sword Master, the second in the ranking of the four great sword masters. At first, this sword master became famous in one battle when his sword iced over a 10,000 mile area of the old land on the other side of the world and killed 100,000 soul race cultivators. The third sword master, on the other hand, was a burly man covered in brilliant golden light, with long golden hair that looked like a blazing flame burning. At this moment, he stood above the void, like a sun, invulnerable to all evils, and was none other than the third-ranked Haoyang sword master. As for the fourth-ranked of the four great sword lords, it was a demonic cultivator named Golden Jiao Sword Lord. As the only demon cultivator in the Dragon Abyss sword graveyard, this Golden Jiao sword master took a different path, not cultivating the demon pill, but instead stepping out of a path that was uniquely his own on the way to the sword Dao. At the same time, he was the only one of the four great sword lords who cultivated heavy swords. The four great sword masters. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold, with a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Before his trip, he had heard that the old land on the other side had not been peaceful in recent days. Many ancient powerhouses of the soul race had come out and hunted down the many sword mound powerhouses that had entered the old earth to practice. That laughter from Fong. The soul might was vast and far more terrifying than that of an ordinary supreme powerhouse. If Lord Yi hadn't guessed wrongly, this should be one of the legendary 9-souled dignitaries of the other side divine court. Previously, Lord Yi had specifically asked Yi Zhantian about that dark turmoil back then. One of the sources of the turmoil was the other side divine court, where the Empress of the other side led the 9-souled dignitaries to use a supreme forbidden artifact to refine a billion living beings on earth. It is said that on that day, the mountains and rivers of Jianzhou were covered with white bones, just like purgatory. Endless years had passed, and this side of the old land was making a comeback, coming in with such force that it was a shock to any power in the 3000 Dao state. Poof! Li Taiye looked indifferent as he took a step out and appeared on top of the sword city wall, looking out across the sword abyss. On the other hand, Lord Yi and Yu Qingji exchanged glances and followed the group of sword mound powerhouses as they ascended the city wall, their eyes slightly glued. At that moment, the two of them saw that in the direction of that old earth, a blood-colored mist swept in, with a sinister aura, emitting gusts of eerie whimpering sounds, and above the sea of blood, a middle-aged man wearing a blood robe with a dry, thin, and miserable face stood with his arms folded, and on his face was a sinister smile. Beside him, there was also a young man standing, with blood hair and blood pupils, and a random ray of eye light stumbled with monstrous waves of blood chi. Blood Soul Venerable. Li Taiye's eyes were heavy as he said in an icy tone, "The Soul Sovereign has come to start a war with my Long Yuan sword mound? No, no, I'm here to make a deal with Sword Immortal Li." The Blood Soul Exalt shook his head and flicked his palm. Only two Blood Soul race powerhouses escorted a human sword cultivator to the front of the sword abyss. Senior Li. Yulian's face changed drastically and she drank in a deep voice. At this time, beside her, there were likewise many young celestial pride standing, each with a vast sword aura and a resentful expression. Li Ho? Li Taiye frowned lightly, and his heart instantly guessed. What does Blood Soul Venerable mean by this? I've heard that the Dragon Abyss sword mound is full of talents. Today I brought the younger generation of my clan here to ask about the sword mound. How about this? Sword Immortal Lee, you and I will each send one of our young disciples to fight. If the sword mound wins, I'll let one of the sword cultivators go back. If the sword mound loses, I'll kill one of them. How about that? Blood Soul Venerable sneered. This move was clearly meant to humiliate the sword mound and break the sword hearts of a group of sword Dao heirs. What an insidious tactic! With the sword mound disciple as a hostage, even if the sword mound disciple made a move, he was bound to have concerns and his battle power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, once the crowd stepped over the sword abyss and appeared on top of the old earth, life and death were completely under the control of the Soul Clan. But if the sword mound avoids fighting, who will be willing to sell their lives for the sword mound in the future? This kind of young conspiracy, there is no way to crack. The victory or defeat will cause the sword mound majesty to be swept to the ground. The pride of the heavens all folded. I'll go. Yulian's pretty face was gloomy. As the contemporary sword head of the sword mound, there was simply no way for her to back down at a time like this. Senior sister, you stay calm. I'll try their tactics first. Not waiting for Yulian to open her mouth, she saw a young man wearing a golden robe with a cold and resolute face step out. The golden sword in his hand angrily chopped the sky and directly stepped toward the other side of the sword abyss. The only entrance to this sword abyss seal was in Sword City. Therefore, the only way for the beings on the other side to return to Earth was to overthrow the sword abyss and shatter the Sword City. Blood Knight, you go. Blood Soul Zune grinned, revealing a mouth full of white, sharp teeth, and from the crowd behind him, a young man in blood armor immediately stepped out, surrounded by bloodlight, with what appeared to be a river of blood flowing under his feet. As he violently clenched his palms, two blood knives chopped down across the sky and across the heavens and earth, furiously chopping down towards the gold-robed youth. Buzz! The moment the blood chi sword intent touched, the golden-robed youth's face changed abruptly. As for his two arms, they were even directly chopped off by Blood Knight's shoulders, revealing white bones that were shocking to the eyes. Senior brother Lai. This scene immediately caused the eyes of the sword mound crowd to quake, and their faces instantly paled. Mahayana triple. The godly patterns in Yi Lord Chang's pupils overflowed, but there was not a trace of surprise in the bottom of his eyes. Although that gold-robed youth's sword chi was biting, his cultivation was not weak. At the first level of the Mahayana, however, compared to Blood Knight, it was 2 realms lower, and the talent gap was enormous. Moreover, the true heir of the Blood Soul Clan should be that youth with blood hair and blood pupils, not Blood Knight. Obviously, the old land on the other side had been dormant for endless years, and this time, it had made sufficient preparations for its emergence. What's more, in the land of the other side, these soul race celestials already had an innate advantage. On the contrary, the disciples of the sword mound had to be suppressed by the deadly aura of death in it, making it difficult for them to utilize their true strength. This is the sword mound heavenly pride? Blood Knight shook his head and walked towards Li Tian step by step, holding the head of this Changing sword master's personal disciple and dragging him back into the sea of blood. Sword Immortal Li. It looks like you guys lost the first battle. As the Blood Soul Venerable's words fell, Li He's body exploded, turning into endless blood mist that merged into the sea of blood at his feet. Seniorly, in the direction of the sword mound, there was a wail, and the faces of Yulian and the others gradually paled. They had never imagined that one day the disciples of the sword mound would be slaughtered like livestock. Before the emergence of the divine court on the other side of the world, the disciples of the sword mound often set foot on the old earth to practice, honing their sword hearts in the midst of killing. Even if these soul race beings were resentful in their hearts, the strongest among them would never dare to easily strike out at the sword sect disciples. This was because they understood that once they made a move they would attract the insane retaliation of a group of sword masters. But now the true owner of the other side has returned. Next, the Blood Soul Zune's eyes were light and evil, and behind him, a young disciple was once again escorted out, which immediately drew a shocking uproar from the sword mound. It's senior brother Su, and little by little, Sword Master Hao Yang's face solidified. Su Lai, Hao Yang Sword Master's personal disciple and only heir. Chapter 161 Perfect Sword Slave Candidate? Yu Qingji's sword surprises everyone. I'll go. On top of Sword City, Yu Lian looked solemn, took a deep breath, and then wanted to step forward. If today, both Li Tian and Su Lai died in the hands of the soul race, it would not only be a loss for the sword mound, but also a collapse of the Tao. I'm afraid that from now on, all the sword mound disciples will be afraid of the Soul Clan. So how can they talk about guarding the sword abyss? May not. Li Taie sighed, a hint of bitterness hidden in the pale pupils of his eyes. Yu Lian's realm, which was also at the 3rd level of the Mahayana, might not be a match for Blood Knight once he stepped into the other shore. What's more, Yu Lian, as the contemporary sword head, if she lost, the entire sword graveyard would truly be at the end of its rope. Even if she won, the Blood Soul Exalt would never let her go. This kind of young conspiracy, the most vicious, in and out are all dead. Master. Yulian clenched her silver teeth, never before bewildered and helpless. It seems like Sword Immortal Li is in trouble. Right at this moment, Lord Yi suddenly shook his head and smiled, speaking in a calm tone. Poof. This scene, even more so, caused Yulian's eyes to be gloomy, and there was a hint of hostility hidden in his eyes as he looked at Yi Lords. She had already heard that Lord Yi had beheaded Sun Yen in Wanbao City and falsely accused him of colluding with evil demons. As a Yuntai heir, Yulian certainly didn't believe that his little sister would be an evil demon. Obviously, he must have deliberately set up his little sister in order to help Su Qingyan sit on the position of the Su family's young master. Originally, Yulian was planning to find an opportunity to test this Yi family's divine son, but she really didn't expect that the sword graveyard would suffer such a turn of events and be unable to take care of itself. Sword Head, you seems to have some hostility towards Mr. Yi? Lord Yi frowned lightly and turned his head to look at Yulian. Don't dare. Yulian's expression was cold and indifferent, and her entire body was as cold and pure as a sword blade. I've long heard that Godson Yi Lord's contemporary is invincible and righteous. The soul race is so cruel. Isn't Godson going to promote the spirit of righteousness? Oh, hearing this, the smirk on Yi Lord's face grew thicker and thicker. This level of agitation was of no use to him at all. However, one of his goals in coming to the Sword Mound this time was to harvest this Yuntai successor and cut off Lu Yun's chi, so this was a good opportunity to do so. I've heard that the green lotus sword body of the Yulian sword head has an affinity and warmth for any sword intent. The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly, and there was a hidden chill under his eyes. How about this? I'll make a bet with the sword head. Upon hearing this, Yulian's eyebrows knit lightly, and her heart became more and more disgusted with Yi Lord. Now that the sword mound is alive or dead, this Yi family's divine son actually has the time to talk and laugh here? As the holy place of the sword path on earth, the sword mound has guarded the sword abyss for endless years, guarding this gateway to the other side of the world for the 3,000 Tao states, and its merits and virtues are immeasurable. Yi Lords boasted of being the leader of the righteous path, but at this time, he actually still had a loose appearance, which was really outrageous. If I can save all the sword mound disciples today, Sword Head will be my sword slave for a year, and vice versa. Yi Lord pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled gently. I'll let Sword Head dispose of me. How about it? Yi Lords, that's what you said. Although Yulian was quite resistant to the term sword slaves, she still hated the thought of what Lord Yi had done. But he was after all the Yi family's divine son. Once Yulian made a move against him, I'm afraid that the entire sword mound would be subjected to the Yi family's insane retaliation. Now that Lord Yi had dug his own grave, how could Yulian let the opportunity pass? What does Jian Xianli think? Yi Lord turned his head to look at Li Taiye, his expression indifferent and cloudy. Since Yulian has agreed, let's ask the divine son to make a move. Li Taiye hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not refuse. Yi Lord's strike, regardless of success or failure, was the only opportunity to break the situation today. A mere group of soul race rats, why does it require this godson to make a move? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, making a wink towards Yu Qingji. Qingji, you go. Nowadays, this reincarnated sword immortal's realm had similarly stepped into the third level of the Mahayana, invincible in the same realm. Just based on the chi luck on Yu Qingji's body alone, even a person at the fifth level of the Mahayana would be hard to be her opponent. Besides, even if Yu Qingji lost, it wouldn't be too late for Lord Yi to strike again. Yes, Yu Qingji's eyes trembled. The same did not expect Yi Lords to press their fate onto themselves, and her heart was suddenly touched by an unspeakable feeling. Buzz. Just seeing her feet step out, her green clothes brimming like a shock. Kill. And Blood Knight didn't give Yu Qingji any time to react at all, as the two blood knives chopped down angrily, and the vast blood chi covered the sky, almost instantly drowning Yu Qingji's silhouette. The crowd looked at each other, their eyes looking at Yi Lords helplessly. Right at this moment, there was a sudden ear-shattering heavenly sound resounding through the layers of blood chi. The void seemed as if it had been neatly sliced through, and strands of sword patterns swept in like a tidal wave. Yu Qingji's figure, on the other hand, stepped through the blood mist and chopped down with a sword. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, sword chi buzzed. Only Yu Qingji's 3 feet of land around him saw the Hongmeng mist rising. At this moment, her bones all over her body looked like they were blossoming with a monumental immortal radiance. As the floating life emperor's sword chopped down in her hand, the sharpness was overwhelming, containing a terrifying and unspeakable divine might. As for Blood Knight's face, it finally turned completely pale at this moment, and he scrambled to raise the blood knife in his hand to block it in front of his body. Click! Only an eerie shattering sound came from the blood sword in Blood Knight's hand, which snapped in response to the sound, and at the center of his eyebrow, a horrifying crack surfaced. The entire head was actually penetrated by Yu Qingji's sword. The blood and bones were glistening, shocking to the eyes. How could? Blood Knight looked bewildered, reaching out to touch the blood on his brow. his eyes filled with despair and incredulity. He had never dreamed that with his Mahayana triple realm, he had been dormant for 100 years, but he had been killed by a young girl with a single sword. Heaven and earth are silent. At this moment, whether it was the Blood Soul clan or the Dragon Abyss Sword Graveyard, all of them were plunged into an eerie dead silence. Even Li Taiye and the four great sword masters' pupils flickered with an unspeakable shock. Sword body, sword bone, and sword Dao laws. The three great sword Dao heaven-defying talents had actually converged on one person. Admittedly, the ancient sword in this young girl's hand was extraordinary in its power, but compared to external objects, her talent was simply unique in the ages. A truly forbidden posture. Blood Knight, the Blood Soul Venerable shouted angrily. His blood aura was heaving around him and his blood hair was flying. At this moment, a trace of true killing intent was clearly flickering in his eyes. Once such a sword Dao demon grew up, he would definitely be the second Li Taiye, and would be an endless nightmare for the other side Soul clan. Just as he took his footsteps, wanting to suppress Yu Qingji with a thunderous force, he saw a white-clothed figure step on the cloud vault, crossing the sword abyss in one step and appearing on top of the old earth. It was a young man, with bundled hair and immortal face, and an outstanding divine posture. He first glanced at the Blood Soul Zune and then dropped his eyes onto that one blood-haired, blood-pupilized youth, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a gentle, shallow arc. To save time, you're all in this together. Chapter 162. The Sword Dao was only the most inconspicuous one of the Divine Sons. What? The killing intent on the Blood Soul Exalt's face solidified bit by bit before it could dissipate. Since the beginning of the ages, he had seen countless amazingly talented heavenly prides, but this was the first time he had seen such arrogance. A contemporary actually threatened to challenge all the pride of the Blood Clan? Well done. Go back. Yi Lord's expression was gentle and he gave Yu Qingji an appreciative look. He believed that with Li Taiye's dedication to the Sword Dao, he would not miss a Sword Dao demon like Yu Qingji. This time, when Lord Yi came to the Sword Mound, his main purpose was still to let Yu Qingji worship Li Taiye as her teacher, and use the supreme faith of this sword mound to hone her sword heart. Looking at the 3,000 Taoist prefectures, there was no place that could rival the Sword Abyss and be more suitable for Yu Qingji to grow. Yes, my lord. Yu Qingji's pretty face was pale. The sword just now was also extremely depleting for her. Moreover, with her current realm, it would be difficult to truly resist the erosion of the death aura of this place. Buzz. In the next moment, the same sword pattern flowed outside of Lord Ye's body, and the immortal killing ancient sword was sheathed horizontally, chopping down towards the front. A brilliant sword light almost dispersed the blood mist in this place. With every sword chop of Yi Lord, a sword chi as vast as an abyss ran through heaven and earth, falling in the direction of the Blood Clan. Put, only a piece of blood light bloomed in the void, and in an instant, dozens of blood race celestials had their flesh exploded and were annihilated by the sword energy. Seeing this, the eyes of that one blood-haired and blood-pupiled youth suddenly stumbled with monstrous battle intent, and his figure stepped out, with blood light gradually boiling outside his body. In his hand, a blood gun was surrounded by thousands of rune patterns, just like a swarming blood dragon slamming out angrily. Such a volatile strike immediately caused a ripple visible to the naked eye to rise in the void. Everyone's faces suddenly went pale as they watched those two overwhelming figures collide in one place. Rumble, heaven and earth quake, terrifying sword chi and blood chi swept away, crumbling all the surrounding mountains and rocks and earth alive, cracks running through them. Blood slaughter. Blood Soul Venerable's eyes trembled lightly. He hadn't seen this heir apparent make a move in a long time. As the most demonic pride of the Blood Clan in 10,000 years of age, Blood Slaughter was only 100 years old, and his realm had already stepped into the 5th level of the Mahayana. And at this age, it was still a young generation in the Soul Clan with supreme talent. Aside from the other 4 Soul Sovereign heirs, no one in the entire other side was already worthy of Blood Slaughter's hand. However, today, when facing this earthly teenager, Blood Slaughter was acting unusually excited. Divine Son Yi Lord is actually a Sword Dao demon as well? Above Sword City, Li Taiye and the others' eyes trembled as they silently watched Yu Qingji fall from the sky, all with a gentle look on their faces. Previously, he had refused Yi Lord because he didn't want to get involved in the strife between the Yi family and the imperial court, fearing that he would be used by Yi Lord. But this young girl had completely changed Li Taiye's mind with just one sword. Such a Sword Dao demon, not to be encountered in 10,000 years, was the true inheritor of the earthly Sword Dao. Even compared to Yu Lian, the contemporary sword head, Yu Qingji's sword talent was unknown how much more powerful. Li Taiye had a premonition that in less than 100 years, Yu Qingji might be able to replace himself and become the only sword immortal on earth. The Duke's talent is overwhelming, and the Sword Dao is just one of his most insignificant ones. Yu Qingji's expression was clear and cold, but the words she spoke caused the hearts and minds of a group of Sword Mound powerhouses to tremble with desire. Puff! As a sobbing sound came, Blood Slaughter's figure suddenly fell from the void, and the blood gun in his hand, even directly from the break into two. Chest a sword mark through the heart. Miserable. After melting that one primordial eye gold, the grade of the immortal slaying ancient sword was also restored to the category of an extreme Dao imperial soldier. Not weaker than the sword immortal's perpendicular sword in Yuqingji's hand in the slightest. How can? In an instant, a gust of cold air was heard from the Blood Clan. This scene was simply subversive to the crowd of blood race celestials. In their eyes, Blood Slaughter was a truly invincible figure. But in front of this white-clothed boy, he could hardly resist even one sword? The successive strikes had already caused the hearts of the people to crumble and break. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've met such an exciting opponent. Bloodslaughter looked down at the broken battle armor in front of his chest. If he were to be replaced by a flesh and blood being, I'm afraid that this sword would be enough to grind out life. But the most powerful thing about their soul clan was the power of the divine soul, and the physical body was just a tool. In the next instant, he directly stepped out, and his entire body transformed into a blood curtain through the sky, eerie and evil, shrouding towards Lord Yi, Blood Soul Dama, the realm of blood forbidden. As Blood Slaughter let out a deep drink, the 100 feet of land around Yi Lord was enveloped by this blood power, and the bloodlines hooked up, transforming themselves into a boundary. As for Blood Slaughter's figure, it transformed into a 10-foot blood shadow, and his chi and blood fell. At this moment, his body seemed to be filled with an unspeakable tyranny, as if he was possessed by 10,000 souls, and any foot that stepped down could shatter the earth. No good. Li Tae and the others' faces were slightly stagnant, and it was obvious that they had also noticed the change in Blood Slaughter's body. Rumble. But before they could react, they saw Blood Slaughter's fist smashing down, like a round of blood sun falling from the sky, tumbling up amazing waves of blood chi. Before this punch even landed, it caused the earth beneath Lord Ye's feet to collapse as much as it could. Sword chi is useless in my blood realm. Oh, Yi Lords looked indifferent and slowly nodded his head. At this moment, he could feel as if the flow of time in this blood realm had suddenly become much slower. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, he suddenly put away the immortal killing ancient sword, clenched his palms, and smashed out with the same fist. On his arm, the divine and demonic particles roared and trembled, and the various Tao origins of chaos, killing, reincarnation, and yin and yang alternately rose, and above Lord Ye's head, a true dragon phantom manifested, coiling his body. That pair of golden and crow-colored eye pupils revealed the recklessness and ferocity of the ages. Rumble. The two fist seals collided with a loud bang, and the entire sword abyss immediately set off monstrous waves, centered on the two people. Thousands of cracks ran through, shattering the flesh and souls of some of the soul race people who couldn't dodge in time. The blood soul exalt's blood eyes condensed slightly as he waved his hand and struck down a blood pattern, which managed to block this force. It's not simple. This white-clothed boy. In the distant void, a man and a woman stood side by side. Their breaths were all incomparably ancient and terrifying. Among them, the woman was stunningly beautiful, with a slim figure and black hair hanging over her shoulders. In the center of its brow, a crescent moon divine seal burst with infinite radiance, dense and hazy, like connecting to another side of the universe. The man beside her is even more bizarre, surrounded by soul lines, a face that keeps changing, 1,000 faces and phases. In the next instant, a trace of intense horror flashed through both of their eyes at the same time, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Chapter 163. The Five Great Soul Exalted appear. Another forbidden person? Click. The sky and the earth are rippling for miles and miles, and in the eyes of the crowd in shock and horror, Blood Slaughter's arm, which was several feet long, exploded. Rolls of blood gas splattered away, and his figure even fell from the sky, smashing down on the banks of the sword abyss. In the next instant, before he could react from his shock, he saw the sword market standing above Lord Ye's head, and 10 ancient swords pierced through the clouds and chopped down from the sky, inserting themselves into Blood Slaughter's flesh as much as they could. Blood Slaughter. The Blood Soul Exalt let out a shocked cry, no longer caring about any moral code, and stepped towards Lord Yi. Blood Slaughter. How dare you? Li Tae's eyes trembled as he similarly cut through the void and appeared on top of the old earth. But before he could make a move to stop him, he saw a ripple in the void in front of him. Among them, a white and slim palm pushed across, and the moon haze swept across, blocking his footsteps completely. No good. Li Tae's face changed drastically, and he was forced to chop out a sword, shattering that one palm from it. But this delay caused the figure of the Blood Soul Zun to appear above the head of the Yi Lords. Blood Soul Venerable. He's Yi Qingsan's son, the godly son of the everlasting Yi clan. Lord Yi. Buzz. Suddenly, Blood Soul Zun's footsteps directly stopped in place, and his blood pupils were filled with shock. Yi Qingsong. He was only seen muttering a word, and his body quietly trembled, as if he had thought of something terrible. At this moment, what was reflected in his mind was not Yi Qing's figure, but a black-skirted, stunning silhouette. Puff. Just as the Blood Soul Venerable's mind was trembling with fear, Yi Lord suddenly gripped Blood Slaughter's head and picked up his entire body. Buzz. Above the void, those two soul race powerhouses, a man and a woman, appeared. Farther away, there were likewise two figures stepping forward, seemingly disturbed by Li Tai's angry shout. One of them, wrapped in a pitch-black ghost fog, could not see his face. The other person, a golden skeleton, was actually filled with an unspeakable imperial might, and the two pupils of his eyes, which danced like ghostly flames, called for a creepy feeling. Moon Soul Exalt, 10,000 Phase Soul Exalt, Heavenly Fury Soul Exalt, Emperor Bone Soul Exalt. Li Tai looked bitter. Even with him, an earthly sword immortal, he had a faint sense of trepidation in front of these 5 great soul elders. At the same time, the 4 great sword masters also crossed the sword abyss and appeared behind Li Tai. In the entire heaven and earth, the atmosphere was suddenly depressing. Everyone understood that once Li Tai and the others fought today, it would be another catastrophe coming to earth. Only Yi Lord, with an indifferent expression, looked up at Blood Soul Zune. Blood Zune, isn't it time to fulfill your promise and release the Sword Mound disciples? The reason why he dared to provoke this supreme powerhouse was certainly not because he was the divine son of the Yi family. Before his departure, Yi Tsanglong had given him an imperial talisman, which was enough to resist the full force of any supreme powerhouse's attack. With a life-preserving card like the substitute puppet, Yi Lord was sufficient to deal with all the perils. Poof! Blood Soul Venerable snorted coldly, but naturally, Blood Slaughter was now in the hands of Lord Yi, so he immediately waved his hand. Release him. What he was afraid of was not Li Tai and the others, but rather this Yi family's divine son, and the woman behind him. The moment he thought of that woman, Blood Soul Zune still couldn't help but tremble all over his body chilled to the bone. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the figures of Li Tian and Su Lai suddenly stumbled and crashed to the ground, protected by the Chang'ing Sword Master and the Haoyang Sword Master. In the next instant, under the dumbfounded gaze of a crowd of supreme powerhouses, there were suddenly swimming dragons running underneath the feet of Lord Yi. He actually directly led Blood Slaughter to cross into the sword abyss. Blood Slaughter's face froze, and his lips kept trembling. I said you put. His figure, however, was almost instantly cut and shattered by the sword chi in the sword abyss, exploding into a bloody mist. Ye Lord, the Blood Soul Exalt hissed up to the sky, and the sea of blood boiled over for 10,000 miles. Today, he had originally come here to humiliate the Sword Mound and break the sword heart of the Sword Mound disciples. As a result, he ended up losing 2 of his heirs in a row, and was wantonly toyed with by Lord Yi. Shame on you. Li Tai and the others had the same look of helpless shock on their faces as they directly turned around and swept towards Jin Yuan. I'll kill you. Behind him, the Blood Soul Zune took a step out and fell with the sea of blood, but he was ultimately a step too late and watched as the crowd retreated back above the Sword City. Aha! Li Tai, sooner or later, I will kill all the Sword Mound disciples. The Blood Soul Zune roared furiously. Even at this time, he still didn't dare to threaten the Yi Lords by half a sentence, and waved his palm prints to keep smashing down towards Jian Yuan. Blood Zune, go back to the Divine Court first. The eyes of the 4 remaining Soul Exalted were deep as they turned around and walked towards the void, until the silhouettes of the crowd disappeared. A wave suddenly rippled along the banks of the sword abyss. Only a woman wearing a long dark black dress, a golden crown on her head, and a golden veil covering her face quietly appeared, looking out at the towering sword city in the distance. Her figure was extremely delicate, and even though the black robe outside her body was loose, it was hard to hide her pride. With a slender waist and a pair of snow-white slender jade legs hidden under the hem of the skirt, there was an innate elegance and dignity. Lord Yi, what is the royal daughter thinking? Behind him, a silver-haired old woman with a stooped figure appeared, her wrinkled face full of vicissitudes. Granny, I was wondering if I can't get out of the old earth on the other side for a while. Is it possible to find someone to help us find that one forbidden weapon that was left behind on earth? The black-robed woman's voice was ethereal, with an innate divinity, delicate and gentle. What the royal daughter means is, only by finding the forbidden artifact will my clan be able to fulfill its ultimate mission. The black-skirted woman let out a bitter smile, a pair of ghostly blue-eye pupils reflecting a bizarre meditative flower, deep and mysterious. But, the silver-haired crone wanted to speak, obviously a little worried. Granny, I know what you're trying to say, but if I can't retrieve the forbidden artifact, I'm afraid that with your power alone, it'll be difficult to make the 5 great soul masters submit, right? The black-skirted woman looked deeply at the silver-haired crone, and suddenly took a step towards the sword abyss. Judging from the demeanor of that Yi clan's divine son just now, he didn't seem to be a stickler for the rules. What's more, the woman in black believed that there were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Now the soul race is confined to the old earth, never to be seen again. As the imperial daughter of the other side divine court, she would eventually have to shoulder some responsibility. Buzz. In an instant, a shocking sword intent was set off in the sword abyss. Endless sword chi penetrated through, piercing through her body and shedding drops of eerie blue blood. But it is incredible. At this time this black dress woman, but as if not feel the slightest pain, Snow White's skin gradually surfaced a bizarre ghostly blue divine pattern. All the injuries will be healed. Her figure, on the other hand, gradually disappeared into the blanket of sword chi, stepping towards the sword abyss beyond. Chapter 164 Sword Immortal accepts a disciple. 8 parties scheming. Tianxian Dao State. Immortal Phoenix Ancient Dynasty. Gu Mingyue was sitting on top of the imperial throne, her eyes clear and cold as she looked down at a woman in silver and white battle armor. You mean that the whereabouts of the Emperor's talisman has been discovered in the Wushan Ridge in the underworld heavenly prefecture? I, Emperor. The silver-armored woman nodded gently, her expression incomparably solemn. The underworld heavenly state, as the only demonic state among the 10 great Taoist states, was filled with some vicious and great demons and evil spirits, especially that one 10,000 Devils Hall. It was claimed to have collected all the evil devils on earth, and was the number 1 devilish force in the 3,000 Dao state. The 7 great devil generals among them were even more ferocious, each of their hands stained with the blood of hundreds of millions of living beings. On top of that, the most mysterious force in the 3,000 Dao state, the Blood Soul Hall, was likewise in this side of the U state. This soul palace originated 500 years ago, and its depth was not very deep. However, it had developed and grown in just 500 years, and now it even claimed to have 100,000 blood slaves, becoming the most mysterious and terrifying dark force in the 3,000 Dao state. Compared to these, what was truly terrifying about the Blood Soul Palace was their pawns. There was once an immortal sect immortal lord who threatened that the Blood Soul Hall was in vain. The next day this supreme immortal lord died violently and silently in the sect's bedchamber. This kind of tactic had once caused the Blood Soul Hall's prestige to push right up against the 10,000 Demons Hall. But unlike the 10,000 Devils Hall, this square blood hall was hidden in the shadows, and no one knew where its sect was at all. Even, there are rumors that this blood palace has no clan at all, and all of its disciples are hidden in other forces. I know, Gu Mingyue nodded gently, and there seemed to be a hint of depth under her eyes. According to her memories from her previous life, she certainly knew the origins of the Wushan Ridge, as well as the many secrets about the Blood Soul Hall. Previously, Gu Mingyue had secretly dispatched many secret guards to go to the various great states to find the whereabouts of the Emperor's talisman. Now it seems as if there is some real surprise. I'll make a trip to the Wushan Ridge. You guys don't need to follow. Gu Mingyue's phoenix eyes were deep, with a hint of playfulness hidden. Her figure, on the other hand, was seated on top of the white jade immortal carriage as she made her way towards the underworld heavenly state. Meanwhile, the heavenly court. That one gold-robed emperor looked at a rune mark in his hand, and there wasn't a single ripple in the pupils of his eyes. Women, they only become broken. Even if Yi Lord's talent was as strong as it was, and the Yi family's heritage was as deep as it was, when it came to the underworld heavenly state, even the people of the imperial court didn't have an ounce of authority to speak of. He had already ordered his men to set up a dragnet in the Wushan Ridge, a demonic ridge that was not only in the center of Yuzhou, but was also a natural Jedi. Once Gu Mingyue stepped into it, she was bound to die. With how much Lord Yi doted on her, he would definitely not stand by and watch his fiancée die in Yuzhou. As long as he stepped into this chess game, even Yi Songlong, a quasi-emperor powerhouse, would no longer be able to shelter him. From the beginning to the end, the imperial court would stay out of it, unconnected. Even if the Yi family had doubts afterward, they would never dare to go to war with the imperial court over a fallen divine son. Gu Mingyue, it's a pity. The emperor's son shook his head and turned towards the imperial palace. Long Yuan Sword City, Sword Mound Grand Hall. Li Taiye and the 4 great swordmasters sat on top of the great hall, looking at Lord Ye's eyes had long since lost their previous wariness, and were full of appreciation and gratitude. Today, if it wasn't for this Yi clan's divine son, at least 3 of the 4 great sword master heirs would have been decapitated by the Blood Soul clan. Even, this battle would directly change the faith and chi of the Dragon Abyss Sword Mound, causing the hearts of all contemporary sword cultivators to collapse. A Blood Soul Exalt heir who had just come out had actually crushed the entire Sword Mound contemporary. What about the remaining Yin Moon Soul Exalt, 10,000 Phase Soul Exalt, or even that Emperor's Soul Exalt heir who had fused the Emperor Bone? The appearance of Lord Yi not only temporarily solved the Sword Mound crisis, but also brought a truly forbidden heavenly pride. Yu Qingji, this young girl's sword skill could no longer be described as terrifying. Just every sword bone in her body alone was enough to qualify as a unique sword path. Although Yu Lian had also awakened a sword body, the power of this sword body was not to kill and destroy, but to warm up the sword chi, and it was simply not comparable to Yu Qingji's. As long as Yu Qingji worshipped the sword mound, in the future, even if the other side divine court reappeared, the sword mound would not fear it. In the same realm, the sword immortal was invincible. Li Taiye and the others finally understood Yu Qingji's line that the Yi Lord Godchild's sword Dao was only the most insignificant one. With the power of that blood-soul Dharma body of blood slaughter, I'm afraid that it has already far transcended the Mahayana or even the heavenly Qi realm. However, Lord Yi used only one punch to smash the blood slaughter. Such physical strength was simply breathtaking, causing the crowd of swordmasters to be chilled to the bone and unable to stop. Yu Lian was the only one. Her pretty face was gloomy, and her eyes were full of indignation and incredulity when she looked at Yi Lords. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Lord had acted so blandly and fearlessly when facing Blood Soul Zun. It turned out that he didn't place these soul race celestials in his eyes at all. When she thought of the bet between the two, Yu Lian suddenly had the urge to die, making her serve as a slave to someone who murdered the fifth sister? Yu Lian quietly looked at Li Taiye and cast a glance of help. At this moment, she could only be hoping that her master would be able to make Lord Yi let herself off the hook. Otherwise, once she falls into the hands of Lord Yi, I'm afraid that it won't just be a simple matter of her Dao heart crumbling. Her physical body will also crumble. This time it's thanks to Divine Sun Yi Lord. Otherwise my sword mound contemporary is afraid that it will suffer a great calamity. Li Taiye sighed and slowly got up, actually paying deep obeisance towards Lord Yi with the respect of a sword immortal. Thank you, Divine Sun. The entire hall immediately set off a burst of sword chants. All of the sword mound elders and disciples had solemn faces as they bowed and drank in obeisance. Mr. Yi has only done some small things that I can do. Yi Lord shook his head, a gentle smile always on his face, only to see him slowly put down the tea in his hand and look up at Yu Lian. Since the crisis in the sword mound has been removed, it is time for Mr. Yi to take his leave. As the words fell, he directly beckoned toward Yu Lian and said in an indifferent tone, "Sword head Yu Lian, let's go." Yu Lian's silver teeth clenched, but she saw that Li Taiye and the others' eyes were not on her at all, and they all fell on that green-clothed girl who was following behind Lord Yi. At this moment, a trace of trepidation suddenly arose in Yu Lian's heart and she gently swallowed. Wait a minute. Li Taiye squeezed out a smile on his face and hurriedly blocked Yi Lord. Divine Sun Yi Lord, didn't you say before that you wanted this girl to worship me as a teacher? Lord Yi frowned lightly, then revealed a flash of realization. Oh, since the sword immortal is unwilling to take on a disciple, how would Mr. Yi force the issue? Qingji, let's go. It's not difficult. Yi Lord Godson, seeing that Yi Lord really want to leave, Li Taiye held Yi Lord's arm, and his old face was rare with a touch of flattery. Yi Lord Godson, before the situation was urgent. Godson is not to blame. Before it was the old man who had eyes but no pearls. Li Taiye's face suddenly became grave, and once again made a deep bow towards Lord Yi. His tone was actually apologetic. As long as the Divine Prince is willing to leave Miss Yu at the sword graveyard, I'm willing to pass this down to her. As the words fell, Li Taiye suddenly summoned an object from the Sea of Souls, instantly causing the entire hall to fall into complete dead silence. It is Chapter 165 Humanoid Scabbard. Now I'm your master. Dragon Abyss Sword Order. In the Great Hall of the Sword Mound, there was an alarming clamor. Everyone looked at the bronze sword order in Li Taiye's hand, and there was a dense shock under their eyes. Even Yu Lian. At this time the entire person froze in place. The pupils of her eyes were filled with bitterness. This sword order not only represented the supreme identity of the Dragon Abyss Sword Mound, it was also a symbol of the sword luck on Earth. It is said that the sword order seals the lifelong enlightenment of the first sword immortal on Earth, Sword Immortal Fuyao, as well as a wisp of the true meaning of the sword path of the 8,000 sword cultivators who followed her to cut out the sword abyss in the first place. As long as someone was able to successfully melt this sword order, they would be able to control the sword intent of the Fuyao Sword Immortal and the 8,000 sword cultivators, and be invincible on Earth. Yi Lord Godson, are you satisfied now? Li Taiye let out a bitter smile, the sword lines under his eyes intertwined, with a hint of depth hidden. Instead of him wanting to use this Dragon Abyss Sword Order to leave Yu Qingji behind, it would be better to say that this sword order chose her. From the moment Yu Qingji's sword bone lit up and cast the Hongmeng sword domain, this sword order had always been humming and quivering, as if it had received some sort of induction. With this old sword immortal's heart, how could he not see that Lord Yi was helping Yu Qingji fight for his chance and status? Since this was the case, Li Taiye was naturally willing to do a favor and gift the sword order to Yu Qingji in exchange for Lord Yi's satisfaction. The sword immortal is speaking as if I'm plotting your sword mound's creation. Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, gently pushing Yu Qingji in front of Li Taiye. Why don't you thank Sword Immortal Li? Thank you, Senpai. Yu Qingji bowed slightly, but there was a hint of bitterness under her eyes. She understood that since today, she would have to part with Lord Yi Lords, and she didn't know when and how long it would be before she saw him again. At this moment, she inexplicably had some expectations that the Pilgrimage Divine Court would be able to attack Sword City again and slaughter it. Maybe at that time, the male would fall from the sky and fight alongside her. Fine. In the future you will be my sword-grave successor. Li Taiya stroked his beard and laughed, in a relaxed mood. Qingji, just follow the sword immortal and cultivate well, and if anything happens, feel free to send a message to me. As the words fell, Yi Lord made a wink towards Yu Lian and raised his feet towards the outside of the hall. Master. Yu Lian looked bitter and wanted to speak. It may not be a bad thing for you to follow the godson. Remember, you are a sword cultivator first and foremost. Li Taiya's words seemed to have some deep meaning, which immediately caused Yu Lian's eyes to tremble lightly and slowly nodded her head. It couldn't be that the master knew the identity of his Pantai successor? Buzz. As Yi Lord's footsteps stepped out, Yi Tsung suddenly came in his carriage and waited respectfully above the void. Go. Yi Lord sat on the carriage, signaling Yu Lian to stand beside him, and together they headed in the direction of the sacred state. Duke. On the wall of Sword City, Yu Qingji's eyes were raging with tears as she struggled to wave her palms. I will definitely cultivate well and won't let you down. At those words, Yi Lord did not turn around and waved his hand and disappeared above the sky dome. Duke. Yu Qingji gradually broke down and ran nonstop along the walls of Sword City, bawling. Ever since the destruction of the Heavenly Sword sect, she didn't have any more relatives in this 3000 Dao state. Yi Lords, was the entirety of her Dao heart to rely on? Hey! Li Taiye walked out of the great hall, looking at the young girl who was squatting on the ground and crying in pain, and sighed softly in his heart. This sword cultivation cultivates the sword, and it is about having no distractions in the mind. But Yu Qingji's appearance seemed to have overturned Li Taiye's perception. Her sword heart was clear and invincible, but it was not a ruthless way, more like a guardian way. Over here, Lord Yi and Yu Lian left Sword City and suddenly signaled Yi Tsung to stop at the top of a barren mountain. At this moment, there was a hint of playfulness hidden on his face as he looked down at a certain part of the mountain forest. What's wrong? Yu Lian's eyebrows knitted lightly, and there was clearly some wariness under her eyes. Instead, Lord Yi shook his head and suddenly slapped her in the face. Snap! As a crisp slap came, Yu Lian's face instantly froze in bewilderment and gradually became resentful. Her hallowed sword mound sword head, one of the most honorable contemporary heavenly prides in the 3000 Dao state, was actually slapped by Yi Lord at will. This kind of shame immediately caused the killing intent in Yu Lian's eyes to boil over and he couldn't stop. Yi Lord! Snap! Another slap, along with a vast and terrifying heavenly chi pressure dropping down, instantly causing Yu Lian's face to completely pale. At this moment, she could clearly feel as if this entire void had been imprisoned. As the divine patterns flowed in Yi Lord's heavy pupils, the world in front of Yu Lian's eyes went strangely dark. Endless darkness swept in like a tidal wave, and the emotions of despair, depression, and fear were like a tentacle that gently stroked over every part of Yu Lian's body. In an instant, this sword mound sword head's body gradually tightened and kept falling towards the darkness. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the strength of this Yi clan's divine son was likely much more terrifying than she had imagined. Now that you are my slave, you should call me master. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent as he suddenly reached out and held Yu Lian's neck. Next time you dare to disrespect me, I will kill you. Buzz. Yi Lord's palm gradually exerted force, and a kind of suffocating despair instantly swept through Yu Lian Dao Xin, and there was a mist rising in her eyes, more aggravated and upset than she had ever been before. Open up the divine soul. What? Yu Lian instinctively wanted to refuse, but she saw a stone sword rise above Yi Lord's head and fall towards the hole in her soul sea. At this moment, Yu Lian had no doubt that once she dared to have a hint of disobedience, Lord Yi would really kill her. Buzz. Under all despair, Yu Lian could only obediently open up her soul sea and let Lord Yi insert her. The intense pain caused Yu Lian's face to instantly distort. In particular, the tearing pain caused blood to flow from her 7 orifices, which was miserable and incomparable. In fact, from the first time Yi Lord saw this Yuntai air, they knew her usefulness. Green Lotus sword body, warming the sword energy. This Yu Lian was simply the most perfect humanoid scabbard for tempering his killing immortal ancient sword. Yi Lord always had a premonition that the grade of this sword was definitely more than simply an imperial artifact. With the immortal karma in immortal killing, even if Lord Yi didn't plant a soul seal on Yu Lian, this proud daughter of the sword mound would no longer have a single possibility of escaping. Even, every strand of her soul consciousness could hardly escape the killing immortal's perception. From this moment onwards, she had become a part of the immortal slaying ancient sword, continuously nourishing and tempering this sword with her sword body and sword chi as she advanced in her realm until she exhausted her vitality. Puff! Yu Lian's body went limp, directly kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. At this time, her clothes were soaked with sweat and clung to her body, outlining a stunning silhouette. Yi Lord, you are simply a devil. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyes were gentle, and with a thought, the immortal killing ancient sword immediately burst out from Yu Lian's soul sea. In an instant, her body went completely limp, her face flushed and she clenched her red lips. Before she could open her mouth, she saw Lord Yi controlling killing immortal again, and re-falling. Stop, please. Chapter 166 Rebirth on the other side? The mysterious maiden of the old earth. On top of the barren mountain, Lord Yi was sitting on top of the golden carriage, his eyes looking playfully at Julian who was kneeling in front of him. Do you know what to call me now, master? Julian's pretty face was pale, but a wisp of redness remained at the tip of her ear. At this moment, she seemed to have predicted her future immortal path, her silver teeth clenched, wanting to cry. The Sea of Souls, as the most sensitive and fragile place for human cultivators, if Lord Yi summoned the immortal killing ancient sword a few more times, she was afraid that she would collapse. Who would have thought that the hallowed sword Abyss Sword Head, the lofty and unrivaled sword Tao Demon, would one day actually be reduced to someone else's scabbard, to be arbitrarily sampled? Third senior sister. Meanwhile, the ancient forest under the mountain. Luyan stared blankly at the white-clothed girl kneeling in front of Lord Yi, his mouth gradually opening wide. Behind it, a faint hint of sinister evil flashed under the eyes of the Chaos Demon Ape, and his heart grew more and more in awe of Lord Yi. It still has to be you, son of God. This scene was simply harder for Lu Yun than killing him. Incompetent senior brother. If this continues, the Taoist heart of this Yuntai successor will surely fall into the devil, and he will really become the evil devil in the mouth of the world. How can? Lu Yun stumbled on his feet, his back teeth gnashing as he looked at the white woman who was prostrate in front of Lord Yi like a Yu Lian. This is the legendary sword fairy elder sister whose character is cold and straightforward and who doesn't eat fire. Lu Yun never dreamed that she would be a contrarian table. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly felt as if this immortal path of his had suddenly stumbled. The fourth elder sister and fifth elder sister died, and the third elder sister directly knelt at the crotch of Yi Lord. If it continues like this, the entire contemporary heir of Yuntai will, I'm afraid, become extinct. Lu Yun, hold on. The chaotic demon ape sighed lightly and patted Lu Yun's shoulder. He could understand the feelings of this Yuntai successor at this moment, trekking all the way from the sacred state, not daring to expose his identity at all on the road, and being on edge. As a result, just at the moment he descended into the sword state and was about to meet his senior sister, he saw that this senior sister had actually submitted to her enemy. Hiss. Misery, too much misery. Even the Chaos Demon Ape, a self-proclaimed great demon, was a bit intolerant at this point. Oh. Lu Yun held back the tears in his eyes and silently threw himself into the arms of the Chaos Demon Ape. With Lord Ye's identity, it was impossible for him to descend to the sword state rashly without a protector behind him. The injuries on the Chaos Demon Ape's body hadn't healed yet, so it was best not to take any desperate measures. Unconsciously, this demon that was always by Lu Yun's side seemed to have become his closest and most trusted companion. Buzz. The cloud dome was 10,000 li, and the golden carriage floated in the air. But just as Yi Tsong drove the carriage and prepared to leave, a trace of gloom suddenly flashed across the face of Lord Yi. In the next instant, he didn't even have a moment's hesitation as divine thunder rushed through the pupils of his eyes, enveloping the entire barren mountain. Go! The chaotic demon ape's face changed drastically as it gripped Lu Yun's head and ran madly towards the distant mountains. However, from the beginning to the end, Lord Ye's eyes did not even look at Lu Yun for more than a single glance, always staring above the suddenly dark void in the distance. Sneaky. Yi Lord's expression was indifferent, the heavy pupils were covered in divine lines, and the Dharma was in the sky and the earth. Yi Lord Godson. Right at this moment, a gentle and soft voice suddenly came from the end of that darkness. Could you please invite the divine sun in for a moment? Oh, Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, looking at a slowly cracking void rift in front of him, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised in a shallow arc. In this dark rift, he could sense a familiar aura, quite similar to the old earth on the other side before. Interesting. Yi Lord took a step and directly stepped into it, disappearing above the sky dome. Buzz. What appeared before his eyes at this moment was a dark and ancient world. Terrifying deathly meditative intent, mixed with endless tyrannical aura filled the air. At the end of that darkness, there was actually a sea of flowers blooming, emitting an eerie blue light, beautiful and extremely unreal. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold as he watched a young woman in a black dress with a tall figure walk from among the flowers. Her face was covered with a golden veil, her waist was slender, and she had ethereal blue pupils. Surprisingly, at this time, her breath seemed to be a bit weak, and her pretty face was pale, as if she had suffered a minor injury. Godson Yi Lord, my name is Chloe. The black-skirted woman bowed slightly, her eyes clear and crisp, giving off a sense of honor and mystery. She was like a meditative flower blooming in the darkness, stunning alone in her solitude. Daughter of destiny, celluloid, golden finger, the body of God on the other side. Template, reincarnation of the emperor's soul. Identity, daughter of the ancient emperor of the court of the gods on the other side. Plot direction, the ancient imperial daughter revived. Want to control the soul tribe. but was blocked by the 5 soul fathers. Need to find the other side of the divine court inheritance forbidden weapon. Before you can revive the memory of the cultivation, open the real soul tribe ancestral land. May I ask the host, yes/no to binding, reincarnation of the Emperor's soul? The Leaf Lord's eyebrows lightly raised. His heart suddenly guessed. Binding. He had heard Gu Mingyue mention before that there was a forbidden artifact in the other side divine court that had been broken in two during the dark turmoil in the first place. One of them, moreover, was taken away by the traitors of the divine court and strayed into the earthly land. Originally, Lord Yi had thought that the traitor was most likely the so-called forbidden person in the mouth of the fifth ancestor Yi Taishu. Nowadays, it seems that the origin of this other side's imperial daughter is more in line with the so-called other side's rebirth. It seemed that the Sword Abyss seal could only trap dragon sets, not these heavenly fates. That other side traitor relied on forbidden weapons to break the seal, which ye lords could understand. But what made this imperial daughter in front of us break the seal? The body of a god on the other side of the world? Staged. Ye lord indifferently spoke, directly probing out a palm and suppressing it towards the celluloid. Rumble. The terrifying thunder seal covered and pressed from the sky, like a terrifying great sun, shaking the ages. Against this kind of soul-type beings, thunder was undoubtedly the most intimidating force. Ye Lord Godson. The red lips of the celluloid pursed lightly, and the ghostly light in her pupils flickered, presenting a bizarre soul flower that encompassed her body. Just at the moment when that thunder seal fell, a flash of panic suddenly appeared on the celluloid's face, and the meditative flower above her head shattered. Her figure, on the other hand, was retreating at great speed, trying to avoid this attack of ye lords. Rumble. In an instant, this place was annihilated by thunderlight, and the thunder patterns were intertwined in incomparable splendor. Even though the celluloid reacted extremely quickly, half of her body was still crushed by the thunder seal. Eerie blue blood dripped down, each drop blossoming into a ghostly blue mysterious flower at her feet. In the next instant, a faint hint of surprise suddenly flashed in the eyes of Ye Lord, as if he had seen something incredible, and he finally understood the true meaning of the words rebirth on the other side. Chapter 167. The celluloid imperial daughter seems to be very sensitive. Something happened to Gu Mingyue. Buzz. In Lord Ye's slightly surprised eyes, there was actually divine sunlight surrounding the broken body of the celluloid, gradually sewing up her injuries. Even at this moment, her breath didn't even change a bit, like she hadn't suffered any injuries at all. At this moment, Lord Yi finally understood how she came out of the Sword Abyss. Originally, Lord Yi thought that the meaning of the rebirth of the other side was that a strong person from the old earth of the other side had been reborn. Now it seemed that the talent of this divine court imperial daughter actually lay in the wheel of life and death. A truly immortal body? Right at this moment, a hint of demonic intent suddenly flashed in the eyes of Lord Yi, and his figure even directly tore through the void and appeared in front of the celluloid. Before this ancient imperial daughter of the divine court could react, she saw Lord Yi stretch out a palm and remove the veil from her face. The celluloid eyes trembled, and the pupils of the ghostly blue eyes suddenly tightened. On the other hand, a flash of amazement appeared on Lord Yi's face, and the playfulness in his eyes grew stronger. At this time, he saw that under this golden veil was a fair and clear stunning face, with a high nose, thin cheeks, and lightly pursed red lips, with a shocking beauty. Her skin was delicate and fair, with a hint of glistening radiance, and the whole person was like a piece of glowing immortal crystal, out of the ordinary and transcendent, especially the long black dress embroidered and painted with dark gold patterns, which outlined her figure beautifully, with a slim waist in concave and convex. What is the celluloid emperor's daughter's reason for coming across the Sword Abyss at all costs? Ye Lord's eyes were clear and cold, and the depth in his eyes looked at the celluloid's heart and soul. At this moment, she vaguely felt that Ye Lord Fawn should be testing her. If she hadn't withstood the attack of this Yi clan's divine son, she wouldn't have been qualified to make any deals with him and would have been a dead person by now. I want to make a deal with Godson Ye Lord. The celluloid was cool and had an innate divinity about it. Although her realm wasn't as good as Lord Ye's, the innate Tao rhythm in her body wasn't the least bit weaker than Gu Mingyue's innate Tao fetus, and it was even more terrifying. Oh, Ye Lord nodded gently, not too surprised. From the moment he saw this ancient imperial lady, he guessed her purpose. Although Luo Luo had managed to cross the Sword Abyss by virtue of the immortal power of the Pishan god body, she had stepped into the 3000 Tao states alone and had no background to speak of at all. Other than that, just her looks and temperament alone were enough to attract endless calamities. I would like to ask Divine Sun to help me find two things, and as a reward, my pilgrimage Divine Court will always be Divine Sun's ally, helping Divine Sun to fight for the heavens and to destroy the immortals. The celluloid fairy face was grave, and her tone was sincere. Oh, what is it? Divine Sun should have heard of that supreme forbidden artifact that my other side soul clan cast during the dark turmoil back then, right? Aha! This forbidden artifact was shattered by an immortal and broken into 2 pieces, and I would like to ask the Divine Son to retrieve them. Oh, the request of the celluloid Emperor's daughter is outrageous. The soul race on the other side of the world is launching dark turmoil and slaughtering the living beings on Earth. Wouldn't I be making an enemy of the Earth if I help you? Lord Yi shook his head, clearly not too satisfied with this deal. He didn't believe that celluloid would curl up peacefully in the old Earth after controlling that supreme forbidden weapon. Any living being or force, once they possessed great strength, would definitely strive for a higher status. Does the Son of God really think that the dark unrest was initiated by the earthly races? The celluloid smiled helplessly, and the pupils of her ghostly blue eyes gradually deepened, as if she could see through the ages. So, with Lord Ye's eyesight, he certainly understood the hidden conspiracy behind such a calamity. In fact, what he cared about was not who he made enemies with, but that the celluloid was not enough leverage. My clan has already been used once and will never be used a second time, so I want to join forces with the Divine Son to truly break free from the earthly prison. A demonic underworld flower totem suddenly surfaced on the Luo's brow, peeling off a petal and floating down into her hand. As a promise, I will gift the Divine Son with one of my innate divine lines, which will not only help the Divine Son sense the whereabouts of one of the forbidden artifacts, but will also allow him to enter into a divine soul contract with me. One loss for all. As the celluloid's words fell, a blush rose on her cheeks. This divine pattern, the most precious thing in her body, was similar to the Yuan-Yin blood of a human woman, and this kind of divine soul contract is only concluded by the closest lovers. Now she had no choice but to sacrifice it for the sake of the Soul Clan being able to return to the heavens and come out of the old Earth Seal, just so she could gain the trust of Lord Yi. Of course, as long as Lord Yi incorporated this divine pattern into the Soul Sea, it would be equally impossible for him to turn his back on her again. It seems like the celluloid Imperial Maiden has already thought through the consequences. Since that's the case, then Mr. Yi will take the risk of cooperating with the Imperial Maiden a little bit and work together on the Earth. With a gentle look on his face, Yi Lord's brow suddenly cracked open a slit, integrating the strand of divine lines into the Sea of Souls. At that instant, a divine flower bloomed above the 2 men's heads, dense and mysterious. Even the bloodlines seemed to be sensed, and a light blush suddenly appeared on Chloe's face, her entire body tensing with desire. The celluloid royal daughter seems to be very sensitive. Yi Lord seemed to smile, looking at the celluloid's color becoming more and more coy. Now you can talk about those 2 forbidden artifacts, right? Actually, I don't know much about these 2 forbidden weapons. I only know that one of them is named the Soul-Devouring Bead and is capable of devouring divine souls, and the other one is supposed to be a gun. Luo took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. The Soul-Devouring Pearl was stolen by a traitor of my divine court 100 years ago. This person is called Evil Whopper. He is the heir of the 10,000 Phases Soul Venerable. He was originally a general soul on Earth, with an undying will to fight. At first, he was shattered by me in one of his souls, and escaped from serious injuries. There is a mark of the other side of the world left by me on his body, and Divine Son should be able to locate him through my innate divine pattern. Oh, a human general's soul? Undying will to fight? Upon hearing this, a hint of playfulness immediately flashed through Yi Lord's eyes, as if he had thought of something, and slowly nodded. I know. Then, Divine Son, Chloe will take her leave, and I will wait for Divine Son's good news on the other side of the old Earth. The necklace owed a slight bow, and was about to leave the place. Wait a minute. Yi Lord shook his head and took out a turquoise lingji glowing with glowing soul light from his soul ring. Since we are now allies, you'd better recover your injuries as soon as possible. The celluloid's eyes lightly trembled, and the corner of her mouth lifted up in a shallow arc as she accepted that precious chi and bowed slightly towards Lord Yi. Thank you, Divine Son. The celluloid takes her leave. Man, a slap on the wrist and a date? This Yi family's Divine Son indeed knows the way of the royal family well yet. The reason why she chose Lord Yi was of course not just because of this Divine Son's background. In the Battle of Sword Abyss, celluloid saw a truly forbidden posture. Whether it was Yi Lord's gifted battle power or his ruthless heart, all of them called for a kind of inexplicable fascination. Even that one-sword immortal maiden seemed to be nothing more than a plaything of this Divine Son, obedient to all. It could be imagined just how terrifying his mental means had become. However, after fusing the other side seal, she would be her person from now on. Son of God, you don't want the matter of making a deal with me to be known by the human race either, so be good and obey. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the Daughter of Heaven's destiny with the returning Ganoderma, great medicine, and obtaining a 10,000-fold return reward, Jade Liquid Soul Syrup, immortal medicine. Until the celluloid figure disappeared, the mildness on Lord Ye's face dissipated bit by bit, turning to reveal a cold and hostile color. In the next instant, a strand of golden waves suddenly rippled in the sea of his soul. A brilliant light lit up on the Panga stone and the ancestral symbol of the great beginning at the same time, completely suppressing that strand of the underworld flower divine ripple. With the might of these two divine objects, even the immortal gods of the 9 heavens would find it difficult to truly control him, not to mention the earth. Now that Chloe had offered her innate divine pattern, it was tantamount to actively being controlled by Lord Yi and asking for trouble. Buzz. As the soul lines in the eyes of Lord Yi dimmed, his figure reappeared on top of the barren mountain. In the distant dome of the sky, Yi Tsong and Yu Lian waited in place with tense expressions, and only after seeing the Yi Lords show their forms did their taut heartstrings relax. Go! Yi Lord resumed his seat on the carriage and headed towards the sacred state. Beside him, Yu Lian carefully glanced at Lord Yi. Even though there was a lot of confusion in his heart, he didn't dare to ask one more question. Time passes. When the silhouettes of the 3 of them had just appeared at the border of the sacred state, a silhouette in silver armor was seen running and sweeping from the end of the void, with nervousness and eagerness in her eyes. Yi Lord Godson. Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised, his eyes indifferent as he watched the battle shadow appear before the golden carriage and respectfully bowed down. Godson, something has happened to the Empress. Chapter 168. The 3 Dukes of Yuzhou. Luosan of the Palace of Moro appeared. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly stern as he suddenly probed out a palm and held it above the silver-armored woman's head. In the next instant, before she could react, she saw that Yi Lord's palm violently exerted force, and actually pinched her head into pieces. Click! Fresh blood mixed with bone slag splattered in all directions, while the pupils of Yi Lord's eyes flashed with a faint soul aura, and the Taichu ancestral symbol manifested out of thin air, directly enveloping her soul as much as possible. This scene, moreover, caused Yu Lian's pretty face to pale and her body to tighten abruptly. Although she guessed that Yi Lord was not a good person, she still did not expect that this Yi family god's son would be so cruel and direct, not even acting. The more so, Yu Lian heart more palpitating despair, always feel that her immortal journey since the moment she stepped out of the sword mound, has already ended. Now that she's seen the truest side of Lord Yi, I'm afraid it'll be hard to get out of his grasp again. A deep powerlessness and despair quietly filled Yu Lian's Tao heart. Underworld Heavenly Prefecture. Wushan Ridge, Imperial Talisman? Lord Yi sat in the carriage, his brows lightly furrowed. At this time, he did not see anything different in this silver-armored woman's divine soul memory, but still instinctively felt a flavor of intrigue. The Emperor's symbol is the location of the Earth's chi, and will never appear easily. What's more, if the Underworld Heavenly Prefecture really had news of the Emperor's talisman, it was impossible for Su Qingyan and Ji Rumeng to remain unmoved. The intelligence connections behind these two were far more powerful than Gu Mingyue. This was why, in the first place, Lord Yi wanted to take them under his wing. There are specialties in the arts. Gu Mingyue's Qi and template were undoubtedly the true top heavenly destiny, ranking as one of the 10 most forbidden on earth. However, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce behind Su Qingyan, as well as Ji Rumeng's illusory dream way, were more suitable for probing for news and laying out the earth. This was clearly a deliberate design by someone to use the Emperor's talisman as bait to fish for Gu Mingyue, but his ultimate goal was probably still Lord Yi. In fact, from the last time when the 2 Yiqin families fought in the Elderly War, the Yi Lords had a vague feeling that there were people behind the scenes who were counting on the Yi family. If he was right, this person should be that Emperor's son in the Emperor's court, but he never showed up, and there was no break to speak of. Son of God? Yi Tsong's eyes were slightly austere. At this time he felt surprised that although there was a killing chance in the eyes of the Yi Lords, there wasn't too much worry. Something's not right with the divine son's affection for Empress Gu, who had always regarded her as a forbidden property. How could he be indifferent to what happened to her? Yi Tsong, go back to the Yi clan and invite old ancestor Tsanglong and old ancestor Solitary Drunkard to come to the Underworld Heavenly Prefecture, but don't show up in a hurry and wait for news from me. As the words fell, Lord Yi directly took a step in the direction of the Underworld Heavenly State. With his understanding of Gu Mingyue, this reborn empress would never easily fall into such a trap. Even if she couldn't resist the temptation of the Emperor's talisman, she should at least discuss it with Lord Yi. Obviously, she had taken the initiative to step into the chess game and should have her own purpose. No matter what, Yi Lord, as her fiancé, couldn't possibly sit back and do nothing at a time like this. Behind him, Yu Lian hesitated for a moment, but still took a step towards Yi Lords and chased after him. The Underworld Heavenly State? At this point she was suddenly a little nervous, inwardly praying that it would never be what she thought it would be. Nowadays, she had long since lost a trace of hatred for Yi Lords, only endless fear. Feeling the fluctuations in Yu Lian's soul sea, there were instantly magic lines flickering in the bottom of Yi Lord's eyes. In this earthly land, the only one worth this Yuntai transmitter's worries could be another Yuntai transmitter. Could it be that there was Lu Yun's next senior sister in this Underworld Heavenly State? Wushan Ridge. This place was located in the central land of the Underworld Heavenly State, and the black ancient forest stretched for 10,000 miles, lifeless, as if it had been struck by heavenly thunder. As far as the eye could see, the mountain ranges and great mountains tumbled and fell, and the poisonous miasma mist rose slowly, shrouding the earth. This place is like a real forbidden place for living beings, with neither vitality nor spirituality, but only endless blood, demonic intent surging. Even in the midst of that misty dead land, some low gasps and chewing sounds could be vaguely heard, calling one's bones creepy and unsettling. Even so, at this moment, many figures still appeared in this mountain forest, all of them with spirit patterns flowing around them, and their breaths were volatile. Among them were contemporary heavenly prides, and there were even giants of the devil Dao who had truly become famous in Yuzhou. Senior Brother Chen, is the news you got reliable? Is there really a supreme treasure present here? Right at this moment, a golden immortal bird suddenly swept above the sky, its wings hanging down to the sky, vast and endless. At the top of that big bird's head, there stood a clear and handsome young man, dressed in Shin clothes, with an imposing demeanor. Beside him, a middle-aged man smiled helplessly, with the same scruples under his eyes. Young lord, I've only heard about it, and I'm not completely sure. Rumble. Just at the moment when the middle-aged man's words fell, a violent rumbling sound suddenly came from the distant mountains. Endless divine radiance rose up, crushing all the surrounding mountains into pieces. One could only see a golden rift that ran through almost the entire mountain range, spewing out a seven-colored haze. This kind of commotion instantly attracted all the heaven's pride powerhouses in this place, converging towards the place of that crack. Above the void, Gu Mingyue sat in the white jade spirit carriage, her phoenix eyes clear and cold, not seeing too many waves. At this moment, she didn't hesitate at all and similarly stepped towards that place of creation. Rumble. As the figures of the crowd descended from the sky, a vast aura swept the heavens and earth. The one Xian clothes youth, on the other hand, landed nonchalantly before the rift, drawing a shocking clamor from the surroundings. It's the heir to the Moral Hall, Luo Sen, Duke Rosen. Even this fellow has come. It seems that the creation of this place has no chance with us. The crowd of Yuzhou Celestials shook their heads and sighed, and there was a touch of genuine scorn under their eyes. Of the three temples in Yuzhou, the 10,000 Devils Palace had the deepest depth and was the well-deserved master of Yuzhou. In addition to the 10,000 Devils Hall, the remaining Blood Soul Hall and Sanluo Hall are also not to be underestimated. Are the top forces in this state? No one dares to mess with. Even compared to the mystery of the Blood Soul Hall, the Sanluo Hall was even more known for its cruelty and was the most overbearing. As for Luo Sen, as an heir of the Sanluo Hall, his battle power was terrifying, and he was known as one of the three dukes of Yuzhou. Buzz. Just as the crowd was shaking within themselves, a ray of bloody light suddenly rose up from that golden rift, vaguely visible as a blood-colored divine order that was suspended above the dome of the sky. Wisps of bloodlines began to intertwine, like an ancient sea of blood tumbling down, illuminating a radiant and ancient gateway to an unknown world. What is this? What a terrifying aura! Could it be that this divine order isn't the final treasure? The crowd looked at each other in dismay, not daring to act rashly at all. Luo Sen, on the other hand, had a gentle smile on his face, not at all like a devilish demon, but instead like a refined and righteous teenager. Behind him, the middle-aged man looked indifferent, with threats in his eyes, coldly sweeping over the crowd in the arena, and an aura of the fifth level of the heavenly mechanism quietly permeated around him. Seeing this, the faces of the surrounding crowd stared slightly, and they all retreated towards the back, and the middle-aged man's mouth immediately lifted up a playful arc, obviously very satisfied with this. Buzz. Right at this moment, a ray of divine radiance suddenly erupted in the distance between heaven and earth, and before the smirk on that middle-aged man's face could dissipate, his entire head exploded, as if it had been run through by divine power. Chapter 169. You can't imagine the happiness of the Son of God, the two faces of Empress Gu. Dang! As the sound of gold and iron crashing to the ground came, a golden halberd was seen running through heaven and earth, slanting into the ground. The corpse of that middle-aged Tianji was lying straight on the ground, with his head shattered and blood flowing all over the place. Hiss! This scene instantly caused the surrounding crowd to change in color, with a look of palpitating shock in their eyes. A powerful person of the fifth level of Tianqi was actually shot through with a halberd? Who? Rosen frowned tightly and turned his head openly to look above the void, his eyes suddenly condensing. At this moment, he saw that at the end of that heavenly dome, a stunningly beautiful silhouette wearing a large red phoenix garment stepped forward and soon appeared above the heads of the crowd. It's Immortal Phoenix Empress Gu Mingyue. Immediately afterward, bursts of shocking clamor resounded. The faces of all the Yuzhou celestial pride steeply turned white, and a flash of complexity and playfulness gradually surfaced in the bottom of their eyes. Regarding this female emperor of the immortal dynasty, no one in the 3000 Taoist prefecture knew about it today. Just her name alone as the fiancée of the Yi Lord Godson was enough to shock hundreds of millions of clans. Gu Mingyue? Luo Sen's eyes were gloomy as he glanced at Chen Chom on the ground, and a biting chill arose in his heart. Although the senior brother of his had average talent, he was older, and his cultivation was even at the 5th level of the Tianqi realm, yet he was shot through by Gu Mingyue with a halberd. It was hard to imagine that the battle power of a contemporary person was actually terrifying to such an extent. This blood order in front of him was clearly associated with that one blood-colored spirit door. If Luosen wanted to explore the chances of creation within it, he was bound to seize this order. Kagome, stop her. He only looked up at the large golden bird above his head and coldly drank. Chirp, accompanied by an ear-piercing shrill whistling sound, the golden eagle immediately swooped down, a demonic aura of the 7th level of heavenly mechanism rolling out around it. At this moment, it was extremely fast, like a golden lightning bolt that tore through the void and appeared in front of Gu Mingyue. Gu Mingyue's immortal face was clear and cold. Not a single ripple was visible in her eyes, only to see her palm fiercely clenched. The great desolate world-suppressing halberd roared and trembled, flew backward, and was swept away by her one-handed grip on the cage. As a piece of golden sharpness pierced through the cloud dome, it smashed down like 10,000 stars, drowning that golden eagle. Chirp! The golden eagle's eyes were cold, and its plumes stood upside down, shooting angrily at heaven and earth. However, when these plumes touched the blade of Gu Mingyue's halberd, they all shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, that golden eagle once again probed out a several feet huge demonic claw and clawed angrily towards Gu Mingyue. Buzz! A bizarre crack was left in the void, and the golden light was so bright that it was about to envelop Gu Mingyue's figure. Right at this moment, a wisp of silvery white light suddenly blossomed outside of this immortal dynasty Empress body. Only a thunder battle armor was seen to condense with a boom. Glittering! Each rushing thunder pattern on it was like a manifestation of the will of the great Tao. At this moment, Gu Mingyue's aura completely changed. From a graceful and unrivaled female emperor who had left the world behind, she had transformed into a valiant female god of war who had killed and destroyed without limit. Rumble! Only to see her once again slam down with her halberd, a Tao star above her head rising up in a vast and endless manner. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have become her Tao domain, and a wisp of innate aura began to boil, grinding out the void time and the aura of the great Tao. The claws of the golden eagle's probing hand were actually shattered by Gu Mingyue's halberd, and the blood and bone residue splattered in all directions, shocking to the eyes. This is the supreme law? What a terrifying empress! I finally understand the joy of ye Lord Godson. Humph, is the pleasure of a divine son beyond your imagination? Damn! Luo Sen's face paled, similarly shocked by Gu Mingyue's strength. As the Yin Duke among the 3 dukes of Yuzhou, he had a profound and cruel temperament and had always been feared by others, and it was the first time that he had been shocked by a contemporary. At the top of its head, a black ancient mirror hovered up with a dark light, attempting to suppress the blood order. The only way for him to escape today's calamity was to collect this blood order as soon as possible and step into that one spirit door. Roar! At the same time, layers of blood mist suddenly erupted from the body of that one golden eagle, as if it had reversed its bloodline divine soul. Its aura, moreover, gradually boiled over, vaguely having the momentum of stepping into the peak of the heavenly chi. As it flapped its wings, it once again tore through the void and appeared in front of Gu Mingyue. That one remaining demonic claw bloomed with layers of golden divine radiance, containing unspeakably terrifying demonic might. A head dares to show off. Gu Mingyue let out a soft cry, and a dense and mysterious Tao light began to bloom all over her body, and the great desolate ancient halberd in her hand even gradually transformed into a golden dragon shape, with its feet on the stars, rivers, sun and moon, colliding blatantly with the golden eagle great demon. Put! As a sound of blood and bone shattering came, that one huge statue had actually exploded. The blood was like a waterfall, dyeing all the ancient trees in the mountains and forests below into the color of blood. Gu Mingyue, on the other hand, stood in the void, letting the rain of blood dye her battle armor red, with a different kind of charm. Gollum! The entire heaven and earth suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at that one immortal dynasty empress with a cold, invincible killing face, and chills rose in their hearts. Surely, only such an invincible and peerless empress would be worthy of that Yi family divine son, right? It was said that before, Godson Yi had created another myth at the Dragon Abyss Sword Graveyard, using his own strength to cut down 100 heavenly prides on the other side of the world, killing the blood dunces who didn't dare to look directly at him, and one person shocked the 5 soul dunces of the divine court on the other side of the world. Such rumors, though somewhat exaggerated, are by no means empty. It was said that even the sword immortal, Li Taie, knelt down and begged Godson Yi to be able to assume the position of Dragon Abyss Sword Head, only to be rejected by the Godson. In the end, he left behind a personal maidservant to sit in the sword graveyard and deter the other side soul clan. Buzz! Gu Mingyue's eyes were clear and cold as they gradually landed on top of that one blood-colored ancient order. one could only see the light haze surrounding this order, as if it contained the most primal blood soul divine opportunity, eroding the heavens. And in that layer of blood mist divine haze, an ancient scroll unfolded. The stars fall, the great road collapses. Countless blood patterns floated and sank in the heavens and earth, mirroring that one blood-colored spirit door. The great Taoist sound, the sacrificial sound rose and fell, like a call that resounded in the deepest recesses of the human heart and soul. Buzz. In the next instant, Gu Mingyue didn't hesitate at all and directly took a step towards Luo Sen. At this moment, even this Duke-in had a creepy, soul-exploding feeling in an instant. Gu Mingyue, this is the Yu Prefecture, not the Sacred Prefecture, nor is it your Tianxian Dao Prefecture. Buzz. What responded to him was merely a radiantly bright halberd that swept across the heavens and earth. Asterisk. Luo Sen's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to have a single hesitation at all, and directly offered up that one umbral light Xian mirror, blocking it above his head. Dang! Under everyone's stupefied gaze, the moment the ancient halberd smashed down, the entire Xian realm shattered, failing to stop it in the slightest. As for Luo Sen's body, it was even shattered by Gu Mingyue's halberd and exploded into a bloody mist. Hiss. Chapter 170. Where's bright moon peeling rosin? Nirvana's seal opens, shocking the world. Heaven and earth are silent. At this moment, everyone looked at the shattered mist of blood with a touch of true awe in their eyes. Who would have thought that one of the three dukes of Yuzhou, the most top-notch devil Dao pride of our time, would not even be able to block a halberd from this Empress Gu? A Yi Lord Godson was already a forbidden demon that had suppressed his generation, and it turned out that his fiancée was also so courageous and invincible in the current generation. At this moment, the crowd had a premonition that in this life they were afraid that they would all have to live under the shadow of these two families. Buzz. Gu Mingyue did not pay attention to the palpitations in the eyes of the surrounding crowd and looked up at the ancient blood order, only to see her slowly probe out a palm and hold it horizontally towards the blood order. Buzz. At that instant, there was a blood radiance falling in the void, and the light was so bright that it was like a round of blood sun exploding. Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, and a faint chill flashed under her eyes, and every inch of her skin was covered with immortal lines, gradually blocking and wearing out this blood soul bane. In the end, under Gu Mingyue's innate power, this blood chi collapsed, and that one blood order was also held in her palm as she walked towards the blood gate in front of her. Meanwhile, the center of Yuzhou. Who is it? Who dares to kill my moral hall heir? As an angry roar came out, one could only see an ebony figure stepping out from the divine hall like a demonic sun. Behind him, many figures followed, each with surging demonic intent, their realms all above the Zhandao. No matter who it is, I'm going to thwart you today. Rumble. One could only see a demonic shadow rise up into the air and head straight for the Wushan Ridge. What happened? Many ancient figures stepped out from the great hall of mountains and rivers, looking out at the heavy demonic shadows above their heads, their eyes trembling fiercely. The Sunluo Hall Master has come forth. Something big is going to happen in Yuzhou. Let's go. Follow and see. Throughout the entire Yuzhou, a shocking wave was suddenly set off. At this moment, the top of an incomparably magnificent demonic mountain in the depths of Yuzhou, one could only see a middle-aged woman wearing a dark red phoenix dress and a purple and gold imperial crown with a stunningly beautiful face sitting on top of the imperial throne, looking up into the void outside the hall. Her skin was very fair, her red lips were shallow, and her face was like a hibiscus. In the center of its brow, a blood-colored demonic pattern glowed, containing an unspeakable demonic nature. At this time, she rested her cheeks on one hand and looked lazily at the crowd of devil path powerhouses in devil armor with different looks at the temple, and said in a clear and cold tone, "What's happening outside?" Back to the demon emperor. It seems that Luo Sen, the heir to the Sunluo Hall, has been flayed. Oh, who in the state of you dares to flay Rosen? The imperial crown woman's eyebrows lightly raised, her red lips lifting up a shallow arc, only to see her slowly get up and stretch, revealing a snow-white and slender waist. Such a flirtatious scene, but it caused the people at the temple to bow their heads and hang their eyes, not daring to breathe a bit more. Over here, Gu Mingyue's figure stepped into the blood gate, and the world in front of her suddenly shifted, like a completely separate side of the void. The land of 10,000 miles is boiling with blood. At this moment, Gu Mingyue's eyes clearly flickered with a touch of gravity as she walked forward along this bloody path. Empress Gu. Until the void in front of her suddenly distorted for a split second, in which a young girl draped in thousands of blood patterns stepped out, her bloody hair tumbling as she stood above her head. Gu Mingyue's eyebrows knitted lightly, but not a single ripple was visible under her eyes. I've been waiting for the Empress for a long time. Is the Empress going to tie her hands or struggle a bit? As her words fell, a blood shadow reappeared behind her, densely packed, with an aura that was above the divine wheel. So Mr. Blood is a woman? Gu Mingyue nodded gently without a hint of panic. It seems that the Blood Soul Hall has paid some price for me this time. At those words, the blood-haired girl's surrounding chi and blood dissipated, revealing a cool and fair face. Her aura was strange and ethereal, like a spirit. At this moment, hearing what Gu Mingyue had said, a faint trace of uneasiness suddenly arose in the bottom of this blood-haired girl's heart. You knew it was a trap? Buzz. Gu Mingyue did not say much. The sharp edges of the halberd in her hands spewed out, tearing the blood gas mist in front of her as much as she could. Not only did she know that this was a trap, but she also knew that the only person in Yuzhou who dared to take a shot at her was this Blood Soul Temple's Blood Duke. In her last life, Gu Mingyue had also had her heart set on Yun Tai, but she had never been able to find the opportunity. In this life, after the Yi Lord strongly suppressed Sun Yan and falsely accused Lu Yun of being an evil demon, she used all her connections to look up some clues about the heir of the Cloud Tower. That search really did give her something to work out. This Blood Soul Hall's Blood Duke had had an extremely close connection with Sun Yan. Not only that, Gu Mingyue also knew that there was an extremely shocking secret hidden behind the Blood Soul Hall. This secret had something to do with the Jishi Palace, and it also had something to do with the broken demon emperor power on that side of the savage wilderness prefecture. And the destruction of this party of demon emperor forces was precisely because of an emperor talisman. She had come from thousands of miles away, not hesitating to enter the game with her body, just to help Lord Yi explore the whereabouts of that one imperial talisman. Just the moment Gu Mingyue took a step, she saw a sudden flash of sinister evil in the eyes of the blood-haired girl, and once again, a ripple rippled through the void above her head, only to see a blood-colored palm descend from the sky, containing unspeakable supreme might, enveloping the entire void. Buzz. Gu Mingyue's eyes were slightly austere as a ray of light flickered in the center of her brow, diffusing a mysterious Dharma seal that fell towards the hole in front. Rumble. The moment the two attacks collided, Gu Mingyue's figure immediately flew backwards. Right at this moment, a palm suddenly poked out from behind her and directly swept her into her arms. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled, but she looked up to see a gentle and handsome face close at hand, and the corner of her mouth instantly lifted up in a shallow arc. What brings you here? You sneaked to Yuzhou by yourself and didn't say anything to me. Aren't you afraid that I'll worry? Yi Lord coldly glanced at Gu Mingyue, but under his eyes was a touch of playfulness. One more time, you'll see how I'll clean you up. Well, Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly as she stood side by side with Lord Yi above the void, looking towards the old man who had slowly appeared beside the blood-haired girl. He was extremely ugly, with a withered face, bloodshot eyes, and a hawk-like nose that was increasingly hideous. A supreme power? Yi Lord's eyebrows raised lightly. With the cards in his hand, it was not difficult to escape from a third-grade supreme powerhouse. However, it would not be an easy task to suppress this supreme powerhouse. However, with Lord Ye's understanding of Gu Mingyue, this fiancé of his was not a brainless person. Since she dared to come to Yuzhou alone, she must have the backbone to deal with supreme or even emperor realm powerhouses. Mother, how about I leave this old thing to you and the others to me? Gu Mingyue's red lips lifted up as she gently blanked Lord Yi, and there were suddenly immortal lines boiling in her eyes. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, that one Blood Palace Supreme snorted, and the supreme power around him pressed across the heavens and earth. A contemporary. Even if he had some cards in his hand, how could he fight against him? But the moment his laughter fell, his entire body suddenly froze in place, his face gradually turning white. At this moment, he could feel that Gu Mingyue's aura was climbing. Tianji Peak, Cave Ruin Peak, the peak of the chopping road, Peak Void God, Supreme Peak. In just a moment, the realm of this female emperor of the immortal dynasty had stepped into the peak level of supremacy, instantly causing the entire heaven and earth to fall completely silent. Chapter 171 The Power Behind the Blood Soul Palace. Once the demon race's true master. Mother, can you tell me first why you came to Yuzhou? Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold. At this point, he probably guessed Gu Mingyue's intentions. This supreme empress must have another plan when she entered the game with her body. Either that, or she was trying to find out the black hand behind this game of chess and truly help Lord Yi solve the scourge. Either that, or there was something in the Blood Soul Hall that was worth her thoughts. Lord Yi, this blood-haired woman is called by Yin Sheng. She is Lu Yun's second senior sister, and behind the Blood Soul Hall is actually the Kirin ancient clan. Gu Mingyue's softly spoken words immediately caused Lord Ye's eyes to quiver and his brows to tighten. Qilin ancient clan? That's right. This clan has not been extinguished and has been lurking in the shadows. I have found out that they will be striking out at the Jishi School Palace to seize a quasi-imperial artifact sealed by the School Palace. I guess they are going to use this to open up that miraculous place in the savage great state to look for the missing Kirin Emperor as well as that one legendary imperial talisman. Upon hearing this, a trace of depth flashed in the eyes of Lord Yi. Obviously, all of these messages originated from Gu Mingyue's memories of her previous life. According to his understanding, The Kirin ancient clan was the true lord of the once savage wilderness great state, the co-lord of the demon clan after the disappearance of the Nine Spectres clan. However, this clan gradually fell out of favor after the mysterious disappearance of the Qilin emperor, and was eventually replaced by that one nine-tailed fox in the demon god's palace. Nowadays, there was a rumor circulating in the savage wasteland great state that it was the nine-tailed fox Empress who had designed to trap and kill the Qilin emperor and take his place. But at this moment, from Gu Mingyue's words, Ye Lord seemed to have heard another deep meaning. I know, be careful, ma'am. Ye Lord nodded gently, and a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. If the Blood Soul Hall was really behind this side of the ancient demon race, could he not use this Blood Hall to plot against Jishi Palace and the barbarian state? Aha! Gu Mingyue's complexion was clear and cold, and the mark on her brow became more and more radiant as she directly took a step towards that one Blood Temple Supreme Being and ran towards him. As for Lord Ye's eyes, they were gradually placed on that one blood-haired girl, by Yin Shang, the Holy Maiden of the Blood Soul Temple, the Blood Duke of the Three Dukes of Yuzhou. At the same time, she was also the mysterious and unpredictable second senior sister that Lu Yun spoke of. More importantly, this Blood Duke was likewise a saint body heavenly pride, the Blood Soul Saint body. At this point, Ye Lord probably understood that someone had utilized Bai Yin Shang's hatred for him to purposely lay this trap to lure Gu Mingyue onto the hook, and their ultimate goal was still Lord Yi. Lord Yi, Bai Yin Shang's silver teeth clenched, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Sun Yan is dead, and she no longer has the heart to distinguish between right and wrong. But this bastard, Lord Yi, actually falsely accused the Yuntai heir, her junior brother Lu Yun, of being a devil. Bai Yin Shang couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. Originally, she had planned to capture Gu Mingyue and take advantage of Lord Yi's favor towards her so that she could get rid of this Yi family's divine son without bloodshed. But she really didn't expect that the Yi lords had come so quickly. And what was even more unexpected to her was that Gu Mingyue actually had the strength to resist a supreme being. It seems that your hatred for me is very strong. Ye Lord nodded gently and suddenly reached out his hand towards Bai Yin Shang to suppress him. Rumble. All of a sudden, the entire heaven and earth was filled with terrifying thunderclaps, only to see a thunder dharma seal descend from the sky, enveloping Bai Yin Shang as well as the group of Blood Palace celestials behind her. In an instant, Bai Yin Shang's face went completely pale. At this moment, she actually felt that the realm of this Yi clan's divine son had even reached the terrifying Tianqi level. How is that possible? Looking at the 3,000 Tao states, the most demonic heavenly pride among the current generation was at most at the Mahayana level. Except for those ancient freaks hiding behind time, no one can break the threshold of the heavenly chance at all. Why is Lord Yi so powerful? Did he take drugs? Kill! Bai Yin Shang clenched her teeth and lightly waved her jade hand. Behind him, the group of Blood Palace Celestials had sacrificed their spiritual treasures and magic weapons, smashing them furiously towards the Thunder Law Seal. But the moment these spirit weapons touched the Thunder Seal, they shattered. *********. Bai Yin Shang's eyes trembled in shock, not daring to hesitate for even a moment as a display of blood-colored ancient streamers suddenly waved in the wind above her head. In the entire heaven and earth, a horrifying fishy wind was stirred up. Countless blood soul remnants transformed into an eerie and bizarre face, attacking in all directions. This kind of evil power was more terrifying than all of the previous spiritual treasures' divine abilities. But for Lord Yi, if there weren't too many cultivators here, with such a vast amount of blood soul power, he already couldn't help but perform the heaven-swallowing devil technique and suck it all up. Buzz. As a sword chant resounded, a sword ruin above Lord Ye's head suddenly condensed. One could only see an ancient sword penetrate the void, dazzling with laws as it chopped down furiously towards the bloodstreamer. Woo-woo. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden burst of eerie whimpering, and layers of bloodlight immediately lit up above that bloodstreamer in a vain attempt to resist. However, under that torrent of sword intent, this Blood Soul Hall Inheritance Supreme Treasure was instantly split into pieces and exploded out of thin air. Puff! Bai Yin Shang's body trembled, and blood spattered out of her mouth mixed with her internal organs, and in her eyes, in addition to bewilderment, there was also a trace of intense palpitations. In the next instant, a strange blood aura suddenly flashed across her skin, and her figure actually rose into the air and stood above the dome of the sky. All blood slaves, blood sacrifice spell. At those words, the eyes of the surrounding group of Blood Palace disciples trembled in shock, and there seemed to be fear in the bottom of their eyes. But before they could struggle, they saw that a strand of bloodline suddenly shot down around Bai Yin Shang, easily penetrating their flesh and souls, like a tentacle that entangled all the Blood Soul Hall disciples here. Buzz. In just a flash, the flesh of these Blood Palace disciples dried up, gradually turning into blood and water flowing all over the place. As for Bai Yin Shang's aura, it actually kept climbing at this moment, stepping into the Tianqi realm in an instant. Lord Yi, now how will you resist me? As the words fell, Bai Yin Shang took a step out, and blood clouds gathered above her head, causing her skin and bones to emit a bizarre blood glow. The Great Blood Sacrifice. As the Blood Soul Hall's true taboo technique, this technique was able to easily melt other people's blood souls to achieve its own might, and was evil beyond compare. A hint of playfulness flashed in Ye Lord's eyes, and blazing flames and thunder kept churning in his heavy pupils. At this time, he stood in the void, and there was actually chaos, yin and yang, reincarnation, and many other origin forces surrounding him, and as the light of his eyes passed by, thunder and flames immediately erupted, just like the end of the world. Poof! Bai Yinshan's face was slightly condensed, her jade hand gently clenched, only to see a blood-colored long whip appear out of thin air, instantly lashing out angrily towards the Yi Lords. Buzz! Blood chi rolled over, and underneath that blood whip, the void seemed to crumble apart. However, at this moment, Yi Lord merely stretched out a palm and angrily gripped it towards that one blood-colored divine whip. Don't know how to die. Bai Yinshan let out a cold laugh and watched the blood whip down, but her face froze bit by bit. Chapter 172. Wouldn't it be a waste for the Supreme to not swallow it? Gu Mingyu as Dao heart changes. Buzz! Yi Lord's palm stretched out, the divine and demonic particles roared and trembled, and there seemed to be countless demonic patterns converging in the center of his palm. In the next instant, in Bai Yinshan's palpitating and shocked eyes, the long whip that was surrounded by the power of thousands of blood souls was actually directly held in Yi Lord's hands. In an instant, an intense palpitation arose in Bai Yinshan's heart. She had never dreamed that after forcibly raising her cultivation with the Blood Soul Temple's forbidden technique, the blood sacrifice method, she was still unable to shake this teenager in the slightest. She slowly turned her head to look at that one Blood Hall Supreme. However, at this moment, this supreme powerhouse was actually retreating under Gu Mingyue's powerful Dao, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Gu Mingyue stood in the void, the innate Dao rhythms behind her intertwined and boiled, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to have become her world, with a random ray of her eyes capable of suppressing all things. It was horrible. A contemporary actually possessed the strength to crush a supreme powerhouse. What kind of monsters are these two? One more perverted than the other? That's what you're leaning on? Yi Lord shook his head and smiled, a hint of depth hidden under his eyes. As his palm snapped, the power of the gods and devils erupted, directly yanking Bai Yinshan toward the front. At the same time, at its fingertips, a wisp of sword chi began to hum, as if it could easily pierce through epical time. He probed his finger out, and his radiant sword chi was like a river of stars, up to the 9 heavens, down to cut down the gods and devils. No good. Bai Yinshan's face changed drastically, panicking as she let go of the blood whip in her hand and lumbered backward. Even though she reacted extremely quickly, she was still pierced through the chest by the wisps of sword chi, splattering bone slag in all directions. At this scene, even that Blood Palace Supreme felt his scalp tingle and gradually retreated in the bottom of his eyes. Puff! Blood spattered from Bai Yinshan's mouth, and all of her bones and internal organs shattered. Her figure, moreover, was crushed from the sky by this sword chi, and her blood and bones were miserable. Only at this time, Ye Lords did not rush to harvest it, as if waiting for something. Ye Lords, even if I die today, I will definitely avenge my little sister and clear my little brother's name. Bai Yinshan clenched her silver teeth, bloodlines intertwining in her eyes. The injury on her chest, however, was actually rapidly healing at a strange speed, and the blood misted. Burned the bloodline? Unmoved, Ye Lord took a step towards Bai Yinshan. The heavens offer blood sacrifices, and all souls return. Bai Yinshan took a deep breath as blood began to rise from her skin. Above her head, strands of blood souls fell down, transforming into an ancient and hideous soul shadow behind her, either wearing ancient and tattered battle armor, or holding heavenly swords and battle axes. Each of them surged with the same aura as Bai Yinshan. Kill! At this moment, the blood souls and spirits of this place seemed to have all been summoned out by Bai Yinshan. Her aura, moreover, was at its peak at this moment, covered in bloodlines, like a Shura that had walked out from an ancient battlefield, eerie and murderous. Rumble! As she lightly waved her palm, thousands of blood souls fell from the sky, and the visions floated and sank, drowning the Yi Lord's figure. Buzz! In response, Yi Lord's face did not see a single ripple, and the law outside his body presented itself, blocking all the blood chi in a 3-foot place in front of his body. At this moment, it looked like there was a boundary area outside of him that spanned across the sky. As each step Yi Lord took fell, the sword chi outside of him seemed to boil, decimating everything. Buzz! Right at this moment, an ancient stone sword suddenly cut through the void and fell into Lord Ye's hands. In the next instant, he directly chopped down with his sword, decapitating all of those thousands of blood souls, and even Bai Yinshan's arm that was poking out was chopped off at the shoulder. How long will you be, my lady? Ye Lord tilted his head to look at Gu Mingyue, a hint of playfulness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue did not respond, and the divine seal in the center of her brow became more and more radiant and volatile. Her breath, moreover, exploded at this time. The mist around her body rose. The whole person was like an ancient emperor conceived in chaos, terrified and unstoppable. In its hands, the imperial halberd was even humming and quivering, as if it had received some kind of call. As Gu Mingyue's halberd slammed down, that side of the heavenly dome was shattered alive. The innate aura was piece by piece, like the stars falling from the heavens, deducing the scene of epical chaos. The Blood Palace Supreme's eyes trembled as he raised his hand and struck down thousands of bloodlines. At this moment, he stood in front of Gu Mingyue, only feeling his body palpitating and his soul shattering. Puff! The moment Gu Mingyue's halberd swung down, all of these runic spell seals shattered. His figure even kept flying backwards, blood splattering as he was crushed from the sky by Gu Mingyue. Drops of supreme blood dripped down, crumbling the earth below into countless cracks. Before this Blood Soul Supreme could stand up in front of him, he saw Gu Mingyue shoot out a halberd, piercing through his body and nailing him to the ground. At this moment, a trace of intense unease suddenly arose in the bottom of Bai Yinshang's heart as she offered up a blood seal in her hand and crushed it with a loud bang. Instead, her figure turned around and fled frantically towards the blood realm beyond. Buzz! Just then, a ripple suddenly rippled in the void in front of her, only to see a stunning woman with pink hair and pink eyes appear out of nowhere, soundlessly, blocking her figure. A chopping Dao aura crushed down from the sky, crushing Bai Yinshang to the ground, unable to move. Ye lords, I have already sent a message to the temple. My master, the Blood Soul Temple Master, will be here immediately. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely not be able to walk out of the land of Yuzhou. Bai Yinshang clenched her silver teeth, her eyes filled with resentment and panic. Lord Yi, do you need this supreme? Gu Mingyue descended from the sky and landed beside Lord Yi, a hint of playfulness hidden in her eyes. Now that she had utilized the 9 heavenly Xian mare body, she had helped Lord Yi suppress the demonic intent. However, Lord Yi's heaven-swallowing devil technique was a truly taboo method in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, capable of devouring any flesh and blood beings and power laws. It was a bit of a waste to kill such a supreme powerhouse. Is this your wife's plan to give herself up? The corners of Yi Lord's mouth rose slightly as he slowly walked up to that supreme powerhouse, and a magic pattern gradually flickered in his eyes. I call it marrying a chicken and following the dog. Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly, her breath gradually weakening around her as she gradually regained the Tianqi realm. Under Jiang He's elixir quenching, now she was able to exert her peak strength in a short period of time, while not being backfired by the Nirvana seal. Although this kind of recovery could not last for too long and had to be spaced out for an extremely long period of time, it was enough for Gu Mingyue to sweep across the contemporary era, with nothing to lose. And the rest is up to you? Aha! Lord Yi nodded gently and suddenly probed out a palm, holding it above the head of that supreme powerhouse. In an instant, a look of doubt flashed across the eyes of this Blood Palace Supreme. For some reason, at this moment, a trace of intense uneasiness suddenly arose in the bottom of his heart. It felt as if this Yu family divine son in front of him was about to show him some real masterpieces. Chapter 173 The third turn of the 10,000 transformation demon body. Is it okay to pass off fake as real? Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden boiling of demonic intent. Endless darkness swept away, eroding everything and drying up the epoch. As for the face of that Blood Palace Supreme, it froze almost instantly. His mouth opened angrily, and the pupils of his eyes were filled with incredulity. Devil! At this moment, he could clearly feel that the bloodline spiritual energy all over his body was being rapidly drawn out of his body, and his body even dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if withering. Even with the hardiness of this Blood Palace Supreme, he felt a chill rising along the soles of his feet, nearly lifting the ceiling of the sky. Who would have thought that the divine son of the hallowed Yi family, the leader of the righteous path in the eyes of the world, would actually be a devil? Moreover, this demonic intent was 10,000 times more terrifying than even the Blood Soul Hall's blood sacrifice evil technique, and was a truly forbidden method. At the same time, Lord Ye's aura climbed steeply, Tianji quadruple, Tianji fivefold, the 6th level of Tianji. In just a flash, this Yi family divine son's realm had broken through to the terrifying realm of the 6th heavenly chance. Put! As an eerie melting sound came, Yi Lord slowly withdrew his palm and turned his head to look at Bai Yinshang. Yi Lord, you're actually a demon? At this moment, this Yuzhou Blood Duke had long since lost a trace of blood color on his face. Bai Yinshang finally understood why the Yi Lords would go to great lengths to falsely accuse junior brother of being a devil. He actually wanted to use this to cover up the secret of his demonic body and let his junior brother take the blame for him. Lord Yi actually fooled billions of clans in the 3000 Dao state. Did you see everything? Yi Lord did not pay any attention to Bai Yinshang, but instead looked up at Etched Dream. See it clearly, Master. Echidna smiled faintly, a soul light gradually lingering in the pink pupils of her eyes. and her figure even suddenly changed into Bai Yinshan's appearance. In an instant, Gu Mingyue and Bai Yinshang both had a look of surprise on their faces. Gu Mingyue, in particular, instantly guessed Lord Ye's intentions. As an heir to the Blood Soul Hall, Bai Yinshan must know many secrets about the Blood Soul Hall as well as the Qilin ancient clan. If Lord Yi wanted to successfully find that one emperor symbol of the savage great state, the best way was to figure out the plans of the Kirin ancient clan and use the power of the Blood Soul Hall to erase all obstacles. Unlike the other Dao states, the savage great state was a territory that belonged entirely to the demon race and was extremely resistant to the human race. After the decline of the Kirin ancient clan, the current owner of the barbarian state was a woman who was known to be the most stunning on earth. This demon emperor's methods were always known for being cruel and vicious. In a short span of 100 years he had led the demon god palace to stand at the top of the barbarian state. Even the other two major demon clans that were at the top of the barbarian state alongside the Qilin ancient clan did not dare to touch them. It was said that during that 100 years, this demon god palace demon emperor had killed millions of demonic beings, and his methods were extremely tyrannical. Even with Lord Ye's identity, stepping into the savage great state rashly was bound to face the hostility of the demon god palace. However, if Lord Yi could secretly control the Blood Soul Hall, he might be able to set off a real upheaval in the savage wasteland great state. At that time, Yi lords would be able to take advantage of the chaos to find the whereabouts of the emperor's symbol, and even take control of the entire savage demon race. Such a mind trick is a real shudder. Yi lord, what do you want? At this moment, Bai Yinshan was visibly flustered, and her eyes kept trembling. Do it! Yi lord made a wink towards Eclipse Dream, who instantly understood, and the soul light in his pupils burst out, eroding towards Bai Yinshan's soul sea. A person from the blood temple like this would inevitably have some sealing talismans in the Sea of Souls in case they fell into the hands of the enemy and had their souls searched and unearthed. That was why Lord Yi had given Bai Yinshan a chance to catch her breath and allowed her to exert her many undercurrents, just so that Echidna Dream could better understand this blood hall successor. Buzz. As a buzzing sound came, blood immediately flowed from Bai Yinshan's 7 orifices, shocking to the eyes, and Eclipse Dream immediately frowned, peering into as many soul sea memories as he could. Click. Just at the moment when Bai Yinshan's divine soul shattered, Lord Yi suddenly probed out a palm and held it above Bai Yinshan's head, and this Blood Palace successor was ultimately unable to escape the devouring of the Yi lords, and his flesh and bloodline along with his holy body origin collapsed. Buzz. In an instant, a wisp of dark light rose around Yi lord's body, and Dharma heaven and earth. Vaguely, above his head seemed to be a god and devil standing, with black hair and black eyes, his feet stepping on the heavens. In the 100 feet of land around it, countless great demons prostrated themselves, and the immortal gods bowed down. The sages of the heavens extol the code of ethics, and the ancient Buddhas attend the scriptures. The third turn of the manifestation demon body. Yi lord's palms clenched, and that one demonic shadow suddenly stepped in from the sky, gradually fusing with his physical body. Chaos divine demon viewing thoughts. Only an ancient and reckless voice boomed out, and Yi lord's entire soul sea even set off shocking waves, and his figure immediately sat down, emitting a vast and profound divine and demonic aura. It's Gu Mingyue and Etched Dream's faces were slightly stagnant, and at this moment, they were able to feel the bloodlines in their bodies withering away. In front of Lord Yi, their so-called divine bodies and origins were suppressed, just like mortal ants, humble and weak. It was an innate might, as if a single thought could suppress the mysteries of the ages. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the third turn of the manifestation demon body and comprehending the demon body avatar. Chaotic divine demon viewing thoughts, which can suppress all holy body visions, godly body prowess, and laws of the great Tao. Drops. If the host wishes to awaken the fourth turn of the manifestation demon body, he needs to devour the 9 ancient bloodlines. What is a swift bloodline? Yi lord's brows frowned lightly, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. The so-called Taiku bloodline is the bloodline of ancient beings, mostly inherited from saint bodies, immortal bodies, demon bodies, and devil bodies. Upon hearing this, Lord Yi instantly made a guess and slowly nodded his head. Compared to the third turn of the demonic body, his prey next was not just limited to the human sacred body. All the heavenly pride demons who had awakened their inherited physique, regardless of race, would become the nourishment for him to forge his demonic body. Buzz. At the same time, Gu Mingyue's breath around her body similarly began to boil and hum, actually stepping into the Tianqi triple realm with the breakthrough of Yi lord's demonic body. At once, a look of surprise flashed across her face, when Gu Mingyue decided to use her 9 heaven Xian mare body to suppress the demonic intent within Lord Ye's body. Her original intention was to join him in resisting the demonic intent erosion. Nowadays, it seemed as if she had been blessed by a misfortune, and had developed some sort of unspeakable entanglement with Lord Ye's bloodline. It's time to get out. Ye Lord's eyes opened, and the demonic intent outside his body immediately receded like a tidal wave, and his eyes, too, fell on Echidna, and he said in a calm tone, "Do you know what to do?" "Don't worry, master." Etched Dream's red lips slightly opened, and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted up a playful arc. In the next instant, without even a hint of hesitation, she picked up a blood-colored ancient order from Bai Inshang's ashes and suddenly slapped it down on top of her own chest, splattering layers of blood mist as she turned around and frantically fled towards the outside of the blood realm. Chapter 174 Human Lord and Emperor Lord, two very different paths to eternal life. So, you are planning to install this illusory demon in the Blood Soul Hall? Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Gu Mingyue's phoenix eyes were clear and cold, and there was hidden playfulness in the bottom of her eyes. Originally, she had entered the situation with her body, wanting to force out more information about the Qilin ancient clan from the mouth of the Blood Soul Hall powerhouse. However, she really didn't expect that Lord Yi was in control of such a chaotic demon in his hands. The aura on Eclipse Dream's body just now, even Gu Mingyue couldn't see a single break. Obviously, the origin of this demon was equally unusual. Well, I have a hunch that the Blood Soul Hall will likely make a big move. Yi Lords looked solemn and sighed lightly. Now Gu Mingyue had not yet picked out her identity as a rebirth supreme, but she had not hesitated to risk her life, so she must have known what was planned next for this side of the Blood Palace. By placing Etched Dream in the Blood Soul Hall, Yi Lords would be able to control the movements of this hall at any time, and thus plan. Lord Yi, Gu Mingyue wanted to speak. At this moment, she wanted to tell Lord Yi about what was going to happen in the Jishi Palace, but she was worried that once she told what happened in the future, would Yi Lord's nature make her suspicious and wary? What's wrong with you, ma'am? Lord Yi frowned lightly, feigning a look of confusion. Now that Lu Yun's 5 senior sisters had been beheaded by him, 4 of them had already been beheaded by him, leaving only one senior sister whose identity was still unknown. However, with little Blackie following her around, Yi Lords only needed to exert a slight means to make him confess everything. Needless to say, Gundam is indeed far-sighted. These 5 Yuntai heirs, a merchant bank heir, have a family fortune, a demon princess with deep roots, a young lord of the demon temple, the source of darkness, a contemporary head of the sword, killing and decisive. If Lord Yi was not wrong, this remaining Pantai senior sister should be a person of extremely high status, most likely representing a sacred identity. According to the normal plot, Lu Yun's descent from the mountain would be all about black and white, bringing together the beliefs of people, demons, and devils, a truly invincible heavenly destiny. It was a pity that he had met Lord Yi and now he could only eat farts. Yi Lords, Jishui Palace, how much do you know about it all? Gu Mingyue pondered for a moment and suddenly opened her mouth to ask. Jigen's school palace? I only know that this party's school palace has a teaching for all, regardless of origin. As long as they are disciples of the human race, they are all allowed to enter the palace to cultivate, accumulating countless beliefs on the earth. Why is your mother asking about this all of a sudden? There are 3 major wonders in the GK Palace. I'm sure you've heard of them. Gu Mingyue's eyes were deep and slightly grave. The Mountain of Books, the Sea of Learning, and the Tower of the Lord of Men? Hearing this, Yi Lord nodded gently. These 3 wonders were likewise known as one of the 8 wonders of the earth, and were on par with the Sword Abyss. It is said that the Mountain of Books collects hundreds of millions of scriptures on earth, from the supreme law, down to the strange books and obscene books, everything. The Sea of Learning is the convergence of the beliefs of the earth's long students, and there was once someone who realized the Tao in one of them, claiming to honor the Taoist ancestor and the star of the heavens in the text. As for that one human master tower, it is the thing that the school palace town palace, is also the place of creation that hundreds of millions of heavenly pride in the 3000 Tao states aspire to. Rumor has it that during the era of the human lord, when all the races were fighting, the human race was always at the bottom of the earth, and was devoured by the demons and elves indiscriminately. The Lord of Man came out of nowhere, watching the mountains and rivers rushing by, the sun and moon floating and sinking, blending the strengths of all races, deducing the Lord of Man scripture, and from then on leading the human race to fight against the demons and devils, completely stabilizing their footing on earth. In the process, the great demons and devils and innate beings that he had killed were all refined into souls and sealed in the human Lord Pagoda for the children of future generations to comprehend and cultivate. Even some of the strongest members of the human race were similarly impressed by the spirit of the human Lord and took the initiative to sacrifice their divine soul essence, sealing it in the tower to shade their descendants. Every time the Academy Palace opens, that old man will open this tower for the current generation's pride to practice. It was said that the topmost floor of this tower was where the human Lord's remains were located, hiding the human Lord's inheritance. It was just that over the ages, there had been countless heavenly prides on earth, but no one had ever been able to step through the 8th layer of the ancient tower. In the 8th layer of the tower, There was likewise a supreme divine artifact that was the human lord's original treasure. The human lord's streamer. Not bad, but Lord Yi, do you really believe that all this that human lord has done stems from sheltering the human race? Gu Mingyue let out a cold smile, obviously also knowing some of the secrets about Jishi Palace. What mother means is, as a traveler, of course ye lords didn't believe that there were really people in this world who would dedicate themselves unreservedly. All identities and statuses in this world actually have a price tag on them. When you start enjoying something for free, you have actually become a leak in the eyes of some of the most high. The GK Palace seems to have no desire for anything, but without realizing it, it has collected the faith and moral heart of all the humble children on earth. They left the Palace of Learning, spreading the renown of the human lord throughout heaven and earth, and attracting more youths of humble origins to come to the Palace of Learning to cultivate, week after week, generation after generation. If Lord Ye's expectation was good, what the human lord was scheming for should be earthly beliefs. This was, in fact, very different from the imperial lord. After the dark turmoil, the pattern of the earth changed, and many eldritch ancient clans and immortal forces fell apart. At this time, the Emperor Lord took advantage of the opportunity to collect the 3,000 Tao State Supreme Forces and the immortal ancient races, dividing them up among the Tao States and controlling one side of heaven and earth. This may seem like a supreme honor, but how is it not ruling people by people? These dominant forces suppressed a state, wiping out all the powerhouses and forces that could threaten their rule, and there were no more changes, and the Emperor Lord would be able to enjoy the throne of the 10,000 worlds in a dignified manner and become the sole lord of the earth. These two paths taken by the human lord and the imperial lord were diametrically opposed, but what they sought was ultimately the same, the great way to live forever. I've heard some rumors before that there is a supreme treasure sealed in the Jishi Palace's Book Mountain, capable of going back in time and bringing past beings back to the present. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he slowly nodded his head. If the GK Palace had such a terrifying treasure, the first thing it would have done would have been to open the long river of time and bring the human lord to this epoch. In that case, I'm afraid that the identity of that old man who claimed to live as long as heaven and earth was not simple either. Wait, back in time? Suddenly, Lord Yi seemed to have thought of something, and some of the confusion in his heart dissipated. At this moment, Gu Mingyue was obviously trying to tell him something. If Lord Ye's expectation was correct, this supreme treasure was probably what the Blood Soul Hall wanted to plot. As long as they obtained this item and found the place where the Kirin Emperor had disappeared or fallen, wouldn't they be able to bring him back to the present? Of course, a power as heaven-defying as this must have many limitations, but this was probably the only chance for the Kirin ancient clan to re-emerge. Nowadays, in heaven and earth, it was almost impossible for all living things to step into the Emperor realm, and as the Kirin Emperor was the former demon race lord, the second savage wasteland master after the 9 Sephiroths, his realm must be above the Emperor realm. As long as he was able to return to the earth, the pattern of the savage great state would inevitably change anew. But if the human lord is really still on earth, why, with the Yi family's heritage, have we not heard of any movement? Come to think of it, Gu Mingyue's red lips pursed lightly as she looked deeply at Lord Yi. If I'm not wrong, that imperial talisman of the demon race should be in the hands of that Kirin Emperor, so as long as we find his trail, we might be able to find where the imperial talisman is. Yi, ha, ooh-hoo. Before Gu Mingyue's words fell, she saw Lord Yi suddenly cupped her cheeks and kissed her deeply. So my lady came to Yuzhou at the risk of her life in order to help my husband find the Emperor's talisman? You're so virtuous, what a great blessing I should have cultivated in my previous life. Yi Lord guffawed, but in his eyes was a touch of undisguised cunning. In an instant, a smoky haze rose on Gu Mingyue's face as she pretended to be calm and looked beyond the blood realm. She always had a premonition that Lord Yi seemed to have known her biggest secret all along. Buzz. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting roar suddenly came from outside the blood realm. Immediately afterward, a supreme power crushed down from the sky, almost sealing the entire heaven and earth. Who killed Rosen? Chapter 175. Sun Luo and Blood Soul Hall Masters arrive together. Yi Lord's crisis. Speak, who killed my Moro Hall heir? On the Wushan Ridge, a ray of demonic radiance suddenly hung down, crushing all the ancient mountains and forests below into pieces, only to see a figure drenched in ebony light stepping into the heavens and earth, casually probing out with a palm and holding a young heavenly pride with a cultivation at the 7th level of the divine will in his hands. Tell me who killed Rosen. Temple Master. The young heavenly pride paled and gently swallowed. It's immortal Phoenix Empress Gu Mingyue. It was her who smoked Duke Luo Sen to death with a halberd. How dare you trick me? Sun Luo Hall Master looked hideous. His palm violently exerted force, directly pinched his head to burst, blood and brain pulp mixed with glittering bone slag splashed in all directions, shocking to the eyes. You say, and once again, the Sun Luo Hall Master reached out, gripping a black-faced youth and yanking him to his feet. At this time, There was clearly some despairing bewilderment in the eyes of this black-faced youth. He simply couldn't figure out why the pusher had just clearly told the truth. Why did the Sunluo Hall Master have to say that he had been tricked? It's Gu Mingyue who shattered young Lord Luosen with a halberd. Click. At those words, the Sunluo Hall Master's palms clenched, and blood and brain matter instantly burst out from his fingers. Your Highness, is something wrong? Behind him, a group of Sunluo Hall elders looked at each other, similarly bewildered. Immortal Phoenix Empress Gu Mingyue is clearly a female. Where did she get the halberd handle? As the Sunluo Hall Master's words fell, the entire heaven and earth suddenly fell into a dead silence. I said worthy of being the master of Moro Temple, really a few fine buzz. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly swept out of the blood realm in front of him, stumbling and falling into the ancient forest. Seeing the visitor, the eyes of the Sunluo Hall Master were slightly austere, and he was just about to probe his hand to capture him, but then he saw that the young girl suddenly knocked down a blood-colored ancient order, which was suspended in the sky above the dome of the heavens. In an instant, bursts of sounds of cold air being sucked out came from the mountains and forests. At this time, although they could not see through the blood mist haze on this young girl's body, the ancient order in front of them was none other than the Blood Soul Temple's blood-killing order, and only that Blood Duke of the Blood Soul Temple was worthy of having it. The Blood Prince is actually a woman? You're the Blood Prince? The palm of the Sunluo Hall Master gradually came to a standstill above the void, his brows lightly furrowed. With his status, there were only two people in this Yujo land that he needed to be afraid of. One was the Demon Emperor of the 10,000 Demons Hall, and the other was this Blood Duke's master, the Blood Soul Hall Master. The realms of these two people were both above the Supreme, and it was simply not something that he, a 9th grade Supreme, could contend with. Unlike the everlasting Yi clan, most of the clan forces in the 3000 Dao Prefecture today were dominated by the most powerful. Only an everlasting ancient clan with endless depths like the Yi clan wouldn't care about that one clan master position. Temple Master Moro. Ebonite Dream's eyes were slightly austere as he bowed towards the Sunluo Hall Master. Previously, when she had followed Lord Yi and descended into the Yu state, she had searched the divine soul memories of 10 Yu state beings in a row on the way, and knew the general pattern of this Yu state as well as the powerful people she needed to pay attention to. This person in front of him was one of the 3 great hall masters of Yuzhou, Luo Hao, the master of the Sunluo Hall, and the one who had been decapitated by Gu Mingyue before was none other than his heir. Who did this to you? The Sunluo Hall Master's brow furrowed lightly as he looked at Etched Dream's shattered chest, and his heart instantly guessed. It's the Yi family's divine son, Yi Lord, and his fiancée, Gu Mingyue. What? The Yi clan's divine son is also here. The Sunluo Hall Master's eyes trembled and shifted. Obviously, for any power in the 3000 Dao state, the everlasting Yi family was an insurmountable mountain that they simply didn't dare to easily provoke. Buzz. Just as the Sunluo Hall Master was pondering inwardly, a buzzing sound once again came from within the blood realm. Only 2 figures were seen walking side by side, and soon appeared in front of the crowd. And at the sight of that one young man with white clothes and bundled hair and a gentle immortal face, bursts of shocking clamor came from the surrounding mountains and forests. Yi clan's divine son, Yi Lord, the first of his generation. Regarding this Yi Lord Godchild, there were numerous rumors in the 3000 Dao state today. To summarize, fairy face is upright and powerful hanging. Even the many proud daughters of the Devil's Way in the Yu state had each used their own means, placing parasites and drawing talismans, and doing everything they could just to get a chance to meet with Lord Ye's divine son. Humph, Yi Lord, your fiancé killed my son. Are you going to give me a statement? The Sunluo Hall Master let out a cold snort as he looked down at Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue below. You'd never dare to ask him to kill Lord Yi. With the Yi family's heritage, I'm afraid that even the 10,000 Demons Hall wouldn't dare to touch it. But after all, he was a 9th grade supreme being. If he let the 2 Yi Lords leave like this today, how would he still have the face to mix in the Devil's Way of Yuzhou? Oh, since your highness is so unable to let go of your son, why don't you go down and accompany him? Yi Lord's eyebrows lightly raised as he mildly laughed. What? Upon hearing this, the face of the Sunluo Hall Master instantly became gloomy, and he directly probed out a palm towards the Yi Lords. In an instant, a dark demonic star fell right under his palm print, crushing the void. Yi Lord, today I will replace your Yi family elders and teach you a lesson. Buzz. Just the moment the words of the Sunluo Hall Master fell, his face abruptly froze, the pupils of his eyes revealing a thick palpitation. Are you worthy? Only a low drinking voice could be heard coming from the end of the sky dome, which was vast and endless. In an instant, the heads of many young celestials in this place exploded, and a trace of panic similarly flashed in the eyes of the Sunluo Hall Master as he raised his head to look at the distant sky. The Emperor Realm. Buzz. At the same time, the void in front of Lord Yi similarly rippled, only to see a drunken figure striding out. With disheveled clothes and disheveled hair, as if it had just climbed up from a bed collapse. In its hand, an ancient sword chopped down towards the front, even directly cutting off the demonic light palm print of the Sunluo Hall Master from it. The sword aura reckless. The Sunluo Hall Master's heart trembled in shock, and just as he was about to retreat, his face froze once more. The Yi family has gone too far. At this moment, he heard, once again, an icy cold drinking voice coming from a distant place. Only a cloud of blood was seen spreading from the end of heaven and earth, corrupting all life. As for Yi Sanglong and Yi Duoju's faces, they also revealed a touch of cold and hostile killing intent as they stood beside Yi Lord on the left and right, looking towards where the blood cloud was, playing God. Yi Sanglong's expression was indifferent as he directly probed out with a fist, the divine bone on his arm reviving and opening up the sky, and in that cloud of blood, a blood-colored palm print likewise fell, with 10,000 runic lines, colliding blatantly with Yi Sanglong. In the next instant, the two attacks collapsed at the same time, collapsing heaven and earth, and the great Tao became empty. A mere wisp of residual power crushed all the mountains and forests in a 100-mile radius into pieces. Another Emperor Realm. Chapter 176, Devil Emperor. Ning Hongyu, Master. Etched Dream let out a cry of alarm and ran directly towards that cloud of blood. This scene immediately caused the eyes of the crowd of Yu Prefecture celestials present to tremble with desire. Lord of the Blood Soul Temple. As the most mysterious powerhouse of the Yu state, this Hall Master's realm had long since transcended the supreme level. There were rumors that he was the most powerful person in the underworld heavenly prefecture, even more terrifying than that demon emperor of the 10,000 Demons Hall, whom, as a light leap came, a figure suddenly stepped out of the blood cloud, surrounded by blood mist and a vast aura. At this moment, his pair of bloody pupils clearly contained a hint of killing intent as he looked up and down at Etched Dream. Are you alright? It's okay. Etched Dream shook his head, his eyes resentful as he said, Master, they killed the third elder. Poof. At those words, a blood radiance burst out from outside the Blood Soul Hall Master's body as he coldly looked at Yi Sanglong. Oh, Blood Soul Hall Master. Beside him, the Sunluo Hall Master stepped forward, a pleasing look on his face. With his strength, not to mention Yi Sanglong, a quasi-emperor powerhouse, I'm afraid that even Yi Duojiu would be able to cut him down. However, now that the Blood Soul Hall Master had descended, and the two great demon halls had joined forces, even the Yi family was afraid that they would throw in the towel. Even if today, they couldn't kill Lord Yi, they would always have to make this Yi family's divine son pay some price. Yi Sanglong, this is the underworld heavenly prefecture. Is your Yi clan's divine son here wantonly slaughtering my heavenly pride of the underworld prefecture? Is he not putting my Blood Soul Palace in his eyes? The Blood Soul Hall Master's voice was low and cold as he looked towards Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue. Previously, he had heard Bai Yinshang mention that there was a supreme treasure present in the Wushan Ridge. Originally, the Blood Soul Hall Master thought that with the third elder accompanying him, it would be difficult for any kind of treasure to escape Bai Yinshang's grasp, but he really didn't expect that Lord Yi and Gu Mingyue had descended here from thousands of miles away, and brought two Yi family ancestors with them. At this moment, there was suddenly a faint uneasiness in the bottom of the Blood Soul Hall Master's heart, not really sure what exactly the purpose of Yi Lord's trip was. Now that the Blood Soul Hall's grand plan was at its most critical moment, it was waiting for the Jishi Palace to open. For this reason, the Blood Soul Temple had even carefully laid out a seamless layout for 100 years. At a time like this, he would never allow anyone to ruin their plans. That said, as if the Blood Soul Hall is the master of the Yu state. Yi Duojiu snorted, his drunken eyes hazy as he tilted his head and poured a mouthful of strong liquor. In the next instant, he directly took a step forward. The ancient sword in his hand gulped out sharpness, and the wind and clouds shook. If you want to fight, then fight. Where is all this nonsense? Not to mention your two halls, even if the 10,000 Demons Hall comes today, I won't hang them. Buzz. Just at the moment Yi Duojiu's words fell, an eerie sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the distant sky dome. One could only see a black demonic gate manifesting from the sky, with demonic intent gushing out as if it was connected to an extraterrestrial demonic land. In an instant, this heaven and earth went completely dark, with dark light filling the air and withering the ages. The eyes of the Sunluo Hallmaster trembled lightly, and a flash of playfulness suddenly appeared on his face. Yi Duojiu, what did you just say? You'll kill the 10,000 Demons Hall as well? The 10,000 Devils sect. The inheritance item of the Hall of 10,000 Devils could cross mountains and rivers of time and open the passage between heaven and earth. It seems that today, the Yi family is bound to fall in Yuzhou. Yi Duojiu's brows were lightly furrowed, but a trace of panic was not visible on his bearded and thin face, only to see him tilt his head back and drink the wine from the jug in one go. The sword chi around him boiled with a roar, like a long roll of dragon plunging straight into the clouds. Clang! At this moment, the eyes of countless clan giants in the 3,000 Taoist prefectures all converged on the land of Yuzhou. At this moment, they saw that the sky over Yuzhou was covered with dark clouds, and demonic intent rolled around. And in between those 10,000 feet of demonic intent, there was suddenly a beam of sword light piercing through the clouds, shining brightly alone. Sixth ancestor, please take Lord Child and the others away first. Yi Duo drunkenly grinned, tilted his head back and looked at the demon gate that stood in the sky, and said in a reckless tone, Yi Tsanglong frowned lightly and slowly nodded. In fact, with his and Yi Duozhou's strength, they might not be unable to defeat the three great demon hall masters. Apart from that demon emperor of the 10,000 demons hall, Yi Tsanglong alone was able to deal with the two hall masters of Blood Soul and Siluo. Just, once he and Yi Duozhou made their move, the Yi lords would have no one to shelter them. There was no way he would let Lord Yi be threatened in any way just for the sake of a momentary pain. Can you walk away? The Siluo hallmaster snorted coldly and was just about to take a step forward when he heard a silver bell-like delicate laugh suddenly come from the 10,000 Devils sect. Giggle. It's been a long time since Yuzhou has been this lively. In an instant, a shocking demonic intent swept through the entire heaven and earth. Even Yi Tsanglong, a trace of palpitations flashed through the pupils of his eyes at this moment. He sensed that the demonic intent was firmly locking onto him, but it didn't seem to be too hostile. Lord Child, do you still have that divine talisman I gave you earlier? Lord Yi nodded gently. The pupils of his eyes were similarly filled with a faint trace of confusion. For some reason, he always felt that the demonic intent in this 10,000 Devils sect seemed somewhat familiar. And in the eyes of the crowd that were palpitating and shocked, a figure walked out of the 10,000 demons sect one after another. The first, a bald monk in a black robe, with a rosary bead strung from a human head hanging from his neck. Crystal clear, evil and Buddha nature coexisting. And look at the size of these heads. Actually all are some children, filled with an unspeakable sense of evil. His aura was very powerful, at least at the level of the 5th level of Supreme Hall of 10,000 Devils. 6th Devil General, Black Monk. The second is a blood hair and blood robe old man. Between the opening and closing of the pupils of the eyes, a layer of blood color soul pattern rushing open, like easily can be transformed human soul. 10,000 Devils Hall, 5th Devil General, Blood Slaughter. The third one, on the other hand, was a teenager with a thin body and stern eyes. On its back, slung across a large black blade that was a bit longer than he was. 10,000 Demons Hall, 4th Demon General, Mad Sword Demon Teeth. The last one, on the other hand, was a tall man wearing black battle armor. The pupils of his eyes showed a grayish color, and a pair of black horns on top of his head revealed infinite magic. 10,000 Demons Hall, 2nd Demon General, Evil Dragon General. As the four generals appeared one after another, the aura of this heaven and earth was immediately suppressed. Everyone's eyes fell on the 10,000 Devil's Gate, as if they were waiting for something, until the layers of demonic intent suddenly stepped out of a long and straight jade legs. The eyes of the crowd instead of a trace of obscene greed color, but instead filled with unspeakable scorn. Immediately afterward, a woman wearing a long black and gold dress and a purple and gold imperial crown stepped forward and appeared in the crowd's line of sight. She was extremely beautiful, with fair and flawless skin and a languid temperament, especially the red demonic pattern in the center of the eyebrow. It contained an unspeakable demonic and devilish nature, making people not dare to look directly at it and want to peek into it. Greetings to the Demon Emperor. The Siluo Hall Master's eyes trembled as he directly bowed down towards the woman. Demon Emperor, Ning Hongyu. Yi Tsanglong muttered a word. Even with his heart nature, at this time, his eyes actually flashed with a faint trace of gravity. Chapter 177 Strong Ning Hongyu. Whoever kills Yi Lords I'll kill them. Ning Hongyu? Yi Lord frowned lightly, always feeling as if this name seemed somewhat familiar. Lord's son. Later on, if this Demon Emperor strikes, you and Mingyue will leave first and I will stop her. Yi Tsanglong's expression was solemn, and the arm that contained the bones of an emperor gradually dazzled with a ray of seven-colored haze. Lord Yi. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's eyes similarly flickered with a trace of gravity, and a divine pattern emerged on her brow, as if she had made some sort of determination. It's okay. Yi Lord shook his head. With the cards he controlled in his hands, even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse wanted to kill him, it would never be possible. Furthermore, he always felt that this Demon Emperor didn't seem to have much hostility towards him. Well, Palace Master Moro, Palace Master Bloodsoul. Ning Hongyu's eyes looked towards Yi Lord's, her red lips slightly raised. Are you guys making such a big deal out of this? Are you preparing to take on this teenager? Demon Emperor Ning. This young man killed my Siluo Hall heir and the third elder of the Blood Soul Hall. The Siluo Hall master gritted his teeth, his eyes provocatively glancing at Yi Duozhou. Just now, this Yi clan's old ancestor had also threatened that even if this demon emperor was here, he was fearless. Now, Ning Hongyu had descended and brought with her the four most cruel and murderous demon generals of the 10,000 Demons Hall. With the strength of these two Yi family ancestors, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape. Oh, kill it, and what? Just when the Sunluo Hallmaster thought that Ning Hanyu would inevitably retrieve face for Yu Zhou, he saw this demon emperor's red lips lifting up as she looked at him with flirtatious eyes and said, In an instant, the Sunluo Hallmaster's face was completely frozen, his lips trembling in incomparable bewilderment. He first glanced at the Blood Soul Hallmaster, then refocused his eyes on Ning Hanyu. Demon Emperor, since you're so reluctant to part with this heir, I'll send you down to be reunited with him. As the words fell, Ning Hongyu suddenly poked out a white, slender jade hand and suppressed it down towards the Sunluo Hallmaster. Heaven and earth are in unison, only to see a black palm print that covered the sky, like an ancient demonic sun, directly sealing the entire heaven and earth. Under this palm print, the order of the great Tao in this place all seemed to be breaking down, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, the group of powerhouses behind the Sunluo Hallmaster had their flesh exploded, struggling to block even a wisp of the might of this palm print. Ning Hongyu, what are you doing? The face of the Sunluo Hallmaster changed drastically, not expecting this demon emperor to suddenly strike at him at all, and supreme dharma patterns immediately rose up around his body. The ghastly baleful aura lingered around, diffusing ghost gates, demonic mountains, and Moro. The aura of a ninth grade supreme being similarly caused this piece of heaven and earth to roar and tremble, attracting countless eyes from the 3,000 Taoist prefectures. But the moment Ning Honyu's palm imprint fell, billions of demonic lines fell, each strand enough to grind down a side of the world, and the Dharma bane above the head of the Sunluo Hallmaster was even shattered as a whole. I'll fight you, the Sunluo Hallmaster shouted angrily up to the sky, and his entire body boomed and swelled up to be several feet huge. He poked out his hands and propped up the heavens and earth, emitting an ear-piercing roar. Put! In the next instant, this 8th grade supreme being's arms directly exploded, the demonic radiance collapsed, and the blood mist tumbled, and his entire body was actually completely shattered directly under this palm. Heaven and earth are silent, even the two of them, Yi Sanglong and the Blood Soul Hallmaster, had their faces slightly frozen, as if they had guessed something. Your Highness, the remaining group of Sunluo Hall powerhouses even looked at each other in dismay and turned around to flee the place. The evil dragon general and the others, on the other hand, took a step out and chased towards the crowd. Rumble! All of a sudden, this piece of heaven and earth sent out shocking waves. One could only see a devilish intent sweeping away, with blood-like floating and killing power shocking the heavens. In front of these 4 demonic generals, the crowd of Sunluo Hall powerhouses simply didn't have much room to fight back, and were gradually slaughtered to death. Blood and broken bones spilled down, broken limbs everywhere, a hellish scene. Emperor, the evil dragon general, Black Monk, and the others stepped forward, each carrying the head of an elder of the Sunluo Hall in their hands. The Sunluo Hall has always been united. I'm sure the other elders and disciples can't let go of the Sunluo Hall masters. AI, you guys go give them a ride. Ning Hongyu's red lips lifted up as she said in a calm tone, yes. Upon hearing this, the evil dragon general, Black Monk, and the others immediately turned around and headed in the direction of the Sunluo Hall. This scene, moreover, silenced the crowd of demon Tao lords present, chilling them to the bone. What did the Blood Soul Hallmaster say just now? That an elder died? Ning Hongyu suddenly turned her head to look at the Blood Soul Hallmaster, her eyebrows knitting lightly as if she had doubts. It must be the 3rd elder who didn't know how to be polite and bumped into Divine Sun Yi Lord. The Blood Soul Hallmaster barely managed to squeeze out a smile on his face as he bowed towards Yi Lord. Divine Sun Yi Lord, I hope you'll bear with me for the many offenses. That's it? Yi Lord raised his eyebrows lightly and looked at the Blood Soul Hallmaster with a smile. My mother killed that supreme elder just now, and she was similarly injured. Wasn't she? Mother. Ahem. Gu Mingyuan nodded lightly, coughing up a trail of blood. Seeing this scene, a flash of playfulness appeared on Ning Honyu's fair and graceful face. Husband and wife? Blood Soul Hall Master. Her mere glance at the Blood Soul Hall Master caused the eyes of this giant of the Devil Dao to tremble lightly, and she took out a blood-colored chalcedony from her Qinkuan ring. Divine Son, this is the treasure of my Blood Soul Palace, the blood marrow of 10,000 souls, forged by 10,000 spirit divine souls, comparable to a great medicine. Upon hearing this, Yi Lord however shook his head and said with an indifferent expression, Your Highness wouldn't think that the life of an heir to the Blood Soul Hall is only worth a piece of blood marrow. You, the Blood Soul Hall Master's palms clenched tightly, forcibly holding back the anger in his heart. This Bloodslayer ancient blade, is the object of my own life? If the Divine Son doesn't mind, it will be given to the Divine Son as a gift to make amends. Your Highness is too polite. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he waved his hand to receive the 2 major divine objects and handed the blood marrow among them to Gu Mingyue. Thank you, husband. Drops. Congratulations to the host for gifting the daughter of Heaven's destiny with the blood marrow of 10,000 souls, and obtaining a 10,000 times return reward, the 5 elements true marrow, immortal medicine. Demon Emperor, can we go now? The Blood Soul Hallmaster looked towards Ning Hongyu and asked in a deep voice. This, you'll have to ask Godson Yi Lord. Ning Hongyu shook her head and blinked towards Lord Yi. At this moment, her meaning was obvious. If Lord Yi wanted to, she would make a move to leave the Blood Soul Hallmaster behind. This scene, even more so, caused the hearts and minds of the surrounding crowd to tremble. How had they ever seen such a playful side of this first demon emperor of Yuzhou? Godson Yi Lord, can I leave now? The Blood Soul Hallmaster took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Your Highness is so funny. The leg is on you. What's it to me if you leave or not? Yi Lord shook his head, instantly causing the Blood Soul Hallmaster to nearly spurt out a mouthful of old blood, and directly gripped Echidna's shoulder and disappeared in place. Ning Hongyu's eyes were slightly austere, and she seemed to have a hint of surprise. It shouldn't. With the heart of Lord Yi, how could he make such a move of letting a tiger return to the mountain? Could it be that he had other plans for the Blood Soul Palace? Godson Yi Lord, would you be so kind as to come and sit in the 10,000 Devils Hall? Chapter 178 Yi Lord's Mother's News. First Demon General's Shocking Identity. Hiss. Upon hearing what Ning Hongyu said, a clamor of astonishment rose from the surrounding mountains and forests. The Lord of the Hall of 10,000 Devils, the Devil Emperor of the Yu State, was actually so humble in front of the Yi family's divine son. You're welcome, Demon Emperor Ning. I've also admired the 10,000 Devils Hall for a long time. Yi Lord's expression was gentle as he held Gu Mingyue and traveled towards the Sky Dome. Godson, please. Ning Hongyu's red lips lifted up as she walked side by side with Lord Yi, where there was still the dominance that she had shown when she had killed the Sun Luo Hallmaster just now. But instead, she was like an amiable elder. It's Yi Tsanglong and Yi Duozhou glanced at each other, both with a helpless smile on their faces. The two of them had already prepared for a fight to the death and sent a letter to the fifth ancestor, Yi Taishu, asking him to come to Yuzhou, but in the blink of an eye, Ning Hongyu had powerfully subdued the Sun Luo Hallmaster, completely exceeding their expectations. Although the Yi family had deep roots and enjoyed supreme fame on Earth, it had never had any involvement with the forces of the Yu state. Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Tsanglong looked like he had thought of something, and his eyes suddenly condensed. Buzz. Soon, the silhouettes of the three Yi lords landed in front of that great hall of the Demon Mountain. In an instant, two figures with terrifying auras walked in the hall. One of the women, surrounded by wind swirls, transcendent, a head of green hair more and more ethereal. The other, a youth with a blurred figure, as if he were a phantom, indistinct and untraceable. This is Wind Spirit, the third demon general of my 10,000 Demons Hall, and this is Dance, the seventh demon general. Ning Hongyu introduced Yi lords one by one. This is the Yi clan's divine son, Yi Lord. Greetings to divine son Yi Lord. The two supreme demon generals bowed one after another, a touch of heartfelt awe in their eyes. This scene, even more so, caused Lord Ye's eyes to flinch, seemingly guessing. As the true dominating force of the Yu state, the 10,000 Demons Hall's depths were terrifying. Just the 6 demon generals he had seen alone were enough to rival the topmost forces in the sacred state. What's more, at this point, he had never met that legendary first demon general. One could imagine how terrifying his strength should be. If it weren't for the fact that all of these people were from the Devil Dao and were resisted by the righteous path of the 3,000 Dao states, I'm afraid that this square Devil Hall would have an even higher status on Earth. Buzz. As Yi Lord and Gu Mingyue stepped into the Devil's Hall, Ning Hongyu immediately waved her hand, striking down a devilish pattern spell seal, enveloping the entire hall. In Gu Mingyue's slightly shocked eyes, one demon emperor of the Yu state suddenly bowed and respectfully worshipped towards Lord Yi. Ning Hongyu, pay respects to the young master, whom, in an instant, a flash of realization flashed through Yi Lord's eyes, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. In the entire Yi family, the only one who had any involvement with the Devil's Way was his mother, whom he had never met. All of Ning Hongyu's actions today indicated that she should be a former follower of Lord Ye's mother. Even, the entire 10,000 Devils Hall could be the sect left behind by Yi Lord's mother. Demon Emperor Ning, what on earth is going on here? Call me Auntie Ning, I am your mother's handmaiden. Ning Hongyu shook her head and smiled, a hint of sadness hidden in the pupils of her eyes. Once she was just an insignificant heir to a small clan in Yuzhou, and her family suffered a change of heart and was massacred by the people of the Devil's Way. And although Ning Hongyu had escaped death, she had suffered extremely serious injuries. If she hadn't met Lord Ye's mother, I'm afraid she would have died in that scourge. Since then, Ning Hongyu followed Yi Lord's mother and became her maidservant. Said to be a maidservant, that young lady always treated her like a sister. Not only did he teach her the extremely terrifying supreme technique, but he also instructed her step by step in her cultivation until she became a top powerhouse in the Yu state. This demon hall was created by Ning Hongyu, but all of these demon generals were beings that the young lady had once saved or enlightened. They voluntarily joined the demon temple in order to wait for Miss to return. Auntie Ning? Yi Lord let out a bitter smile, but his face gradually became solemn. At this moment, he felt more and more that the disappearance of his parents in the first place did not seem to be a coincidence. They had most likely discovered some truly amazing secrets of this heaven and earth and had gone forward to find the truth. Moreover, Lord Yi always had a premonition that his manifestation demon body was probably connected to his parents. "Aunt Ning, where did my mother go?" Yi Lord looked up at Ning Hongyu and asked the biggest confusion in his heart. "I don't know." Ning Hongyu sighed and detailed her experience of meeting Yi Lord's mother. Lin Mist, so that's mother's name. Ever since the Yi Lords came out of the world, the clan hadn't had all the records about this devil Dao woman. So much so that Lord Yi didn't even know his mother's name, only knowing that she had been one of the most flamboyant devil women on earth, with supreme talent. Even Yi Lord's father, Yi Ching-song, was slightly mediocre in front of her. Ever since the young lady met your father, she left Yuzhou and traveled around, breaking ties with all the people of the devil's way. Ning Hongyu sighed, a touch of vicissitude gradually flickering under her eyes. The last time I received a transmission from the young lady was when she told me that she had given birth to you and named you Yi Lord. Therefore, when Ning Hongyu heard that Lord Yi had descended upon Yuzhou, she personally led the 4 great demonic generals to rush to the Wushan Ridge, not to mention a Sanluo Hall. Even if the Imperial Court's Imperial Lord descended today, she would definitely not allow this little master to suffer even a hint of harm. Over the years, although Ning Hongyu was huddled in Yuzhou, she always kept an eye on the Yi family's movements, and after the emergence of Lord Yi, she knew the whereabouts of this little master like the back of her hand. Previously, the reason why Ning Hongyu did not identify herself with Lord Yi was because she was worried that her identity as a devil Dao Empress would cause Lord Yi to get into trouble. Does Auntie Ning not know either? Yi Lord nodded gently, a hint of depth hidden in the bottom of his eyes. According to what Ning Hongyu had said, Mother's strength seemed to have completely transcended the earthly realm. Since that was the case, who else in the 3000 Dao state could threaten her? Although I don't know the whereabouts of the young lady, there is a senior in the Hall of 10,000 Devils who may know some of the hidden stories of that year. There was a sudden surge of demonic intent in Ning Honyu's eyes, while she took the initiative to hold Yi Lord's palm and stepped directly into that 10,000 Demons Gate. Yi Lord's eyes slightly condensed, looking at the dark and ancient starry sky in front of him, his heart suddenly had a sudden dawning. At this moment, he could clearly sense that in the depths of this Demon Gate, it seemed to contain an extremely terrifying aura. If he expected correctly, this person should be the senior that Ning Hongyu was talking about, and was probably also the first demon general of the 10,000 Demons Hall. As the 2 Yi Lords stepped forward, from afar, he saw the ancient figure sitting on a plate at the end of the Star River. It was a white-haired old man who was currently turning his back to Yi Lords. His aura was incomparably deep, like a party of 10,000 ancient demonic abysses, unfathomable. At this time, he sat in the void, like a rock in the beginning of time, swallowing all the light. Kunzite, look who's here. Chapter 179 Lin Mist's origin. The Yi family's hidden vein will soon be revealed. Kunzite? Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere as he and Ning Hongyu walked side by side behind the white-haired old man. Hearing the voice, the old man slowly opened his eyes. In the land of 10,000 miles, there were suddenly waves churning, and each wave was like the derivation of a world, mysterious and unfathomable. Instead, he stood up and looked towards Lord Yi. Rumble. In an instant, the world in front of Yi Lord's eyes was completely shattered. He saw that a sea of misty, ascending chaos gods hung down from the dome of the sky. Among them, a huge, world-like demonic shadow leaped out of the water and rose up into the air, causing endless waves, and at the moment it left the chaotic divine sea, it even transformed into a great bird that covered the sky. Its wings were like clouds, covering the sky, and every plume on it contained an unspeakable aura of the great Tao. Emperor, compared to Yi Tsanglong and Ning Hongyu, this great bird's aura was several times more terrifying, like it had transcended the earthly Tao and was above the 9 heavens. Buzz. Above Yi Lord's head, the chaos god demon boomed and condensed, observing heaven and earth, and this layer of demonic chi was immediately suppressed and blocked, transforming into a vortex through the sky around it, inviolable by all laws. Yi Lord's eyes were clear and cold as he looked up at the pale figure that stood in the vault of the sky, and at the bottom of his eyes was a faint touch of awe. At the moment when their eyes touched, all the images in heaven and earth dissipated, and Lord Yi's figure was back in that side of the demon sect world. Not bad, it is indeed Mrs. Flesh and Blood. In the pupil of the Kuansher's pair of dark golden eyes, there was a hidden hint of joy, and on his face, which was as old as a withered tree, he gradually raised a smirk. Lord Yi, this is Kuansher, a servant of Lord Lin Wu. Ning Hongyu looked solemn. Even with her realm, she didn't dare to be arrogant and respectful in front of this Kuan master. Kunzite. Lord Yi bowed slightly, but he was gently lifted up by a wave of imperial energy. Young master has discounted the old slave. I follow the young lady. I am the young lady slave. It should be me who worships you. As the words fell, Koensher made a deep bow, a solemn look always on his face. Elder, where exactly did my mother go? Lord Yi frowned lightly, a hint of confusion hidden in his tone. When Miss first chose to give birth to her little master, she actually endured a great deal of backlash from the Great Tao, but with Mrs. Strength, all of this can be easily dealt with. It's just that the karma on her little master is too heavy, which is why Miss willingly gave herself up just to cover up the predestined aura on her little master. Koensher looked solemn, his eyes deep and reckless. I believe that with Mrs. Heart nature, she must have anticipated this, so little master need not worry too much, just move forward. Miss will definitely be waiting for you at some point in time. So that's how it is. Master Koen, are you unable to walk out of this heaven and earth? Lord Yi nodded gently and looked up at this starry world. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that the order of the great Tao in this world seemed to be different from the 3000 Tao states. Little master feels it too? Yes, I can't walk out of this place. The Koen master shook his head and smiled. Back when I followed Miss and descended to the 3000 Tao states, my bloodline realms were all suppressed, and I was nearly suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this realm. It was Miss who used her heavenly means to construct this demon sect world for me, so that in the future, if the young master encounters a foe he cannot solve, he can be brought into this place. Thank you, Kunsite. Upon hearing this, something dawned in the heart of Lord Yi. From the Koensher's words, he could hear that his mother was not an earthly being, but came from above the 9 heavens. At the same time, Kunsite should know the secret of his demon body. In this way, certain speculations in Yi Lord's heart were more and more confirmed. This manifestation demon body of his was most likely connected to his mother's origin. The devil generals in the 10,000 Devils Hall are all the slaves of the young lady. The young master can be assured of dispatching them. But what I need to remind the young master is that the secret on your body must not be exposed. Behind the 3000 Tao states, there are some truly ancient beings hidden. Nowadays they have long turned their backs on the earth. Elder, why did that mother descend to earth? What was able to attract Lin Mu down to the realm could never be the barren heavenly laws of the earth. There must be some truly amazing chance hidden here, irreplaceable and helpful to the growth of the Yi Lords. I don't know about that, but I once heard the lady mention that the earth is the beginning of all things. The Koen master shook his head and looked out at the end of the star sea. Perhaps when little master steps into the supreme realm, everything will come to light. In fact, he stayed in the 10,000 Devils sect not only because he was suppressed by the heavenly Tao, but he also had a mission. This 10,000 Demons Gate was the last retreat left by the young lady for Lord Yi. Okay. Yi Lord smiled helplessly and did not say much. Given the status of mother and Kunsite master, they must have had some concerns since they were unwilling to say more. The only thing Yi Lords could do nowadays was to raise their cultivation level as soon as possible. Like Kunsite said, he was sure his mother would leave him some clues and hints at some point in time. Don't worry, little master. With the old slave here, I will definitely not let you suffer any harm. The Koensher's palm poked out, and the divine pattern in the center of his palm dazzled, gradually transforming into a golden plume that shimmered with a 7-colored haze. In an instant, this heaven and earth was resounding with Tao sounds, laws and chimes, as if it could easily cut through the heavens and earth. Yi Lord's eyes were slightly austere, and he actually sensed a true Emperor Tao origin in this one plume. This is my true feather of life, which the young master has integrated into the Sea of Souls, and which can reverse the course of events at a critical time. As the words fell, Master Koen's finger probed out and gently tapped on the center of Lord Ye's eyebrow, and that one golden plume immediately rose up and turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the Yi Lord's soul sea. Thank you, Kunsite. Lord Yi bowed, but he saw Master Koen's palm wave lightly, sending him and Ning Hongyu out of the demon sect world. Go on, little master. This 10,000 demon gate, you should also include it in the Sea of Souls. In the Devil's Hall, Ning Hongyu looked gentle as she offered the 10,000 Devil's Gate and stood above Lord Ye's head. With her strength today, it would be difficult for anyone in the land of Yuzhou to threaten her. And after all, Lord Yi was a person of the heavenly mechanism. Even if his talent was heaven-defying, it was still difficult to withstand a strong person above the chopping Tao. As long as he melted this gate, he would be able to hide in the demon sect world at any time, and be sheltered by the Kuensher. With this ancient demon, it would be hard for anyone on earth to threaten Lord Yi. Good. Yi Lord did not refuse. As his cultivation increased, the enemies he would have to face would also be more powerful, far from being comparable to those of the current generation. Although the Yi family's ancestors were powerful, it was ultimately impossible for them to follow him at all times. Buzz. With this thought, Yi Lord's figure also sat down, and the pupils of his eyes dazzled with soul light, enveloping that one demon gate and integrating it into the Sea of Souls. Right at this moment, a low sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the Hall of 10,000 Devils. One could only see the figures of Yi Sanglong and Yi Duozhou walking side by side, both with a look of anxiety on their faces. Sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, what happened? Gu Mingyue's brows knitted lightly as she glanced at the youthful figure surrounded by demonic intent and took a step to meet her. News has come from the clan that the Yi clan's hidden vein has been found.